Chapter 1 Death. In October 2022, in City D, heavy snow covered the entire world. The air was dry and cold, and even in the southern city of D, the outdoor temperature had already dropped to over 30 degrees below zero. However, what made people most uncomfortable was not just the cold, but also the cannibalistic monsters everywhere. It had been 2 years since the apocalypse began, the zombie virus ravaged the globe, the Earth entered a mini ice age, and the climate deteriorated rapidly. Food and winter supplies became the most fiercely contested hard currency. Human civilization was wiped out overnight by the overwhelming power of nature. However, the cruelty of nature is limited, while human desires are infinite. Facing limited resources, competition has become inevitable. After all constraints were removed, strength became the only factor determining whether you could survive or not. If your strength wasn't enough, you were destined to live like an ant, humbly struggling to survive. As shortages of supplies continued, more and more scarce resources drove people into greater madness. Survival instincts intensified to such a degree that they overwhelmed every other thought. Rationality, shame, and conscience all became empty concepts. Cannibalism and murder were no longer rare. The word human finally became merely a name for a species, devoid of any other sacred meanings. It no longer referred to God's finest creation. The whole world turned into a hellish abyss. On the 15th floor of an office building in downtown City D, there used to be a fashion design studio here. Now, the place was utterly in disarray. In the reception hall, the glass was shattered, yet there were no glass shards on the ground. It was obvious someone had cleaned them up. On the ground, however, lay stripped plastic mannequins scattered about. Their limbs were torn off and tossed aside. Their hollow eyes stared at the ceiling, and their faces and bodies bore numerous dried, blackened bloodstains. On the left side of the reception hall was a transparent meeting room. Inside, its solid wood tables and chairs had been chopped up beyond recognition, and several potted plants had long since withered away. The only part of this building that still showed signs of life was a small storeroom opposite the meeting room. A faint flickering light could be seen beneath the tightly closed door. Inside the storeroom, clothes and fabrics were piled everywhere, and the ground was covered with a thick layer as well. A ceramic flower pot had been emptied, and it now contained burning pieces of wooden furniture from desks and chairs. Even so, the temperature remained unbearably low, causing everyone inside to shiver uncontrollably. Squatting beside the flower pot fire was a young man. His hair was long and messy, his face dirty and smeared with traces of blood. Only his bright, peach blossom-like eyes were filled with sorrowful tears, subtly reflecting deep despair. This young man held a man tightly in his arms. The man's complexion was ashen gray, dark red blood continuously trickling from the corner of his mouth. He appeared to be nearing death, yet his eyes exuded nothing but tenderness. With his eyes, he gently caressed the young man's face, gazing deeply at the person who held him, as if trying to engrave every detail in his final moments. Gradually, the flow of crimson blood coming from the corner of his mouth dried up. He no longer had the strength to speak, only the fierceness in his usual piercing gaze remained, staring fixedly at the man embracing him without blinking. "Brother, don't leave me. Please don't." The man holding him finally gave way to his tears and inner fear, burying his head in the dying man's chest and sobbing uncontrollably. After an unknown length of time, the icy body beneath him regained some strength, though still unable to lift an arm to embrace his weeping younger brother. "Mo. Brother. I'm sorry." The elder brother weakly moved his head, his lips barely able to touch the top of his younger brother's head. "Brother, please, I can't survive without you. Please, don't leave me behind." The younger brother realized this was his brother's last surge of energy before dying, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Despair surged around him like a flood, nearly choking him. Mo. Brother loves you. Mo. Next life. Brother has to go. The man paused to catch his breath, needing 2 more rests before continuing. "Listen to brother, Mo. When I'm gone, take my jade with you. Brother doesn't trust anyone else with you. Mo. Brother, no, brother." But no matter how much the younger brother shouted, the light in the man's eyes gradually dimmed until it extinguished completely, and his body grew colder and stiffer until it finally went stiff. Tang Machi held on to his dead brother for an entire day and night before slowly letting go, following his brother's instructions to remove the jade pendant from his neck and grip it tightly in his hand. The fire in the flower pot had long gone out, but Tang Machi no longer felt the cold. His senses seemed to have vanished entirely, except for the image of his brother lying on the ground, which still stirred something in his vision. The sound of the helicopter's rotor blades grew louder as Tang Machi used his wind elemental ability to lift his brother and bring him to the rooftop of this skyscraper. The helicopter had already landed, and a tall man stepped down from it. When he saw the silent figure in Tang Machi's arms, he stopped in his tracks, pain and somber shadows filling his eyes. Tang Machi paid him no heed but directly carried his brother onto the helicopter. The man covered his face and turned around, saying, "Tang Machi, you have no right to live, it was you who killed him." Tang Qingshu spoke emotionlessly, "He lived his entire life for you, why couldn't you let him be?" Tang Machi bent down and kissed his brother's cold lips. Turning to look at him, he said, "Tang Qingshu, take him back." Tang Machi took a step back. Tang Qingshu remained silent but revealed a flicker of surprise in his eyes, frowning and muttering, "What good does this do now that the elder brother is dead?" Tang Machi ignored him, turning and running towards the edge of the roof, gliding into the distance with the help of his wind elemental abilities. A minute later, the helicopter lifted off and flew away. That night, a major fire broke out at the Shui family estate, which controlled the safe zone in City D. The flames lit up the sky over the entire safe zone. Gasoline, fire, fueled by the wind, none of those people managed to escape. "Look, brother, I've avenged you." Tang Machi tightly gripped the jade pendant in his hand until its sharp corner pierced his palm, soaking the jade in blood. Amid a loud explosion, the flames instantly engulfed Tang Machi's figure. However, he failed to notice that in the midst of the blaze, the jade pendant in his right hand emitted a light, enveloping his entire body. In his final moments before losing consciousness, Tang Machi caught sight of a blurry figure, that of Tang Jianfeng and Tang Qingshu's uncle, Shui Shiming, who had been exiled by Tang Jianfeng. So, this abduction, my brother's death, were all orchestrated by Shui Shiming. But now, with me and my brother gone, there's no way to exact revenge. Filled with resentment, Tang Machi's consciousness slowly faded until it vanished entirely. Chapter 2, Rebirth. Shit. The moment Tang Machi woke up, he felt as if his whole body had been run over. Every muscle was sore, and his brain felt like it was being pierced by needles. As soon as he opened his eyes, tears of a physiological nature immediately streamed out. After lying in bed for half an hour, the pain throughout his body gradually subsided, allowing Tang Machi to finally open his eyes. Tang Machi was shocked, still bewildered even after lying there for half an hour. This was a small apartment he had bought near his university during his college days, a two-story loft where the upper floor was the top of the apartment, with a large balcony that Tang Machi had converted into a greenhouse. Right now, Tang Machi was lying on a tatami mat in the middle of this greenhouse, covered with a down quilt. Winter sunlight poured in from outside, warm and comfortable. However, all of this, peaceful, harmonious, and warm, was strange to Tang Machi, who had survived for 2 years in the apocalypse. What exactly had happened? Why was he here? Tang Machi threw off the quilt and saw his mobile phone and electronic calendar on the side table. The electronic calendar showed the date, December 24, 2019. Tang Machi stared wide-eyed at the calendar, his entire body trembling as if he'd been electrocuted. Then, like a madman, he lunged toward the desk and turned on the phone. The date on the phone, December 24, 2019, nearly blinded him. Tang Machi dropped the phone. Not bothering to put on clothes, the house's central air conditioning was blasting. Tang Machi ran to the computer in the study in just his underwear. The computer hadn't been shut down, it was in sleep mode. Within seconds, the desktop opened, and the date in the bottom right corner clearly showed December 24, 2019. Tang Machi was practically deranged. Could it be that the agony and fear of those 2 years in the apocalypse were merely a dream? Were those white bones, blood, slaughter, and snow merely a nightmare? Tang Machi violently smashed the cup in his hand, clutching his head in anguish. He didn't believe it. Suddenly, he sat up straight, rushed to the computer, opened a web page, and logged into a forum. He remembered that in a dream, around this time, various signs of the apocalypse had started to appear: massive extreme El Niño phenomena, climate deterioration in certain regions, a sudden intensification of the Ebola virus in Africa, etc. As Tang Machi spent more time browsing online, his heart raced faster. Everything matched perfectly with what happened in a dream. No, it wasn't a dream, it was all real. Brother. Tang Machi muttered instinctively, tears welling up in his eyes. Fortunately, none of this had begun yet. Fortunately, his brother was still alive. After reviewing all the information online, Tang Machi shut off the computer and returned to the greenhouse, picking up his phone again to send a message to the number stored in his memory. This number was the one from the previous life when Tang Jianfeng had contacted him at the start of the apocalypse. It would now serve as a way to reconnect. The zombie virus had erupted in Asia in June 2020, sweeping across the globe within a month. China was one of the hardest hit areas. He had 6 months to prepare, but he must connect with his brother. Only that person might unconditionally trust him and do everything possible based on a single word from him. By the time Tang Machi snapped back to reality, it was already 5 o'clock in the evening. Although the sunlight was almost completely gone, the central air conditioning was on full blast, so it wasn't very cold. Nevertheless, Tang Machi dressed in long-sleeved shirts, sweaters, and a down jacket. The suffering endured during those 2 years in the apocalypse seemed like something from another world. At that moment, Tang Machi simply wanted to go downtown and once again experience the flourishing civilization of humanity. Stores, neon lights, people laughing, music playing in the square, and a carefree atmosphere mesmerized Tang Machi. After parking his car in the parking lot, he quietly walked towards the pedestrian street. Apart from a few time-honored shops, most establishments here were top-tier international luxury brands offering jewelry, clothing. Tang Machi stood silently outside the display windows, observing. The winter night arrived early, though the sky had grown dark, the streets remained as bright as day. Bustling crowds filled the streets, locals, tourists, many spending money to indulge in fleeting pleasures, making life amidst glitz and glamour seem vivid and colorful. Tang Machi stopped in front of a high-end Cedo Lanyag restaurant, catching a whiff of pepper mixed with the aroma of steak, which made him unconsciously swallow saliva. Tang Machi forcefully pushed open the door of Cedo Lanyag restaurant and strode in. He ordered enough food for 4 people, paying no heed to the stares of the waitstaff or other diners. He devoured the meal non-stop until his stomach could take no more. Only then did he pause. In the apocalypse, even a prominent family like the Tang family in Kyoto could only manage to have enough food to eat a year into the apocalypse. During the final 2 weeks when Tang Machi was kidnapped, he was only given small portions of cornbread by his kidnappers every day. Tang Machi looked at the leftover food on the table and asked to take it away despite the server's astonished look. With a few boxes of food in hand, Tang Machi's mood lightened slightly. He changed his direction and walked toward the parking lot. As Christmas approached, festive joy filled the air everywhere, and Tang Machi's spirits brightened along with it. In this life, he vowed that he would live well and protect his brother and those he loved. Not yet 7 o'clock, Tang Machi entered a large supermarket where he couldn't resist sweeping through the grain and food sections. Only after filling 3 shopping carts did he head to the checkout area. After 5 or 6 trips up and down the stairs, he finally managed to move everything from the garage back home. The text message he sent earlier that afternoon still hadn't received a reply, but Tang Machi wasn't worried. Whenever Tang Jianfeng went on missions, he often went weeks, sometimes even a month or 2, without any communication. Tang Machi believed that as soon as his brother saw the message, he would definitely come find him. He placed the takeaway food in the fridge and began tallying up his assets. Besides the allowance Tang family gave him regularly, he also received another monthly payment, which he knew came from Tang Jianfeng. However, he had never touched it, and now the amount totaled around 2 or 3 million yuan. Additionally, there was a card left for him by his mother, untouched for all these years, now worth roughly 10 million yuan. On top of that, his grandfather had left him real estate, funds, company shares, and a 3-section courtyard house in Kyoto. Real estate was easier to liquidate. With about 7 or 8 properties, he could recover at least 30 million yuan in initial payments in the near future. As for the funds and company shares, he could only start putting out word to sell them. The courtyard house, though technically valuable, he didn't intend to sell because although such houses offered low security during the apocalypse, his grandfather's courtyard house was located right in the heart of Kyoto's safe zone during the apocalypse. If properly renovated, it would undoubtedly become an excellent fortress of safety. He called his late grandfather's lawyer, explaining the situation. Under the lawyer's repeated probes, Tang Machi skillfully evaded direct answers, instead emphasizing that it was crucial to handle everything as quickly as possible. It wasn't until past 3 a.m. that Tang Machi finally felt a bit drowsy. B Station, a lemon monster offers free daily updates of novels and comics broadcast online. This work is sourced from the internet. I do not assume any responsibility. All content copyrights belong to their respective authors. Chapter 3, Relationships. Before the apocalypse, Tang Machi was the awkward second son of the Tang family in the capital city, while Tang Jianfeng was the heir being groomed by the Tangs. The entire Tang clan and many prestigious families in the capital knew about the discord between these two brothers. Since the day Tang Jianfeng returned to the Tang family and the old patriarch announced him as the heir, the legitimate status given to this legitimized illegitimate son made any real brotherly bond between him and Tang Machi virtually impossible. Tang Machi's mother had passed away in an accident when he was 5. During the chaos of preparing for her funeral, a woman entered the Tang household with Tang Jianfeng, amidst confusion and arguments. Afterward, Tang Jianfeng stayed within the family. To outsiders, it seemed that the Tang family had simply taken back an illegitimate child, but unexpectedly, a year later, the patriarch officially declared Tang Jianfeng as the next Tang heir. No matter how shocking this decision was to the public, the final say within the Tang family always belonged to the patriarch. After a series of devastating blows, Tang Machi underwent a dramatic personality change. Despite the Tang family's prominence, there was little genuine affection left among its members. Losing his position as the heir, especially to an illegitimate brother, turned Tang Machi into both a laughingstock outside the family and someone completely abandoned by the Tangs. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Tang Jianfeng cherished his half-brother as though he were a treasure, protecting him fiercely, ensuring he endured no hardships. Everyone understood that Tang Machi was untouchable to anyone who crossed Tang Jianfeng. But despite all this care, Tang Machi acted much more like a normal person. He hated this half-brother with a vengeance, treating him as an enemy. So, one petted while the other hated, and they limped through their lives for over a decade. It wasn't until Tang Jianfeng joined the special forces and Tang Machi applied for a university far from home that their relationship truly cooled down. In the eyes of outsiders, distance seemed to have diluted this slightly warped relationship. In reality, only a few people in the Tang family fully grasped why. Tang Jianfeng's abnormal infatuation with his younger brother Tang Machi eventually led to an explosion and complete hatred from Tang Machi. One evening, as Tang Machi came home drunk after another night of debauchery with his disreputable friends, Tang Jianfeng could no longer suppress his feelings. Knowing he was soon to enter military service, giving up his freedom, this one-sided love might never be reciprocated. Seeing his half-brother return once again intoxicated in the dead of night, with lipstick stains on his collar, Tang Jianfeng felt waves of anger coursing through his veins, blinding his mind. He had loved him for 10 years, only to be met with undiminished hatred in return. No longer able to contain his desire for his younger brother, the beast inside him broke free under immense pressure and pounced on the young man he had pampered for so long. At just 18 years old, the spoiled younger brother put up no resistance. That experience left deep wounds, and even years later, Tang Jianfeng still felt guilt and regret upon recalling it. However, at the time, he had already been consumed by obsession, making this love deeper than even his breath. The next day, the patriarch of the Tang family used decisive measures, sending Tang Jianfeng back to the army, while Tang Machi was shipped abroad under the guise of psychological rehabilitation, staying overseas for half a year before resuming his university education, far from the capital city and high city. This traumatized teenager tragically discovered not only that he couldn't escape the grasp of the Tang family, but also that the Tangs had started keeping close tabs on him. Furthermore, he never set foot in the Tang estate again after that incident. When the apocalypse came, Tang Jianfeng quickly brought a team to find him. Facing life-and-death situations, Tang Machi reluctantly accepted his protection. Throughout the journey back to the capital, there was almost no communication between them, but every time danger arose, Tang Jianfeng did everything he could to protect his brother. The road back to the capital was fraught with challenges, rapidly worsening weather, earthquakes, ubiquitous zombies, and the collapse of human civilization accompanied by unimaginable pain. Of the 12 men Tang Jianfeng originally led, none survived crossing the first major obstacle, the Yangtze River. To ensure his brother returned alive to the capital, Tang Jianfeng braved dangerous expeditions every time he went out alone searching for supplies. Their perilous journey back to the capital lasted 3 months. Upon their return, the rest of the Tang family breathed a sigh of relief. To them, Tang Machi didn't mean much. In their view, the useless Tang Machi was merely a burden. However, Tang Jianfeng was considered the pillar of the next generation of the Tang family, capable and resourceful. If the Tangs were to secure a place in the post-apocalyptic world, they needed Tang Jianfeng in numerous ways. Since returning to the capital, Tang Machi had not seen Tang Jianfeng, who resumed his duties in the military. Half a year into the apocalypse, the first evolution of zombie virus infected occurred, causing a further degradation of the human survival environment. The safety zone around the capital shrank again, and even the heavily protected Tang family began to feel the impending crisis. At the critical moment when the entire human race was facing extinction, nature once again bestowed its gifts. Some people among humans gradually developed superpowers. This was a new hope, a guarantee for human survival. Surprisingly, even Tang Machi, who had always been weak, awakened with a wind-based skill. However, before Tang Machi could revel in this for long, people driven by greed came after him. Lured by enticing benefits, Tang Jianfeng's uncle handed him over to the Kyoto Genetic Research Institute. After enduring 2 months of torture and human experimentation, Tang Jianfeng finally led his men to break into the lab. By that time, Tang Machi was already on his last breath, suffering severe physical and psychological trauma. Instead of taking his brother back to the Tang family, Tang Jianfeng brought him to his quarters in the military base. Under Tang Jianfeng's careful nursing for half a year, Tang Machi gradually recovered. Through several brushes with death, Tang Machi's feelings for his brother became increasingly complicated and unclear. It wasn't until the political turmoil in Kyoto intensified and Tang Machi was kidnapped again that he fully recognized his own emotions amidst the dire situation. His hatred for his brother had long transformed into love, it was just something he had been unwilling to admit. His heart raced the most when his brother single-handedly came to rescue him. Although Tang Jianfeng managed to save him, he suffered serious injuries himself. In their final moments together, Tang Machi never revealed his feelings, and Tang Jianfeng always believed that his brother harbored nothing more than gratitude toward him. Tang Machi ultimately chose to keep his feelings for Tang Jianfeng hidden. He didn't want his brother to die with an unfulfilled wish. In Tang Machi's eyes, this was not redemption, it was like what Tang Qingshu said, Tang Jianfeng had lived his whole life for him, so he couldn't let him die with the biggest regret of all. But now that fate had given him a second chance at life, he would never fail Tang Jianfeng again, no matter how the world might turn into a fiery abyss. As long as he still had Tang Jianfeng, that was enough for him. Chapter 4, Country M. In the early morning, before dawn broke, Tang Machi was awoken by the shrill of his alarm. It was 5:30, to him, time now was life. After hastily eating some leftovers from last night, he gathered his bank card, ID card, passport, and car keys, then set off. The destination for this trip was Country M. Yesterday, he had discovered that his student visa for Country M still had 2 months of validity left, which came as a huge surprise. The market in Country M was much freer than domestically, not to mention various black markets where almost anything could be bought if you had the money. More importantly, once in Country M, many of his actions could escape the surveillance of the Tang family. Right on schedule, the plane descended, and Tang Machi let out a quiet sigh of relief. To be honest, with the apocalypse looming, the Earth's magnetic field was increasingly unstable, making airplane accidents commonplace. After worrying for over 10 hours, combined with jet lag, Tang Machi was utterly exhausted when he arrived at the hotel. Clearly, this body still lacked sufficient exercise. He silently thought this and fell into a deep slumber. When Tang Machi woke up again, it was already around 5 in the morning, New York time in Country M. Stepping out of the hotel, Tang Machi did not plan to wander aimlessly but instead headed straight for his destination. Several years ago, while sent under the guise of convalescence to Country M by the Tang family, Tang Machi met quite a few people here. Now, only a handful were still in contact with him, one of them being Zhang Zicheng, a Chinese American. Back then, Zhang Zicheng was only 1 year older than Tang Machi but was already a doctoral candidate at a prestigious medical school in Country M. The rehabilitation center where Tang Machi stayed happened to be part of a project overseen by Zhang Zicheng's professor, so Zhang visited regularly. Gradually, he became familiar with Tang Machi, the only Chinese patient there at the time. Though Tang Machi was ostensibly staying at the rehab center for treatment, it was essentially a soft confinement arranged by the Tang family. Zhang Zicheng observed that apart from occasionally looking a bit down, Tang Machi had no other problems, physically or mentally sound. So Zhang subtly questioned him about the reasons behind the situation. Upon learning that Tang Machi was a victim of familial betrayal, Zhang was indignant and deeply empathized with Tang Machi. Thanks to the intervention and maneuvering of Zhang Zicheng's parents, his mother, a deputy director of a private hospital, and his father, a key figure in the New York Medical Association, Tang Machi was eventually able to leave the rehabilitation center. Naturally, Tang Machi's first instinct upon needing help was to turn to the Zhangs. Tang Machi had come to Country M with very clear intentions: medical supplies and weapons. Acquiring medical equipment might involve some trouble getting through customs, but with some time and money, it would usually work out. Weapons, however, posed a significant challenge, requiring smuggling, which carried risks and the potential to cause trouble. Seeing Zhang Zicheng waving at him from afar, Tang Machi calmed his thoughts and waved back with renewed spirit. "Machi, what a pleasant surprise. I'm so glad to see you," Zhang Zicheng said heartily, towering over Tang Machi at a towering height compared to Tang's 1.78 meter frame. A firm slap landed on Tang Machi's back, nearly causing him to gasp. "Zhang Zicheng, can you lighten up? You're going to kill me." Tang Machi understood the man's direct nature despite his high IQ, he preferred straightforward dealings, colloquially known as a one-track mind. "Hee, isn't this because I'm just too excited? I was planning to visit you in China next summer while traveling, but who would have thought you'd come here first? So, how long do you intend to stay?" Zhang Zicheng gave Tang Machi an arm-over-the-shoulder embrace as they moved forward. "Let's go to your place first." Tang Machi kept it brief, he had already spoken to Zhang Zicheng's father beforehand. While obtaining a full set of general medical devices wasn't a big deal for Zhang Zicheng's parents, the challenge was how to transport them back quickly. Upon arriving at the Zhang residence, only Zhang Zicheng's father, Zhang Yunfei, was home. Zhang Yunfei's father, Zhang Zicheng's grandfather, had immigrated to New York years ago, establishing roots there for the Zhang family. After decades of struggle, the Zhangs had become highly respected figures within the Chinese medical community in New York. "Uncle Zhang, good day." Tang Machi had previously contacted Zhang Zicheng, asking to meet with Zhang Yunfei, so Zhang Yunfei had specifically waited for him at home today. "Tang Machi, it's been a long time. Come in and take a seat." "Zicheng, fetch some tea," said Zhang Yunfei. He was 46 years old, but perhaps due to years immersed in medical knowledge, he looked well preserved, appearing merely in his mid-30s. He was graceful, warm, and possessed an air of calm wisdom. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." "Zicheng, don't bother, I'm in a tight schedule. Could you take a look at this list first?" Tang Machi handed over the list he had prepared well in advance to Zhang Yunfei. The list detailed a large number of medical instruments and supplies, especially medical consumables. The quantity was enormous, far exceeding personal use or even private hospitals. The further Zhang Yunfei read, the more shocked he became. These items would require not only an astronomical amount of money but also a huge challenge in terms of finding a legitimate reason to ship them back home. "Machi, there's no problem with the items, I can help you secure these within a week. However, do you have a plan for how they will be transported back?" Zhang Yunfei's brows furrowed slightly. The young man had not disclosed why he suddenly decided to purchase such a vast quantity of medical supplies in Country M. "Uncle Zhang, that's exactly one of my concerns too. I'm planning to send them by sea, 2 months should be enough. As long as nothing goes wrong, it should be fine." Tang Machi was already delighted that everything could be prepared in just a week. The main issue with transportation was time. Tang Machi was very clear about the exact location of the Kyoto safe zone, and in the apocalypse, besides food and weapons, medical supplies were the most resource. With the zombie virus spreading rampantly and extreme weather wreaking havoc, apart from a few surviving military factories, the global manufacturing industry collapsed almost overnight. Some medical supplies were even more expensive than food. Tang Machi intended to temporarily store this batch of medical supplies outside the Kyoto safe zone for future needs. Zhang Yunfei didn't say much more but confirmed all the items on the list with Tang Machi. At noon, Tang Machi stayed for lunch at the Zhang residence before hurrying back to the hotel. Tang Machi was feeling increasingly anxious. Even at the Zhang residence, he had noticed something unusual with his body, a discomfort unlike anything he'd ever experienced before. It wasn't physical, it felt more psychological, akin to the extreme tension one feels when faced with a crisis, the body tightening in fear and vigilance. Tang Machi didn't know if this was a side effect of being reborn. All he wanted now was solitude, preferably in a closed, secure environment. Chapter 5 Space. As soon as he returned to the hotel room, Tang Machi immediately locked the door from the inside and pulled all the curtains shut. This feeling was growing stronger, his breathing becoming more and more rapid, his whole body covered in goosebumps, cold sweat almost soaking through his shirt. Tang Machi felt weak in his limbs, he didn't know what was happening to him, and his heart started to race with panic. He hadn't brought his domestic mobile phone, leaving him without anyone to contact. Tang Machi slowly lay down on the bed and soon lost consciousness. Unbeknownst to him, not long after he slipped into a coma, a faint glow emerged from his right palm and gradually enveloped his entire body. After the glow flickered several times, Tang Machi's body disappeared along with the light. An unknown amount of time later, Tang Machi woke up feeling refreshed, but was shocked into silence by the vast green surrounding him. Wasn't he just in the hotel? When did he end up in this wilderness? Kidnapped? Sleepwalking? Sitting on the ground, thinking for a long while without any inspiration, Tang Machi finally stood up. He looked around, nothing appeared particularly unusual. In the distance, there were small hills and forests, the trees likely over 100 years old. The place where he had been lying was a large stretch of flat grassland. The soil seemed fertile, lush green grass covering the ground, and various colored flowers bloomed all around. About 10 meters away was a small pond, probably an underground spring, occasionally bubbling with water bubbles. Connecting to the pond was a winding stream that crossed the grassland and stretched deep into the forest. If one disregarded the mysterious reason why he found himself here, it truly was a breathtaking scene that made one's spirit soar. But at this moment, Tang Machi was highly vigilant. His sudden appearance here from the hotel room was incomprehensible, and he could only wonder what the intentions of whoever was behind it might be. After wandering around briefly, though Tang Machi thought the landscape here was beautiful, the environment excellent, even the air cleaner than anywhere else, he still felt an indescribable strangeness. Such a beautiful place had no people, or... That's right. There wasn't a single living thing moving here. Logically speaking, such an untouched wilderness should have at least a few birds. Even if not birds, there should be insects. Yet, since waking up, Tang Machi hadn't seen a single bird or heard a bug chirp. There wasn't even a breeze. Looking up at the sky, the weather was clear, but there was no sun, not even a cloud, just a boundless blue expanse. Something wasn't right. Tang Machi's mind churned with thoughts, yet none of them explained where he was exactly. He even plucked a blade of grass, finding it a real plant, and confirmed the land beneath him as genuine too. Wandering like a headless fly for a while, Tang Machi sat down dejectedly. Not a trace of human habitation existed here. He had no idea where he was, nor whether the Tang family had discovered him and brought him here. Time was pressing, the world was less than 6 months from collapse, and there were still so many things he needed to prepare. All he wanted was to return to the hotel. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, everything around him changed. He found himself staring at the ceiling of the hotel room, lying on the grand bed. Stiffening his neck slightly, Tang Machi stared ghost-like at the blade of grass clutched in his right hand. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he jumped up with renewed energy. Discarding the grass, he examined his body, finding a mark in the palm of his right hand, a sizable mark perfectly matching the contours of the jade pendant Jia Feng had given him in the previous life. In his spare time, Tang Machi had read a fair share of web novels. All these signs pointed unmistakably to one truth, a personal space. Tang Machi closed his eyes and silently willed himself into the space. Sure enough, his nose was met with the fresh scent of grass and wood. Opening his eyes cautiously, the scenery before him matched exactly the picturesque landscape he had just awakened in, serene like a computer desktop. Having confirmed his suspicion, Tang Machi rolled on the ground in excitement. He then took a deep breath and exclaimed inwardly, "Amazing. Truly heaven favors me. It gave me another life, and along with it, such a significant golden finger advantage. This time, if I don't live fully, I'd feel sorry for the heavens." Feeling the need to shout out loud to vent his inner joy, he indeed let out several screams and laughed wildly for a while until he gradually calmed down. With the space now at his disposal, there were countless opportunities waiting for him in M country. He couldn't afford to waste even a second of time. Back in the hotel room, he glanced at the time. Only 2 hours had passed since he had lapsed into unconsciousness. Tang Machi set up a camera and put his mobile phone on seconds timer mode, making sure to also note the wall clock's reading, before once again entering the space. His phone successfully came with him into the space. After spending 1 minute there, Tang Machi returned to the hotel room. The wall clock had ticked exactly 1 minute ahead. Reviewing the footage from the camera showed nothing unusual during the entrance or exit from the space, which left Tang Machi satisfied. In the end times, staying low-key would ensure longer survival. The next morning, Zhang Zicheng arrived at the hotel. Tang Machi had left hastily yesterday, leaving Zhang Zicheng worried about possible persecution from the Tang family. He wanted to personally assure himself of Tang Machi's well-being. When the front desk called, Tang Machi had just finished bathing, and when Zhang Zicheng entered the room, Tang Machi was still blow-drying his hair. It had been years since they last saw each other, and Zhang Zicheng quickly noticed significant changes in Tang Machi. The young boy in the sanatorium had been headstrong but still innocent, full of sorrow and resentment yet carefree. Now, Zhang Zicheng felt he could no longer see through him, though his personality remained lively, it carried a hidden ruthless aura, something that troubled Zhang Zicheng greatly. They spoke for nearly 3 hours. Reassuring Zhang Zicheng's concerns moved Tang Machi deeply. Compared to those so-called family members, these friends showed much more sincere and profound concern. Only after Zhang Zicheng promised multiple times that his entire family would be traveling to Huagua in May did Tang Machi let him go. Initially, Tang Machi hadn't planned on this arrangement. However, now possessing the space meant having an advantage for survival during the apocalypse. Neither food nor supplies would be lacking. Sheltering the Zhang family would present no issue, giving them a better chance at survival than if they were left as mere civilians when the apocalypse struck. Even so, buying firearms and ammunition was still a daunting task, especially since Tang Machi held Huagua nationality. Legally purchasing weapons wouldn't work out. Therefore, he would have to resort to the black market. Fortunately, he had arranged intermediaries before coming. Chapter 6, Weapons. Previously, Tang Machi had only ordered 15 AK-47s, 20 M4s, 2 M60s, and a few other guns. There were also tens of thousands of bullets suitable for various types of firearms. However, the seller wasn't certain whether they could secure the M60s. They wouldn't know until payment was made because the M60 was still on the military's control list. Tang Machi's order quantity wasn't large enough to justify taking that risk. Now that there was room, Tang Machi decided to increase the order and request an earlier delivery. After some consideration, the other party agreed. Although the deal wasn't huge, Tang Machi paid generously upfront, making the other side happy to collaborate. The expanded order mainly consisted of common bullets and grenades, with nearly $1 million spent on grenades alone. In one fell swoop, Tang Machi's savings were depleted. He received a few million RMB from selling properties, otherwise, his deposit might not have been enough for this trip to the US. Fortunately, news came through regarding the company's shares. There was already someone willing to take them over. These were all legacies left by his grandfather, which Tang Machi probably wouldn't have touched if it weren't for the apocalypse. But now, clinging to them would simply be ridiculous. Tang Machi had arranged for the construction team to start renovations in the courtyard house before coming to the US, under the guise of refurbishment. After returning home, he planned to discuss the details of the renovation with Tang Jianfeng. Thinking about the text message sent to Tang Jianfeng on the day he woke up, Tang Machi felt a mixture of anxiety and longing in his heart. That man, this life, it was his turn to protect him. 3 days later, at night, 10 o'clock. A knock came on Tang Machi's door. It was Zhang Qian, a relatively capable Chinese intermediary employed by Tang Machi in the US. Are you Mr. Tang? Zhang Qian was surprised, an unaccompanied youth from China procuring such large quantities of weapons. Yes, Mr. Zhang, nice to meet you. You're helping me out today. Tang Machi extended his hand, shaking hands with Zhang Qian as they entered the room. Zhang Qian did not ask further questions, becoming more serious instead. He pulled several documents from his bag, handing them to Tang Machi first, both in Chinese and English. Tang Machi let out a silent sigh of relief. This seemed trustworthy. Tang Machi quickly reviewed the documents, then confirmed each detail with Zhang Qian one by one. Around 11:30 p.m., the doorbell rang again. Although legal in the US, such business should still be discreet, hence the decision to conduct the transaction at night. 4 people entered. One Chinese person, the mediator for the opposite party. 2 white men in their 30s who looked like hired muscle. A black-skinned woman around 40 years old exuded sharp efficiency, possessing an air that wasn't any less formidable than that of the men. Seeing the young Easterner buyer did not provoke any unusual expressions. Tang Machi remained neither weak nor overly friendly as the 3 parties introduced themselves briefly. Zhang Qian represented Tang Machi in negotiating the deal with the sellers. Leaning back on the sofa, eyes slightly closed, Tang Machi twirled the ring on his finger, reminding himself to keep up appearances. Though a minor deal for the sellers, it was crucial for him. There mustn't be the slightest mistake. For major international arms dealers, a multi-million-dollar deal was practically negligible, but these weapons were one of the essential means for Tang Machi's survival later on, especially the bullets. After the apocalypse, when the Ice Age arrived and average temperatures plummeted beyond what humans could endure, food crops couldn't grow, and most animals faced extinction due to freezing. Human society and civilization teetered on collapse due to hunger and cold. Only having sufficient strength ensured survivability. While Tang Machi frowned, contemplating the future, the deal had already been struck. Glancing over the document once, he signed without hesitation. Today, only the guns would be traded, the bullets and grenades would be inspected at the warehouse. Zhang Qian and the woman named Daisy reached an agreement. For $50,000 as a down payment, these rifles, including the lucky acquisition of the M60, were secured. Bullets and grenades would cost a total of $2,500,000, with $1 million as a down payment. Despite earning more overall, Tang Machi accepted willingly. It was worth spending money to buy security, with guarantees provided on product quality. At 1 a.m., Daisy got up and left. Soon after, Zhang Qian tidied up and departed too. After locking himself into the bathroom for a quick rinse, Tang Machi immediately entered the space. Better to be cautious outside. Inside the space, though there was no sun, lighting was adequate. Due to limited preparation time, Tang Machi rented a warehouse in the New York suburbs at great expense and planned to convert a container into a living space for use within the space. Tang Machi excitedly carried in over 100 guns. Boys always have a deep-seated love for firearms, and although in the previous life Tang Jianfeng had introduced Tang Machi to many heat weapons, he had never truly owned any guns of his own. Following the steps taught by Tang Jianfeng from his past life, Tang Machi disassembled and reassembled the guns, checking scopes and triggers. By the time he finished experimenting with a few types of guns, it was already 5 a.m. Setting the alarm clock, Tang Machi hurriedly took a nap since he still had to check out the bullets in the afternoon. With Tang Jianfeng's skills, these firearms were no trouble at all, including maintenance and use. Tang Machi didn't plan to worry about them. At 1 p.m., Tang Machi woke up to brush his teeth and wash his face. By 1:30 p.m., Zhang Qian arrived. Tang Machi put on his backpack, wearing a baseball cap as he got into Zhang Qian's car. Not sure if it was a hunch, but ever since he'd gained access to the space, Tang Machi felt that his senses and perception of the outside world had sharpened greatly. In Zhang Qian's car, Tang Machi distinctly noticed another vehicle tailing them. He chose not to tell Zhang Qian. Once the deal was completed, Tang Machi would easily find ways to shake off the trackers. The warehouse was located in the suburbs, a 2-hour drive away. Zhang Qian took out the order form and commitment letter to show Tang Machi. "Your accent tells me you're from Kyoto." Zhang Qian glanced at Tang Machi. "Yes, I was born in Kyoto and live there too." Tang Machi nodded, indifferent about revealing some personal information since this was technically Zhang Qian's turf. "I also grew up in Kyoto, but I came to the M country at the age of 20 and haven't returned for over a decade," Zhang Qian said with a sigh. For more than 10 years, apart from occasionally calling his parents and younger brother, he'd been cut off from China for that long. "Mr. Zhang." Tang Machi hesitated, wanting to tell him to go back or else there might be no chance, but he wasn't sure what excuse he could use. They were just business acquaintances after all, so saying too much might make things awkward. "Call me Brother Zhang, we're both from Kyoto, practically countrymen." Zhang Qian smiled, looking at Tang Machi. "Alright, Brother Zhang, you should consider going back when you have the time." Tang Machi didn't say more, tucking the checked files into his bag. Chapter 7, Procurement. The journey seemed to go smoothly on the surface, and it took only an hour and a half to reach the agreed-upon place. It was still the two Caucasians who received them, and Tang Machi sampled a few bullets before signing the agreement on the spot. The bullets were packed in containers, lifted onto the truck, and directly driven to an old warehouse Zhang Qian had reserved beforehand. That concluded the transaction. Doing business with foreigners was simple, especially these kinds of black market deals, at least on the surface. There was no need for drinking tables or gift-giving, money and goods were cleared at once. The next afternoon, Tang Machi went alone to the old warehouse Zhang Qian had arranged. As expected, those who were tailing him had not given up yet. Tang Machi silently entered the warehouse, hiding between a few containers. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, people came in. Not many, 5 or 6 men, probably not taking Tang Machi, this oriental kid, seriously. Tang Machi was quite confident in handling these guys. The men quickly found him, cursing in English as they lunged at him. Tang Machi held an electric baton, quickly knocking down 2 big men. Only then did the other 3 grow cautious. But Tang Machi gave them no time to think. He threw a smoke grenade, entered a confined space under the cover of thick smoke while wearing a gas mask, and easily knocked out the other 3. Tang Machi knew he couldn't stay here long. After confirming there was no one around, he quickly moved all the containers loaded with bullets and grenades into his spatial ring, sent a text message to Zhang Qian, and threw both his phone and SIM card from a bridge into the middle of a large river. Afterward, Tang Machi used another local resident's ID and boarded a direct flight to Luocheng. As the largest metropolitan area in the west of M country, Luocheng lived up to its reputation for prosperity. Tang Machi virtually spent all the cash he had, buying supplies that piled up like a small mountain in his spatial ring. Besides a large amount of food and textiles, Tang Machi also purchased plenty of outdoor survival gear in Luocheng. Among these purchases, the item that pleased him the most was a beautiful little wooden house. Though it only had 2 rooms with about 20 square meters, its elegant design made it very suitable for placement in the spatial ring. Moreover, it was quite affordable. After nearly a week in Luocheng, after making sure no one was following him and having spent almost all the remaining money, Tang Machi felt comfortable enough to return home. However, just to be cautious, he transferred through several cities, eventually landing at S-City Airport. The temperature was shockingly low. In most southern regions, the lowest temperatures had dropped below -10 degrees Celsius. Back in the country, money wasn't tight anymore. 1 million could buy a lot. Tang Machi returned home and waited for a few days. Gradually, the down payment for the property was wired into his account, and he successfully sold off his shares in the company. The balance in Tang Machi's bank account once again became an 8-digit number. With no response from Tang Jianfeng, Tang Machi didn't intend to wait any longer. Now it was necessary to start preparing some ordinary living supplies. Tang Machi contacted several grain vendors and textile factories. Clothing and food were the most crucial resources in the apocalypse. Apart from what he needed for himself, Tang Machi also planned to buy some more. After the apocalypse, almost all crops failed and ceased production. The Earth entered the Ice Age. No one knew how many years humans would need to adapt to survive in such harsh natural conditions. Following the outbreak of the zombie virus, although there were human ability awakeners, zombies were also evolving. Humanity was walking on thin ice, one misstep could lead to extinction. Tang Machi's first stop was northeast China. On the train heading to the northeast, everywhere you could hear northeastern dialects, and the stifling carriages were filled with various smells. Tang Machi leaned his head against the window, dozing lightly. This train traveled from S City to northeast China. The first thing Tang Machi intended to purchase was a large amount of northeastern rice and paddy seeds, because northeast China was one of the best places for grain reserves. The train moved at a decent pace. Having nothing to do, Tang Machi took out his tablet computer to plan how to spend 10 million yuan. 1 million on grains, 300,000 on plant seeds and saplings, 100,000 on the finest livestock and poultry breeds, 1 million on daily necessities, 1.5 million on construction materials, 1 million for the down payment on a Hummer, 1 million for Hummer modification, 700,000 as down payments for 2 regular off-road vehicles, 500,000 for their modifications, and 1.5 million on gasoline and coal. Breaking down the funding streams even further, before he knew it, 2 hours had passed, and Tang Machi put away his computer. Outside the window, it was already completely bright. The sun was casting golden rays over the earth. Except for the slightly lower temperature compared to previous years, everything looked perfectly normal, even beautiful. However, only Tang Machi knew that in 6 months, the earth would turn desolate. The land would be barren, with nothing but withered branches, white bones, and ice covering 90% of the globe's land. When the train arrived, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. The freezing weather in northeast China nearly made Tang Machi lose consciousness. The railway station was crowded with people. Tang Machi ducked into a KFC, only daring to go outside after he had properly put on the down jacket and hat he had prepared. Carrying a small backpack, he followed the crowd and, upon exiting the station, immediately hailed a taxi. After contacting the grain vendor he had arranged to meet earlier, Tang Machi instructed the driver to head straight to a private granary in the countryside. It was the middle of winter in northeast China, and there were plenty of grain stored in the warehouses. The vendor was delighted. Tang Machi's purchase price wasn't lower than anyone else's, and the transportation distance was significantly shorter since the goods only needed to be delivered to a temporary warehouse in town. Calculating the profits, the vendor realized they were making quite a bit. When Tang Machi got out of the car, the vendor was somewhat shocked. He had assumed this would be an acquisition agent from some large company, but now he saw that it was just a student. Tang Machi didn't bother explaining, as there were simply too many things he had to do. His mind was filled with tension and anxiety. The more people he dealt with, the greater the risk of revealing his true intentions. In 6 months, there was so much to prepare for. After conducting random inspections of a few grain warehouses and finding no issues, Tang Machi instructed them to start transporting the grain. Accompanied by the vendor, he went to the county office to transfer the payment. By the next morning, all the grain had been transported to the warehouse, hidden away to avoid drawing attention. Subsequently, Tang Machi personally collected 60% of the rice and paddy from the warehouse into his spatial ring, while the remaining 40% was sent to a warehouse in another neighboring county before being transferred into the spatial ring as well. On the third day, after finishing everything, Tang Machi took a quick tour around the northeast and then headed toward the Northeast Grain Seed Research Base. The reception staff at the research base were very courteous, guiding Tang Machi through a morning-long tour and delivering non-stop commentary. Pretending he needed to discuss the quantity of purchases with his superior, Tang Machi maintained the necessary facade willingly. After resting at a hotel overnight, the next day Tang Machi returned to the grain research base and splurged on seeds worth over 1 million yuan. From various staple foods to vegetables and fruits, along with fruit saplings and specialty items from abroad, the haul was substantial. In just 1 week, Tang Machi had acquired enough grain to form a small mountain and several container loads of seeds. With the procurement of these essential supplies, Tang Machi finally felt slightly reassured. He directly booked a flight from the northeast to Shanghai. In the suburbs of Shanghai, he rented a large warehouse complex complete with an administrator. Large quantities of goods purchased online were being shipped to the warehouse daily, and the storage was nearly full. Tang Machi planned to visit once to load all the goods into his spatial ring. Having survived one apocalypse, Tang Machi's obsession with stockpiling supplies had reached a compulsive level. Chapter 8, Tang Family. It has been exactly 2 months since Tang Machi woke up, and Tang Jianfeng is still missing. Tang Machi doesn't know what kind of mission could have delayed his brother for such a long time. Back in the capital, all of Tang Machi's actions would fall under the surveillance of the Tang family. With no news of Tang Jianfeng, Tang Machi had no choice but to fly back to his residence in Shanghai. Upon returning to Shanghai, Tang Machi once again began gathering supplies. After the apocalypse, humanity's industrial production was completely abandoned, and daily use products became scarcer with each passing day. Having experienced that life, Tang Machi understood even more deeply. As a result, large quantities of daily chemical products, kitchen seasonings, and household items were packed into his space. Just the tissue paper alone cost him several 100,000 yuan. Half a month later, when Tang Machi returned to his space, it had undergone a significant transformation. Not far from the pond, there was a large white shipping container, which Tang Machi had converted into a room. Inside, there was only a bed, a wardrobe, and a table, very simple. However, the floor was carpeted, and there were 2 huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside the container, Tang Machi had laid down a vast expanse of smooth and shiny flooring himself. Not far behind the container was a large mountain of supplies. To prevent moisture, every pile of supplies was placed on top of containers, with numerous containers pieced together as a base. The supplies were organized by area, including a designated section for outdoor survival gear. In order to avoid drawing attention, some of these supplies were purchased in the M country, while the rest were procured from various places or bought online. After all, when the apocalypse comes, the RMB will depreciate to being worth less than the paper it's printed on. Any spending now means storing more items for the future, thus giving more capital during the apocalypse. Tang Machi currently spends any cash he recovers immediately, because only then does he feel less anxious about the disasters constantly appearing around the world. The early spring in Jiangnan still couldn't bring the feeling of spring, the wet chill continued to rage through the city. When Tang Machi opened the car door, a cold wind immediately rushed in. He tightened his down coat, as the wind at the port was fierce, making him shiver. Quickly moving to a sheltered spot, Tang Machi turned into a small alley after a few twists and turns. After walking for nearly 20 minutes and confirming that no one was following him, Tang Machi swiftly entered a warehouse. This warehouse was brand new, equipped with full closed-circuit surveillance outside. Tang Machi had booked this warehouse 3 months ago, and now it was filled with brand new containers. These containers had come from across the ocean in M country. In order not to attract Zhang Yunfei's attention, Tang Machi didn't bring the medical equipment back via his space but instead followed the plan to ship them back from M country by sea. Originally, Tang Machi intended to transport this batch of medical supplies back to the capital. Despite occupying little space, these medical supplies would be a massive wealth in the post-apocalyptic world, particularly 2 years later, where they could exchange for 10 times, or even more, of their value. But now, with the availability of space, Tang Machi decided not to trade this batch of supplies but to keep them in the space for unforeseen needs in the future. After staying in the surveillance room for an hour, Tang Machi finally returned to the warehouse, collecting all the containers into the space one by one. He stayed in the surveillance room for another half hour, ensuring no one was lingering nearby before leaving the warehouse and heading toward the parking area. By March, Tang Machi had grown impatient and resolved to return to the Tang family to investigate Tang Jianfeng's whereabouts. Since the event when Tang Jianfeng was 18 years old, Tang Machi hadn't returned to the Tang family home. At 5 years old, Tang Machi's mother passed away due to illness, and a month later, Tang Machi's grandfather brought back Tang Jianfeng, the illegitimate son conceived outside the family when Tang Machi's father was absent, who was already 10 years old, and took him into the Tang family. A year later, Tang Jianfeng was announced as the heir. At the time, 6-year-old Tang Machi vaguely realized that this older brother had taken everything from him, including his father. Therefore, despite Tang Jianfeng showing obvious goodwill toward him, Tang Machi continuously rejected him. When Tang Jianfeng's mother also joined the family formally, Tang Machi lost all feelings of fondness toward his brother. Beyond resentment towards his father and animosity towards Tang Jianfeng and his mother, Tang Machi's childhood was filled mostly with fear, afraid that the Tang family would no longer accept him, afraid of being expelled from the house. Little Tang Machi resisted the care and affection from his new brother and consistently misunderstood Tang Jianfeng's intentions until that accident occurred. From that point onward, Tang Machi harbored only hatred for the Tang family. Since that event, Tang Machi never saw or contacted Tang Jianfeng again before the apocalypse. And now, having not experienced the apocalypse, a deep thorn remained embedded in Tang Jianfeng's heart, a thorn of regret, guilt, and unrequited love. Every week, Tang Machi sent a text message to that number, but received no reply. Gradually, Tang Machi began to sense that something about Tang Jianfeng's situation wasn't right. In March, the weather in the capital was gloomy and bitterly cold. Tang Machi stepped out of the car with a large mask on. The old Tang family residence was located in a villa district at the outskirts of the city, where the environment was excellent but somewhat remote. It had been years since Tang Machi had returned, but the gatekeeper still recognized the second young master of the Tang family who had lived in the old residence for over a decade. Slowly removing his large mask, Tang Machi revealed himself. Just as he stepped into the house, the nanny who was carrying fruit from the kitchen immediately let out a startled cry. "Mo." The nanny had been with the Tang family for over a decade and had watched Tang Machi grow up, treating him like her own child with deep affection. "Aunt Ru," Tang Machi greeted her with a smile. In the previous life during the apocalypse, the Tang family gradually declined, and Aunt Ru had returned to her hometown early. By the time Tang Machi came back to the Tang family, Aunt Ru was already gone, cutting off their years-long bond. Despite this, Tang Machi deeply respected this caring Aunt Ru. "What's going on?" Shouting so loudly. The stern reprimand of Tang Machi's grandfather, the family patriarch, suddenly paused when he saw the young man standing by the door. Tang Machi had been away from home for 2.5 years without sending any word to the family. His sudden appearance here now came as a surprise even to the patriarch. The patriarch had never paid much attention to this grandson due to certain unspoken reasons and had even intentionally ignored him. It wasn't until the eldest grandson committed some disgraceful acts that the patriarch had no choice but to intervene, sending Tang Machi away in what amounted to an outright banishment. "You're back. The patriarch only gave a faint nod, then gestured for Tang Machi to follow him upstairs. Tang Machi silently snorted inside, though he showed no expression outwardly. He nodded gently to reassure Aunt Rue before quietly following along. The patriarch's study was vast, lined with 3 towering bookshelves, a rosewood desk, and a large window. As a child, Tang Machi had always been too afraid to enter the patriarch's study. Even when called in, he would nervously listen to scoldings, leaving him with an impression of the study as both spacious and cold. But standing there again today, he felt something different. It remained large but no longer seemed empty. The rows upon rows of books greatly alleviated Tang Machi's aversion toward it. The patriarch stood by the window, glancing over Tang Machi briefly. His gaze lingered on the nimble hand that deftly spun a coin. "What are your plans this time you've returned?" Tang Machi didn't want to waste time on the patriarch. To be honest, although living through another lifetime had transformed his feelings for Tang Jianfeng entirely, he still harbored unresolved resentment toward the Tang family. Yet, faced with the apocalypse, all of this became insignificant. All he wanted was to find his brother and face the apocalypse together, supporting each other to survive. With his space and ample supplies, he no longer needed to live under someone else's thumb as he did in his past life. This time, he could live freely, easily, and resolutely, relying solely on himself. Chapter 9, Training. I came back to look for Tang Jianfeng. I have something to say to him. Tang Machi's tone was cold, but this time, he was fully and directly facing the true controller of the Tang family, no longer trembling as he did in the past. A bit of surprise flickered in Grandpa Tang's eyes, then he casually said, "You've certainly gained a lot of knowledge from this trip outside, but your brother is in the army, following organizational arrangements. It's not as if you can just see him because you want to." Tang Machi didn't think that simply saying it would cause Grandpa Tang to take him to see Tang Jianfeng. He nodded nonchalantly, his gaze pausing on the family portrait hanging on the wall nearby, then lightly flicked the coin in his hand. Immediately, there was a crisp sound of breaking glass. When Grandpa Tang turned around to look, he saw the shiny new coin embedded in the glass of the family portrait. The face behind the coin was none other than Tang Machi's own, now distorted beyond recognition by the coin. The moment Tang Machi released the coin, he turned and walked out. As he closed the door, with his back to the room, he softly muttered, "I don't care what the Tang family is. But from now on, the Tang family should stop looking for me." Tang Machi didn't bother about how many things Grandpa Tang had smashed in anger in the study. After going downstairs, he simply bid farewell to Aunt Rue, leaving her a message asking her to inform Tang Jianfeng if he returned. After leaving the Tang family, Tang Machi immediately returned to High City. A common man is blameless, but having treasure makes one guilty. In the apocalypse world, possessing a personal space and having gathered so many supplies meant that if anyone discovered them, Tang Machi could not guarantee that he would be able to escape malicious people. High City, after all, was not the domain of the Tang family. There were many more activities available for Tang Machi compared to being cramped in the capital city. After an intensive shopping spree over the last period of time, Tang Machi calmed down a bit. His desire for shopping waned with the abundance of materials, but Tang Machi still hadn't stopped shopping. He had merely shifted his main battlefield to the internet, directly placing orders with manufacturers' agents without worrying about delivery. Tang Machi only needed to stay at the warehouse. With some spare time, Tang Machi began training physically. In the end times, individual capabilities were directly related to survival probabilities. In his previous life, poor physical endurance had often dragged Tang Jianfeng down. Tang Machi secretly made up his mind, this lifetime, there would be no repeat of those mistakes. The Jufeng Club was an extremely professional fitness club. In addition to operating basic indoor fitness projects, it also covered outdoor activities such as kickboxing, rock climbing, and parkour. Most importantly, the club was located in the outskirts of the city, very close to the warehouse Tang Machi rented. Every afternoon, 5 days a week, Tang Machi spent his time in the club. With only 3 months left before the end times, Tang Machi wasn't dreaming of overnight superpowers or achieving any significant accomplishments. He only hoped to improve his physical condition a little, so that he wouldn't get out of breath after running a few steps. The person who received Tang Machi was the manager of Jufeng Fitness Club. Of course, this wasn't because Tang Machi was so special that the manager personally greeted him, but rather because the manager was someone familiar to Tang Machi, accurately speaking, someone familiar to Tang Jianfeng. In his previous life, when Tang Jianfeng came to S City looking for Tang Machi, they met this manager. Only then did Tang Machi learn that after returning to China, Tang Jianfeng had always kept someone watching over him from behind the scenes. And the person Tang Jianfeng had chosen was this manager, Yi Jin. Yi Jin was also a comrade-in-arms of Tang Jianfeng's, who retired due to injury and later co-founded a fitness club with others. In the previous life, when Yi Jin sensed the danger, he was the first to inform Tang Machi to hide. It was precisely because of this that Tang Machi did not choose to follow the panicked crowd fleeing the city, and eventually was safely found by Tang Jianfeng. Later, Yi Jin followed them back to the capital and ultimately died within a group of zombies. This time, Tang Machi chose to place himself under Yi Jin's watchful eye, hoping to save his life at a critical moment. Besides gratitude for the kindness shown in the previous life, Tang Machi also wished to gain another strength for himself in the apocalypse. After all, humans are social beings, no one can live alone forever. In addition to running, Tang Mochi also participated in kickboxing and rock climbing. Kickboxing trained reaction speed, while rock climbing developed perseverance and physical fitness. Every night after returning home, his entire body was sore, yet Tang Mochi felt deeply satisfied. Every bit of effort right now was hope for survival in the end times. Every evening, looking at the motionless phone, Tang Mochi felt anxious inside. Even if this number wasn't invalid and the phone's registration area was indeed in the southwest, it still troubled Tang Mochi whether the number belonged to someone else or if Tang Jianfeng temporarily couldn't use this number. This made Tang Mochi somewhat worried. Although in the previous life, Tang Jianfeng hadn't experienced any incidents before the apocalypse, Tang Mochi believed that the sooner he contacted Tang Jianfeng, the sooner he could find peace of mind. By the end of March, the weather in the south finally began to warm up. It seemed as though just yesterday people were shivering in sub-zero temperatures, and the very next day the earth was already blooming with spring. In Tang Mochi's meticulous planning, the resources in his personal space kept growing more and more abundant as the weather became hotter. Before they knew it, it was already May. Tang Mochi got ready early in the morning, preparing to pick up 2 off-road vehicles from a dealership. They were the same model, fully modified, and Tang Mochi had even equipped his space with spare parts for the vehicles, just in case. Despite the early hour, the city was already bustling with activity, cars, pedestrians, shops, all creating a lively yet energetic noise. Almost greedily, Tang Mochi stared out at the scene through the car window. All of this would become ruins in 1 month's time, humanity forced to cling to life amidst nature's brutal retribution. Due to traffic congestion, Tang Mochi didn't arrive at the dealership until 10 o'clock in the morning. After paying, completing the paperwork, and providing an address, someone would naturally deliver the cars to the warehouse that he rented. Tang Mochi then drove toward the suburbs. It was May 19th, and Tang Mochi stared intently at the date displayed on his phone screen, gritting his teeth. In the previous lifetime, on May 19th at 1:13 p.m., a massive earthquake struck Thailand and Vietnam in Southeast Asia, triggering a tsunami. But before the news could fully spread domestically, at 2:50 p.m., earthquakes rocked southeast, east, and northeast China, one of the most severely affected areas being the eastern region, where the quake reached over magnitude 8. The entire nation fell into chaos trying to deal with the disaster. A month later, when things should have stabilized, the country realized that the earthquake was merely a prelude, the true calamity was going to be 100 times worse than the quake itself. Hai City was one of the epicenters of the earthquake. Tang Mochi immediately headed to the gym. Although Yi Jin hadn't been injured during the last quake, Jufeng Fitness Club, located directly on a fault line, had suffered significant damage. This fitness club was the result of Yi Jin's years of hard work. In the previous lifetime, the devastation caused by the earthquake left Yi Jin deeply shaken. Until the apocalypse arrived, Yi Jin had drowned himself in alcohol, leading a despondent life, which significantly impaired his ability to react appropriately when disaster struck again, he who had once been an outstanding soldier. This time, Tang Mochi decided to disclose some information to Yi Jin, helping him shift his focus to the greater catastrophe looming just 1 month away. Chapter 10, Premonition. When Tang Mochi arrived at the club, it was already 2:30. The front desk receptionist said Yi Jin was at the shooting range in the back. Tang Mochi immediately hurried over. Yi Jin was 32 years old, 6 years older than Tang Jianfeng. When Tang Jianfeng graduated from the military academy and joined the army, Yi Jin was his company commander. In Tang Jianfeng, Yi Jin saw the shadow of his own self when he had first enlisted. No matter how tough or tiring things got, there was always an urge within him to prove himself, even turning training into a kind of enjoyment. Back then, Tang Jianfeng specially asked Yi Jin to look after his younger brother. Yi Jin didn't ask too many questions. After discreetly investigating Tang Mochi's character, he found that Tang Mochi was just a typical wealthy young man. So, he didn't focus much attention on Tang Mochi. It wasn't until Tang Mochi showed up at the club, and Yi Jin saw Tang Mochi's name on the reservation list, that he was somewhat surprised, thinking perhaps Tang Mochi had discovered the connection between him and Tang Jianfeng. But after several probing attempts, he realized Tang Mochi hadn't uncovered anything. Yi Jin therefore never mentioned this relationship and instead treated Tang Mochi more seriously compared to other clients. Upon finding Yi Jin, Tang Mochi quickly pulled him over to his car. Smiling, Yi Jin asked, "What's wrong? Did something go wrong with your training, little Chi?" Tang Mochi stared expressionlessly at him and said, "Yi Gu, big brother Yi, can you contact my brother?" Seeing his serious demeanor, Yi Jin thought Tang Mochi must have gotten himself into trouble. It turns out there was a reason Tang Jianfeng entrusted him to look after Tang Mochi. But when exactly did Tang Jianfeng tell Tang Mochi about their relationship? He had always warned Yi Jin not to let Tang Mochi find out, yet he seemed to have revealed it to him long ago. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Jin said, "What mess did you get yourself into? If it's within my ability, big brother Yi will fix it for you." Tang Mochi rolled his eyes inwardly and replied, "I'm not a kid anymore. Whether you believe me or not, I hope you'll listen carefully to what I'm about to say." Yi Jin straightened up slightly. He was actually amused inside, finding this kid quite interesting. So, he also solemnly said, "Go ahead, I'm listening." Taking a deep breath, Tang Mochi reflected that since being reborn, he had been alone. After winter break, he'd directly taken leave from school and hadn't returned. Actually, during the initial period after regaining consciousness, Tang Machi also doubted his circumstances, hoping that everything he had previously experienced might have been a dream or something that happened in another parallel universe. Maybe, just maybe, such a terrifying apocalypse wouldn't happen here. However, when his spatial awareness awakened, and all events followed the exact same trajectory as last time, Tang Machi dared not indulge in false hopes. He worked hard preparing for the impending apocalypse, but when the warning bell, the great earthquake, was about to sound, fear and bitterness filled his heart. In the previous life, unprepared despite being under the protection of Tang Jianfeng, he still struggled through difficult situations, facing life and death moments multiple times, and in the end, was consumed by the ambitions of others. Facing Tang Jianfeng's death, he was devastated, filled with anguish and regret, yet could only helplessly choose mutual destruction with the enemy. Looking at Tang Machi who remained silent, noticing his increasingly sorrowful gaze and tightly clenched fists, veins popping out on his neck, Yi Jin took him more seriously. Tang Machi's complexion was terrible. Yi Jin bit his lips, took out his phone, and said, "Your brother gave me an emergency contact number, which I've never used. If you really need it, use this number to contact him." Tang Machi memorized the number. It was different from the one in the previous life. He sent a quick text message and put his phone away. Yi Jin opened the car window, lit a cigarette, narrowed his eyes, and smiled as he stared at Tang Machi, asking, "What was it that you wanted to tell me earlier?" Tang Machi hesitated, realizing the time was nearing 1 o'clock. In just a few minutes, Southeast Asia would experience the largest earthquake and tsunami in history, wiping out countless lives. The earth would tremble, and seas would rage. However, there was nothing Tang Machi could do. He tried to speak but found his voice hoarse, almost unable to produce any sound. After steadying himself, he faced Yi Jin and said, "In less than 15 minutes, at 1:13, Southeast Asia will be hit by a massive earthquake and tsunami." Startled, Yi Jin laughed afterward, saying, "You don't have to act so seriously to fool me, almost had me fooled there little buddy." As Tang Machi's intense stare persisted, the curve of Yi Jin's lips gradually disappeared. An awkward silence settled in the car. Yi Jin threw away the cigarette that was halfway burned and raised his chin slightly, asking, "Where did you get this information? Earthquake prediction isn't accurate enough for such precision, right? If it's true, why haven't those countries made any moves?" Tang Machi sighed in relief as Yi Jin began to take him seriously. He leaned heavily against the back seat, looking exhausted, and turned on the car radio, saying, "You just need to believe me. There are only 10 minutes left, and the news will soon confirm it." Furrowing his brows, Yi Jin looked confused at Tang Machi and asked, "Even if the earthquake is about to happen, what's the point of telling me now? How would the confirmation matter? Are you trying to tell me you have the ability of prophecy?" Tang Machi closed his eyes for a moment. The radio was broadcasting the latest updates on a plane crash from last week. Opening his eyes, he turned his head and glanced at Yi Jin, softly saying, "Because this is just the beginning." Stunned, Yi Jin questioned, "The beginning of what?" Tang Machi rolled his eyes again and then closed them, no longer looking at Yi Jin. He himself was also waiting for this earthquake to confirm that his previous life wasn't just a dream, waiting for the warning bell of the apocalypse to sound. As Yi Jin received no response, he glanced at the sports watch on his wrist. It was 1:08, leaving 5 more minutes until the time Tang Machi had mentioned, 1:13. Yi Jin hadn't interacted much with Tang Machi. He wasn't sure whether the kid was fooling around, so he figured it didn't cost him anything to humor the boy for 5 minutes and see what game he was playing. Time ticked by. The radio had already switched through 2 or 3 different news items. By 1:20, there was still no abnormality. Smirking, Yi Jin looked sideways at Tang Machi who remained lying motionless and said, "It's already 1:20. Are you sure you want me to keep sitting here listening to the news with you?" Tang Machi did not respond, seeming calm on the surface but inwardly his heart was pounding like thunder. He wished he were wrong, hoping all this might just be his delusion. Why should reality matter? Why should those painful experiences matter? As long as the apocalypse really doesn't come, Tang Machi told himself that he was willing to forget about all the hatred and struggles, to pretend as if nothing happened, and simply live well. "Hey, you." Yi Jin started but stopped mid-sentence because something unusual came over the radio. Urgent news bulletin. Dear listeners, we interrupt our regular programming for an urgent announcement. Chapter 11, Contact. Tang Machi and Yi Jin were quietly listening to the radio. At 1:13 p.m. Beijing time, a massive earthquake had occurred in Southeast Asia, affecting several countries and triggering a huge tsunami. The current situation was unclear, and multiple on-site reporters had lost contact. Due to the suddenness of the event and its unprecedented scale, relevant information was gradually being transmitted back to China, and all media outlets were waiting for updates. Neither of them spoke inside the car, the only sounds were from the radio and the hustle and bustle outside the window. Suddenly, Tang Machi's phone rang, startling both of them as they seemed to return to reality. Tang Machi nervously pulled out his phone, relief flashing in his eyes upon seeing the number, and he quickly answered. "Tang Jianfeng, where are you?" There was no response from the other end. Just as Tang Machi was about to lose patience, a voice finally came through. "Momo." Tang Jianfeng's voice was hoarse and slightly trembling. Tang Machi choked up. Since his rebirth and until now, he had forced himself not to think about him. Apart from guilt, he didn't know how to face Tang Jianfeng, or even this damn man. Tang Jianfeng, I want to see you. After shouting this sentence, Tang Machi immediately hung up the phone and covered his eyes with his hands. Alright, Tang Jianfeng responded seconds later, dumbfounded, speaking into the disconnected phone. He thought that Tang Machi might never forgive him for life and would refuse to speak to him again. When he suddenly received a text from him, he couldn't believe it. He never expected that Momo would want to see him, no matter if it meant diving into the dragon's den or tiger's lair, Tang Jianfeng was willing to risk it. Seeing Tang Machi hang up, Yi Jin softly asked, Xiao Qi, what happened? How did you know about this earthquake? When Tang Machi took the call earlier, Yi Jin had opened her phone to browse the internet. The disaster was severe, with a few survivors posting numerous pictures online. The world's attention had now shifted entirely to Southeast Asia. Yigu, in more than an hour, earthquakes will happen across all eastern regions. Tang Machi calmed down a little. After the earthquake signaling the apocalypse truly happened, he paradoxically felt relieved. His tense emotions loosened. The most urgent task at hand was to inform the people domestically, advising them to stay outdoors as much as possible. How many would believe him? Tang Machi knew he could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. Yi Jin widened her eyes in shock, exclaiming, all eastern regions. Does this mean there will be an earthquake here in more than an hour? Tang Machi massaged his temple. Yi Jin's voice had been too loud, so he just nodded vaguely. Previously, he had contacted a local online PR company using a disposable phone, conducting cash transactions to hire people specifically to post online right at this moment. Posts on forums, Weibo, and various interactive platforms began flooding the internet, spreading the prediction of the earthquake. Seeing Tang Machi constantly staring at his phone, Yi Jin forcefully turned his shoulders to make him look at her, revealing a rare look of panic in her usually calm eyes. Xiao Qi, is it true? Yi Jin breathed rapidly, her pupils constricting dramatically. Tang Machi frowned. Yi Jin's grip was strong, almost hurting his shoulders, prompting him to say, since the earthquake in Southeast Asia has already occurred, then what I said must be true. Upon receiving confirmation, Yi Jin immediately released Tang Machi, opened the car door, and ran down. Seeing this, Tang Machi quickly followed. Yi Jin ran swiftly, gave a quick explanation to the front desk receptionist, and returned. Pulling Tang Machi back into the car. Looking at Yi Jin's ashen face, Tang Machi questioned, where are we going now? Without answering, Yi Jin gritted her teeth, holding the steering wheel with one hand while dialing with the other. The call took a while to connect. Yi Jin's expression relaxed somewhat after the connection, giving some instructions before hanging up immediately. Startled, Tang Machi remembered that in their previous lifetime, Yi Jin had accompanied them northward, staying together for months, but she had never mentioned that she had a younger brother. Watching Yi Jin's anxiety about her brother this time around, yet knowing nothing about him in the past, Tang Machi could roughly guess what might have happened. Tang Machi had always assumed that it was the earthquake that destroyed Yi Jin's club, leading to her mental breakdown before the apocalypse. Now thinking about it, this earthquake may have taken away not just the club that she invested years into but also her only remaining family member. Yi Jin drove at breakneck speed, fortunately it wasn't rush hour and there were few vehicles on the road. Tang Machi noticed Yi Jin's tightened emotions but saw she was no longer panicking, so he refrained from saying more and focused on scrolling through his phone. The hired trolls were doing an excellent job, the message had already made it to the homepage. Many people had seen it and joined in the discussion. While a majority of them were cursing the rumor-mongering, others held the attitude that it was better to be safe than sorry, expressing their intentions to evacuate for a while, justifying it as a countryside getaway. As time passed since the information was sent out, more and more anxious pedestrians appeared on the streets. Half an hour later, Yi Jin stopped the car in front of a residential complex and rushed out. Tang Machi also put his phone away and ran after her, following her upstairs. After running the club for several years, Yi Jin had accumulated a good amount of money. She had only owned this apartment for less than 2 years, near a school, making it a designated academic zone property, all for her brother's education consideration. Yi Jin's home was nothing like what Tang Machi imagined, it was cozy, warm-colored, vastly different from Yi Jin's tough guy image. While Tang Machi was still surveying Yi Jin's living room, a door opened, and a teenager pushed himself out in a wheelchair. The boy looked about 13 or 14, not resembling Yi Jin at all, slim and delicate, cute and handsome. Brother. Upon seeing Yi Jin, the youth immediately sped up. Xiao Yu, Yi Jin moved forward and picked up the youth, then introduced him to Tang Machi, this is my younger brother, Yi Ziyue. Then turning back, introducing to her brother, this is my friend, call him Brother Qi. Brother Qi. The young boy called brightly, eyeing Tang Machi curiously. Tang Machi always had a soft spot for obedient children, hello, nice to meet you, Xiao Yu. He affectionately patted the boy's head and pinched his chubby cheeks. Yi Ziyue's face turned red, being placed on the sofa by Yi Jin. He told his brother, I've packed everything you asked me to, they're in the study. Yi Jin nodded and headed into the study, returning shortly with a bag. With Tang Machi's help, Yi Ziyue had already reseated himself in the wheelchair. Yi Jin brought out another spare wheelchair from another room. The three of them went downstairs. Chapter 12, Earthquake. When the three of them got in the car, it was already close to 2:30. As the news about the earthquake forecast spread online, more and more citizens ran out of their homes and buildings, waiting either in their cars or in open areas. There were more and more cars on the road, and more police officers. Eugene stopped at a red light intersection, lowering the car window. The noise outside surged into the car. Eugene poked her head out to take a look around, then pulled back in and sat properly. While fastening the seatbelt, she said, "Both of you fasten your seatbelts. Why are there so many people outside? And there are more and more cars on the road." Before Eugene finished speaking, a tremendous bang came from behind their car, causing the whole car to shake. Yi Zheyu, who was sitting alone at the back, shuddered all over. Tang Imo-chi and Eugene both turned around and looked through the rear glass window. Flames were shooting up in the distance, accompanied by thick black smoke. It turned out that an oil tanker had crashed and exploded. The passers-by screamed and fled immediately. Tang Imo-chi and Eugene returned to their seats as the green light came on at just the right time. Eugene stepped on the gas pedal and left the intersection immediately. There were more and more cars on the road, and Tang Imo-chi's car also got stuck in traffic, so he decided to get out of the car. "It's already past 2:30, if we keep being stuck here like this, we definitely won't be able to leave the city," Tang Imo-chi said while unbuckling his seatbelt. Tall buildings lined both sides of the street. If a major earthquake occurs, even being inside the car could be very dangerous. Objects falling from high altitudes might penetrate the roof of the car. Although Eugene wasn't sure whether the earthquake would really happen, his sense of crisis grew stronger. Instinct for survival forced him to choose to believe in it, so under the current situation, he decisively chose to abandon the car. Tang Imo-chi put Yi Zheyu on his back. Though Yi Zheyu was actually 16 years old, due to his poor health over the years, he was frail and appeared only about 13 or 14 years old. With a very lightweight body, even if Jia Imo-chi carried him, he still could run. Eugene drove onto the flower bed of the median strip, picked up his backpack and lifted the wheelchair, and followed Tang Imo-chi weaving through gaps between the cars. The three ran blindly for nearly 10 minutes and finally arrived at a small park in the middle of the city, but by then, the park was already full of people. Eugene unfolded the wheelchair and placed Yi Zheyu on it, bending over with his hands braced on his thighs, breathing heavily. Carrying someone while running for 10 minutes, no matter how light Yi Zheyu was, had pushed Tang Imo-chi to his limit. However, Eugene, carrying a large bag and dragging the wheelchair, didn't pant after such a long run, making Tang Imo-chi envious and resentful. Eugene led them two to squeeze toward a less crowded area. This park is open air. They entered from an entrance with many snack stalls. A number of citizens were queuing to buy food. The crowd was almost immovable. Thanks to Yi Zheyu, seeing such a lovely teenager disabled moved people's hearts greatly. Many showed kindness and made way for them. They quickly passed through the most crowded place and arrived at the lakeside. What they called a lake was in fact just a small pond. Sweating profusely, Eugene wiped the sweat off her forehead and glanced at her wristwatch. 2:46. Eugene securely positioned Yi Zheyu's wheelchair. Since the lake bank was muddy soil, a little damp, after Eugene pressed a few times, the two wheels of the wheelchair sank deeply into the mud. Tang Imo-chi also leaned on the wheelchair and panted slightly. There were lots of people in the park and most of them were talking about the earthquake. Tang Imo-chi took a bottle of water handed by Eugene and gulped down half a bottle. Eugene stared with narrowed eyes at the tall buildings not far away. Swallowing the last drop of water, he turned his head and asked, "Xiao-chi, why do I feel everyone knows an earthquake is coming?" From the moment Tang Imo-chi told him about the impending earthquake, his focus was solely on Yi Zheyu. After getting Yi Zheyu, he was busy looking for a safe place, hadn't had time to check his phone, and did not know that the internet had already been bombarded with messages. Tang Imo-chi cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "It's all over the web." The two didn't have time to exchange much information because the earthquake began. Eugene felt the shaking and grabbed the wheelchair holding Yi Zheyu. Tang Imo-chi reached out and held onto a nearby sapling. Many people let out panicked screams. Various loud booms rang in their ears. Yi Zheyu tightly embraced Eugene, his entire body trembling. Tang Imo-chi forced himself to keep his eyes open and watch everything unfold before him. The ground was shaking violently, towering skyscrapers collapsed within seconds, countless lives disappearing instantly. Haishi's earthquake time wasn't the exact same as last lifetime at 2:50 as reported in the news, it was 2 minutes earlier. The earthquake lasted approximately a minute. Everyone huddled on the ground covering their heads, the panicked cries rose and fell continuously. In the distance, explosions illuminated the sky, thick smoke billowed across the city in various places. Tang Imo-chi let go of the sapling next to him and rubbed the tree bark scraps on his palm. Yi Zheyu was placed back on the wheelchair, his big eyes wet with tears. He hiccuped and asked, "Is it over?" Yejin furrowed her brows and looked at Tang Imo-chi. After Tang Imo-chi had accurately predicted the earthquake twice in a row, Yejin couldn't help but believe in him. Tang Imo-chi took a deep breath and then exhaled gently, bitterly saying, "There are still quite a few aftershocks, it's not safe yet. We'd better stay here and not move. We'll deal with it tomorrow morning." Outside, there were explosions from time to time as well as various sirens. The entire city was still under the aftereffects of the earthquake, and citizens were crying and running around in panic. Tang Imo-chi squatted down leaning on a small tree. The three of them listened silently. Yi Zheyu seemed not to have recovered yet, clutching his brother's hand tightly, his face ashen white. Suddenly, Tang Imo-chi's phone rang, and he quickly answered it. Tang Jianfeng's deep, magnetic voice seemed to penetrate through Tang Machi's eardrums, instantly shocking his brain. Mo, are you alright? Where are you? Tang Jianfeng's usually cool voice was mixed with urgency and tension. However, Tang Machi's panicked mind slowly stabilized strangely. Tang Machi covered his slightly reddening eyes with his hand and said softly, I'm fine, I'm with Yi Jin. Tang Jianfeng sighed in relief and said, Mo, I will arrive in Haisher tonight. Wait for me. It took Tang Machi a long while before he softly replied with a Yejin didn't know about the discord between the two Tang brothers. Looking at Tang Machi's expression now, she felt a bit puzzled but didn't say much. Knowing that Tang Jianfeng would arrive in Haisher by evening, Yejin nodded her head. At this moment, all they could do was wait. After sitting by the lake for a while, Yejin pushed Yi Zheyu to a shady spot. The kid's face had been scorched red, yet he hadn't complained once. Tang Machi dampened a tissue with some water and pressed it gently against the child's face. Aftershocks were still occurring from time to time, but their force was much weaker. Only when Tang Machi calmed down did he realize how hungry he was. From driving out early in the morning looking for a car shop, up until just drinking a little water earlier, Yi Jin and Yi Zheyu, however, had already eaten lunch. Hearing Tang Machi mention his hunger, Yejin reached into her bag and tossed him a pack of biscuits. The things in the bag were all packed by Yi Zheyu, most of which were food and drinks. There were also many important documents and cash, a few clothes, and a small first aid kit. After finishing the biscuits, Tang Machi sat on a big rock facing the lake. He ignored the Yi brothers and daydreamed alone. Chapter 13, Meeting. As the sky grew darker, many citizens who had sought refuge in the park during the afternoon gradually left, most were going to find relatives. Several police cars and ambulances were parked inside the park, where a few emergency tents had been erected. To prevent secondary earthquakes, many injured people nearby were transferred here. Yi Jin had already gone to help search for survivors after arranging Yi Zue and Tang Machi in a safe place. Neither of them felt comfortable leaving Yi Zue alone, so Tang Machi stayed by his side without moving an inch. Though it was only May, the temperature was already high, and mosquitoes began to multiply. There were especially more mosquitoes in the urban park. Secretly, Tang Machi took out a mosquito-repellent liquid from her space. This was something she specially bought in America as outdoor camping equipment. Though small, with only 100 milliliters, it was quite powerful. After spraying it around both of them and on their clothes, there were basically no mosquitoes left that would bite them. Because of the earthquake, large areas of the city experienced power outages. In this park, there was only a little light near the emergency tents, powered by batteries. Many citizens who hadn't left gathered around the tents, many were still immersed in the pain of the disaster, and the sound of crying could be faintly heard continuously. By 7 in the evening, Tang Machi hadn't received a call from Tang Jianfeng and realized that her phone had no signal, likely because the local signal tower had been damaged. Pushing Yi Zue to the entrance of the park, she was afraid that if Tang Jianfeng came, he wouldn't be able to find them. Tang Machi and Yi Zue ate some food and drank a little water from their bag. As they were talking, suddenly, an ant with a little girl hurried over. The ant stopped in front of them and nudged the little girl, saying, Lingling, call big brother. The little girl called out obediently. The ant then looked at Tang Machi and Yi Zue somewhat embarrassed and said, Hello, this is how it is. My Lingling didn't eat much at lunchtime and was frightened in the afternoon. She hasn't eaten anything since then. Could you please spare us some food? Just a few biscuits will do. While speaking, she kept looking at the big bag on Tang Machi's back. Yi Jin had gone to help search for survivors and had left the bag with Tang Machi. Tang Machi didn't say anything but looked at the little girl's longing eyes with a cold gaze. Then slowly, she took out a pack of biscuits from the bag, pinched out 4 or 5 pieces from the bag, and handed them to the little girl. The little girl seemed very happy and immediately grabbed one and put it in her mouth. She appeared truly hungry. Initially, when the ant saw Tang Machi take out a whole bag of biscuits, she looked pleased and kept saying, thank you. But later, when she saw that Tang Machi had only given out 4 or 5 pieces of biscuits, her expression immediately turned sour. Pulling the little girl away, she murmured loudly enough for others to hear, calling Tang Machi a stingy ghost. Tang Machi didn't get angry either. She touched the top of Yi Zue's head, placing the cookies in his arms and indicating that he should eat more. Tang Machi had seen too much human madness during the end times, so this bit of selfishness from the ant even seemed a little cute to him. Tang Machi sat leaning against a stone next to Yi Zue's wheelchair. Yi Zue was tired, his physical condition wasn't great. After eating, he started feeling sleepy but continued holding on because he worried about his older brother and the environment was quite noisy. Though Tang Machi had a camp bed in her space, it wasn't suitable to take it out. So, she took a piece of clothing from the backpack and covered Yi Zue's legs with it, adjusting the angle of the wheelchair slightly to make the child as comfortable as possible. By 9 in the evening, Yi Zue's breathing had become deep and steady. Tang Machi sprayed some more mosquito repellent nearby and stared vacantly at the park entrance, calculating in his mind when Tang Jianfeng would find him. When Tang Jianfeng finally found Tang Machi, she was dozing off leaning against Yi Zue's wheelchair. Tang Jianfeng paused his steps upon seeing Tang Machi's delicate profile. He had been worried all along the way, almost unable to wait to rush to her side. However, when he actually saw her, he hesitated. He still remembered the hateful look in Tang Machi's eyes when she left years ago, which gnawed at his heart day and night. For such a long time, he had been steeped in guilt, until he received a text message from Tang Machi. None of them knew how excited he was when he made that call and heard Tang Machi say that she wanted to see him. When the news of the earthquake arrived, Tang Jianfeng nearly went crazy. Those seconds waiting for Tang Machi to answer the phone felt stretched forever, his palms were drenched with cold sweat, making it hard to hold the phone. When he finally heard Tang Machi's voice, relief and excitement instantly filled his body and soul. But now, facing her again, a wave of hesitation and hidden panic made him unable to take another step. Tang Machi had long known that someone was standing there. Ever since acquiring the space ability, all aspects of Tang Machi's physical and sensory attributes had greatly improved, especially her heightened awareness. However, Tang Machi did not alert the person but carefully retrieved a dagger from the space, stealthily concealing it in her hand. When the person suddenly approached, Tang Machi swiftly moved without a sound, delivering a sweep kick. Caught off guard, Tang Jianfeng bent backward and realized something cold was pressed against his neck. Upon recognizing the visitor as Tang Jianfeng, Tang Machi quickly sheathed the dagger. To Tang Jianfeng's surprise, Tang Machi suddenly embraced him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Tang Jianfeng immediately turned to embrace her tightly, his voice hoarse as he said, "Mo. Tang Machi once again felt this man's warmth, burying her face in his chest and deeply inhaling. Her eyes gradually grew moist. Tang Jianfeng hugged her tightly. He didn't know what had happened, but this was the first time in their lives that Tang Machi had shown such dependence on him. Tang Jianfeng gently kissed the top of her head, tears welling up in his eyes instantly. After Tang Machi regained her composure, she noticed Tang Jianfeng was still tightly hugging her, making her feel a little awkward. When she tried to push him away and found herself unable to move him, an internal frustration grew within her. It seemed Tang Jianfeng's clingy habit would always amplify given just a little affection. "Let me go," Tang Machi grumbled. Only then did Tang Jianfeng reluctantly release his hold, immediately fixing his gaze intently on Tang Machi. Feeling self-conscious under his watchful eyes, Tang Machi glanced around uncomfortably. Although in her previous life, she had already forgiven Tang Jianfeng and even admitted her love for him, in this life they had yet to reach that stage. Her sudden change in attitude embarrassed her pride somewhat. Tang Jianfeng observed the awkwardness in Tang Machi's eyes and was filled with joy. As long as it wasn't hatred or indifference, Tang Jianfeng thought Tang Machi's annoyance was rather adorable. Tang Machi avoided looking directly into Tang Jianfeng's eyes and instead looked elsewhere, catching sight of the child sitting on the wheelchair nearby, wide-eyed and intently watching them. Tang Machi coughed uneasily, breaking away from Tang Jianfeng and walking toward Yisue. The child, realizing Tang Machi had caught him staring, immediately smiled flatteringly. Chapter 14, Return Trip. Tang Machi took a few steps, and Tang Jianfeng followed closely behind. Yisue was staring curiously at Tang Jianfeng, while Tang Machi rubbed the soft hair of the child and shot a warning glance. Tang Jianfeng's car was outside the park. One person carried the child on their back, and the other carried the wheelchair, transferring them to the car. Only after getting in the car did Tang Machi take a good look at Tang Jianfeng, realizing that Tang Jianfeng was not as cold and composed as usual, but rather somewhat disheveled. Tang Jianfeng wasn't wearing his military uniform, but instead a simple casual outfit. However, even in casual wear, he still looked very imposing due to his tall, strong stature. But upon closer inspection, one could see that Tang Jianfeng's pair of military boots were covered in dust, his pants and clothes were crumpled, and his face was full of fatigue. His eyes alone remained sharp, staring intently at him. Tang Machi felt uneasy under his gaze, becoming somewhat awkward all over, cleared his throat, and said, "Brother Yi went to help search for survivors. We'll wait for him here." Tang Jianfeng gently hummed an acknowledgement. The atmosphere in the car became somewhat awkward. Seeing that Tang Jianfeng wasn't speaking for a long time, Tang Machi closed his eyes and leaned back in the seat to rest. Unknowingly, he fell asleep. When Tang Machi woke up, the sky had already begun to lighten. He moved slightly, discovering that he was covered with Tang Jianfeng's coat. Turning his head, he noticed that Tang Jianfeng wasn't in the car. Yizue lay sleeping on the back seat, wrapped in a blanket, sleeping soundly. Tang Machi lifted the coat off himself and quietly opened the car door to get out. As soon as Tang Machi stepped out of the car, he felt a wave of heat. It wasn't yet June, but the temperature was already very high. Yi Jin had returned and was chatting with Tang Jianfeng at the back of the car. Upon hearing the noise, they both walked over. Tang Jianfeng looked at Tang Machi with concern, probably because Yi Jin had already told him about Tang Machi predicting the earthquake. Tang Machi had no intention of explaining, directly saying, "Don't ask me how I knew. I won't tell you. All I can say is, this earthquake is just the beginning." Tang Jianfeng was startled for a moment. In that instant, the complexity in Tang Machi's eyes made his heart ache. From childhood to now, though Tang Machi always opposed him and seemed to dislike him, he was always that proud and refined little person, never showing such a complicated expression. Tang Jianfeng didn't know what Tang Machi had experienced, but an immediate pang of heartache filled his chest. "Beginning? Are you saying there will be an even larger earthquake?" Yi Jin misunderstood Tang Machi's words. This earthquake disaster was already the worst in history, causing massive casualties, with the entire world focusing on the Asian earthquake. Many research institutions had thrown themselves into urgent calculations, fearing that localized crustal movements would expand globally, leading to the true end of the world. Not only earthquakes, Tang Machi shook his head and continued, but also viruses and climate changes. The apocalypse is coming. Yi Jin stared blankly at Tang Machi, finding it hard to believe, while Tang Jianfeng frowned and asked, viruses and climate changes? What kind of virus? How will the climate change? Tang Jianfeng did not have any doubt about Tang Machi's words, but immediately began worrying about the upcoming disasters and their severity. Tang Machi thought to himself that Tang Jianfeng truly lived up to his name, always pinpointing the most important issues. After spending half an hour explaining how the virus and climate change would lead to zombies and a minor ice age, both Tang Jianfeng and Yi Jin fell silent. This was no longer just a disaster, it was the true apocalypse. Now, it was May. If the apocalypse truly arrived as Tang Machi predicted, they didn't have enough time to prepare. Survival was the only word revolving in the two men's minds, especially Yi Jin, who had witnessed Tang Machi's precognition abilities twice and thought of his disabled brother. Wrinkling his brow tightly, he deeply inhaled a cigarette and stared silently at the distant ruined buildings. Just as the three were deep in silence, the car window was lowered. It turned out Yisue had woken up. The child had slept soundly and seemed to not be greatly affected by yesterday's earthquake. Seeing them all standing outside the car, he squinted and smiled at them. At the same moment, a young soldier in military uniform ran over, saluting Tang Jianfeng expressionlessly and reported, "Captain, the squad has ordered us to return immediately." Tang Machi glanced briefly at the young soldier. He recognized this person. His name was Chen Weiliang, who had accompanied Tang Machi last life to High City to pick him up. On the way back to Beijing, in order to escape the zombie horde, he took a bag of explosives and charged into the zombies, leaving no remains behind. Tang Machi felt a lump in his nose. This young soldier was only 22 years old, just 1 year older than him, yet sacrificed so tragically for him last time. Tang Machi secretly vowed that this time, no one would die needlessly because of him. Tang Jianfeng had to return due to the army's orders, but if what Tang Machi said was true and a global disaster was indeed approaching, there was no way Tang Jianfeng could leave Tang Machi in High City with peace of mind. After much deliberation, the group decided that Tang Jianfeng would first return to the military base, while Tang Machi and the Yi brothers would head back to Beijing. Yi Jin's club was located in the earthquake zone, but because Yi Jin had issued warnings in advance, everyone managed to evacuate before the quake struck. However, the buildings were almost entirely destroyed. If an apocalypse was truly imminent, Yi Jin felt it was unsafe for him to care for his younger brother alone. He might as well accompany Tang Machi back to Beijing, given how Tang Machi appeared to already be prepared for the upcoming catastrophe. Sticking close to Tang Machi and Tang Jianfeng would certainly be a better choice than trying to survive alone. Tang Jianfeng was concerned about Tang Machi's safety. The entire eastern region was currently in chaos, with railway operations suspended. Additionally, due to the high number of recent plane accidents, Tang Machi didn't want to take a flight. They ultimately decided to drive back. Tang Jianfeng belonged to the capital military zone, but at present, all troops were stationed in S City, so he and the others could travel partway together. After making some preparations, they set off. Tang Jianfeng brought 2 cars in total. One car held Tang Machi and the 3 Yi family members, while the other car was occupied by 3 soldiers. The events unfolded suddenly, and Tang Jianfeng had been worrying about Tang Machi's safety ever since they parted ways. His thoughts were further disturbed upon learning about the impending apocalypse. Not until they began their journey home did Tang Jianfeng realize that he hadn't had a proper conversation with Tang Machi yet. But now, with the Yi brothers also in the car, some things couldn't be discussed openly. This left Tang Jianfeng feeling somewhat irritated. While driving, he kept glancing over at Tang Machi sitting in the passenger seat, eyes closed. Yi Jin arranged Yisue comfortably and fed the child some bread and milk. With the severe power outages, many food stores that hadn't been damaged by the earthquake were heavily discounting perishable goods. The group bought plenty along the road to serve as their traveling provisions. Yi Jin clearly sensed that Tang Jianfeng wanted to say something, evident by the way he constantly looked toward Tang Machi, who remained calm and composed. Since setting off, Tang Machi had not opened his eyes once. Yi Jin, having stayed awake all night and performed a great deal of physical labor, was starting to feel exhausted. Attempting to provide Tang Jianfeng and Tang Machi with an opportunity to talk, Yi Jin stifled several yawns before eventually leaning against the seat and falling asleep. Chapter 15, The Town. Tang Jianfeng glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that Yi Jin had fallen asleep. The sun was fully out, with ambulances, fire trucks, and police cars everywhere on the road. Pedestrians were seen looking either sorrowful, anxious, or numb, and not a few shops had been ransacked. The apocalypse hasn't arrived yet, but an earthquake has already thrown this city into chaos. Tang Jianfeng looked at his watch. It was a little past 7 in the morning. In half an hour, they had barely traveled less than 5 kilometers. Road clearance managed to open only a narrow 2-car-wide lane, which was now jammed up. But Tang Jianfeng wasn't anxious. Seeing Tang Machi continuously resting with eyes closed, he finally reached out and stroked his head. Tang Machi immediately opened his eyes, giving a sideways glance toward the man beside him who'd extended his hand. Tang Jianfeng couldn't help but curve his lips upwards. Indeed, things were different now. Growing up, how many times hadn't his hand been swatted away whenever he tried to pat Tang Machi's head? Tang Jianfeng thought, as long as Tang Machi was willing to accept him, even if the apocalypse truly came, he'd still accept it. Due to terrible conditions on the road, what should have been a 5-hour journey stretched until just after 3 in the afternoon. It took them twice as long. Upon reaching the S-City gas station, Tang Jianfeng got out of the car, followed by Tang Machi, while Yi Jin sat herself in the driver's seat. Tang Jianfeng pulled Tang Machi aside to a corner, speaking softly, "Mo, I owe you an apology, but I don't want to give it now. I'd rather owe it to you. If the apocalypse really arrives, would you let me stay by your side?" Tang Machi looked up at the man in front of him, his heart beating wildly. Though the two shared the same father, they didn't look alike at all. Tang Jianfeng was tall, over half a head taller than Tang Machi. His muscle lines were smooth, and his face handsome and stern, much like their grandfather when he was young. Tang Machi, although never receiving much attention, was still from a wealthy family, spoiled since birth, bearing more resemblance to his mother. His face was refined but lacked masculinity. Such contrasts made them seem like a perfect match when standing together. Seeing that Tang Machi remained silent and merely gazed at him, Tang Jianfeng's lips curled upward, softening his otherwise cold and rigid face. Watching this transformation, Tang Machi nearly drooled, remembering how last life he gradually fell for Tang Jianfeng's beauty trap. This time around, he was losing all resistance. Unable to resist, Tang Jianfeng quickly cupped both cheeks of Tang Machi and kissed his forehead lightly. Startled, Tang Machi hurriedly looked around. Though it was a corner, people walked by frequently. When he saw there was no sign of disgust in Tang Machi's eyes, instead only red cheeks stretching down to his ears, glaring with his enchanting eyes, Tang Jianfeng felt ripples of excitement, widening his smile and roughly tousling Tang Machi's hair. Looking at the shameless grin on the face before him, Tang Machi's temple veins throbbed. He gave a swift kick and ran away, shouting, "I'll be waiting for you in Kyoto." With great joy, Tang Jianfeng bid farewell to the trio, heading back to report to his unit. Before parting, Tang Machi reminded him to definitely return to the capital by early June. Thinking of the sincere concern in Tang Machi's eyes, Tang Jianfeng's smile grew wider. A nearby young soldier accidentally caught sight of his smile and couldn't help shiver. Could this still be their bloodthirsty, completely inhumane devil instructor? "Please stop smiling. My legs are trembling." It wasn't until 10:30 that night when Tang Machi's group decided to rest. They had just left J Province, passing through a small town in S Province. There was no earthquake source near here, the magnitude under 5, causing minimal damage, with only 1 or 2 buildings collapsing, leaving 1 fatality. The whole town could hear the sound of drums and cymbals marking a funeral ceremony. A few minutes later, Yi Jin parked the car in front of a guest house. Perhaps because of the earthquake, it was quite late yet every household was still brightly lit, the entire town aglow with light. The guest house was very simple, with only 1 standard room available. Neither Tang Machi nor Yi Jin complained. As a soldier, Yi Jin had endured many arduous environments. Tang Machi needn't mention it either, having slept amidst corpses in his previous life. Meanwhile, Yi Zheyu was so exhausted that once his head hit the pillow, he fell deeply asleep. Tang Machi and Yi Jin were also very tired, but even hungrier. After circling around, they settled down at a restaurant serving stir-fried dishes. They ordered a few random dishes and ate voraciously. Since lunchtime yesterday, neither had eaten properly, and now, smelling the food aroma, they wolfed down their meals. Other than the owners, the store was empty except for them. The owner sat at the adjacent table chatting with them. As they talked, they inevitably mentioned the funeral taking place at the other end of the town. The store owner slapped his thigh suddenly, his face taking on a strange and excited look as he mysteriously lowered his voice, pointing at his chin and saying, "Do you really think it was the earthquake that collapsed the house and killed the person?" Seeing the two looking confused at him, the store owner stretched out one finger, still speaking in hushed tones and pointing toward the door. "This is all to deceive outsiders, just to placate the authorities. Doesn't everyone in our town know that Lisir died in the mine? Such a big commotion in the middle of the night, the whole town knows everything clear as day." The innkeeper's expression exuded an eagerness akin to begging them, "Go ahead, plead with me. I'll tell you." He watched them enthusiastically. "Mine? What kind of mine?" Tang Machi felt a stir in his heart, feigning great interest as he asked. Satisfied by stroking his vanity, the innkeeper immediately began talking non-stop for half an hour. Yi Jin, seeing Tang Machi interested, couldn't interrupt and had to endure listening to all this gossip. It turned out that a year ago, a household near this town was building a new house. Every family in rural areas usually has a well, and this family also planned to dig one, but later they struck coal while digging. They called in experts who determined it was high-quality anthracite. However, despite its good quality, the coal reserves were small. After reporting it to the state, no movement followed, so this family had a thought, since the coal was discovered under their own property and now that coal had been unearthed, making the newly built house uninhabitable, why not secretly dig up the coal themselves and sell it? It would be completely cost-free and guaranteed profit. Thus, the family bought a few machines, hired some people from the town, and started mining coal. Due to the small reserve, they gave officials from the town some bribes, and everyone turned a blind eye, pretending ignorance. After about half a year of operations, they finally started pulling coal out and made some money. But then an earthquake hit, collapsing half the mine tunnel and burying one of the workers from the town. He wasn't found until late at night, but by then there was no sign of life, dead as could be. Afraid that the news spreading upwards might cause trouble, the family immediately paid a large sum to compensate the victim's family, silencing them, and told everyone it was due to an earthquake-induced collapse of hazardous housing. Now, after spending months selling coal, this family had poured all their earnings back into compensation. Several workers feared danger and were demanding their salaries before quitting, causing utter chaos. Tang Machi already had ideas brewing in his mind upon hearing this. He exchanged a glance with Yijin, paid the bill, and they both left the little restaurant to head back to the guest house. Yijin also recalled the extreme climate of the coming Little Ice Age that Tang Machi had mentioned, sensing his plan. She stole a glance at Tang Machi, whose eyes sparkled deviously, and her lips curved slightly upward. Chapter 16 Coal. The next morning, when Tang Machi woke up, Yizue was still sleeping on the opposite bed, while Yijin had already disappeared. Tang Machi, remembering the plan from last night, immediately jumped up and went to the bathroom to freshen up. When Tang Machi came out of the bathroom, Yizue had already woken up and was trying to support himself to sit in the wheelchair. Seeing his frail little arms trembling as he moved, Tang Machi became anxious and quickly ran over to pick him up and place him in the wheelchair. Yizue smiled at Tang Machi and said, "Thank you, Brother Chi. Where did my brother go?" Tang Machi shook his head and said, "I just woke up too. Your brother might have gone out to buy breakfast. Are you hungry?" Tang Machi took a basin from the bathroom, filled a cup with water, and squeezed some toothpaste for Yizue to freshen up. Just as Yizue was halfway through brushing, Yijin returned, carrying quite a lot of food. Yijin called Tang Machi to eat breakfast while he helped Yizue pour water. After all three had finished their meal, Tang Machi said, "I plan to stay here for a day. Would the two of you prefer staying here or going out to look around?" Tang Machi made the decision outright, informing the Yi brothers since the space issue was too extraordinary. Tang Machi knew well that one must be cautious about keeping something valuable, and it wasn't yet the right time. He intended to transfer part of the coal into space storage. Although he had already purchased plenty of coal, charcoal, and other combustibles, more was always better. No one knew how long this mini ice age would last. It could be several years, decades, or even hundreds. These items would only get scarcer as they were used. Tang Machi thought, since he encountered this opportunity, there was absolutely no reason to miss it. Yijin raised an eyebrow, hooked his lips, and laughed once, saying, "Are you planning to take control of that coal mine?" Tang Machi glared at him when seeing his mischievous smile. How could he possibly associate the current soldier-like man in front of him with the melancholic, death-filled man from his past life? The difference was too great. They were completely two different scenes, right? Seeing Tang Machi didn't deny it, Yijin tapped the table and rested his long legs on his younger brother's wheelchair armrests, teasingly looking at Tang Machi and saying, "Before we left, your brother acted like an old hen, repeating again and again that I must not leave your side even by an inch to protect your safety. If you go alone, I definitely won't feel at ease. If anything happens to you, your brother will definitely dismember me into 18 pieces." Yijin emphasized the phrase, "not leave by an inch," causing Tang Machi to cough uncomfortably before finally giving in and asking, "If you want to follow, what about Xiaoyu? Are you going to leave him here alone?" Yizue forcefully pushed away Yijin's feet that were resting on his wheelchair's armrests and pouted, saying, "It's fine if I stay here. You guys go ahead and don't worry about me." Yijin pinched his younger brother's face. Though the kid spoke like that, his large eyes showed something entirely different, sheer petulance, almost materializing. Yijin couldn't bear to see his brother upset. In unfamiliar territory, even if Yijin agreed, Tang Machi wasn't too comfortable leaving Yizue behind either. Yizue's mind was clearly still that of a child, and over the past few days of interaction, Tang Machi had already started viewing him as his own younger brother. Moreover, Yizue being so naive and unable to walk freely, any potential accident would lead to irreparable regret. After much deliberation among the three, they decided to directly drive to the coal mine. Before heading out in the morning, Yijin had thoroughly scoped out the route. Due to an earthquake and resulting casualties, the mine was currently shut down. By the time Tang Machi, Yijin, and Yizue arrived, only the gatekeeper was still present. Once they explained their intentions, the elderly gatekeeper was overjoyed, immediately serving tea and water and asking them to wait briefly before running off to call someone. In less than 10 minutes, two men rode over on a motorcycle. As soon as they got off the vehicle, they rushed over. When they saw Yizue sitting in the wheelchair, they paused momentarily but then warmly approached and greeted Yijin, shaking hands. Meanwhile, Tang Machi stood leisurely behind Yizue, pushing the wheelchair, easily mistaken for a bodyguard. Without wasting words, Yijin came straight to the point, expressing interest in purchasing coal from them. Fortunately for them, a batch of coal ready to be transported hadn't been shipped out due to the earthquake, and combined with what the mine had managed to extract in the recent days, they had close to 500,000 tons of coal. Yijin learned from Tang Machi that the apocalypse would likely begin in mid-June. Considering the current road conditions, rushing preparations might allow half of the coal to be transported to Kyoto. In the end, Eugene settled on buying 300,000 tons of coal. After agreeing on the price, the contract was signed. Taking the urgency into account, Eugene arranged for the coal to be transported to Kyoto as soon as possible, and also planned to contact others to come and pick up a portion. The seller was in a hurry for a deposit, so everyone prepared to return to the town's bank to make a transfer. Eugene, eager to secure this shipment of coal, had offered a high deposit, which could only be settled via bank transfer. However, Tang Machi did not intend to go back with them. He had come here looking for bargains. Purchasing coal was merely a ruse. Even if they bought a lot, it would still amount to nothing compared to the entirety of the coal mine. What Tang Machi had his eye on was the unmined part underground. Earlier, he had walked around and discovered that the mine cave had collapsed by half. It had been cleared out enough for rescuing people but hadn't begun being repaired yet. However, with the space at his disposal, Tang Machi wasn't bothered by such minor dangers. Though Eugene harbored some doubts, having witnessed Tang Machi's foresight, he placed considerable trust in his abilities. Thus, he no longer held on to his earlier insistence on staying close to Tang Machi and left cheerfully with Yizue to return to the town. Once everyone left, even the old gatekeeper returned to eat lunch. Tang Machi slowly meandered into the mine. The power source in the mine seemed to have broken down, leaving the interior pitch black. Fortunately, Tang Machi had collected numerous safety helmets with headlamps in his space and now retrieved one to wear. He also carried a high-powered lamp in his hand. Since the mine had been operational for only a short period, it wasn't very deep and remained quite primitive. After walking inside for just a few minutes, he reached the end. Tang Machi had never tried extracting fixed items from walls or the ground before. Placing both hands on the dark coal in front of him, he closed his eyes and silently commanded, "Collect." In an instant, he felt his palms empty, accompanied by a rush of airflow around him. Opening his eyes, Tang Machi couldn't help but feel overjoyed. A large chunk of the coal in front of him had vanished, amounting to at least dozens of cubic meters. Thus, as Tang Machi proceeded further into the mine, he continuously absorbed the coal along his path until he became utterly exhausted, drenched in cold sweat. Only then did he take a big swig of water from his space and sit down for a brief rest before heading out. In order to cover his tracks, upon exiting, Tang Machi casually tossed a grenade into the mine. The already precarious structure immediately collapsed with a loud crash, making it virtually impossible to clear the tunnel for months, let alone a few days. Chapter 17, Return to the Capital. When Tang Machi returned to the town, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Eugene had already taken care of everything. Tang Machi hastily ate a little food, and the three of them prepared to go out for a stroll, planning to buy some snacks for the road trip the next day. Compared to the heavy losses and gloomy, collapsed morale of the citizens in High City, this small town seemed much more peaceful. Eugene bought several pieces of clothing for Yizue. The quality was average. With rising temperatures, even though it was only May, the daytime temperature had already reached over 35 degrees Celsius. In the evening, the three casually found a small local restaurant and enjoyed some regional specialties. After eating their fill, they decided to return early to the guest house to rest and plan to set off earlier the next day. The town was lively in the evening, with families taking advantage of the cooler air to visit neighbors. Tang Machi, Eugene, and Yizue quickly became the focal point of the townspeople's attention. Tang Machi had a very refined face, clearly hailing from a big city. Though Eugene's appearance was somewhat rugged, he was still tall and handsome. And there was Yizue sitting in a wheelchair, looking obedient and adorable. As they were being watched by many, Tang Machi didn't really mind, but Yizue felt a bit embarrassed. The child had stayed at home most of the time except for school and wasn't used to such strange gazes after so many years. Seeing his younger brother upset, Eugene hurried back to the guest house. The guest house was tiny. Normally, it housed passing truck drivers who rested here overnight, rarely tourists. There was no parking lot, so cars were temporarily parked on the side alleys. Their car was parked right at the mouth of the alley. In a hurry, Eugene carried Yizue into the guest house, while Tang Machi lagged behind a few steps. By now, the sky was slowly darkening. While glancing around, Tang Machi unexpectedly spotted two figures suspiciously lurking around their car. Quietly advancing without making a sound, Tang Machi noticed those two hadn't yet noticed him, as they sweated profusely trying to pry open the car door. This vehicle had been provided by Tang Jianfeng. Although it didn't have a military plate, it was one of the army's high-quality vehicles, and these petty thieves struggled helplessly, unable to break in after a long time, growing visibly anxious. Once close enough, Tang Machi suddenly delivered a swift hand strike to the shorter one nearby. Just before this short individual was cursing, he immediately fell silent and slumped unconscious onto the ground. The thief near the car realized something was wrong and tried to flee. However, Tang Machi swiftly chased after him and caught the back collar of the thief within seconds, throwing him down onto the ground. The thief immediately hugged his buttocks on the ground, groaning, "Oh! Oh!" Tang Machi squinted, stepping heavily on the thief's chest under the street lamp. Tang Machi recognized the thief's face by the streetlight and suddenly clenched his heart, his pupils violently contracting. Within the next second, he exerted tenfold force underfoot. The thief lying on the ground clutching Tang Machi's foot didn't have the chance to beg for mercy before emitting an ear-piercing scream of pain. A group of people nearby rushed over hearing the commotion. When they saw who was on the ground, everyone appeared entertained, some even gleefully watching. It turned out this thief was Lu Sanyuan, well known for his unsavory reputation, stealing chickens and dogs around the town. He'd been caught red-handed multiple times, detained for a few days, then released. Everyone despised him. Lu Sanyuan was gritting his teeth, constantly begging for mercy. Tang Machi, however, continued to firmly step on Lu Sanyuan's chest, eyes clouded with gloom. In the previous life, this person had been one of Xue Shiming's lackeys. Tang Machi's first capture by Xue Shiming to the research institute was partly facilitated by this same man. Recalling those dark and painful days at the institute, being treated like an animal every day, Tang Machi harbored intense hatred and wished to kill Lu Sanyuan on the spot. Yi Jin sensed something was amiss and rushed over, finding Lu Sanyuan had lost strength to cry out any longer, his face ashen and almost fainting. Clearly sensing Tang Machi's emotions were unstable, Yi Jin called out twice without response. Noticing the person on the ground was probably gravely injured, likely with broken ribs, Yi Jin promptly pulled Tang Machi aside after addressing him a couple of times. Once interrupted, Tang Machi began fiercely struggling against Yi Jin, his gaze locked onto Lu Sanyuan exuding palpable killing intent. Though Yi Jin didn't know what triggered Tang Machi's reaction, it was apparent that something significant had happened. However, given their unfamiliarity with the place and urgency to continue traveling, it was better not to cause trouble unnecessarily. Yi Jin exerted full strength to restrain Tang Machi, shouting his name. A few minutes later, Tang Machi gradually calmed down. Nearby spectators, seeing Lu Sanyuan in bad condition but unsure if he was faking it, supported him to a small clinic. After realizing Tang Machi had settled down, Yi Jin let him go. Both were sweating profusely. Pulling Tang Machi up, Yi Jin said, "Why are you so stubborn? Do you really want to kill him? Aren't we going back to the capital?" Tang Machi licked his lips, his eyes still icy cold. He completely ignored Yi Jin and turned around to stride back to the inn. Yi Jin rolled his eyes at Tang Machi's retreating figure with annoyance, muttering, "What a difficult kid." Fortunately, no one reported such a trivial matter to the police, and they avoided unnecessary trouble and delay. The next morning at around 5:30, the three of them packed up and set off. The rest of the journey was fairly smooth, and by evening they had arrived in the capital. Tang Machi could not possibly return to the Tang family home, and his courtyard house was only just finished being renovated, the furniture hadn't even been installed yet. So the three decided to stay directly at a hotel until the courtyard house became livable, at which point they would move there. Finally, they didn't have to squeeze into one room anymore. As soon as Tang Machi locked the door, he entered the hidden space. Since leaving High City, he hadn't had the opportunity to properly check it out. Now, this space looked vastly different from when Tang Machi had first acquired it. By the water pool stood a delicate wooden cabin, in front of which lay a large vegetable patch, each plot lush and full of life. Beyond the vegetable patches stretched a small rice field, about half an acre, reaching just up to one's lower leg, its growth promising. Various fruit trees had been planted in abundance, and a grassy area down by the stream was fenced off for dozens of ducks and geese. Further away on the meadow grazed some cattle and sheep scattered here and there, while there was also a chicken coop and pig pen, all constructed using recycled shipping containers. Since Tang Machi hadn't entered the space for 3 consecutive days, these domestic animals went wild upon seeing him. Cows and sheep were fine, they had enjoyed grazing on fresh grass, but the ducks and geese, starving, were able to catch fish and shrimp in the water. The caged chickens and pigs, however, suffered miserably, having cried out hungrily all along. Tang Machi threw some grains and vegetable leaves to the chickens and tossed a few sweet potatoes to the pigs. He also soaked leftover bread, steamed buns, and cookies from their trip with hot water and fed them to the pigs. Seeing these creatures contentedly munching away, Tang Machi's mood improved significantly. After inspecting the enormous pile of supplies that resembled a small mountain, he picked some ripe fruits and vegetables from the garden, cleaned them slightly, and prepared to pickle them. By the time Tang Machi emerged from the space, the sky had already lightened. After washing up hastily, he got ready to go out for breakfast. He planned to visit the furniture market today to purchase furniture. Just as he was silently planning in his head, someone knocked on the door. Peering through the peephole, Tang Machi's bright expression quickly darkened upon seeing the visitor. Chapter 18, Woman. Tang Machi, I know you're in there. Open the door for me. The person outside had been knocking on the door for a long time without any response and finally kicked the door twice out of impatience. Tang Machi took 2 deep breaths before opening the door. Standing at the doorway, Tang Machi did not let the visitor in. Outside stood a mature-looking woman. She had a head of black curls, a red tight-fitting long dress, black high heels, and was carrying a black handbag. Her face combined both allure and innocence, a real man-tempting beauty, but now it was full of anger. Her normally proud and cold eyes were now filled with rage and malice, ready to erupt, completely ruining her natural beauty and making her look more menacing. Seeing Tang Machi blocking the entrance, the woman immediately lost her temper and snapped, "What do you mean? Tang Machi, I tell you, it's already giving you a lot of face that I've come here." Ah. Tang Machi didn't want anything to do with her. As soon as he saw her forefinger about to touch his chest, he grabbed her wrist, slightly twisted her arm, and effortlessly pinned it behind her back. The woman fell abruptly to the ground, shrieking in fear. Tan Machi looked coldly at Zhang Jingxian, who was sitting on the floor acting like a spoiled child. Only after she'd finished screaming did he condescendingly utter one word, "Get out." Zhang Jingxian glared furiously at Tan Machi and spitefully retorted, "You're nothing but an outcast of the Tang family, and you dare to treat me this way. After I marry Tang Jianfeng, my first order of business will be to expel you entirely from the Tang family. What are you anyway? Despicable." Suddenly, Tan Machi's gaze turned extremely cold, his stare towards Zhang Jingxian akin to looking at a corpse. Zhang Jingxian shuddered under his glare, swallowing the rest of her words into her stomach. But still, she continued to glare fiercely at Tan Machi, refusing to give in. As the two were locked in a tense standoff, the door opposite suddenly opened. Yi Jin had heard Zhang Jingxian's shouts, thinking something serious had happened. Yi Ziyue also rolled over in his wheelchair next to his brother to see what the commotion was all about. Upon seeing the woman sitting on the ground, he widened his round eyes curiously. Upon realizing others had arrived, Zhang Jingxian immediately smoothed her hair, stood up, and shot Tan Machi a look full of discontent, saying, "Don't think about messing with Tang Jianfeng. If you keep being unreasonable, don't say others won't tolerate your existence, even the Tang family would absolutely not put up with you." Zhang Jingxian, strutting like a triumphant rooster, left behind a parting insult and prepared to walk away with an air of arrogance. Confused, Yi Ziyue turned seriously to his older brother and said, "Brother, is that sister crazy? Is she one of those people whose brain is flooded with water that you always talk about?" The boy's voice wasn't loud or low enough that Zhang Jingxian couldn't hear him. She immediately spun around, glaring fiercely at him. But before she could react further, Yi Jin interjected, putting on a polite smile that didn't quite reach his eyes as he said to Zhang Jingxian, "Miss, you're certainly not here as a customer, are you? We have minors here. Please don't corrupt children." Unable to resist, Tan Machi snickered audibly. Mostly because Yi Ziyue's seemingly innocent expression was just too adorable. It was unimaginable how such a cute child could harbor little demon potential. Seeing Tan Machi laugh, the boy sweetly smiled back at him. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingxian, standing nearby, was nearly choking with rage. Her chest rose and fell dramatically as she clenched her fingers tightly around her handbag, yearning to bite someone. However, aware that they were outnumbered, she swallowed her pride, pale-faced, and hurried away in her high heels with a quick clack clack clack. Tan Machi had almost forgotten about this woman, so busy he'd been lately. Yet here she was, showing up in front of him to demand attention. Zhang Jingxian was someone chosen by the Tang family long ago to become Tang Jianfeng's future wife. Remarkably, though it was a political marriage, Zhang Jingxian truly had deep feelings for Tang Jianfeng. The Zhang family was another prominent family in the capital, leaning heavily towards politics but overall not inferior in strength to the Tang family. Zhang Jingxian held herself in very high regard. Unfortunately, while she may have pursued Tang Jianfeng with passion, his feelings for her were cold and indifferent. His heart was set solely on his younger brother in training, leaving Zhang Jingxian resentful toward Tan Machi. Later, she accidentally overheard members of the Tang family talking about Tang Jianfeng's changed attitude toward Tan Machi, which sparked an intense hatred within her. When she recently learned that Tan Machi was actively seeking out Tang Jianfeng, her hatred boiled over until she almost bit her own teeth off in frustration. She sent people to investigate Tan Machi's whereabouts, only to discover he had returned to the capital. Unable to contain herself upon hearing this news, Zhang Jingxian rushed over early in the morning to humiliate Tan Machi. Unexpectedly, she ended up humiliated herself. This bitterness stuck in her throat like a fish bone. From this point on, the relationship between them deteriorated beyond repair. Tang Machi inwardly mocked the irony that this woman's love for Tang Jianfeng was known throughout the entire upper-class circle. After the apocalypse, she was the first to declare having no relation with the declining Tang family and denied any engagement with Tang Jianfeng. She then quickly turned around and threw herself into the arms of a young master from another powerful family who held real power at the time. Later, when Tang Machi was captured and manipulated by Tang Jianfeng's uncle to be taken into a research institute, it was all due to this woman's machinations. Tang Machi meticulously noted down these accounts in his heart, planning to exact bloody revenge on them sooner or later. Since all three were up, they decided to head downstairs together for breakfast. Tang Machi stopped thinking about the unpleasantness from earlier, focusing now on completing renovations of the quadrangle courtyard so they could move in as soon as possible. Staying in a hotel was far too restrictive and very inconvenient. After breakfast, Yi Jin and Tang Machi went out to purchase furniture and appliances while Yi Ziyue returned to the hotel to rest. They had left High City in a rush, only managing to pick up some essential supplies along the way. The Yi brothers essentially had nothing else. Thus, Yi Ziyue took charge of online shopping at the hotel, with Yi Jin particularly instructing him to buy extra copies of items he liked, striving to spend as much money as possible. Tang Machi had already spent a full day traveling by car and then proceeded to mess around inside the space for an entire night, currently only holding on by sheer willpower. In the mall, they basically followed the principle of buying whatever was expensive. Yi Jin tried playing the role of a humble younger brother but couldn't interject even once. How could he compete with someone from a wealthy family who treated spending money like water? He finally got a taste of what that kind of extravagance really meant. The quadrangle courtyard consisted of dozens of rooms, many of which already came equipped with necessary furniture and appliances during the renovation process. However, more personalized furniture such as beds, Tang Machi intended to buy himself. Actually, the space contained quite a lot of furniture, including beds of various styles, but in order not to attract attention, Tang Machi temporarily didn't plan on using the furniture from the space. Hence, he bought everything according to the designer's recommendations. Afterwards, they casually strolled through the mall, purchasing piles of clothes. Writing down the address, they had them delivered directly to the quadrangle courtyard. Chapter 19, Virus. Tang Machi and Yi Jin returned to the hotel just as a tour group was checking in. The hotel lobby was bustling with noise, with people chattering incessantly. Tang Machi and Yi Jin were waiting for the elevator. Tang Machi was extremely exhausted and in a bad mood, the noise from the crowd was grating on his nerves. Yi Jin, however, was observing the group with interest. After watching for a while, Yi Jin furrowed his brows too, suddenly poking Tang Machi, who was leaning against the wall yawning, and said, "How come I feel there are quite a few people with colds in that group? Is it just my imagination?" Hearing this, Tang Machi also perked up and looked over. There were about 40 or 50 people in the group, children, elderly, men, and women, with no apparent common features. The only notable aspect might be what Yi Jin mentioned, a higher incidence of cold symptoms such as coughing, sneezing, and wiping noses, making quite a scene. Tang Machi frowned deeply without saying a word. In the previous life, the initial symptoms of the virus infection were similar to a cold. According to news reports, the first death due to the disease happened on June 10th. It was May 23rd today, and the incubation period for the primary generation of infected individuals was only 3 days. So, logically speaking, it shouldn't have appeared this early. After pondering for a moment, Tang Machi still shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be this early, Brother Yi, we should move back to the quadrangle courtyard house quickly. Things will get increasingly chaotic outside." Yi Jin nodded but still glanced at the group with some concern before entering the elevator. Back in the room, Tang Machi immediately fell asleep, while Yi Jin's behavior became slightly unusual, still browsing Taobao on his computer. Yi Jin initially had vague ideas about the apocalypse after listening to Tang Machi's description, but as the day drew closer and more anomalies emerged around them, Yi Jin felt an increasing sense of alarm and unease hanging over him like a dark cloud. He constantly sensed a sense of horror, yet to keep his younger brother Yizue from worrying, he suppressed his fears so that the child could remain safe and happy. Could he really protect both himself and Yizue in the post-apocalyptic world, where everywhere was filled with man-eating monsters and extreme weather? Did he truly have that kind of strength? Brother? Yizue's distracted thoughts were interrupted, and looking at his innocent younger brother standing before him, Yi Jin clenched his teeth, secretly resolved, told himself not to worry, because he still had his brother. Even if it meant risking everything, as long as he could protect his brother, that would be enough. Yizue watched Yi Jin with concern, and Yi Jin patted his head, smiling to make it appear relaxed and asked, "Nothing, I was thinking about something else. How's your shopping going?" Seeing Yi Jin seemed fine, Yizue remembered the achievements of the day and brightened up, replying, "I bought a lot of things. I'm not sure if Brother Chi's place can hold all of them." The two then happily discussed what other things they should buy. Tang Machi was woken by a commotion, realizing it was already dark outside. Stretching, he prepared to go out to find something to eat. When he opened the door, he noticed the opposite door was also open. Yi Jin was standing by the entrance, looking down the corridor. Upon seeing Tang Machi emerge, he immediately pointed, indicating Tang Machi to look. Several nurses were coming and going, apparently administering emergency treatment. Nearby, a stretcher had been wheeled over and stopped outside a room. Yi Jin whispered, "They're from the earlier tour group." Upon hearing this, Tang Machi's heart skipped a beat, and he exchanged a glance with Yi Jin. The two pretended to be curious and walked over. Outside the room, there were already 3 or 4 onlookers. Yi Jin handed a few cigarettes to them and asked a middle-aged man, "Brother, what's going on here? An ambulance has been called." The middle-aged man frowned, looking distraught, sighed, took the cigarette, put it behind his ear, and said, "I don't know either. Everything was fine when we came out to play, but he caught a severe cold, and just now his wife came out to say he went into shock. It scared us half to death." "Exactly, it seems like the flu. Many people in our group have been infected, and now we won't be able to enjoy the trip." Another young person nearby complained along with the conversation. Tang Machi and Yi Jin chatted with them for a while, gathering quite a bit of information. Still, Tang Machi couldn't confirm whether it was the zombie virus. After watching the patient being carried away, the two left with the others and returned to their room. "Regardless of whether it is or isn't, we cannot stay here. Let's check out tomorrow, Brother Yi." Tang Machi knew that neither he nor Yi Jin were first-generation infected individuals and thus wouldn't face threats from the primary virus. However, Yizue's situation was unclear, and Tang Machi didn't want to take any risks. Fortunately, the furniture would arrive the next day, and they had everything else needed in a storage space, so moving back to the courtyard was no problem at all. After having dinner with Yi Jin and Yizue, Tang Machi returned to the room and then entered the space. Tang Machi pickled the vegetables like yard-long beans and small cucumbers that he had picked the day before with salt, chili powder, vinegar, and sugar, stored them in jars, and made the Chinese cabbage into kimchi according to the steps from a book. The vegetables inside the space were barely consumed, all processed into kimchi or preserved vegetables by Tang Machi. Those unsuitable for other uses were mixed into porridge to feed the pig, not a bit was wasted. When Tang Machi came out of the space, it was already past 2 in the morning. After taking a quick shower, he fell asleep immediately. Tang Machi was woken up by knocking on the door. Glancing at his phone, it was just 5 o'clock. Feeling irritated, he cursed under his breath and went to open the door angrily, determined to hit whoever was disturbing him unless they had a good reason. Outside the door stood 2 people wearing white biohazard protective suits. Tang Machi's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm as he observed them and said, "Who are you? Here to sell something dressed like this?" The 2 individuals showed their credentials and explained, "A biosafety level 4 infectious virus has been detected in this hotel. The CDC is sealing off the hotel, and all guests will be quarantined. Please pack your belongings and come with us immediately." Tang Machi glanced at their credentials and noticed firearms holstered at both of their waists. He said, "I have 2 friends staying across from me. I want to leave with them." It would be easy for Tang Machi to escape alone, but Yi Jin and Yi Ziyue wouldn't fare so well. After pondering, Tang Machi decided it would be best to go with them. They all donned biohazard suits and got onto a sealed vehicle from the hotel's back entrance. By then, there were already 7 or 8 people sitting in the van. As soon as the 3 entered, the vehicle started and left immediately. Yi Ziyue looked somewhat frightened, clutching his brother's arm tightly, his small face hidden behind the transparent goggles of the suit, looking panic-stricken. Tang Machi patted his head and said reassuringly, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. I promise." The boy nodded obediently, looking somewhat more at ease and leaning against his brother as he yawned. Chapter 20, Going Home. As far as Tang Machi knew, if the patient yesterday had indeed fallen into a coma due to being infected with the first-generation zombie virus, then this quarantine period would not exceed 3 days. This was because the first-generation virus could not be transmitted through air droplets, saliva, or sneezing, but only through blood transmission, sexual contact, or mother-to-child transmission, similar to HIV. The second-generation virus, on the other hand, was a mutated virus found in first-generation virus carriers after they had received extensive antibiotic treatments. The second-generation virus had genetic selectivity. Individuals with certain genetic traits could still be infected even by airborne droplets. Once infected, humans exhibited bleeding symptoms and lapsed into a coma, only to wake up later. However, upon waking, they were no longer their original selves but empty shells carrying the virus, driven solely by the virus replication urges. The zombie virus completely took over the nervous system of an infected person, leading to brain death, which meant that once someone went through zombification, they were already dead and no longer capable of human emotions. Due to the rapid reproduction of the zombie virus inside the body, the infected showed an intense desire to eat. Their resilience was attributed to only 2 functioning organs, the neurons controlling the brain and the heart, both controlled by the zombie virus. For the purpose of reproduction, the virus enhanced the ability of its hosts to sense living creatures, leading them to chase and infect others. Only then would the true apocalypse arrive. Sure enough, on the morning of the 4th day of quarantine, Tang Machi and the others were let out. It was only then that Tang Machi retrieved his confiscated phone, discovering multiple missed calls from Tang Jianfeng. Looking at the phone's notification for dozens of unanswered calls, Tang Machi sighed and immediately returned the call. The phone was answered after just 1 ring. The line was noisy, indicating that Tang Jianfeng was still hard at work in the earthquake disaster zone. Tang Machi licked his lips and said, "Tang Jianfeng, I'm fine. There was an issue these past few days, so my phone wasn't turned on." Through the receiver came Tang Jianfeng's labored breathing. Tang Machi felt his ears growing warm and couldn't help but touch them. Seemingly moving to a quieter location, the noise diminished on the other end before Tang Jianfeng finally spoke. "What happened?" "I also couldn't reach Yi Jin." Though slightly tinged with reproach, Tang Jianfeng's tone made Tang Machi smirk slightly. He replied, "It's all fine now. When will you return to the capital?" Unhappy about the change in subject but not pursuing it further, knowing Tang Machi's character too well, Tang Jianfeng responded, "We'll head back to the military base when the next batch of troops arrives. It won't take more than a week." Machi hummed softly, surprised that the time frame was earlier than he'd expected. Nevertheless, recalling the premature emergence of the virus sent shivers down his spine, and he warned, "The virus has appeared, stay safe and don't get hurt." Rather than reacting with worry, Tang Jianfeng chuckled lightly and retorted, "How rare it is for Momo to be this concerned about me. Even if they threw me into a horde of zombies now, it wouldn't matter." Inwardly shouting, "Oh my god," at Tang Jianfeng's melodramatic response, Tang Machi maintained an aloof demeanor while externally feigning nonchalance and promptly hung up. After leaving the hospital, Tang Machi and the Yi brothers directly hailed a taxi back to the courtyard house. This property was a legacy left to Tang Machi by his maternal grandfather, tucked away in the alleys of the city center. Unremarkable from the outside, the interior was quite splendid, arranged neatly in 3 successive courtyards with intricately carved beams and pillars, all immaculately maintained. Walking in gave one the impression of traveling back in time. An old gatekeeper resided in the gatehouse of the courtyard home. The old man had been there since the time of Tang Machi's grandfather, and Tang Machi kept him on accordingly. Upon seeing Tang Machi return, he was very pleased and quickly brought over a set of keys to hand to Tang Machi. When the courtyard house had undergone renovation, Tang Machi had intended to turn it into a post-apocalyptic home, originally planning to discuss the renovations with Tang Jianfeng. But after acquiring personal space and losing touch with Tang Jianfeng, Tang Machi didn't pay much attention to the renovations. Leading Yi Jin and Yi Zheyu through the carved gateway, the Yi brothers paused momentarily, startled by the sight. Though classically styled, the entire courtyard was covered with steel-reinforced vacuum-sealed glass, making it unbearably hot under the bright sun. There were no paving bricks on the ground, only a pebble pathway led straight from the gateway to the main building. The rest of the open ground was exposed mud, with numerous weeds sprouting here and there. Beyond the front courtyard and the main house lay a small backyard, much smaller than the courtyard, yet it was also encased with vacuum-sealed glass supported by steel frames. However, the entire backyard had been excavated and was now filled with water, forming a small pond. After casting a glance at the backyard, Tang Machi returned, leading Yi Jin and Yi Zheyu to put their luggage in the west wing room. The entire quadrangle residence was lined with an insulating material, including the ceiling. The floor was covered with carpets, and all windows were equipped with an additional layer of sliding insulating soundproof windows on the inside. Tang Machi was highly satisfied with the renovation outcome of the quadrangle, feeling it was worth every penny paid to the designer. The west wing contained 3 rooms, 1 bathroom and 2 bedrooms, perfectly suited for Yi Jin and Yi Zheyu's accommodation. Seeing Yi Zheyu happily rolling around on the large bed, Tang Machi smiled and said, apart from the back row rooms, this quadrangle's other rooms have underfloor heating installed beneath them, with the boiler room located in the inverted seat room. When the weather gets cold, the rooms will still be warm and cozy. Yi Jin was somewhat incredulous, staring wide-eyed at Tang Machi and saying, underfloor heating? Since when did you start preparing so meticulously? Xiao Qi, I'm finding it harder and harder to understand you. If the apocalypse were coming, the priority should surely be preparing supplies. Yet, Yi Jin noticed that Tang Machi showed no concern for supplies but spent a significant amount of money renovating the quadrangle, making Yi Jin increasingly puzzled. Shaking his head, Tang Machi glanced at Yi Jin and headed outside, saying, this is none of your business. Go to the front courtyard to retrieve things, your packages and bedding have been kept in the inverted seat room by Grandpa Hu. Not getting an answer, Yi Jin didn't dwell on it and went with Tang Machi to move the items. Seeing them begin moving stuff, Grandpa Hu also came over to help. Tang Machi had installed solar panels all over the roof. After the apocalypse, even within Kyoto's safe zone, electricity would be limited and timed. With the solar panels installed, electricity use would be more convenient in the future, although clearing snow during winter might be troublesome. Watching the well-equipped quadrangle, Yi Jin felt fortunate to have come to Kyoto, thinking that if they had stayed in Haisha, they'd likely struggle just with the cold, let alone dealing with zombies. Chapter 21 Exposure. After moving to the Sihiyuan, life became much more convenient. Yi Jin had been preparing supplies non-stop, as if only by constantly moving supplies into the Sihiyuan could she alleviate the growing sense of panic brought on by the approaching time. Yi Ziyue, under Yi Jin's instructions, had been glued to his computer screen for online shopping, fully immersed in Taobao's world. Tang Machi, an old man who began working on the courtyard and the small pond at the back of the Sihiyuan. The front courtyard was over 150 square meters, and Tang Machi planned to turn it into a vegetable patch, a natural greenhouse to cover their activities from prying eyes. The small pond at the back was dug quite deep, about 1.5 meters, and Tang Machi intended to plant lotus roots and raise some fish. This way, even though the Sihiyuan would be sealed off, having more plants would improve the air quality. Tang Machi, an old man who carefully tilled the soil in the courtyard and divided it into blocks using small trenches, planning to grow different kinds of vegetables. Given the high temperature, Tang Machi decided to plant summer vegetables like green peppers, eggplants, tomatoes, long beans, cucumbers, and others. After working hard all day, Tang Machi was exhausted but felt content looking at the neatly organized courtyard. Thinking about how this place would soon become his home with Tang Jianfeng made him smile unconsciously. In this life, he would finally be free from the Tang family and the hardships he suffered in his previous life. With his space and countless supplies, he was determined to live well and not have to rely on anyone. While lost in thought, Tang Machi walked into the west wing room, intending to take Yi Ziyue to eat dinner at Old Man Hu's. Yi Ziyue was still sitting in front of the computer, intensely focused on the screen. Tang Machi approached and affectionately ruffled his hair. The boy's hair was soft and smooth, making it impossible for Tang Machi to resist touching it whenever he saw it. Brother Qi, are you done? Yi Ziyue noticed Tang Machi had come in and gave him a slightly embarrassed smile. Sighing, Tang Machi looked into the boy's big eyes and said, you must be hungry, right? All you know is buying and buying, you've gone crazy. Although Tang Machi criticized Yi Ziyue in words, he understood his feelings well. When he himself had first awakened, he too had been obsessed with buying things non-stop, and to this day, goods were still being shipped from all over the country to the warehouse he rented on the outskirts of the city. Tang Machi would visit the warehouse every few days to store part of the supplies in his space. Yi Ziyue already knew what would happen from his brother, but he wasn't afraid at all. As long as he stayed by his brother's side, what could the apocalypse do? To Yi Ziyue, even news of the apocalypse mattered less than when he had learned he could never stand again years ago. Besides, there was Brother Qi and Brother Feng, they would face the apocalypse together. When Yi Jin returned, it was already after 10 o'clock at night, and she looked utterly worn out. Old man who quickly warmed her meal. While eating greedily, Yi Jin said, "Little Qi, I feel the situation is getting worse. Do you remember that tour group we encountered in the hotel?" Tang Machi nodded and asked, "What happened? Weren't you out buying supplies? What does it have to do with that tour group?" Yi Jin paused mid-meal, then lowered her voice suddenly. "At the time, I kept the business card of the tour guide and the contact information of a few people who were outside that room. It might be my paranoia, but I've recently noticed a lot of people around me catching colds, so I impulsively called the tour guide. Guess what happened?" Tang Machi didn't indulge Yi Jin's teasing tone and simply looked at her impassively, saying, "Dead?" Yi Jin choked for a moment, inwardly cursing him as a brat. She continued, "The phone call couldn't get through, it was turned off. I tried calling the others, and only one number worked. It belonged to someone who had been outside that room watching the commotion, and he remembered me." "The point?" Tang Machi silently kicked the table leg with a creak, interrupting Yi Jin's verbose explanation. Yi Jin choked momentarily, then got straight to the point. According to the person, their tour group came from northeast China. After an incident, the travel agency abandoned them in Jingdu, giving them refunds and sending them back home individually. Based on what he said, none of the people showing flu-like symptoms could be reached anymore, including their tour guide. By the time Tang Machi heard this, although he didn't know how these people got infected, he was pretty sure they had caught the original strain of the virus. For the CDC to have isolated them for so long must mean that these patients hadn't shown any signs of improvement. It seemed the first wave of infections had appeared much earlier than expected. Tang Machi clenched his fists tightly, feeling worried about Tang Jianfeng. Seeing the concern etched on his face, Yi Jin patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry about Jianfeng, that kid is sharp." Tang Machi took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I know, Yi Jin, you must be careful these days when you go out. If the virus mutates, any scratch or bite from an infected person will surely lead to infection, absolutely no carelessness." Yi Jin nodded, and the two exchanged a glance filled with deep anxiety. The next day, Yi Jin went out shopping again as usual, while Tang Machi and Old Man who continued tidying up the courtyard. After Tang Machi had been working for less than half an hour, Yi Jin suddenly came back in a rush. Yi Jin rushed straight into the West Wing room, signaling Tang Machi to follow. Tang Machi sensed something was amiss and immediately dropped his hoe to join her. As soon as Yi Jin entered the room, he rushed to Yi Ziyue's computer. Yi Ziyue was placing orders but before he could finish, Yi Jin snatched away the computer. With trembling hands, Yi Jin opened the web page. No need to search, the first recommended news item below the search bar caught his eye: a new infectious virus has appeared, causing 1 death and 14 confirmed cases so far. Yi Jin clicked on the link, revealing a pixelated photo of a patient during their illness at the beginning of the article. The face, although blurred, was visibly bright red, covered in blood. Veins protruded from the neck and hands, and the body contorted unnaturally, arching upwards. It looked terrifying. Doctors and nurses were struggling to hold him down, with bloodstains all over the sheets and floor, leaving chaos in the hospital room. Death? Impossible, it's too early, too early. First-generation infected individuals don't die, the virus inside gradually mutates into second-generation viruses. Those dead bodies will be controlled by the virus, becoming the so-called living dead, complete zombies. Tang Machi was astonished beyond belief. In the previous life, the first death case occurred on June 10th. How could this happen so much earlier? Seeing Tang Machi's unusual expression, Yi Jin thought he had been scared. He quickly scrolled down the news page, moving the image upward, and asked in confusion, "Too early? What is too early?" "Oh right, you've always been saying the virus outbreak would occur in June. Now it's only the end of May. Does that mean this?" From Tang Machi's words, Yi Jin guessed almost accurately. Seeing Tang Machi didn't deny it, Yi Jin also frowned worriedly. Chapter 22, Old Friend. Due to an unexpected turn of events, Tang Machi immediately called Tang Jianfeng. Upon hearing that Tang Jianfeng was already on his way back to Kyoto, he let out a sigh of relief. Afterward, Tang Machi relayed all the information he had obtained and his speculations to Tang Jianfeng. Tang Jianfeng told him that he would keep track of the latest developments, and they hung up. Tang Machi took a deep breath. The first-generation virus differed from the second generation in terms of its virulent contagiousness. Its mode of transmission was more similar to HIV, yet it was highly unstable and prone to mutation under environmental influences. Tang Machi couldn't confirm whether the reported death cases were the first instances, but once these death cases appeared, it meant that the second-generation virus had emerged. It would quickly spread worldwide via the atmosphere and water flow, marking humans with compatible genes for reproduction within their bodies, thus controlling them. As for those who could resist the virus in natural environments, if the virus forcefully entered their bodies from outside, it would still uncontrollably reproduce within them. In the previous life, until Tang Machi's death, no effective vaccine had been heard of being developed. The supplies purchased by Yi Jin had filled 4 rooms at the back courtyard of the Sihiyuan. To avoid suspicion, Tang Machi also gradually moved some items from the warehouse into the Sihiyuan. While helping the workers move supplies, Tang Machi's phone rang. Currently, only the Yi family brothers and Tang Jianfeng knew this number, and the caller ID clearly showed an unfamiliar number. At first, there was significant noise, then a voice came through after a while, Machi, it's me. Can you hear clearly? Tang Machi's ears hurt from the loudness, so he quickly moved the phone away from his ear and smiled faintly, saying, Zhang Zicheng, are you here already? Wasn't your flight supposed to be tomorrow? Zhang Zicheng, possibly moving luggage, said breathlessly, surprise. My parents' flight is tomorrow, I arrived first. Ha, happy. Previously, Tang Machi had suggested Zhang Zicheng bring his parents back to China for a vacation in May, intending to keep them close and do everything within his power to ensure their survival in the coming apocalypse. With a smile, Tang Machi said, of course, I'm happy. Let me pick you up, wait for me at the airport. Zhang Zicheng quickly responded, no need, Machi. Just prepare a grand meal for me. I'll take a taxi over. Seeing Zhang Zicheng's firm attitude, Tang Machi did not insist and turned towards the kitchen. Other than Grandpa whose simple kitchen set up in the gatehouse, the west annex room of the main house was also transformed into a kitchen and the western Talanya restaurant. These hadn't been used recently as all three of them ate directly at Grandpa whose. Since Zhang Zicheng had traveled from afar and had always looked forward to the delicacies of Kyoto, they naturally couldn't just settle for what Grandpa who provided. After inspecting the kitchen, Tang Machi found two large double-door refrigerators filled by Yi Jin. Unfortunately, although the ingredients were there, Tang Machi didn't know how to cook. Yi Jin could cook, but her specialties were only home-style dishes, likely insufficient to satisfy Zhang Zicheng's gourmet appetite. Deciding to go out and buy what he needed, Tang Machi grabbed the car keys and informed Yi Jin before heading out. Tang Machi picked up some food from several old restaurants, entered the space to pluck some fresh vegetables, collected a few eggs, and, after some effort, fished a few fish out of the stream using a fishing net. By the time Tang Machi returned to the Sihiyuan, Zhang Zicheng still hadn't arrived. Seeing Tang Machi come back with a heap of bags filled with raw and cooked food, Yi Jin quickly rushed to help. Apart from Grandpa who, currently only Yi Jin could enter the kitchen among those in the Sihiyuan, the other two just waited for their meals. The vegetables Tang Machi brought back were fresh and lively, the peppers green and vibrant, the eggplants shiny purple, and the cucumbers fresh and fragrant. They looked very inviting. Yi Jin broke off a piece of cucumber, bit into it with a crisp crack, chewing with a satisfying crunch. Accompanied by a refreshing fragrance and sweetness, Yi Jin enjoyed it and asked, Little Chi, where did you buy these vegetables? Their appearance is too good. Tang Machi, busy putting the packed cooked dishes onto plates, replied vaguely, from an elderly man selling vegetables on the side of the road. Hurry up and get ready, fry a few vegetables and make a soup, and we're done. After finishing the cucumber, Yi Jin started handling the vegetables. She thoughtfully mused that despite Tang Machi appearing as a spoiled rich kid, his vegetable selection skills were impressive. Look at these vegetables, how cute and fresh. After receiving 5 calls from Zhang Zicheng confirming his address, Tang Machi finally lost patience and prepared to go out and meet him. Even reaching the entrance of the alleyway, he searched for half an hour but still couldn't see Zhang Zicheng. After searching under the scorching sun for a while, Tang Machi finally found Zhang Zicheng, who had awkwardly turned into another alley. With a tousle of hair atop his head, Zhang Zicheng was dragging a large suitcase and asking tourists for directions. When they shook their heads, he immediately slumped his shoulders in disappointment, looking like a mistreated big dog drenched in sweat. Tang Machi stood silently, watching with interest as Zhang Zicheng disappointedly pulled out his phone to call for help. While fumbling for the phone, Zhang Zicheng glanced around, and upon spotting Tang Machi standing in the shade, immediately rushed over dramatically, spouting English non-stop. Zhang Zicheng was a native-born American, and although he could speak Chinese due to his father, his knowledge of Chinese characters was poor, hardly comparable even to that of kindergarten children. So, as soon as he stepped out of the car, he was utterly confused, unable to recognize these twisty alleys. Upon seeing Tang Machi, he felt as though he'd met family, so enthusiastic that fortunately Tang Jianfeng wasn't there, otherwise, he might have suspected Zhang Zicheng harbored feelings for Tang Machi. Tang Machi took Zhang Zicheng back to the Sihiyuan, where Zhang Zicheng looked dumbfounded at how incongruously it had been renovated. The Sihiyuan originally exuded an elegant Eastern classical charm, but now had a very modern steel and glass rooftop added in the courtyard, from which newly sprouted vegetable seedlings were scattered across the muddy ground. Zhang Zicheng was nearly flabbergasted as Tang Machi led him into the East Annex room, which had already been prepared. There were 2 bedrooms set up, just enough for the Zhang family to stay in. The meal was already on the table, and Zhang Zicheng, with an empty stomach rumbling, no longer cared about admiring this strange Sihiyuan and hurriedly followed Tang Machi to the Talanya restaurant to eat. Looking at the sumptuous food laid out on the table, Zhang Zicheng, though drooling profusely, still restrained himself and greeted Yi Jin and Grandpa who were already seated. After exchanging pleasantries warmly, Zhang Zicheng eagerly picked up his chopsticks. Though Zhang Zicheng was a native American, his use of chopsticks was quite proficient. The speed with which he used them put even Yi Jin, trained by the military, to shame. However, after tasting all the dishes, Zhang Zicheng clearly showed more interest in the vegetables on the table. Not only Zhang Zicheng, but even Yi Jin and Yi Zhe's preferences leaned more toward the vegetables on the table. After the meal, noticing that the plates of vegetables were all cleared while plenty of the food Tang Machi brought back remained, Yi Jin grinned smugly and said, as expected, my cooking is better. My few dishes were all snatched up. Not understanding why, Zhang Zicheng instantly looked starry-eyed at Yi Jin, full of admiration as he said, Big brother Yi, did you really make all these? You're too good. Your Chinese dishes are 100 times better than my dad's. Yi Jin shamelessly accepted the compliment without hesitation, putting on airs as he said, this is nothing, Big brother Yi will make you even better ones in the future, just a few small dishes. Tang Machi silently observed those two, one foolish, the other shameless, and inwardly rolled his eyes. Humph, isn't it all thanks to my space? Chapter 23, Outburst. After the welcome feast, Zhang Zicheng didn't even have time to rest properly before being pulled by Tang Machi to water the young vegetable seedlings in the courtyard. Since the area was quite large and the weather hot, the little vegetable sprouts that had just come out needed a lot of water. Normally, Tang Machi and Uncle Hu watered them twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening. This morning, due to moving supplies, Tang Machi and Yi Jin were busy and missed watering them, leaving the seedlings somewhat wilted. Tang Machi filled 2 large watering cans with water and handed one to Zhang Zicheng. Under Tang Machi's demonstration, Zhang Zicheng began enthusiastically watering the plants. But after finishing both watering cans, his arms started to ache, and under the scorching sun inside the greenhouse, he found it unbearably stifling. Observing Zhang Zicheng's discomfort from the corner of her eye, Tang Machi noticed him frequently switching arms and knew that this guy had lost his patience. He managed to water another round despite the heat, Zhang Zicheng wishing to strip down and collapse in an air-conditioned bedroom. Secretly observing that Tang Machi wasn't looking at him, he splashed water randomly over the plot of land and finished it within a few steps. He then threw the watering can down and jumped beside Tang Machi, saying, Little Chi, I'm done. Am I not awesome? Tang Machi quietly glanced at the mess Zhang Zicheng had made. The little sprouts he'd watered were more wilted than those that hadn't been touched, but she decided to let it go since he had sat on a plane all night and needed to readjust to local time. Pretending to look disinterested, Tang Machi finally smiled when she saw him grow visibly restless. You don't do well in the heat, take a shower first. Don't sleep afterwards, find something else to do so your body clock doesn't get further messed up. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zicheng immediately sprinted towards the east room with its already switched-on air conditioning, emitting shouts of comfort upon entering. Yi Jin settled Yi Zheyu for his afternoon nap and then followed Uncle Hu to tidy the small pond in the backyard. They had planted lotus roots there a couple of days ago, and the water level was shallow. Yi Jin and Uncle Hu placed several dozen fish fry they had ordered online into the pond. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Machi had secretly added plenty of water from her space dimension, making the fry jump as soon as they entered. Though called fry, each fish was almost as big as a palm. Their jumping immediately drenched Yi Jin and Uncle Hu with water. Despite the wetness, seeing how lively the fish were, both of them felt glad, they would definitely survive and thrive. Tang Machi continued watering alone in the courtyard. The heat was oppressive, Yi Zheyu wasn't feeling well and rested right after lunch, and Zhang Zicheng fell asleep after his shower as well. The garden was silent, save for the gentle sound of dripping water. After a while of bending over, Tang Machi straightened her back with her water pot in hand, rubbing her lower back. Just after a few rubs, Tang Machi thought she heard knocking at the outer gate. She paused and listened for a moment, it was indeed someone knocking. Her eyes instantly lit up, and her heart rate accelerated abruptly. Ignoring her own sweaty forehead, Tang Machi rushed past the decorative gate, only slowing down around the bend to steady herself, feigning nonchalance as she asked behind the door, who's there? A deep, magnetic voice replied immediately, it's me, open up, Momo. Tang Machi removed the wooden latch, and the door was gently pushed open from outside by Tang Jianfeng. Before Tang Machi could even glance at Tang Jianfeng, he fiercely pulled her into an embrace. 3 seconds later, Tang Machi fiercely pushed him away, frowning. How long has it been since you've bathed? You smell awful. Tang Jianfeng didn't miss Tang Machi's reddened ears and didn't call her bluff. He smiled and said, even a day apart feels like 3 autumns, where was there time to do anything other than rush home? Tang Machi froze mid-step at these words, her ears turning an even deeper red. She hurried her pace, muttering internally about melodramatic quotes, concluding Tang Jianfeng must have forgotten to take his medicine again. The recent nationwide flu outbreak had grown increasingly severe, reaching a point of mass anxiety. Tang Machi was deeply worried about Tang Jianfeng. Seeing him return now finally gave her peace of mind. Tang Jianfeng went off to bathe, while Tang Machi went to the backyard to inform Yi Jin and Uncle Hu. Upon learning of Tang Jianfeng's return, Yi Jin also calmed down. He suggested Tang Jianfeng showcase his culinary skills for the evening feast, much to everyone's delight. Fortunately, there was still enough vegetables left in the fridge from lunch or else Tang Machi might have had to make another trip outside for cover-up. Post-bath, Tang Jianfeng changed into civilian clothes, a pair of big shorts and a white tank top. His arms bore muscles that hinted at explosive power, while his copper-tan skin glistened with droplets of water. His long legs looked strong and defined. His hair had possibly been towel-dried, now slightly damp and unruly, dripping with droplets. Tang Machi stared mesmerized at the picture-perfect scene of a man post-bath, involuntarily swallowing her saliva. Tang Jianfeng laughed and reached out to tousle her hair, teasing, "What's wrong? Did Momo get mesmerized?" Tang Machi's face flushed crimson in an instant, her eyes darting around chaotically as she avoided looking at Tang Jianfeng. She stammered, "Who said I was mesmerized? You have what I have, what's there to look at?" Just then, Yi Jin also finished washing her hands and came over, seeing Tang Machi's beet-red face. Confused, she asked, "Little Chi, why is your face so red? Be careful not to suffer from heatstroke." Tang Machi wanted to strangle him, she wasn't suffering from heatstroke at all. Meanwhile, Tang Jianfeng subtly widened the curve of his lips. The next morning, Tang Machi and Zhang Zicheng went out early. Zhang Zicheng's parents were arriving in Kyoto today, and to avoid traffic jams, Tang Machi set off 2 hours earlier to pick them up at the airport. Unexpectedly, the roads were smooth today, and they arrived at the airport an hour early. They decided to find a cafe nearby to wait. Today, Tang Jianfeng would return to the military base and also visit Old Master Tang at the Tang residence, so he didn't come along, otherwise, he would have stuck to Tang Machi like glue. Zhang Zicheng had heard things about Tang Jianfeng from Tang Machi before, though naturally none of it were good words. As such, Zhang Zicheng held a deep bias against Tang Jianfeng and treated him with a critical eye whenever they encountered. However, Tang Jianfeng knew that the Zhang family had been kind to Tang Machi, so he remained fairly tolerant towards Zhang Zicheng. Tang Machi thought that at least this meant they wouldn't end up in conflict. After waiting quietly in the cafe for half an hour, the outside area began to buzz with commotion, prompting Tang Machi and Zhang Zicheng to immediately stand up and walk towards the noise. As they took a few steps, turning the corner into the main hall, they noticed a crowd gathered somewhere. Zhang Zicheng, fond of stirring trouble, was about to rush over when Tang Machi grabbed him by the arm. Tang Machi pulled him toward a young girl sitting on a chair nearby to inquire about the situation. The girl turned bright red upon seeing the two handsome men approach, one of whom was even a charming mixed blood. After hearing her recount, Tang Machi promptly pieced together a detailed description of the scene. Chapter 24 Zombies. It turned out that not long ago, a man suddenly collapsed. With the recent flu outbreak being severe, airport security checks were very strict. The airport immediately notified the hospital and relevant departments to come and handle the situation. However, unexpectedly, the ambulance didn't arrive, but the man woke up first. When he woke up, it seemed like he had lost his sanity, grabbing his wife next to him and biting her neck. It was said that blood splattered far away. Her screams shocked many people, several who tried to save her ended up getting bitten as well. In the end, the security guards used electric batons to knock the man down. The little girl narrated while gesturing for the two of them to look over at the crowd. After being electrocuted, the man did not faint but became much more rigid in his movements. Several other security guards then bound him with ropes. This situation is likely rabies acting up, all those bitten need to get vaccination shots. Dr. Zhang Zicheng frowned as he observed a few tourists busy with bandaging nearby. Tang Machi, however, furrowed his brows tightly and remained silent, looking quite pale. As the crowd parted, Tang Machi could clearly see the man tied up, snarling at anyone who approached him. Transparent liquid mixed with blood dripped everywhere from his mouth. His emotions appeared agitated, yet his eyes looked as if belonging to a dead person, already grayish-white as if covered by a layer of ashen film. Tang Machi saw the faint necrotic spots on the man's neck and his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. He gasped. This was undoubtedly a live zombie. Tang Machi grabbed Zhang Zicheng and ran towards the exit. Those who had been bitten would fall into a coma within minutes or at most a few hours, and upon waking, they would become like that man, unconscious, mere incubators for the zombie virus with only an insane desire to consume living beings left in them. Zhang Zicheng stumbled forward a couple of steps as he was dragged along and hastily asked, "What's wrong?" "Xiaoqi. Slow down. The Zhang family parents' flight was due in 10 minutes. Tang Machi dragged Zhang Zicheng back to the car. Zhang Zicheng was utterly confused, noticing something clearly amiss with Tang Machi's mood. "I don't have time to explain now. Once your parents are picked up, we'll go back to the courtyard house and discuss further." Tang Machi reminded himself to stay calm. They had gone through 2 years of such chaos in the previous life, so why should there be anything left to fear? Had 6 months of normal living softened him? After giving himself a few moments of mental reinforcement, Tang Machi spoke again, "You stay in the car absolutely without leaving or allowing any others in. I'll go to meet your parents. Lock the car door, switch seats and sit at the driver's position." Tang Machi looked incredibly serious, and Zhang Zicheng didn't dare to argue back. Since the last time when Tang Machi went to America to purchase medical supplies, Zhang Zicheng had felt that there was something different about him. Sometimes his presence was so imposing that Zhang Zicheng simply couldn't argue back. Instead, he dumbly nodded and obediently switched to the driver's seat. Fortunately, this trip's flight wasn't delayed. Tang Machi immediately spotted the Zhang parents as they exited, shouting aloud to attract their attention. There was no longer any room for concerns about etiquette, even one more conversion to zombification might cause extremely dangerous disorder. Ms. Zhang, Linda, a pure-blooded white Caucasian with a tall stature almost matching Tang Machi's, wore a pair of sunglasses and elegantly walked alongside Mr. Zhang's arm. Greeting warmly, she gave a clumsy kiss to Tang Machi's cheek and greeted him in broken Chinese, "Dear Xiaoqi, it's great to see you." Tang Machi calmly greeted them. Their luggage was still at the baggage claim area, so Tang Machi went with them to collect it. "Zicheng is in the car, uncle. We must hurry, here, it's unsafe to stay long." Tang Machi pulled the luggage and moved swiftly, and Ms. Zhang struggled slightly in her heels to keep pace. What happened? Before Mr. Zhang, Yunfei, could finish his sentence, a blood-curdling scream interrupted him, filled with a chilling sense of terror that caused Mrs. Zhang to shudder involuntarily. This scream acted as a signal. Alarming shouts and screams erupted across the airport terminal hall. The luggage retrieval area was somewhat remote, and so the chaos hadn't reached them yet. "Go!" Tang Machi shouted loudly, abandoning the luggage, and pulled both Mr. and Mrs. Zhang straight toward the exit. Just after taking a few steps, a large group of panicked people surged toward them. Though unclear what was happening, Mr. Zhang realized it was serious and quickly held on to his wife, following Tang Machi in their escape. When they finally reached the car, breathless, Zhang Zicheng promptly unlocked the doors from the driver's seat. The three quickly boarded the vehicle. When Zhang Zicheng saw Tang Machi and the other two running out, followed by a large group of tourists, he started the car. The moment everyone was seated, he immediately stepped on the gas pedal, and the car shot forward. Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Zhang turned around and looked through the rear window at the chaos behind them. Behind the crowd were several people covered in blood. Those people would grab someone and immediately swarm around, biting the victim fiercely. The scene was extremely bloody and cruel. Mrs. Zhang turned pale and murmured in English, "What on earth happened?" After getting into the car, Tang Machi immediately called Tang Jianfeng. Tang Machi informed him of the situation and then hastily ended the call after exchanging a few words. Then Tang Machi dialed Yi Jin, informing him about the incident at the airport, telling him to lock the door and stay inside until they returned. Mr. Zhang kept frowning and holding Mrs. Zhang's hand to comfort her. Seeing that Tang Machi had finally hung up the phone, he immediately asked, "Xiaoqi, what is going on? Even if it's rabies, it's impossible for so many people to fall ill at the same time." Ever since seeing Tang Machi at the arrival gate, Zhang Yunfei felt there was something unusual about him. His emotions were tense, as if someone was chasing him, his eyes constantly alert, scanning all around. When the chaos broke out later, Tang Machi reacted swiftly and nimbly, almost as if he already knew those patients who bit others would appear. Zhang Yunfei was certain that Tang Machi must know something. Tang Machi took a few deep breaths, gradually steadying his mind. Just when Mr. and Mrs. Zhang arrived in Kyoto, they encountered such an event, leaving them somewhat shocked. But the situation was urgent, and Tang Machi had no choice but to hope they could forgive him for inviting them to Kyoto under these circumstances. Tang Machi licked his dry upper lip, turned around to face Mr. and Mrs. Zhang, and said, "What you just saw back there were zombies, the kind of zombies from movies and TV shows that eat people." After uttering these words, the car fell silent. Zhang Zicheng drove while giving him a look that said, "Dude, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Tang Machi glared at him, signaling him to focus on driving. Zhang Zicheng wasn't used to driving on the left side. Once the danger passed, the car's speed obviously slowed down. Mrs. Zhang looked at Tang Machi with confusion, seemingly not understanding what zombies meant. On the other hand, Zhang Yunfei twitched his forehead, and after a long pause, slowly said, "Xiaoqi, are you messing around with Xiaoqing? Is this your way of surprising us?" Seeing Zhang Yunfei's confident expression as if he had seen through their scheme, Tang Machi took a deep breath and gently shook his head. Just as Tang Machi was about to speak, both Zhang Zicheng and Mrs. Zhang screamed simultaneously. Tang Machi was facing the back seat, but when he saw Mrs. Zhang's frightened expression, he felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 25, Panic. There was a sudden bang. At the same time, Tang Machi felt his body violently thrown out by a powerful force and then yanked back by the seatbelt. After a series of harsh braking sounds, the car finally came to a stop. Luckily, Tang Machi reminded everyone to wear their seatbelts as soon as they got in the car, so no one was injured. Tang Machi endured the blunt pain from the collision, grabbed Zhang Zicheng who was unfastening his seatbelt and about to get out of the car for an inspection, coughed violently twice before finding his voice, "Don't open the door. Back the car up and leave this place immediately." Zhang Zicheng looked at him with confusion and said, "Although he ran into us, we also hit someone. We should at least send him to the hospital. Hit and run is a serious crime." Tang Machi didn't hear a word that Zhang Zicheng said. He stared fixedly at a spot around 10 meters ahead of their car where the person who had been struck now dragged himself towards their car with blood-soaked lower limbs, his ashen-gray eyes, deathly pale face, and grotesque expression suggesting an intense desire to devour the living, seemingly feeling no pain at all. Zhang Yunfei also leaned forward from the back seat and saw the condition of the victim, frowning heavily and shivering inside. Zhang Zicheng noticed his father's expression, turned around to look too, and when he clearly saw the creature dragging itself along a trail of blood on the ground, couldn't help but gasp, exclaiming loudly, "My goodness! These are zombies," Tang Machi murmured softly, then continued, "The virus has already fully erupted, and it's going to cause nationwide panic soon. We must hurry back." Zhang Zicheng remained stunned, his mouth hanging wide open. He glanced back and forth between the zombie crawling on the ground and the composed Tang Machi until Zhang's father gave him a slap on the back of his head to wake him up. He immediately put the car in reverse, backed away some distance, and then sped off the accident scene. Zhang Yunfei explained the current situation in English to Zhang's mother quietly in the back seat. The more she listened, the paler her face grew, until she began sobbing quietly. Zhang's father comforted her continuously. Evidently, the public hadn't realized the severity of the situation yet, but there were unmistakable signs that something strange was happening. Besides the fear stirred by the recent flu virus, the horrifying man-eating incident at the airport was promptly posted online, delivering a heavy blow to the already fragile nerves of many people. Streets were filled with residents scrambling to hoard supplies. Despite repeated government assurances that the virus would be under control, panic-stricken citizens could not be calmed. It was nearing the noon rush hour. Traffic flow was obviously increasing. Zhang Zicheng was still dazed after the earlier shock. Stopped at the traffic lights, while Zhang Yunfei and Tang Machi started discussing the current disaster and the next steps they needed to take, Zhang Zicheng felt blankness cloud his mind. Zombies? End of the world? Sci-fi movie stuff? Am I dreaming? Tang Machi, observing Zhang Zicheng from the corner of his eye, knew it was hard for him to accept it immediately. This was understandable. It was only yesterday they were on vacation, but today they suddenly had to confront the harsh reality of a dystopian world, a little too abrupt even for normal individuals. Their courtyard house was located in the city center, so their car had to navigate through increasingly dense traffic. More cars lined up waiting for the red light, filling the intersection gradually. After waiting a few minutes, the traffic light eventually changed, allowing the vehicles to move slowly. As Tang Machi's car just passed the green light, the rear doors of an ambulance to their front side were abruptly flung open. A nurse, holding her neck while screaming, rushed out. Bright red blood kept gushing out from between her fingers and left trails everywhere as she ran desperately. Lock the doors. Tang Machi immediately reached over and activated the lock buttons for all the car doors. As all the windows were tightly shut due to the air conditioning inside, they could see clearly from the open rear door of the ambulance. An arm still hooked to an foreline belonged to a woman who was currently biting and tearing at a male doctor in a white coat. The woman appeared immensely strong. No matter how hard the doctor struggled, he couldn't break free from her. Within seconds, his screams ceased. And then the female zombie began to feast on the flesh and blood of the male doctor right there in broad daylight under everyone's eyes. A few men who had rushed out of their cars to help immediately bent over and vomited upon witnessing this. Though Zhang Zicheng was a top student in medical school, his face was pale now, overwhelmed by nausea. In the car, Tang Machi was relatively calm, given his 2-year experience since the apocalypse. Scenes like these had become far too familiar. Cars in front of the ambulance had resumed moving forward slowly, while those behind stopped abruptly. Many drivers got out either wanting to help or simply curious about what had happened. Tang Machi immediately advised Zhang Zicheng to speed up, and their car darted past the ambulance. Tang Machi coldly watched from the rearview mirror as the crowd that had gathered around the ambulance immediately panicked and scattered in all directions within seconds, just as he had anticipated. At that point, the female zombie had already latched onto another man's arm with her teeth, refusing to let go no matter how hard the man kicked. As more reanimated zombies began to emerge, panic spread through the city like an invisible, viscous substance, gradually infiltrating every corner. Everyone was frantic to escape, but leaving a city infected by the virus was far from simple. The roads were bumper to bumper, cars stacked as if they could merge into one another. And those who had lost their minds started unleashing the beasts within, looting and vandalizing the streets, their actions contagious, like a disease, that caused even more people to join in the destruction. Tang Machi's car was completely stuck in the traffic jam, and they had to be wary of irrational madmen smashing their vehicle at any moment. Zhang's mother looked extremely tense, while Zhang's father managed to remain relatively calm. Surprisingly, Zhang Zicheng now had regained his composure, his earlier confusion fading as he focused on observing the situation outside the car. Tang Machi reassured Zhang's mother with a few words, analyzing the situation in his mind. It was chaos outside, and their courtyard house was still several kilometers away. Without a car, it would be dangerous to walk back on foot. Stepping out of the car would likely lead to them being injured by mistake. But waiting indefinitely in the car wasn't an option either. The streets were only going to get worse. Just as the four of them were growing increasingly anxious, the traffic flow suddenly began to move slowly again. Zhang Zicheng quickly followed the car in front, and by the next intersection, they discovered that the army had already taken to the streets. A slight shock ran through Tang Machi. Jia Feng had previously discussed with him the possibility of revealing partial information to the higher-ups, supported discreetly by Grandpa Tang. Despite having a low rank, Jia Feng wielded significant influence within the military. In the previous timeline, the government hadn't acted so swiftly. It wasn't until the next day that troops appeared on the streets. Tang Machi couldn't tell if this quicker response was due to Jia Feng alerting the upper echelons ahead of time, but there was no doubt that these soldiers being deployed was a good thing. When Tang Machi and the others finally returned to the courtyard house, Yi Jin immediately opened the gates. After receiving Tang Machi's phone call, Yi Jin had been waiting anxiously behind the gate, unable to relax. Chapter 26, Robbery. The alley wasn't wide enough for the car to drive through, so Tang Machi dropped off Mr. and Mrs. Zhang at the quadrangle courtyard house and turned around to park the car. The car was usually parked in an underground parking lot outside the alley, but today the situation was urgent, so the car was left outside. With all the chaos outside, it was unwise to leave the car out there. Of course, Tang Machi didn't actually look for a place to park. Instead, he drove the car into a hidden small alley. Fortunately, this area was filled with low-lying quadrangle courtyards without tall buildings overlooking, and at noon, the scorching sun made fewer people loiter outside. After checking that there were no people or cameras around, Tang Machi instantly absorbed the car into his space. When Tang Machi returned, everyone had gathered in the living room of the main house. Mr. Zhang was detailing what he saw on the road to everyone. Tang Machi wiped the sweat from his brow and took the glass of icy water handed by Yi Jin, drinking it down in one gulp. He wiped his lips with his sleeve and said, "Brother Yi, you explain the situation to uncle and aunt first, I'll make a call to Tang Jianfeng." Yi Jin nodded and took advantage of the presence of his younger brother and old Hu to clarify the situation and ensure everyone prepared accordingly. Tang Machi, while dialing, crossed the living room toward the backyard. The phone was picked up after 2 rings, and Tang Jianfeng's magnetic voice came through immediately. "Momo, why didn't you answer my calls? Are you safe at home?" Tang Machi paused slightly, the word home evoking complex feelings within him. Ever since his mother passed away, Tang Machi's perception of home shifted from evasion to taboo. To him, the Tang household was not a home but a cage that confined him, leaving him always feeling like he had nowhere to call home. Yet now, hearing home from Tang Jianfeng warmed his heart. Yes, here has become their home, where he feels secure. "Momo, what's wrong? What happened?" Tang Jianfeng grew anxious upon receiving no response. Tang Machi curved his lips slightly and said, "I'm fine, I've already come back." Tang Machi recounted everything that had occurred on the way to Tang Jianfeng, who also fed back any updates he obtained. Tang Machi realized that events in this life were beginning to diverge from those of his previous life. He couldn't tell if it was due to the butterfly effect caused by himself or some mysterious force behind the scenes influencing everything. By the time Tang Machi returned to the living room, the conversation among the group had ended. Old Hu was no longer present, while Mr. Zhang hugged his wife whispering something softly. Yi Zheyu, however, exhibited no abnormality, sitting quietly as ever with both hands supporting her chin, big eyes turning around curiously, contemplating something unknown. Yi Jin stood lost in thought with a cigarette in his mouth, staring at the vegetable seedlings in the courtyard, whereas Zhang Zicheng appeared still unfocused, blankly gazing with empty eyes. Things have already gone chaotic outside. For the next couple days, everyone stay inside. "Brother Yi, let's go lock the doors." Speaking, Tang Machi had already started walking out, believing that letting them sort out their thoughts by themselves would be better. It was until today that the zombie virus erupted overnight, monsters devouring human flesh appearing on the streets, and the previously concealed panic among the populace finally breaking through its limits. At this point, even with the national military taking over security measures, public sentiment has completely collapsed. Thousands of years of civilization in Eurasia seemed to vanish in an instant. Vandalism, government on the brink of collapse, barbaric and howling cries mixed with lamentations and cruelty. In this struggle for survival, death ensued, revealing no difference between humans and beasts, and perhaps due to intellect, human barbarity could appear more startling than beasts. In these times, strength would become the only factor ensuring survival. Tang Machi dared not depend on the soldiers in the street shooting at zombies for safety, especially knowing the walls around the quadrangle were already raised higher and thicker during the renovation. Now, the only weak spot remained the wooden gate at the front door. After listening to Yi Jin's explanation, Grandpa Hu ran out. His spouse passed early, leaving only a son. Grandpa Hu's son did well in studies and secured a good job at a company in the city center. When Grandpa Hu heard how dire the external situation was, he panicked instantly. Everyone tried to stop him but ultimately let him leave. When Tang Machi arrived at the front door, several young men armed with iron rods and axes already stood outside, ready to strike. Tang Machi's grandfather had lived here all his life, preserving the quadrangle excellently, presenting intricate wood carvings and historical elegance just from the exterior view alone. If not for Grandpa Hu's diligent protection, the house might have been visited by countless thieves long ago. These hoodlums outside had been eyeing this place for quite some time. They'd scouted the area many times before. Originally, there was just an old man guarding the house, but recently, several young people had moved in, so these guys couldn't find a good moment to make their move. With today's chaos on the streets, even the main avenues of the capital were filled with violence and looting. It was clear that the entire country had descended into disorder. Thinking that the perfect opportunity had come, these 7 or 8 men armed themselves and showed up at the doorstep, only to find the gate conveniently left open. They were just about to barge in when Tang Machi happened to return and was about to close the gate. Tang Machi's appearance was rather deceptive, his features were delicate, somewhat effeminate, giving off the impression of a weak college student. And indeed, he used to be one. However, despite his age-matured mind and slightly enhanced physical abilities, he wasn't exactly someone you'd associate with strength. The lead thug brandished his iron rod and sneered, "Well, look who's here to welcome us." His group erupted into raucous laughter. Tang Machi lowered his hand from the heavy wooden door, feeling slightly impatient. These kinds of people, still out here looking to loot homes during such turmoil, were practically signing their own death warrants. As the group continued laughing, Yi Jin also arrived but stayed quietly by the side of the door, remaining unseen from the outside. Tang Machi stared expressionlessly at the insolent young men standing outside. Their luck had been commendable, they hadn't caught the second-generation virus nor had they been bitten by zombies yet, but it was obvious that they weren't cherishing this fortune. They were making all sorts of reckless decisions that would surely cost them. The lead thug, now offended by Tang Machi's silence, waved his iron rod menacingly and shouted insults, "You motherfucker, show me some respect and get out of the way. Invite your grandpa inside, otherwise." Before the thug could finish his sentence, a scream interrupted him. Furious, the leader turned back around, "Who the hell?" His voice choked in his throat as a figure staggered toward them from the end of the alleyway, its face contorted, its movements erratic, letting out ferocious snarls. The group of hoodlums clearly panicked. Though they'd seen pictures and videos online, this was their first encounter up close with a zombie, and it was nothing like observing from behind a screen. Fear took over instantly, even though there was just one zombie, its presence alone was intimidating enough. However, unexpectedly, the leader did not retreat but instead twisted his head back toward Tang Machi with a malevolent grin. "Guys, what great timing, we found ourselves a big mansion to hide in. We really can't turn down such a nice offer," he said with thinly veiled menace. Upon hearing this, the other hoodlums immediately picked up their weapons and surrounded Tang Machi. Chapter 27, Fever. As the situation turned critical, Yi Jin immediately stepped forward. The young hooligans suddenly saw someone emerge and all took a step back in fear. But when they realized it was only one person, they grew bold again. However, before they could take another step, the ringleader of the hooligans retreated several steps in a hurry, pale as death, and the iron rod in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. The hooligans at the back were still unclear about what had happened until they saw what Tang Machi held in his hand, which made them all turn pale with fear and run off like frightened rabbits. Yi Jin stood in front of Tang Machi, confused by these people's reaction. He thought perhaps it was his own imposing posture and robust physique that had scared these villains away. But then he noticed their terrified gaze was not on him but focused on Tang Machi behind him, making him feel uneasy. When he turned around, "Yi Jin." Tang Machi moved 2 steps forward, causing those young hooligans to be frightened to the point where their legs turned weak. They didn't care about the approaching zombie and desperately ran towards the alleyway. The zombie smelled the increasingly intense scent of live beings, excitedly howling, scaring the hooligans who promptly retreated. Once they saw the gun in Tang Machi's hand, they retreated 2 more steps towards the zombie side. A group of 7 or 8 grown men, all trembling together in fear, quieter than chicks. Yi Jin couldn't help but let out a laugh with a pft. Picking up the iron rod from the ground, he ran over in just a few steps. With the momentum, Yi Jin swung the rod onto the zombie's face. The roaring zombie immediately fell backward, its nose flattened, an eye pushed deep into its socket, yet still madly reaching toward the group of hooligans. Yi Jin returned and lifted the iron rod, accurately driving it into the zombie's right eye. Immediately, the zombie quieted down and remained motionless, lowering its hands limply. "Ugh." One of the hooligan leaders watching the entire process threw up on the spot. Yi Jin gave him a contemptuous look, and this made the group of hooligans retreat several more steps. Satisfied, Yi Jin walked over to Tang Machi and said to the hooligans trying to flee, "Carry this corpse to a place 1 kilometer away, otherwise, you will all stay here today." Upon realizing that they were being let go, the hooligan leader quickly bowed and agreed, directing 2 hooligans to drag the zombie's body away hastily. After Tang Machi and Yi Jin carefully closed the gate, Tang Machi opened a small box on the wall beside the door. 2 iron gates slid out from the walls on both sides of the door, quickly closing shut. Yi Jin stared dumbfounded at Tang Machi. No wonder they stayed in this quadrangle courtyard, Tang Machi must have prepared a lot. When Tang Machi and Yi Jin returned to the living room, Zhang Mother appeared much more spirited. Everyone was sitting waiting for them. Before Tang Machi even sat down, Zhang Father indicated that his whole family intended to return to the country immediately. Tang Machi had foreseen the current scene and understood Mr. Zhang's concerns. After all, this place was unfamiliar to him, and so were the people. Wanting to leave was a reasonable human reaction. "Uncle Zhang, the situation outside is now too chaotic. You should stay for now, and we can discuss leaving later when there's time. What's most important now is how to protect ourselves until the army truly controls the nation." Knowing Mr. Zhang Yunfei's worries well, Tang Machi adopted a circuitous method to ensure his family would reach Kyoto before the virus outbreak. The reason why Tang Machi insisted the Zhang family come to China was because he knew what had happened in M country last lifetime after the apocalypse. The so-called free nation wasn't what it claimed to be. Unfortunately, the president of M country was genetically defective and was infected with the second-generation zombie virus at the beginning. However, the government concealed this information from the public for quite some time without revealing it. By the time the zombie virus fully erupted, it was already too late. The White House finally came out to announce the news of the president's death. By then, due to the legalization of civilian weapons, various ambitious figures emerged after the virus outbreak, making it impossible for the national military to control the country anymore. As for the Zhang family located in New York, a shocking genocide event occurred half a year into the apocalypse. In December 2020, due to rampant viruses and extreme scarcity of supplies, combined with the severe advent of the minor ice age, the larger the city, the more serious the disaster. Many people, to survive, abandoned their basic human principles, falling into darkness and becoming demons, even more terrifying than zombies who eat humans. The ruler of New York's safety zone was notorious as a racist, who, upon realizing humanity's psychological defense was almost shattered, initiated a massacre movement named Name Removal, which aimed to kill all colored races and store their bodies as reserve food. At that time, Huagua was already struggling to handle its own situation. Although the capital Kyoto received this news through the radio, no action was taken. Tang Machi could only silently pray for the Zhang family, feeling powerless. Therefore, in this lifetime, he insisted on inviting them back to the country. Even if they had managed to escape the massacre in M country last time, it was unlikely they could have survived such harsh weather conditions. In Kyoto, Tang Machi felt confident that he could protect the Zhang family. Zhang Zicheng came back to his senses. He understood his parents' unease and anxiety, but he trusted Tang Machi more. In the current situation, the chaos in M country must be at least 10 times worse than in Huagua. Their personal safety in M country couldn't even be guaranteed. Since they were here, they might as well settle down, as Tang Machi had said, better to consider how to survive during this time and figure out ways to obtain food and supplies. Upon hearing his son's words, Zhang Yunfei sighed, realizing how much his son had grown up. Yet, he became anxious about their supplies. If those outside were truly zombies, ordinary people like them would likely find themselves cast into hell for training. After a brief exchange among everyone, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang, though exhausted and hungry due to jet lag, had no sleepiness or appetite. On the contrary, Yi Ziyue kept yawning repeatedly, his small head drooped from his palm, nearly causing him to tumble forward. Yi Jin managed to catch him with a mix of amusement and worry, preventing the child from landing upside down. Yi Ziyue rubbed his eyes, his frail constitution always required an afternoon nap. Although it was time for a nap today, lunch had not yet been eaten due to the unusual circumstances. Seeing everyone's lack of appetite, Yi Jin went to the kitchen and prepared some simple sandwiches and juice. When she returned, she found Yi Ziyue already sleeping soundly on the table. She urged everyone to eat something. Tang Machi gently woke the child, but immediately noticed something wrong. Yi Ziyue's breathing was rapid, and his face was flushed. Tang Machi quickly placed his hand on the child's forehead, it was scorching hot. A sudden chill struck his heart. Yi Jin also immediately stopped what she was doing and reached for the child's forehead as she softly called his name. Even though her palm was usually warm in the summer, Yi Ziyue's forehead was clearly hotter. Feeling the alarming heat, Yi Jin immediately picked up Yi Ziyue. Chapter 28, Coma. Yeah. Yeah. Yi Jin softly called out to Yi Ziyue, while holding the child into the west wing room, her own room. The air conditioning was on, and it was cool inside. All 3 members of the Zhang family were doctors, Zhang's mother had followed over as well. After Yi Jin placed Yi Ziyue on the bed and moved to the other side, she let Zhang's mother take over. Zhang's mother examined the child's eyes, undressed him to observe his skin, and listened to his chest cavity. The child's face was very red, with his eyebrows furrowed, seemingly in great discomfort. Tang Machi took a medical box from the seat house and came out. Of course, this wasn't actually from the seat house but taken out of Tang Machi's personal storage. When Zhang's mother saw the medical box, her eyes brightened instantly, and she quickly took it over. Zhang's mother gave Yi Ziyue a detailed examination while Yi Jin looked on anxiously by her side. After checking, Zhang's mother consoled Yi Jin, saying, "No life-threatening danger, just a fever. I'll give him an injection of antipyretics for physical cooling and keep an eye on his situation." After injecting the medication, Zhang's mother left as she was also tired. Tang Machi persuaded her to rest. Yi Jin did not relax her frown, instead, her eyes grew colder, and her hands tightly clenched together. Tang Machi understood what Yi Jin worried about, but there really was no way around it. Even if Tang Machi had foreseen it beforehand, there would have been nothing he could do. In fact, even up until his death in the explosion in the previous life, the whole world hadn't yet developed an effective vaccine. Tang Machi touched the child's forehead and went to the bathroom to wring out a cold towel. He then rummaged through the medical box, taking out a bottle of medical alcohol and handing it to Yi Jin, saying, "Help him cool down first. Don't be so tense, Xiao Yu may not have been infected with the virus." Taking the alcohol silently, Yi Jin remained silent. Tang Machi also knew how easy it was to say that kind of thing, but how impossible it was not to worry. Putting himself in their shoes, if Tang Jianfeng got infected with the virus, he wasn't sure what he would do. Tang Machi and Yi Jin kept watch over Yi Ziyue all afternoon. Luckily, Yi Ziyue's condition did not further deteriorate. Although the high fever persisted, his bodily functions were relatively normal, and his eyes showed no signs of zombie transformation. At 6 in the evening, Tang Machi made some noodles, and everyone ate a little bit hastily. Hu Dai did not return. Throughout the entire afternoon, the door of the courtyard had been knocked on many times. No one knew whether the wooden door outside was broken, but the iron door inside remained motionless. Tang Machi handed a gun to Zhang Zicheng, who guarded behind the door. Zhang Yunfei rested for a while, then began patrolling the courtyard, preventing anyone from climbing over the wall. Over and over, he walked countless rounds through the courtyard, carefully observing every carved beam and painted lintel as well as the delicate and elegant wood carvings, which somehow calmed him significantly. At 9 in the evening, Zhang Zicheng opened the iron gate, and Tang Jianfeng finally returned. Seeing him unscathed, Tang Machi put down his heart that had been hanging for so long. Tang Jianfeng embraced Tang Machi forcefully, looking exhausted. His voice was hoarse when he said, "Momo, I miss you so much." Tang Machi felt his face redden slightly, uncomfortable, and rubbed against Tang Jianfeng's chest. He pursed his lips, feeling his heart beating wildly. Upon entering the gate, Tang Jianfeng had already taken off his military uniform and now only wore a white undershirt. Tang Machi could smell the sweat and heat radiating from Tang Jianfeng's body. Tang Jianfeng chuckled lightly and kissed Tang Machi's hair. When Zhang Zicheng closed the door and turned around, he saw the two hugging each other so affectionately, making him groan, saying, "Are you done yet? Were you just separated in the morning? Why are you acting so melodramatic?" Before Zhang Zicheng finished his sentence, Tang Machi cried out, "Tang Jianfeng," and Tang Jianfeng's tall figure softened suddenly, sliding toward the ground while leaning against Tang Machi. Immediately, Tang Machi reached up and supported Tang Jianfeng under his armpits, trying to lift him up, but Tang Jianfeng had already lost consciousness and continued to slide down. Realizing Tang Jianfeng had fainted, Zhang Zicheng rushed forward to help Tang Machi carry him inside. Because of the sudden situation here, Zhang's father and mother immediately came over. Tang Jianfeng's condition was very similar to Yi Ziyue's, high fever, unconsciousness. In the afternoon, Tang Machi was still pondering what to do if Tang Jianfeng faced such a situation, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Surprisingly, Tang Machi found that he could still remain rational and listen to Zhang's mother analyzing the situation calmly, watching Zhang Zicheng beside him try to stay calm too. Tang Machi stared at Tang Jianfeng lying in bed, yet his heart felt icy cold despite the summer heat. Tang Machi thought back to the previous life, when Tang Jianfeng had gone to Haishur city to pick him up, but he had been distant and cold towards him because of past grievances. Yet, Tang Jianfeng never gave up on him, even in the direst situations when surrounded by zombies, he still shielded him behind his back. In the previous life. Yes. In the previous life. Tang Machi suddenly jumped up, immediately climbed onto the bed and started to take off Tang Jianfeng's clothes. Mrs. Zhang thought Tang Machi was trying to cool down Tang Jianfeng, but when she saw Tang Machi remove his pants and then attempt to take off his underwear, she couldn't help but let out a surprised cry, yet her eyes still curiously looked over. Tang Machi just realized that Mrs. Zhang was still in the room, and quickly stopped, blushing as he apologized. Mr. Zhang, seeing the amused look in Mrs. Zhang's eyes, coughed and pulled her out of the room. Mr. Zhang Qingzi also awkwardly pointed at Tang Machi and said, "Little Qi, I've clearly misjudged you, you're so desperate." After saying this, he turned and ran out. Tang Machi. Tang Machi eventually gave up on taking off the underwear, checking Tang Jianfeng all over front and back, there were no bite marks or scratches. Based on his experience from the previous life, Tang Machi was certain that Tang Jianfeng was definitely not someone with a genetic defect. Tang Machi's heart calmed slightly. But watching Tang Jianfeng fall into a coma due to the high fever, he had some vague guesses but dared not confirm them. Tang Machi took out a large glass of spring water from the space storage. Tang Machi could not be sure if this spring water was any different from regular water outside, but for quite a while now, all the water consumed by the family had been replaced by the spring water from his space. After making Tang Jianfeng drink a little water, he wiped his entire body with medical alcohol. Seeing no other abnormalities with Tang Jianfeng, Tang Machi immediately went to find Yi Jin who was still guarding Yi Ziyue. Yi Ziyue was still in the same condition, unconscious, with a high fever, breathing heavily. Tang Machi handed the spring water to Yi Jin, watching him feed a little water to Yi Ziyue. Then, Tang Machi revealed his guess to Yi Jin. Since Yi Ziyue hadn't transformed into a zombie over such a long period, Tang Machi suspected that Yi Ziyue might be awakening to his abilities. When Yi Jin heard this, he paused, then his eyes brightened as he asked urgently, "Are you sure?" Tang Machi slowly nodded, concealing the part about the space spring water, only stating that he was very certain. He instructed Yi Jin to closely monitor Yi Ziyue. If the situation didn't worsen, he would likely wake up after being comatose for 24 hours. Joy sparkled in Yi Jin's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he tightly hugged Tang Machi and said, "Thank you, little Qi." Tang Machi smiled and replied, "No need to thank me, I like Yaya too." Chapter 29, Awakening. Tang Machi watched over Tang Jianfeng for the entire night, and as expected, there was no sign of deterioration. Yi Ziyue's condition remained unchanged too, which reassured both Tang Machi and Yi Jin slightly. Zhang Zicheng and his father took turns guarding the door all night long. As dawn approached, the noise outside gradually subsided. The screams and eerie cries slowly ceased. Most of the courtyard houses in the alley were rented by people with little safety awareness. Often, when one person turned into a zombie, the whole family would be doomed. Moreover, ordinary doors couldn't withstand the attacks of those frenzied humans. Those who were fortunate enough not to have been infected ended up at the hands of malevolent bandits. After a night of chaos, survivors hid themselves away while the military began large-scale crackdowns on zombies and violent criminals. The night was filled with blood and despair, but as the sun rose again, would it bring hope or an even deeper despair? Most people were lost in confusion and fear. Due to the severity of the epidemic, the country had entered a militarized management mode. The armored vehicles lined along the roads offered some hope to the desperate citizens. However, most people still hid in their homes, coldly and fearfully watching as bodies were carried out from various corners. But even the military wasn't omnipotent. Guns and ammunition couldn't stop human madness. For a city in panic, even the slightest unrest could lead to riots. People living in peace often can't imagine what it's like for those struggling amidst fear and violence. Accumulated despair constantly pushed people to the brink of mental breakdown. Compared to the majority who died in panic or became part of the zombie crowd during the virus outbreak, many calm individuals chose to hide in their homes or sealed spaces. Tang family's courtyard house could be considered one of the safe fortresses in this disaster. Zhang Yunfei greatly appreciated Tang Maqi's foresight. Undoubtedly, the entire renovation of the courtyard provided them with a safer environment. When Tang Maqi was woken up by a phone ringing, they realized they had fallen asleep beside the bed. Checking the alarm clock, it had only been half an hour. After searching for the phone for a while, Tang Maqi found that it wasn't theirs. The phone rang persistently from inside a pile of clothes on the floor. Tang Maqi retrieved the phone from Tang Jianfeng's pants pocket. The caller ID displayed, Xiaodi, younger brother. Tang Maqi knew who this younger brother was, Tang Qingchu, the second son of Tang Jianfeng's mother and his father, Tang Jinmin. Tang Qingchu was also Tang Maqi's half-brother, being 4 years younger than Tang Maqi and not yet an adult. As Tang Maqi answered the phone, they simultaneously checked Tang Jianfeng's forehead temperature. The line was noisy with a woman's yelling. A few seconds later, Tang Qingchu's voice came through, Big brother, where are you? Your fiancé has come looking for you. Hearing this, Tang Maqi raised an eyebrow. Tang Jianfeng's fiancé was none other than Zhang Jingxian from the Zhang family. In the previous life, Zhang Jingxian had been protected by the Zhang family during the virus outbreak. Later, after the situation stabilized, she joined forces with the second young master of the Shen family, who held power at the time. This time, since Tang Jianfeng had already provided partial information to the troops, he had established great merit, and the Tang family was placed under close protection. Everyone in Kyoto's upper class was a shrewd individual. Those who knew about the situation wanted to cultivate a good relationship with the Tang family, while those unaware needed to carefully weigh the situation before acting. In times of chaos, politics became the cheapest form of power. Naturally, the Zhang family knew how to make the next move so they wouldn't become cannon fodder in this world of desire. Hey! Big brother, are you listening? Zhang Jingxian wants to see you. Tang Qingchu didn't know that Tang Jianfeng was with Tang Maqi, assuming that he had spent the entire night in the military unit. Though originally not expecting the call to get through, Zhang Jingxian's incessant complaints led Tang Qingchu to dial the number under the instructions of his grandfather. Just as Tang Maqi was about to respond, a woman's voice suddenly cut through from the phone. It was evident that Tang Qingchu's phone had been snatched. Zhang Jingxian put on a completely different act, her trembling voice saying, Brother Jianfeng, where are you? I want to see you. I am really scared. It seemed that Zhang Jingxian became increasingly frightened, and her pitiable vulnerability was palpable even across the phone line. Unfortunately for her, Tang Maqi only felt irritated. Coldly, they replied, don't bother trying to fake it here. Tang Jianfeng is mine. Tang Maqi hung up abruptly and then switched off the phone. After reacting with a moment of shock, Zhang Jingxian finally understood who she was speaking to. She let out a scream, threw the phone, and immediately began cursing viciously. Seeing her daughter's loss of composure, Mrs. Zhang quickly stepped forward to hold her back while apologizing profusely to everyone present in the Tang household. After watching a farce unfold, old Mr. Tang sighed inwardly but maintained a blank expression on his face. He simply instructed the steward to take Miss Zhang and Mrs. Zhang to the guest room to rest. Tang Maqi paid no attention to the troubles between the Tangs and the Zhangs, instead continuing to watch over the unconscious Tang Jianfeng. Since the apocalypse had already arrived, what did he have to fear? He had his space and supplies, and he would live more freely than anyone else. No one could oppress him anymore, and no one could easily harm him again. He could get what he wanted, and he could protect the people he wanted to protect. Mrs. Zhang prepared some simple food for everyone. The group anxiously waited for Yi Ziyue and Tang Jianfeng until past 2 in the afternoon when Yi Ziyue's condition stabilized, with his temperature gradually returning to normal. Yi Jin completely relaxed, not caring whether Yi Ziyue awakened any special abilities, he just hoped Yi Ziyue would live safely. When Yi Ziyue woke up at 5 o'clock in the evening, he looked at Yi Jin with hazy eyes and said, Brother, I'm so hungry. Yi Jin chuckled as he pinched his face, saying, You little rascal, you scared me to death. Yi Ziyue hadn't realized that he had been unconscious for a whole day and night, he just felt like he took a long nap and was feeling extremely refreshed. Now, he was brimming with energy. Yi Ziyue sensed something unusual about his body but didn't say anything yet. Instead, he urged Yi Jin to bring him food. How could Yi Jin allow his precious younger brother to go hungry? He immediately went to the kitchen to fetch food. Mrs. Zhang had prepared a lot of cheesy Italian pasta, so Yi Jin reheated some and added a fried egg before quickly returning to the room. As Yi Jin opened the door with the bowl of noodles in hand, he was startled by the sight of the young man standing in the middle of the room. Recognizing his brother's recovery filled Yi Jin with uncontrollable joy, so much so that he forgot the noodles were already slipping out of his hands onto the floor. He ran forward to embrace Yi Ziyue, stroking his excited and flushed face. Brother. Brother. My legs are fine, really. Trying hard to suppress his tears, Yi Jin tightly hugged the boy and said, Ziyue is amazing. Yi Ziyue laughed foolishly, but tears of joy streamed down his cheeks. As he wiped them away randomly, he said, Brother, it's great. Nodding, Yi Jin thought selfishly that if the price of his brother's legs being healed was the end of the world, he would gladly bear it. Chapter 30, Psychic Powers. After running a high fever, Yi Ziyu's legs miraculously healed. Although he still couldn't run or jump around recklessly, he was able to walk slowly. As long as Yi Jin continued to exercise his leg muscles more frequently, she believed that Yi Ziyu would eventually live like a normal person. Regarding the psychic abilities mentioned by Tang Mo Chi, after Yi Jin meticulously questioned Yi Ziyu, she also remained completely baffled. It seemed as if Yi Ziyu hadn't awakened any such power. But already, with his legs recovering in a single day, Yi Jin thought it was miraculous enough. Whether or not psychic powers developed was inconsequential. Mrs. Zhang was very curious about Yi Ziyu's legs, but without medical equipment nearby, she could not perform detailed examinations. She had no choice but to use old-fashioned methods, observing Yi Ziyu's legs and asking him about his feelings. However, this approach yielded no clear answers either. Zhang Zicheng, also a medical student, accepted the situation much more readily than his mother did. Instead of showing skepticism, he was fully engrossed in the excitement of having finally arrived in a sci-fi world. By evening, Tang Jianfeng's condition finally stabilized as his temperature gradually dropped. His situation was far more severe compared to Yi Ziyu's, both in duration and intensity of the fever. According to Tang Mo Chi's memories, the awakening of psychic powers was extremely rare. 1 in 10,000 survivors might awaken a power. In the previous lifetime, Tang Jianfeng had never awakened any special abilities until his death. In contrast, the seemingly useless Tang Mo Chi himself had awakened wind-based powers. Afterward in that life, immediately following his power awakening, Tang Mo Chi was captured and brought to a research institute. He only knew that the psychic awakening had something to do with the third-generation virus. As for the principles behind it and methods to enhance these abilities, he remained unclear. Yet in this new lifetime, the apocalypse had just begun, and already 2 people around him had awakened their powers. Tang Mo Chi couldn't help but relate this phenomenon to his personal space. Compared to his last life, the main difference now seemed to be the presence of this personal space, which was deeply connected to the jade pendant Tang Jianfeng gave him before dying. This lifetime, however, Tang Mo Chi had not seen Tang Jianfeng wear the jade pendant, leaving the question open as to whether it still existed. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, the Yi family brothers and the Zhang family gathered in Tang Jianfeng's room, awaiting his recovery. Yet even past 10, there was no sign of Tang Jianfeng waking up, and his body temperature kept climbing higher and higher. In half an hour, his temperature exceeded 43 degrees Celsius, rising at an alarming rate. Tang Jianfeng's expression grew increasingly tormented, his hands spasmodically reaching out unconsciously. Witnessing Tang Jianfeng's suffering, Tang Mo Chi's eyes became red, unable to hold back his sorrow as he wiped alcohol on Tang Jianfeng's forehead, his hands trembling all along. Seeing how alarmingly high Tang Jianfeng's temperature had become, Mrs. Zhang suggested immersing him in icy water to cool down. Fortunately, since it was midsummer, plenty of ice blocks were frozen in the fridge. Yi Jin and Zhang Zicheng retrieved ice and placed it in the bathtub. Zhang Zicheng went so far as to throw every single container of ice cream from the fridge into the tub, quickly transforming the lukewarm water into a freezing cold bath. They carried Tang Jianfeng into the bathtub, whereupon his agitated movements immediately calmed upon entering the cold water. Just as everyone was beginning to feel relieved, Yi Ziyu suddenly pointed towards Tang Jianfeng and let out a surprised scream. Focusing their attention, everyone took in a sharp breath at what they saw. Tang Jianfeng's brows were tightly furrowed, his entire body glowing with an unnatural reddish hue. What struck them most, however, were Tang Jianfeng's eyes that had been closed moments ago, but now wide open, displaying fiery red irises with an eerie brightness as though capable of piercing through flesh. At the same time, the water in the bathtub began steaming inexplicably. When Zhang Zicheng tentatively touched the water, he let out a sharp hiss and swiftly pulled his hand away. Indeed, the water inside the tub had reached a scalding temperature. Everyone stared tensely at Tang Jianfeng, their breathing instinctively slowing as if afraid to disturb him. Suddenly, Tang Jianfeng roared loudly and sat up abruptly. The water splashed violently in all directions. Those standing close, Tang Mo Chi, Zhang Zicheng, and the Yi brothers, all recoiled sharply as the hot water stung their skin. Oddly, when the boiling water splashed onto Yi Ziyu's lower leg, the redness dissipated instantly, reverting to its normal color within seconds, blending perfectly with the surrounding skin. In contrast, others' skin remained painfully crimson and sore. At that moment, everyone's focus was fixated on Tang Jianfeng, and no one noticed Yi Ziyu's peculiar condition, not even Yi Ziyu himself, who merely wondered momentarily before shifting his attention entirely back to Tang Jianfeng. Breathing heavily with his mouth agape, Tang Jianfeng's fire-red pupils shone brighter, and his whole reddened body emitted steam, creating the illusion that the air around him had distorted due to the intense heat. Tang Mo-chi anxiously watched Tang Jianfeng, but despite being awake, Tang Jianfeng seemed devoid of consciousness, his menacing gaze fixed straight ahead. As everyone stared tensely at Tang Jianfeng, he had no awareness of his current condition. He was trapped in a nightmare, where he saw Tang Mo-chi being captured by someone. In the dream, Tang Jianfeng chased after them endlessly under the scorching sun, which made him feel as if he were about to combust from the heat. But Tang Mo-chi was still waiting for him, so he ran and ran ceaselessly. He didn't know how long he had been running when a volcano suddenly erupted beneath his feet, and before he knew it, he had run straight into it. The molten lava surrounded him immediately, enveloping his entire body. It was unbearably hot, so hot. Not knowing how long he had writhed in the molten lava, Tang Jianfeng realized with astonishment that he could somehow control the lava. Gradually, the scorching magma detached itself from him, forming a vacuum-like isolation barrier around him. The once ferociously churning lava now seemed like a docile kitten, completely under Tang Jianfeng's willpower, obediently cradling him. The group noticed Tang Jianfeng calming down instantly, his bright red eyes gradually returned to normal. Tang Mo-chi immediately called out softly, "Tang Jianfeng." Turning his head toward him, before Tang Mo-chi could say more, Tang Jianfeng abruptly rose from the water and embraced Tang Mo-chi, whispering softly in his ear, "Momo, I was so worried. I dreamed that someone kidnapped you." Tang Mo-chi shivered slightly at the heat radiating from Tang Jianfeng, fortunately only because some water clung to his body when he pulled him close. Otherwise, Tang Mo-chi would likely have suffered burns. When Tang Jianfeng finally let go of Tang Mo-chi, he realized that there was a crowd around him. Not only that, but he stood half naked in a bathtub wearing only an inner garment, soaked in sticky hot water. All the ice cream in the tub must have melted in the near boiling water, filling the air with a sweet, rich smell of cream. Relieved that Tang Jianfeng had returned to normal, everyone retreated to the living room, leaving him alone to shower. But before they could settle down, a loud racket of banging sounds came from the bathroom. Tang Mo-chi's face changed instantly, and he rushed over without hesitation. Chapter 31, Registration. When everyone returned to the bathroom, Tang Jianfeng was struggling to get up from the ground. The group stood in shock as they observed how the bathroom had transformed beyond recognition within mere seconds. My goodness! The bathroom, which had previously been clean and pristine, was now utterly ruined. The once spotless white tile walls were now cracked and darkened, creating a strangely artistic pattern. The shower curtain had been burned to ashes, while destroyed bottles of toiletries lay scattered on the floor. All plastic items had been completely incinerated, leaving only melted glass that slumped into soft, shapeless blobs. It looked exactly like an explosion site. Remarkably, Tang Jianfeng appeared entirely unscathed, merely having fallen over, indeed not a hair out of place, and his hair still dripped with water. There was no doubt about it, Tang Jianfeng had awakened with fire-based elemental powers, and they were evidently potent. However, it seemed he wasn't yet capable of controlling them fully. Nevertheless, the emergence of his abilities reassured everyone. Since the start of this crisis, they had been hiding inside this courtyard, already fearful of the chaos outside. For most people struggling against death, facing bloodshed daily, their lives were nothing short of harrowing. Death itself is not what scares people, what terrifies them is knowing that death could arrive at any moment, yet feeling powerless to prevent it. The stronger one's abilities are, the higher the chance of survival in this apocalyptic world. Awakening powers signified becoming a favorite of nature, evolving ahead of others in the human race. Before anyone could begin tidying up the bathroom, Zhang Yunfei rushed back hurriedly from guarding the gate. Afraid that Tang Jianfeng might destroy anything else, Tang Machi expelled him to practice controlling his fire elemental skills outside. A blue flame shot from his palm, instantly igniting an empty aluminum can sitting in the corridor. Noticing Zhang Yunfei's approach, Tang Jianfeng stopped emitting the flames and moved toward him. Zhang Yunfei gave a nod and gestured outward. Someone's coming, it's military personnel. You should go check it out. Tang Jianfeng nodded, stepping forward just in time to hear loud banging, clang, 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 on the door. He quickly pulled the iron latch open. A military officer and two soldiers, armed to the teeth, stood outside. In the officer's hand was a file folder. Since Tang Jianfeng wasn't wearing a uniform, and the officer clearly didn't recognize him, he approached with an official air of businesslike indifference. Without saying much himself, Tang Jianfeng stood blocking the doorway as if signaling, "Speak your purpose quickly, but don't expect me to let you in." The junior officer didn't insist on entering either, realizing there was no need for such bravado. After all, even in these chaotic times, despite the collapse of societal order, authority figures remained potentially dangerous. As they say, even a starving camel outweighs a horse. There was no harm in exercising caution. Tang Jianfeng roughly guessed why these individuals had come. When the virus outbreak occurred, thanks to his warning, the military acted swiftly to establish safety zones around central Kyoto, encircling the millions who hadn't managed to escape the city. Housing resources were tight, so the government likely intended to forcibly requisition some properties and rehouse the survivors. As expected, the young officer requested to register the property deeds and take a head count of all residents along with their identification details. Just then, Tang Machi arrived at the front door, listened briefly, then turned back to fetch the necessary documents. The officer glanced at Tang Jianfeng's military ID card in surprise. The two soldiers behind him obviously saw Tang Jianfeng's name too, exchanging quiet glances between themselves. While the Tang family today may not be as dominant as the Shen or Qin families, who control much of Kyoto's military affairs, the Tang clan still commands significant power. Although Tang Jinmin had lived somewhat licentiously before the incident, his methods were never lacking in decisiveness. Under the protection of Elder Tang, Jinmin had climbed high within the political ranks before the apocalypse. Adding Tang Jianfeng's outstanding observation during the initial stages of the virus outbreak, a major contribution, made the Tang family currently quite influential in military circles. Even Zhang Qingxian, who had previously maintained restraint towards Tang Jianfeng, could no longer contain herself and had begun openly pressuring him into marriage. Immediately, the attitudes of the three soldiers shifted to one of respect. They didn't make things difficult for the three foreigners of the Zhang family either. Once the registration process was completed, the junior officer left behind two small yellow copper plaques about the size of a palm and a small booklet containing citizen guidelines. They instructed the family to nail the plaques both inside and outside the wall. The booklet was short, only 10 pages or so, and detailed regulations to follow within the safety zone. Though strict laws would prevail in the disorder, enforcement would depend on future leadership. The section regarding resource distribution drew particular attention. According to the rules, each person must contribute a specific amount of work every day to receive food and clean drinking water allocated by the safety zone. Besides work duties within the safety zone, individuals could voluntarily accompany the army on missions to hunt zombies outside or search for supplies. Moreover, all children aged 3 to 10 years old were to be sent to government-designated schools for foster care. Tang Machi wasn't sure if the previous life had been the same. In that lifetime, he had directly returned to the Tang family, staying there until his powers awakened, after which he met a terrible fate. He knew little about the daily lives of ordinary people within the safety zones. After the three soldiers left, everyone began examining the contents of the booklet. With so many people living under one roof, issues such as food and drink were inevitable concerns. Yi Jin believed that no matter how much stock they had, it shouldn't be depleted without restraint. Zhang Yunfei also thought that hiding in this house was not a viable long-term strategy. During this period when humanity faced enormous changes, failing to rise to the challenge, train oneself, and instead opting for avoidance and retreat, could only lead to eventual elimination. Still, someone needed to remain at home. Since yesterday, mobile phone signals had vanished entirely, and the electricity supply had grown unstable. If everyone went out and scattered, they would have no way of contacting each other. After discussing, it was decided that since Zhang's mother was a doctor, she would report to the medical center tomorrow to check on its situation. Meanwhile, Yi Zhiyue and Zhang Yunfei would stay at home. Although Yi Zhiyue's leg bones and meridians had healed perfectly, his muscles had weakened from years of disuse, necessitating intensive practice. Zhang Yunfei could help guide Yi Zhiyue through muscle training while keeping watch. Tang Jianfeng would continue going to the army base, while the remaining three individuals would head to the labor allocation office set up by the government to look for suitable work. By the time all decisions were made, it was nearly dawn. Zhang's mother urged everyone to get some rest. They quickly returned to their rooms to shower before bed. Tap water was still running, but the quality had clearly worsened. Even with the naked eye, one could see some floating particles. But in the scorching summer, they didn't care too much and hastily rinsed off. Having spent an entire day bustling around, Tang Machi lay down on the cool bamboo mat, contentedly rubbing his face against its smooth surface before drifting off to sleep in no time. After a while, Tang Jianfeng tiptoed in, lingering by the bed and tenderly scrutinizing Tang Machi's delicate sleeping face. Chapter 32, Labor. Tang Machi took Yi Jin and Zhang Zicheng out early in the morning. In just a few days, the usually bustling streets filled with traffic had become chaotic, with tents scattered across roads and crowds crowding everywhere. Many people's emotions were fragile under the growing panic, collapsing at the slightest provocation. Arguments and fights became more frequent. Tang Machi took a deep breath as he found himself immersed once again in this absurd situation. The three of them walked for half an hour through the crowded and noisy streets to reach the labor assignment office, which was originally the lobby of a 5-star hotel. It had been roughly converted into a bank-like hall, with hundreds of counters arranged in a circular formation along the walls. The hall was already packed with people seeking job assignments. Tang Machi looked around and noticed that the counter for external resource gathering was empty, while the queue for wall construction, requiring no technical skills but drawing the most applicants, stretched outside the hotel doors. Yi Jin also decided to join the wall building group and started queuing. Meanwhile, after looking around, Zhang Zicheng chose to check out the water purification area since it required some chemical knowledge, something he felt confident about. After they both joined their respective queues, Tang Machi walked over to the unoccupied counter for external resource gathering. He appeared younger than his actual age, just newly adult, with a refined appearance and a composed demeanor unlike the other survivors who hadn't recovered from the shock. Yet, when he headed straight to that counter, everyone gave him curious glances. Tang Machi tapped on the glass. The staff inside seemed startled at first but quickly composed themselves as this was the first person signing up there today. Tang Machi simply wanted to take on the task of going outside to search for supplies. Upon hearing his intention, the staff immediately became enthusiastic, saying, "Finally, someone's here. Everyone is too scared of those monsters. Who would risk their life to go out and look for things?" But our rewards are very generous. Quickly, what procedures do I need to follow? Tang Machi cut him off impatiently, not wanting to listen to unnecessary chatter. The staff awkwardly smiled and handed him a form to fill in personal information, then provided him with a stamped hard paper slip. Pointing to the slip, the staff explained, upon completing your mission, you can claim half of the resources you found, and also receive daily food portions for 3 people. Tang Machi tucked the paper away, nodded to the staff, and left. The departing teams gathered at the gates of the secure zone where he needed to meet them before joining their military convoy. Some people in neighboring queues heard the staff's words. Going out to find supplies was clearly dangerous. If caught or bitten by zombies, death was certain. However, the reward was irresistible. Finding resources while accompanied by troops allowed one to keep half of what they found and receive enough food for 3 people, making it possible for a single trip to feed an entire family for a couple of days if successful. After Tang Machi left, several men who considered themselves skilled also signed up one after another and rushed toward the gate with their paper slips. Tang Machi eventually waited until the last team gathered. This group included 3 civilians, 6 soldiers, and 2 vehicles, a tank and a regular truck. As the gates slowly opened, the 2 other civilians grew increasingly nervous, eyes wide as they stared at the opening gate, expecting something monstrous to leap out from beyond. Their destination was a large underground import supermarket several kilometers away, partially cleared by larger teams a few days ago. While the main stock from the warehouse had been taken, shelves inside still contained numerous goods, and their task was to collect these remaining items. The abandoned city was eerily quiet yet permeated with a nauseating stench of decay. Cars lay strewn haphazardly across roads, with trash and debris flying everywhere, and unnoticed corners concealed bloodied, half-hidden decaying corpses. At this stage, zombies were still controlled by the second-generation virus. They were bloodthirsty, but slow-moving with sluggish reactions, far less ferocious compared to zombies controlled by the third-generation virus. The army's daily firepower sweeps had been effective, so sightings of zombies near the safe zones were rare. During the drive, abandoned vehicles accumulated more and more on the road, becoming increasingly disordered. Gradually, mangled zombies began to appear, howling as they stumbled towards the sound of the vehicles. The 2 men sitting in the back row turned pale with fear, shouting frantically, drive faster, they're catching up." The young squad leader's face also turned ashen, but his was from anger. "Shut the hell up, all of you." He growled low with a cold expression, then leaped up and opened the top hatch of the armored vehicle. He mounted it with a machine gun and began firing. The 2 men in the back seat shrank fearfully into their seats. Tang Machi wasn't paying attention to what was happening inside the vehicle, his focus was entirely on the zombies outside. They were no different from those of the previous life, normal reaction ability and walking speed. Tang Machi secretly let out a sigh of relief. Although this life was somewhat different from the previous one, many aspects matched perfectly. Despite his lingering doubts, he had no way to find answers, so he could only keep observing and comparing with his past experiences. By the time Tang Machi and the group reached the supermarket entrance, an hour had passed. Though no zombies had followed them, the sound of the machine gun was too conspicuous in the vast empty city. Many zombies were likely being drawn toward them. Their time was tight, and they risked being surrounded by zombies if they weren't careful. The young squad leader, already impatient, glared at the 2 men huddled like quails and snapped coldly, "Everyone must get out and carry supplies. No one is allowed to stay in the vehicle." The 2 men exchanged looks, and one nodded toward the outside, saying, "There are zombies out there. We'll go, but you need to protect us." Tang Machi glanced at them, scoffing inwardly. Sure enough, the squad leader immediately lost his temper. "You'd better not slow us down, or I won't hesitate to toss you into the zombie horde for them to feast on." Then he led the way by opening the car door and getting out, the other 5 soldiers immediately following with their guns ready. Tang Machi closely trailed behind. The 6 soldiers each had guns, while they, the civilians, carried self-defense weapons they brought along. One of them had a sharp iron rod, another a long cleaver. Tang Machi carried a fire axe, all practical weapons. The supermarket was underground, its power long cut off. It was dimly lit but still manageable to see. 3 soldiers guarded with their guns, while the other 3 immediately started pushing carts and loading items. Tang Machi followed suit, quietly collecting some of the items into his dimensional storage when no one was watching. This supermarket was massive, and the truck they came in clearly couldn't carry everything. When they had filled about half the carts, the 2 men finally ran in, their excitement over the loot momentarily overshadowing their fear, and they eagerly joined in packing things. B-Station Lemon Demon Free Daily Updated Novels Broadcast Comics. This work comes from the internet. I am not responsible for any content. All copyrights belong to the original author. Chapter 33, Encirclement. Tang Machi was in the seasoning area, surrounded by bottles and jars, difficult to move and heavy. The others were in the food section, picking up lightweight yet filling items and loading them into the cart. Just as everyone's attention was fully focused on the task of moving items, a terrified scream suddenly rang out. Tang Machi immediately dropped what he was doing and ran sideways. The lighting was dim, but Tang Machi's senses were incredibly sharp. With just his hearing, he could judge where the scream came from. Sure enough, after running past 3 shelves, he saw a man who had come along with them now stumbling toward him. Upon seeing Tang Machi, the man let out an even louder scream and rushed toward him like a drowning man grabbing onto a lifeline. Tang Machi stepped aside to avoid the rushing man and tightened his grip on the axe in his hand. Sure enough, behind the man followed a zombie, still wearing supermarket work clothes. Its face was covered in blood, especially its wide-open mouth, which was stuck with pieces of meat. Tang Machi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he sprinted towards the side of the zombie. Using the momentum of his body, he hacked the axe fiercely into the zombie's neck. The zombie's neck was almost severed, and its head completely dropped backward, leaving only a bit of flesh connecting it. With a thud, it collapsed to the ground. The man who had run away turned around, saw the scene, and immediately vomited. Tang Machi wiped the axe clean on a pillow nearby. Two soldiers heard the commotion and rushed over with their guns, only to see that Tang Machi had already dealt with the zombie. They exchanged a glance with him before continuing to patrol nearby areas cautiously for any other zombies hidden in the shadows. By the time everyone gradually began moving things to the truck, several zombies were already slowly approaching from afar. The truck had only been loaded to a third of its capacity. We should go back first. What if those monsters surround us? Shut up, keep going. Xiao Jing will stay here and shoot everything within 50 meters. Though the squad leader wasn't very old, he certainly had authority. He glared at the man who wanted to retreat, and then pushed his cart to continue gathering supplies. Tang Machi frowned as he watched the staggering zombies approach. His thoughts were far from optimistic. These zombies were extremely sensitive to the scent of living beings, and there could be millions of them in this city. Once surrounded, they would have no chance of escaping, regardless of how fast they tried. Clearly, the squad leader had no real understanding of the severity of the situation. Tang Machi joined the squad leader inside and found him focused on loading more supplies. He said as he helped move things, "We'd better withdraw sooner rather than later. If we get surrounded, we'll just end up as food for the zombies." The squad leader paused for a moment, narrowing his brows as he looked at Tang Machi, coldly saying, "I thought you weren't afraid of anything, but it seems you're just another coward. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Besides thinking about your safety, I also need to consider the lives of my soldiers." Tang Machi, seeing the squad leader's stubbornness, didn't say much more. After all, he could always hide in the space when things got worse. He had come out to hone himself, and danger was something he did not fear. With no choice, everyone returned to the task of packing things quickly. Gunshots began ringing outside, growing denser and denser as time went by, clearly speeding up everyone's movements, particularly the two men, who stumbled clumsily as their nerves tightened completely. The squad leader ordered another person to go outside to watch, causing Tang Machi to furrow his brow further. More people meant more guns, and the louder the gunshots, the more zombies they'd attract. Sure enough, after only 5 minutes, the two soldiers retreated inside, firing shots at the creatures still outside. Without hesitation, Tang Machi rushed forward and grabbed the rifles out of their hands. "Stop shooting. The gunfire will only bring them faster. Everyone, get in the car, and drive through." At this point, the squad leader realized the seriousness of the situation. By the time everyone reached the entrance, it was too late. Zombies numbering in the hundreds had gathered from every corner, with dozens already surrounding their vehicle. Everyone drew in a sharp breath, while the two men shook visibly in fear. Tang Machi immediately swung his axe and killed 2 or 3 zombies that had broken into the supermarket. In a low voice, he urged, "Run upstairs. There will be more zombies coming down here. We can't break through." The squad leader finally began to panic, swallowing hard. Leading the group, he made his way toward the emergency exit. The group ascended to the second floor in one breath, where Tang Machi pulled a chair over to jam the stairwell door shut with its back. Turning to the group, he asked, "Is there another exit? Let's try leaving from the other side." By now, the squad leader dared not underestimate Tang Machi. Earlier, Tang Machi had charged bravely against several zombies wielding nothing but an axe, something not even they, soldiers armed with firearms, would dare to do. Their only option was to shoot the creatures from a distance. This way. Xiao Zheng, the young soldier, had discovered an emergency exit on the other side. Everyone immediately rushed over without hesitation. The two men were now utterly terrified, their nerves frayed and panting heavily as they followed. One of the men had even dropped his weapon while running upstairs earlier. Xiao Zheng was leading the charge, but he suddenly backed off a few steps after descending halfway down the stairs. "Shit, there are some below too. Get up, they're coming up." Everyone had no choice but to retreat upward again. Xiao Zheng mimicked Tang Machi's method by using a chair to block the stairwell door. Hearing the noises from the stairwell, Tang Machi said, "Keep going up." Everyone, at this point already panicked like headless flies, blindly nodded and continued running upwards. They only stopped after climbing 4 floors. The building wasn't tall, just 5 stories, or 6 including the basement. Tang Machi wanted to go to the rooftop to check the situation, but found the door to the roof locked. This was a heavy-duty security door, one that most people couldn't kick open. Clearly thinking along the same lines as Tang Machi, the squad leader looked at the door and called over one of the soldiers, who took out a piece of wire and picked the lock in just a few minutes. Tang Machi gave him a thumbs up, and the soldier smiled bashfully, scratching the back of his head. Once on the rooftop, everyone looked down all around. Sure enough, Tang Machi's premonition proved correct. The entire building was surrounded by countless zombies. A quick estimate suggested there were at least several thousand. Fuck, we're dead, we're done for. One of the men collapsed onto the ground sobbing uncontrollably. Tang Machi glared at him irritably, silencing the man instantly with just a single icy glare. Tang Machi's ruthless demeanor when slaying the zombies clearly showed that he wasn't someone to be trifled with, and the man wisely kept quiet and shrunk back. In the eyes of many survivors who had just barely escaped death, these zombies might still resemble sick humans. Tang Machi's brutal killing must have seemed unnecessarily violent to them. However, they would soon realize that zombies weren't merely deranged individuals chasing after them to bite, they were nothing more than puppets controlled by the virus, eager to infect every last human being. Reproduction and replication were their sole purpose. When survival depended solely on eliminating the threat, regretting not having killed enough would only fuel the despair. Chapter 34, Rescue. Everyone waited until nightfall, but the zombies didn't disperse, instead, they grew in number. Everyone had no choice but to stay on the rooftop, unable to do anything. Although there was still some ammunition left, it was barely enough to make a difference. Below them, zombie howls echoed, and everyone stayed awake with their eyes open throughout the entire night. Tang Machi was worried that if Tang Jianfeng couldn't find him, he might be anxious. But now there was no way to contact each other. Tang Machi looked at the zombies below. Escaping with so many people seemed impossible. It felt like they were stuck in a deadlock for the time being. Tang Jianfeng didn't return to the quadrangle until 1 o'clock in the morning. He had originally thought that everyone would be asleep, but unexpectedly, aside from Zhang Yunfei who was keeping watch, everyone else was gathered in the living room of the main house. Tang Jianfeng hesitated for a moment, frowning. Yi Jin quickly stood up, taking 2 steps toward Tang Jianfeng and saying, "Jianfeng, I was just about to go out looking for you." "Where's Momo?" Tang Jianfeng interrupted him, his lips tightening into a severe line. "When we were queuing up, we overheard that someone had been sent out for supplies work, and at first, we didn't realize it was Xiao Qi. But, when Xiao Qi hadn't returned by nightfall, I went to the lobby and found out that Xiao Qi had gone." Yi Jin felt responsible. When the 3 of them were in the hall, he hadn't paid attention to what Xiao Qi was tasked with. If he had known Xiao Qi would go outside, then no matter what, he would have followed. Tang Jianfeng's eyes turned cold. Without saying another word, he turned around and walked out. Yi Jin called after him twice and immediately caught up. Moving hurriedly, Tang Jianfeng drove off while Yi Jin managed to jump into the car just before it took off. Seeing Tang Jianfeng's darkened face, Yi Jin sighed and said, "You're not thinking about going out right now, are you? I know you're worried about Xiao Qi, but it's too dangerous to go out now. We should wait until dawn and bring more people to search." Tang Jianfeng frowned without responding, staring ahead with clenched hands revealing tense veins. After a long pause, he finally said, "We need to first figure out which mission he accepted and where he went." Seeing that Tang Jianfeng wasn't losing all reason, Yi Jin let out an internal sigh of relief. At this hour, there would be nobody in the labor allocation hall. Tang Jianfeng drove straight to the temporary government office. What was referred to as the temporary government was more like a small part under the military command center. Currently, the individuals in charge in Kyoto included several high-ranking officials from politics, and most were members of the military. The temporary government was also largely composed of military personnel. By this time, only the duty staff remained at the temporary government offices. Upon showing his officer's ID, the duty staff promptly and enthusiastically retrieved the registration records for that day. They quickly found Tang Machi's name, and after Tang Jianfeng noted down the location and specifics, he left with Yi Jin and headed directly to the military camp area. Yi Jin remained in the car. During this special period, the security checks at the military bases were particularly strict, and no one had special privileges. Therefore, Yi Jin could only wait outside while Tang Jianfeng went in. After only 15 minutes, Tang Jianfeng emerged driving an armored vehicle accompanied by 6 fully armed special operations soldiers. When they reached the entrance of the secure zone, it was just past 3 in the morning, and the sky was still pitch black. Looking out through the iron wire fence, it was dark outside, as if countless devouring monsters were hiding. Zombies were more active at night, compared to the daytime. Humans lost their visual advantage, making nocturnal operations much more dangerous against undead beings who feared no death and felt no pain or fatigue. Yi Jin got out of the car and approached Tang Jianfeng who was walking towards the guard. The guard stated that without a pass order, no one was allowed out before 5 o'clock. Tang Jianfeng was about to lose control and pull out his gun when Yi Jin quickly grabbed his arm and said, "Calm down." Tang Jianfeng shook him off, growling low, "How do you expect me to calm down? He hasn't returned yet. He's definitely trapped, and every second I delay, he faces greater danger." Looking into Tang Jianfeng's frenzied eyes, Yi Jin paused in surprise. Tang Jianfeng's expression seemed unusually strange. Yi Jin had always assumed that Tang Jianfeng was just excessively protective of Tang Machi due to sibling affection alone. However, at this very moment, looking at Tang Jianfeng's look, Yi Jin wasn't sure anymore. Such emotions clearly exceeded brotherly love. Tang Jianfeng took a deep breath, trying hard to remain calm. He turned back to the car and drove away alone. Eugene gritted his teeth, glaring at the car that had driven off. Frustrated, he glared at the soldiers sitting nearby, waiting in the car with nothing to do. Meanwhile, Tang Mochi was still guarding on the rooftop. Unfortunately, as time went on, the zombies gathering below kept growing in number, increasing their despair. In the hurry to get upstairs, none of them had managed to grab any food or water. After being without food and water for a day and a night, they were all exhausted. Yet none of them dared to sit and rest, fearing that zombies could suddenly appear and devour them alive. Tang Jianfeng returned half an hour later with the pass. After carefully verifying it, the guard finally agreed to let them through. As soon as the gate opened, the two vehicles sped out and plunged into the darkness. The armored vehicle led the way, crushing countless zombies rushing toward them, until they finally reached a nearby mall not far from where Tang Mochi and the others were trapped. The large entrance was wide open, and two soldiers quickly got out of the car to pull down two rolling shutters, blocking off the few zombies that had been attracted by the noise. The soldiers then got out of the vehicle to check their weapons and attach silencers to their guns. Tang Jianfeng handed a gun to Eugene, who smiled, picked it up, waved it at him briefly, and proceeded to quickly inspect the bullets and condition of the weapon. Tang Jianfeng used an infrared telescope to observe through the back window of the mall. Sure enough, he spotted several people on the rooftop across the street. His heart settled slightly. He handed the telescope to Eugene for further observation and returned to organize his firearms and ammunition. Eugene not only noticed the people on the rooftop but also the horde of zombies surrounding the entire building below. Turning around, he immediately grabbed Tang Jianfeng before he could rush out, and pointed outside, saying, "Are you sure? Take a look below." Of course, Tang Jianfeng knew how many zombies were under that building, and of course, he wouldn't recklessly charge in. Not only would rescuing someone be impossible, but he might get devoured himself. Tang Jianfeng patted his waist pocket, where he carried 2 grenades, and said, "I'll create some distraction to lure the zombies away. You guys provide cover on the other side, and try to use guns with silencers for close-range shooting." Seeing that Tang Jianfeng had a plan, Eugene didn't argue further. He simply patted Tang Jianfeng's shoulder and said, "Be careful, we'll handle this side." Tang Jianfeng nodded slightly and then walked out without looking back. As soon as Tang Jianfeng left, everyone followed suit and stealthily entered from the opposite direction. Chapter 35, Breakthrough. Tang Mochi glanced at his watch. It was nearly 4 o'clock, over an hour until dawn. Tang Mochi made up his mind to attempt a breakout as soon as it became light. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden explosion rang out nearby. Tang Mochi's eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly looked down the stairs. Sure enough, many zombies started moving towards the direction of the explosion. But some zombies remained here. Half a minute later, another explosion sounded not far away, and more zombies moved towards that area. Tang Mochi decisively turned to the others who were still confused and whispered, "Rescue has come, we're preparing to go downstairs." Upon hearing this, the group stood up with surprise and rushed toward the burglar-proof door on the rooftop terrace with their weapons ready. Tang Mochi followed behind them and said, "Avoid firing guns if possible, too much noise will attract the zombies back." The soldiers obeyed by putting down their guns and drew out the daggers attached to their legs instead. They carefully descended to the second floor and saw several zombies lingering at the staircase entrance. The squad leader dashed forward and kicked one zombie that was standing with its back turned towards them. He then swiftly half-knelt, using his momentum to slice his dagger into the back of the zombie's neck, severing it instantly. The following soldiers cooperated and dealt with 2 more zombies while Tang Mochi had already jumped onto the platform between the second floor and the ground floor, resolving a young zombie that was trying to climb up. With everyone under his lead, they continued moving forward, clearing about a dozen zombies before reaching the main gate. Through the glass doors, outside the zombies were falling one after another silently, quickly clearing a space for them to rush out. Tang Mochi immediately signaled to those behind him, then rushed out first, with the rest of the soldiers closely following. The outside zombies reacted violently due to their appearance, surging closer with increased vigor. The last man, slightly delayed, immediately panicked and sprinted ahead. Yejin, crouching and shooting along with the team led by Tang Jianfeng, continued retreating while firing. Once the group gained some distance from the zombies, they promptly stopped shooting and fled with the group towards the vehicles. Everyone ran madly, turning around a building after covering a few hundred meters. An armored vehicle and a military off-road vehicle came into view. Meanwhile, Tang Jianfeng had already driven out from the mall parking lot and was now atop the armored vehicle shooting surrounding zombies. Tang Mochi rushed over and climbed into the passenger seat of the armored vehicle, where other members of Tang Jianfeng's troops also boarded, filling the vehicle. The deputy squad leader took his people onto the other SUV. 2 soldiers couldn't fit inside, so the rear doors of the SUV were opened, with each soldier holding onto the handles, partially hanging out of the vehicle. As the vehicle started, zombies had surrounded them and reached out to grab the soldiers still hanging out of the vehicle. The soldier on the left was grabbed once, and his outer sleeve was immediately torn. It wasn't clear if any blood had been exposed, but once blooded there was no way out except transforming into a zombie. In such perilous times, the squad leader stepped hard on the gas and immediately chased after the leading vehicle. It wasn't until the zombies were far behind that Tang Jianfeng gradually slowed down the vehicle, extending a hand to pull the still panting Tang Mochi closer, rubbing him affectionately before letting go. Chapter 36 Confession. By the time the group saw the gates of the safe zone, the sun had already risen. Everyone entering the safe zone needed to go through inspections and disinfection processes. Tang Jianfeng led the group off the vehicle, but the soldier who had been scratched by a zombie was obviously already infected with the virus. He had already started running a fever and his mood was unstable. The squad leader and another soldier helped him down from the vehicle. One by one, everyone entered the medical tent for inspection. Anyone with wounds would be sent to quarantine for 24 hours, only if they remained unharmed after that time would they be allowed into the safe zone. The soldier who had been scratched was named Su Shiqing. He was from the same hometown as the squad leader, and they had joined the army together, working as comrades for 3 years. Su Shiqing realized he wouldn't survive long and bitterly smiled at the squad leader, saying, "Squad leader, just let me stay here. Entering is the same as staying out, it's all the same end." The squad leader tightly gripped Su Shiqing's arm, remaining silent, tears brimming in his eyes. Since the outbreak of the virus, many comrades and even family members had already met unfortunate fates. However, this time, it was because of his decision that Su Shiqing had encountered such a situation. If he had listened to Tang Machi earlier and retreated sooner, this might not have happened, and Su Shiqing wouldn't have been injured. Tang Machi silently watched them. In the previous life, people under Tang Jianfeng all faced misfortune one by one, and Tang Jianfeng, much like the current squad leader, bore guilt silently. Tang Machi deeply took a breath, grabbed a backpack from Tang Jianfeng's car, walked over, and handed it to Su Shiqing, saying, "There's food and water inside, enough for 2 days." Then, without looking back, he walked away. The squad leader looked at him gratefully, pulled Su Shiqing aside, said a few words, then gave him the gun with a few remaining bullets still in it. Finally, he let him slowly walk away alone. By the time everyone finished the inspection, the sun had fully risen. The June sunlight was blazing and scorching. Tang Machi hadn't eaten or drunk anything for nearly a day and night and was almost on the verge of exhaustion. After separating from the others, Tang Jianfeng directly took him back to the quadrangle house. Throughout the journey, Tang Jianfeng didn't say a single word, making the atmosphere inside the car awkward. Tang Machi licked his dry lips, unsure how to start the conversation. This was his first outing, yet it ended in a situation where others had to come to his rescue. Relying on his space skill, he faced danger with more confidence, but Tang Jianfeng did not know about his space and had no idea of his self-protection capabilities. Tang Jianfeng passed him a bottle of water but didn't look at him, keeping his gaze fixed ahead as if concentrating on driving. Tang Machi immediately accepted it and silently drank more than half the bottle before clearing his throat and softly calling out, "Brother." Tang Jianfeng abruptly hit the brakes. Tang Machi, still holding the bottle of water, lurched forward, spilling the water. "What did you call me?" Tang Jianfeng's hoarse voice trembled with suppressed emotion. Tang Machi paused, bit his lip, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth. "Brother, I called you brother. You are my brother, aren't you?" Tang Jianfeng stared blankly at Tang Machi, closing his eyes for a moment before suddenly opening them wide and hugging him tightly, whispering softly, "Machi, do you love me? Have you really forgiven me?" I've never dared to believe that Machi truly forgave me. Tang Machi felt his nose get sore. He stretched out his arms and hugged Tang Jianfeng tightly, trying hard to suppress his sobs as he said, "Brother, I forgive you. I love you. I only love you forever." Last lifetime, he didn't have the chance to tell you. Last lifetime, he didn't dare to confess his love. This lifetime, he would only love one person, loving you with his entire life. Tang Jianfeng tightened his grip around him, almost suffocating Tang Machi. He could feel Tang Jianfeng's excitement, his strength, and he felt endlessly grateful that heaven had given him a second chance at life. "Brother, let's go home. When we return, I have something important to tell you." Tang Machi smiled while wiping away his tears. Tang Jianfeng nodded. Seeing him again, he instinctively felt that Machi was hiding a secret, but he never asked about it until now. Finally, Machi was going to reveal it to him. Chapter 37, Secret. When Tang Machi and the others got home, everyone was waiting for them. Zhang Yunfei immediately ran to open the door upon hearing the knock, sighing in relief when he saw that Tang Machi had returned unscathed. Seeing everyone so worried about him, Tang Machi finally felt a little embarrassed and apologized to everyone. The group had waited for him all night, and with their safe return, they yawned and went back to sleep. Tang Jianfeng took Tang Machi back to the main house, where Tang Machi dragged Tang Jianfeng straight into his room. Tang Machi closed the door and drew the curtains, making the room dark almost instantly. Tang Jianfeng stared at Tang Machi with interest in his eyes. Tang Machi turned around, noticed Tang Jianfeng's gaze, and couldn't help but blush. Upon reflection, he realized that his previous actions could easily be misunderstood. Tang Jianfeng touched Tang Machi's forehead lightly, and before he could pull away, Tang Machi grabbed his hand. Tang Jianfeng's hands were large, dry, and warm, with rough calluses from years of holding guns. Immediately, Tang Jianfeng flipped his hand and held on to Tang Machi's, using his thumb to gently scratch the palm of his hand. Tang Machi cleared his throat and said, "Big brother, this matter is truly inconceivable, so I can only take you to see." Tang Jianfeng let out a soft laugh. Tang Machi's earnest expression looked very cute, but at the same time, he understood that Tang Machi indeed had something to say. He quickly composed himself and looked reassuringly at Tang Machi, saying, "As long as it's something Machi says, no matter how impossible it seems, I believe you." Tang Machi took a deep breath. He had never tried bringing a human into the space before. The largest creatures he had brought into the space were only a few adult dairy cows. Clutching Tang Jianfeng's hand tightly, he said, "Close your eyes first." Without hesitation, Tang Jianfeng closed his eyes, entrusting himself entirely. Tang Machi also closed his eyes and immediately sensed the change in temperature around him. In the blink of an eye, the stifling heat turned into a pleasant coolness. Tang Machi opened his eyes abruptly, surprised to see Tang Jianfeng still with his eyes closed and the surrounding scene full of lush greenery. They had succeeded. "Big brother. Open your eyes." Tang Jianfeng slowly opened his eyes but was instantly captivated by the scenery in front of him. He glanced around in astonishment and fixed his gaze on Tang Machi, waiting for an explanation. Tang Machi watched the disbelief on his face and couldn't help but smile smugly at the corner of his mouth. He said, "This is my secret." It took Tang Machi half an hour to explain the space to Tang Jianfeng, omitting any information about the past life. He only mentioned that his ability to predict disasters was related to the space, though he wasn't sure what the exact connection was. Tang Machi then had Tang Jianfeng keep his eyes open while he took him in and out of the space twice. Tang Jianfeng finally sat down after that, without pressing for more details, just looking at him worriedly. "Machi, remember, misfortunes often arise because of precious things one owns, especially in these trying times. Humans are cunning." Tang Jianfeng sighed deeply, reaching out to pinch the nape of Tang Machi's neck. Tang Machi laughed and pulled his neck inward slightly, saying, "I know. Since the apocalypse has already come, I naturally know what danger is." Tang Jianfeng embraced Tang Machi and kissed the top of his head, feeling much calmer inside. No matter how strange this space seemed, Tang Machi having access to it provided him with a measure of security. In the end, nothing was more important than surviving during the apocalypse. Tang Jianfeng continued hugging the person in his arms, as the air conditioner blew loudly and the temperature dropped quickly. Tang Machi's breathing had become slow and deep, his entire body relaxed as he fell into a deep slumber. Tang Jianfeng kissed his forehead, carefully picked him up, and laid him on the bed. He then lay beside him, and the person in his arms instinctively leaned toward him. Satisfied, Tang Jianfeng hugged him tightly, buried his head in his neck, and took a deep breath before closing his eyes to sleep. When Tang Machi woke up, it was just after 2 in the afternoon. Tang Jianfeng was gone, and the entire courtyard was quiet except for Zhang Zicheng, who remained guarding it. Everyone else was still asleep. Tang Machi went to the kitchen, made some food, and checked the vegetables in the yard. Everyone had been busy recently, but Yi Ziyue had still insisted on watering the vegetables in the yard, which were growing well so far. Tang Machi walked to the backyard, where Tang Jianfeng was practicing his fire-based abilities with his back turned, shirtless. After graduating from high school, Tang Jianfeng joined the military academy and later enlisted directly. Years of training had left him with not a speck of extra fat. His muscles were evenly distributed, explosive yet not overly bulky. It was high noon, and the backyard, fully enclosed by glass above, might have exceeded 45 degrees Celsius in temperature. Tang Jianfeng's upper body was covered in sweat, and his long pants were half soaked. The 12 aluminum cans by the small pond in front of him had all melted away. Tang Jianfeng threw a blue fireball at an aluminum can that hadn't fully melted yet. The heap of twisted metal immediately turned into a puddle of molten iron. Hearing footsteps, Tang Jianfeng stopped, turning around. It was then that Tang Machi realized how exhausted Tang Jianfeng was. Heaving for air, with his hands braced on his knees, he looked up at Tang Machi and smiled. Tang Machi returned the smile, and a glass of water instantly appeared in his hand, which he handed over. Tang Jianfeng took it and drank it down in 2 big gulps, then handed the cup back. Tang Machi accepted it and stored it in the space. Tang Jianfeng chuckled as he gazed at him, suddenly feeling content. All he needed was for Tang Machi to accept him, to love him. No matter how tough life got, Tang Jianfeng would protect him. Yejin returned just after 3 in the afternoon. That morning, Yejin and Tang Jianfeng had left together with their soldiers. They heard that recently, to the west of the safe zone, near the old commercial street, there was now a barter market. Yejin had gone today to check out the situation. Everyone had woken up by then and gathered to listen to Yejin describe the market. Generally speaking, it wasn't much different from markets in the past. The only difference was that renminbi was no longer used, and items were priced individually. The most sought-after goods were definitely food supplies. 5 kilograms of rice could trade for either a quilt or 5 pieces of clothing. Both Yejin and Tang Jianfeng had heard Tang Machi say that the entire Earth was about to enter a mini ice age, with temperatures dropping to historic lows. Winters would become long and excruciating. Under the current unstable power supply and equipment scarcity, it was impossible to predict the harsh cold just months away. Especially in this blazing June, many people traded their clothes, which occupied space, for food at low prices. When the real winter arrived, they would face being frozen to death. Tang Machi frowned and exchanged a glance with them. Though Tang Machi wasn't worried about their supplies running short, appearances still had to be maintained. Chapter 38, Miracle. Tang Machi and the others continued to work during the day, occasionally setting up stalls at night. The sweltering summer days in the overcrowded safety zone were far from secure, all sorts of people could be found there. Besides the arduous labor and food shortages they endured daily, they had to constantly worry about the worsening zombie virus situation outside. Everyone lived in fear, with many hidden dangers looming. After finishing a day's work, Tang Machi chose to work at the water purification area with Zhang Zicheng. All of the safety zone's water now came from underground sources which, though clear to the naked eye, still needed sterilization to ensure it wasn't contaminated by the virus. Tang Machi and Zhang Zicheng worked through the afternoon with entirely manual operations, leaving them almost completely exhausted. After returning, he drank a bit of congee before lying down to rest. By the time Tang Jianfeng returned home, Tang Machi was already asleep. Touching his red-cheeked face gently woke him slightly. Irritated by the disturbance, Tang Machi frowned and, without fully waking, lifted his arm lazily and swung it towards Tang Jianfeng's back. Though weak in force, after hitting him, his arm dropped naturally to the side. Meanwhile, Tang Jianfeng felt as if an electric current had passed over his back. Tang Jianfeng smiled softly and held his hand, kissing it gently. Still annoyed, Tang Machi finally opened his eyes. Recognizing Tang Jianfeng, he tried to pull his hand away but failed. Becoming increasingly irritated, he made another feeble swipe, causing Tang Jianfeng to disappear momentarily. Satisfied that Tang Jianfeng was gone, Tang Machi turned over and continued sleeping, unaware of what exactly had transpired. As for Tang Jianfeng, who had been tossed into space, he couldn't help laughing at the situation. Standing dumbstruck in front of a small wooden house for a moment, he realized Tang Machi probably wouldn't have time to release him anytime soon. He then walked toward the small wooden house. This small wooden house was bought abroad by Tang Machi. Although not large, it was exquisitely crafted. The outer side featured an open living room, adorned with a large fabric sofa and covered by a long pile rug. On the other side of the living room stood a floor-to-ceiling window, outside of which lay a small wooden deck that Tang Machi had remodeled into an open-air kitchen, facing a natural pool of water. From here, one could see various stacks of supplies located near the waterside opposite the pool, quite a magnificent view. Thinking about how Tang Machi had collected these materials all on his own after predicting the apocalypse, Tang Jianfeng felt immense sorrow. There were so many supplies, they might not even exhaust them if used over several decades. On the inside of the wooden house lay a single bedroom, small, housing only a large bed and a white upright cabinet. The ground was also covered with carpets. Simple as it was, this little house brought much comfort, with a pleasant indoor temperature making it feel like the perfect place to relax and unwind. Lying around the living room carpet were books of various kinds, most being technical volumes about cultivation techniques. It seemed Tang Machi had spent much effort on developing their enclosed space. Tang Jianfeng stepped out of the wooden house, greeted by an extensive vegetable garden. Looking left and right, he selected a basket and began to harvest vegetables ripe enough for picking. After harvesting the vegetables, plowing the soil, and feeding domestic animals and poultry, Tang Machi still hadn't shown up. Upon returning to the wooden house, Tang Jianfeng took a bucket of water, took an open-air shower, and then sat in the living room to read. Outside, Tang Machi remained deeply asleep, utterly unaware that he had sent Tang Jianfeng into the confined space. At around 2 in the morning, Yi Jin suddenly brought 2 people through the front door, awakening Tang Machi. Assuming something was wrong, Tang Machi immediately became alert. But seeing the person behind Yi Jin, his eyes widened in disbelief. He thought he must be dreaming until finally asking Yi Jin, "What's going on, brother Yi?" Behind Yi Jin weren't just any individuals but Su Shiqing, who had left alone after being bitten by zombies a month ago, accompanied by Gu Chang, his worried corporal. Su Shiqing gave a comforting look to Gu Chang before beginning his explanation. When Su Shiqing first left, he was already feverish. Realizing he wouldn't last long, he searched for a relatively safe place and lay down, waiting to die. He originally planned to end his life with a gunshot but reconsidered when he saw the backpack handed to him by Tang Machi. Reflecting on his circumstances, he concluded that dying well-fed in the apocalypse would count as a stroke of luck. He began eating the contents of the backpack. After consuming half its contents and drinking a whole bottle of water, he fainted. When Su Shiqing woke up, he found himself still lying where he had fallen, his fever still high. He paid no mind to his state, assuming that the zombie virus had yet to fully take control of him, continuing to eat and drink before falling unconscious again in the same manner. When Su Shiqing woke up again, he realized something was off. The zombie virus had an incubation period of no more than 24 hours, yet he had been infected for nearly 40 hours. Su Shiqing struggled to stand up, finding his body had become extremely stiff, with a very low body temperature and a heart rate that had dropped to about 5 beats per minute. Clearly, he was still alive, but not entirely human, as if his body had died while his soul remained trapped inside. Moreover, when he went out looking for food, he discovered that the zombies ignored him as though they couldn't see him at all. Su Shiqing dared not enter the safety zone, fearing that his unusual state might bring disaster. He could only cautiously monitor the entrance, hoping to encounter trustworthy individuals. It wasn't until Gu Chang led another mission outside that Su Shiqing secretly followed them, contacting Gu Chang and sneaking back into the safety zone under his protection. Gu Chang was equally at a loss regarding Su Shiqing's condition, ultimately deciding to bring him to Tang Machi. After their last mission together, Gu Chang trusted Tang Machi implicitly, and given that they both had witnessed Su Shiqing's situation firsthand, he hoped Tang Machi could help Su Shiqing. Zhang Zicheng had already rushed over upon hearing the commotion and didn't hesitate to examine Su Shiqing after hearing his story. Indeed, his muscles were rigid, his body temperature abnormally low, and his heartbeat barely noticeable. Zhang Zicheng could scarcely believe that such a body was alive, let alone functioning freely. Tang Machi felt a shock internally. The backpack given to Su Shiqing originally belonged to Tang Jianfeng, stored in his car for emergencies. The drinking water inside it had been replaced with water from the confined space's spring. Though uncertain whether Su Shiqing's condition stemmed from the spring water, there was definitely some connection. In the 2 years Tang Machi had survived in the previous apocalypse, she had never heard of anyone surviving viral infection. It mustn't be a coincidence. Tang Machi retained Su Shiqing, arranging for him to stay in one of the guest rooms in the inverted wing. This wing contained 4 rooms. Besides the inner boiler room and outer storeroom, the 2 central rooms were converted into cozy guest quarters equipped with beds and sofas. However, unexpectedly, as soon as Zhang Zicheng brought Su Shiqing inside, he suddenly collapsed into unconsciousness. Chapter 39, The Squad. Su Shiqing fell to the ground with a thud. Zhang Zicheng was so frightened that he immediately called others over. After hearing his call, everyone hurried over and dragged him onto the bed. Su Shiqing looked no different than when he was awake. Zhang Zicheng checked him over, but since Su Shiqing wasn't like an ordinary person to begin with, he couldn't determine what was unusual about him now. After seeing him lying on the bed motionlessly, the group stayed to watch for a while before leaving him alone. It was then that Tang Machi realized that Tang Jianfeng seemed to have disappeared. He vaguely remembered seeing him in his sleep, but he wasn't sure if it was just a dream. He rushed back to the room and quickly stepped into the spatial dimension. It was still dark outside, but the space inside was as bright as daylight. The curtains of the wooden house had all been drawn. Tang Jianfeng had only fallen asleep for less than 2 hours. At this moment, he was lying naked from the waist up, sound asleep on Tang Machi's large bed. Tang Machi carefully approached, glanced at the sleeping Tang Jianfeng, and grabbed his arm, intending to take him out while he slept. But unexpectedly, as soon as his hand touched his arm, Tang Jianfeng abruptly opened his eyes and moved like lightning to pull him over. Tang Machi stumbled and leaned against his chest, his cheek pressed against Tang Jianfeng's hot skin, which instantly made his face turn red like it was on fire. Tang Jianfeng extended an arm and pressed it down on his back. Tang Machi struggled for a long time but couldn't get up, like a small turtle. Hearing Tang Jianfeng's laugh, Tang Machi became audacious and bit down immediately. Tang Jianfeng froze instantly with a sharp hiss, and Tang Machi was secretly delighted upon hearing his reaction, thinking about how they were both trying to out-tough each other. But Tang Machi's smugness didn't last long. "Mo, are you tempting me?" Tang Jianfeng's voice was deep and hoarse. He bent down and licked Tang Machi's neck and flushed earlobes. Tang Machi distinctly felt the changes in the body beneath him. That part was proudly pressing against him, scaring him enough that he dared not move anymore. Seeing him quiet down obediently, Tang Jianfeng grew even more unrestrained in licking and kissing him. They both panted heavily before Tang Jianfeng finally released him. Tang Machi immediately jumped away with a beet-red face. Tang Jianfeng watched him with a wicked smile. He wasn't in a hurry. Having already harmed him once, this time he would make him willingly surrender himself. By the time the two came out, the group had already settled Su Shiqing. Everyone gathered in the living room of the main house to discuss the arrangements for the next period of time. As time passed, the zombies outside the safe zone began to gather in larger numbers. Although the army was handling zombies within a certain range of the safe zone, it couldn't prevent the zombies from all over Kyoto from moving toward this area. In recent days, there were examples every day of soldiers being infected by zombies while on patrol. Yi Jin and Tang Jianfeng suggested that everyone should try to find opportunities to train themselves. No one could predict how far the zombie virus would spread or whether this safe zone was truly secure in the future. The only certainty was that the stronger oneself became, the greater the chance of survival. Tang Machi and the rest agreed with this suggestion. The entire safe zone housed millions of survivors, and management was immature across various aspects. The hidden dangers always lingered. Zhang Yunfei pointed at the Kyoto map on the table and furrowed his brows, saying, "This safe zone was originally established solely to save people, but it never occurred that it would instead become a prison. Now, all the zombies in Kyoto are converging here. That is millions of zombies. Once they form a tide of zombies, this safe zone will likely be powerless to resist." Tang Machi greatly appreciated Mr. Zhang's foresight because, in the previous life, there was an incident where the zombie tide attacked the safe zone. Though it wasn't breached, the safe zone suffered heavy losses, shrinking by 60% of its original size. Before the outbreak of the virus, Tang Jianfeng only alerted his superiors to the emergence of a highly contagious virus. To protect Tang Machi, the content he revealed was quite conservative and limited. Obviously, although the military responded promptly, isolating suspected infection cases within the army and swiftly deploying forces throughout Kyoto, the destructive power of the virus still far exceeded human tolerance. Overnight, everyone was trapped in the temporarily established safety circle in the center of Kyoto and subsequently built the safe zone. The walls around the safe zone were constructed very quickly, connecting the buildings and other structures. Within a month, the walls were already in place, but everyone understood that such a wall could hardly stop those crazed bloodthirsty monsters. Let's form a squad and go out to gather supplies every day. That way, we can not only train ourselves but also replenish our resources, Tang Machi immediately suggested. Actually, he had this idea since the last mission with Gu Chang and Su Shiqing, but he was uncertain whether everyone wanted to go out for training. Now seeing everyone's eagerness to improve themselves, he quickly proposed his idea. Everyone agreed unanimously. Yi Jin nodded and said, "This is a great idea, but currently, there are no private squads going out. Tomorrow, check at the allocation office. If they don't issue work passes, it'll be hard for us to pass through the gates." Yi Jin's analysis made sense, but he forgot that it was already the apocalypse. Who really cared about your life anymore? Even the government departments were just a group of people gathering together for more privileges, different from ordinary people only because they had more guns. Also, our squad's name must be something dominant. Zhang Zicheng enthusiastically suggested. Following his lead, Yi Zheyu nodded vigorously and said, "Exactly. To conquer the world, you have to make a name for yourself." The boy had become much more cheerful since his legs recovered, though it was the apocalypse, Yi Jin protected him well. Hearing the two brothers joking, everyone laughed. The gate access isn't a problem if we really want to go out. Every member in the squad must know their position and cooperate with each other. Otherwise, if danger strikes, you'll just be surrounded by zombies. Tang Jianfeng threw a bucket of cold water on them, causing all smiles to disappear as everyone seriously discussed the next steps. Su Shiqing woke up after being unconscious for 24 hours, showing no abnormalities. Everyone sighed in relief. Under the scorching sun of the entire month of July, Tang Machi's squad wandered within 5 kilometers of the safety zone's various gates. Except for Aunt Zhang Linda who remained at the hospital inside the safe zone and Tang Jianfeng who stayed outside, everyone else almost went out together every day. As their skin became darker from the sun, their teamwork improved, making them more efficient. Tang Machi's team was the first to form a squad and venture out to find supplies, but they weren't the only ones. Squads of varying sizes quickly covered the entire safe zone. Indeed, the government welcomed such voluntary efforts to search for supplies, which could significantly ease the strain on resources within the safe zone. Each squad only needed to submit 1/4 of the materials they acquired. With abundant resources brought back by these squads, more people either voluntarily joined or formed their own teams. However, the government feared the growing influence of these civilian organizations, so they issued restrictions: all squads going out must register, and the number of members couldn't exceed 50. After finishing a day's task, the group was too tired to move when they got home. Their weapons against zombies, chopping knives and axes, had caused sore and numb arms from swinging them all day. No one had the energy to cook, so Yi Jin hastily boiled some noodles, cut a piece of braised beef, and mixed in some vegetables. Having hastily eaten steamed buns at noon, everyone smelled the aroma of plain noodles and thought it smelled incredible, devouring the meal within minutes. Everyone was ready to go back and rest, with Zhang Zicheng already taking off his shirt to shower. Suddenly, chaos erupted outside. Bang, 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 several gunshots followed, and everyone instantly became alert. The group immediately rushed to the front courtyard where frightened screams were heard outside. Gunfire grew louder and more frequent. Yi Jin motioned for everyone to pick up their weapons. After listening closely by the door, they confirmed the gunfire was nearby. Yi Jin opened the door, leaving Yi Zheyu and Mr. Zhang to guard it, while Zhang Zicheng, Tang Machi, and Su Shiqing followed Yi Jin out to investigate. The alley where the courtyard was located wasn't small, an SUV could drive in and make a turn right at the entrance. It was already getting dark, and many people were panicking, running around everywhere. Yi Jin grabbed a teenage boy to ask what was happening. Trembling, the young boy struggled in Yi Jin's large hand before briefly explaining the situation. Zombies had infiltrated the safe zone. Chapter 40, Cure. Tang Machi was startled. In his previous life, the zombie invasion occurred after the first cold snap. Although the zombies did not cause many casualties, the panic caused by them resulted in at least dozens of deaths. Yi Jin immediately ran forward against the flow of people, and everyone quickly followed. Around the corner, they saw the soldier who had fired the shots. A small group of soldiers were shooting at about 10 wobbling zombies coming towards them. These soldiers patrolling the city were facing zombies for the first time, and their hands were shaking as they shot. Several zombies fell, with 4 or 5 down but the rest still struggling to move. A few soldiers immediately turned and ran a short distance before turning back to shoot again. They were almost out of bullets. The tents on the road were trampled beyond recognition, with quite a number of bloodied individuals lying on the ground. Tang Machi and the other 3 immediately rushed towards the few zombies. There were also some men around, holding shovels, axes, and such tools, ready to join. Seeing Tang Machi's group rush forward, they quickly joined too. Seeing help arrive, the patrolling soldiers sighed in relief. Those without bullets picked up iron rods and wooden sticks and surrounded the area. Tang Machi and Yi Jin led the charge, splitting off to tackle the 2 zombies at the edge. The people behind them also swung knives or sticks and came over. By this point, it was completely dark. The road was strewn with fallen tents, chaos causing random items to spill from the overturned tents everywhere. An adult man, emboldened by adrenaline, swung an axe and charged alongside them, hitting a female zombie. Its cold, black blood spurted out, covering his entire chest. The man screamed and chopped at the zombie once more, its head immediately falling off, and the body collapsed on the ground. The man quaked and stepped back, only to accidentally step on a can lying on the floor. Losing his balance, he fell hard onto the ground. The man shouted in alarm, using his arms and heels to retreat desperately. At that moment, Eugene had just dealt with the second zombie, seeing the man in danger, took 2 quick steps over, and hurled his machete, cleanly severing the zombie's neck. The zombie wavered and then thumped to the ground. Suddenly, a patrol soldier fired a shot at them. After the gunshot, Eugene slapped his hand to his abdomen and kneeled down, Zhang Zicheng shouting red-eyed, "Brother Yi." Tang Machi turned sharply, noticing Eugene's hand squeezing the wound where fresh blood continued to seep out. Having dispatched the zombie, Tang Machi struck a crawling dismembered leg zombie with an axe and rushed over to Eugene, assisting him with Zhang Zicheng. In just a few minutes, the dozen or so zombies were all eliminated. The middle-aged man was still dazed when the patrol soldiers approached Eugene, apologizing repeatedly. Neither Tang Machi nor anyone cared how bad this person's aim was. Zhang Zicheng administered emergency first aid, but blood kept flowing out. Zhang Zicheng frowned and said, "Little Qi, we must take Brother Yi to the hospital. In this situation, internal organs might be injured, with the bullets still inside, surgery must be done immediately." Tang Machi gritted his teeth, looking at Eugene and saying, "Brother Yi, if you trust me, let's take you back to the courtyard." It was only 2 corners away from there to the quadrangle courtyard, much closer than the hospital. Without an ambulance, it would be too dangerous for Eugene, especially since Tang Machi's space held surgical equipment, and Zhang Zicheng and Mother Zhang could definitely handle this operation. Zhang Zicheng hesitated but didn't oppose it. Eugene licked his lips, pale-faced, and sweating profusely on his forehead but with relatively clear consciousness, looked at Tang Machi and said, "I believe in you." Su Shiqing pushed through the crowd. Everyone used a tent found on the road to make a makeshift stretcher and immediately carried Eugene toward the courtyard. Concerned about their safety, Yi Zheyu and Zhang Yunfei were still guarding the gate. Seeing Eugene being carried back, they became nervous. Especially Yi Zheyu, upon seeing Eugene covered in blood, froze in terror until Zhang Yunfei called his name. Once Eugene was moved into his room, Mother Zhang had already arrived with her medical kit. Tang Machi gave Su Shiqing a nod, and Su Shiqing immediately understood, urging those unrelated individuals to leave the room. Tang Machi followed out and rushed to the backyard warehouse. He had already asked Zhang Zicheng about the required equipment while en route, and now he needed to fetch things from his space, disguising this by going to the storage shed. By the time Tang Machi returned with the necessary surgical equipment and medicines, Eugene had already fallen unconscious. Mother Zhang managed to stop the bleeding temporarily, but the bullet was still inside him, making it urgent to perform the surgery as soon as possible. Yi Zheyu clutched Tang Machi's hand tightly, sobbing uncontrollably with tears streaming down his face. No one could console him. Mother Zhang and Zhang Zicheng had already donned their surgical gowns. Zhang Zicheng was preparing the anesthetic while Mother Zhang had mixed up the solution and began administering an 4-drip for Eugene. Tang Machi approached Yi Zheyu intending to pull him away, but Yi Zheyu wouldn't let go of Eugene's hand. Zhang Yunfei stepped over to help forcibly drag him away. Just as the two were about to pull Yi Zheyu away forcefully, Yi Zheyu suddenly let out a loud scream, startling both Tang Machi and Zhang Yunfei, who immediately released him. At that moment, Yi Zheyu's body started emitting a milky white light, akin to a dense fog materializing abruptly, glowing softly and smoothly. It flowed gradually from Yi Zheyu's body along his hand, moving swiftly towards Eugene's hand that Yi Zheyu was holding, then penetrating Eugene's skin. Everyone in the room stared in astonishment at this bizarre occurrence, Yi Zheyu himself frozen in fright and too terrified to move. Then Zhang Zicheng gasped sharply, catching everyone's attention. Following his gaze, they saw Eugene's previously opened wound beginning to ooze fresh blood as a bullet head slowly emerged, surrounded by the milky white mist pushing it outward. However, within 2 seconds, Eugene's wound began to automatically heal, encased in shimmering white mist. After roughly 2 minutes, the white mist emanating from Yi Zheyu faded away, and Eugene's wound had completely healed. His breathing normalized, and the color returned gradually to his face. The entire room fell deathly silent as all eyes focused on Yi Zheyu in awe, even Tang Machi dumbfounded. In his previous life during the 2 years, he'd never heard of such an otherworldly power. Yi Zheyu himself seemed confused, originally believing he had failed to awaken any special abilities, grateful just for being able to walk again. Yet here he was. When Yi Jianfeng came back, he found everyone gathered in Yi Jin's room staring silently at Yi Zheyu, approaching Tang Machi puzzled, asking, "What happened? Is Yi Jin alright?" It was Zhang Zicheng who first regained composure, performing a few routine checks on Yi Jin before informing everyone, "Yi brother is fine now." Chapter 41, Farce. After the dawn, the entire safe zone had calmed down, but the danger had not disappeared. Yi Jin also regained consciousness, and after learning about Yi Zheyu's superpower, she didn't feel too joyful, instead, she felt an unease in her heart. This kind of superpower was just too otherworldly, and once exposed, Yi Zheyu would probably become the object of contention for those in power. Back then, they feared that Yi Zhe understood what his brother worried about. After giving him assurances multiple times, Yi Jin finally relaxed a bit. Although Yi Jin's wound had healed, she lost too much blood and fell back to sleep shortly after waking up. Tang Jianfeng hadn't slept all night and was now rushing off to join the military forces. As he prepared to leave, Tang Mochi walked over and said, "Brother, I will go with you." Zhang Ziqing immediately stood up and said, "I will also head over with both of you. The safety zone is no longer secure, and we must be on alert for any possible danger at any time. Xiao Qi and I will go out and gather intelligence." Tang Jianfeng nodded and left with them. The others stayed behind in the courtyard, ready to monitor the situation outside. Outside, it was still in disarray. Many people were listlessly cleaning up the tents on the roadsides, in green belts, as well as various scattered daily necessities. Those zombies and corpses had already been dragged away, leaving behind only patches of blackened blood stains. Tang Jianfeng dropped them off near the temporary government office before rushing to assemble with his troops. The temporary government also worked through the night without rest, with many people gathered here waiting for an official explanation. Everyone was whispering among themselves, and the whole safe zone was filled with unease. Tang Mochi led Zhang Ziqing to the front of the crowd, and the patrol team leader didn't come out until 9 o'clock. This leader was from the Chen family, standing there drenched in sweat under the sun reading out the investigative report. The conclusion was that the zombies had been brought in by someone. A small team sent out to seek supplies avoided the attacks of the safe zone and secretly went out through the sewer pipelines. Due to an accident, they were chased by zombies, resulting in numerous zombies running into the safe zone through the sewers causing casualties. Currently, all sewer lines had been sealed by the patrol soldiers, and everyone could now feel assured. While the masses were asking their questions to the person in charge, Tang Mochi and Zhang Ziqing squeezed out of the crowd after listening. This report was vague and evasive, clearly hiding something significant, but continuing to chase this person in charge clearly wouldn't yield any useful information. Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Ziqing suggested strolling around the market to see if they could pick up some useful intelligence. The rear rooms of the courtyard acted as warehouses for the quadrangle, filled with supplies. They only came here during the beginning stages of the market. They usually only visited to gather news since communication equipment had completely failed, and intelligence had become a profitable commodity. There were quite a few intermediaries in the market who made a living selling intelligence. Today's market was extremely quiet, as though people hadn't yet recovered from last night's zombie attack. Only a handful of vendors crouched in the corners. They wandered around fruitlessly, deciding to head back home, unaware that a farce awaited them. By the time Tang Mochi and Zhang Ziqing returned home, it was almost 11. The scorching sun in late July had dried up all the sweat on their bodies, and their shirts were covered with dried salt stains. Zhang Yunfei opened the door and told Tang Mochi, "Xiao Qi, we have guests." As soon as Tang Mochi turned through the decorative gate, he saw a group of people sitting in the main hall and gave a cold laugh, striding over nonchalantly, taking a seat opposite them. Looking at Jiafu, the grandfather, sitting across from him, he said calmly, "Ah, it's grandfather visiting." The old man narrowed his eyes. Behind him stood Tang Qing-shu, and beside him sat exactly Zhang Jingxian and her daughter. After half a pause, the old man finally spoke, "You've done quite a good job here. When your grandfather bought this place years ago, it was nothing more than a rundown yard full of tenants." Tang Mochi glanced around and responded coldly, "Indeed, my grandfather had pretty good judgment, except when it came to choosing in-laws." Jiafu did not seem offended, maintaining a calm expression as he looked at Tang Mochi, and then turning to Zhang Jingxian seated next to him, "This is your future sister-in-law. She insisted on coming to see her future brother-in-law, so I brought them here to see you." Tang Mochi didn't even bother glancing at Zhang Jingxian but threw a quick look at Tang Qing-shu standing behind the grandfather and said, "If you're looking for Tang Jianfeng, you need to visit the military base. You're obviously going to leave here empty-handed. Tang Mochi, don't think that none of us know about the disgraceful things you've done. Do you really think Tang Jianfeng will follow your commands forever?" "Jingjing, shut up." Zhang Jingxian, unable to restrain herself any longer, got up and started hurling curses, which scared her somewhat rational mother enough to control her crazed daughter. Tang Mochi glanced lightly at the mother and daughter of the Zhang family and said, "Ugly deeds." "What ugly deeds? Jianqing Tang is a grown man, would he really be swayed by his younger brother's commands? And who are you to point fingers and meddle here? You." Zhang Jingxian was fuming with anger, but just as she opened her mouth, she was cut off by Elder Tang. "I've already sent someone to inform your brother. He will be back soon, and we will settle this matter clearly today. He is ultimately a member of the Tang family, and it's not right for him to live outside without clear reasons." Elder Tang spoke firmly, suppressing Zhang Jingxian's outburst. Tang Mochi paid no attention to their intentions. It was already noon, Yi Jin's body was still weak, and she was lying on the recliner bed to avoid being noticed. There was absolutely no one in the house who could cook. Zhang Ziqing voluntarily went to the kitchen to start preparing something. Lunch was simple, curry potatoes mixed with rice. This was one of the only two Eastern dishes that Zhang Ziqing knew how to cook, though simple, its aroma was rich. Although the Tang and Zhang families hadn't lacked food during these months of the apocalypse, it was already mealtime, and the dominant smell of curry was tantalizing. Everyone gathered hastily around the kitchen to eat. Zhang Yunfei was the only elder present, so she politely invited the Tang elders over. Regardless of the underhanded dealings between Tang Mo Qi and his family, on the surface, Tang Mo Qi still addressed Elder Tang as grandfather. As for the mother and daughter from the Zhang family, Zhang Yunfei didn't even give them a glance. They were left alone in the living room, seething with rage. The Zhang mother, however, seemed intrigued by the quadrangle courtyard, looking around greedily and flashing a wicked light in her eyes. Just as everyone finished eating, Tang Jianfeng rushed back. Seeing Tang Mo Qi calm as ever, his heart was slightly reassured, and he respectfully called Elder Tang, grandfather. At the same moment, Zhang Jingxian immediately put on an innocent act and approached Tang Jianfeng, softly calling out with an air of deep grievance, Jianfeng brother. Tang Jianfeng subtly turned his body, dodging the woman rushing towards him. Humph. Zhang Zicheng couldn't help but snicker aloud, which immediately drew a hateful glare from Zhang Jingxian, whose pride had been damaged. Chapter 42, The Truth. Tang Jianfeng ignored Zhang Jingxian, but she no longer cared. She had come today to force Tang Jianfeng into marriage. Before the apocalypse, the Zhang family was a major political family, and although the Tang family had a place in the military circles, their overall power slightly lagged behind the Zhangs. Thus, Zhang Jingxian had always maintained her grace as a well-bred young lady, putting on a perfect facade, never pestering Tang Jianfeng, knowing when to back off. Tang Jianfeng also never made things difficult for her due to her consideration. However, after these few months, the situation had changed drastically. The Zhang family's power was almost entirely diminished, even the Tang family had surpassed them. The entire safe zone was currently controlled by the prominent military families of Shen and Chen from before the apocalypse. Even the Tang family was merely a secondary-tier family now, with far less influence compared to the Shen and Chen clans. The Zhang family couldn't remain passive any longer. Zhang Jingxian had also shed the mask of being cultured and reserved. Old Master Tang had been indebted to the Zhang family earlier in life, and it was he who had arranged this betrothal. Although the Zhang family wasn't as influential as they once were, Old Master Tang still remembered their past favors. The Zhang family's request for an early wedding left Old Master Tang with no reason to oppose it. Tang Jianfeng helped his grandfather sit back on the sofa. Matters of the Tang family didn't allow much external involvement. Except for Zhang Yunfei, who stayed, the others returned to their rooms. Xiaofeng, how many days has it been since you last came home? Aunt Zhang and Jingxian have already waited for you for several days. Old Master Tang gripped Tang Jianfeng's hand, showing the kindness and benevolence expected of an elderly man at this age. Tang Machi watched silently the close bond between his grandfather and grandchild. From childhood onward, Old Master Tang had never favored him, instead lavishing affection on an illegitimate child who returned from outside. In another life, Tang Machi harbored hatred toward Tang Jianfeng because of this. But now, Tang Machi could look upon it all calmly, even responding with a smile to the concerned gaze from Tang Jianfeng. Grandfather, wherever Machi is, that's my home. Tang Jianfeng gazed deeply at Tang Machi, his eyes filled with warmth and deep affection. Even Zhang Yunfei noticed something amiss and gave a startled glance at him. What nonsense! Xiaoma lives in his grandfather's house, whether he chooses to come home or not is his decision. You are the heir to the Tang family, and the Tang family is your real home. Old Master Tang quickly interrupted him, his face reddening and the staff in his hand striking the ground with thump, thump, thump. Grandfather, there is Tang Shuqin within the Tang family and my father too. Not necessarily must I be the successor. As for Miss Zhang, I fear I am unworthy of such favor. Tang Jianfeng pulled his hand away, stood up, and sat next to Tang Machi, gently touching Tang Machi's head. Tang Jianfeng, you, Zhang Jingxian immediately stood up but was pulled back by her mother. Angrily pointing her finger at Tang Jianfeng, she couldn't utter a word. Jianfeng, listen to Aunt Zhang for a moment. You are the eldest grandson of the Tang family, naturally it falls on you to inherit the Tang family name. Don't sulk with your grandfather because of irrelevant people. Regarding our Jingxian, whether you two end up together depends on fate. Look at how well matched you both are, socially equal. If you do marry, it will be a great joy, if not, our Jingxian isn't the kind to cling solely to you. Find more time to spend together, feelings may deepen over time. Mrs. Zhang spoke more calmly than Zhang Jingxian, her words polished and leaving no gaps. She subtly accused Tang Jianfeng of being unreasonable. Old Master Tang frowned severely, and the atmosphere stiffened. Tang Qingshu sat beside the old master, coughed lightly, then said to Tang Jianfeng, brother, don't upset grandfather. Qingshu, you know better than anyone else how I feel about Machi. Therefore, this time, I'm bound to disappoint grandfather. Tang Jianfeng completely ignored the standing Zhang Jingxian, with his heart and mind full of Tang Machi alone. Tang Qingshu opened his mouth to speak but closed it again without saying anything, stealing a glance at their grandfather. The old man's face was deathly pale, his eyes sharp and severe. After some time, Grandpa Tang finally spoke, Xiaofeng, things have changed now. Your wings are strong enough now so that Grandpa indeed cannot control you anymore. But the Tang family belongs to you, this is something you can't change. After speaking, Old Master Tang stood up and paused briefly before continuing, since you and Jingxian lack destiny together, I won't force you. However, sooner or later, you must bring me a great-grandson. Tang family patriarch. Upon hearing the compromise from old Master Tang, Mrs. Zhang was shocked, shouting, "You're treating our Jingxian like this? It was your Tang family who initially arranged this marriage. Now, it's also your family wanting to break the engagement. Is our Jingxian simply an object for you to choose or reject? How would she save face in society?" Old Master Tang sighed, patted Mrs. Zhang to comfort her, and said, "Our Tang family will definitely compensate Jingxian. You can rest assured, we won't let Jingxian suffer any loss." Jingxian was about to speak again but was stopped by her mother. Today, she had realized that the rumored scandal between Tang Jianfeng and Tang Machi must have been entirely unfounded. Clearly, Tang Jianfeng's heart belonged solely to his younger brother. There would be no opportunity for Zhang Jingxian. If she continued causing trouble, it might well result in even greater losses for their family. In this current situation, at least the Zhang family could obtain some form of compensation from the Tang family. Zhang Yunfei escorted Mother Zhang and Miss Zhang away together with old Master Tang. Tang Jianfeng then picked up Tang Machi, gently kissed his forehead, and stroked his cheeks with a large hand, saying, "Don't feel wronged. From now on, when you encounter such people, you don't need to pay them any attention, just leave them to me." Tang Machi slightly narrowed his eyes and replied, "I'll leave it all to you." Leaning against the doorframe, Zhang Yunfei coughed, startling Tang Machi, who immediately stood up with his face flushing red. "Will someone care to explain exactly what is going on? While I don't oppose same-sex relationships, wasn't it true that you two are biological brothers?" Zhang Yunfei frowned as he stared at them both. Tang Machi stammered nervously, unsure how to explain. Deep down, he already regarded Zhang Yunfei as an uncle-like family member, and discussing this topic left him at a loss for words. On the other hand, Tang Jianfeng remained calm, looking straight at Zhang Yunfei and saying, "Uncle Zhang, Machi and I may be brothers, but more importantly, we are lovers." After a brief pause, Tang Jianfeng turned his head toward Tang Machi, took a deep breath as if making an important decision, and then declared, "However, we aren't blood-related brothers." Upon hearing this, not only Zhang Yunfei but also Tang Machi were astonished, raising their heads sharply to look at him. Chapter 43, September. Tang Jianfeng let out a bitter laugh, glanced at Tang Machi who was shocked, and slowly began, "I don't know if Momo has ever noticed, although Grandpa values me greatly, our father has never really liked me. But I understand, this person, he has always only loved himself." Tang Jianfeng interrupted Tang Machi and continued, "However, he actually always disliked me. Ever since I returned to the Tang family, he rarely came home." Tang Machi didn't know what to say. He had always thought that he himself was the one extra existence that everyone in the family disliked. In his past life, he solely focused on hating and despising the entire Tang family, and thus hadn't paid much attention to Tang Jimin's attitude toward Tang Jianfeng. "Why?" Tang Machi couldn't help but ask, looking into Tang Jianfeng's bitter eyes. "Because, I am not his son." Tang Jianfeng's rough hand clasped Tang Machi's sweaty ones. "My biological father is Tang Jimin's paternal half-brother, that is, our nominally deceased uncle." As Tang Jianfeng recounted his story, Tang Machi and Zhang Yunfei gradually understood the complexity of Tang Jianfeng's background. While it seemed intricate, it boiled down to old feuds between the previous generation. In his younger days, Grandfather Tang was just a small platoon leader in the army. Later, he caught the eye of a commander's daughter. The story was both dramatic and straightforward. Grandfather Tang married the commander's daughter, which also ensured his smooth political career. However, after 5 years of marriage without any children, his former lover reappeared. Consequently, Grandfather Tang fathered an illegitimate child named Tang Qinyong. With their marriage teetering on the brink of collapse, Grandfather Tang's originally barren wife suddenly became pregnant. Under immense pressure from all sides, Grandfather Tang was forced to sever ties with his lover and welcomed back his now 1-year-old son. To the public, both sons were presented as the Tang madam's offspring. The matter had seemingly subsided, and even Tang Qinyong remained unaware of his true origins. Because Grandfather Tang consistently felt guilty towards Tang Qinyong's mother, he showed him slight favoritism, though the family maintained a facade of harmony on the surface. That changed with the appearance of Tang Jianfeng's mother, Xueqing, who happened to be Tang Qinyong's girlfriend. But Tang Jimin apparently also set his sights on this future sister-in-law. Due to Grandmother Tang's interference, the brothers' relationship had already been strained from early on, and this further pushed them to rock bottom. Their relationship collapsed entirely, yet Xueqing wasn't a docile woman. Secretly, she had an affair with Tang Jimin, maintaining a complicated relationship until the birth of Tang Jianfeng. After Tang Jianfeng's birth, Tang Qinyong prepared to marry Xueqing, but unexpectedly, Tang Jimin uncovered his elder brother's true lineage, revealing Tang Qinyong as a product of their father's infidelity. With this knowledge, Tang Jimin taunted Tang Qinyong using Xueqing, even claiming Tang Jianfeng might be his own son. Ultimately, Tang Qinyong perished tragically in a car accident, and Xueqing disappeared with Tang Jianfeng. This dealt a severe blow to Grandfather Tang, who suspected Tang Jimin's involvement in Tang Qinyong's death. Years later, when Xueqing reappeared with Tang Jianfeng, she secretly submitted a paternity test report to Grandfather Tang confirming Tang Jianfeng was indeed Tang Qinyong's son. Tang Jinmin retained lingering feelings for Xue Qin, while grandfather Tang, in an effort to preserve Tang Qinyong's bloodline within the Tang family, turned a blind eye to the ongoing affair between Tang Jinmin and Xue Qin, implicitly accepting it. Tang Machi took a deep breath, feeling a jumble of thoughts overwhelming his mind. He had never met the uncle who was avoided like the plague within the Tang family, rarely even seen in photos. Never did he imagine the crucial role this man played within the Tang family's complex relationships, and how it impacted his own long-standing resentment towards grandfather Tang. Tang Jianfeng reached out to massage the frown lines between Tang Machi's brows, saying, "Momo need not trouble yourself with these matters. You have already decided to sever ties with the Tang family, so the trivialities of the Tangs are no longer your concern. I will take care of everything." Tang Machi rolled his eyes, swatting away his hand, saying, "I'm not troubled at all, I'm just upset for my mother." Zhang Yunfei also sighed. The tangled relationships among the Tangs gave rise to twisted familial emotions, turning Tang Machi and his mother into innocent victims of their indulgence in personal desires, truly unfortunate. Tang Jianfeng nodded silently, having never blamed Tang Machi for resenting him throughout his life. After all, Tang Machi was the most innocent of all. The truth about the Tang family did not affect the bond between Tang Machi and Tang Jianfeng. On the contrary, as Tang Machi came to understand the whole story, he let go of his last shred of attachment to the Tang family. His attitude towards Tang Jianfeng became even more open, as if an invisible barrier between them had been broken. Tang Jianfeng clearly sensed Tang Machi's growing reliance on and need for him. Naturally, Tang Jianfeng wanted nothing more than to offer him his own life. All of August passed in a flurry of activity for everyone in the quadrangle courtyard, tanning them all to a bronze color. Even Yisiyue had developed some small muscles from the work. A heavy rainstorm at the beginning of September swept away the oppressive summer heat, and the comfortable temperature allowed everyone to relax slightly. However, the atmosphere in the quadrangle courtyard grew increasingly tense. Pre-apocalypse coal brought back by Yi Jin and Tang Machi from an S-province town still sat in storage. Although Tang Machi had much more coal stored in his personal space, Yi Jin was unaware of this fact. He wished to transport some of the coal first, but without proper transportation and no room in the courtyard for storage, the plan had remained on hold. With the weather cooling down now, it completely set off Yi Jin's nerves. Watching his restlessness, Tang Machi led him smilingly to the backyard. Confused, Yi Jin looked at him and said, "What's with your mysterious act?" Tang Machi took him to the rear building. The 4 large rooms were filled with supplies, some prepared pre-apocalypse, others collected post-apocalypse. Yet Yi Jin still wore a puzzled look, asking, "I remember you mentioned that temperatures during the mini-ice age would be extremely low. You can't seriously think we'll survive with just these few rooms of supplies?" Tang Machi smirked and said, "Yi Gu, can't you use a little imagination? Do you really think my modifications to the quadrangle only included installing geothermal heating and adding glass roofs?" Saying this, he walked over and opened a hidden door in the wall. Behind it lay a staircase leading underground. Stunned, Yi Jin followed Tang Machi down. Below was a massive basement covering nearly 50 square meters, half of it stacked with coal, and the other half filled with winter survival supplies and extreme cold weather equipment. Shocked, Yi Jin glanced at Tang Machi, who wore a proud grin, swallowed hard, and gave him a thumbs up. Chapter 44, Missing. Early September, the temperature suddenly dropped. The high of almost 40 degrees every day had, after a single rainstorm, fallen to less than 25 degrees. Tang Machi and Yi Jin still took everyone outside the city daily. Over 2 months, almost every area within 5 kilometers around the safety zone had been thoroughly searched. By now, it was increasingly difficult for each small team to find supplies, firstly because they had to venture farther away. Not every team was lucky enough to have transportation, which meant more physical effort and manpower was needed, resulting in a very limited amount of supplies that could be brought back. Secondly, within 5 kilometers of the safety zone, there were soldiers patrolling and shooting zombies daily, making it relatively safe. However, beyond 5 kilometers, due to the accumulation over the past 2 months, the density of zombies became extremely alarming. There hadn't been any news yet about a team daring to go beyond 5 kilometers outside the safety zone. Tang Jianfeng usually set out with them from the courtyard, one going back to report to the military base, while the others directly headed to the gate of the safety zone to register and leave. Tang Jianfeng's missions were typically highly classified, sometimes he would be gone for days at a time. This time, Tang Jianfeng had already been out for nearly a week, and by mid-September, there was still no news at all. Tang Machi finally couldn't stay still anymore, but before Tang Machi could act, Tang Qingshu unexpectedly showed up. It was still dark, and Tang Machi hadn't fallen asleep when he heard some noise and immediately got up. Unexpectedly, instead of seeing Tang Jianfeng, he saw Tang Qingshu. Tang Qingshu looked anxious, and Yi Jin, who was on watch tonight, also came over. "Why did you come? Did you get any news about your brother? What exactly is your brother doing?" Before Tang Qingshu could speak, Tang Machi bombarded him with a series of urgent questions. Tang Qingshu nodded along, hesitantly saying, "Big brother is missing." "Missing?" Tang Machi and Yi Jin both let out low exclamations simultaneously. Tang Machi's face turned ashen white in an instant, tightly gripping Tang Qingshu as he asked, "What exactly happened? How long has he been missing? How do you know?" Tang Qingshu's mouth was already filled with sores due to his distress, his eyes revealed indistinct shadows as he said, "It's been 2 days. I had no choice but to seek you out. Big Brother's team has positioning devices, which are new products developed by the Research Institute using satellites, but their positioning signal disappeared suddenly 2 days ago, and there has been no response until now." Upon hearing Research Institute, Tang Machi's pupils constricted sharply, forcing himself to refocus his attention and ask, "Where did he go missing? I'll go look for him right now." Tang Qingshu paused in contemplation before speaking. "At the end of August, we received a message from the H City safety zone. After that, the communication device never received any messages from J City again. Therefore, Big Brother's mission was to investigate the situation in J City." After listening, Tang Machi deeply frowned. As far as he knew, last life, there wasn't even a safety zone in J City. Although J City was the provincial capital, its population was not large, and its proximity to Kyoto led to insufficient military supplies. Moreover, this time before the virus outbreak, J City's armed forces were mobilized into Kyoto, meaning J City didn't have sufficient military strength to establish a safety zone. Apart from those infected by the virus, most of J City's citizens scattered and fled. In the previous life of Tang Machi, J City was merely a deserted city with a few survivors left. This life, it would be impossible for a safety zone to randomly appear. Yi Jin noticed Tang Machi's expression change but didn't ask much because of Tang Qingshu. Instead, she immediately woke everyone up. Upon hearing that something happened, everyone quickly prepared. Within 10 minutes, everyone gathered in the living room, ready to depart at any moment. Tang Qingshu couldn't help but admire their efficiency in his heart. 7 people drove 2 cars straight toward the entrance of the safety zone. It was still dark, and the entire safety zone was still under curfew. Apart from the patrolling soldiers, there were basically no people on the roads. With Tang Qingshu leading the way in the military vehicle, the trip was without any trouble. However, upon reaching the entrance, everyone found that Grandpa Tang was already waiting there. "Grandpa, how did you come here?" Tang Qingshu rolled down the car window. He had not informed Grandpa Tang of the news, but clearly, Grandpa Tang had learned the information through his own channels. Grandpa Tang stood upright with sharp eyes as he gave Tang Qingshu a piercing glance, saying, "Are you really trying to grow some wings? How dare you hide such a big matter from me?" Tang Qingshu didn't dare to retort, while Grandpa Tang paid him no more attention and instead went straight to the next car. Though somewhat impatient, Tang Machi also rolled down her window. Grandpa Tang's expression was relatively calm as he said to Tang Machi, "Since your brother values you more than his own life, I hope you can do all in your power to bring him back." Tang Machi gave a cold laugh, looking back at Grandpa Tang with unkind eyes, saying, "I don't need your orders, he belongs to me, and of course, I will bring him back." Afterward, she completely ignored Grandpa Tang's flushed face and stepped on the gas pedal, driving away. Once out of the safety zone, Tang Qingshu pulled out several guns and handed them to everyone. Tang Qingshu's car led the way, and after 5 kilometers beyond the safety zone, the road conditions grew visibly perilous. Within a short 15 minutes, Tang Qingshu nearly overturned the car twice due to zombie attacks. Zhang Zicheng quickly took over the wheel. Despite this, the going remained exceedingly difficult. To prevent being surrounded by zombies, Yi Jin opened the sunroof of Tang Machi's car, exposing the upper part of her body to shoot at the approaching zombies, but it still only provided a temporary solution. More and more zombies were closing in. As everyone was stuck between advancing or retreating, Su Shiqing suddenly leapt from Tang Qingshu's vehicle. To everyone's astonishment, the zombies completely ignored him. With just one machete, Su Shiqing carved out a path, running laterally for over 100 meters before stopping. He then tossed a pack of fresh human blood onto the ground, smashing it against a sharp rock. This blood had been drawn by them beforehand as an emergency measure and proved highly useful at this moment. As soon as the blood sac ruptured, the scent of fresh human blood immediately diffused into the surrounding air. The nearby zombies became as if injected with adrenaline, rapidly turning around and charging towards the spilled blood, significantly reducing the pressure around their vehicles. Taking the opportunity, everyone quickly drove past this area densely packed with zombies. For the next few kilometers, Su Shiqing repeatedly employed the same strategy, using up all their stored blood packs until both cars finally managed to break through the high-density zone surrounding the safety zone. Just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, they found that the road ahead had been deliberately blocked by a barricade. Suddenly, more than a dozen men with covered faces emerged from the shadows, glaring fiercely at them. Chapter 45, Conspiracy. Seeing Yi Jin get out of the car, everyone else followed suit. On the opposite side, there were 14 men in total, all with their faces covered by black cloths, some holding knives and others holding guns. The man in front pointed a gun at Yi Jin and said in a coarse voice, "Hiding in the safe zone has made you all look like little sluts." The men behind him immediately burst into laughter. Many of them cast greedy and malicious glances at Tang Machi who had just gotten out of the car. Tang Machi gave the men across a glance without expression, then stood silently behind Yi Jin. Yi Jin waved the gun in her hand and laughed as she wiped her face, saying, "It's not like before, I've tanned." Zhang Zicheng was still unfamiliar with handling a gun. He looked enviously at the gun in Yi Jin's hand and said without any courtesy, "Where did you gentlemen get your guns? How about lending them to me for a few days? As a return, I'll show you around the safe zone." Zhang Zicheng's provocation successfully irritated the leading man, who spat and cursed, "The little western pup has guts, daring to be arrogant on my turf. You're asking for it, I'll tie you up and feed you to the zombies." When Zhang Zicheng was about to retaliate verbally, he was stopped by Zhang Yunfei. The people on the other side had 4 guns in total aimed at them. Tang Machi gave Zhang Zicheng a signal to stay calm, and everyone tacitly decided not to say more. Yi Jin took 2 steps forward, making the opposing side visibly nervous. But then Yi Jin suddenly smiled and said, "How about letting us pass smoothly? We have urgent matters to attend to and are rushing to save someone." The leading man laughed loudly, followed by his henchman laughing arrogantly. Suddenly stopping, the man's eyes were full of cruelty as he said, "Let you pass. If we let you go, what are we left with? Leave your cars and belongings here, and we will spare your lives." Yi Jin furrowed her brows and pretended to be troubled, saying, "If we give everything to you, aren't we just zombie bait on these streets infested with zombies?" The leading man waved his gun and said, "I don't give a damn whether you live or die. Hand over everything quickly, or don't blame me for being impolite." Yi Jin tilted her head, pondering, and then seemingly helplessly conceded, "All right." With that, she dropped the gun she was holding and stood in the middle of the road with her hands crossed behind her back and legs apart. Just as those masked men were about to rejoice secretly, Yi Jin suddenly moved. The hands crossed behind her threw 2 smoke bombs toward them. Behind Yi Jin, Tang Machi had already prepared himself quietly, and when the 2 smoke bombs went out, he added another tear gas grenade. In no time, the group of masked men became disorganized and stumbled around with their eyes unable to open. Zhang Zicheng led the group, easily moving away the roadblocks, jumped into the car, and Yi Jin stopped the car amidst the group of people still writhing on the ground. Zhang Zicheng and Su Shiqing got out of the car and cleaned up all the weapons. Tang Machi also got out of the car, covering his nose and mouth, caught the leader trying to escape, and tore off the black cloth on his face. When Tang Machi saw the man's face, something stirred within him. This person looked familiar. Taking advantage of Tang Machi's brief distraction, the man attempted to kick him right in the chest. Tang Machi's pupils contracted as he quickly supported himself on one hand and flipped his entire body backwards to dodge the kick. Their encounter happened in an instant, leaving the others unaware. With his first attempt missed, the man immediately pulled out a hidden dagger from his shoe and lunged at Tang Machi. Tang Machi scoffed coldly, having learned so much from Yi Jin. Grappling and combat skills came effortlessly, perhaps enhanced by the waters in the space. Tang Machi's agility greatly improved compared to before. The man hadn't expected such resilience from the seemingly frail Tang Machi and regretted confronting him, but since they had seen his face, revealing it would mean only death. Thus, the man tried underhanded moves aiming to kidnap Tang Machi as a hostage to escape. Taking advantage of the fight, in a blink of an eye, Tang Machi found a dagger in his hand. Seeing the tip of the blade coming towards his eyes, the man rapidly retreated several steps. Seizing this moment, Tang Machi closed in and thrust his arm forward, slashing the man's neck with the dagger. The man clutched his neck and stared wide-eyed at Tang Machi, who suddenly smiled faintly and said, "I finally remember who you are. Isn't your master Master Shen's second son?" After hearing this, the man let out heh sounds. He had been working for Master Shen's second son for a while, but it was always done secretly, so there was no way anyone else could have known. Tang Machi smirked coldly at the corner of his mouth and kicked the man to the ground, saying, "I was wondering why a safe zone in J City suddenly appeared. Turns out it was all this woman Zhang Jingxian's doing. Rest assured, if Tang Jianfeng gets hurt even a bit, both Zhang Jingxian and your master will pay 10-fold or 100-fold. The blood flowing from the man's neck quickly took away his life force, and as Tang Machi left, the man also fell face down with a snap. Yi Jin sat in the car and closed her eyes without speaking further. Everyone else drove quietly without disturbing her. In fact, Tang Machi was quite calm. This wasn't the first time he had killed, nor would it be the last. In this apocalypse, cutting down others of one's own kind was sometimes necessary for survival. By the time night fell, they were still a long way off from where Tang Jianfeng and the others had disappeared. The group found a relatively secure bank and parked inside, locking the gate. Then Yi Ziyue took out a portable gas stove and an alcohol burner from the back trunk. Yi Jin boiled some water and cooked a pot of noodles, though there were no vegetables. But Tang Machi had brought a lot of beef jerky, so together they managed to eat a hot meal after going a whole day without food. Hot water was also boiling on the alcohol stove, and once it was ready, everyone poured it into their water flasks for tomorrow's drinking supply. In the evening, Yi Jin and Tang Machi took the first watch. After everyone else curled up in sleeping bags and fell asleep, Yi Jin silently looked at Tang Machi, waiting for him to speak. Tang Machi took a deep breath and said, "Brother Yi. You don't need to say anything if you don't want to." Yi Jin interrupted him, smiling reassuringly. While others might not understand what happened today, he was fully aware because the smoke bombs had come from behind him, given by Tang Machi. However, when Tang Machi got out of the car, his hands were empty, and his clothing was thin, so where had those 2 smoke bombs and a tear gas grenade come from? "Brother Yi, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but this matter is just too incredible. I'll explain after we get back." After such a long time, his trust in Yi Jin came second only to Tang Jianfeng's. He was willing to appropriately show his capabilities to them, since they were part of the same team and needed to survive together in this cruel post-apocalyptic world. Yi Jin reached out and patted Tang Machi's shoulder, the two smiled at each other, and no more words were exchanged. Meanwhile, Zhang Zicheng, who had been lying opposite them with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. Chapter 46, Clues. After daybreak, the group set out after tidying up. It was raining outside, and the temperature was clearly much lower than yesterday. Those who had clothes quickly put them on, while others went into some shops to find a few pieces of clothing. Tang Machi discreetly took out a thermometer from her bag. A few minutes later, the thermometer showed that the outdoor temperature had dropped to around 10 degrees Celsius. The light rain gradually turned into a heavy downpour. By this time, Tang Machi's group had basically left the city. The roads were noticeably more empty, but with the heavy rain pouring down, visibility was very low, so their car's speed slowed down. The vehicle traveled through the rain for an entire morning. The group parked at a gas station to take shelter from the rain and rest to eat something. But none of them realized how quickly the temperature had dropped. After just an hour, they were already shivering, and white mist could be seen when they spoke. Tang Machi glanced at the thermometer. It had already dropped to 0 degrees Celsius. It had been 20 degrees Celsius yesterday when they set out, and now it had dropped to 0 degrees. They had hardly brought any cold weather gear, except for Tang Machi and Yi Jin, who carried windbreakers. The group had to retreat to the car and turn on the heater to feel slightly better. After resting for an hour, the group set off again. Unexpectedly, half an hour later, the heavy rain began mixing with snowflakes, and soon there was only large, feather-like snowflakes flying in the sky. Thankfully, the ground wasn't icy, otherwise, they might have gotten stranded halfway. The road conditions weren't good, so they took turns driving until it got dark, finally reaching the place where Tang Jianfeng's signal disappeared. This was an industrial park located between J City and Kyoto. At this moment, it was pitch black inside, appearing completely uninhabited. Tang Qingshu narrowed down the search area to within 500 meters. The group split into two teams to look for clues. Tang Machi, Zhang Yunfei, Yi Zijie, and Tang Qingshu formed one group, quietly searching ahead. Wait! Suddenly, Zhang Yunfei stopped next to a corpse that was already decomposed. A thin layer of snow had covered the body, but the smell of decay still wafted in the air. Zhang Yunfei used his knife to move the corpse, revealing a bloody bullet hole on the other side of its face. It's a gunshot wound. Tang Qingshu immediately came over and examined it, saying, they must have been here. Let's continue moving forward and stay vigilant. Tang Machi nodded and continued holding the flashlight as she moved forward. Although he believed that Tang Jianfeng, with his awakened fire elemental ability, would never get into trouble, he couldn't truly relax until he saw him safe and sound. After another half hour of searching, apart from occasionally finding one or two zombie corpses killed by bullets, there was no sign of either humans or living zombies. Just as Tang Machi's group was at a loss, they suddenly heard gunshots coming from Yi Jin's direction. Brother! Yi Zijie cried out and immediately ran over, followed quickly by the rest of the group. Meanwhile, Yi Jin's trio was not in good shape. They had already thoroughly searched this direction without finding any clues, so they were about to head back when suddenly a figure darted past in front of them. Without hesitation, they chased after it. However, not only did they fail to catch the person, but they ended up trapped in a trap themselves. It was an alley, and at the end of the alley was a dead-end wall. The instant they entered, a large iron gate at the mouth of the alley slammed shut. On one side of the alley, a door suddenly opened, releasing dozens of growling zombies. When Yi Jin and Su Shiqing ran out of bullets, they resorted to machetes and axes. Just as they were exhausted from fighting, Tang Machi's group arrived. Tang Machi chopped through the lock on the iron gate with his axe, greatly relieving the pressure on Yi Jin's team, giving them a chance to catch their breath. Once the group had killed all the zombies, the entire industrial zone fell eerily silent again. The snow kept falling, gradually covering the ground. As the group left the small alley, Yi Jin indeed noticed a pair of footprints that didn't belong to them. Everyone then followed these footprints to track their way. The group traced the footprints to the entrance of the canteen in the industrial park, only to discover that the tracks vanished. When they cautiously entered the canteen, they found it was in disarray, filled with shattered glass and overturned tables and chairs. Still, it was clear at a glance that there was no place where anyone could hide. Yi Jin pointed toward the kitchen direction, and the group nodded knowingly as they quietly headed that way. Yi Jin carefully pushed open the glass door. Behind this door was a passage, and around the corner lay the entire kitchen at the back. Yi Jin rushed in first with his gun ready, followed closely by Tang Machi. Tang Machi scanned the area. There was no one inside. The rest of the group gradually entered as well. Yi Jin gave everyone a quick nod and pointed to a tightly closed door leading to the cold storage. Tang Machi frowned and looked at it. These types of cold storages could only be opened or locked from the outside, so hiding inside wasn't a wise choice. Sure enough, Su Shiqing carefully pressed the handle of the cold storage door, which then smoothly opened. However, it only opened a crack before stopping, evidently blocked by something on the other side. Half an hour later, the group abandoned trying to force the door open. Still, there was no sound from inside the cold storage. Tang Machi finally lost his patience, pounding on the cold storage door with his hand and loudly shouting to the person inside, "Listen up. If you come out quietly, we won't hurt you. We're here looking for someone." After a long pause, a rustling sound appeared from inside, followed by a hoarse male voice asking, "Who are you looking for?" Tang Machi thought the voice sounded familiar but didn't have time to dwell on it. He quickly replied, "A squad of soldiers who passed through here 3 days ago." They waited for half an hour more before a voice finally came from inside, "Are you Tang Machi?" The group exchanged surprised glances as the cold storage door suddenly swung open. A young man stood behind it, wearing combat gear, staring at Tang Machi with fiery eyes. Tang Machi immediately recognized him, Chen Weiliang, the loyal follower of Tang Jianfeng from their previous lifetime, who had sacrificed himself to protect their escape. "Where's my brother? How are Tang Jianfeng and the others? Why are you alone?" Tang Machi grabbed his arm anxiously and questioned. Chen Weiliang gasped sharply, his face turning pale instantly as beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It was then that Tang Machi noticed a warm sensation under his fingers and pulled back to see fresh blood. And just as Chen Weiliang could hold on no longer, he fainted, quickly being supported by Yi Jin and Tang Machi. Seeing his injury, Yi Zheyu immediately stepped forward to check alongside Zhang Zicheng. Zhang Zicheng cut open the sleeve on Chen Weiliang's arm with his dagger. Inside, there was indeed a bandage wrapped around it, but the wound had likely been reopened because fresh blood was now flowing freely. After Zhang Zicheng unwrapped the bandage, Tang Machi saw the wound and was shocked. It was a gunshot wound. What exactly had happened to Tang Jianfeng and the others? Chapter 47, Forced Levy. To protect Yizuyue, Zhang Zicheng only allowed him to use his supernatural power to force the bullets out of Chen Weiliang's body and did not let him heal the wounds. After Zhang Zicheng bandaged him up and examined him, it seemed that the faint was caused by blood loss and fatigue, so he would be fine once awake. The snow outside had stopped. The accumulated snow on the ground was not thick, only a thin layer. However, the temperature hovered around 0 degrees Celsius. Everyone was dressed lightly, and once they relaxed, they instantly felt the cold and shivered. Yi Jin and Zhang Yunfei found several wooden chairs from the rear kitchen. After cutting them with an axe, they made a fire pile. After arranging for Chen Weiliang's care, everyone thoroughly searched the rear kitchen of the entire cafeteria, finding many well-preserved cans. They opened the cans and directly roasted them over the fire, making do with a meal. Early the next morning, Chen Weiliang woke up. Seeing Tang Machi and Tang Qingshu seemed to relieve him. He then urgently said, "We must immediately return to the safe zone. The captain has been taken back." "Taken back? Who took him back?" Tang Qingshu frowned and asked. Although the Tang family's influence in the military department was not as strong as the Shen family and the Chen family, no random person could touch it. Besides, Tang Jianfeng was the heir of the Tang family. "I don't know. At the time, we passed here, planning to spend the night here. Unexpectedly, someone had already set an ambush here and attacked us when we were off guard." There was anger in Chen Weiliang's eyes. "How did you escape?" Tang Qingshu clearly was full of doubts, he really couldn't figure out who wanted to harm Tang Jianfeng. "At the time, I was inside that cold storage, looking for something edible. When I heard sounds, I ran out immediately. Later, when they forced me back here, I had to hide." Chen Weiliang's gaze shifted, clearly not revealing the entire truth. However, Tang Machi still chose to trust him. After packing up, everyone immediately got into the car and drove back. After getting into the car, Chen Weiliang became silent. After some time, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the people in the car, then smiled at Tang Machi and said, "The captain has always lived with you, so you must know his secrets." Tang Machi exchanged glances with Yi Jin in the rearview mirror and driving seat, both shocked, nodding and saying, "Yes, could it be? The people who ambushed us also knew." Chen Weiliang bitterly laughed, "Our squad learned about the captain's supernormal powers a month ago, but surely someone leaked the news." Tang Machi gritted his teeth and remained silent. Tang Jianfeng indeed mentioned gradually telling trustworthy people about his superpowers, and everyone in Tang Jianfeng's team had been through life and death situations for years, sacrificing themselves rather than betraying their comrades in arms, so Chen Weiliang could hardly believe the news of Tang Jianfeng's supernormal abilities had been revealed. When Tang Machi returned to the city, they discovered that the atmosphere of the entire safe zone had changed entirely. After a round of meticulous inspections, Tang Machi found the atmosphere of the entire safe zone unusually strange. A mad sense of joy lingered on every face, as if they weren't in the end times but at some carnival. Zhang Yunfei stopped a running man and asked, "Big brother, we just came back from outside. Did anything good happen?" The man cheerfully raised his eyebrows, filled with unrestrained excitement, saying, "Good news. Heaven hasn't abandoned us. We humans have finally evolved. I've heard that some people have already developed superpowers. Zombies can no longer threaten us." "Superpowers? Who said that?" Tang Machi immediately moved forward and asked, feeling a knot in his heart. In the previous life, superpower awakenings only started happening in December one after another, and it took 3 months before the masses became aware. This lifetime, however, the public already knew much earlier, which made Tang Machi's scalp numb. He didn't know how big of a storm this butterfly effect had created. It said that the military department has seen fire element superpowers. Just a few days ago, they went to the research institute for examination, and the results are already out. It's humanity's own evolution. The man grew more excited as he spoke, as if he himself had awakened to a superpower. Tang Qingshu furrowed his brows and asked, "Have you heard who awakened to superpowers?" The man shook his head blankly, saying, "I'm unclear about that. It's only known that it was voluntarily accepted for examination." The institute said he hoped to find the cause of superpowers to help all humanity gain superpowers. Tang Machi clenched his hands. The institute intended to impose moral restrictions on the Tang family under this ostentatious reason, making it impossible for the Tang family to boldly bring out Tang Jianfeng. Tang Machi closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. He had to save Tang Jianfeng, and this matter was undoubtedly the result of Shen family and Zhang family's meddling. While the Zhang family was just a minor role and not worth worrying about, the Shen family would surely pose a major problem. Everyone prepared to return to the courtyard house to regroup and simultaneously think through their specific plan to rescue Tang Jianfeng. However, they never expected that before they even got home, Zhang's mother Linda stopped them first. Linda wore very little clothing, shivering in a white coat amidst the freezing wind. Zhang Yunfei immediately stepped out of the car to embrace her. Letting out a sigh of relief while being held by him, Linda blinked back tears. Then what Linda said left everyone bewildered. In the 2 days they were gone, someone had forcibly taken over the courtyard house and evicted her. Rushing back, they saw armed soldiers guarding the entrance to the courtyard. Tang Machi took a deep breath, trying to remain calm, but some people couldn't control themselves anymore. Zhang Zicheng pulled a knife and rushed forward. Immediately, 2 soldiers aimed their guns at him. Yi Jin quickly grabbed the impulsive Zhang Zicheng, exchanging a few words with the soldiers before passing each one a pack of cigarettes. Nowadays, cigarettes are extremely expensive, with a pack capable of trading for enough food to feed a person for an entire week, making them a luxury item. Ordinary people could no longer afford to smoke. The soldiers' attitude softened immediately as Yi Jin negotiated with them. At that moment, a military Hummer stopped right at the gate. Zhang Jingxian and her daughter, accompanied by a young man, stepped out from the car. "Ah, I thought it was who. Oh, it's you guys. By the way, didn't you know? This courtyard has been requisitioned by the military department. So, I guess all of you need to find another place." Zhang Jingxian smiled at them as if she were merely casually saying hello. Tang Machi glared coldly at her before turning around and addressing the young man beside her. "Mr. Shen, the requisition of our home by the military should have come with a prior notification, shouldn't it? All our personal belongings are still inside." Shen Jianlin shot a dark look at Tang Machi. Even before the apocalypse, Shen Jianlin had been well known as a troublemaker within the Kyoto circle, but he'd always been at odds with Tang Machi, opposing each other for over 10 years. Unexpectedly, when the apocalypse came, the animosity between the two men escalated further. "Mr. Tang, we haven't seen each other for a few years, and now you've grown quite handsome. How about it? Spend a few days with me, and this courtyard will be returned to you." Shen Jianlin completely ignored Zhang's mother and daughter and began to openly tease Tang Machi instead. Zhang Jingxian was so furious her face turned red. Tang Machi licked his palate and suddenly broke into a grin. "Shen Jianlin, if a single hair is missing from Tang Jianfeng, I'll make sure your body ends up in pieces." Upon hearing Tang Machi's smile, Shen Jianlin paused briefly but then erupted into uncontrollable laughter after understanding his threat. Chapter 48 Explosion. However, before Shen Jianlin could finish laughing, a sudden loud explosion sounded in the distance. They could feel the ground shaking slightly, and everyone looked toward the direction of the explosion. Flames rose along with thick smoke, and that was precisely the direction of the research institute. Tang Machi immediately jumped into the car, and everyone followed as they drove towards the explosion. His hands gripping the steering wheel had turned white from the force. The explosions were not over yet, continuous blasts kept coming. Survivors emerged to look at the direction of the explosion. The army and the few remaining fire trucks also surged towards the source. Suddenly, the citywide alarms began to blare, throwing the entire safe zone into chaos and panic. "The explosion will likely trigger a zombie tide, and the safe zone may be surrounded," Yi Jin said, frowning while listening to the explosions. Everyone was deeply worried, especially now when Tang Jianfeng's life or death was still unknown, making the situation even worse. But Tang Machi suddenly stopped the car and said to Yi Jin, "Yi brother, take everyone to the southern wall first. I'll meet up with you after I find Tang Jianfeng." "No, how can you search alone? That area is completely on fire now, we must go with you," Zhang Yunfei opposed first, and everyone immediately agreed. No matter what, at this moment, finding the person was the priority. Yi Jin also disapproved and looked at Tang Machi. Tang Machi waved his hand at everyone and said, "You going won't help. I know how to find him, you all go help at the wall first." As Yi Jin was about to say something else, Tang Machi suddenly got out of the car and took out 2 large wooden crates from the back. Yi Jin followed and glanced inside. He didn't remember when these 2 crates had been placed there. Tang Machi asked Su Shiqing and Zhang Zicheng to move the crates to another vehicle, then said to Yi Jin, 2 crates of ammunition, use them wisely, don't follow me anymore." After finishing, Tang Machi got into the car alone. Zhang Zicheng and Tang Qingshu wanted to follow but were stopped by Yi Jin. Yi Jin sighed. Tang Machi was clearly showing him that he was capable of rescuing Tang Jianfeng, perhaps due to some secret of his own. Reluctantly, Yi Jin stopped insisting and led the others to the wall. When Tang Jianfeng received the mission, he was already full of doubts. The J City safe zone, it was almost impossible. But soldiers are born to follow orders, so Tang Jianfeng still led the team out. Yet he never expected that, after overcoming countless dangers, the location they reached would turn out to be nothing but ruins, without any signs of a safe zone. Tang Jianfeng immediately became alert, but before long, he was ambushed in an industrial park. Of course, those dozens of people weren't a concern for him, but he couldn't abandon his teammates either. Moreover, those men were wearing special equipment made of high-grade fire-resistant material, clearly well-prepared, and it seemed his abilities had been leaked. Sensibly, he decided to follow them, curious about who these people truly were. He hadn't anticipated their high level of caution. Shortly after being loaded onto the vehicle, Tang Jianfeng's team fell unconscious. When he woke up, he was already lying restrained on a metal bed in a room resembling an advanced operating room. Though conscious, Tang Jianfeng's awareness remained blurred. He couldn't even use his powers, let alone have the strength to speak. A few men in white lab coats came over, drawing some blood and conducting tests on him. He drifted off to sleep again after only holding on for a little longer. These people conducted various tests on him intermittently. Tang Jianfeng stayed in a semi-comatose state until midnight when he heard an argument, waking him fully. To his surprise, the speakers were none other than his parents and his uncle. "Big sister, if I can unravel the cause of your son's special ability, I can make everyone acquire such powers. We'll gain real power." Xue Shiming's excited voice echoed harshly and crazily in the empty room. "No, no, he's my son. You cannot do this to him, please." Xue Qing interrupted Xue Shiming's declaration, grabbing his sleeve in desperate entreaty. She could be despicable, she could be abject, but she would never harm her own son. "Big sister, why can't you understand? Even if it's not for our benefit, Xiao Feng's secret is crucial to humanity's survival. Could I let him go? Would the outside world let him go?" Xue Shiming laughed coldly, shrugging off her grip, continuing, "This batch of medicine has already achieved a 30% success rate. Didn't you just see those surviving soldiers? I believe under the stimulation of the drug, Xiao Feng's power will definitely increase dramatically. But he's still a human being, what if? Xue Qing nervously glanced at Tang Jianfeng strapped to the bed and turned to beg Tang Jinmin, for over 10 years he has called you dad, can you bear to treat him this way? Tang Jinmin frowned, showing impatience on his face as he irritably spoke, what choice do we have? Didn't you hear what Shiming said just now? It's only through the use of the agent that it's possible to stimulate the cells and uncover the cause of the special powers. I consider him as my son too, isn't this for the future of humanity? Xue Qing was chilled by his seemingly dignified words and screamed out in agitation, no choice. No choice means sacrificing my son. I'll go find Grandpa and see whether he values his grandson or listens to your nonsense. Xue Qing turned to run outside. Tang Jinmin's eyes flashed with a sinister look as he rushed forward and slapped her, flinging her onto the ground. He pointed at her and yelled, "Do you think that old bastard can still keep me trapped? Old Shen has already said, once this thing succeeds, I'll be the vice commander of the safe zone afterward, and the entire Tang family will depend on me. If you ruin this, I'll make sure you regret it." Tang Jianfeng wanted to check on Xue Qing but Xue Shiming had already approached. Seeing Tang Jianfeng open his eyes, Xue Shiming immediately gave an eerie laugh, hee, then lifted the needle in his right hand and said to him, "Xiao Feng, trust uncle wouldn't harm you." Tang Jianfeng angrily moved his arms, yet his whole body's muscles remained slack as the medication time had not passed. He was restrained on the metal bed and couldn't move at all, completely harmless. He could only watch helplessly as Xue Shiming injected a tube of blue medicine into his arm. Xue Shiming looked at him with a mad and obsessive gaze, like someone who saw drugs, full of disgusting greed and desire. Tang Jianfeng closed his eyes, thinking silently about Tang Machi, reminiscing about his warmth and smile, trying to hold on to his consciousness as it gradually faded away. Xue Qing was dragged by Tang Jinmin crying and screaming his name. Tang Jianfeng heard her sharp cries, feeling himself spinning faster and faster until he finally plunged into darkness. Chapter 49, The Zombie Tide. As Tang Machi's car approached, the explosions finally began to settle down. The entire research institute had turned into a pile of ruins. Fire and screams filled the air, making it a living hell. Tang Machi took 2 deep breaths to suppress his urge to rush in. Soldiers surrounded the explosion zone to extinguish the flames to prevent them from spreading and causing larger fires. As for the center of the explosion, lacking firefighting equipment, no one attempted to put out the fire, they simply waited for it to burn itself out. Tang Machi retrieved fireproof gear from his storage space and put it on. Taking advantage of the thick smoke as cover, he circled around the perimeter twice before finding an opportune moment to run into the fiery scene. In his past life, Tang Machi was tortured in this very research institute and secretly studied its structure. If everything went according to plan, Tang Jianfeng should be in the underground 3rd floor, which is also the most confidential level of the institute. Tang Machi tried his best to walk through areas without open flames, but within just 5 minutes, he could no longer endure the heat that had already caused blisters on the soles of his feet. He quickly entered his spatial realm, removed his equipment without caring about the burns on his feet, changed into another set, and continued outside. Fortunately, the hidden passage leading to the underground had been blown open, and Tang Machi easily found the stairs heading downward. Due to lack of oxygen, the open flames had extinguished themselves, but the visibility in the heavy smoke was less than 2 meters. Tang Machi shone a flashlight forward and occasionally saw 1 or 2 researchers dressed in white lab coats lying on the ground, unconscious or dead. The security system of the entire institute was extremely tight, and Tang Machi spent quite some time locating the passage to the second underground floor. This floor was much more advanced than the ones above, but the laboratory doors were all deformed by the force of the explosions. Occasionally, he could see various zombies chained inside, along with corpses floating in huge transparent tanks. In the previous life, even before Tang Machi was captured by the institute, the public had long known about its existence. However, what exactly they were researching and who controlled it had never been disclosed. It wasn't until Tang Machi himself experienced it firsthand that he realized that this institute was merely putting up a front for the good of humanity while secretly conducting disgraceful biochemical experiments. The timing of this explosion couldn't help but make him suspect something, especially given that Tang Jianfeng possessed pyrokinetic abilities. Tang Machi's body tensed, he couldn't imagine how he would handle things if anything happened to Tang Jianfeng. As Yi Jin led everyone toward the south city wall, gunshots could already be heard. Apparently, the soldiers on the wall had already begun shooting at the approaching zombies. Yi Jin opened the 2 wooden boxes left by Tang Machi. One contained guns and bullets, while the other was full of grenades. Only Su Shiqing and Yi Jin himself were familiar with firearms among those present. Although Tang Qingshu worked in the military when the apocalypse arrived, she wasn't an actual soldier and hadn't handled guns before. With little time, Yi Jin roughly introduced them to the use of the weapons and let them take the guns and ammunition onto the battlefield. The South City Wall was the weakest point of defense in the entire safe zone. There were no mounted machine guns or tank units here, it completely relied on the soldiers' marksmanship. However, the terrain outside this wall was very open, offering a clear view for firing guns and throwing explosives. Nearly half an hour had passed since the beginning of the explosion, and more zombies defied the gunfire and neared the wall. Below was a sea of either corpses or undead creatures. Everyone fought with bloodshot eyes, nerves taut under immense pressure. Just as the artillery fire became increasingly intense, a low hum grew louder and clearer. Finally regaining their senses, the group looked at each other with expressions filled with terror and confusion. Suddenly, a red firework exploded over the west city wall. At almost the same moment, everyone paled, the highest alarm possible. A zombie tide. Zhang Yunfei exclaimed in shock and scrambled to get up, running westward immediately. Realizing what was happening, the rest followed him at top speed. As they drew closer to the western side, the sound of artillery grew denser, the humming louder. Upon reaching the wall, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. They saw the entire west densely packed with roaring zombies, their numbers so vast that the ground beneath could no longer be seen. Farther away, more zombies joined the masses due to the continuous noise. Even for those who dealt with zombies daily, such a sight induced cold sweats. Yi Jin frowned deeply as he stared at the loud artillery. He said, "This way, it's like drinking poison to quench thirst. The more zombies we fight, the more will come." The command level quickly realized this issue, and the artillery attacks immediately lessened. However, a large number of zombies still surged toward this direction. Relying solely on the soldiers' bullets was akin to trying to put out a fire with a cup of water, it made little difference. Yi Jin joined the soldiers in firing their guns. Corpses soon began piling up beneath the city wall, the danger closing in step by step. Just as everyone was about to despair, several helicopters suddenly flew overhead, their deafening noise immediately capturing the attention of the zombies. The helicopters circled a few times before heading toward the distance as if luring them away. Yi Zheyu grabbed the telescope hanging from his chest and looked over. Everyone watched as the zombies finally halted their advance and they all breathed a quiet sigh of relief. At that moment, Zhang Zicheng also came over and took the telescope from Yi Zheyu for a look. But what he saw through the glass startled him greatly. The group only heard his terrified scream, followed by seeing Zhang Zicheng's ghostly pale face. Yi Jin immediately snatched the telescope from his hands and gazed into it, her breathing quickening as she cursed under her breath, then pounded a fist against the low wall of the city wall. The helicopters were flying very low, making it impossible for the group to see what was happening. They urgently passed the telescope around. Yi Jin stopped Yi Zheyu from grabbing it again, her expression heavy as she said to the others, "They're throwing live people down." Everyone gasped sharply in shock, exchanging stunned glances. In the distance, the zombies indeed became excited, moving with the helicopters. More zombies joined the chase, and the pressure on the city wall diminished significantly. Unaware survivors celebrated joyfully after surviving the ordeal, while those who knew, like Yi Jin, watched the retreating tide of corpses with expressions heavy with grief and sorrow, a somber oppressive atmosphere lingering around them, burning each soul. Finally, the sound of cannons within the safe zone ceased. The smell of gunpowder lingered and spread, some frightened survivors burst into tears, but the gloomy sky from the whole day unexpectedly cleared up, even showing rare streaks of sunset glow. Everyone looked at the direction still billowing with thick smoke, lost in their own thoughts. Chapter 50, Anomaly. Tang Machi irritably discovered that the passage to the third underground level had collapsed from an explosion, and it was possible that the entire third floor had collapsed as well. As Tang Machi was hesitating near the entrance to the passage leading to the third underground level, heavy footsteps and clanking chains suddenly echoed through the quiet floor. Tang Machi cautiously pulled out his gun and turned off the flashlight. As the footsteps drew closer, a coarse breathing sound also came closer. Tang Machi carefully hid himself in a corner and turned off the safety of the pistol. The room was filled with thick smoke, and Tang Machi could only judge the position of the other party by sound. As the unknown creature got closer, the surrounding smoke began to swirl. Tang Machi carefully adjusted his breathing, slowly bent down, tensed all his muscles, and prepared to burst into action at any moment. Just as Tang Machi was ready to shoot towards the direction where the sound was coming from, all sounds disappeared in an instant. Tang Machi held his breath, eyes wide open, staring ahead at the dark smoke. Although the sounds vanished, the swirling of the smoke became intense all at once. Tang Machi's pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately pulled the trigger. But unexpectedly, the bullets fired seemed to enter a sponge with no reaction. There was neither the sound of collision against objects nor any sound indicating a creature being hit and falling down. Tang Machi held his breath and slowly retreated backward. Unexpectedly, after he took 2 steps back, the clinking of chains suddenly sounded, and then a chain as thick as an arm was swung toward his face. Tang Machi instantly dived forward and rolled on the ground, narrowly dodging the chain. But before he could get up, a huge figure already pierced through the dense smoke and ran towards him. This zombie was at least 2 meters tall, its eyes emitting a faint red light, its whole body scorched black by explosions. A strange smell of cooked flesh wafted around, almost making Tang Machi vomit. Tang Machi had no choice but to roll several times in the opposite direction immediately. The sharp glass shards underfoot pierced his hands, and the scent of blood made the chasing zombie howl in excitement. Tang Machi turned around and shot twice at the zombie's head, only one bullet struck its left cheek. But this zombie barely paused before pouncing again. Tang Machi cursed under his breath, grabbed a sharp machete while getting up. With one slash, Tang Machi felt his wrist go numb from the force required, yet the zombie before him received merely a superficial wound. Tang Machi couldn't imagine how much this zombie's bones had been strengthened, and its senses were evidently far more enhanced compared to the ordinary zombies outside. The zombie relentlessly pursued without pause, leaving Tang Machi retreating while fighting back, but his attacks were like mere scratches to the zombie and could not stop its advance. Just as both sides were deadlocked, a piercing scream suddenly tore through the hot air, startling Tang Machi so much that he instinctively covered his eardrum nearly shattered. But instead of stopping, he sped up his retreat. The zombie's attention was momentarily distracted by the scream, but it quickly returned to chase Tang Machi. After the scream stopped, regular boom 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 sounds began approaching from afar. Tang Machi was in dire straits, but the combat instincts he had cultivated over this period suppressed the idea of hiding inside a space. As the boom 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 sounds approached, Tang Machi finally saw what was coming, a zombie infant. This baby's mouth was full of sharp teeth, its limbs covered with scales similar to snake scales, densely packed. Its nails on both hands and feet had transformed into sharp claws resembling eagle talons, allowing it to easily pierce into walls and hang upside down from the ceiling. Upon seeing Tang Machi, the zombie infant calmed down and hung on the ceiling, staring at him with blood-red eyes tinged with curiosity. Tang Machi did not make a rash move, unsure why he felt this little zombie was even more dangerous than the large one before him. The small zombie hung quietly watching as Tang Machi dealt with the large zombie dragging the chains. Its disproportionately oversized head moved with every motion of Tang Machi, occasionally baring its sharp fangs. Tang Machi kept observing it out of the corner of his eye, ready to act if it suddenly attacked. Tang Machi took a few steps back in the other direction, then suddenly kicked off the wall to climb higher. He raised the knife in his hand and slashed toward the neck of the large zombie. At this moment, the small zombie screeched loudly, and the previously slow-moving large zombie instantly shifted its body. Tang Machi's eyes widened with surprise, and he twisted his body mid-air, slapping the wall on the other side to stabilize himself. Behind him, the large zombie pounced immediately. Just as Tang Machi was unprepared and about to retreat into the space dimension, the large zombie suddenly burst into pale blue flames all over its body and turned into ashes within seconds, even its bones completely incinerated. Through the flames, Tang Machi saw Tang Jianfeng standing not far away and immediately shouted out in joy, "Brother." However, the man ignored him, and the hanging baby zombie started hissing threateningly at Tang Jianfeng. When Tang Jianfeng's gaze fell on the little zombie, Tang Machi realized something was wrong. Tang Jianfeng had no clothes on, his entire body covered in black ash from combustible materials, his eyes red but not blood red, they emitted an unnatural bright red glow. His expression seemed vacant, as if he couldn't see Tang Machi at all. Before Tang Jianfeng could approach, the small zombie already sensed immense danger and instantly lunged toward him. Tang Machi's heart leaped sharply, and he screamed, "Be careful." Tang Jianfeng threw a stream of pale blue flames at the small zombie, which howled and dodged to the other side, glaring viciously at him. Tang Machi increasingly felt that this small zombie's eyes were too human-like. But there was no time for further thoughts, his attention was entirely captured by Tang Jianfeng's movements. The flame in Tang Jianfeng's hand was clearly much lighter in color than before, and its destructive power significantly increased. Yet, Tang Jianfeng himself seemed off, almost as if he had lost his mind. Tang Machi's anxiety grew, forcing him to closely follow both the battle and Tang Jianfeng's condition, making his nerves taut with worry. After being scorched by the flames several times, the small zombie became cautious, its movements becoming swifter, leaving behind afterimages in the air as it leapt around. Suddenly, Tang Jianfeng, appearing somewhat impatient, unleashed a massive wave of flames toward the small zombie. The little zombie screamed and barely jumped aside, but its arms still got burned, the seemingly hard scales turning red instantaneously and curling up in agony. The small zombie stared at Tang Jianfeng angrily, hissing while retreating, apparently intending to flee. Tang Jianfeng did not chase it but stayed where he was, watching the small zombie until it escaped far enough and disappeared from sight. Only then did he turn his gaze toward Tang Machi standing nearby. Tang Machi looked at him nervously. A flash of light passed through Tang Jianfeng's bright red eyes, and then he approached excitedly, sniffing violently like a big dog. Tang Machi stood there dumbstruck, until Tang Jianfeng bent down and grabbed his bleeding hand. Swallowing hard, Tang Machi watched in shock as Tang Jianfeng began licking the wound. Chapter 51 Transition. Tang Machi felt Tang Jianfeng's wet and hot tongue glide over his wound, which was painful. He touched Tang Jianfeng's rugged face with another hand. Tang Jianfeng appeared clearly not normal, but Tang Machi was just grateful that he had survived the explosion. Tang Machi noticed Tang Jianfeng's unusually high body temperature and called his name softly twice, only to find that Tang Jianfeng finally raised his head to look at him. However, after just 2 seconds of looking, Tang Jianfeng suddenly grabbed his neck, mercilessly lifting him off the ground. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Tang Machi instinctively grabbed his hand with both hands, but Tang Jianfeng had an extraordinary strength that left Tang Machi completely unable to move him. Tang Machi desperately squeezed out a little sound from his throat hoping that Tang Jianfeng could regain his senses. Tang Jianfeng's crimson eyes flickered. Just when Tang Machi started turning blue and was about to faint, Tang Jianfeng abruptly let go, retreating several steps. Tang Machi covered his neck and took deep breaths, choking on saliva in his trachea, and coughed desperately as if his lungs would be coughed out. Finally, some expression returned to Tang Jianfeng's face. He looked at the hand that had been pinching Tang Machi in a grotesque manner. Quickly realizing something, Tang Machi crawled towards him a couple of steps and called out his name again in a hoarse voice. But Tang Jianfeng, as if he saw a ghost, retreated several steps with terror. When Tang Machi stood up to hug him, Tang Jianfeng's eyes suddenly showed intense struggle. A few seconds later, he suddenly closed his eyes and collapsed. Tang Machi was shocked and barely caught him, then they both fell to the ground. Tang Machi brought Tang Jianfeng into a space and then left the fire scene alone. The flames outside had already gone out, but Tang Machi still sneaked out under the cover of thick smoke. Tang Machi walked silently out of the smoke in a pitch-black protective suit, unaware that behind him, there was a pair of venomous eyes watching him intently. Tang Machi went directly to meet the group at the city wall. Upon seeing him come alone, Tang Qingshu immediately reddened his eyes and rushed forward, grabbing the front of Tang Machi's shirt, his hoarse voice filled with anger and grief. "Tang Machi, where's my brother? Didn't you go to save him?" Tang Machi pulled away from Tang Qingshu's shaking grip forcefully, his lips coldly pressed together, his entire face frosty with no word spoken. When Tang Qingshu tried to rush forward again, Yi Jin held him back. Tang Qingshu broke down and screamed, "You mother-ucking Urk. You're so capable, right? You told us not to follow, didn't you? Is this how you saved him?" Seeing Tang Machi's pale complexion, everyone assumed that Tang Jianfeng was likely dead. At this moment, Tang Machi himself must have been in the most pain, and they all moved forward to comfort him. Tang Machi's heart moved slightly, he wiped his face and sorrowfully shook his head at Tang Qingshu. Tang Machi didn't care about what others thought of whether Tang Jianfeng was dead or alive anymore. Instead, he got straight in the car and drove back to the courtyard house. Before getting out of the car, he directly pulled out a gun, coldly glaring at the people in the car saying, "Those who want to continue following me can get out. Those who want to leave, I won't stop you." Then he jumped out of the car directly. The Yi brothers and Zhang family father and son resolutely followed immediately since they had been together from the beginning and were practically family now. Su Shiqing and Chen Weiliang also followed. Tang Qingshu sat numbly on the seat without moving. The soldiers guarding the gate saw them return and, apparently having been instructed, watched them with vigilance. Tang Machi wasted no words, he and Yi Jin each knocked one of them unconscious. After entering through the decorated gate, there were 2 more soldiers guarding in front of the main house. They quickly drew their guns upon seeing the arrivals, but Tang Machi was faster, taking them out with 1 shot each. Hearing the gunfire, Shen Jianlin came out with several subordinates. Seeing the heavily armed group, he rather amusedly laughed and said, "What? Decided to stay with me?" Tang Machi tilted his head slightly. There were 6 people behind Shen Jianlin. After hearing the gunshots, soldiers gathered from various corners, encircling them with at least 30 men. It seemed like Shen Jianlin valued his life very much despite his pretense of living luxuriously with many bodyguards. When Tang Machi made a slight movement, all the soldiers' guns moved towards him correspondingly. Shen Jianlin smirked disdainfully and said, "I advise you not to think of anything stupid. Bullets do not have eyes." Tang Machi gave Yi Jin a slight nod. Yi Jin replied with an affirmative glance. In the blink of an eye, drastic changes occurred as they instantly dived to the ground. Before Shen Jianlin and his men reacted, steel arrows flashing with a cold light had already shot out from all directions. These soldiers didn't even have time to dodge before they were riddled with arrows like sieves. Shen Jianlin was surrounded by a few people who fell awkwardly to the ground. Tang Machi walked over with a dark expression, stepping on Shen's chest and pointing the gun at his head, saying, "Rest assured, I always keep my word, and I won't let you die so easily." Shen Jianlin coughed twice, his face drenched in cold sweat. Although he avoided being shot full of arrows, an arrow had pierced his thigh. Still, he retorted stubbornly, "Cough, cough. If you kill me, do you think your Tang family can still stay in the safe zone?" Tang Machi glared at him coldly, then knocked him unconscious with the butt of his gun. Meanwhile, Yi Jin and Zhang Zicheng dragged out the mother and daughter of the Zhang family who were hiding inside. The two women, seeing Shen Jianlin lying on the ground without knowing if he was dead or alive, turned pale and fearfully stared at the gun in Tang Machi's hand. Zhang Jingxian forced herself to overcome her terror and warned them, "If you kill Shen Jianlin, his family will never let you go. You better release us now. Do you want to fight against the whole safe zone?" Tang Machi took a couple of steps toward her. Before the Zhang mother and daughter could scream, both were knocked unconscious by the gun butts. Then he said to Chen Weiliang, "Take all of them back to the military base for report as if they were captured by you. Gather everyone from your squad, and those who are willing to follow can come along." Chen Weiliang silently nodded, even he could sense the tension building up before the storm. In the following month, the entire research institute suffered a devastating blow. The Shen family involved in this incident went into hiding, publicly claiming the unfortunate loss of their Psi warriors with no further comments. Psi evolution gradually faded away from survivors' conversations. Instead, after a wave of zombies swept through the area, the enthusiasm for hunting zombies within the safe zone reached an unprecedented height. Almost everyone except Tang Machi thought that Tang Jianfeng had died in the explosion, and the entire Tang family suffered a heavy blow after this incident. The old master of the Tang family locked himself inside the old residence of the Tang mansion, refusing to see anyone. At the beginning of October, a sudden snowfall covered the entire North China region under dozens of centimeters of snow, bringing a signal of temperature drop. The safe zone was caught off guard by this unexpected snowstorm, and the price of heat-preserving supplies skyrocketed immediately. People living on the streets directly faced the threat of freezing to death. Fortunately, the movement capability of the zombies also decreased due to the heavy snow and cold weather, significantly reducing the danger during external missions to find supplies. It was precisely during such a period when many survivors threatened by the cold decided to head south. At the same time, Su Shiqing also approached Tang Machi and expressed his intention to leave. Chapter 52, Saving People. After the temperature drop, Su Shiqing's body encountered the same condition as that of a zombie, slow movements and delayed reactions. Although he still retained human consciousness and didn't have the bloodthirsty desires of a zombie, Su Shiqing always felt different from normal humans and thus was reluctant to interact with others. Tang Machi was very busy this past month, not only arranging for Chen Weiliang to bring over the former subordinates of Tang Jianfeng but also going out with Yi Jin to collect supplies. Previously, Shen Jianlin and the Zhang family mother and daughter had wasted quite a bit of the materials in the back wing room, they had even taken away part of them. Tang Machi did not force Su Shiqing to stay. He always knew that Su Shiqing had a lover who was stranded in the south before the apocalypse, so after giving him some supplies, Tang Machi watched him leave. Su Shiqing's departure went unnoticed by anyone, and Tang Machi's group continued their daily outings. Now, however, they were more cautious, always leaving a few people behind at the courtyard house. Due to the sudden temperature drop, the boiler in the courtyard house had already been lit. In such conditions, the safe zone couldn't provide centralized heating, but it did offer coal, 1 kilogram of food for 20 kilograms of coal. Snow almost completely covered the entire urban area. Cars basically couldn't move once they left the safe zone, leaving no choice but to walk. This time, their search area was a large shopping mall located 10 kilometers west of the safe zone. If this had been before the snowstorm, Tang Machi absolutely would not have led people here. There were dense residential areas nearby with high population density, which meant there were likely many zombies. Moreover, the buildings here were old and haphazardly distributed, making it difficult to escape if danger arose. However, the situation was different now. This period when the virus had yet to fully adapt to the low temperatures was humanity's final chance to breathe. During this time, most zombies' actions were restrained by the cold, and the city appeared to be emptied out. Danger quietly lurked. The shopping mall had one ground floor and one basement level which was a large supermarket, while the other 5 floors above ground sold various clothing and household items. It was far from the safe zone, so apart from being looted during the initial stages of the apocalypse, most of the goods were still intact. One team follows Yi Ge to the supermarket, the other team comes up with me. Tang Machi pointed towards the upper floors of the shopping mall and glanced at the people behind him. Chen Weiliang brought out 6 people from the army, and all 6 were currently alone, either having lost contact with their entire families or confirmed their deaths. 2 of them stayed at the quadrangle house to guard the rear, 4 came along. They had been acting together for a month, shifting from initial indifference to current admiration for Tang Machi. Tang Machi might look like a college student just coming of age, but his physical fitness and reflexes were not inferior to those of veteran soldiers from the special forces. In fact, he surpassed them significantly in both endurance and explosive strength. Considering the lack of light in the underground supermarket made it dangerous, Yi Zi's and 2 soldiers eventually followed Tang Machi upstairs. The rest went with Yi Jin to the supermarket. Tang Machi glanced at the distribution map of the mall and led a group straight to the 4th floor bedding section. The number of people in the courtyard house was increasing, and bedding was the first thing they lacked. Tang Machi had a lot of items in his storage space, but since the items in the back wing room had been publicly accounted for after being ruined by Shin Jianlin, Tang Machi couldn't pull out 10 quilts from nowhere. So currently, these soldiers were mostly sharing quilts, 2 per bed. Just as Tang Machi and his group were searching through the mall's merchandise freely, gunshots suddenly rang out outside. Tang Machi immediately looked toward the direction of the shots from the window but couldn't see clearly due to the disorderly buildings outside. Yi Zi's, carrying 3 down comforters unsteadily, asked, "Brother Qi, did I hear gunshots?" Tang Machi nodded and said to the other 2 soldiers, "You 2 build a larger sled with 2 boards, we'll use it to drag stuff back later." The 2 soldiers nodded, clearly thinking this method was good, and cheerfully started on it. Meanwhile, Tang Machi stood watching below the mall entrance, ready to guard. As the gunshots grew closer, Yi Zi's also came over to keep an eye on the situation. Tang Machi went down to the 3rd floor, and he could already see the people outside. But obviously, the gunfire wasn't aimed at zombies, it was between 2 groups of people locked in fierce battle. The group closer to the mall was nearing defeat. 2 people on the ground had obviously passed away, and the remaining several individuals resisting were either injured or maimed. Tang Machi and Yi Zi's observed from a hidden spot, guarding against any fire extending toward them. 10 minutes later, the group near the mall had only 2 people left, one of whom was heavily wounded. Finally, the 2 gave up their resistance and ran into the mall. At this moment, Yi Jin also heard the gunshots and came out to check. Seeing the 2 people who entered, her brows furrowed deeply. The newcomers also became wary upon seeing Yi Jin. The injured man was holding his bleeding abdomen with no end in sight, and by now his face had turned deathly pale as he struggled to stay standing. Meanwhile, the group outside clearly had no intention of letting them go easily, they were advancing towards this location. Tang Machi emerged alongside Yi Zi's, and Yi Jin glanced briefly at the injured man. Another individual had already laid him flat on the ground and was kneeling beside him, tearing his clothes to staunch the blood flow. His eyes lit up instantly upon seeing Tang Machi. Yi Jin approached and asked, "Are you from the Shin family?" The man on the ground nodded, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, those people outside are also from the Shin family." Tang Machi quietly observed the man lying on the ground. It was none other than Master Shin Jiangxi, the eldest son of the Shin family. He had already fallen unconscious. "How did you get into a shootout?" Although Tang Machi had only met Shin Jiangxi once at a banquet, he still recalled that he was an extremely calculating man. Unlike Shin Jianlin's reckless arrogance, this elder son of the Shin family was far more low profile and rarely appeared in any scandals. The man looked toward the growing cluster of hostile figures outside, then turned back and knelt before Tang Machi, who swiftly stepped aside, saying, "Let's talk properly." With red-rimmed eyes, the man glanced at Shin Jiangxi, who was now unconscious, and said, "My life belongs to Master Shin Jiangxi. If you can save his life, my life, Zhou Chang's, is yours." Tang Machi glanced outwards and said with derision, "What good is your life to me? Is it edible or drinkable? Those people out there are ruthless, why should we risk getting tangled up for someone unrelated?" The man clenched his fists and raised his head, glaring hatefully at Tang Machi as he asked, "So are you just going to stand there and let him die?" Tang Machi snorted disdainfully, saying, "You think I'm interested in discussing morality and kindness with you?" The man glanced at the pale-faced Shin Jiangxi, pulling out a mini recorder from his pocket, saying, "I know you're at odds with the Shin family, but Tang Jianfeng's death wasn't just about the Shin family, it also involves his own uncle, Xue Shiming, and even your Tang family may have had a hand in it. Inside this device is evidence that could bring down the Shin family. If you agree to save him, this evidence is yours." Finally, after being under the man's anxious gaze, Tang Machi accepted the recorder. The man gave Shin Jiangxi one last look, and suddenly dashed outside. Yi Jin yelled out in alarm, "Not good." Chapter 53, Awakening. Tang Machi immediately retreated to the other side with Shin Jianxi in his arms. Before they could take a few steps, an enormous explosion sounded behind them, and Yi Jin almost fell to the ground due to the impact. Turning back, Tang Machi saw that the entrance of the mall had been completely blown apart, and people outside would not be able to come in for some time. Yi Zhiyue shakily pointed towards where a person alive just moments ago was now utterly gone without a trace. A flicker of complexity crossed Tang Machi's eyes as he tightened his grip on the recorder in his hand and went to check on Shin Jianxi's condition. Yi Zhiyue used his special ability to help Shin Jianxi heal his ruptured blood vessels, stabilizing his injuries at last. Due to the explosion, everyone gathered around. The 2 soldiers had also prepared a large sled, with more than 10 thick quilts placed on it. They stacked the collected supplies on the quilts, and the injured Shin Jianxi was also laid down on it. Another entrance of the mall was locked tight. After confirming that those people were not chasing them anymore, Tang Machi directly blew open the iron gate of the entrance. The group returned to the quadrangle house without any major incidents. Yi Zhiyue followed Zhang Zicheng to examine Shin Jianxi. Tang Machi returned to his room and eagerly entered the space. Since Tang Jianfeng fell into a coma amidst the ruins of the research institute, there had been no signs of him waking up. At first, Tang Machi hid Tang Jianfeng inside the space to lower the vigilance of the Shen family and Shui Shiming, but never expected this concealment to last a whole month. Tang Jianfeng lay quietly on the big bed in the little wooden house, looking serene. Tang Machi dampened a towel and gently wiped his face. He sat dumbly by the bedside for half a day. It was cold outside, but the temperature inside the space was still maintained at a pleasant 27 to 28 degrees Celsius. After sitting for a while, Tang Machi felt warm and took off his down jacket. Tang Machi did not know what was wrong with Tang Jianfeng, or when he would wake up, all he could do was wait by his side. His cold hands involuntarily touched Tang Jianfeng's warm cheeks. Ever since childhood, Tang Jianfeng had always revolved around him. Even though Tang Machi had never shown him a good face, Tang Jianfeng had never given up. Tang Machi couldn't help but repeatedly ask himself why Tang Jianfeng kept coming back to him, and if changing wasn't enough. But every time something happened, Tang Jianfeng was always the first to step forward and protect him. Smelling the familiar scent of Tang Jianfeng, Tang Machi involuntarily leaned down. Straddling Tang Jianfeng's strong waist, he pressed his ear to his chest and listened to his steady heartbeat, one beat after another. In the end, Tang Machi fell asleep like this, listening to Tang Jianfeng's heartbeat. Meanwhile, in the collapsed house outside, Zhang Zicheng finally managed to suture Shen Jianqi's wound, with Yi Zhiyue assisting throughout the process. To prevent Shen Jianqi from having an infection-induced fever, Yi Zhiyue needed to closely monitor Shen Jianqi's condition within 24 hours post-surgery. Hence, Yi Zhiyue temporarily became Shen Jianqi's full-time nurse. Unexpectedly, after accidentally falling asleep by Shen Jianqi's bed, Yi Zhiyue woke up being choked awake. Staring into Shen Jianqi's icy eyes, Yi Zhiyue's face turned blue-purple as he pounded on Shen Jianqi's arm with both hands, yet Shen Jianqi continued to apply force without blinking. Just as Yi Zhiyue thought he would be strangled to death, Shen Jianqi abruptly threw him away. With no sound emerging from his throat to call for help, Shen Jianqi looked like nothing had affected him and calmly walked over. Shen Jianqi then grabbed Yi Zhiyue's wrist with one hand, holding a scalpel somehow appearing in his other hand against Yi Zhiyue's neck. "Where am I? How many people are outside?" Shen Jianqi's ice-cold gaze made Yi Zhiyue involuntarily shudder. Realizing Shen Jianqi's misunderstanding, Yi Zhiyue inwardly lamented his misfortune. "You're safe, we saved you. You are safe." With great effort, Yi Zhiyue squeezed out a sentence. The pain in his throat gradually subsided as his own abilities worked to repair the damaged muscles. Clearly, Shen Jianqi wouldn't trust him easily. Grabbing both his wrists with one hand, he hoisted Yi Zhiyue up without hesitation, encircling him tightly against his chest before walking to the window to look outside. Seeing no one guarding outside, Shen Jianqi didn't dare relax easily. Pulling Yi Zhiyue back onto the bed, he tied him up with the gauze nearby. Yi Zhiyue could only feel utterly dejected. What kind of person is this? Having lost too much blood, Shen Jianqi immediately felt dizzy after these movements, experiencing dizziness before propping himself up on the bed. Looking at him squatting on the floor, Yi Zhiyue said, "You're not out of danger yet. Your wound must have reopened again. Let me go so I can treat you." Ignoring him, Shen Jianqi lay half reclined, closing his eyes for rest and said, "Say another word and I'll make sure you never speak again." Yi Zhiyue had no choice but to close his mouth unhappily. After it got dark, Yi Jin realized his younger brother was still with Shen Jianqi. He prepared a bottle of milk powder, took a few cookies, and went to give them as a midnight snack. Hearing the footsteps, Shen Jianqi suddenly opened his eyes, gripping a scalpel while lurking behind the door like a leopard ready to pounce. At the same time, he silently warned Yi Zhiyue not to make a sound. Yi Jin knocked on the door. Shen Jianqi opened it and Yi Jin stepped inside but immediately sensed something wrong. However, it was too late. Shen Jianqi used the same trick again and held Yi Jin hostage. Yi Jin couldn't believe that such an injured patient still had so much energy. Glancing at Yi Zhiyue, who was squatting in a corner, looking fine without injury, Yi Jin sighed with relief and said, "Mr. Shen, we are allies, not enemies. Put the knife down, let's have a proper talk." Shen Jianqi gave him a suspicious look and asked, "Are you the people from that mall back then?" Yi Jin nodded and explained in detail how Shen Jianqi lost consciousness. When Shen Jianqi heard about his subordinate sacrificing himself to save him, a flash of pain and hatred crossed his eyes. Then he looked deflated and released Yi Jin, slumping onto the bed. Yi Jin immediately untied Yi Zhiyue. After moving his wrist around, Yi Zhiyue glanced at the man on the bed who seemed to have lost all vitality and pitifully said, "Your wound reopened. Let me rebandage it for you." As the little head of Yi Zhiyue moved around in front of him, the man involuntarily muttered, "Thank you." Yi Zhiyue smiled at him and carefully rewrapped the bandages. Subsequently, Yi Jin sent Yi Zhiyue out and spent a long time alone talking with Shen Jianqi until Shen Jianqi could no longer hold on, allowing Yi Jin to leave him resting alone. Meanwhile, Tang Machi, hidden in the space, was sleeping soundly on Tang Jianfeng's chest, completely unaware that the person beneath him had already opened his eyes. The moment Tang Jianfeng woke up, his bright red pupils quickly darkened and within the blink of an eye returned to normal black. Feeling the weight on his chest, he looked down to see a fuzzy head, unable to suppress a tender smile. Chapter 54, Entrapment. Tang Machi seemed to sense something above him and shook his head impatiently. Tang Jianfeng laughed, his chest shaking slightly, as he roughly ruffled his hair. Tang Machi suddenly sat up, staring wide-eyed at the smiling man beneath him. Brother. Tang Machi muttered in a daze. Tang Jianfeng yanked him down, holding the back of his head and kissed him fiercely. Their lips and teeth intertwined, with Tang Jianfeng rudely forcing apart his lips, dominantly plundering him. Realizing this, Tang Machi didn't yield either, wrapping himself around him to contest for dominance. They stopped only when both were out of breath. Tang Jianfeng's eyes overflowed with tenderness and affection, as he continuously pecked Tang Machi's eyes and nose. Tang Machi closed his eyes and panted, his arms tightly hugging his neck. Mo. Mo. As Tang Jianfeng murmured, Tang Machi uncomfortably tried to get up. But Tang Jianfeng firmly held him down, going further by thrusting his hips upward. Tang Machi grimaced as he felt a certain part of Tang Jianfeng had fully awakened. Help me. Mo. Tang Jianfeng nibbled on Tang Machi's ear and neck while uncontrollably grinding against him below. Tang Machi also began to feel arousal. Tang Jianfeng's scorching breath felt like electric currents continuously stimulating his cerebral cortex, making him tremble uncontrollably. Tang Jianfeng guided his hand inside, placing it on his hard and enormous bulge. Then he carefully grabbed Tang Machi, who was also quietly waking up. With their uncontrollable heavy panting and low growls, they both released themselves into each other's hands. Tang Jianfeng tenderly held the still catching his breath Tang Machi, gazing at the person in his arms whose eyes shimmered with moisture, his face flushed, and his lips swollen and glossy. Tang Jianfeng's large hand fondled his buttocks, wishing to merge him entirely into his own body. After a moment of intimacy, Tang Machi spoke up, "Brother, do you remember what happened during the Research Institute explosion?" Tang Jianfeng stared at his swollen lips, unable to resist rubbing them harshly with his thumb, easing the force only when Tang Machi frowned from the pain. He said, "I initially had some recollection. I just remember losing control over my abilities, my body brimming with energy, and then I lost consciousness." Tang Machi recounted the explosion at the Research Institute and what happened to them in the ruins. Tang Jianfeng frowned, trying to recall but still drew a blank. He said, "My uncle injected me with a needle, probably an immature potential activation drug." Upon hearing the word uncle, Tang Machi's expression changed slightly. Tang Jianfeng was still immersed in thought, unaware of his unusual reaction. Tang Machi anxiously sat up, asking, "Now? How do you feel? Is anything off?" Seeing his worried face, Tang Jianfeng shook his head with a smile, saying, "Don't worry, I'm fine now, and I think my ability should have advanced." Just as the two were checking Tang Jianfeng's body in the space, the Shen family was already in chaos. The Shen family leader, currently the apparent first leader of the safe zone, Shen Hui, also Shen Jianlin's father and Shen Jianqi's elder brother, was flying into a rage, his eyebrows knitted with malice as he pointed at Shen Jianlin sitting nearby and shouted, "You good for nothing. You can't even handle such a minor task. That bastard manages to escape like this." In contrast, Shen Jianlin remained calm, sitting in a rosewood chair, swaying half a glass of wine in his hand. If not for his thigh wrapped in bandages, he'd look like a cocky and stylish successful person, but the leg injury spoiled the atmosphere. Nevertheless, it didn't dampen his good mood as he nonchalantly said, "Dad, why are you rushing so much? That bastard is severely injured, even if the evidence is in his hands. Do you actually expect Tang Machi and his group of ragtag individuals to accomplish anything significant?" Shen Hui glared at him with sinister intent, saying, "Although Tang Jinmin is worthless, his son Tang Jianfeng is not someone to mess with. Now Tang Jianfeng's disappearance has left us clueless, and he could spring up any time to bite us back. We'd better keep our guard up, that boy happens to be the one Tang Jianfeng cherishes most." Thinking of something, Shen Jianlin chuckled foolishly, his eyes filled with lewdness, saying, "That kid sure is exciting, but this time he practically walked into our trap, we can't be blamed for being ruthless." Shen Hui disapproved and let out a hissing sound through his teeth, SSS. Shen Jianlin added fuel to the fire, saying, "Shen Jianqi sustained severe injuries and is definitely not yet conscious. At this moment if we approach, fabricating charges will be effortless, especially since Shen Jianqi is indeed in their possession. This is a perfect opportunity to settle old scores." Shen Hui finally nodded. As long as the evidence wasn't recovered, Shen Hui would find it hard to sleep or eat peacefully. At present, Shen family was overtly the dominant family in the safe zone, but secretly, the Chen family had become powerful enough to rival them. If the Chen family got hold of any incriminating evidence, his position as the leader would come to an end. "You better hurry and bring that little ingrate back with the item. As for that child from the Tang family, handle him as you see fit." Tang Machi and the other person stayed a while longer inside the space. Confirming that he showed no abnormalities, Tang Machi took him out of the space. Before Tang Machi could gather everyone to announce this good news, noises outside began to rise. Since Tang Jianfeng's background hadn't been exposed yet, Tang Machi asked him to stay in the room while he went out to investigate. As soon as Tang Machi stepped out of the room, he collided face-to-face with Zhang Zicheng, who pointed outside and whispered, "People from the Shen family are here." Tang Machi nodded and went out with him. Yi Jin, Zhang Yunfei, and several soldiers were blocking the entrance of the courtyard, facing off against the Shen family's people. The Shen family was also fully armed, and the atmosphere between both sides was extremely tense. Many onlookers were quietly observing. When Tang Machi came out, the door of a car at the back of the Shen party also opened, revealing Shen Jianlin being helped down. With a sinister look, Shen Jianlin stared at Tang Machi as the Shen family respectfully made way for him. Shen Jianlin spoke in a cold tone, "You've really outdone yourself, Tang Machi. The trouble you caused us will be overlooked for Jiaozong's sake. But now you dare to kidnap my brother. You're spouting nonsense." Zhang Zicheng immediately jumped out from beside Tang Machi, pointing at Shen Jianlin and scolding him. However, Shen Jianlin remained unaffected, continuing, "If you know what's good for you, hand over my brother. Otherwise, let's not ruin our relationship by resorting to real conflict. My older brother is indeed here. Let him come out and talk to you himself," said Tang Machi, stepping aside as Shen Jianxi appeared behind him. Shen Jianlin couldn't believe his eyes when seeing Shen Jianxi but quickly regained composure. "Big brother, we've come to take you home. Don't be deceived by them. They kidnapped you to extort money from our family." Shen Jianxi didn't even glance at him, instead playing with the recorder in his hands and saying, "Who wants my life is clear to me. What Shen Hui desires is in my possession. If he wants it, let him come and get it himself." After saying this, Shen Jianxi turned around and walked back inside. Furious, Shen Jianlin's face turned purple. He slapped one of his subordinates who was nearby, fortunately not kicking due to his leg injury, and cursed Tang Machi, "Tang Jianfeng is dead already. None of you will live long either. I'll make sure you all die eventually." After making these threats, Shen Jianlin left with his group in humiliation. Tang Machi didn't want to cause trouble since the Shen family controlled nearly half of the military power in the safe zone, and he needed to compromise if he wished to remain in the area. However, Shen Jianlin kept provoking him repeatedly, and even someone as calm as Tang Machi has limits. Tang Machi signaled Yi Jin, who nodded and spoke a few words to Chen Weiliang before taking 2 people with him to leave. "Brother Yi." Tang Machi pulled Yi Jin into the room. Tang Jianfeng was sitting bored on the bed, and upon seeing Tang Machi return, he stood up only to realize Yi Jin was following behind. His expression darkened instantly. Though Yi Jin suspected that Tang Jianfeng should be fine, seeing a living person appear suddenly still surprised him. He lightly pounded Tang Jianfeng's shoulder and smiled, asking, "Where have you been, young man?" Tang Jianfeng gave him a dirty look, holding on to Tang Machi and sitting to the side, saying, "Anyway, I'm not dead, so don't worry about me." Tang Machi revealed the truth about the space to Yi Jin, shocking him profoundly. For a long time, he couldn't organize his thoughts to express his surprise. It wasn't until Tang Jianfeng sneered that Yi Jin managed to utter, "Dog homosexual," and was subsequently kicked out. Lately, Tang Machi had been eating and drinking with everyone, so there was no chance to take out the vegetables and fruits stored in the space, some of which were starting to rot. After organizing the space with Tang Jianfeng, they decided not to take these items out. Instead, they packed up the pickled goods and repickled the newly harvested produce. That night, Yi Jin prepared a full table of dishes to welcome Tang Jianfeng back. Everyone was thrilled by Tang Jianfeng's appearance but avoided touching on sensitive issues consciously. Some things were known without having to dig too deep, preventing unnecessary embarrassment. Ever since the apocalypse, many people have never eaten vegetables or fruits again. This time, the table was full of pickled vegetables, kimchi, fruit jam, and dried fruit, all of which were very popular. Everyone laughed and chatted happily, enjoying a satisfying meal. When Yi Jin searched for a while, he realized his younger brother had disappeared. After asking around, only one young soldier saw him. He took a plate of dishes to the front courtyard. Yi Jin's brows furrowed instantly, almost crushing the wine glass in his hand, but he kept his composure as he walked toward the front yard. Shen Jianxi had an injury on his body, and besides, he wasn't part of their group. That evening, he hadn't joined them for dinner and instead stayed in the room to rest. Yi Jin peeked through the window and indeed saw Yi Ziyue together with Shen Jianxi. The moment the overprotective older brother syndrome kicked in, Yi Jin stormed over angrily. Chapter 55, Falling for the Trap. Before Yi Jin could knock on the door, Yi Ziyu had already come out himself, surprised to see Yi Jin standing outside. "Brother, are you also here to look for Brother Shen? I just gave him some food. You two can talk first." Seeing Yi Ziyu's casual demeanor, Yi Jin felt somewhat uneasy instead. Indeed, his suspicion was influenced by Tang Jianfeng and his partner. How could he possibly suspect his own younger brother? If Yi Jin had known beforehand that his suspicion wasn't unfounded, at this moment, he would have surely gone in and cut Shen Jianxi down first. After all the commotion, everyone finally dispersed to rest. Due to the heavy snowfall and the curfew in the safe zone, once night fell, the entire safe zone became extremely quiet. Those close to the city walls could almost hear the groans of zombies hiding outside. The courtyard house was also very quiet. The roof of the courtyard house was covered with solar panels installed by Tang Machi back then, which were now buried under the snow. As a result, these days, as soon as it got dark, the courtyard house would basically fall completely into darkness. However, the darkness and quietness did not create a sense of safety and peace. On the contrary, they often served as the breeding ground for desires and sins. The two soldiers guarding the night were talking in the gatehouse. The temperature at night had dropped below 10 degrees Celsius, but the fire stove in the courtyard house was burning vigorously, making the gatehouse warm and cozy. Occasionally glancing at the snow outside the window gave a feeling of comfortable safety. These two soldiers were subordinates who had followed Tang Jianfeng southward in their previous life. Tang Machi let Chen Weiyang bring Tang Jianfeng's subordinates over from the army because he realized that the former national machine had become a private weapon for certain people to achieve their ambitions. Instead of letting them fight and die for others' desires out there, it was better to bring them here and let them live for themselves. What are you looking at, Anzi? Wei Yu, lying on the ground enjoying the warmth of the long dragon, a type of heating system, complained impatiently. Zhouan had been pacing back and forth, constantly looking out the window, which annoyed Wei Yu endlessly. Wei Yu opened his eyes slightly and sat up, saying to him, "It's freezing cold at night. Who in their right mind would risk coming out? Stop looking." Zhouan ignored him and continued to look out the window, and Wei Yu fell asleep soon after. The world seemed to have only the sound of Wei Yu's breathing. Zhouan stood motionless by the window for 2 hours until he heard a slight click. His stiff body suddenly moved. He looked alertly at Wei Yu lying on the ground, who was sleeping soundly. Seeing that he had no awareness, Zhouan relaxed. A figure suddenly appeared outside the quiet window. Zhouan nodded to the person, then carefully opened the door and went out. "Where are the people?" The visitor bent down, whispering. Zhouan shook his head with a gloomy face, saying, "They've all slept. I saw them drink it with my own eyes." Upon hearing this, the visitor immediately nodded and whistled to the corner behind him. In the dark, dozens of people quietly emerged from the corner. Zhouan stepped aside, allowing these people to enter through the main gate one after another, carrying shiny big knives or guns with silencers. Zhouan nodded to the man walking last, looked outside twice, then closed the door and followed inside. The whole courtyard was eerily silent and pitch black, as if no one was around. Under the instruction of the last man, these dozens of people crept silently towards each room. Just as Zhouan and the leader stood calmly waiting, the people inside rushed out in great surprise. "Leader, there's no one in my area. There's no one here either." Seeing everyone rushing over in panic, both Zhouan and the leader changed expressions. "It's impossible. I personally put the drug in, and I saw them drink it." Zhouan's tone changed, kicking open the door to Shen Jianxi's room. Sure enough, it was empty. "Shit. We've been duped, retreat." The leader turned around to run when outside there was already a commotion. Someone immediately ran over, saying, "Leader, we've been fooled. A lot of people from the Chen family have arrived outside." Upon hearing this, the leader's face turned pale. He grabbed Zhouan and threw him to the ground, asking angrily, "Didn't you say the negotiations with the Chen family had broken down?" Zhouan had realized he was exposed and lay on the ground motionless for a long time. Outside, people had already rushed in. Leading them was none other than Chen Yangwei, the heir of the Chen family, whose influence in military circles before the apocalypse rivaled that of the Shen family. However, when the virus broke out, Chen Yangwei's grandfather, his mother, and his younger brother all became infected. The Chen family fell into disarray, allowing the Shen family to seize the upper hand. Chen Yangwei personally led this team because Tang Machi had guaranteed to him that she held evidence capable of toppling the Shen family. Seeing those standing in the yard, Chen Yangwei smirked. "So, Director Yang pays a late-night visit?" As Chen Yangwei spoke, he gestured silently to the people behind him. Before Director Yang could respond, the people brought by Chen Yangwei moved efficiently to surround them, their guns pointed directly at their heads. At this moment, Tang Machi and her group reappeared from the front gate, Shen Jianxi included. At the sight of Shen Jianxi, Director Yang immediately flew into a rage and started cursing, "Traitor." Before he could finish, Chen Yangwei shot through his shoulder. Director Yang instantly clutched his shoulder and rolled onto the ground. The rest of his restless men immediately calmed down. The Chen family bound everyone up and loaded them onto vehicles. Shen Jianxi and Chen Yangwei walked out of sight of the others. Before the apocalypse, they were rivals, but under these circumstances, there arose a mutual admiration. Shen Jianxi handed over the voice recorder, and Chen Yangwei stared at him for a moment before asking, "Are you really sure about this?" Shen Jianxi laughed bitterly, replying, "I've long had no way back. If Shen Hui wants my life, then I can only let your Chen family take care of him." Chen Yangwei accepted the voice recorder, gave his shoulder a hard slap, and left with his people. Before leaving, he nodded to Tang Jianfeng, an unspoken understanding between them. As the Chen family took away the people of the Shen family, it was a private matter not for Tang Machi's group to interfere in or even be able to interfere in. But Zhouan lying in the courtyard belonged to their personal matters. Tang Jianfeng personally interrogated Zhouan. After all, Zhouan was one of his own troops. Despite having suspected such betrayal, seeing the reality still unsettled Tang Jianfeng somewhat. Zhouan indeed drugged the wine in the evening. However, with Tang Machi, who carried space abilities nearby, the wine was completely swapped within a blink of an eye. Taking advantage of Wei Yu delaying him, Tang Machi and her group left via another passage from the basement beneath the rear annex. Tang Jianfeng didn't need much effort to get everything out of Zhouan, which was rather simple, using coercion on people. Xue Shiming had lost his mind, coveting Tang Jianfeng's body since long ago. By chance, he found Zhou and sister, using her as leverage against Zhouan. It was he who divulged the information about Tang Jianfeng's powers. Unexpectedly, after the laboratory incident, Xue Shiming disappeared, leaving his sister in Shen family's hands. Shen Jianlin thus coerced Zhou to cooperate with the surprise attack on the courtyard house. Tang Jianfeng didn't punish him but instead simply let him leave. Tang Machi was touched by this gesture. In their previous life, Zhou had sworn loyalty to Tang Jianfeng until sacrificing himself on the northern route. Every time Tang Machi thought about the tragic fates of everyone in their past life, she always felt guilt and gratitude toward Tang Jianfeng's soldiers. This life did not involve the same deathly peril, yet ironically they had turned estranged, even becoming strangers. Fate was unpredictable, whether under duress or lured by temptation. Once someone strayed from their moral baseline, there was no turning back. The next day, the old Shen residence was surrounded. It was said that Shen Yangwei convened an emergency meeting overnight with the major forces of the safety zone, arresting Shen Hui and Shen Jianlin the following day on charges of crimes against humanity. Yesterday's head of the safety zone became today's prisoner. With tightening supplies and worsening climate, the power struggles within the safe zone grew increasingly evident. Shen Jianxi remained in his room all day without coming out. The entire Shen family was expelled from the safe zone, their influence being carved up among the other factions. Later, Tang Jianfeng personally extended an invitation for Shen Jianxi to join their team. After consideration, Shen Jianxi agreed. After all, he needed to survive. And he always felt that this group around Tang Jianfeng was different from the others, they seemed less numb and more hopeful. How to say it? Integrity. Yes. These people were some of the few who retained their sense of integrity amidst despair. Shen Jianxi believed that living with this group would prevent his humanity from being consumed by hopelessness. After the turmoil, everyone was finally able to go out and search for supplies with peace of mind. However, Tang Machi always felt a faint unease. Besides the disappearance of the madman Xue Shiming, Tang Machi often thought about the baby zombie in the ruins of the research institute. For such a long time, there had been no trace of it at all. Not only within the safety zone, but also outside the safety zone, there was not a single trace of it. Tang Machi wasn't sure if his judgment at that time was wrong, but he kept suspecting that the baby zombie had developed intelligence. And as the temperature dropped, after the zombies got through this adaptation period, the zombie virus would undergo its third complete mutation. When that happened, where would humanity go from there? Most importantly, the abnormality in Tang Jianfeng before he fell unconscious worried Tang Machi. What exactly was that agent? Would there be any after effects? These were the concerns nagging at Tang Machi. Only Tang Jianfeng knew about Tang Machi's worries, but apparently Tang Jianfeng didn't care. To him, being able to be with Tang Machi, breaking free from the Jia family's control, and having the ability to protect the ones he wanted to protect was enough. Tang Jianfeng returned to the Tang residence once. Grandpa Tang finally loosened his stance, it was already useless for him not to do so. Because he had already realized that Tang Jianfeng was completely under Tang Machi's influence. The decline of the Shen family also made him understand some things. In the end times of humanity, survival is most important. Power has, to a certain extent, become a burden on human survival. Chapter 56, Low Temperature. As December just began, the temperature plummeted to an extreme. Kyoto was hit by the coldest winter in history. Everyone was arranged to stay inside buildings, and often more than 10 people huddled around a single furnace in one house. Even worse, zombies that had been lying dormant due to the cold began to become gradually active. The work subsidies distributed in the safe zones have deteriorated from white steamed buns at the beginning to coarse grain steamed buns with a black-yellow hue now. Each day, there were those who starved or froze to death. Tang Machi and his group have now reduced the number of times they go out. They only leave after certain intervals. The boiler in the quadrangle courtyard has never stopped running, and the vegetables in the front yard still manage to survive. As the number of people freezing to death increased, the upper echelons of the safe zone finally decided to dig underground shelters. The shelter site was selected in a subway tunnel, continuing to expand downward along the tunnel, building a place that could accommodate 200,000 people to keep warm. The group from the quadrangle immediately participated in the project. Aside from a few excavators, 80% of the work had to be done by manual labor. Every day, merely carrying soil resulted in each person developing thick calluses on their shoulders. Yet, no one complained. Everyone was battling nature, racing against time. The more effort contributed, the fewer the chances for someone to freeze to death. Perhaps it was the effect of space, Tang Machi felt much more resistant to the cold this time compared to his previous life. In the past life, even while holding onto a heater, he would shiver uncontrollably. But this time, working outdoors with everyone else made him lively, feeling no trace of cold. After a day of arduous labor, everyone puffed out breaths, wrapping themselves tightly in their clothes before hurrying home, lest their bodies get completely cold. If sweat dried frozen on them, it wouldn't be pleasant. However, when Tang Machi and the others returned to the entrance of the quadrangle, they found the alleyway bustling with activity today. Usually, if there's nothing pressing, people don't venture outside, partly because of the cold, partly because they're not eating enough to conserve energy by reducing movement. However, today, outside the quadrangle courtyard, stood a large crowd shaking in the cold, highly agitated, with the gate wide open. Lin Sen, a soldier stationed at the gate known for his good temper and introverted personality who rarely spoke a word, stood there red-faced, visibly anxious. Upon seeing them return, he greatly relaxed. Lin Sen's relief upon seeing their return stirred up the excited crowd who rushed forward clamoring. Chen Weiliang quickly moved along with a few soldiers to protect them through the chaos. Lin Zi. What's going on here? Asked Tang Jianfeng frowning as he protected Tang Machi. It was evident these people weren't coming in goodwill. His hat had already been snatched away in the pushing, while Tang Machi's coat was practically torn apart. Lin Sen, sweating beads from his nose, explained, I don't know. They arrived at noon, banging on the door fiercely. After I opened it, they tried to rush inside, so I had to intimidate them with a gun. But these people have refused to leave, continuously gathered here banging on the door. Finally pulled into Tang Jianfeng's arms and breaking free of the crowd, the two entered the gate looking disheveled. Yi Ziyu's outerwear was directly stripped off, but fortunately Shen Jianxi reacted quickly and caught him, otherwise he would have been dragged down to the ground. It took great hardship for everyone to safely make it indoors. Listening to the curses from the people outside, Tang Jianfeng's eyes darkened. He then took off his coat and gave it to Tang Machi, grabbing his gun, and stepped out. With 3 gunshots fired into the air, the crowd fell silent. But after mere seconds of silence, greater uproars arose, accompanied by wails of anguish. At the moment Tang Jianfeng grew impatient, a woman holding a child rushed out of the crowd and knelt down before him with a loud plop. The child looked about 5 or 6 years old, at this point severely cyanotic, unconscious for some time already. Dressed merely in 2 thin layers of clothing, the woman trembled violently from the cold. Her swollen red eyes had run dry of tears. After kneeling down, she started screaming hysterically. My son is dying. Please, save him. You have coal, you have food, living in such a vast courtyard. Be kind-hearted and save him. He's only 6 years old, can you bear to let him die? Tang Jianfeng watched her coldly, his face grim. Seeing that Tang Jianfeng remained silent, the group began hurling abuses. People like him deserve no mercy, refusing help despite witnessing death. Why should they selfishly hoard all these resources, letting us freeze to death? Why? Yes. Why? We're all human beings. Why should we die while they live so comfortably? Make them hand over what they have. Exactly. Hand everything over. The crowd grew more and more incensed. Tang Jianfeng frowned, taking 2 steps forward, grabbing one of the men who had been yelling earlier, his gun pointed at the man's face. Not only was the man unafraid, but he became even more aggressive, declaring with fearless dignity, I'm not afraid to die. It will be an honor to fight for the survival of everyone else. As Yi Jin emerged from inside and held back Tang Jianfeng, although he knew Tang Jianfeng wouldn't fire, it was still necessary for him to act like a kind-hearted person. Tang Jianfeng complied by putting away his gun. Yi Jin gestured for silence and said, whether you survive or not is beyond our knowledge. However, no matter how much nonsense you spout, we can never hand over what belongs to us. I'll make this clear today, you'd better go back. Once it gets dark, you might not even be able to leave. The crowd buzzed in reaction to Yi Jin's words. After several seconds, Yi Jin's expression turned stern as he spoke again, if you ask why, here's your answer, because we have guns. Whoever dares step inside, I guarantee they won't walk out alive. After saying that, Yi Jin turned around and walked inside with Tang Jianfeng, leaving the gates open. Surprisingly, not a single person dared to intrude. Tang Machi went back inside to change clothes, handing back Tang Jianfeng's coat as well. The people outside cursed loudly but began to disperse gradually. Only the woman holding the child continued to wail hopelessly, clinging onto her last lifeline, refusing to leave. With a subtle gesture from Tang Jianfeng, Wei Yu and another soldier quietly slipped out. Tang Machi fixed his gaze on the scene outside, letting out a silent sigh. Humans were selfish by nature, to survive, they'd do anything. But human nature could also be noble, a mother willing to sacrifice herself for her child, showing boundless love. Tang Machi noticed Yi Ziyu casting frequent glances outward. He flicked him on the forehead, and Yi Ziyu grinned toothily before sighing gloomily, asking, Brother Qi, aren't we going to help them? Yi Jin struck him across the head, shouting, stop fooling around. Rubbing his head, Yi Ziyu shot a glare at his brother, wondering why his brother had been picking on him lately, unaware of any wrongdoing. Standing aside with folded arms, Shen Jianxi observed silently, the corner of his mouth curling slightly into a faint smile. Listening to the cries outside, Tang Machi glanced at Tang Jianfeng. A flash of light crossed Tang Jianfeng's eyes, and he arched his brows slightly, staring intently at Tang Machi. Everyone else felt pity too, after all, it was a child, and letting him freeze to death right outside their door was hard for anyone to bear. Yet without a word from Tang Jianfeng, no one dared say a thing. Tang Machi curled his lips briefly, unable to remain cold-hearted. Having endured the trials of his past life, he became stronger yet also more magnanimous. Suddenly grabbing the collar of Tang Jianfeng's shirt, he leaned in forcefully and kissed his lips. Everyone froze in shock, gawking at Tang Machi as if seeing a ghost. Though most had secretly known about their relationship, they had never seen Tang Machi express affection openly. Most of these people knew Tang Jianfeng had clung to Tang Machi for over a decade, only to be ignored every time. But this. Even though the kiss was fleeting, everyone remained astounded. Tang Jianfeng gave Tang Mochi a sly look at his crimson ears. To prevent him from becoming embarrassed and angry, he decided not to push further. He then led 2 others out to escort the mother and child inside. They were carried to the porter's lodge, where the temperature difference caused the woman to collapse weakly on the ground. She bent over repeatedly in gratitude, humbling herself deeply. Zhang Zicheng arrived with a medical kit. The child suffered from both cold exposure and severe malnutrition. Zhang Zicheng hooked him up with glucose and stated whether he survived would depend entirely on his own will to live. After all the commotion, Wei Yu and the others returned. "Captain, those people are definitely organized. It wasn't just us, many other households were besieged today, and some were even robbed outright." Everyone sensed a conspiracy brewing. This was a time when survivors' emotions were near breaking point. In addition to the cold and hunger, the awakening zombies outside worsened humanity's struggle for survival. Any instigation could easily cause large-scale unrest. People driven to desperation would do anything and could easily be manipulated as pawns. Tang Jianfeng pondered for a moment and told them, "You guys take turns keeping an eye on them and find out who's behind this." Mother Zhang Linda didn't return from the hospital until very late, and the news she brought back confirmed what Wei Yu and the others had discovered. Many people were injured today, most of them being the relatively well-off rich. The child they saved developed a fever that night, and Mother Zhang and Zicheng Zhang spent the entire night barely stabilizing the child's condition. Both the child and the woman suffered severe frostbite, which began to swell after spending too much time in the warm room. Without treatment, it would soon turn gangrenous and lead to infection. To help them fully recover, while the woman was also unconscious, Yi Zheyu used his powers to ease their frostbite little by little so as not to arouse suspicion. The mother and daughter stayed in the porter's lodge for a week until the child was fully cured. But just half a day after leaving, the child returned alone, completely covered in blood. Chapter 57, Outsider. The child's name is Yinan. When the apocalypse began, his father was infected with the virus and taken to the hospital but never came out again. His mother struggled to survive with him for the first few months, but they were reaching their limit. If Tang Mochi and the others hadn't reached out to help, the mother and son would surely have died. Yinan was 6 years old and had just started the first grade before the apocalypse. He should have been a treasured child guarded more closely than one's own eyeballs, but in the apocalypse, he was already forced to face life and death directly, living in constant fear. When the child returned covered in blood, Wei Yu and Zhang Yunfei, who were keeping watch at night, had just opened the door. The child's face was covered in tears that had frozen on his cheeks, and all the color had drained from his small face, leaving it deathly pale, making one's heart ache. "Uncle, uncle, please save my mom. My mom is dying." Zhang Yunfei immediately embraced the child as he approached, the boy shaking uncontrollably and desperately pulling at his clothes. Seeing this, Wei Yu rushed inside to call for help while Zhang Yunfei ran outside holding Yinan. Yinan had returned to their living quarters yesterday at noon, a courtyard where dozens of people lived together. Yinan's family shared one room with 2 other families, without any privacy. But at this time, having a roof over their heads to protect them from the wind and rain was already quite good. However, no one expected that in the middle of the night, several people suddenly broke in and dragged Yinan and his mother outside. These intruders had a clear purpose, to force them to hand over food. Clearly, these people believed that since Yinan and his family had stayed with Tang Mochi for a few days, they must have gained many benefits. Didn't they see how even their previous frostbite injuries had healed? After hours of beating, until Yinan's mother barely breathed, they still couldn't find much rice. Enraged, these intruders then targeted Yinan. However, the clever child managed to escape when they weren't paying attention. When Zhang Yunfei and Yinan ran back, those people had already left, leaving only Yinan's mother lying on the snow. Several neighbors peered through the window openings but not a single person stepped out to offer her assistance. Zhang Yunfei could immediately tell that the woman wouldn't make it. Her clothes were almost completely stripped off, leaving her nearly naked and prone on the snow, unconscious. Though Yinan did everything he could to find help, being a child, he couldn't move quickly enough. This woman, after suffering severe beatings, lay on the ground for nearly an hour in temperatures close to 30 degrees below zero, her body had completely frozen stiff. Yinan screamed and lunged towards his mother, but no matter how he called out, she didn't respond. Zhang Zicheng removed his coat to cover her up, patting the boy's head, feeling deep sorrow within. By the time Tang Mochi arrived, the woman had already stopped breathing. Shocked by this, Yinan was forcibly taken away, and soon patrol units came to carry away the corpse. "Hold on." Just as everyone was about to leave, Tang Mochi suddenly called them back. Tang Mochi squatted down beside the snow under the corpse where a small white note curled in the snow, an item that would have gone unnoticed if not carefully observed. Tang Jianfeng unfolded the note. There were only 4 words written on it: "Mind your own business." Tang Mochi realized that this was a warning directed at him by the people behind those raiders. Tang Jianfeng's expression darkened instantly. He crumpled the note and pulled Tang Mochi away. As Tang Mochi walked, he compiled a list in his mind of possible suspects behind the incidents. Seeing his silence, Tang Jianfeng patted his head and said, "Don't blame yourself." Startled, Tang Mochi quickly understood. Tang Jianfeng had misunderstood his thoughts, so he smiled and said, "I'm fine. I'm just thinking. Who's planning all of this?" It's no good for anyone if the safe zone falls into chaos. Tang Jianfeng also frowned and thought for a moment before saying, the only ones benefiting from the disorder are one particular group. Tang Machi looked at him and suddenly realized what he meant. Tang Jianfeng, seeing that he understood, pinched his cheek and used his thumb to rub the corner of his mouth as he laughed and said, "Mo has become cuter than before." Tang Machi slapped his hand away and rolled his eyes at him. The surrounding few pretended to be focused on observing all around them, their ears perked. Since Tang Jianfeng's appearance, he hadn't hidden anything from anyone. Many people were tempted by the rumors of his special abilities, but currently, with the safe zone unstable and restless, many people were too busy protecting themselves to think about going against him, which oddly gave him some peace. Every day, he took everyone out to dig dirt while collecting various intelligence. In the end, Tang Machi brought Yinan back to the quadrangle courtyard. If they truly abandoned him, this child had no chance of survival either. Afterward, it seemed that the safe zone became quieter. Tang Machi really stopped caring about exactly how many murders happened every night. But beneath the apparent calm, the turbulence grew stronger. Every morning when you wake up, one or two people by your side may have disappeared, even entire families vanish without a trace. Everyone lives in constant fear, some families stay awake all night long for fear of an unforeseen misfortune. All are as timid as quails, speaking only in whispers. Just at this moment of extreme tension, suddenly outside the northern gate of the safe zone appeared a group of ragged nomads. These people, driving their flocks of sheep, looked upon the safe zone like it was heaven, their eyes brimming with excitement as though they had finally been saved. The people inside the safe zone were also delighted, especially at the sight of the flock of sheep, their mouths watered with a greed and thirst that mere words could not fully describe. Many had not smelled the aroma of meat for half a year. The sheep here numbered in no fewer than 1,000, and already some cunning individuals began scheming how to claim them. But many more cautious minds were roused with deeper thoughts, with zombies everywhere in the entire capital, and the safe zone situated in the heart of Kyoto. How did these people manage to find the place? And more importantly, how did they bring so many sheep with them safely through such perilous lands? It truly was a baffling situation. But the minority who remained clear-headed could do little to curb the overwhelming desires of the majority. Furthermore, the arrival of outsiders offered a degree of relief from the current unrest within the safe zone. This group comprised around 70 to 80 people, appearing to have traveled long distances through harsh wilds, their frostbites quite severe. Upon entering, they immediately traded their sheep for houses and bedding, then quickly integrated into the life within the safe zone, showing nothing out of the ordinary. This significantly eased the guard of some keen-minded observers. As everyone took a slight sigh of relief, Tang Jianfeng and his team detected something amiss. These people are very cautious. They never let outsiders into their house, guarding it extremely rigorously. There's no chance of sneaking in. Chen Weiliang had secretly observed this group of nomads for 7 days. On the surface, they appeared warm and accommodating, but in reality, their security was fortified akin to military camps. Privately, each member seemed tense and uneasy, clearly plotting something under the surface. Tang Jianfeng paused for a moment before saying, "Tonight I will go with you. Since these people indeed conceal something, there must be traces we can follow." Upon hearing this, Tang Machi also wanted to go. He always felt some unease deep in his heart, without seeing things for himself, he couldn't relax. Tang Jianfeng, pinching the back of his neck, helplessly agreed. That night, Tang Jianfeng led Tang Machi, Chen Weiliang, and Wei Yu on a covert mission. As Special Forces soldiers, they had undergone countless stealth training missions and conducted numerous operations in the field. For them, this level of reconnaissance was effortless. This group lived in another quadrangle courtyard, albeit in poor condition. Of the 70 to 80 people, only 6 rooms were available, leaving most to spread some mats directly on the ground to sleep. In 3 other rooms, and in the middle courtyard, the sheep were crammed together. Even in winter, the stench was unbearable. With every room dark and quiet, Tang Jianfeng's team waited on the roof until midnight, when subtle clues emerged amid the sheep's cries. From one room near the animals, a sharp sound emanated. The 4 exchanged glances, then quietly crept toward it. The sound was short and ceased almost instantly, as if it might have been their hallucination. When Tang Jianfeng and his team focused once more to listen, only the coughing of an old man resounded. After waiting for a while, just as Tang Jianfeng's team was about to give up, a rustling sound issued forth from the room. Tang Jianfeng concentrated again and heard a sharp shriek this time, distinct and brief, filled with malice. When Tang Jianfeng's group intended to peer inside through the window, an unusual disturbance came from outside, many footsteps rapidly approaching. Glancing at each other, Tang Jianfeng and Wei Yu decided to retreat temporarily, meeting back up with Tang Machi's group afterward, where they quickly found cover. Over a dozen men armed with firearms advanced towards the gate, waking up the entire courtyard. Amidst the chaos, cries of people mixed with sheep bleating echoed far and wide in the silent night. However, the visitors appeared confident and brazen. Unable to break the door down with mere knocking, they proceeded to use tools, easily demolishing the thin iron gates. Inside, cries of alarm erupted in unison. Despite such an uproar, the surrounding neighborhood remained eerily quiet, not a single soul daring to come forward and investigate. In front of these invaders stood sheep, which were immediately slashed open. Around 10 were dragged outside. Facing the muzzles of guns, none dared interfere. Those who attempted resistance were forcefully restrained by their peers. Warm blood mingled with the smell of lamb diffused into the air. With one abrupt shriek, those inside contracted in terror. What ghostly thing is this? A leading middle-aged man spat on the ground, glaring fiercely at the group. An elderly man tremblingly stepped forward, speaking hesitant Chinese, "There's nothing. My grandson is sick, and has been crying continuously." The man shoved him aside, pointing impatiently at two of his subordinates with guns and said, "You two go in and take a look." The old man became a little anxious upon hearing this, hurriedly blocking the two men as he said, "There's really nothing inside. My grandson's illness is contagious. You'd better not go in." The man was merely looking for an excuse to enter the house and search for something. Seeing that the old man was adamant about not letting them in, he became even more convinced that there was something valuable inside. Immediately energized, he grabbed the old man, pushed him down, and personally kicked open the door with his two subordinates. However, no one expected that as soon as the door opened, a shadow darted out instantly. Before anyone could react, a terrified scream cut short, signaling its end. The three men who had kicked the door down fell to the ground, their warm blood spraying everywhere. Chapter 58, Escape. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence. As everyone stared in horror at the blood-stained scene, a hissing roar came from the corner under the eaves. Only a vague outline of an unknown creature hanging upside down on the roof could be seen, blood dripped continuously from its body. Two men nearby looked at its red eyes and shouted hurriedly, firing their guns instinctively. The unknown creature shrieked in anger and leaped several times in quick succession, leaving almost nothing but afterimages behind. After a chaotic volley of gunfire ceased, the creature finally revealed itself. It was a small zombie less than 50 to 60 centimeters long with scaly limbs, sharp teeth, and blood-red eyes. It was the same little zombie Tang Machi had encountered fleeing from the ruins of the research facility. The little zombie snarled at the group in front of it. The more than 10 panicked armed bandits were already pale as death and tried to flee out of sheer terror before even retreating fully to the doorway. However, the small zombie jumped onto one man's neck before they could escape. In one bite, the man's neck was torn to the bone, spurting blood that splashed onto the pristine white snow with rising warm vapor. As the man collapsed, the dozen or so people rushing forward suddenly began trembling violently. Clearly, this zombie was targeting specific individuals for its attacks. Screams immediately echoed throughout the area, and the people inside the quadrangle compound turned ghostly pale. The old man who had been blocking their way earlier now stammered as he gazed at the clansmen who had suffered countless hardships traveling across the grasslands. He said sorrowfully, "Run. Run as far as you can." Dozens of pairs of eyes widened incredulously at him, then seemed to snap back to reality, stumbling back inside to hastily gather their belongings. Within just 5 minutes, the entire courtyard had emptied, leaving only the old man sitting there alone. Tang Jianfeng had immediately pursued the small zombie along with Wei Yu upon its appearance. Tang Machi and Chen Weiliang waited until these people had all fled before stepping into the yard. The old man appeared as if he hadn't noticed them at all, lost in thought. Tang Machi squatted down beside him and asked, "Why did you bring it with you?" It was only then that the old man reacted, glancing at Tang Machi momentarily. His cloudy eyes brimmed with tears, and he choked out, "We had no choice, it came to me. It came on its own." Tang Machi helped the old man up and questioned curiously, "It sought you out? Why?" The old man broke down into loud sobs. "He's my grandson. My grandson." Furrowing his brow, Tang Machi glanced at Chen Weiliang, both equally bewildered. "Your grandson? You can still recognize him like this?" Wiping his face, the old man spoke somberly. "It wasn't me recognizing him, it was him, he told me himself." "Told you? Are you suggesting that this monster can speak?" Chen Weiliang interrupted doubtfully. Shaking his head, the old man responded, "He communicated with me through dreams. At that time, we'd been trapped in the snow for a month. People were freezing to death daily, and there were monsters everywhere devouring humans. Everyone felt utterly hopeless. One night, I had a dream, so vivid, that I saw a child. He claimed he was my grandson, waiting for me." Tang Machi tensed slightly, gesturing for the old man to continue. "That place wasn't far away. I wandered there half-consciously the next day. But I never expected to find not a child, but that monster instead." "If it was a monster, why do you insist it's your grandson?" Chen Weiliang interjected confusedly. Wiping away his tears again, the old man explained, "I was scared too and wanted to run. But then, my grandson spoke." "No, didn't you say earlier that it couldn't speak?" Chen Weiliang clearly doubted the old man's words and cut him off impatiently. Tang Machi motioned him to be patient, nodding toward the old man to carry on. Recalling the moment, the old man's eyes filled with a mix of fear, reverence, and feverish passion. "He spoke tremulously, he spoke directly to my mind. Do you understand that?" Swallowing nervously, his eyes were wide with alarm. Tang Machi clenched his fists tightly and pressed further. Then what happened? Seemingly lost in memories, the old man rubbed his hands anxiously, hunched his shoulders, and sighed deeply. "He told me that his mother, my daughter-in-law, was murdered by villains who tortured him. Initially, I also disbelieved him, thinking he might be a demon. Later. Chen Weiliang frowned impatiently. What happened later? I took him back with me. First, I didn't dare to provoke him, and second, I wanted the elders of the tribe to take a look at what kind of demon it was. But we never expected, that thing turned out to have quite some power. As long as we kept it with us, those flesh-eating monsters would run away from afar, too scared to come near. Later the tribe decided to keep him. Kept him? You were raising such a zombie? Isn't that asking for death? The old man shuddered slightly and bitterly said, at first, it seemed normal enough. And having it around ensured that no monster would come close. Everyone just wanted to survive, so you ended up keeping it. Tang Mochi became increasingly sure about her guess. This little zombie had not only gained intelligence but also powers. Judging by what the old man had said, these were likely psychic abilities. In the previous life, powered zombies were products of the 4th-generation virus. However, even those remained low-level monsters. Intelligent zombies like this one had never appeared. The old man's tears flowed again, his face covered in frozen slush as he mournfully said, yes, we kept him, and it became a big trouble for us. We locked him in a cage, but soon, the little thing grew restless. Then, we discovered the iron cage was powerless against him. He began forcing us to migrate to the capital. Anyone who refused got bitten. By the time everyone realized they couldn't control him, it was already too late. It's all my fault for being so blind. If I had killed him when I first saw him, none of this would have happened. The old man wiped his tears looking at the corpse in the yard. Did it ever hint why it came to the safe zone? Tang Mochi stared sharply at the old man. The old man blankly nodded, showing his heavily wounded arm and said, it needed human blood to sustain itself. After understanding the situation, Tang Mochi and Chen Weiliang immediately rushed to where the commotion was occurring in the safety zone. By now, dawn had broken, and gunshots along with screams echoed in a certain direction continuously. Tang Mochi sprinted towards the sound at full speed. When Tang Mochi arrived, she was momentarily dazzled by a sudden ice wall. That familiar sensation struck her, the presence of an ability user. Sure enough, as she turned past the ice wall, she saw a man standing on an icy platform, firing icicles at the jumping little zombie which tried desperately to evade. Tang Jianfeng had also blocked the zombie from another side. In broad daylight, he unleashed the pale blue flames from his hands publicly for the first time. Each flame he threw evaporated patches of snow instantly, revealing dry gray cement beneath. Even from a distance, the intense heat of the flames could be felt. Tang Mochi understood, the third evolution of the virus had fully begun, and humanity was about to witness an unprecedented outbreak of superhuman abilities. The little zombie let out a high-pitched scream, glaring defiantly at Tang Jianfeng. Clearly, it recognized Tang Jianfeng as the one who injured it in the ruins of the research facility. Fear flickered through its blood-red eyes. Tang Jianfeng didn't recall meeting the little zombie, but he remembered what Tang Mochi had told him. From its gaze alone, he sensed its distinction from regular zombies, and thus spared no mercy. Every move was meant to finish off the creature. After getting hurt several times, the little zombie learned to be smart. It started avoiding Tang Jianfeng and instead attacked the ice-wielding ability user. Recently awakened users could rarely maintain their abilities for extended periods, and with the pressure increased, the ice user quickly became overwhelmed. Tang Mochi had been observing the movements carefully. Seeing it heading toward them, she immediately aimed the prepared gun and fired 3 rapid shots, one of which hit its target, yet doing nothing to slow the little zombie down. Instead, it became angrier. Just as they were fighting fiercely, the safe zone suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. The crowd began panicking, shouting, zombies surrounding the city. Tang Mochi's hand trembled slightly. Squinting her eyes, she gazed at the little zombie, remembering how the old man mentioned that wherever the little zombie stayed, the other zombies dared not approach. Now, with the zombies attacking without warning, Tang Mochi couldn't help connecting the dots between the little zombie and the siege. Taking advantage of the momentary hesitation of the ice ability user, the little zombie let out a shrill roar that cut through the air and carried far. A wave of dizziness hit the brains of the gathered crowd. By the time they refocused their vision, the little zombie had already drilled a hole in the ice wall and escaped. At the last instant, Tang Jianfeng hurled a massive fireball, eliciting a shrill scream that faded into the distance. Tang Mochi ran over and held on to Tang Jianfeng tightly. His final big attack drained all his stamina, and he could barely stand, his legs trembling weakly. The sound of artillery fire from the city walls confirmed that a large number of zombies had been summoned. Tang Mochi didn't have time to think much further, so she carried Tang Jianfeng to a hidden spot and said to Wei Yu and Chen Weiliang, you two go find that Mongolian old man, keep an eye on him and don't let him run off. Also, go back and inform everyone to prepare for evacuation at any moment. Evacuation? Wei Yu was confused, was it really necessary yet? Tang Mochi hastily nodded and said, it's bad, you guys go find that old man first. At that very moment, Tang Mochi suddenly thought of a suspicious point, the old man showing his arm wound indicated he'd been feeding the little zombie with blood all along. However, the principle of virus parasitism is to rob living organisms, thus replicating itself within the host, it's an instinct of life. Once blood leaves a living organism, it has no vital energy, and therefore is unattractive to creatures parasitized by viruses. No matter how intelligent that zombie might be, it could never overcome this inherent nature. Therefore, the old man's blood must serve some purpose, possibly being the key to their safe coexistence with the little zombie. Chapter 59, Retreat. After Chen Weiliang and Wei Yu left, Tang Machi helped Tang Jianfeng to a secluded corner and took him into the space. After resting for a while, Tang Jianfeng felt much better. Tang Machi poured him a cup of spring water from the space, and after drinking it, Tang Jianfeng felt even better. He couldn't help focusing on the cup in his hand. Tang Jianfeng had experienced many times of releasing his psychic powers and feeling drained, always practicing until he collapsed from exhaustion. But never before had he recovered so quickly as he did this time. Seeing him staring at the cup in his hand, Tang Machi walked over and touched his forehead, saying, "What's wrong? If you're not feeling well, go lie down for a bit." Tang Jianfeng grabbed his hand and held it close, saying, "Momo, I think there's something off with the spring water in the space." Tang Machi frowned anxiously and said, "What's wrong? Do you feel abnormal? Where does it hurt?" Tang Jianfeng pulled him into his arms, sitting him on his lap, and laughed, "Don't be nervous. I feel that I'm recovering very quickly, unlike before. I think the substances in the space might be helpful for psychics." Tang Machi sighed in relief, looked at the water glass in his hand, and took it saying, "It's quite possible. Apart from that ice element psychic earlier, you and Xiao Yu are possibly the first people in the safe zone to awaken your psychic abilities. I think it's highly likely due to the space." Tang Jianfeng subconsciously focused his gaze on the lips right in front of him, unconsciously agreeing. Tang Machi was lost in thought about the space and psychic powers, failing to notice the increasingly profound look in Tang Jianfeng's eyes. By the time he realized it, Tang Jianfeng had already grabbed the back of his head, sealing their lips together. At first, Tang Machi resisted somewhat, but when Tang Jianfeng forcefully entered his mouth with his tongue, he instead calmed down. Tang Jianfeng's attack was domineering, but upon contacting the soft, wet little tongue inside Tang Machi's mouth, he softened and entwined it closely. Tang Machi immediately let down his feigned dissatisfaction and emitted a comfortable moan. Upon hearing his involuntary, sexy moans, Tang Jianfeng immediately pulled him tightly into his embrace, slapping his buttocks hard. Tang Machi immediately widened his eyes as the stinging pain in his buttocks made him blush in shame. Tang Jianfeng's eyes were filled with mischief as he pinched his chin and again used his tongue to aggressively collide, lick, and suck Tang Machi's still soft tongue until saliva started dripping from the corners of their mouths. Only then did Tang Jianfeng reluctantly release him. Flustered and angry, Tang Machi gasped for breath in his arms, his legs went limp, and even little mochi beneath his waist showed signs of arousal. However, Tang Machi still had the outside chaos on his mind. After calming down a bit, he pushed Tang Jianfeng away, tidied himself up, picked a few weapons from the space, and both of them headed out. As soon as they stepped out of the space, Tang Machi nearly cramped up from the several degree temperature difference. Waving his legs around, he placed the box he was holding onto the ground. The air was already thick with the smell of gunpowder, the sound of gunfire and artillery making everyone uneasy. Tang Machi and his companion waited on the spot for 10 minutes before Yi Jin arrived with her group. Tang Machi and his team had gone out during the night to investigate while Yi Jin stayed behind at the courtyard waiting for news. As soon as she heard the alarm, she immediately brought her people over. On the way, they met Chen Weiliang and Wei Yu who directed them straight to the rendezvous point. Yi Jin already knew about Tang Machi's space, but seeing the weapons on the ground still startled her. She didn't expect Tang Machi to have prepared so many real weapons, not inferior products from the black market but clearly prepared long before the apocalypse began. This only deepened her respect for his mysterious foresight. Without wasting words, everyone picked suitable weapons for themselves and immediately rushed toward the city walls to join soldiers and survivors in shooting zombies. Many didn't even have a gun, using homemade bows or simply throwing rocks. Nearby, a small zombie crouched atop a tall building's roof, screeching loudly. Every time it screeched, the zombies below would roar and become agitated in response. More and more zombies gathered, completely different from those last time when they congregated because of explosions. These were faster, more responsive, and soon the base of the wall was covered in the corpses of zombies. Even so, more zombies climbed over these bodies, causing immense pressure. The situation grew tenser by the minute. Just as all seemed hopeless, Chen Weiliang and Wei Yu arrived with the old Mongolian man. At the sight of the old man, Tang Machi paused what he was doing. "We found him in the nearby sewer system. Luckily, it had been sealed off earlier, otherwise he might have gotten away." Tang Machi directly dragged the old man to Shen Jianxi. Shen Jianxi was, after all, a member of the Shen family. Although the Shen family had fallen, the people who had once worked hard for them were still around. These people didn't know what role Shen Jianxi had played in the decline of the Shen family, but they only knew that Shen Jianxi had stayed behind, so whenever they encountered him, they would give him some respect. Shen Jianxi led Tang Machi and the old man straight to Chen Yangwei. After listening to Tang Machi explain their intention, Chen Yangwei quickly stopped what he was doing and immediately brought them to a meeting room. "You mean, this old man can help us control that little zombie?" Chen Yangwei looked completely incredulous. "Zombies are developing intelligence now. Is there any hope left for humanity?" Control might be too strong a word, Tang Machi pushed the old man forward, but it can be used as leverage against it. Let's resolve this siege first. The old man glared at him resentfully and said, I won't help you. He is my grandson, I won't help you kill him. Shen Jianqi let out a derisive laugh and said, that thing is your grandson? It's just a flesh-eating zombie. Would you abandon countless compatriots because of that monster? The old man stared coldly at him, but his hands shook uncontrollably as he replied, he still recognizes me. He's not a monster, he just can't control himself. Chen Yangwei's heart moved after hearing the old man's words. He turned to Tang Machi and Shen Jianqi and said, let me chat with this uncle. You two go back first. Thank you for bringing him here, and I promise that there will absolutely be no problems in the safe zone. Tang Machi and Shen Jianqi glanced at each other, nodded, and walked out. When Tang Machi and Shen Jianqi returned to the city wall, the zombies outside were already endless. Practically everyone was despairing. Yi Jin threw down her gun and said, this way will eventually be overrun. We need to find a way to kill that little zombie first. Just as everyone was in agony, a huge sound suddenly came from the loudspeaker on the city wall. This speaker had been pulled up moments ago, and the generator was still roaring behind. Everyone turned to look. In the midst of universal confusion, the speaker suddenly emitted a few breathing sounds, followed by an elderly cough. Then, the voice of the old Mongolian man was amplified towards the direction where the young zombie waited outside the safe zone. Upon hearing the voice, the young zombie made a fierce cry, jumping restlessly on the spot. The old man's weak voice carried a crying tone, and he wasn't speaking words of advice or soothing but rather seemed like talking to himself, performing an eerie monologue. But astonishingly, the young zombie became quiet after listening for a while, and the zombies below also calmed down. They at least stopped rushing madly forward. The old man started speaking in Chinese but switched to Mongolian later, causing the young zombie to begin screaming pitifully. However, this time, its scream sounded different from the usual, less brutal and menacing, instead revealing a sense of bleak helplessness. Everyone watched in shock, as every reaction of the young zombie confirmed that it possessed intelligence and memory. Each piercing scream resonated sharply, and under these cries, the surrounding horde of zombies gradually turned and began retreating backward. Everyone stopped attacking, stunned as they watched the army of zombies start withdrawing. Even though the zombies retreated, there was not a trace of joy among the crowd. Instead, they felt chillingly disheartened. The entire safe zone seemed as if it had been choked, struggling silently amidst the silence and stillness but falling into greater despair. Slowly, it was dragged toward the abyss of death. Tang Jianfeng pinched Tang Machi's neck lightly, snapping him back to reality. Tang Machi looked at Tang Jianfeng's concerned eyes and smiled. The two of them slung their arms around each other's shoulders and went back. Finally, the tide of zombies had receded. Most people fell onto the cold ground, their expressions numb. Yi Jin called out and took everyone back. Unexpectedly, soon after returning to the courtyard, one by one they developed high fevers. By evening, even Tang Machi caught a fever and quickly lost consciousness. Tang Machi understood that it was due to his awakened psychic powers, so he reminded Tang Jianfeng before losing complete awareness. All the people living in the quadrangle courtyard had been consuming food and water from the space, which was causing a high rate of awakenings. Besides Tang Jianfeng and Yi Ziguang, almost everyone exhibited varying degrees of physical discomfort. Tang Jianfeng kept vigil by Tang Machi all night. Tang Machi's reactions weren't severe, he just slept deeply while having a mild fever, with the temperature hovering around 38 degrees Celsius. It was far less dangerous compared to what Tang Jianfeng had endured. The next morning, Tang Machi woke up early. Compared to his quick awakening, most others were still feeling unwell, without yet lapsing into deep sleep. Tang Machi's awakened power gave everyone much confidence. Tang Machi had awakened his psychic powers in his previous life, so he naturally knew how to use them. He unleashed a psychic force that directly threw Tang Jianfeng onto the bed. Just like in his past life, this time it was also the common wind-based psychic ability. Afterward, Yi Jin, Shen Jianqi, and the Zhang family father and son duo all fell into a deep slumber. Zhang's mother took a day off to stay at home and observe everyone, just in case anything went wrong. Yi Ziguang was also roped in by Zhang's mother to act as her little assistant. When Yi Jin woke up, there was no one in the room. It felt like her body had inexhaustible energy. She remembered how her younger brother described the experience of using psychic powers. Without much thought, she immediately experimented based on what Yi Ziguang had told her. In no time, an ear-splitting explosion suddenly rang out. By the time the still conscious individuals realized what happened, Yi Jin's room had already been blown open with a gaping hole, black smoke slowly spreading out, yet there was no sign of Yi Jin herself. Chapter 60, Ask the Heart. Yi Ziyue was originally taking care of Shen Jianqi at Shen Jianqi's place. Shen Jianqi had the most severe reaction among the few awakened ones, he fell into a coma at midnight and then developed a high fever. Zhang's mother, fearing he would burn up, kept asking Yi Ziyue to cool him down physically. Just then, a loud explosion startled everyone, prompting them to rush out. They saw a large hole in Yi Jin's bedroom, scaring Yi Ziyue pale. Stumbling, he rushed to tear open the collapsed door. Tang Jianfeng and Tang Machi also rushed over and together with Yi Ziyue, they lifted the door away. Before Yi Ziyue could squeeze inside, a coughing voice was heard from within. Immediately, Yi Ziyue excitedly called out, "Brother." After some clattering sounds, Yi Jin's coughing response came, "Ziyue, don't come in. I'm coming out." It sounded like Yi Jin hadn't suffered any major issue. However, seeing the unstable ceiling beam, Tang Machi quickly pulled Yi Ziyue outside. Moments later, Yi Jin crawled out, his hair all blown up as if it had been bombed. His face was sooty that his features were unrecognizable, yet seemingly unhurt. He grinned, showing a row of white teeth. Holding on to his brother, Yi Ziyue couldn't help but laugh and cry simultaneously until he confirmed there were no injuries, after which he let go and let Yi Jin wash his face. After washing his face, Yi Jin was stopped by everyone wanting him to demonstrate his newfound ability. Everyone was curious about what kind of ability had such explosive force. Recalling the scene earlier, Yi Jin felt some leftover fear, wiping his face and asking everyone to move further back before raising his hand. Suddenly, a blue light appeared on Yi Jin's hand and disappeared instantly, only to blink and reveal itself akin to an electric current. Gradually, a small blue light appeared on Yi Jin's hand. The light orb was tiny, just slightly bigger than a tennis ball, but it contained intertwining currents filled with energy. With one flick of his hand, the blue light orb shot off instantly toward the vegetable patch in the courtyard. A thunderous explosion ensued, leaving behind a meter-wide crater, soil and leaves flying everywhere. "Turns out it's a thunder-based ability," Tang Machi exclaimed joyfully to Yi Jin, "or you can say it's an electricity-based ability. Brother Yi, you're incredibly lucky. This is one of the most destructive abilities." Apparently satisfied with his ability, Yi Jin, who hadn't said anything when Tang Jianfeng awakened his fire-based ability previously but secretly envied him, nodded modestly on the surface while inwardly excitedly rubbing his younger brother's head. Just as Yi Jin had settled down, Shen Jianxi made a commotion on his side. There was a sharp snap, the window glass in Shen Jianxi's room shattered, crushed instantly by the rampant vines sprouting inside. Following this, countless vines flew out of the window, reaching towards the sunlight. Due to a vacuum glass layer covering the courtyard above, these vines adhered to it, darkening the entire space within moments. Everyone stared speechlessly as big and small vines covered the entire glass cover within seconds. Yi Ziyue suddenly woke up and ran towards Shen Jianxi's room, followed by everyone else. As Yi Ziyue pulled the door open and wasn't quite clear about the situation inside, he was immediately wrapped around the waist by a vine thick as an arm and lifted up in the air. Yi Ziyue was frightened and struggled, but the vine seemed curious about him. Fine young tendrils caressed his cheek, and one even extended into his mouth. Terrified, Yi Ziyue closed his mouth immediately and bit through the little tendril. A faint bitter taste filled his mouth, not unpleasant, instead having a refreshing quality. The vine apparently felt pain, quivering slightly before abruptly throwing him into the air. Watching below, Yi Jin was furious yet helpless, afraid to use his power lest Yi Ziyue get hurt, thus yelling towards Shen Jianxi's room. Unaware of what happened, Shen Jianxi remained quiet. Tang Machi noticed the vines weren't harming Yi Ziyue but rather avoided him intentionally during their movements, realizing the vines held no malice. Tang Machi tried walking into the room, but vines blocked both the door and window, making progress impossible. Reluctantly, they let Tang Jianfeng use his fire-based ability to threaten them. A pale blue flame emerged from Tang Jianfeng's hand, distorting the air with heat. As he approached, the vines touched the high temperature and retreated immediately. Yi Ziyue was gently put down. After everyone entered the room, the vines had already retreated. Shen Jianxi was still in a deep sleep, but his two hands had completely transformed into vine-like shapes with tender green leaves sprouting from them. They were moving restlessly. Yi Ziyue, still rubbing his sore waist caused by the vine's grip, cautiously approached Shen Jianxi to take his temperature. Yi Jin pushed him aside and took it himself. The temperature is normal already. Why isn't he waking up? Could he be faking it? Yi Jin eyed the thermometer and made a malicious guess. That can't be. Yi Ziyue stared at Shen Jianxi's two hands and suddenly exclaimed, "He's awake." Everyone focused their attention and saw that Shen Jianxi, who moments before had shown no reaction with his eyes closed, now woke up. However, his pupils had turned a complete green color, a dark green with bright luster, appearing very beautiful like jade glass. "How do you feel?" Yi Ziyue observed as Shen Jianxi's hands gradually changed back to a normal human form. If it wasn't for the torn clothes on his arms, one would think the rampant vines were just an illusion. Shen Jianxi shook his arms expressionlessly and said, "It feels like I've been moving bricks all day. My arms are really sore." "You must be a wood-based ability user. Try sensing the energy inside your body." Tang Machi examined his eyes closely, noting nothing seemed out of the ordinary besides the color change. Later, the Zhang family father and son, along with Chen Weiliang and Wei Yu, also awakened their abilities. Except for Xiao Yinan, the others showed no signs yet. Xiao Yinan had curled up ever since he was brought back, still not recovered from the sorrow of losing his only remaining relative. But in this era, even children had to become strong and resilient to survive. So Tang Machi let him stay alone, allowing him to process his thoughts without anyone comforting him. Xiao Yinan was the first to develop a fever and remained in a coma for the longest time, likely due to his young age being unable to endure such bodily changes. He continued to run a high fever in unconsciousness, constantly cared for by Mrs. Zhang. Zhang Zicheng awakened an ice-based ability, the most common kind according to Tang Machi. Coincidentally, Zhang's father also awakened an ice-based ability, possibly related to genetic similarities. Chen Weiliang awakened a fire-based ability, but his flame was light yellow and couldn't compare in temperature to Tang Jianfeng's. Wei Yu awakened physical enhancement, his strength, speed, and reaction capability were all 3 times that of a normal person. As the courtyard was immersed in excitement over the awakening of special abilities, so was the entire safe zone engulfed in immense joy. Countless people who had slept through the night awoke with newfound abilities, releasing their heart's delight wildly, reassured that nature had not fully abandoned humanity, providing a faint glimmer of hope for survival. Moreover, the safe zone received another stunning piece of news. Following 6 months of communication interruption since the apocalypse began, the signals finally resumed. That morning, the safe zone genuinely picked up wireless signals from another safe zone. This indicated that outside the safe zones, countless people were still struggling, fighting on. This news was like an injection of adrenaline to the safe zone, bringing some hope back to people's faces. Tang Jianfeng and Tang Machi were busy in the space. The half-acre of rice planted by Tang Machi had matured, the rice grains large and full. After threshing, they roughly harvested nearly 800 pounds of rice. Tang Machi looked at the pile of golden rice grains stacked like a small mountain and felt uneasy inside. When he had impulsively purchased supplies worldwide, he didn't consider what would happen later when these items piled up in the space while everyday people starved to death outside. No matter how cold-hearted he might seem, it was impossible not to feel conflicted. Tang Jianfeng embraced him from behind, seeming to know what was on his mind, and said, "Momo, survival of the fittest. Nature is cruel. You cannot save everyone." Tang Machi gave a self-deprecating laugh and replied, "I don't intend to save everyone. I just want to live a life that keeps my conscience clear." Tang Jianfeng caressed his hair and suddenly recalled seeing Tang Machi for the first time when he was little. Back then, he hadn't returned to the Tang family, nor did Tang Machi know him or dislike him. Xueqing brought him back to Kyoto and told him that Tang Jinmin was his father. From Xueqing, he learned about his own origins, and became very curious about his younger brother, Tang Machi. Secretly, he went to the kindergarten to watch him, though he admitted to himself later that watching his younger brother was merely an excuse, what he truly wanted to see was his father. Unfortunately, Tang Jinmin never appeared, but his interest in watching grew stronger instead. He watched as Tang Machi waited alone outside the kindergarten for the driver, endured being bullied without crying, and got punished for mischief by the teachers. At some point, his faint hostility towards him turned into empathy, and eventually, his eyes could no longer look away from him, as if loving him had become as natural as breathing, and just as essential. "Momo, whatever you do, I support you." Tang Jianfeng came back to reality after being lost in thought, turning Tang Machi to face him. Being able to have Tang Machi was already his greatest luck, and no matter what Tang Machi wanted to do, he would support it. Even if it cost him his life, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. Tang Machi smiled at him, his bright eyes narrowing into crescents. Suddenly, he bit down on Tang Jianfeng's chin, causing Tang Jianfeng's breathing to immediately become heavy. Chapter 61, No Regrets. The appearance of Earth-type psychics greatly alleviated the pressure of digging for the shelter. In just 5 days, 200 Earth-type psychics voluntarily came to help, and the shelter finally reached a sufficient scale. Now, the leaders of the safe zone no longer call themselves the temporary government, but straightforwardly call themselves the government. After being remodeled, the shelter was equipped with heating, and nearly 100,000 people gradually moved in to escape the cold. Even though there wasn't much heat, the insulation effect from so many people gathered underground was excellent, almost eliminating the possibility of freezing to death. Tang Jianfeng went out late at night with Tang Machi and Yi Jin. Due to the zombies awakening again and the extremely harsh weather, fewer teams were going out to find supplies. Only recently have some psychics reorganized into teams and started going out again. However, most ordinary people are facing hunger or even starvation. Tang Machi planned to send part of the grain he acquired from his space to the shelter, but he has been troubled by how to deliver it. Ideally, he would like to do it quietly without letting anyone discover it. But delivering such a large quantity of grain poses a big problem. As the saying goes, an innocent man is not guilty, but one who owns valuable things invites disaster. If someone finds out, Tang Machi cannot imagine what these people, on the brink of madness and having lost their humanity, might do. After explaining his idea to Yi Jin, she was rather surprised. First, she didn't expect Tang Machi to have accumulated so many supplies. Secondly, she was surprised that he was not as cold-hearted as he appeared. Yi Jin had always thought that Tang Machi carried an inherent coldness independent of the world around him, not because he treated others coldly, but because he seemed oblivious to all the disasters happening around him, unable to empathize. Yi Jin consoled herself, perhaps it was because he had the ability to predict the future. Tang Jianfeng, Tang Machi, and Yi Jin avoided the patrol teams and continued moving towards the shelter. Nowadays, except for those who still live in their own homes because they have some remaining supplies, most of the common people who cannot keep warm have gathered in the shelter, making the nights of the safe zone quieter. There are many patrol teams active around the shelter. To avoid drawing attention, their plan was for Yi Jin to create noise to attract everyone's attention, then they would secretly take out the supplies from a hidden place. Eugene was very cautious, he couldn't expose himself either, or people would likely connect these supplies to him after the fact. After a few loud bangs, most of the patrol members immediately took action and ran towards the sound. Tang Machi and Tang Jianfeng observed from the rooftop of an abandoned building, seeing that all the people nearby had been drawn away. Tang Jianfeng and Tang Machi quietly climbed down to the ground near the shelter and pried open a ventilation duct, crawling inside. Although the ventilation duct wasn't small, its size remained constant, and it was very long with a terrible smell. Tang Machi endured it, sweating profusely until finally Tang Jianfeng softly said ahead of him, "We're here." Tang Machi flipped over and rested in the pipe for a moment. After checking through the pipe entrance, Tang Jianfeng led him in another direction, taking over an hour to circle before truly reaching the area where supplies were stored inside the shelter. This area was heavily guarded, not even a fly could get in. Tang Jianfeng was a bit worried, he personally didn't want Tang Machi to take any risks, but since Tang Machi was willing to help these people, Tang Jianfeng wouldn't go against his wish. Seeing his son working hard and sweating, he wanted even more not to disappoint him. "What's wrong?" Tang Machi noticed that after checking the situation, he stayed silent and asked him anxiously in a low voice. Tang Jianfeng gestured, indicating that there were many people outside. Unexpectedly, instead of getting anxious, Tang Machi smiled slyly, pulled out a spray canister from nowhere, and then retrieved 2 gas masks. They wore them properly, and only after stepping back a few steps to ensure the spray sound wouldn't be heard did Tang Machi press down toward the exit direction. 10 minutes later, the two kicked through the mesh grid of the ventilation duct and jumped down in succession. Tang Machi and Tang Jianfeng dragged the unconscious soldiers to a secluded corner before taking a proper look at the storage room. It was spacious, but the supplies were sparse, only 1/4 filled with items. It was hard to imagine how all those people would survive this cold and long winter relying on so little. Tang Machi first sent Tang Jianfeng back to the space realm, then released mounds of rice and wheat directly filling up the storage room until it was completely full. By the time some footsteps were heard from the outside, there was no time left for Tang Machi to climb back into the ventilation pipe, so he directly entered the space realm. In the space, Tang Machi could vaguely sense the situation outside, but it wasn't entirely clear, as if there was an invisible barrier blocking his perception. Thus, he decided not to pay attention to what was happening outside and instead helped Tang Jianfeng tidy up their space. Until now, Tang Machi hadn't thoroughly explored this space. Initially busy collecting supplies, followed by the virus outbreak which left him occupied with killing zombies and honing his abilities, he had let the fruits and vegetables grow freely. Chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep were fed sporadically, sometimes full meals, sometimes barely enough, but luckily the environment within the space was special. Otherwise, given his lack of proper care for them, these plants and animals might have perished long ago. The two cleared out the vegetable patches and fed the livestock. Then, Tang Jianfeng pushed a bicycle over. They thought since so many people were still unable to leave the shelter currently, they might as well use this time to ride around the edges of their space, learning more about it. While the two were wandering through the space, the crowd outside had almost gone mad with excitement. Chen Yangwei received the news immediately. By the time he arrived, the storeroom was already surrounded tightly. The nearly 2-story tall storage room was practically brimming with rice. Thousands of tons of golden rice inexplicably appeared in the storage room, and people celebrated wildly. Chen Yangwei interrogated the guards but found everyone clueless, shaking his head deeply in thought before dismissing them all. He remained alone facing the mountains of rice piled high inside the room, pondering. Finally, after stepping back a few steps, he bowed slightly toward the heap of rice, then decisively turned around and walked out straight-backed. By the time Tang Machi and his companion finished riding along the edge of the forest within the space all day and finally remembered they needed to return outside, night had fallen. Paying attention to the changing guard shifts, Tang Machi slipped out unnoticed and eventually exited via the ventilation shaft once again. Eugene had been anxiously waiting nearby. Upon seeing the two finally emerge, she let out a sigh of relief. As the three headed satisfactorily back to the courtyard house, little did they know that chaos had already broken out at the residence. Because of the severe cold, the roof of the courtyard where the boiler was running saw its accumulated snow melt into lengthy icicles hanging under the eaves. A thick layer of ice also formed on the solar panels. This prompted Shen Jianqi's plant-type psychic ability to come into play, his vines coiled up those removing the ice from the roof. Unexpectedly, this simple ice removal task drew the attention of patrol teams. After suffering a previous setback with some Mongolians, these men didn't become more disciplined, rather, they grew even more brazen. Now, with most ordinary people hiding inside shelters, those left outside were ones they dared not provoke. Consequently, those who owned minor wealth but lacked influence could only endure the harassment because despite having awakened psychic abilities, they were still vulnerable flesh and blood in the face of guns. There were over 10 of them, led by a scrawny little man who cursed loudly while directly aiming his gun at Shen Jianqi below, who was knocking off the icicles. Looking at him expressionlessly, suddenly a vine shot out from behind, whipping the small man's hand until it swelled up and dropped the gun. Another vine deftly caught the gun and pointed it back at the small man. The small man clutched his hand and screamed when seeing the gun aimed at him, instantly trembling in fear. His face turned alternately pale and red as he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Shen Jianqi's other hand transformed into a vine, sweeping down all the curious onlookers from the roof. You, don't move rashly, or our boss will not forgive you, the small man called out, trying to intimidate while simultaneously cowering. Annoyed, Shin Jianqi briefly glanced at him. With a bang, a bullet grazed the small man's foot, causing him to scream as he fell to the ground. The dozen or so patrol members nervously swallowed hard, raising their guns but hesitating to act. Shin Jianqi sneered lightly, saying, "Sorry, it went off by accident." He quickly took back the gun and said, "Since you've offered it to me, I won't hesitate to accept it. Now, beat it." The patrol team members glared at him, picked up their leader, and fled shamefully. No one paid much mind to this ragtag bunch, never expecting that during the night they would stage a surprise attack and return. And indeed, this time wasn't just the usual lower-ranking members. Patrol team captain Zheng Shushu personally showed up with his men. Speaking of Zheng Shushu, he was something of a legendary figure in the safe zone. Before the apocalypse, the Zheng family was merely an inconspicuous minor aristocracy mainly involved in military industries, influential both in black market dealings and legal enterprises in the capital. However, compared to true aristocratic families, they weren't worth mentioning. No one had anticipated that with the arrival of the apocalypse, the value of the military-industrial enterprises under the Zheng family's name in Kyoto skyrocketed. The Zhengs acted swiftly, taking full control of their thermal weapons production lines. Half of all firearms and ammunition in the entire safe zone were now produced by them. Even the currently ruling Chen family had to acknowledge their power, which was why the patrol teams could act so arrogantly without anyone stepping in to stop them. Everyone had been initially puzzled about when exactly they had crossed this formidable adversary until they noticed who stood behind Zheng Shushu. Zhang Jingxian, draped in a fur coat covering her entire body, stood quietly and gracefully behind Zheng Shushu, emanating an air of refined elegance. By the time Yi Zheyu finished explaining the historical grievances between Tang Jianfeng and Zhang Jingxian to Shin Jianqi, Zheng Shushu had already settled onto the sofa in the main living room, with Zhang Jingxian sitting beside him. Zhang Yunfei took off his jacket and, without exchanging any pleasantries, directly asked, "What brings Zheng boss here specially?" Zheng Shushu casually toyed with Zhang Jingxian's hand, looking around the room before smiling faintly and saying, "Tang Jianfeng does have some skills. While so many people outside are starving and freezing to death, he's enjoying life here." Though Zheng Shushu smiled outwardly, his eyes betrayed only icy coldness, briefly flashing with a strange light as his gaze swept over Yi Zheyu. Shin Jianqi noticed how Zheng Shushu looked at Yi Zheyu and discreetly pulled the child behind him. Zhang Jingxian glanced at Zheng Shushu's expression before speaking up, "Yes, I wonder where they've gotten all this coal from, burning it day and night. Not even brother Shushu gets such treatment." Zheng Shushu chuckled, pulling her into his arms and teasing her, "Why don't you let Tang Jianfeng reserve you a warm room? It seems heartless seeing you freeze out there." Zhang Jingxian let out a few giggles that made everyone else in the room feel uneasy, before coquettishly adding, "I only want to be with brother Shushu, a little coldness doesn't matter." Shin Jianqi sat stern-faced across from Zheng Shushu and said, "Zheng boss never comes without an agenda. Speak your mind directly, or please leave, we have nothing to offer for your entertainment." Upon hearing this, Zheng Shushu's face darkened immediately. He gave a cold snort and demanded, "On what grounds does Mr. Shin speak to me like this? Let Tang Jianfeng come out himself." Shin Jianqi didn't appear angered, instead responding with a scornful laugh, "Zheng boss, let me give you a piece of advice, those who walk down the night path will inevitably encounter ghosts." Before Zheng Shushu could respond, Zhang Jingxian cut in sharply, "And who do you think you are, daring to speak to brother Shushu like this? Even if Tang Jianfeng were here, he wouldn't dare act so arrogantly." Zheng Shushu patted Zhang Jingxian's hand, seemingly reveling in her loyalty, then spoke unhurriedly, "Your words may be crude, but you make sense. I came today to confront Tang Jianfeng and vent some frustration on behalf of Jingxian." This caused Zhang Yunfei to leap to his feet, making a gesture inviting them to leave, saying, "If you're here to cause trouble, please step outside. Tang Jianfeng won't be back for a while anyway." With complete indifference, Zheng Shushu glanced at Zhang Yunfei, his eyes filled with frosty menace, stating, "The ones leaving will be you, maintaining the safety of the entire safe zone falls under my responsibility." His features turned grotesque as he leaned close to Zhang Yunfei and threatened, "I decide when I want you to disappear, you will." Seeing his father being threatened, Zhang Zicheng stepped forward and shoved Zheng Shushu away. Instantly, Zheng Shushu's followers raised their guns toward them, tension filling the air immediately. After straightening his jacket, Zheng Shushu turned to Yi Zheyu and said, "I didn't expect Tang Jianfeng would bring you here too. I thought you and your brother had already become zombie food." Hearing this, everyone except Yi Zheyu looked astonished. These two knew each other. Shin Jianqi tried to pull Yi Zheyu behind him, but Yi Zheyu refused, allowing his usually gentle smile to fade as he coldly retorted, "My brother is dead, but I survived." Zheng Shushu's expression shifted slightly but quickly returned to normal, revealing no cracks. Without another word, he turned away from Yi Zheyu. Just as both parties faced off against each other, the courtyard gate was pushed open. Chapter 62, Conflict. Tang Jianfeng felt something was off when he saw no one guarding the gate and that the courtyard gate was wide open. When they walked through the Chuoweiman and saw a group of people in the living room, his eyes grew cold. What's going on here? There isn't even a single person around. Yi Jin's anxious voice came from behind. After seeing the scene in the living room, she immediately fell silent, her face turning gloomy. Zhang Shushu glanced at Yi Jin for a moment, almost unable to control the muscles in his face. He clenched his molars tightly, biting down hard on his tongue to regain composure. Then he fixed his gaze on Tang Jianfeng, forcing a wry smile as he greeted him. Tang Jianfeng, it's been quite a long time since we've seen each other. Tang Jianfeng walked over in big strides and asked rudely, what brings you here? Leaning back lazily on the sofa, Zhang Shushu unapologetically embraced Zhang Jingxian into his arms and smiled, saying, I've brought your woman to see you. He deliberately emphasized the words, your woman, his hand slipping vulgarly inside Zhang Jingxian's coat collar. Ignoring Zhang's provocation, Tang Jianfeng helped Tang Machi take off her coat and hung it on the rack beside them, his expression composed as if he were simply chatting about trivialities. Seeing Tang Jianfeng's lack of reaction, Zhang Shushu intensified his actions, kneading Zhang Jingxian roughly until tears welled up in her eyes, especially in front of Tang Jianfeng. She felt humiliated to the point of crying but didn't dare move, letting Zhang have his way. With furrowed brows, Tang Jianfeng cast a glance at the man and woman on the sofa and said coldly, if you want to act lascivious, go do it somewhere else. Don't soil my place. Realizing that Tang Jianfeng showed no sign of distress, Zhang Shushu stopped his antics and pushed the person in his arms aside, laughing sarcastically, you're completely unmoved by such a beauty. Are you gay or something? Sitting opposite him, Tang Jianfeng looked at him with an indifferent expression and asked, what exactly did you come here for today? Zhang Shushu's face darkened as he said, Mr. Shen openly interfered with the duty of patrol team members today. So why am I here? I'm here to settle accounts. Saying this, he fiercely kicked the coffee table in front of him, causing it to scrape against the floor with an ear-piercing sound. A frenzied anger flashed in Zhang Shushu's eyes, though he struggled to suppress it. Tang Jianfeng casually glanced at Yi Jin standing nearby. He could more or less guess why Zhang Shushu was here today and understood his unspoken rage. Yet, there was no reason to indulge him in making a scene. Tang Jianfeng scoffed, Zhang Shushu, are you getting stupider the older you get? Do you really think the dozen or so people behind you can give me trouble? I, Tang Jianfeng, have never been threatened by anyone. Suddenly enraged, Zhang Shushu leapt up and grabbed Yi Jin's collar, slamming him against the wall and pinning him down. His eyes blazed like flames, leaving Yi Jin struggling for breath. Nevertheless, Yi Jin merely clenched his fists, showing no change in expression. Zhang Shushu. Tang Jianfeng roared angrily, not expecting him to lose control so suddenly. Big brother. Simultaneously, Yi Zheyu cried out in concern. Looking at Yi Jin's emotionless face, at his cold gaze, realizing that despite being restrained he displayed no trace of fluctuation, the fiery waves in Zhang Shushu's eyes gradually subsided. Cold frost spread across his eyes. Subsequently, he mockingly looked straight into Yi Jin's eyes and said, why aren't you dead yet? If you died, you wouldn't show up in front of me anymore. You promised me that. Already attempting to pull Zhang Shushu away by his arm, Yi Zheyu found himself unable to budge Zhang Shushu even an inch. Every time Zhang swung his arm, Yi Zheyu stumbled several steps backward. Fortunately, Shen Jianqi caught him just in time from behind, preventing him from falling to the ground. Almost instantly, Zhang Shushu let go of Yi Jin. Zhang Jingxian immediately approached to support him, saying, Big brother Shushu, calm down. It's not worth losing your temper with these lowly people, lest you dirty your hands. Zhang Shushu shot a piercing look at Zhang Jingxian, which caused her to swallow any further words. Pushing out the small figure who had been nervously standing off to the side, Zhang Shushu regained his normal demeanor, as if the previous loss of control was nothing more than a joke. He said to Tang Jianfeng, make Mr. Shen apologize. Our patrol team is, after all, the armed force in the safety zone. For us to be publicly disrespected like this, how will others perceive us? How can we maintain our authority? Since I'm in a good mood today, just an apology and an admission of fault will spare you two from trouble. You wish. It's clearly your bunch of bastards who started it. Yi Zheyu rubbed his sore arm, his eyes turning red with anger. Zhang Shushu didn't even spare him a glance, only staring at Yi Jin who was adjusting her top. Tang Machi looked at Zhang Shushu with an understanding expression, walking over to block his view and whispering two sentences in Yi Jin's ear. Startled, Yi Jin quickly walked out. Only then did Zhang Shushu withdraw his gaze, coldly examining Tang Machi. Just as both sides were locked in a standoff, commotion sounded from the front door. In rushed over a dozen fully armed soldiers, followed by Chen Yangwei striding through the Chuoweiman with steady steps. Seeing the number of people gathered in the living room, he paused momentarily but soon resumed a normal demeanor, smiling and saying, I'm sure lucky to be here today. Zhang Shushu still sat on the couch with a cold face. After today's interruption by Chen Yangwei, he realized this visit had been largely in vain. Chen Yangwei briefly glanced at how Zhang Shushu's men openly drew their weapons, roughly deducing that these two factions were not harmonious. He could only awkwardly play mediator, asking, Mr. Zhang, what brings you the leisure to pay us a visit? Zhang Shushu paid no attention to him, merely pulling Zhang Jingxian to stand up with a sardonic grin towards Chen Yangwei. Since Commander Chen has important matters, Zhang will take his leave for now. Perhaps another day I'll bother again. After finishing, he gestured his hand, leading a group of his men away in large strides, but not before throwing a deep glance at Tang Jianfeng, whose lips tightened and brows furrowed as he ignored him. As soon as Zheng Shixiu returned to his quarters, he shut himself and Zhang Jingxian into the room. Soon, there came a thunderous noise of smashing objects within. Zhang Jingxian hid far off in the corner of the wall to avoid being hit. Nonetheless, her hands, covering her head, got cut by a splinter, blood streaming profusely. Zheng Shixiu looked down at her with a darkened, shadowy gaze. Seeing him calming down, Zhang Jingxian dared to rise and comfort him, never imagining that Zheng Shixiu would respond by grabbing her neck, eyes glaring as if looking at something foul, and snarling, "Who the hell gave you permission to call him trash? You're the filthy slut. Do you think I don't touch you because I dislike you? I despise your filth, don't think I don't know how many beds you've been in." Zhang Jingxian futilely tried prying his iron grip off, tears and mucus dripping as chest pain began to spread. Zheng Shixiu threw her aside with one hand, then ordered someone to drag her out. If it weren't for her recently awakened spatial ability, Zheng Shixiu would have shown absolutely no mercy. Unlike Kyoto's safety zone that was forcibly set up in the city center, D-City's safety zone was directly established in a remote military district. Thanks to warnings received just before the virus outbreak from Kyoto, D-City's military base immediately raised the alarm, averting the disaster of entire contamination. After the virus got out of control, leaders rushed into the city and rescued whoever they could, setting up the safety zone based on the military camp. A massive wall abruptly stood against the snowy backdrop. Unlike the bloody landscape outside Kyoto's safety zone, littered with corpses, the area around this safety zone remained clean, nothing but white snow and barren branches, without sight of any animals. A man leaning on a crutch rolled out from a nearby cluster of trees. Clad only in 2 tattered sweaters, he shivered uncontrollably in the cold, his body rigid, barely able to move. Despite this, he struggled to rise and faced the direction of the wall with wild excitement in his eyes. The limping man called out excitedly as he approached the safety zone's walls, stumbling and rising back up repeatedly until the guard stationed atop noticed him. They pointed their guns at him, scaring him to freeze instantly. Then, remembering something, he shakily pulled out a dirty old whistle from his pocket, stuffing it into his mouth and blowing it forcefully. After several attempts, the soldiers on the wall finally lowered their rifles. Minutes later, a few armed soldiers quickly emerged, and the man finally breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as his vision turned black, he collapsed onto the snowy ground. Xue Shiming woke up inside an isolation ward carried by the soldiers. The makeshift brick houses were crude, a single room partitioned into dozens of cubicles by metal nets, the stench unbearable. But everyone was given a threadbare cotton pad anyway. Xue Shiming's left leg was severely injured, the bone nearly deformed. Even if healed, it would likely prevent him from walking normally again. But fortuitously, he awakened with mental powers, his brain activity twice as active as an ordinary person's. It was this extraordinary intellect that allowed him to survive under such dire circumstances. However, he didn't care. He was already grateful just to be alive. Being alive gave him the chance to continue his unfinished research. He believed that he absolutely could uncover the secrets of psychic abilities and control the sacred power of nature. He had fled from Kyoto like a homeless dog, experiencing countless life and death moments along the way. At this moment, he yearned for power more than ever, yearning to master strength. Xue Shiming stayed in the quarantine ward for 7 days before being released. The reason he chose to return to D-City was because the roots of the Xue family were in D-City. Here, as long as he lived, he was sure he could obtain countless resources with his mind. Then he wouldn't let Tang Jianfeng off easily. Xue Shiming chuckled coldly. The drug on Tang Jianfeng hadn't taken full effect yet. As long as he stimulated it a little more, he would surely turn into an obedient fighting machine. And there was also Tang Machi, who carried some unknown secret. After the explosion, he secretly hid under a pile of ruins and happened to see Tang Machi conjure items out of thin air. He was both shocked and itchy with curiosity, wanting nothing more than to tear Tang Machi apart and study him slice by slice. But at the time, circumstances forced him to flee, or else he would have definitely been thrown out as a scapegoat by the Shin family. Meanwhile, Tang Machi far away in Kyoto had no idea that not only did Xue Shiming survive, but he had also safely arrived in D-City, fitting perfectly into his predestined fate from the previous life. Chen Yangwei was somewhat suspicious that the food supply and the shelter might have been provided by insiders within the safety zone, but he absolutely didn't suspect Tang Jianfeng and his group. Chen Yangwei came today for the matter of the patrol team. Zheng Shixiu had taken over the former military factory that used to collaborate with the state entirely for himself. All major official and civilian forces within the safety zone had to give the Zheng family some respect, and the patrol team controlled by the Zheng family had become very audacious, causing widespread discontent. Chen Yangwei wanted to propose someone to counterbalance Zheng Shixiu's authority, and after much consideration, Tang Jianfeng was deemed the most suitable candidate. Although the Tang family had gradually declined following the incident at the Research Institute, Tang Jianfeng still maintained great prestige within the military. Additionally, since Zheng Shixiu had once been Tang Jianfeng's direct superior in the military, they shared a deep private relationship before things turned sour. Tang Jianfeng knew well how Zheng Shixiu operated. Tang Jianfeng awakened his special abilities early and was quite powerful. Moreover, according to Chen Yangwei's knowledge, most of the people around him had also awakened their abilities, fully capable of keeping Zheng Shixiu in check. So when Chen Yangwei rushed here so hastily and saw Zheng Shixiu was also present, he was indeed quite surprised. However, Chen Yangwei never expected Tang Jianfeng to flatly refuse after hearing his plan. I will not accept any post again. The nation is now a mere shadow of its former self. I managed to extricate myself from the quagmire at the cost of my life, and I have no intention of returning. Chen Yangwei didn't expect such resolve from Tang Jianfeng, sighed, and said, what benefits do you think you'll get by acting alone? Nowadays, everyone has their necks tucked in their waists. You must consider those around you even if you don't care for yourself. He finished and glanced at Tang Machi standing nearby. Tang Machi lightly laughed, walked over, and sat across from him, saying, as you say, everyone is in danger now. We may not even know how we die 1 second later. But we have our own plans. My brother sincerely regrets not having the capacity to deal with matters concerning the safety zone. Chen Yangwei became somewhat irritated, but one couldn't force others under these circumstances without resorting to coercion, which would ruin the impression he aimed to leave. Therefore, he decided to take his leave, but paused near the Chuoweiman, seemingly remembering something. He sent his subordinates ahead first and, glancing at the sparse green vegetables scattered throughout the courtyard, returned to the living room. Chen Yangwei looked at the people sitting together and slightly nodded toward Tang Jianfeng, asking, by the way, I'm conducting a random investigation on your whereabouts. Were you all indoors last night, without going out? Chapter 63, Overnight Stay. Tang Machi's heart skipped a beat, but before they could explain, Chen Yangwei was already smiling and said, it's my fault for being too nosy. I won't bother you guys today. With that, he turned around and left. Everyone was puzzled by his reaction, but since he didn't press the matter further, Tang Machi and the others saw no need to reveal themselves either. The incident passed over without much ado. Recently, the area where Tang Jianfeng and his group had been searching for supplies was mostly concentrated around the safety zone. Tang Jianfeng always wanted to track down the little zombie, but after the last scare, it completely hid itself away. Meanwhile, attacks on the teams sent out to find supplies were becoming more severe, compounded by extremely bad weather. At this point, apart from several large and well-equipped groups, almost nobody dared to venture outside. The group walked through streets stacked high with abandoned cars. It was hard to imagine that this place used to be the commercial center of Kyoto. Snow piled up nearly half a meter deep, and in this pristine white world, there wasn't a soul to be seen, not even a single rat. Shen Jianxi's hands transformed into vines that danced around everyone, guarding against any unexpected lurches from zombies lurking in corners. Sharp thorns grew along Shen Jianxi's vines, very tough and unyielding. A vine as thick as an arm could knock an adult flying when swung. Tang Machi had awakened wind-based powers in his previous life, so among these people, he might be the most adept at controlling his abilities. Tang Machi focused all his abilities under his feet, allowing him to walk on snow without leaving footprints. This feat earned great envy from the men trudging through the nearly waist-deep snow. Tang Machi moved quickly. After circling the area, unable to find any suitable spots for gathering supplies, he returned to guide the group struggling step by step through the deep snow. This place was quite close to the safe zone. Every nook and cranny had already been ransacked multiple times. Even wooden doors and windows had been dismantled and taken back to be used as firewood. After searching fruitlessly for the entire morning, they located a small shop with intact doors and windows, retreating inside to rest for a while. Tang Machi took out a small stove and a box of solid alcohol from his backpack, and everyone also pulled out their own small pots and dry rations. Yi Jin found an iron box, placing chunks of charcoal and coal inside to ignite them. They melted some nearby snow for water and dumped an entire packet of hot pot base into the pot. In a short while, the rich aroma of spiciness filled the little shop. Everyone salivated at the smell. Though lacking ingredients, Yi Jin simply threw noodles and dried meat into the pot, distributing some pickles amongst everyone. Despite the simplicity, the meal was incredibly flavorful, sending waves of spicy heat throughout their bodies and driving off the biting cold. Yi Zheyu was sweating slightly from the spiciness. Tang Machi had served himself a bit too much, finding himself overwhelmed by the spiciness, tongue fanning, tears streaming down, his lips red and alluring. Tang Jianfeng, while eating his noodles, kept casting heated glances at him. Seeing that he couldn't bear it, Tang Jianfeng wolfed down 2 mouthfuls of his own noodles, only to have Tang Machi glare at him afterward as his face blushed bright red, unsure whether from the spice or embarrassment. In the end, even the leftover broth was mixed with some water, boiled, and consumed. Satisfied, everyone savored the lingering taste. Since the apocalypse, although they hadn't starved much, the meals usually consisted of steamed buns with pickles when working outside. Occasionally eating hot meals was bland. It was nothing like the joy they experienced today. Key was that hot pot base now counted as a luxury good, every bite was precious. Having wasted an entire morning, the group discussed moving farther out in the afternoon. Along the way, they fought zombies, trying to avoid areas where the undead clustered together. These zombies were faster, stronger, and had harder bones. Being surrounded would lead to certain death. They proceeded 10 kilometers southward. Zombies gradually became more numerous, so Tang Machi led everyone into a luxury apartment complex. This area used to be a hub for the wealthy. Stars and political elites once lived here. Security was extraordinarily tight, but after the virus outbreak, such strict measures ironically obstructed escape. The reason Tang Machi chose this apartment was because neither the zombies inside could get out, nor could those outside penetrate within. There were 2 buildings in the complex, each more than 20 stories tall. Extensive greenery covered the surroundings, even featuring a medium-sized lake, making this spot one of the best green environments within Kyoto City. Surrounding the complex was a towering wall exceeding 3 meters, with its lower half built from bricks and the upper half constructed from ornamental iron grills. This apartment complex had only one exit, a colossal European-style arched gate. The 2 massive wrought iron gates, coated with black lacquer, were locked tight, and dozens of luxury cars blocked the entrance within. When the virus outbreak occurred, the security guards at the gate became infected, and those who remained either fled or were bitten. The guards who knew the gate's password were almost all gone. The residents inside couldn't open the gates, so most abandoned their cars and scaled the walls to escape. A few returned to their homes to wait, ultimately meeting their demise. Tang Machi had some vague recollections of this apartment from his previous life because someone had broken into it and brought back an unconscious, metal man. This metal man caused a great stir when he was brought to the safety zone and was immediately taken to the research facility. At that time, Tang Machi was also forcibly brought to the institute by Xue Shiming. He met the metal man twice, both times when the latter woke up, causing chaos throughout the entire facility. Back then, Tang Machi was restrained and unable to make a sound. After being forcibly awakened with electricity by Xue Shiming, the metal man lost control of his metallic powers, shaping every metal object nearby into sharp daggers. Blood flowed everywhere in the institute, yet these daggers avoided striking Tang Machi, lying helplessly on the ground. At that moment, Tang Machi's heart was filled with despair as he watched the person cloaked in silvery gray metallic armor. Tang Machi would never forget the single glance that the metal man gave him. Silver gray tears streamed endlessly from his eyes, transforming into hard steel beads upon contact with the air, scattering far and wide as they hit the ground. That gaze, filled with desperation yet brimming with a fervent yearning for life, stirred something deep within Tang Machi. It spurred him to fight for survival. Determined, he persevered until Tang Jianfeng came to save him. Afterward, Tang Machi tried searching for the metal man, but he had been secretly moved by Xue Shiming. By the time they encountered each other again in D City, the metal man had become a mere zombie, possessing immense power but devoid of any personality, nothing more than Xue Shiming's puppet. Tang Machi violently shot the lock off the iron gate with his gun. Though unsure when exactly the metal man might have been found, this time he came simply out of hope to encounter him, depending entirely on luck. The zombies below the apartment heard the noise and rushed over. Shinjianqi's vines thrashed about wildly, flinging countless zombies high into the air and smashing them down onto the ground. Despite their repeated attempts to rise and charge again, the zombies, in their excited snarls, were no match for Zhang Zicheng and his father, who struck ice spears straight into their eyes. Their bones elsewhere were too hard for the ice spears to pierce. For training purposes, none of them used guns, so their combat relied primarily on Tang Jianfeng. With a simple burst of flames, it took less than 10 seconds for a zombie to be burned to ashes. Once inside the building, the group surprisingly found fewer zombies inside, probably due to the absence of any remaining living beings. They quickly split up and began prying doors open. These closed-off apartments meant every household still had items not scavenged, and adding them together could result in a substantial haul. Tang Machi directly stored anything usable in his space. As they passed through, nothing was left behind. Tang Jianfeng focused on breaking the doors while keeping an eye out for any zombies lurking nearby, resulting in an exceptionally efficient partnership. By the time dusk fell, the group had cleared their way all the way up to the top floor. Seeing everyone immerse themselves in the unrestrained looting with obvious satisfaction, Tang Jianfeng glanced outside and noticed the sun setting, signaling a sharp drop in temperature after nightfall. Leaving now would be perilous, so they decided to stay overnight here and continue pillaging the other building tomorrow. Chen Weiliang and Wei Yu led the soldiers to swiftly clear out a room. From other rooms, they gathered numerous books and wooden furniture to chop up. Yi Jin and Tang Machi built a campfire right on the marble floor, yet even with the fire burning, the habitually warm-bodied group still felt cold seeping into their bones. In moments, they shivered as their bodies chilled. Shen Jianqi ventured out and retrieved several quilts. After ensuring adequate ventilation, he blocked all doors and windows. He draped a heavy down blanket over the trembling Yi Zheyu and spread the rest on the ground. Another fire ignited, gradually raising the temperature. Everyone warmed up cans around the fire and ate casually. Afterward, Tang Jianfeng said, "Everyone, conserve your strength and get some rest. I'll take the first watch." Yi Jin replied, "Then I'll take the second watch." As the fire blazed brighter, warmth increased significantly. Lacking formal sleeping arrangements, everyone sprawled haphazardly on the floor, ready to sleep. Yi Jin had already lain down but then got up and swapped positions with Yi Zheyu, giving Shen Jianqi a silent glare as she did so. Shen Jianqi feigned ignorance with his eyes tightly closed, only allowing a slight smirk to grace his lips after a long pause. Tang Machi lay beside Tang Jianfeng, who, with his fire-based abilities, had a naturally higher body temperature. Tang Machi felt like he was lying next to a large warm furnace. As Tang Jianfeng noticed him gradually edging closer without realizing, a look of affectionate indulgence spread across his face. He gently pulled Tang Machi into his arms, letting him rest his head on his chest. Tang Machi snuggled comfortably against him, hugging him closer. The only sounds in the room were the occasional crackling of wood from the fire and the soft breathing of everyone else. Tang Jianfeng carefully observed Tang Machi's delicate face by the glow of the firelight. Looking so obedient and slightly pitiful, Tang Machi lacked the calmness and wit he usually displayed when awake. Reluctantly, Tang Jianfeng kissed his forehead and the top of his head. This was the treasure he cherished most in this world. Tang Jianfeng recalled the countless times he dragged Tang Machi back from hedonistic places, got into fights over him with strangers, and drank himself into oblivion at noisy bars. At those times, even he wondered why he kept subjecting himself to such torment, but whenever he heard about another party Tang Machi attended, his rationality would be consumed by jealous anger in an instant. Thinking about the numerous fights in bars and nightclubs, it felt to Tang Jianfeng as though these memories belonged to another lifetime, distant and faded as if centuries had passed. While adding more wood to the fire, Tang Jianfeng sighed, then suddenly furrowed his brow. Hadn't he just been thinking about nightclubs when he thought he heard faint music? He gently placed Tang Machi down, cautiously lifted the blanket covering the window, and looked toward the source of the music. Sure enough, in the windows of a distant building, flickering flames could be seen. Chapter 64, Trap. Tang Jianfeng observed for a while with his binoculars. Apart from the flickering flames, he only saw vague figures, but the loud music proved they had electricity. There were actually people living outside the safe zone that they had never discovered before. Their survival alone was enough to show their strength. Yi Jin got up for her shift change at about 2 in the morning and found Tang Jianfeng by the window, completely hidden behind a blanket. Upon hearing her voice, Tang Jianfeng carefully crawled out to prevent any light from inside the room from being noticed by others. What's wrong? Seeing his solemn expression, Yi Jin instinctively grabbed the binoculars to take a look herself. Tang Jianfeng stopped her and said, "There are people outside." People? Yi Jin was startled as well. Is it one of the teams sent out from the safe zone? I don't think so. They might be survivors who have always lived outside. Tang Jianfeng shook his head. Is that even possible? Can someone really survive in such an environment? Yi Jin found it hard to believe, even she couldn't guarantee survival surrounded by zombies and extreme weather. Yi Jin kept staring at the distant place until dawn but didn't find anything unusual. By the late night, the area also became quiet, with only the flickering firelight left, no more other sounds. When the group woke up in the morning and heard about this discovery, they were also very shocked. There were indeed survivors in this city. After a simple breakfast, everyone began clearing out another apartment building. Tang Machi asked them to pay attention to any unconscious people. Yesterday, the group found a lot of things, with some dry flour and rice being the more valuable items, and the rest consisting of warm and practical clothing. Everyone already carried several big bags, making it difficult to carry more things today even if they found them. After listening to Tang Machi's instructions, all shifted their focus on finding people. Indeed, within less than an hour, Chen Weiliang discovered a suspicious person. This person only revealed his head, the rest of the body was wrapped in a special metal material. As soon as Tang Machi heard this, he knew he'd found the right person and immediately followed over. This time, Tang Machi finally clearly saw his face instead of guessing based on the metallic covering. He was very young, seemingly only 20 years old, almost a child. He had a delicate appearance, pale complexion, and showed no sign of consciousness. It appeared he had hastily ducked into the room. There were a couple layers of quilts on him, and a large black travel bag lying unopened at the foot of the bed. Tang Machi insisted on taking the stranger along, and though Tang Jianfeng seemed somewhat dissatisfied, he said nothing and helped the group put together a makeshift stretcher to carry the youth away. Tang Machi noticed Tang Jianfeng's odd attitude but considered he hadn't offended him, and therefore paid no mind. This metal man weighed much more than a normal person, making the task of carrying him amidst vigilance against surrounding zombies quite challenging. Tang Machi directly took out several guns equipped with silencers from his bag. The group shot as they used their powers. Zhang Zicheng and his father had been practicing their abilities lately, and the current weather conditions suited their strengths perfectly. Gradually, more zombies chased after them. They could smell the rotten stench of the zombies, hear the excited gurgling from their throats, and even see zombies ahead charging towards them. Zhang Zicheng, working with his father, unleashed his full strength against the dozens of pursuing zombies, instantly freezing over 10 zombies with ice blue frost forming rapidly in the air. At such moments, those without abilities or whose powers were not useful accurately aimed their weapons at these frozen, immobilized zombies on the ground, eliminating them with precise gunshots. While Tang Jianfeng and Yi Jin led the way in front, using their respective fire and electric elemental powers with great effect. With Tang Jianfeng setting ablaze one zombie, Tang Machi would use his sealing ability to drag around 5 to 6 other nearby ones into the inferno, intensifying the fiery destruction. But soon, their commotion attracted even more zombies. Apart from Tang Jianfeng, the rest had awakened to their powers only recently, and now began showing signs of fatigue. Tang Machi. Shen Jianxi, who had been continuously flinging approaching zombies away, suddenly screamed. Tang Machi was seen kneeling halfway on the ground, with a zombie that had hidden under the car at an unknown time grabbing his calf. Yi Ziyue fired several shots from his arm-mounted gun, but the bullets ran out just as they were needed most. Not only did the zombie not release Tang Machi, it also crawled out from under the car and bit down on his ankle repeatedly. However, Tang Machi was no one to be trifled with. After failing to kick it off, he immediately activated his elemental power, using his left foot to push off the ground, retreating like an arrow released from a bow. The zombie was pulled away, but its hand still clung tightly to his ankle. Tang Machi's eyes turned cold, and he somehow produced a knife in his hand. Retreating to the wall, he forcefully kicked off, utilizing the counteraction force along with his powers to flip in mid-air before landing, dragging the zombie's arm onto its back. Tang Machi landed with a knee strike to the zombie's back, and using the force of gravity, the knife in his hand swiftly cut into the back of the zombie's neck. A chilling, sticky stream of blood splattered all over his face and chest. Tang Machi wiped the blood off carelessly with his sleeve, cleaned the blade by wiping it on the zombie's body. Tang Jianfeng had already rushed over, but seeing that Tang Machi had resolved the situation himself, his tense heart relaxed. Just then, Tang Machi's expression suddenly changed. He lunged forward and tackled Tang Jianfeng, who hadn't yet noticed the danger, causing them both to roll for 3 revolutions before stopping. At the same moment, a thunderous explosion echoed behind them. Subsequently, dark purple blood and decaying flesh sprayed from the air. Everyone squatted down covering their heads to avoid the rain of blood, but they were still thoroughly sickened. Yi Jin apologized awkwardly to everyone. He hadn't expected his powers would cause such an effect. However, shortly afterward, they realized this was merely the beginning. Zombies began jumping down violently from above. The buildings on either side of the street were 5 stories tall. They didn't know how these zombies had gotten up there, yet after jumping down, they could still rush toward them without any issues. As the number of zombies increased, everyone squeezed together forming a small circle to defend against the attacks outside. But these zombies swarmed like locusts that couldn't be killed. Tang Jianfeng's gaze grew cold, and a huge flame burst outward. Instantly, Tang Machi complemented this with wind-based abilities. A large group of zombies on that side were set ablaze, and the ones following, catching fire from even a tiny spark, ignited automatically. These zombies were covered with thick layers of corpse oil and had dried out over the entire winter. Once touched by fire, they went up in flames instantly. With Tang Jianfeng also starting to feel overwhelmed, the protective circle shrank further and further. Shen Jianxi reluctantly wove a small fortress out of vines to surround them, leaving only a few holes through which those inside could attack. But the zombies furiously climbed the vines, biting and clawing at them, and Shen Jianxi wouldn't last long either, with sweat dripping profusely down his face. Yi Ziyue immediately placed his hand on Shen Jianxi's chest, and globules of white light emerged from his hands, entering Shen Jianxi's body. Shen Jianxi's complexion visibly improved slightly. He won't last long. We must break through. Fearing that the flames would burn Shen Jianxi's vines, Tang Jianfeng directly switched to shooting with his gun at the zombies outside. But the zombies came in waves, quickly jamming the muzzle of his gun. Damn! This way, we're going to be eaten alive. Yi Jin was equally constrained, fearful of injuring Shen Jianxi. At this desperate moment, the sound of a car suddenly came from the outside, followed by intense gunfire. Minutes later, the growls of the zombies outside ceased. Shen Jianxi's vine tendrils instantly shot out, tossing away the bodies and zombies pressed against the fortress. The group focused, seeing dozens of men armed with guns aiming at them. In an instant, Tang Machi realized they had fallen into a trap. Chapter 65, Captured. All these people were dressed in thick clothes, almost everyone had only their eyes exposed. At that moment, they were all coldly staring at them. A man jumped down from the roof of a car and approached them with a gun in his hands. When the man stood in front of them, he took off his hat. Everyone finally saw his face and couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. There was a huge scar on the man's face, cutting across his left temple through his left eye and nose, reaching all the way to his right mouth corner. The left half of his nostril was completely gone, and his left eye was entirely ruined. The nasty and long scar looked like a wriggling worm. Yi Ziyue glanced at it and immediately averted his eyes. The scarred man sized them up, smiling and said, "Since we've saved you with such an amazing coincidence, shouldn't you show some gratitude?" The other side was overwhelming in number. Tang Jianfeng didn't want to tangle with them anymore. He tossed off the backpack on his shoulder and said, "It's full of food." A woman behind the scarred man immediately came forward, picked up the bag and weighed it in her hand. The bag was filled with rice. This one pack was no less than 30 to 40 jin, but in the woman's hands, it seemed as light as 3 or 4 jin. The woman threw the bag to someone behind, then greedily eyed the rest of their backpacks. The scarred man smiled. With his smile, the scars on his face became even more hideous. The protruding scars looked like moving worms, truly hard to look straight at. Even Yi Jin turned away her eyes. "Since all of you have given us so much food, according to reciprocity, I, on behalf of everyone, invite you to be our guests," the scarred man said. Tang Jianfeng frowned. It seemed this group intended to keep pestering them till the end. "There's no need, we have wounded who need to be sent back quickly." By now, the metal man on the stretcher was a good excuse. Tang Mo Chi had been quietly observing these people all along. These people should be the wanderers from the previous life. They had completely lost their humanity, survived solely on instincts amidst the gaps between zombies. This group had also gradually grown stronger, becoming a major tumor outside the Kyoto safety zone. It was rumored that the people inside were all lunatics, even developing a habit of eating human flesh, akin to hell. Just as the scarred man was laughing the second before, he suddenly changed his attitude the next second. He directly pointed the gun at Tang Jianfeng's face and said, "I'm not asking for your opinion, tie them all up." After the scarred man finished speaking, dozens of people rushed over. Shen Jianxi's vines began to move uneasily, but there were still a dozen guns pointing at them, preventing them from rash actions. Tang Yimochi gestured for everyone to stay calm. If there was really a conflict, they would suffer the loss. All their bags were taken off their bodies. They used cloth strips to bind them together in a row, dragging them along. Since the apocalypse, none of them had endured such humiliation, feeling quite uneasy. Tang Yimochi had been pondering plans on the way, but all his options were rejected by himself. The other side should have spotted them yesterday. Clearly, it was a trap set up deliberately to catch them. The other side had undoubtedly observed their strength secretly, bringing enough people and weapons. However, they did not know why these people decided to capture them. Tang Jianfeng wrapped the scarf around Tang Yimochi's head. Tang Yimochi's face was too deceptive, anyone who saw it assumed that he was as easily bullied as Yi Zheyu. However, his face was too refined. In this era where integrity was wiped out as if bleached with bleach, making it thoroughly vanished, it easily attracted various malicious desires. Tang Yimochi's thoughts were interrupted. He lightly touched Tang Jianfeng's palm with his pinky finger, and Tang Jianfeng approvingly nodded. The group trudged through the snow for nearly half an hour until they reached the residence of these people. To call it a residence was a bit of flattery, calling it a den might be more appropriate. As soon as the door opened, a pungent stench hit them, almost making them vomit. Inside, there were many bonfires burning, with only one ventilation opening. All the other windows were sealed, and the ground was strewn with messy quilts and mattresses. Only the big conference table in the middle was relatively clean. As soon as they entered, everyone inside stood up and stared at them. Their looks were numb yet eerie. In an area less than 40 square meters, nearly 30 people slept there. The scarred man led them through this room, pushed open a door, and walked into a corridor almost devoid of light. Narrow and oppressive, the gray-black walls were covered with dried bloodstains, looking startling. This group led them deeper inward for a few minutes, finally stopping at a steel door at the end of the corridor. The scarred man knocked a few times, and someone opened a small door on it. Maniacal screams leaked out through the small door. A man appeared in the small door, glanced at the scarred man, and opened the door. The light inside the door was particularly dim, but the noise was extremely loud. Everyone looked carefully and saw that more than 100 people had formed a circle, shouting and screaming excitedly. Newcomers. The man who opened the door gave an odd smile to the scarred man. The scarred man snorted coldly, remaining silent as he continued to escort them around the circle along the wall towards the inside. Tang Yimochi stared at the group, suddenly catching sight of what these people were surrounding through a gap for a moment. A zombie and a person. There was a chain around the neck of the zombie in the cage, while the person was locked inside the cage to duel with the zombie for people's entertainment. The eyes of the men surrounding were bloodshot, spitting all over as if they wanted to jump in themselves. They displayed a morbid excitement. These people had fallen into hell, willingly transforming into demons and tasting the fruits of sin, even experiencing disgusting pleasures. Tang Yimochi turned away, unwilling to look any longer. After all, there was no difference between these people and Xue Shiming. His suffering from the previous life was also merely reduced to being a sacrifice for others' desires. Tang Jianfeng noticed his expression was off. He quietly walked behind him and held his hand. His hot large hand instantly covered Tang Yimochi's icy hands, warming his heart. Fortunately, someone had always loved him. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. This time, he vowed it would never happen again. Passing through another door led them into a more spacious room. This room was like a warehouse, very large, but now this warehouse contained many iron cages. There were people and zombies inside, the smell of decay overwhelming. Upon seeing people come in, whether it was zombies or the humans inside the cages, everyone became agitated, the iron cages rattling loudly. Tang Jianfeng and the others were placed in separate cages. The scarred man glared at them, waiting until they were all in before sneeringly saying, "You'll just have to bear with staying here for a while. Tonight, we'll be treating you all to a big feast." The iron cages were small, only enough for an adult to stand inside, lying down was impossible. After the scarred man left, about 10 people remained, holding guns and watching them. The surrounding zombies wildly threw themselves against the iron cages, splashing blood everywhere. Clumps of flesh from their bodies had already stuck to the bars. In the cage next to Yi Zheyu, there was a woman. With her hair covering her face, it was unclear what she looked like, but she sat on the ground hugging something in her hands. Initially, Yi Zheyu didn't pay attention, but when he saw clearly what it was, his face immediately turned pale. In the woman's hands was the skeleton of a baby, still attached to bits of flesh and blood. Fresh red blood was smeared across the tiny white bones, but the woman showed no reaction, cradling it as if it were her child, gently stroking the top of the baby skeleton's skull and body. Her hands were completely soaked in pitch-black blood. Shen Jianxi was beside him. Seeing his discomfort, he immediately wove his vines around Yi Zheyu's cage, leaving only the side facing himself open. After sitting for a moment, Tang Yimochi gave Tang Jianfeng a nod. Tang Jianfeng silently agreed, and Yi Jin subtly made a gesture. Suddenly Wei Yu fell to the ground and started screaming. Indeed, a few of the guards were distracted by his commotion. At that moment, flames shot quietly from Tang Jianfeng's hands, catching fire to two guards' faces who were looking at him. They immediately began screaming wildly, but within seconds, they collapsed, flames spreading across their entire bodies and reducing them to ashes in less than 10 seconds. Before the others could react, Tang Jianfeng had already melted the lock of his own cage using fire. Shen Jianqi's vines grew explosively in an instant, wrapping around several nearby individuals. Zhang Zicheng and his son quickly erected several ice walls for protection. The sound of gunfire erupted as the people inside the cages screamed and cheered in chaos, though only a few with consciousness knew to avoid the bullets. Taking advantage of Shen Jianqi's vine cover, Tang Jianfeng quickly unlocked Tang Imochi's cage. Tang Imochi immediately handed him two guns. While Tang Jianfeng provided cover, Tang Imochi swiftly ran toward the door, locking it tightly from the inside with the iron bolt. People outside had obviously heard the gunshots, as the banging on the door gradually grew louder. Tang Jianfeng effortlessly eliminated the other guards with his power, then quickly opened the doors for the rest. Finally realizing what had happened, those previously cheering all knelt on the ground, begging them to open the doors and save them. Without hesitation, they used their guns to forcefully unlock the cages, freeing all the living prisoners. That small iron door wouldn't hold for long and was about to be broken down. As they reached the exit, a little girl shouted to them and ran off in one direction. Hoping for a miracle, they immediately followed her. Upon reaching where she had gone, they found a small side door in the corner of the wall, barely taller than half a man. Without hesitation, Tang Jianfeng kicked the door wide open. After walking through a dark passage, the group entered a room. This room was even darker, with not a single candle in sight. They could vaguely see many beds, and the smell was extremely unpleasant. As they approached the beds, they were shocked to find naked women lying unconscious on each of them. Many of these women appeared to be pregnant. The woman who had been cradling the baby skeleton suddenly screamed, clutching her head as she crouched on the ground. The little girl's eerie voice came from the side. This is their place for indulgence and slaughter. Yizeyu caught a glimpse of a plastic basin under one of the beds. Inside was a newborn baby that had been eviscerated and left unattended. Yizeyu immediately vomited, and everyone else's faces turned grim. Now they understood where the skeleton in the madwoman's hands had come from. A bunch of animals. Zhang Yunfei, the oldest of the group, was also the one least able to accept it. His fists clenched tightly, and his whole body trembled. Although Tang Imochi had heard rumors about this group's behavior, he hadn't expected things to have gone this far. Brother, kill them. Tang Imochi looked steadily at Tang Jianfeng, who nodded. These people were worse than zombies, killing them would be the best outcome for all. Those whom they had freed huddled together fearfully, their expressions vacant. As Zhang Zicheng and Yizeyu examined the condition of the women one by one, and the group discussed their next steps, footsteps echoed from the doorway. Chapter 66, Divide. They can't escape, search everywhere. The voice of the scarred man sounded outside, followed immediately by the sound of a key being inserted into a lock. The group quickly found cover. Fortunately there were many beds and the lighting was dim. Once the door opened, everyone had already hidden themselves completely. 4 or 5 people came in and moved around for a while. Everyone held their breath, hoping these intruders would leave quickly. Sure enough, after making a round, they prepared to leave. Just as the group secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, a moan suddenly echoed in the quiet room. Someone's here. The man walking last immediately turned back with suspicion. Search. Search carefully. The men in front immediately turned around. As they were about to be discovered, Shen Jianqi's vine snaked under the bed, creeping towards the door under the cover of darkness. Tang Jianfeng nodded at him, and Shen Jianqi's vines quietly applied force, shutting the door behind these people soundlessly. There's someone here. One of the men suddenly lifted a bedsheet. The madwoman and the little girl were hiding underneath it. The little girl had been trying hard to cover the madwoman's mouth, but she still made a noise. As the others were attracted over, Tang Machi and Tang Jianfeng, each with a gun, equipped with silencers, emerged from under the bed. Before the other side could react, they directly shot the foreheads of 4 people. One man lying on the ground was already scared stiff and trembling. Shen Jianqi's vines rushed over, binding the remaining man and dragging him to the doorway. Zhang Zicheng gave all the women medical examinations. The situation wasn't good, almost all of them had fallen into deep comas, temporarily unable to wake up. They also couldn't take so many unconscious women away. Tang Jianfeng pondered for a few seconds. It was unacceptable to just leave them here. These people surely wouldn't have a way out, but if they chose to rescue them, they themselves would need to bear significant risks. I'll go back. Tang Machi nodded at him. I'm the fastest. I'll bring Chen Yangwei here directly. You just need to hold out until I return. Tang Jianfeng frowned. Sending Tang Machi back for reinforcements was undoubtedly the best plan, but now that things were so chaotic outside, it was too dangerous for one person to go out. He didn't agree with it at heart, but... Brother, I'll be back soon. Tang Machi did not give him a chance to refuse. After saying this, he went to listen for sounds outside the door, preparing to leave. Don't rush it, most importantly protect yourself. Tang Jianfeng was still frowning, worry filling his eyes. Tang Machi nodded, then handed several guns to him, discreetly avoiding others. After Tang Machi left, a few people came to knock on the door, all of whom were deceived by the man who had stayed behind. Gradually, the chaos outside subsided. Tang Jianfeng was anxious inside but still appeared very calm outwardly. While everyone was silently waiting, Wei Yu suddenly stood up, vigilantly staring at the door. What's wrong? Tang Jianfeng immediately sensed something odd about him. Wei Yu had awakened body enhancement abilities, his senses far more acute than those of ordinary people. He must have sensed something unusual. There are people outside the door, and a lot of them, Wei Yu urgently said. Sure enough, shortly after, there was a thunderous sound as someone started pounding on the door. I'll handle it. Zhang Zicheng approached the door. One hand extended, opening out toward the wobbling door. An ice wall formed rapidly right behind the door, visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Zhang Yunfei also joined in with his son, quickly creating an ice wall nearly half a meter thick behind the door. Soon, the iron gate outside was smashed open. Through the transparent ice wall, you could see distorted faces filled with frenzied excitement outside. Uncle Zhang, you take these people and go first, carry as many people as you can manage. Xiao Yi and I will cover the rear. Tang Jianfeng fired a bullet directly, killing the man who remained. Wei Yu had been carrying the metal man alone this entire time, and despite having great strength, there was nothing he could do to help at the moment. Those who could carry others took pregnant women on their backs, mainly 3 of them. Yi Jin blasted through one side of the wall, and everyone hurriedly ran out with people on their backs. I'm staying. Shen Jianxi refused to leave. No, you must protect them, especially Xiao Yu. It's on you. Yi Jin rejected him outright. In the group, only Shen Jianxi had enough combat power, possessing both offense and defense. Shen Jianxi frowned heavily but ultimately chose to follow Yi Ziyue out. Be careful. Go quickly. Tang Jianfeng handed 2 guns over to him and pushed him out directly. The ice wall, half a meter thick, only held for a few minutes. As soon as it cracked, Tang Jianfeng and Yi Jin immediately sought cover to evade the gunfire. The enemies showed no fear of death, charging forward while casting their abilities recklessly. In an instant, Tang Jianfeng unleashed several flames, setting all the rushing men ablaze. As they rolled and ran, they set the beds alight, plunging the entire room into a raging inferno. Tang Jianfeng carried a woman who had suddenly woken up from one of the beds, retreating with Yi Jin while firing shots intermittently through the hole in the wall. Once outside, Yi Jin directly hurled an ability, instantly blowing the wall open and injuring everyone following behind. Tang Jianfeng helped the woman onto Yi Jin's back. Dressed only in a thin sheet, she was now shivering, her lips turning white from the cold. Tang Jianfeng immediately took off his coat and draped it over her. The two kept rushing forward, following the footprints left by their group ahead. At first, Yi Jin hadn't noticed anything unusual, but after a few minutes, she realized that Tang Jianfeng's breathing was off. Turning around, she saw him clutching his arm, which was bleeding profusely. Yi Jin gasped in shock. I'm fine, just a superficial wound. Hurry, we need to catch up with them. Tang Jianfeng tore off a piece of his clothing, hastily wrapping it around the wound. Suddenly, gunshots echoed from another direction. Tang Jianfeng quickly grabbed Yi Jin, saying, take her and go ahead. I'll check it out. No way. If you go, I go with you. Without wasting any words, Tang Jianfeng bolted away. Carrying a person slowed Yi Jin down significantly, and within a few seconds, he had vanished from sight. Fuming with frustration, she muttered under her breath, damn it. Having no choice, she adjusted the unconscious woman on her back again and continued running along the footprints toward the other direction. Tang Jianfeng stealthily moved along the wall until he reached the location of the firefight. Both sides were hiding behind vehicles and buildings, exchanging fire. On one side were the men led by the scarred man, on the other side, astonishingly, were Zheng Shirshu's people. Though surprised, Tang Jianfeng quickly decided that the enemy of his enemy was his friend and resolved to support Zheng Shirshu. After firing a couple of precise shots, the scarred man's men immediately panicked. Shit! We're surrounded. Damn bastards colluded inside and outside, we've been duped. Subsequently, Tang Jianfeng removed the silencer from his gun and started shooting openly. Clearly hearing this, Zheng Shirshu's group intensified their attack even more. The scarred man couldn't hold out much longer and began retreating with his men. However, Tang Jianfeng gave them no chance, advancing and attacking fiercely. Shit! The scarred man spat out a mouthful of phlegm and angrily fired a few rounds toward Tang Jianfeng's direction. Where's that pretty boy we captured earlier? Drag him out and see if they dare to keep shooting. Upon hearing that they had found someone, Tang Jianfeng's heart sank. Chapter 67, 5 Cracks. The scarred man dragged out a hooded person, and Tang Jianfeng's eyes instantly turned blood red. The gun in his hand melted into a pool of iron under the surge of his powers, sizzling on the snow as it released white smoke. The man in the hood was emaciated, bearing an 8 or 9/10 resemblance to Tang Machi, wearing Tang Machi's coat. At a glance, it was impossible to distinguish between the two. Tang Jianfeng understood that Tang Machi couldn't possibly be captured so easily, he had the ability to enter another space at will. He could never end up in someone else's hands. But understanding this was one thing, seeing it with his own eyes was something else entirely. Tang Jianfeng could not tolerate even the slightest possibility of anything like this happening to Tang Machi, no matter how slight the resemblance. The scarred man, noticing the attack had indeed stopped, grew increasingly smug. With a vicious kick to the back knee of the bound man, the latter abruptly dropped to his knees but remained completely silent. The scarred man aimed the gun at the hooded figure's head, yelling towards Zheng Shishu, "You better take a good look. Is this one of your people? If I hear another gunshot, I'll blow his brains out immediately." Tang Jianfeng tightened all over, his eyes turning redder until they began glowing ominously. Completely unaware, the scarred man yanked at the hair of the kneeling man beneath the hood and dragged him around swiftly. The crowd behind him cheered boisterously. Suddenly, a spark of light flashed in Tang Jianfeng's eyes, and a pale blue flame erupted from his hands. Unable to withstand the high temperature, the surrounding air twisted violently, emitting a powerful wave that rushed forward like an invisible tide. Those nearby, including the scarred man and his crew, were instantaneously blown back and buried in deep snow. Although Zheng Shishu's group was farther away, they still felt the impact. They all clutched their chests and fell onto the ground, staring in horror at Tang Jianfeng. They couldn't believe such an immense energy burst had come from a single person. Could he still be considered human? Such potent power had completely surpassed human limits. Zheng Shishu reacted first, jumping up and firing directly toward the scarred man and his gang before these men had time to respond. In no time, they were wiped out by Zheng Shishu's forces. Jammed with flames engulfing his entire body, Tang Jianfeng emitted an intense heat that forced even Zheng Shishu to step back. With each step Tang Jianfeng took, the flames diminished. By the time he reached the prone, hooded figure on the ground, the fire had extinguished altogether, though his eyes still gleamed brightly red. Stiffly, Tang Jianfeng removed the hood, revealing a completely unfamiliar face, pale and nearly lifeless. In anger, he flung the man aside and clenched his fists tightly, rising to his feet. After calling out to him several times without response, sensing something amiss, Zheng Shishu recalled the energy explosion earlier and shivered involuntarily. Immediately, he led his people to retreat rapidly. Sure enough, before retreating dozens of meters, a fierce energy blast erupted from behind, catching Zheng Shishu off guard. He abandoned resistance, protecting his vital areas and allowing himself to be propelled backward dozens of meters, dragging across the snow and leaving long marks behind. As he coughed up blood and caught his breath after stopping, flipping over, he discovered that everything within 10 meters of Tang Jianfeng had been annihilated, even the bodies completely incinerated to ash. The snow on the ground had evaporated, leaving the earth dry and whitish. Standing in the middle, Tang Jianfeng stared emotionlessly at the flame in his palm, his crimson irises almost glowing. When Tang Machi arrived with a troop of people, they happened upon Yizizha, Shen Jianxi, and others. "Where's my brother?" Tang Machi asked, frowning slightly. "He's behind us, guarding our retreat with Brother Yi. I'll go help them." Behind Shen Jianxi, 2 thorny vines swayed slowly, brimming with readiness. Yizizha immediately grabbed Tang Machi and said, "I'll go back too. My abilities." Before he could finish, Tang Machi strode ahead, saying, "Take everyone back first. I'll find them." Shen Jianxi stopped Yizizha, saying, "Little Zizha, you go back first. I'll go with young Master Qi." Yizizha attempted to protest, but Shen Jianxi gestured subtly to Zhang Zicheng at the back. Instantly, Zhang Zicheng held on to Yizizha, dragging him back. Shen Jianxi failed to catch up with Tang Machi, whose speed was incredibly fast, vanishing in the blink of an eye. His vines snapped out and latched onto the roof of a building, pulling him upwards in a flash. Before Tang Machi could ascertain the direction, he sensed an unusual flow of airflow in the air. He paused momentarily, feeling the vibrations, then darted swiftly toward another direction. Zheng Shishu lay cold and stiff on the snow, his muscles rigid as a chilling fear spread throughout his body. It felt as though he were locked onto by the muzzle of a sniper rifle, danger had become tangible, coursing through every cell with each breath. For nearly 10 minutes, Zheng Shishu lay completely motionless until Tang Jianfeng finally turned his head, staring at the dark den of scarred man and his group of vagrants before walking over. Cold sweat poured from Zheng Shishu's body, only now allowing him to exhale in relief. The pain that had been suppressed in his chest surged upwards immediately. Around him lay his men, still unconscious, their status unknown. Before Zheng Shishu could recover, a gust of wind suddenly swept toward him. With sheer willpower, despite the agony spreading through his body, he barely managed to roll aside in time to evade an attack. Turning back, he saw it was none other than Tang Machi. Zheng Shishu's face darkened instantly, seething with anger. "Is this fate or what? Do I owe your family for this life? Where's my brother?" Without acknowledging him, Tang Machi grabbed his collar and hoisted him up. The movement jolted the wound in Zheng Shishu's chest, causing him to spit out blood. Weakly pointing in a direction, he muttered, "I don't know what came over him." His powers went berserk. Berserk? Tang Machi released him, his brow furrowing in deep thought. He seemed disturbed when those bastards brought out a fake version of you to threaten him. Then he lost control, eyes glowing red. Before Zheng Shishu could finish speaking, Tang Machi accelerated forward and vanished right before his eyes. Zheng Shishu found himself spattered with icy snow and scowling deeply. Hearing, eyes glowing red, a chill shot through Tang Machi's heart. He'd been worried about any potential side effects from Xue Shiming's medication, but never did he expect them to manifest like this. Recalling Tang Jianfeng's odd behavior at the research institute previously, anxiety swelled within him. The homeless base, which once housed hundreds, was now in complete disarray. Apart from the dozens killed in battle, most had fled. Only a few elderly, sick, or weak individuals remained cowering in the corners, trembling at the sight of anyone approaching. These people had long since lost any semblance of human dignity, reduced to vermin lurking in dark drains, eking out their miserable existence. Tang Machi followed the air currents, tracing a subtle clue in his path forward. Chapter 68, Annihilation. Tang Machi walked a long way through the dim corridor before he heard a faint sound. It was a soft cracking noise, as though he were hearing firecrackers through a thick blanket, muffled, but still radiating energy. Following the sound, Tang Machi soon felt the scorching heat in the air. Rushing forward, he passed through a warped and deformed iron door. There, standing just ahead of him with his back turned, was Tang Jianfeng, his hands emitting a pale blue flame. Tang Machi dared not rush to his side recklessly. After listening to Zheng Shixiu's description, Tang Machi knew something was seriously wrong with Tang Jianfeng. He couldn't be sure what state Tang Jianfeng was in. "Brother?" Tang Machi called out softly, but Tang Jianfeng showed no reaction. Tang Machi's heart grew colder with each passing moment. Tang Machi tried to circle around to the other side, but just as he took a step forward, Tang Jianfeng suddenly sprinted ahead. Calling out loudly twice, and receiving no response, Tang Machi had no choice but to chase after him. Tang Jianfeng's speed was incredible, almost on par with Tang Machi who had been using his ability all day. Already physically drained, Tang Machi quickly started feeling dizzy and was drenched in cold sweat. Yet Tang Jianfeng showed no sign of slowing down. Clenching his teeth, Tang Machi continued the pursuit. After chasing for 20 minutes, Tang Machi finally realized that Tang Jianfeng had entered an indoor swimming pool. The facility was only separated from Scarface's base by one street, but Tang Jianfeng had circled around from another direction and slipped through a broken roller shutter. From the outside, Tang Machi could see nothing but pitch darkness inside. The howls of zombies echoed from within. Pulling two guns from his storage space, Tang Machi bit his lip and stepped in. Tang Jianfeng. As soon as he entered, Tang Machi was nearly overwhelmed by the putrid stench inside. The zombie growls sounded as if they were right next to his ear. Filled with rage, Tang Machi shouted loudly, but the only response was even more intense howling from the zombies. Tang Machi pulled two glow sticks from his storage space and hurled them forward after smashing them together. As the glow stick shot forward, illuminating their surroundings, Tang Machi immediately gasped in horror, his pupils contracting sharply as his body went rigid. Less than 5 meters away lay a massive empty swimming pool. Instead of water, it was filled with zombies. Zombies, packed densely into the entire pool, began roaring ferociously towards his direction. Tang Machi tightened his grip on his gun. These zombies, crowded together in a pool nearly 2 meters deep, exuded such a pungent rotting smell that it seemed tangible. Forcing himself to focus, Tang Machi scanned the area under the faint light of the glow stick, but there was no sign of Tang Jianfeng. Tang Jianfeng. Tang Jianfeng. Pulling out a flashlight from the storage space, Tang Machi moved sideways cautiously. As the flashlight beam shifted, the faces of over 1,000 zombies followed its movement, sending a wave of eerie chill throughout his body. Just as Tang Machi was feeling increasingly uncomfortable, a sudden thud echoed from the other side of the pool. He quickly aimed the flashlight beam over, but due to the distance, he could only make out a vague silhouette. Despite this, Tang Machi instantly recognized it as Tang Jianfeng. Tang Jianfeng, what are you doing? Unexpectedly, after shouting without eliciting any response so far, Tang Jianfeng suddenly turned his head. His bright red eyes reflected a fierce red light under the flashlight beam, practically glowing red across his face. He looked both bizarre and malevolent. Startled, Tang Machi trembled, and the light immediately shifted away from his face. In that same instant, Tang Jianfeng glared fiercely at him, locking his gaze onto Tang Machi's direction with intense hatred. He suddenly crouched down and leapt up forcefully, bounding towards Tang Machi by stepping on the heads of the zombies in the pool. Tang Machi immediately sucked in a cold breath, twisting his body and rolling aside powered by the momentum of his sideways movement. However, when he turned back, he found that Tang Jianfeng had hurled a ball of flames toward the spot where he had been standing earlier. An ear-piercing scream erupted immediately, making Tang Machi feel as though his eardrums might burst. Only then did Tang Machi realize that something had been lurking behind him. Trembling with fear, upon closer inspection, he saw it was actually the missing small zombie. Tang Jianfeng's flame struck directly above the small zombie's head, half of its scalp scorched and now emitting black smoke. Clearly enraged, the small zombie let out a shrill scream as it jumped around, while Tang Machi felt wave after wave of darkness cloud his vision, as if countless steel needles were piercing and twisting inside his brain. The small zombie's ability erupted completely unconsciously, its mental power acted like invisible blades cutting through Tang Machi's nerves. Yet, Tang Jianfeng standing in front of him remained completely unaffected, his hands still glowing with flames as he locked his gaze onto the small zombie intently. Tang Machi clutched his head tightly, but despite the pain, his mind grew increasingly clear. Staring at the zombies in the pool, he noticed that they had become significantly more frenzied under the influence of the small zombie. Zombies on the edge were already climbing onto the side of the pool, struggling desperately to get out. Tang Machi saw stars before his eyes but managed to stand up despite the difficulty. Tang Jianfeng continued to keep an eye on the small zombie. A burst of flames shot towards it, making the small zombie scream and dodge. However, another flame immediately followed. Though the small zombie moved extremely fast, its speed was no match for the fully unleashed power of Tang Jianfeng. Watching closely from the side, Tang Machi judged the timing just right and sent a wind-based ability flying towards the small zombie. The fire, meeting the wind, spread rapidly. Although the area covered by the flames increased, their strength weakened. The small zombie was only grazed slightly, with no interruption to its movements. Completely enraged, the small zombie lunged straight at Tang Jianfeng without hesitation. Tang Jianfeng! Tang Machi shouted in alarm, firing several rounds quickly. But due to the short distance between the small zombie and Tang Jianfeng, Tang Machi feared hitting Tang Jianfeng by accident and dared not continue shooting. In this flash of a moment, Tang Jianfeng suddenly reached out his hand toward the small zombie's direction. With a pang, the small zombie crashed straight into Tang Jianfeng's hand. Tang Jianfeng's large hand grabbed its tender neck and, carrying massive flames, flung it to the side. The small zombie screamed loudly, but the flames ignited instantly upon its body, quickly engulfing it entirely. Amidst its painful screams, a huge burst of mental energy erupted from the small zombie. Tang Machi grunted in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood as he was hit by this massive mental shockwave. Under its effect, the zombies in the pool started to climb out one by one. Tang Jianfeng also stumbled momentarily and fell hard to the ground. Witnessing this, Tang Machi quickly rushed forward, grabbing Tang Jianfeng and instantly disappearing into space. Chapter 69, Return. As Tang Machi entered the space, his spirit relaxed immediately. The pain in his head quickly took over, and his trembling hands that were holding onto Tang Jianfeng caused both of them to fall onto the grass. Tang Machi didn't have time to catch his breath. He pulled Tang Jianfeng, who was lying motionless on the ground, towards him. Tang Jianfeng had his eyes closed tightly, his face pale, and his body burning with fever. Although the gunshot wound on Tang Jianfeng's body had stopped bleeding, the cloth tied around the wound was completely soaked in blood. With gritted teeth, Tang Machi untied the cloth. Fortunately, the bullet had passed through the muscle without remaining inside the body. The wound looked fierce but wasn't severe, it had started healing already. Tang Machi was anxious, but no matter how much he shouted at Tang Jianfeng, there was no response. With no choice, Tang Machi fell helplessly onto Tang Jianfeng and after catching his breath, struggled to get up and walk towards the water pool. He used a large bowl by the edge of the pool to fill an entire bowl of water and went back. Tang Machi half-supported Tang Jianfeng, raised his chin, and poured the water directly into his mouth. At first, Tang Jianfeng was completely unconscious, and the water flowed out immediately. However, after a few tries, he began swallowing subconsciously. Tang Machi felt a glimmer of hope but his hand slipped, causing Tang Jianfeng to choke instantly. Tang Machi was still not fully recovered, with spots dancing before his eyes. As soon as Tang Jianfeng coughed, Tang Machi couldn't hold him anymore, and both of them fell again. Though Tang Jianfeng's eyes were bright, they were much clearer now. He stared at Tang Machi with complex and self-reproachful eyes. Tang Machi observed his expression while panting heavily. Seeing his clear consciousness, he finally sighed in relief and lay down on the ground, closing his eyes. Tang Jianfeng's big hand touched his sweaty face. The rough calluses brushed against his tender cheeks, and Tang Machi snuggled up against his palm like a lazy and content kitten. Tang Jianfeng's eyes darkened, and his breathing became heavier. His body was still in a state of eruption, and even the smallest stimulation could make him lose control. At this moment, a surge of blood rushed downwards, making his whole body tense. Unaware of the impending danger, Tang Machi laid comfortably as the pain in his head finally eased. He breathed in the fresh air filled with the scent of grass and trees, enjoying the moment. Tang Jianfeng slowly pressed down, gently massaging Tang Machi's reddening lips. Annoyed, Tang Machi turned his head, trying to avoid his fingers. Unexpectedly, Tang Jianfeng suddenly sprang into action, grabbing his chin forcefully and turning his face toward him. His eyes almost spewed flames of desire. Realizing something was wrong, Tang Machi was startled and looked at him with widened eyes. Tang Jianfeng leaned down abruptly and bit into his lower lip fiercely. Tang Machi, feeling the pain, found Tang Jianfeng's tongue invading wildly into his mouth. It swept across his palate and gums, sucking aggressively. Tang Machi trembled all over and involuntarily let out a soft moan. This sound immediately stimulated Tang Jianfeng further, and his right hand slipped under his shirt, pinching his waist tightly and pressing him against his body. The atmosphere grew heated, and Tang Machi started losing control too. Carrying him, Tang Jianfeng moved towards the wooden house, kissing his dazed and panting lips. Tang Machi realized what was about to happen, a mix of fear and anticipation welled within him. His only past experience had been brutal, but his long period of self-consolation had taken effect, leaving him not overly panicked. Placing him on the bed, Tang Jianfeng straddled him, undressing while leaning down to kiss his face, biting his neck like a big dog. Tang Machi caressed his nape, suggestively spreading his legs slightly. In an instant, Tang Jianfeng's breathing grew heavy, his exhalations almost scorching Tang Machi's skin. After the ripping sound of clothes, their skins finally touched. Out of control, Tang Jianfeng kissed and licked him voraciously, and before long, Tang Machi found himself descending into a whirlpool of desires along with him. Shen Jianxi stood on the rooftop gazing into the distance. Soon, he noticed some irregular movement as zombies surrounded a certain area, indicating the presence of live humans. The vines growing from Shen Jianxi's back instantly shot out like wriggling giant snakes. They danced through the air, with several thick ones clinging to the rooftop of another tall building opposite. Shen Jianxi's body then soared across, tethered by the vines which quickly pulled him towards the ground. Just before landing on the surface, he was yanked upwards instantly by the vines. Shen Jianxi swung forward in a circular motion, gliding dozens of meters across the snowy terrain rapidly due to the momentum. Shen Jianxi dared not relax for a second. The vines behind him retracted swiftly as he sprinted towards the circle of zombies. Yejin's legs trembled as he carried the woman on his back, struggling through the snow with heavy steps. The bullets in his gun had long been spent, and he clutched it instinctively as his psychic powers waned close to exhaustion. Pain from fatigue spread throughout his body, but Yejin gritted his teeth and stared at the approaching zombies, a bitter sense of despair filling his heart. Just as Yejin was about to accept death's call, Shen Jianxi's loud shout came from afar. "Brother Yi! Over here!" Yejin's spirit surged, his eyes gleaming fiercely as the last ounce of his potential was unleashed. Shen Jianxi hadn't arrived yet, but his vines shot swiftly forward, flinging the nearest few zombies away. Yejin immediately ran down the path Shen Jianxi had cleared for him. Shen Jianxi rushed over quickly. His vines expanded dramatically, sweeping a wide swath of zombies away, and Yejin grabbed onto one vine as thick as an arm, retreating rapidly with the vine's pulling force. "Let's go!" Yejin shouted loudly to Shen Jianxi. Shen Jianxi's vines instantly wrapped around Yejin and the woman, retreating resolutely. Carrying them both, Shen Jianxi ran madly for hundreds of meters before stopping at a corner. Both men broke out into a cold sweat. Yejin lay on the snowy ground catching his breath, exhaling a long sigh after surviving by a hair. He smiled at Shen Jianxi and said, "Thanks, I owe you my life." Shen Jianxi nodded emotionlessly and replied, "I just didn't want Xiaoyu to be upset." Yejin glared at him irritably but clenched his jaw, resisting the urge to speak. He feared that if he opened his mouth, he might not be able to hold back from cursing the man who just saved his life. Tang Machi went to look for his brother. "Why isn't Tang Jianfeng with you?" Yejin shook his head, filled with worried confusion. The sky had turned completely dark. The two dared not stay longer. Spending the night outside the safe zone would likely mean death, whether from zombies or the cold itself, let alone carrying an unconscious woman. Shen Jianxi's vines wrapped the woman ahead while Yejin followed behind, leaving their footprints heavily marked on the snow. But unexpectedly, within only 5 minutes of walking, they heard something unusual from behind. "Let's hide first." Yejin feared some straggling zombies were pursuing them. Currently, only Shen Jianxi still had some fighting capability, facing them directly wasn't an option due to their inferior numbers. The two quickly ran toward a small shop on the street side, where Shen Jianxi's vines swept through the air, covering their footprints in the snow. They hid inside a semi-open small shop with the roller shutter partially ajar. It was difficult for anyone from outside to see anything inside the dark store. After quietly waiting for a moment, they heard voices. "Boss! They must have run off already. Should we chase them?" "No need to chase them anymore. Let's take our men back." The voice outside belonged to Zheng Shushu. Yejin and Shen Jianxi exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what brought Zheng Shushu to this place. The group outside did not linger and soon left. Without hesitation, Yejin and Shen Jianxi immediately set off towards the safe zone with the woman. Tang Machi panted absent-mindedly, his whole body trembling slightly as the intense pleasure took a long time to subside. Still embedded deep within him was Tang Jianfeng's imposing size. Tang Jianfeng tenderly kissed his eyes, nose, and swollen lips while their sweaty chests stuck together stickily. Tang Machi's cheeks were still flushed, the lingering echoes of his climax still haunting him. His delicate face held an innocent expression, looking helpless, as if having been bullied, which only made Tang Jianfeng adore him more. "Get out!" Realizing another stirring within him, Tang Machi's face immediately darkened. This jerk had already released twice inside him, yet he still wasn't satisfied. "Mo, you're so sweet." After releasing his desire, Tang Jianfeng's bright eyes finally started to fade from the red haze. Now a deeper crimson, his gaze radiated with pleading smiles, brimming with deep affection and tenderness. For a moment, Tang Machi lost himself in that gaze when Tang Jianfeng suddenly thrust deep inside him again. "Ah, bastard, Tang Machi immediately bit his lower lip tightly, producing uncontrollable muffled groans from his nasal cavity, giving a childish tone tinged with whining. Tang Jianfeng moved frantically without allowing him any chance to speak further. After an intense and satisfying session, Tang Machi was completely drained of energy. Tang Jianfeng directly used his psychic powers to summon a bucket of water and carried Tang Machi in for a bath. Whether it was due to the space or because Tang Jianfeng had been particularly restrained this time, Tang Machi felt only a little tired, with no significant discomfort. After soaking together for a while, they tidied up and prepared to leave their private space. When they emerged, it was nearly midnight. As soon as they stepped out, Tang Machi immediately felt the force of the low temperature. The droplets of water hanging from his hair instantly froze into ice. This time around, Tang Jianfeng found himself benefiting from the misfortune as his powers surged once again, heating his body so thoroughly that he paid no heed to the sub-zero temperatures outside. Tang Machi envied him deeply. The zombies in the pool hadn't crawled out much, only dozens were wandering around without fleeing further. The smaller zombie had already been reduced to a pile of bone ash, making Tang Machi sigh inwardly. He used a cloth bag to collect the remains of the small zombie, intending to bring them to its grandfather for closure. Tang Jianfeng shot a flame, causing a dozen approaching zombies to ignite immediately. The rest, still blindly rushing toward them, caught fire one after another as soon as they touched the flames. Tang Jianfeng gave Tang Machi a nod, then stepped forward as Tang Machi moved back a few steps. Raising his hands toward the giant pool, a massive blue flame burst forth. Like oil meeting sparks, the entire pool ignited in an instant, flames quickly spreading to every corner. With the swimming pool now ablaze, Tang Jianfeng took Tang Machi's hand and walked away. Neither looked back as thick black smoke started rising from the sports center, spiraling high into the sky. When Yejin and Shen Jianxi returned to the safe zone, everyone was still waiting for them at the city gate. Seeing their return brought obvious relief. Yejin noticed Zheng Shishu also lingering at the city gate, glaring ominously at him. Preoccupied with worry over Tang Jianfeng's group, Yejin had no time to ponder Zheng Shishu's motives. Handing over the woman they'd brought back, along with several pregnant women that Chen Weiliang had also rescued, to Chen Yanwei's men, Yejin remained calm. Meanwhile, the metal man remained unconscious and had already been taken back by Wei Yu to the courtyard. As people grew increasingly anxious over the absence of Tang Jianfeng and Tang Machi. Let me go look for them. Zhang Zicheng couldn't hold back any longer and slammed his fist on the table. Sit down. Though Zhang Zicheng's father was worried too, going out at this moment would only create more trouble. Wait a bit longer, they'll definitely come back, Yejin tried to comfort everyone. He knew that Tang Machi possessed a special space ability and would not encounter major dangers, but despite knowing this, his heart was still filled with worry. Just as everyone was growing increasingly restless, Yizue suddenly pointed outside the city wall and shouted, "They're back." Upon hearing this, everyone rushed to take a look, excitement barely contained. Sure enough, it was Tang Jianfeng and Tang Machi returning safely, not only unharmed but also bringing back a large quantity of supplies. The crowd cheered, welcoming the two with great joy. Yejin pounded Tang Jianfeng hard on the shoulder, his eyes red. Feeling in a good mood, Tang Jianfeng didn't retaliate, instead unusually offering words of comfort, "Don't worry about me, I have MOMO." Amidst the bustling welcome, Zheng Shishu, standing off to the side, watched coldly, casting a venomous glare at Tang Jianfeng. Clutching his still slightly aching chest, he spat out some phlegm before leaving with his followers. After returning to the courtyard, everyone appreciated the value of home, warmth and food, the most precious things in this apocalypse era, never seemed to run short here. Mother Zhang had already prepared some dishes. After living together for so long, she could now cook various Chinese dishes, even though her skills were average, the group did not care. Just having hot meals was something everyone deeply appreciated. As everyone laughed and chatted during dinner, little Yinan, who hadn't been seen for days, suddenly ran in panicked. He shouted towards Mother Zhang, "Aunt Zhang. That strange man has moved." Chapter 70, New Year's Eve. Little Yinan woke up this morning, fortunately awakening with earth element abilities. After they returned the metal man, today, little Yinan became especially interested in him, so he had his breakfast early and stayed by his side. Unexpectedly, as he was poking the metal man's face with his little hands, the metal man suddenly opened his eyes, scaring him into running out quickly. Tang Machi followed Zhang's mother and immediately put down their chopsticks to go check on him. Everyone else also went along curiously to see what happened. The metal man had already sat up and was hugging his own backpack. Seeing a group of people rushing in noisily, he looked at them guardedly. The metal on his body had faded away, revealing normal skin, with a pale sickly hue that made him look even younger, like a child. Zhang's mother's gentle demeanor relaxed him considerably. After a careful examination, there is some malnutrition and hypoglycemia, but nothing serious. Resting for a while will be fine. Zhang's mother now spoke Mandarin very fluently and has completely adapted to life here. Yinan, go fetch something to eat. Yijin finished listening and patted the head of the child next to her. The child immediately nodded and ran off. Tang Machi stood by the bed and asked him, "Do you remember when you fell unconscious?" The metal man blankly shook his head and said, "Why did you bring me here? Where is this place?" "This is the safe zone, don't worry, you're very safe here." Yijin heard his raspy voice, poured a cup of water, and handed it to him. "Thank you. My name is Huang Sheng." Upon seeing the water, his eyes brightened instantly, a glint of silver flashing through his pitch-black pupils, carrying a metallic sheen. He hastily grabbed the cup and drank it all in one breath, then wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Originally quite aloof, after this series of actions, the boy radiated childish innocence, causing everyone's vigilance toward him to lower slightly. My name is Tang Machi, this is my brother, this is Eugene, you will gradually get to know the others. Tang Machi took the cup from his hand. Just then, little Nan brought over the food, and Tang Machi directly passed it to him. Thank you. After taking the plate, Huang Xing immediately wolfed down the food while simultaneously shedding tears, saying, I haven't had a hot meal in a month. Thank you so much. Tang Jianfeng silently glanced at him disdainfully and tugged Tang Machi aside, saying, Mo, let him eat properly. Tang Machi nodded. He said, after you finish eating, rest well. We'll discuss any matters tomorrow. Huang Xing continued devouring his meal, nodding absent-mindedly. Seeing this child's innocent nature, everyone dispersed once again to continue their interrupted dinner. Tang Jianfeng didn't return to the dining hall but instead dragged Tang Machi back to their own room. Tang Jianfeng pushed him against the wall and started kissing him fiercely. Only when he was about to suffocate did he slightly loosen his grip, though he still gently sucked on his lips while staring into his eyes and vaguely asking him, Mo, who exactly is that little guy? Pressed against the wall by him, unable to move, Tang Machi narrowed his eyes and feigned calmness as he replied, I don't know him either. I just saw him once before. Tang Jianfeng, dissatisfied, nipped at him lightly, lifted his knee, and forcefully wedged it between his legs, grinding tenderly as he said, Mo, tell your brother the truth. Tang Machi's face turned red instantly, reacting quickly below, causing his waist to soften, leaning into Tang Jianfeng for support against the wall. Tang Machi breathed heavily, glaring at him angrily, yet the shimmer in his eyes exuded infinite allure and utterly lacked force, making Tang Jianfeng's breathing heavy immediately. Stretching out a long arm, he picked up Tang Machi's weakening frame and laid him on the bed horizontally, pressing himself atop him. In the end, Tang Jianfeng didn't obtain a satisfactory answer, but after an intense session of passion, both temporarily chose to overlook this matter. Tang Machi does not intend to tell Tang Jianfeng about his rebirth, not because he doesn't trust him but rather because there's no need for anyone else to bear the pain of those memories. He alone can endure them. After all, this lifetime, he's living wonderfully, they have a long future ahead of them to strive for, and there's no reason to divert energy to studying the past. The next day, it was still dark before dawn when everyone was fast asleep, but they were awoken by a commotion. Tang Jianfeng comfortingly kissed Tang Machi and softly coaxed him, don't worry, I'll go take a look. Go back to sleep. When Tang Jianfeng put on his clothes and went outside, the gatekeeper Wei Yu had already brought Huang Sheng over and pushed him onto the sofa in the living room, saying, this kid was sneaking around trying to escape. Huang Sheng, with a pale face, was huddled on the sofa, rubbing his sore arm and glaring at Wei Yu. Tang Jianfeng stretched lazily, sat opposite him, and said, if you want to leave, do it openly. No one will stop you. Why sneak around? In fact, Tang Jianfeng secretly hoped he would leave. After all, Tang Machi rarely cared about anyone, especially some mysterious stranger, so he naturally felt uneasy. Huang Xing pouted and glanced at him cautiously. He had an intuition that the man in front of him was formidable and disliked him. Therefore, he didn't dare to be unruly. After half a day's hesitation, he asked, are you really not bad people? We are really bad people, Tang Jianfeng replied casually, so why don't you leave as soon as possible? Huang Sheng was momentarily choked. His expression relaxed somewhat and then asked again, are you really not trying to take advantage of me? Take advantage? Are you even worth it? Tang Jianfeng raised an eyelid and looked over at him, there wasn't anything particularly impressive about his abilities. So if you want to leave, go ahead. After hearing this, Huang Xing sighed in relief and smiled, saying, yes, I am not competent at all. Thank you for sheltering me. Then I'll stay here because actually I don't want to leave either. Your place. Tang Jianfeng. With these words, Tang Jianfeng stood up abruptly and left awkwardly. Wei Yu admired their leader silently, with just 2 sentences, he got what he wanted. Amazing. Fists clenched. When Tang Jianfeng returned to the room, he saw Tang Machi covering his head and still asleep. Unable to resist, he roughly ruffled the top of his head and sighed inwardly. The day before, when Tang Machi came back, they pulled a lot of stuff out of their space. Everyone thought it was resources found outside. These two had used a bed board to drag the things back on the snow, half of them were medical supplies. Currently, what the safe zone lacked most weren't food or weapons but medical supplies. A single antibiotic has already risen to the price of a pound of rice. Tang Machi directly sorted out several large bags of emergency medicines and gave them to Zhang's mother to take to the hospital for use. The rest were intended to be sold directly to Chen Yangwei in exchange for a few snow vehicles, since their group kept growing and traveling long distances by foot was very inconvenient. Normal cars, aside from being frozen, cannot pass through such deep snow in many places now. Only snowmobiles could be of any use. Tang Machi directly handed everything over to Yi Jin and Shin Jianxi, leaving him free. Yi Jin and Shin Jianxi traded with Chen Yangwei. These drugs were in extremely high demand, no amount of supplies might trade for a box of antibiotics. In the end, they exchanged 1 tracked snow vehicle and 3 snow motorbikes. Transportation needs were temporarily met. Chen Yangwei was very happy and readily agreed to their requests, making Yi Jin feel afterward that maybe they lost out a little bit. But Zhang's mother, who took the medicine to the hospital, came back looking troubled that night. At the dinner table, she spoke of her worries. In these past 2 weeks, we have delivered nearly 100 pregnant women. However, 13 children with deformities have been born, nearly 10 stillbirths. This ratio is far too high. Even more worrying is that today, the 2 deliveries I performed both resulted in deformed babies. This is really alarming. Zhang's mother's words made everyone at the table furrow their brows, causing them unease. Reproduction is the key to the survival of a species. Once reproduction has problems, no matter how strong that race is, it can only lead to extinction. Mom, when did this start? Besides deformities and stillbirths, are there any other abnormalities? Zhang Zicheng voiced everyone's concern. Packed with worry in her eyes, Zhang's mother responded, it began from the beginning of the apocalypse, but the probability was not this significant, and therefore no attention was drawn. Recently, with the surge in mutant powers, the situation has worsened suddenly. And, she hesitated for a moment before continuing, the probability of infertility is also increasing. After hearing this, everyone's hearts were filled with concern. This issue concerns the future of humanity. If reproduction truly becomes problematic, no one dared to imagine the consequences. Humanity can survive using its wisdom against zombies and the cold, but if reproduction becomes irreversibly impaired, human survival would truly be in a dire predicament. Tang Machi frowned in reminiscence. It seemed like similar rumors emerged in the previous life, but ultimately did not cause much of a stir. He guessed that the problem wouldn't be too serious. There appeared to be some kind of medication released, but exactly what drug Tang Machi couldn't recall. Besides the disturbing news Zhang's mother brought, Yi Jin and Shen Jianxi also came back from the black market with another shock. M-Country New York safe zone had started slaughtering non-Caucasian individuals. Now all the non-Caucasians across M-Country are seeking help, or have already started fleeing. The Zhang family was chilled to the bone, stunned speechless, overwhelmed by fear. Originally, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang still harbored a slim hope of returning to their hometown, but now their hometown has become a slaughterhouse for them, completely shattering their desire to go back. Time passed quickly, and the coldest New Year's Eve that the remaining humans had ever experienced arrived. However, in the safe zone, most people didn't have the spirit to celebrate. The endless string of disasters weighed heavily on everyone's mind. But the atmosphere in the quadrangle courtyard was relatively good. Tang Machi took out several fine bottles of liquor from his space ring, killed quite a few chickens, ducks, and geese, and started a hot pot on the stove. Those who could cook prepared their specialties. Halfway through the drinking, many were already half drunk. This year had been unbearably tough, and all they hoped for the coming year was some improvement for humanity. To survive, that became everyone's only wish. Chapter 71, Departure. After the spring festival, the weather did not improve. The lowest temperature in the capital still hovered around -30°C, with thick snow covering the ground. Zombies continued to howl all night, and people died every day due to cold, hunger, or illness. Yet many still struggled tenaciously to survive, holding on to even the slightest hope of living. Before the Lantern Festival, Tang Jianfeng only let everyone out twice, removing the major concern of small zombies. This eased everyone's mind significantly. Tang Machi handed over the burned remains of the small zombie to the Mongolian old man in front of Chen Yangwei. The old man hugged the cloth bag and fainted from crying. Tang Machi could only sigh inwardly. This small zombie was a product of human creation and had gained a bit of consciousness. But from beginning to end, it was a tragedy. Its survival conditions forced it to stand against humanity, which sealed its fate. It could only be blamed on those who created it, Shui Shiming, completely devoid of humanity. Tang Jianfeng worked with Tang Machi to thoroughly organize the space, replanning the areas. The two rode mountain bikes deep into the forest within the space. They had never reached the end of this forest. The deeper they went, the thicker the trees became. As they penetrated further, the types of trees also changed noticeably. They once tried riding for an entire day, nearly 30 kilometers, and still saw no boundaries. However, they noticed that the air became more humid, leaves grew denser, and visibility inside the forest dimmed. But neither ventured deeper. A peculiar characteristic of the space was that no matter where Tang Machi entered from, she always returned near the space's pond. This time, their entry into the forest wasn't about traveling far but rather, treasure hunting. Aside from the animals Tang Machi brought in, there were almost no large creatures in the space, not even insects. Thus, the trees grew unrestrainedly, fruits bloomed and fell endlessly in a cycle. Their primary mission this time was to find wild mushrooms and valuable medicinal herbs. During their last trip, they discovered many mushrooms growing under the forest and even some rare wild herbs with significant age. Walking slowly, their baskets were quickly filled. Besides common mushrooms, they found a small patch of wild ginseng. They pulled a few casually and marked the spot, intending to come back occasionally for more. Having a primeval forest as a vegetable garden was pretty good after all. One might find surprises in any corner. They handed over 2 baskets full of herbs and mushrooms to Yi Jin. Staring at them for a long time, she couldn't help but mutter silently to herself what a fine couple of men they were. Currently, managing the space primarily relied on Tang Jianfeng. Although Tang Machi had a wealth of theoretical knowledge, implementation was always somewhat lacking. In the end, everything was entrusted to Tang Jianfeng to handle. By early March, sunlight finally started to bring some warmth, and at the same time, the zombies outside became more active. The team sent out to search for supplies began to regroup and prepare for new departures. More psychics had survived through the harsh winter, ready to show their skills. In mid-March, the daytime high temperature in Kyoto finally surpassed 0 degrees Celsius, though the nights remained at nearly -20 degrees Celsius. Still, the hope of spring arrived, and the faces of people who had stayed hidden in shelters all winter welcomed the sun with faint smiles. As March passed, the temperature climbed higher each day, and snow thicker than half a meter finally began to melt. People came out in droves to work, patrol, fight zombies, and exercise. Tang Jianfeng divided everyone in the quadrangle courtyard into 2 teams, with each team leaving the city once every 2 days. They didn't expect to find much in terms of supplies, focusing instead on honing their abilities. Recently, Tang Jianfeng had been pondering something: to go out and see the world. They had safely endured the harshest winter in the Kyoto safe zone, but how were the people outside faring? How many survived, and what was the condition of those who did? How many psychics awakened? They could not stay confined here forever, they needed to step out and adapt to the natural selection process, or temporary safety could lead to permanent ruin. After sharing his thoughts with Tang Machi, he received strong support. The couple shared a silent understanding. Tang Machi had also been thinking about visiting the south since the warmer weather would mean melting snow and smoother roads. When they proposed this idea to the group, they received enthusiastic responses, especially from Huang Sheng, who was originally from the south and was thrilled at the prospect of going home. Since the decision to set out had been made, it was time to begin preparations. Food and water could be conveniently retrieved from the space when needed for cover. Vehicles were abundant on the streets outside, and with a bit of fuel, they could drive off. So what the group prepared most of all was their personal strength. They didn't know what would happen during their journey south, but only with strong individuals could they hope to survive any danger. In early April, the earth, covered by snow for nearly half a year, finally revealed its black face again. The entire safe zone came back to life from its deathly stillness. People went out, others tilled the soil, planting crops. Struck by the bitter cold of winter, many people started collecting insulating materials anxiously. Even more began utilizing every inch of land available to grow food, spreading a sense of hope throughout the safety zone. Just as the Tang family was making intense preparations, an unexpected visitor arrived. The visitor was none other than Tang Jianfeng's mother, Xueqing. Compared to her last appearance at the institute, Xueqing appeared much thinner, her complexion pale. By coincidence, neither Tang Jianfeng nor Tang Machi were outside today. Since returning from the institute, Tang Jianfeng had visited his family home just once, and after that, he never returned. Whether it was Grandpa Tang, Xueqing, or Tang Qingshu, he had not deliberately sought them out. Grandpa Tang had let go of the matter too, forcing him further at such times served no purpose. To live was the most important thing. Tang Jianfeng didn't even return home for New Year's Eve, despite Jia sending someone to invite him, which he promptly dismissed. This time, Xueqing had come out of necessity. Ever since her own brother almost killed Tang Jianfeng, Xueqing had avoided him entirely, never initiating contact. Tang Jianfeng's feelings toward his mother were also complex. As a child, she had been his sole relative and pillar. Naturally, he longed for closeness and affection. Yet, Xueqing was always excessively strict, lacking warmth. After growing up and returning to the Tang household, Grandpa Tang showered him with love, while Xueqing virtually ignored him ever since. Although the two did not share particularly deep maternal filial ties, blood runs thicker than water, and mothers remained a unique existence. Scholarly-looking Xueqing came in uneasily following the gatekeeper Chen Weiliang and immediately broke into tears upon seeing Tang Jianfeng. Jianfeng. Xueqing embraced him tightly. Furrowing his brows in concern, Tang Jianfeng tried to comfort her. "Mom, what's wrong?" Tang Machi sat nearby watching the interaction between mother and son. Previously, he had held little fondness for Xueqing, even despising her, thinking they were the ones who destroyed his family and surely plotted against his late mother. He had used every ounce of his malice to scrutinize them until he realized his own animosity was nothing but a farce. In the previous life, Tang Jianfeng died for him, while Tang Jimin never truly loved his mother. Now, Tang Machi discovered he could completely calmly face Xueqing without hatred or enmity, no longer as kin but simply as the mother of his lover, a familiar stranger. "Jianfeng, Mom had no choice but to come to you." Xueqing finally composed herself enough to speak through her tears. "Jianfeng, save Qingshu." Qingshu. What's happened to him?" Tang Jianfeng frowned deeply, glancing at Tang Machi. "Qingshu. In order to find supplies, he was severely injured and is now unconscious. The hospital has run out of medicine." Xueqing clutched Tang Jianfeng's hand so hard her long nails dug into his flesh. Tang Jianfeng gripped her hand gently and asked, "When did this happen?" "The day before yesterday, he came back. Last night. The hospital said there were no more drugs left, saying Qingshu won't make it. Jianfeng, he's your real younger brother. Please save him. I beg you." Xueqing sobbed uncontrollably, appearing plunged into extreme despair. Tang Mochi observed her quietly, feeling only sympathy for Tang Jianfeng. He had always thought Tang Jianfeng had taken everything from him, but now realized, apart from Grandpa Tang's care, Tang Jianfeng shared his same pain. Having such a mother might as well mean having none. In her heart, Tang Qingshu was her child, her precious one, whereas Tang Jianfeng was merely playing the role of her son. Tang Mochi walked over and placed a comforting hand on the back of Tang Jianfeng's neck. Nodding, Tang Jianfeng replied, "Mom, lead us there. Qingshu will be fine." Tang Mochi specifically invited Yi Zezhu along. If things turned dire, Yi Zezhu's abilities might prove useful. When the four arrived at the hospital, Tang Qingshu had already fallen into a deep coma. After a brief exchange with the doctor, Tang Jianfeng understood the situation. It wasn't good at all. Besides the lack of medicine, Tang Qingshu's wound was in his abdomen. It was a very severe collision injury. The external wound was manageable, but the problem was the liver damage. Under current conditions, only removing the organ was an option, but even if they removed it, Tang Qingshu might not survive. Without antibiotics or other drugs, the mortality rate was extremely high. After hearing this, Tang Jianfeng made a quick decision to bring Tang Qingshu back to the Sihiyuan. This kind of injury could absolutely be healed by Yi Zezhu's abilities, but the hospital was far too unsafe. They couldn't take any risks that might expose Yi Zezhu. With the help of the hospital, Tang Jianfeng and Tang Mochi transferred Tang Qingshu to the Sihiyuan. Although Xue Qin couldn't fully comprehend the decision, she placed all her hopes on Tang Jianfeng and let them proceed as planned. "Mom, go back first. I promise you that Qingshu will return to you healthy and strong," Tang Jianfeng assured her before getting into the car. With tears streaming down her face, Xue Qin nodded repeatedly. "Xiaofeng, thank you, thank you." Tang Jianfeng and Tang Mochi laid Tang Qingshu on the bed. Yi Zezhu immediately came over and lifted his shirt, then gently placed both hands on Tang Qingshu's swollen and bruised abdomen. A soft white glow, accompanied by wisps of mist, seeped out from under Yi Zezhu's hands and slowly entered Tang Qingshu's body. Zhang Zicheng also rushed over, hanging up the 4-drip and preparing medication for Tang Qingshu's injection, fitting him with an oxygen tank and respirator. 10 minutes later, Yi Zezhu withdrew his hands. It was his first time directly treating someone this way, and he had used too much force, leaving his face pale. However, the results were clear. Tang Qingshu's abdominal swelling had reduced significantly, and his pale complexion regained some color due to the injected glucose. After checking, Zhang Zicheng sighed in relief, saying, "The situation has stabilized somewhat. For now, we'll keep him stable with medicine, and once Xiaoye recovers, he can treat him again. There shouldn't be any major issues." Everyone present relaxed after hearing this. After all, he was their younger brother, and neither Tang Jianfeng nor Tang Mochi wanted anything bad to happen to him. For 5 consecutive days, Yi Zezhu continuously treated Tang Qingshu. Zhang Zicheng observed around the clock to prevent any accidents. 5 days later, Tang Qingshu's vital signs had returned to normal, but he remained unconscious. Tang Mochi didn't recall Tang Qingshu sustaining such a serious injury in the previous life, so it must have been caused by the butterfly effect resulting from his actions. He didn't feel guilty, but there was still a sense of unease. He never hated this younger brother too much, and at one point, he even envied him. 3 days later, although Tang Qingshu continued to remain unconscious, all aspects of his physical condition had returned to normal. This caused Zhang Zicheng to become quietly worried, as no cause for the prolonged unconsciousness could be found. It's possible that excessive internal bleeding led to insufficient blood supply to the brain, which resulted in some brain damage. Zhang Zicheng's mother could only offer this tentative diagnosis after repeated examinations. The brain is the most intricate organ in the human body, and despite Yi Zezhu's attempts to heal it for several days, no improvement was seen. Just as everyone was at a loss about Tang Qingshu's condition, Chen Yangwei appeared, having somehow learned of their plan to head south. This time, he came seeking cooperation and wanted a group of people to join them and travel south together. Tang Jianfeng agreed immediately. Of course, the more people traveling together, the safer the journey would be, especially since Chen Yangwei's team consisted of disciplined army personnel, making them excellent free bodyguards. Tang Qingshu finally woke up after being comatose for exactly 20 days. But something was clearly wrong with him. Beyond memory loss, his intelligence seemed affected, making him childish and moody. However, he displayed particular attachment to Tang Mochi. Perhaps during his illness, Tang Mochi was always deeply concerned about him. Although he didn't say anything verbally, he often stayed by his bedside talking and giving him massages, even causing jealousy in Tang Jianfeng. This directly resulted in brain-damaged Tang Qingshu developing a strong imprinting bond toward Tang Mochi after waking, leaving Tang Mochi both laughing and crying. Chapter 72, Animals. In mid-April, the temperature finally rose. Besides Zhang Yunfei and his wife, who were staying behind along with little Yinan, Wei Yu and Lin Sun also decided to stay. The rest chose to follow Tang Jianfeng and head south. The weather was good on the day of departure. Tang Jianfeng's group had 2 large off-road vehicles and a military Hummer. A 9-person team led by Chen Yangwei also had 2 military off-road vehicles. The group of 5 cars left the safe zone before dawn. To avoid direct conflict with the zombie tide, they didn't drive straight to the south but detoured west instead. There are more mountains west of Kyoto, and the population density is relatively lower in the flatter southern areas. Leaving the city from the west, they would face much less pressure. Tang Machi was dozing off in the passenger seat, knowing that once on the road, the intimate moments between them would be greatly reduced under everyone's watchful eyes, as the two had been fooling around until the wee hours last night. After sleeping for just 2 hours, they got up to prepare for departure. Tang Machi felt sore all over, utterly exhausted, almost closing his eyes to rest against the window immediately after getting into the car. Tang Jianfeng, on the other hand, still seemed refreshed and spirited, driving without any sign of fatigue. Although the weather warmed up, snow in many places hadn't melted entirely yet. To prevent the glaring reflection from the snow, Tang Jianfeng wore a pair of sunglasses, one hand resting on the window, the other skillfully holding the steering wheel, glancing at Tang Machi occasionally who was lying down resting. On the back seat, Zhang Zicheng and Chen Weiliang had already noticed the pink bubbles nearly materializing between these two, both looking constipated, pretending not to see anything and admiring the zombies outside that were snarling at them. Yi Jin and Shen Jianxi drove the Hummer ahead. Occasionally came the sound of machine guns, followed by the impact of Shen Jianxi kicking the zombies away. As the weather warmed, the movement ability of the zombies clearly improved too. Now their speed was almost enough to keep up with the pace of a normal adult walking fast, marking a significant leap compared to the initial staggering. After the sun fully rose, the temperature increased noticeably. Everyone rolled down their windows, throwing various abilities out through the windows, so ice spears, fireballs, dirt clods, were thrown towards the zombies by the roadside. The pressure on Yi Jin and Shen Jianxi in front was slightly relieved, and the car sped up visibly. Tang Machi slept soundly until noon when he woke up. Seeing that his complexion improved, and his eyes became clearer, Tang Jianfeng felt somewhat reassured. He handed him a bottle of water and asked, "Are you hungry? Have some food, we will only stop to camp in the evening." After drinking a little water, Tang Machi felt he had no appetite and shook his head, asking, "Can we leave the city today?" They had only stopped once in the morning, encountering a small wave of zombies, where more than 100 zombies were cleared within 10 minutes. With good road conditions, it should be possible. The highway ahead is full of abandoned cars, making it impassable, so we have to go around via the urban area. At this rate, we should definitely be able to pass through the 5th Ring Road tonight. Zhang Zicheng had been using the radio to exchange information with the leading vehicle. Now seeing Tang Machi awake, he couldn't help but explain everything that had been silent all the way. Tang Machi nodded, muttering, "Hope there won't be any accidents." However, at around 3 in the afternoon, Tang Machi's casual concern turned out to be prophetic. A bridge on their inevitable path collapsed. After observing the situation by getting out of the car, Yi Jin and Shen Jianxi found out that the bridge was intentionally damaged, showing obvious bomb marks. To avoid any ambush or unforeseen incidents nearby, they quickly reversed a distance and then headed towards another bridge. But, before they could reach the next bridge, something abnormal appeared on the road. The number of zombies was still plenty, but suddenly, there appeared many large carnivorous animals. Due to significant genetic differences between animals and humans, in the previous life, even though it was known that Tang Machi met with misfortune, it was never heard of animal infections with the zombie virus. These animals faced certain death upon being bitten by zombies, which provided humanity with an escape route. Otherwise, just those omnipresent rats alone could infect virtually all humans and turn them into zombies. The first one to notice something was wrong was Yi Zheyu in the leading car. His special abilities were temporarily of no use, so he kept holding a pair of binoculars and a walkie-talkie to observe the road condition and inform the vehicles behind to be careful. The binoculars had never left his eyes all day long. Not long after they entered this road, they found that the previously calm sky actually had several big birds circling. Yi Zheyu focused and realized that these big birds were actually fierce birds of prey, eagles. Then on their inevitable route, lions and wolf packs appeared. Although these creatures were watching them from afar, humans' innate perception of danger, especially when facing large carnivorous animals, immediately put them on high alert. "Is there a zoo nearby?" Tang Machi asked Zhang Zicheng, who was holding the map. Zhang Zicheng glanced at the map with his index finger for a moment and then raised his head, saying, "Yes. It's nearby. These animals must have escaped from there." Tang Jianfeng observed through the binoculars in his hand for a few seconds and said, "These animals are lined up very orderly. Unless they've evolved intelligence, someone must be taming them from behind." Tang Machi took the binoculars to take a look and sure enough, almost every 15 meters or so, an animal stood there. They remained orderly, pacing within a small range while keeping their eyes on the car, as if waiting for the right time or an order to attack. What kind of person can control so many animals? Zhang Zicheng asked, puzzled. "I don't know, but it's likely they're connected to the ones who blew up the bridge." Tang Jianfeng removed his sunglasses and handed them to Tang Machi, pulling out a handgun. His eyes stayed focused on the rearview mirror where some animals had already started chasing after them. Shielded by the seats, Tang Machi flicked his wrist and swapped his sunglasses for a gun. Seeing their tense stance, Zhang Zicheng and Chen Weiliang also pulled out their guns. Having used their abilities all day, they were all somewhat drained now, and using guns might be the best option. "Shit! Turn right. Right. Right." Suddenly, Yi Zheyu's frantic warning came through the quiet car over the intercom. Everyone stiffened instantly as Tang Jianfeng sharply jerked the steering wheel to the right. Caught off guard, Zhang Zicheng was thrown out of his seat, falling onto the floor gripping his head. Chen Weiliang managed to grab the handle above the car roof just in time, but his whole body still slammed against the window. A huge grey wolf took this opportunity to leap up, its sharp steel-like claws smashing harshly against the glass by Chen Weiliang's face, creating a grating sound. Several scratches appeared instantly on the smooth bulletproof glass. Before Chen Weiliang could breathe a sigh of relief, one of the eagles circling above suddenly dove straight down. Its sharp black beak struck violently against the front windshield. Due to the immense collision force, blood dripped around the base of the eagle's beak, yet its dark eyes continued to glare menacingly through the glass. Tang Jianfeng coldly swerved the vehicle again, and the eagle with wings spread flat slid away. In the split second before it fell, it clung to the windshield wipers and flapped back onto the glass, wildly pecking at it with its sharp beak despite being injured. Seeing the hard bulletproof glass develop noticeable cracks, Tang Machi immediately lowered the window, extending his gun outwards. With a loud bang, a splash of blood sprayed across the front window. The eagle slumped and was tossed aside, rolling under the car wheels and disappearing from view. However, the moment Tang Machi brought his arm back inside, a half-grown wolf cub suddenly leaped up from outside and bit onto his arm. After shaking it off twice without success, Tang Machi simply dragged it into the car, quickly pinning its throat with his left hand, tearing it away forcefully. The little wolf growled threateningly in its throat, its eyes fierce as it bared its teeth at him. "Mo. Are you hurt?" Tang Jianfeng had just been avoiding a lioness leaping toward them when he turned his head and surprisingly saw Tang Machi holding a wolf cub. "I'm fine. It just broke the skin a bit. This little guy isn't fully grown yet, his teeth aren't fully developed." Tang Machi pulled a biscuit from his pocket and shoved it into the cub's mouth. The little wolf immediately bit into it ferociously, splitting the biscuit into two pieces. Its emotions were clearly unstable. Logically, a wolf cub this young should only feel fear and wouldn't display such intense hostility. Tang Machi threw the cub to Zhang Zicheng, who had just climbed back onto the seat, and aimed the muzzle of his gun out through the gap in the window, shooting mercilessly at another wolf charging towards them. The bullet struck the wolf's hind leg. After a shrill scream, the wolf limped away but persisted in following stubbornly until it was eventually torn apart by zombies catching up. "Stop! Stop! Everyone stop!" Yi Ziyu's urgent warning, mixed with electronic static, burst through the intercom. Tang Jianfeng hit the brakes hard, the tires screeching against the ground with a piercing sound. Tang Machi, strangled by the seatbelt, gripped the top handle tightly as the car seemed destined to collide with the one ahead. But with a slight nudge of the steering wheel by Tang Jianfeng, the car darted to the left and barely stopped on the median strip. The frenzied animals outside suddenly stopped, but their situation was far from optimistic. A vehicle carrying soldiers ahead had overturned, and upon seeing this, Tang Jianfeng and the others immediately got out of the car to check on the situation. There were 5 people in the overturned car, 2 of them had already lost consciousness. As they pulled the victims out, they discovered a snake slithering inside the vehicle. It was ferociously biting one of the unconscious soldiers. At the sight of the massive venomous snake, thick as an arm, everyone involuntarily gasped. Tang Jianfeng narrowed his eyes, and his gun immediately fired. The bullet struck the snake precisely at its vital point. The colorful snake violently convulsed twice and then collapsed limply on the ground, motionless. Just then, Zhang Zicheng happened to be running over with a medical box, flipping through it while saying, "I'm not sure if the antivenom serum I have will work, but I'll just have to inject them first, and leave the rest to fate." Zhang Zicheng's medical kit had been prepared by Tang Machi according to his requirements, containing only emergency drugs. 5 doses of antivenom serum were included, but he had no idea whether it would be effective against the snake's poison. In matters of life and death, they could only inject it first and deal with any issues later. Yi Jin and Yi Ziyu from the front also rushed over. Shen Jianxi was still organizing the defense line to prevent zombies from surrounding them. "We're trapped. There are roadblocks up ahead." Yi Jin's words made everyone realize that the broken bridge and the frenzied animals were all orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Apparently, they had fallen into the enemy's trap. Just as everyone was filled with concern, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from their direction. Intense flames mixed with black smoke shot up high into the sky. Everyone looked at each other nervously. After staring at the smoke for a moment, Tang Jianfeng frowned and said, "The other bridge has probably been blown up too. It seems like these people intend to keep us here. If we don't play along and give them a good fight, we probably won't get through easily." Tang Machi put down the binoculars in his hand and said coldly, "Since they've dared to block our path, hopefully, they're ready to die." Chapter 73, The Landlord. Before Tang Machi and the others could take the initiative to go find them, a massive lion appeared from around the street corner. This muscular lion was at least 123 centimeters tall, with dense golden mane, its golden eyes looking down on everything in front of it as it moved with robust elegance. Oddly enough, on its back sat a girl who looked about 17 or 18 years old. She had an innocent and beautiful face, wrapped in a white coat that accentuated her graceful figure. She was seated sideways on the lion's back, making her appear all the more petite and adorable. If not for the fact that they were in the middle of this hellish environment full of decay, one might have mistaken her for some woodland spirit accidentally fallen into the human world. The moment the girl appeared, everyone immediately tensed up, realizing these animals must be under her control. Just recalling the previous attacks from the frenzied beasts confirmed that she was no friend to them. The lion stopped about 10 meters away from them, staring at them for a few seconds before opening its mouth and roaring, a putrid smell rushing towards them. The little girl patted the lion's head as if soothing it and said with a smile while stroking its mane, "Are you all from the safety zone? My uncle has some questions he wishes to ask you. Would you please come with me?" Her attitude was very arrogant, never once did she look at them directly, her gaze focused solely on the lion beneath her. After finishing her sentence, she clapped her hands and all the ferocious beasts surrounding them bowed their heads in submission, then followed her through the streets as she left. Eugene raised an eyebrow and looked at Tang Jianfeng, waiting for his orders. "Let's go see who's making a fuss," said Tang Jianfeng casually, holding Tang Machi's hand as he followed behind the girl without a trace of being coerced but rather as if they were merely invited guests. Zhang Zicheng stayed behind to observe the poisoned soldiers, moving temporarily into a nearby shop with the remaining soldiers. The rest followed Tang Jianfeng. After turning a street corner, what lay ahead took everyone by surprise. A huge iron gate and disorganized barbed wire enclosed a whole city block, bustling inside with activity. There were at least 100 people silently busy working, many fierce birds strolling among their feet, creating a strangely harmonious yet eerie atmosphere. These people seemed entirely oblivious to the arrival of Tang Jianfeng's group, none of them pausing to glance at them even once. Seated atop the lion, the little girl led the way forward, and the workers clearly revered her. Even several meters away, they lowered their heads in respect to let her pass. Tang Machi watched them closely with narrowed eyes. Though physically strong, their expressions remained numb and their glances filled with cautious fear as they glanced at the young girl. He deduced inwardly that this little girl wasn't ordinary. After passing through the crowd, they entered the lobby of a 5-star hotel. In the vast lobby, only 2 guards stood by the door. The little girl gracefully jumped off the lion, turned elegantly and finally looked over the group. Her smiling eyes immediately fell onto Tang Jianfeng, her pale, delicate fingers pointing arrogantly at him. "You, come upstairs with me. My uncle is on the floor above. Only one person can go up." Frowning, Tang Jianfeng ignored her and said, "My brother isn't in good health, I must stay close to him. Either I bring him along, or you select someone else." The playful look on the little girl's face instantly disappeared, and after glaring coldly at him for a while, she shook her hand dismissively saying, "Leave your weapons here, then all of you can come up." Tang Jianfeng handed over his guns and daggers to Eugene, and continued to half-embrace Tang Machi as if he really were caring for a sick person. Everyone who knew the truth silently rolled their eyes. Both then followed the little girl to the 3rd floor. Originally the hotel's western restaurant, Tulanya, all the tables and chairs had now been removed. The large hall was empty save for a long-haired carpet spread out in the center, with the walls decorated with numerous animal training tools. A middle-aged man with dark skin sat on a soft sofa, surrounded by scantily clad women attending to him. Upon their entrance, he barely raised an eye before continuing to lounge enjoying the massage from the women. "Uncle, I've brought them here." The little girl's face returned to her cheerful demeanor as she sat down on the long-haired blanket near the couch, her eyes flickering meaningfully at Tang Jianfeng and his group. The middle-aged man grunted an affirmation and eventually waved his hand, signaling for the women to stop. They carefully helped him dress, and quietly retreated. Seeing this scene, Tang Machi couldn't help but sneer. What the hell, is this really the apocalypse? Am I not mistakenly transported to some ancient landlord's house instead? Tang Jianfeng's attention had always been on Tang Machi. Now seeing the strange look on his face, he guessed what was in his mind and couldn't help but laugh, pinching his hand gently. His eyes were filled with indulgence. The man cast his eyes on the 2 of them. Seeing that they weren't paying attention to him, instead of getting angry, he smiled and said to the guard standing by the door, "Didn't you see the guests have come? Not even a chair for them. What did I usually tell you?" The guard soon brought over 2 battered plastic chairs and threw them on the ground casually. There was no change in Tang Jianfeng's expression as he pulled Tang Machi over to sit down. His air was even stronger than the man sitting on the soft sofa. Although the man's face appeared smiling, his eyes were cold as ice. He said, "You 2 have come out from the safe zone. Where are you heading? Judging from your manner, you're planning to leave the city. Perhaps we could lend a hand." Only then did Tang Jianfeng shift his gaze over, slowly saying, "We're just going out for a stroll outside the city. Staying in the safe zone too long can get boring." The man felt choked for a moment, a flash of annoyance passing through his eyes as his face turned cold. He said, "Young man, as you've seen, there are so many people out here who rely on me to survive. This place is under my control. I advise you to be sensible." While playing with Tang Machi's hand, Tang Jianfeng gave him a glance absent-mindedly and said, "We're just passing by and don't want any trouble. But if trouble finds us itself, I won't mind dealing with it." A sharp gleam flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he scoffed, "Your words are bold. Today, if I say you die, not one of you will walk out alive." Before Tang Jianfeng could respond, Tang Machi suddenly hurled a dagger from his hand. A snake that was preparing to attack him, barely 10 centimeters from his ankle, was pinned dead onto the ground. The snake's body convulsed violently. Chapter 74, Retribution. Xiaohua. The girl sitting on the ground screamed and rushed over. But Tang Machi's aim was precise, he nailed the snake directly at its vital point. After wriggling for a bit, the snake went limp and became still. Xiaohua, Xiaohua. The girl held the snake in her hands, calling out helplessly. Tang Jianfeng had already pulled Tang Machi up and coldly stared at the girl. Seeing that the snake in her hands had lost vitality, the girl glared at Tang Machi with venom and shouted fiercely, "I'll make you pay with your life. I'll make you pay with your life." "You're crazy, your snake attacked first," Tang Machi said, speechless. "What kind of people are these? I'm afraid both of you must compensate for my niece's loss. This snake grew up with her, their bond is akin to family. You killed her family member, shouldn't you compensate?" There was a trace of regret in the middle-aged man's eyes, but it wasn't for the snake, it was for the failed attack. Animals are animals after all, utterly useless. Tang Jianfeng didn't intend to waste time on them and turned around, pulling Tang Machi with him, saying, "It's getting dark. We need to find a place to camp. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first." Tang Machi rolled his eyes outright, this was clearly a setup for them. It would be a miracle if they could leave easily. Sure enough, before they even made it out the door, several men armed with crude rifles blocked their way, and sounds of commotion and fighting could be heard below. "My place isn't one where you can come as you please and leave when you want." With a glance from the middle-aged man, those men came forward with iron chains ready to tie them up. Tang Jianfeng's expression darkened, and he flicked his wrist. A pale blue flame shot out, instantly melting the thick iron chains. The two men holding the chains let out screams of agony. Before they could move, the molten iron began dripping onto their shoes, burning straight through them in an instant, causing another round of piercing cries. Seeing Tang Jianfeng's extraordinary ability at first try, the middle-aged man couldn't sit still anymore. He placed 2 fingers in his mouth and let out a sharp whistle mixed with special vibrations. Soon, various ferocious beasts gathered. Under the cover of his coat, Tang Machi took out 2 guns from the spatial pocket and handed them directly to Tang Jianfeng. Then, he quickly kicked away the venomous lizard that had climbed near his feet. These 2 uncle and niece definitely have spirit-related abilities to control animals. Let's take them down first. Impatient, Tang Machi kicked off another poisonous snake and saw the encirclement by more than a dozen wolves and lions. Tang Jianfeng nodded and glanced back. The girl who was still in the hall earlier had vanished, leaving only the middle-aged man watching them with a sneer, gun in hand. Careful. Catching this scene with his peripheral vision, Tang Machi felt a jolt. A massive wind wall suddenly appeared between them and the man, deflecting the bullets which barely grazed Tang Jianfeng's arm. Tang Jianfeng fired immediately when the wind wall weakened, but unexpectedly, the man opposite moved incredibly fast, weaving through the air, catching only a faint shadow. Speed ability. A hint of interest flashed in Tang Jianfeng's eyes. Having awakened his power for such a long time, he hadn't really competed against other power users yet. Today was the perfect day to unleash it. "Machi, go after him. Leave here to me." As soon as Tang Jianfeng's body ignited with the pale blue flames, Tang Machi nodded and chased after the escaping figure through a semi-open escape route. Although the fire enveloping Tang Jianfeng wasn't large, none of the beasts surrounding him dared to get close and instead chased after Tang Machi outside. Tang Jianfeng coldly observed the man's silhouette, calculating his direction. He threw a few fireballs, but after several tries, he had not injured him at all. Tang Jianfeng stopped attacking, continuing like this, the entire building would catch fire. Though he couldn't see the opponent, in such high-speed motion, the opponent would also have difficulty seeing him clearly. Slowly, Tang Jianfeng diminished the flames on his body and closed his eyes. When the middle-aged man noticed the reduced flames, he immediately paused behind Tang Jianfeng and fired a cold shot. Tang Jianfeng had anticipated this move. As soon as he detected the sound of the air being displaced due to the man's movement, he shifted his steps. Years of training as a soldier had turned firearms into an extension of his body. As he moved, he turned his wrist, pointing the gun muzzle at his own rear. 2 shots rang out simultaneously, the opponent's bullet missed, hitting the soft couch in front of Tang Jianfeng, while Tang Jianfeng's bullet drilled into the opponent's thigh. Without looking back, Tang Jianfeng judged from the sound alone that he had hit the target. But before he could confirm, the opponent was already fleeing at high speed, a trail of heavy blood spray left behind as the wound bled profusely under intense movement. Tang Jianfeng didn't bother following the man's silhouette. A huge fireball erupted at the doorway, swallowing the exit in an instant. The man let out a scream of agony as he fell and sat by the door, the left side of his scalp completely scorched. He lay on the ground, glaring venomously at Tang Jianfeng. Tang Jianfeng extinguished the flames on his body. Instantly, a venomous snake slithered toward him. With a swift kick, Tang Jianfeng sent the snake flying straight onto the man's face. The snake darted its tongue and immediately bit into the man's cheek. Screaming in pain, the man tried to pry the snake off but found it astonishingly strong, coiling around his neck while sinking its fangs deep. Showing no interest in how the man would die, Tang Jianfeng tossed a fireball behind him and without looking back, chased after Tang Machi's direction. Tang Machi had raced out through the dark escape passage. Within seconds, he was already outside the back door of the building. Despite the bustling crowd, there was no trace of the girl. Everyone stood silently, an eerie calm pervading. A little boy sneaked a glance at Tang Machi, quickly averting his eyes when caught staring. In 2 strides, Tang Machi grabbed the boy's tiny arm and said, "Tell me where she ran." Pulling a box of chocolates from his pocket, he tempted, "Tell me, and this is yours." Everyone else nearby avoided him like the plague, hastily moving away. The little boy, initially pale with fear, lit up upon seeing the chocolate. He gave a sly nod toward a certain direction, causing Tang Machi to chuckle as he stuffed the chocolate into the boy's hand and rushed off. Though not matching speed abilities, Tang Machi's wind ability still exceeded biological limits. After only a few minutes, he spotted the girl riding furiously atop a mighty lion. Tang Machi held his gun aloft, blocking her path. The girl glared hatefully at him, any trace of initial haughtiness replaced by dark malice. "Are you really so delusional that you think you can hold me here? I'll make you beg for death," she spat venomously. "You should hurry up and take your meds. It's no good going crazy at such a young age." Tang Machi, seeing her lost to reason, taunted mercilessly. You. The girl's hands trembled as she clutched the mane of the lion beneath her, her face flushed red. Her family once operated a circus, relying on performances to tame animals across various regions. But after the apocalypse, her parents succumbed to viral infections, leaving only her uncle alive who traveled with them, the same one Tang Jianfeng had killed. They drifted to this small base, barely surviving. Unexpectedly, several months ago, both her and her uncle gained powers through awakening. She discovered her ability to control animals, returning to reclaim beasts from the zoo destined to freeze. Together, they rallied some dissidents to kill the former leader, seizing complete control over the base. The entire settlement now served them utterly, anyone defiant met their end fed to lions. Praised and revered for so long, she had elevated herself beyond all measure, unaccustomed to such insult. With a wave of her hand, the savage beasts charging behind surged forward in threats. Tang Machi continuously retreated, unwilling to unleash slaughter on these controlled animals, yet knowing they'd likely eaten human flesh and posed continued dangers if released. Without hesitation, using his wind power, he leapt high and aimed his gun skyward toward diving eagles. Soon, several eagles plummeted silent and lifeless. The bloodied air further enraged the savage creatures. Wolves lunged recklessly at him, though their leaps fell short and futile. With bullets spent, a flash of cold steel appeared in Tang Machi's hands. His wind power spun, launching the dagger towards the girl on the lion. Her grotesque expression contorted as she clenched her right hand. Suddenly, a small tiger leaped in front of her. The dagger sank directly into the tiger's abdomen, and with a cry, the tiger was thrown aside by the girl. Tang Machi's gaze turned icy. Concealing his space manipulation was no longer necessary. Swapping weapons instantly, he fired mercilessly. Clearly startled by his sudden object summoning, the girl scrambled frantically, falling to the ground, using the massive lion for cover. Effortlessly sidestepping the lion, Tang Machi fired a barrage. Moments before, the haughty princess knelt humbly before him, surrounded by countless corpses she'd used as shields against his bullets. Blood soaked her pristine white coat. You don't kill me. I'm human too. I don't want to die," came her tearful pleas. Annoyed, Tang Machi clicked his tongue, unprepared to act. Suddenly, the woman straightened and with lightning speed drew a small handgun. Tang Machi furrowed his brow and without blinking, fired a shot instantly. The girl screamed as she clutched her blood-gushing wrist. Tang Machi looked at her coldly and said, "I originally planned to let you die quickly, but since you're so creative, I might as well make your death a bit more creative. It seems your relatives have eaten quite a few people. What do you think they'll do once set free?" Tang Machi's tone was like he was making a joke, yet it instantly made the girl pale with fear. Tang Machi shot her again, this time aiming at her thigh artery. As she bled out, she would gradually lose stamina, her powers fading quickly. Once these animals broke free from her control, they'd likely rush forward and tear her apart, repaying her in her own coin. Tang Machi paid no further attention to her screams, stepping on the wind and rushing toward Tang Jianfeng who had already caught up. Chapter 75, The Empty Village. When the two returned to the hotel, Yi Jin and his group had already subdued all the dozens of thugs. Those working outside finally realized the situation had turned, so they stopped what they were doing and gathered at the door, peering around curiously. Tang Machi walked over and found that the little boy from before was also in the crowd, with a box of chocolates already completely stuffed into his mouth. He chewed laboriously while shyly smiling at Tang Machi. Tang Machi slightly lifted the corner of his lips. Although the people around him looked cautiously tentative in their eyes, there was still a hidden desire for life and hope. In this post-apocalyptic world, it's hard for everyone. If he had the ability to save others, why shouldn't he? Even if it didn't bring much benefit, even if it caused trouble, isn't living all about following one's heart? Do as you please, be free and unrestrained, act willfully. Tang Machi's mood suddenly became clear, and he smiled at Tang Jianfeng by his side. Tang Jianfeng noticed there wasn't a trace of gloom between his brows, only ease and brightness instead. He felt warmth in his heart and tightly held Tang Machi's hand. "Boss, there are 32 goons here, all together. Shen Weiliang let out a sigh of relief seeing that Tang Jianfeng and his group had returned unharmed, although not from upstairs, but from their expressions, the problem should be resolved. Tang Jianfeng nodded and said to Yi Jin, "What about those people outside? Can we contact Qin Yangwei? It might be difficult, we're too far from the safety zone. Crossing through the city to get here would be too dangerous." Yi Jin frowned, clearly troubled. "We will stay here." As everyone was racking their brains on how to accommodate these people, a woman stepped out of the onlookers outside. She appeared to be in her early 30s. Although she was dressed in shabby clothing and her face was covered in dirt, her bright and focused eyes formed a striking contrast to the numb, cautious crowd. The people outside began whispering amongst themselves, pointing at the woman. Tang Machi cast an approving look at her. In the current situation, for someone to step forward was already impressive, let alone a woman. Where did that demoness go? I want her to pay her debts in blood. The woman seemed indifferent to the gossip from the crowd behind her as she stared at Tang Machi with hatred in her eyes. She's dead, Tang Machi nodded at her. The woman's eyes flashed, then she tightly shut them. When she reopened them, she was calm again. Thank you. My name is Sun Yuelin. My husband resisted them and was fed alive to the lions by that demoness. Sun Yuelin paused briefly, choking up, then raised her head and glared fiercely at the group of thugs tied up in a circle, saying, "These people are beasts. They don't treat humans like humans." By now, it was completely dark outside. Tang Jianfeng and his group decided to just stay here for the night and set off tomorrow. Moreover, the bridge ahead had been destroyed, and they needed to discuss changing their route. Tang Jianfeng and Yi Jin went out with Sun Yuelin to check the entire base's situation. Since these people did not plan to leave, they aimed to help eliminate some risks for them. As for how they survive afterward, that would depend on their own efforts. This place was originally a police-led civilian established base, but later the leader was murdered by a pair of uncle and nephew. Those few policemen also died tragically. We, without weapons or food, could only endure oppression, eking out a meager existence. Sun Yuelin introduced the circumstances here to them as she led them on a tour. This base currently had around 100 people, most of whom were young adult men. That pair of uncle and nephew hoarded plenty of food, enough to last them through this lean time temporarily. However, the security hazards were very serious. The area around the base was surrounded by only simple iron fences which looked precarious. Yi Jin frowned as she pulled on the iron fence, it wobbled. Was this thing just for show? Sun Yuelin's eyes were filled with worry too. They don't care whether we live or die. If zombies really come, these things will be utterly useless. We can help you reinforce it, but after that, you need to build your defenses yourselves. Yi Jin thought about Huang Xing's metal powers, perhaps she could ask him for help. Is this a subway station? Just as they were observing the surroundings, Tang Jianfeng suddenly pointed to an underground entrance blocked by barbed wire and asked. Sun Yuelin was momentarily stunned. The underground entrance was in disarray, rusty, but still roughly identifiable. She nodded and said, yes, it was sealed off from the start to prevent zombies from running inside. Where does this subway line lead to? Yi Jin's eyes lit up instantly understanding Tang Jianfeng's meaning. City West. Fantastic, we can go directly out of the city through the subway tunnel. Yi Jin had been worried about the danger of replanning the route, but now they could cross the river directly through the tunnel. When the group returned to the hotel, those goons had already been taken away. Zhang Zicheng and his group also came over. They found some antidote serum in the girl's room and re-injected it for the two unconscious soldiers. Many people outside were still gathered here waiting for news. Sun Yuelin left with them. Since she stepped forward, all the affairs of this base would be handled by her from now on. Tang Jianfeng shared his idea of going through the tunnel with everyone, and everyone thought it was smart, showing looks of delight. Yi Jin took Huang Xing to look at the iron netting, trying to figure out a way to help strengthen it. Tang Machi dragged out a lot of food from the carriage and started preparing dinner. Everyone spent the night quietly, each resting separately. The next morning, Tang Jianfeng woke up as the sky began to brighten. Now that the weather was slightly warmer, no one had gone to the hotel rooms to sleep. Those rooms hadn't been cleaned for so long, they definitely weren't livable. Instead, they spread out sleeping mats directly in the lobby. After all, they were all men. Tang Machi lay in his sleeping bag beside Tang Jianfeng. Before bed last night, they kept their distance for propriety's sake, but when they woke up in the morning, they were already hugging each other, separated only by their sleeping bags. With a smile in his eyes, Tang Jianfeng gently kissed his still somewhat youthful sleeping face, and seeing him pout slightly while frowning in his sleep made him grin even wider as he lightly let go and crawled out of the sleeping bag. Outside, Sun Yuelin was already waiting with a few others. It seemed they had reached an agreement on Sun Yuelin's leadership last night. These are all those who volunteered to help you. I'll take them to clear the iron mesh at the subway entrance and lay down some wooden boards so your vehicles can pass. Sun Yuelin quickly adapted to her new role, communicating with more confidence than yesterday, looking quite composed. Thank you. Tang Jianfeng nodded at them. In this post-apocalyptic world, he no longer held much hope for humanity. Their ability to understand gratitude was already heartening to him. After dawn, the two soldiers finally had their fever subside. Their faces regained some color, and their wounds stopped swelling. After tidying up, the group set off immediately. The subway entrance was a very long stairwell. Although wooden planks were laid, it was still dangerous for regular off-road vehicles. Towing ropes had to be used to slide the vehicles down carefully, with Tang Jianfeng driving the Hummer at the rear. Before leaving, Tang Machi gave another box of chocolate to the little boy. The boy paused momentarily, then smiled at him for a long time. After entering the tunnel, the group immediately turned on the headlights, flattening any scattered zombies along the way. Fortunately, there were no obstructing trains along the route. Following the tunnel, they drove straight to the terminal station. By the time they emerged, it was almost noon, and the blinding sunlight made everyone squint for a while before adapting to the brightness outside. This place was already on the outskirts of Jingdu, where high-rise buildings faded into the distance, replaced by factories and warehouses. The roads were much smoother, and without hesitation, the group adjusted their course and sped southward. Heading south, they soon left the boundaries of Jingdu. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, its warmth seeping through the car windows, and the gentle spring breeze lulled everyone inside into drowsiness. Huang Sheng had exhausted his powers overnight and had already fallen asleep with his mouth open. Today, Tang Jianfeng was driving at the front while Tang Machi leaned against the seat nodding off intermittently. Chen Weiliang had extended his upper body out of the car window, ready to shoot the zombies that lunged toward the vehicle at any moment. Tang Machi was awakened by a sudden loud explosion. He suddenly grabbed the safety belt and opened his eyes, realizing that it was already dark outside. Did I sleep all afternoon? Tang Machi couldn't believe it. Not really, it's just past 2, and there has been thunder. Tang Jianfeng reached over and laughed as he wiped the corner of Tang Machi's mouth, who then realized he had drooled in his sleep. His face instantly turned red, and he swatted Tang Jianfeng's hand, wiping it casually with his sleeve. Zhang Zicheng in the backseat pretended to look outside and coughed softly. Thunderstorm. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky, followed by a rumble, shaking the air enough to make the car windows vibrate. Tang Jianfeng nodded. We need to find somewhere to take shelter from the rain. They had already entered a mountain range, surrounded by green mountains. This road ran through low-lying areas between the mountains, where landslides might occur if heavy rain fell. Look! As Tang Jianfeng finished speaking, Zhang Zicheng excitedly shouted out. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. Surprisingly, they saw a village of blue-tiled houses nestled halfway up the mountain, with wisps of smoke slowly rising under the dim twilight sky, presenting quite a poetic scene. Let's go check it out. Tang Jianfeng turned the steering wheel, and Zhang Zicheng relayed the message to the cars behind through the radio. Before they even reached the village, a torrential rain accompanied by lightning had already poured down, the raindrops coming so fast that the entire forest grew noisy. The air filled with mist, and soon the visibility outside dropped to less than 100 meters, while the temperature also plummeted rapidly. Sure enough, there was a roadblock at the entrance to the village. When Tang Jianfeng parked the car outside, the vehicles behind had not yet caught up. The 4 of them first got out of the car and ran toward the nearest house, braving the gales and heavy rain. By the time they reached the eaves of the house, they were completely soaked despite the short distance of just a few dozen meters. Their clothes clung coldly to their bodies, shivering with the chill. Tang Machi was trembling from the cold, so Tang Jianfeng directly hugged him as he knocked on the door. But after knocking for a long time with no response, Tang Jianfeng kicked the sturdy wooden door open with one foot. The small courtyard was very clean, as if someone lived there. In the kitchen, firewood was still burning, and a large pot of hot water was bubbling and steaming, but there wasn't a single person around. Let's warm up by the fire first, don't catch a cold. We'll wait until the rain stops. Tang Machi pulled Zhang Zicheng and Chen Weiliang, who were equally freezing, to sit by the stove and warm themselves. Soon, the others also arrived. The rain continued pouring down heavily, and the village remained eerily quiet, as if it hadn't noticed these strange intruders at all. Chapter 76, Stolen. The heavy rain accompanied by thunder and lightning lasted for more than 2 hours, and the water levels rose sharply. Looking out from the courtyard, the road in the mountain ravine was already completely flooded. Tang Jianfeng and his group decided to stay here for the night and leave when the water level dropped the next day. As it grew dark, the entire village fell into an eerie silence, with only the occasional chirping of birds breaking the stillness. This village was clearly not an abandoned one, just taking this house they had broken into as an example, it was clean and bright. There wasn't much food in the kitchen, but enough for a meal, and there was even water boiling on the stove, indicating that the owners hadn't been gone long. There were no signs of struggle or fighting, suggesting they had left willingly. The group didn't venture deep into the village, only circling around this small courtyard without finding anything unusual. However, it was clear that something was off about the village. They only planned to stay overnight and leave at dawn, thus increasing their vigilance and preparing to rest quickly. Tang Machi lay in a sleeping bag on an airbed, while Tang Jianfeng kept the first watch. From where Tang Machi could see, Tang Jianfeng leaned against the gate with his arms crossed, with a little milk wolf crouching by his feet, chewing on a meat bone. This wolf was the same little one that had attacked Tang Machi before and had later been left in the car. By the time they discovered it, it was almost starving. Too young to be thrown away, they ended up keeping it since Yizeyu particularly liked it. Tang Machi blankly watched Tang Jianfeng and the little wolf by his feet and couldn't help but curl his lips. He wasn't sure when he fell asleep, but when he woke up, Tang Jianfeng hadn't returned to sleep yet, and there was no sign of him at the entrance either. The little milk wolf was sleeping on the side. 2 solar-powered camping lights emitted faint glows. Tang Machi heard Shen Jianxi's voice from nearby. Yeah. Shen Jianxi's voice was almost a whisper, tinged with a bit of hesitation. Tang Machi turned his back on them. If it weren't for his heightened senses, he wouldn't have heard it. Yi Zeyu's breathing quickened slightly. No. His voice was soft and weak, sounding strangely enticing. Don't be afraid. Let me help you. Shen Jianxi's voice carried a note of laughter, and Tang Machi heard him kiss Yi Zeyu. Tang Machi silently listened to the two making subtle noises until things calmed down. His face had long turned red. After waiting half an hour, he quietly sat up, scanned the surroundings, and indeed found that Yi Jin was absent. After dressing properly, Tang Machi took a lap around the yard, finding Sheng Jiangxi already awake to take the next shift. Tang Machi uncomfortably glanced at him, then instinctively shifted his gaze toward the sleeping Yi Zeyu. Shen Jianxi understood his discomfort and chuckled lightly, sorry to disturb your rest. Tang Machi frowned awkwardly. Where are your brother and brother Yi? Shen Jianxi touched his nose, attempting to change the subject. I don't know. I woke up and didn't see them. Tang Machi furrowed his brows. The door was open. Tang Jianfeng and Yi Jin would not have gone out for no reason. Something must have happened. After scanning around without seeing anyone, the two exchanged worried looks. Let's wake everyone up and search separately. Tang Machi decisively woke everyone immediately. Hearing the situation, all members' faces grew serious. Splitting into several groups, they searched but found nothing. Just as everyone was becoming anxious, Huang Sheng, who was searching near the woods, suddenly shouted, "There are footprints here." Everyone immediately rushed over and saw a messy patch of muddy footprints on the damp ground, which were clearly very recent. Just as everyone intended to follow the tracks into the forest, Tang Jianfeng and Yi Jin were seen running back out of breath. Surprisingly, everyone gathered around them. Tang Jianfeng's expression was stern, and Yi Jin's complexion was not good. What happened? Tang Machi asked with a frown. Both their legs were covered in mud, showing they had been running for a long time. Yi Jin scowled darkly and said, "We've been tricked. The car is gone, and the 2 soldiers guarding the car are missing as well. We ran there when we heard the car start, but it was too late." Tang Jianfeng frowned, realizing their plan to stay only for the night had now become impossible. How did they steal the car without the keys? Shen Jianxi questioned. They are probably seasoned thieves, and it's more than one person. They must be experienced in these types of activities. Yi Jin cast a deep glance at the pitch-black village, seemingly understanding now that this village was far from an ordinary rural place. It was full of capable individuals. We must retrieve the car. Huang Sheng was the most enthusiastic about heading south, knowing that without the car, they would surely be unable to proceed, so he was the most concerned. Let's wait until dawn to look. Don't worry, the car definitely hasn't gone far. Tang Jianfeng saw everyone had a grave expression and spoke to comfort them. Tang Machi nodded, understanding that Tang Jianfeng had driven all day and not slept all night. His face was covered with stubble and his eyes were slightly red, so he felt a bit sorry for him. He wasn't too worried about the vehicles though. He had supplies in his space, and if they needed to leave, they could just find some abandoned cars on the road. Tang Machi took out a bottle of water from his backpack and handed it around for everyone to drink. This water came from a special pool in his space and was highly effective for restoring energy. Tang Jianfeng directly took the bottle and drank down the remaining half. Thank you, Momo. Tang Jianfeng returned the empty bottle, a trace of a smile finally appearing in his eyes. Tang Machi pursed his lips and ignored him, then took out a pack of 5-spice beef jerky and toasted it over the fire pit to share with everyone. The little wolf smelled the aroma and started barking hungrily, trying to claw at Tang Machi's pants with its tiny paws in eager anticipation. Tang Machi tore off a small piece for it to chew on. Its baby teeth hadn't fully grown yet, so it could only use its gums to grind and suck the flavor. Everyone felt much clearer in their heads, thinking it might be because of eating something. Only Yi Jin understood that it could be due to the strange water given by Tang Machi. Before 6 o'clock, the sky had already begun to brighten. They split into 2 groups, one group following the tire tracks to search for clues, the other heading straight into the village to investigate the situation. Tang Jianfeng led Chen Weiliang and 2 other comrades out to look for the car. All of them were former Special Forces soldiers, professionally trained in reconnaissance skills, so tracking the car posed no problem for them. Make sure the bag is zipped. Tang Machi secretly spent some time reorganizing his backpack, stuffing it full of various items including some ammunition. Tang Jianfeng took the bag, weighed it in his hands, raised an eyebrow at Tang Machi and said, "Thanks, Momo." Tang Machi shot him a glance and said, "Go already." The corner of Tang Jianfeng's mouth lifted slightly. Since their relationship had developed, Tang Machi's attitude towards him had clearly become much more casual, exactly what he hoped for. He wanted his precious person to feel free and unguarded in front of him. Tang Jianfeng placed a hand on his head, and before Tang Machi could push it away, he gave it a quick rub, then turned around and left in style. The remaining members packed everything up and headed deeper into the village. The small mountain hamlet wasn't large, with only dozens of households in total. Besides a few scattered families living farther away, most people gathered in a sunny, wind-protected spot on a hillside. This village appeared very peaceful on the surface, seemingly no different from a typical rural area before the apocalypse. There were no zombies, no putrid smells, and no dead bodies lying around. Clothes hung outside many courtyards, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere, as if this were not the end times. Tang Machi noticed that the muddy ground was smooth, without any footprints, suggesting that these people had evacuated before the rain started. But why? There were no signs of robbery or massacre, it was as if the entire village had vanished into thin air. Yi Zheyu held the little wolf and followed behind Shen Jianqi. Shen Jianqi pulled out two tender vines and teased the little creature in Yi Zheyu's arms. At first, the little wolf just stared wide-eyed at the vines, then stretched out a paw to reach for them. Yi Jin rolled her eyes at the sight. This uncanny resemblance to a family unit was quite absurd. As the group carefully observed their surroundings while moving forward, the little wolf, which had been playing around happily, suddenly tensed up, showing its gums in a fierce glare aimed at something ahead. Its whole body bristled with fur, growling warningly in short bursts. Something's coming. Be prepared. Tang Machi immediately reacted. Everyone drew their guns, cautiously targeting a patch of bushes ahead. Sure enough, within seconds, they saw vague figures emerging. Zombies. Shoot indiscriminately. Yi Jin looked through the telescope and fired immediately. More than 100 zombies rushed toward them. Their proximity made everyone's scalp tingle nervously. Shit, where did so many zombies come from all of a sudden? The lead soldier, who had previously been a platoon leader, had served in the military for 7 years, and was extremely blunt and foul-mouthed. Losing some men to attack earlier, he couldn't help but curse now. Fall back. Yi Jin grabbed 2 grenades handed over by Tang Machi and shouted at the group. After 2 explosions, the number of zombies decreased significantly. Shen Jianqi's vines quickly extended, sending several nearby zombies flying. Yi Jin also shot continuously while throwing out bursts of electric light, each zombie getting fried black by the lightning and turning into complete ashes. Zhang Zicheng's ice element abilities and Huang Xing's metal element abilities were equally devastating. What had seemed like a dire situation quickly turned the tables. Tang Machi threw a series of small whirlwinds that shredded the zombies into pieces. In no time, over 100 zombies were reduced to just a dozen or so. Due to the distance, the soldiers simply eliminated the remaining few with their guns. In just a few minutes, more than 100 zombies had been wiped out by the group. Yi Jin holstered her gun and smirked, saying, I'd like to see what other tricks the person behind this has up their sleeve. Why don't you come out and show yourself? Tang Machi noticed that these zombies were all fashionably dressed young men and women, which didn't match the people who would typically live in this mountain village. Yi Gu, maybe there really isn't anyone left in this village. How about we burn the place down? Zhang Zicheng appeared from somewhere holding a torch, speaking with great conviction. Tang Machi chuckled and replied, that's a good idea. Let's do it. He then prepared to throw the torch onto a nearby pile of firewood. Just as they were about to set the wood pile alight, a raspy voice suddenly called out, young man, stop right there. Tang Machi and Zhang Zicheng exchanged amused glances as an elderly man pushed open a courtyard gate and shuffled out unsteadily. Chapter 77, The Shaman. As the old man walked out, more than a dozen young men followed one after another, glaring at them with hostility. Tang Machi and Zhang Zicheng moved the torches they held away and stomped out a piece of firewood that had already caught fire. The old man had a head full of white hair, but his eyes were sharp, and his body was still vigorous. The only weakness he displayed was some slight inconvenience in walking, making him appear anything but an aged elder on the brink of death. Are you robbers really here to burn, kill, and plunder? The old man looked coldly at them, showing no fear even before their guns, which actually earned Tang Machi and his companion some respect. Yi Jin smiled as she put away her gun and said, Elder, don't accuse us falsely. Burning, it hasn't started yet. Killing, we only slay zombies. Looting, well, there's none. The old man stared at him for a while, as if finally confirming something about them. He then asked pretentiously, if you're not robbers, what did you intrude for? We do not welcome outsiders here. Without any embarrassment, Yi Jin glanced back at Tang Machi and Zhang Zicheng and laughed, saying, it's due to my lax discipline. My 2 younger brothers are too mischievous. We mean no harm, we just came to your village to seek shelter from the rain. As the saying goes, one doesn't strike a smiling face. Moreover, their group of smiling faces possessed formidable strength, so the old man's attitude softened quickly, then come inside. Everyone in the village has gone to work. They'll return tonight when it gets dark. This courtyard was probably the best in this little mountain village. It contained a 2-story farmhouse with snow-white walls, looking like a newly built home. Despite being spacious, the courtyard seemed smaller after everyone entered. There were 2 8 immortals tables in the living room of the small house, and a long table against the wall facing the entrance, covering the entire wall. On it were scattered many incense burners, candles, and peculiar yellow talisman papers, entirely clashing with the bright interior of the house. Instead, it gave off a strange, eerie atmosphere. Zhang Zicheng, who had never been exposed to such things, couldn't take his eyes off them. Then, he quietly asked Tang Machi, Shao Qi, is there witchcraft here? Tang Machi. A man nearest to them glared at Zhang Zicheng, who didn't hesitate to glare back fiercely, letting out a heavy snort from his nose. When everyone sat around the 8 immortals table, the old man sat on the main seat nearby and sighed deeply. The ferocity he had shown earlier was now replaced by a subtle hint of hidden concern. He said, "I suggest you all leave the mountain as soon as possible. Our place is no paradise either." Yi Jin exchanged signals with Tang Machi, who secretly rolled his eyes at her. Subsequently, he obediently turned toward the old man and said, "Uncle, we originally planned to leave at dawn, but..." Tang Machi knitted his eyebrows slightly, filled with worries in his eyes. His refined, delicate face evoked much affection, lowering anyone's guard unconsciously. But what? Though the old man still kept a stern expression, he softened somewhat. "Our vehicles parked outside the village have been stolen overnight. We must continue our journey, but without cars, we can't go on." As Tang Machi finished speaking, there was almost sadness in his eyes, his distressed appearance delighting those beside Yi Jin who were initially planning to watch the drama unfold. Now, taking advantage of Tang Jianfeng's absence, they found the opportunity to tease him. However, Tang Machi wasn't someone to be trifled with, immediately turning the blame towards Yi Jin, who appeared pleased in the shadows. "Brother Yi said that it might have been villagers who borrowed our vehicles," Tang Machi added, "which is why we barged in to find them." "Uncle, did you hear any abnormalities last night?" "Nonsense." The old man slapped the table hard, glaring at Yi Jin, "Everyone in our village are honest mountain dwellers. We've never done underhanded or sneaky things." Yi Jin touched her nose, saying, "Do you know where the villagers have gone to work?" "Last night, we didn't see any villagers, and now, the situation outside is perilous. Making a living out there isn't easy." Tang Machi noticed that when Yi Jin posed this question, the expressions of the over 10 villagers present along with the old man changed abruptly. Despite their efforts to conceal it, Tang Machi detected a significant emotional shift. Silently, Yi Jin locked gazes with him, both pondering that the village was becoming increasingly bizarre. The presence of that large group of over 100 zombies could not possibly be coincidental, and the mysterious disappearance of the villagers was very odd. Clearly, the old man and these villagers were concealing something. Plus, their vehicles being stolen silently made the small mountain village enveloped in a shadow of mystery. With a vague response, the old man used an excuse about feeling unwell and needing rest. They bid farewell automatically, retreating back to the little courtyard at the village entrance, planning to wait until the villagers returned at nightfall to understand the situation better. Taking advantage of the use of someone else's kitchenware, Tang Machi and his companions cooked a large pot of rice. Secretly, Tang Machi took out 2 cans of vegetables and beef jerky, stewing them together. He also stir-fried a large bowl of pickled cabbage meat using the freshly fermented kimchi that had been soaking for only a few days. The group hadn't eaten warm meals for many days. Especially those soldiers, who had basically survived on coarse steamed buns and vegetable soup since the apocalypse began. It was only during these few days with them that they occasionally got to taste some meat. As soon as the aroma of the food filled the air, everyone couldn't resist. Even before the meal was placed on the table, people started yelling while holding their bowls, rushing in to grab portions. Yi Jin watched as a few soldiers ate almost with their faces buried in their bowls. She couldn't help but feel sympathy. These men were still loyal soldiers despite having lost family or not being able to contact them. Since the military couldn't support so many soldiers anymore, those whose families were fortunate enough to be safe usually chose to leave the army to protect their families instead. These soldiers were just newly grown-up boys, following their leader's orders without question and risking their lives merely for a meal. "Feels awesome. It's been such a long time since I've eaten this well." Soldier leader Ding Hao patted his full stomach after rubbing it, saluting towards Tang Machi and the others as he said, "Although the army has strict rules about not taking anything from civilians, today old Ding is breaking that rule." "Thank you." Behind Ding Hao, several young soldiers saluted them one by one. Tang Machi could see that although Ding Hao appeared laid back with a soldier punk flair, his eyes revealed deep gratitude. "Why thank us? From now on, we're all family." Yi Jin patted Ding Hao's shoulder and then said to the soldiers behind him, "There's more in the pot. If it's not enough, go help yourselves." The soldiers yelled happily and went back for more. After everyone had finished eating, Yi Jin and Shen Jianxi led separate patrols around the area, preventing any further unexpected events. Not waiting until dark, they indeed saw a group of people descending from the mountain, looking agitated as if something joyful had occurred. Strangely, none seemed to carry anything in their hands, making them look less like workers and more like attendees of some religious cult activity. Upon seeing this, Tang Machi squinted hard and surprisingly spotted a person dressed in a Taoist robe mingling within the crowd, appearing to be at the center of their attention. Tang Machi felt uneasy inside. Could it really be some kind of a fraudulent cult leader? When the group approached closer, the visitors were completely ignored as the group encircled their central Taoist figure, speaking excitedly and treating Tang Machi and his friends as though they were invisible. Yi Jin wiped her face, laughing uncontrollably, throwing up her hands. It seems that the attitude of the old man earlier was considered decent already. What the hell kind of place was this? The family where Tang Machi and the rest stayed overnight also returned, a couple who clearly appeared honest peasants. They had dark skin and were not very tall. In contrast to other villagers, the expressions of this couple were completely different, eyes red and bloodshot, looking deflated as if they had endured a great shock. Uncle, Auntie, sorry for entering your home uninvited. Do check if there's anything missing, and we'll compensate accordingly. Eugene rushed forward to establish rapport. No need. There isn't anything valuable at our place. Please take your belongings and leave. The woman spoke even before the man could reply, issuing an eviction order. All right. We'll pack immediately. Eugene signaled to everyone, feigning clumsiness as she deliberately dropped her handgun onto the ground, exclaiming exaggeratedly, "Oh dear, my clumsy hands are acting up again." Meanwhile, she slapped her right hand with her left. Her over-the-top acting made everyone nearby feel awkward. Ah! Just as the performance continued, Ding Hao tripped over a stone and fell, revealing his gun hung visibly on his waist. Tang Machi had been observing this couple closely and noticed their subsequent subtle reactions upon seeing the weapons. Both husband and wife looked conflicted. The husband seemed ready to speak but was held back by the wife, shaking her head subtly. The husband frowned deeply, clearly unwilling, yet no further action ensued. Once Tang Machi and the rest had moved out entirely, it was completely dark outside. Still, there was no news of Tang Jianfeng and the others. Everyone set up tents directly on a level and dry spot. Fortunately, the tents had been conveniently taken down from the vehicle and thrown into the yard earlier, otherwise, they'd truly have nowhere to stay. The village showed intense hostility toward outsiders. Brother, are we just going to wait here for Brother Feng? Yi Zhe you couldn't help asking his brother. Yi Jin gave a mysterious smile and said, Don't rush, tonight someone will come knocking. Yezha cast a doubtful glance at his brother, while Tang Machi pulled him to sit by the fire and said, Your brother has become a divine stick. Yi Jin ignored him and kept stirring the fire. In the first half of the night, none of them dared to rest much, vigilantly guarding against any movements around them. The slightest sound would set everyone on edge. In the second half of the night, Shen Jianxi and Tang Machi took turns to keep watch while others who couldn't hold out anymore went into the tents to rest. Shen Jianxi put a stainless steel lunchbox filled with water on the fire and smiled as he said to Tang Machi, Young Master Qi, find something to cook. Tang Machi's expression turned a little unnatural, he ignored him and said, Go drink your plain boiled water. Shen Jianxi smiled and said, I'm going to make some milk tea for you Yezha. Is young Master Qi that generous? His eyes hinted suggestively. Tang Machi was silent for a moment before saying, How do you know? Shen Jianxi shook his head and said, I don't know anything. It's just that young Master Qi hasn't deliberately concealed it, right? That bag is just a bag, not Doraemon. Tang Machi felt somewhat reassured. He indeed hadn't deliberately hidden anything, plus Yi Jin had covered for him. Neither Yizha nor Zhang Zicheng had noticed anything unusual. Perhaps those two were a bit thick-headed. Shen Jianxi was bound to find out eventually. Since they had decided to be friends, Tang Machi naturally trusted them. Just as the two were exchanging whispers quietly, Shen Jianxi and Tang Machi's expressions changed simultaneously. Who's there? Tang Machi coldly asked, as Shen Jianxi's vine already lashed over instantly. No, it's me. A man was dragged out by Shen Jianxi, dark-skinned, short stature. It was the male owner of the house. Is it you? What are you sneaking around here for? Tang Machi asked coldly. It turned out that Yi Jin's guess was correct, someone really came over. I am. The man glanced at the vines extending from Shen Jianxi's body then cautiously looked around nervously, hesitating as if very scared. If you have something to say, spit it out fast, otherwise get lost quickly. Shen Jianxi tightened the vine. The man trembled at once, seemingly making a decision, sighing and said, I'm asking all of you for help, you have great powers, and you have guns. I want to ask you to save my son. Your son? What happened to your son? Shen Jianxi saw he posed no threat, so he instantly retracted the vines from his body. The man trembled again and collapsed onto the ground, saying, My son. My son, wiping away tears, he choked and sobbed, my son is going to be sacrificed. Sacrificed? Tang Machi thought, looks like this really has to do with that shaman after all. Yes, only those with pure blood can be offered to the great god to suppress those flesh-eating demons. The man showed an expression of terror. Tang Machi and Shen Jianxi exchanged glances, both showing expressions of confusion and seriousness. But just when they were about to find out more details, suddenly the surroundings became agitated. Dozens of villagers armed with knives and torches appeared all at once and surrounded their campsite. Everyone woke up immediately, and Tang Machi without hesitation pulled out his gun. Unexpectedly, these people remained unperturbed in the face of the gun. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly, Han Deong, how dare you collude with outsiders? Your whole family will be punished. Hearing this shout, Han Deong instantly turned pale, trembling violently and unable to stand up several times. It was Yi Jin who finally helped him up. With such a big show, I wonder what this is all about. Yi Jin smirked coldly at them, looking proud, with nothing but disdain in his eyes. We've come to take our own people. Someone yelled, immediately getting many responses, right. We're here to take our own people. Yi Jin snorted coldly, you sure talk big. Instead of hiding behind and acting like cowards, why don't you step out and speak? Yi Jin made an eye signal to Shin Jianqi, who acted like lightning. A vine shot towards the direction where the voice came from, instantly seizing a person and throwing him under the firelight with a slap. This frightened the villagers so much that they all retreated. Save me! Save me! Great Immortal, save me! The young man who was dragged out started screaming immediately and shouting towards another direction. Yi Jin smirked coldly, directly pressing the muzzle against his face, saying, "There's still a great immortal hiding here. If you don't come out, this little believer's head is going to explode in front of his own eyes." After a brief silence among the villagers, a hoarse voice rang out, "Let him go." Chapter 78, The Taoist Master. The villagers automatically made way for him. The man was in his 50s or 60s, dressed in a Taoist robe, thin with an emaciated figure, his triangular eyes exuding an aura of melancholy and cruelty. Expressionless, he stepped forward, all the villagers watching him, their eyes reflecting hidden excitement and madness. "Let him go, we will not bother each other. We're just here to look for someone." The old Taoist master pointed at the young man caught by Shin Jianqi, then nodded slightly toward Yi Qin. "I could let him go, but since this uncle has come looking for us, why don't you clarify things? Anyway, our car was stolen, now we can only stay here idly, and managing some extra affairs is just a good way to pass time," Yi Qin said teasingly. However, before the villagers had a chance to speak, the Taoist master interjected immediately. "It's all a misunderstanding, it's an internal matter within our village. You outsiders had better not get involved." A flicker of impatience passed through the man's eyes as his face showed traces of restrained cruelty. Yi Qin appeared contemplative, propping her chin as if seeking advice from everyone else who silently shook their heads. Seeing that they were about to compromise with the Taoist master and the villagers, Han Daong became extremely agitated, his face turning bright red, speaking with a crying voice, "I beg you, save my son. They are going to kill my son. You. I know where your car is." Han Daong saw that pleading was useless, quickly realizing something. "Really, you guys, I know where your car is." He had decided to stake his life on this, since they already knew what was happening. If these people truly intended to stand aside and watch, his entire family would be done for. "Shut up. You know nothing, you mustn't trust him, he's making it up because he's at the end of his rope," the trapped young man shouted loudly, yelling at the villagers, "This disloyal old thing wants to doom all of us." Agitation spread among the villagers, ready to charge over with heightened emotions. Tang Machi immediately fired 2 shots towards them. Bullets hit the tree trunk next to one man's ear, causing him to scream instantly. The old Taoist master promptly raised his right hand, the crowd immediately falling silent. That's when everyone realized that the old Taoist master's right hand was actually a metallic prosthetic limb, gleaming under the light. The old Taoist master glared at Han Daong lying on the ground with cold hatred, his raspy and unpleasant voice declaring, "Your son volunteered willingly. Besides, you broke the rules first. Now wanting to incite others, today I represent the villagers to execute you on the spot." "Yes. Execute on the spot. Disloyalty, wanting to kill us. Execute on the spot." In the midst of the villagers' impassioned denunciation, a flash of coldness appeared in the old Taoist master's hands, hurtling straight toward Han Daong. Terrified, Han Daong froze stiffly, the scent of death gripping his neck, rendering him unable even to shout. Bang! As the coldness flashed less than 10 centimeters away from Han Daong's eyes, a wall of ice suddenly formed out of nowhere. The sharp little dagger immediately pierced into the block of ice, neutralizing its momentum. "Let's have a calm talk. Since he says he knows where our car is, how about letting him finish saying it?" Yi Qin's electric orb flickered faintly in her hands, the old Taoist master narrowing his eyes with a cold snort, his face turning dark green. "Then how about this, at dawn, Han Daong leads us to find the car. If the car isn't found, we'll hand the person over to you for disposal, what do you say?" Yi Qin's expression was composed, never once glancing at the collapsed Han Daong. Seeing through their few actions, the old Taoist master understood their extraordinary prowess and dared not make any rash moves. Grateful for Yi Qin's offered solution, he accepted it smoothly. "If there's no result by tomorrow evening, we'd appreciate it if you could leave the person behind and retreat quietly." The old Taoist master rubbed his chin, his eyes flashing with shrewdness. Yi Qin nodded continuously, "Of course." Led by the old Taoist master, the villagers dispersed. Han Daong finally stood up shakily, and strangely, everyone seemed to catch a faint stench. With flushed cheeks, Han Daong said, Now I'll lead you to find the car, I really know. You should change clothes first. We're not in a rush for the moment." Yi Qin said distastefully. They weren't in a hurry, but Han Daong was. Rolling and crawling back home and then rolling and crawling back again. Tang Jianfeng hadn't sent word yet, so a group was left here on standby while Yi Qin and Tang Machi took some people to follow Han Daong on the journey. "Master Tao, they've gone up the mountain, what do you think?" In the dim room, the old Taoist master sat upright, a single candle casting a weak light. A man respectfully stood in front of him, making a gesture as if wiping his neck. The old Taoist master narrowed his eyes, shaking his head after half a minute, "The item has been moved. Let's avoid unnecessary complications for now." The man immediately nodded obligingly and said, "Master Tao is right. Never expected Han Daong, this coward, would dare to pull a stunt like this. Underestimated him. Old Master Dao took a sip of tea from his hands and said, keep an eye on them first. When it turns dark tomorrow, incite the villagers. Absolutely cannot let them stay longer. Hey. I understand, I'll go right away. After only old Master Dao remained in the room, he slowly stood up, blew out the candle, touched the brick wall, opened a hidden door, and walked in. You're leading us up the mountain, is the car really on the mountain? The group couldn't figure out this scene. Tang Jianfeng's chasing direction indicated that the tire tracks clearly led downhill. Panting, Han Daong said, it's on this mountain, at the top there's Master Dao's treasure hiding place. Seeing Han Daong's resolute face, everyone swallowed their doubts and followed him up the mountain. By the time dawn broke, they were almost about to climb to the top. A large fissure split the peak, forming a natural storeroom. It was surprisingly dry and warm inside, looking as though someone regularly tidied it up. It's inside. Master Dao always stays in here during sacrifices. I once overheard them say that they hide many things they have plundered here. A flicker of excitement appeared in Han Daong's eyes. Plunder? Does your great immortal steal things too? Yi Qin caught onto this key point. Ah, come to think of it, Master Dao is actually a good person. Ever since he came to our village, no one in our village has been harmed by demons. If it weren't for this time. Han Daong stuttered, his eyes flashing. If it weren't for this time when they asked for your son's life, you wouldn't have stepped forward, would you? Tang Machi sarcastically laughed coldly. Han Daong's face turned bright red, unable to speak. As the group went deep into the cave, surprisingly nothing was found. The empty cave looked just like an ordinary cave. Han Daong trembled all over in sweat, his face pale and blue, saying, it was here before, I've personally seen them bring things in, definitely, they secretly moved it. Yi Qin observed the surroundings with a flashlight and said, indeed there are human traces, but as you can see, our car isn't here. I swear, it was really here. Han Daong panicked, pulling his hair, running around in circles. What person? Tang Machi suddenly shouted loudly and immediately ran off. Everyone was startled, then instantly followed after. With wind-type abilities, Tang Machi moved fast. Within seconds he chased after, shooting one man in the calf and pouncing to knock another man down. Within moments, the two men had fallen flat. Shen Jianxi hurried over and immediately bound them up tight and dragged them back. You two. They must know where the thing is, they're Master Dao's men. At this moment, Han Daong suddenly became mentally quick, excitedly pointing at the bound-up duo. Pfft. Traitors to your own people. And how dare Master Dao even protect fools like you? You should have all been fed to monsters, muttered the gunshot-wounded man, still defiant. Wow. I admire guys like you. Yi Qin quietly approached, slapping her hand on his wound. The man screamed, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Yi Qin signaled to Ding Hao, and 3 soldiers immediately pinned the man down. What now? Seen the vines growing on your body yet? Soon they will burrow into your wound, grow along your bones, and suck you dry. Ugh. Such a weakling. Yi Qin wiped her hands on his clothes. Yi Zheyu, watching his brother's cruelty, involuntarily shivered and hid behind Shen Jianxi. Out of nowhere, Zhang Zicheng threw out a massive ice block which crushed the man's face, freezing him awake quickly. Upon seeing Shen Jianxi's vine creeping towards his wound, he screamed, having lost all previous stubbornness. He yelled wildly, it's not my fault, it's Master Dao's orders, I'm just his errand boy, please don't suck me dry. Yi Qin gave Ding Hao a signal, 7 or 8 soldiers separated the two men, amidst cries and wails, then brought them back. They did obtain some useful information. 1. Their car was indeed in the old Taoist master's hands. 2. This old Taoist actually kept quite a number of zombies. That so-called sacrifice was merely a trick to deceive the villagers, its true purpose was to feed the zombies. The sacrificial site was located in a pit below the mountain, reeking of blood. The stench had drawn nearby zombies, causing them to fall in and be unable to climb out, forming a natural trap. To maintain that bloody smell, they would occasionally hang an injured person over the pit so that all surrounding zombies would be lured there, ensuring no harm would come to the village. Everyone felt nauseous after hearing this. The villagers couldn't have been truly unaware of what Master Dao's real motives were. But their selfishness led them to self-deceive and seek comfort by believing in these sacrifices, as if that could cleanse them of their sins steeped in blood, as if they weren't living off others' blood-drenched ill will. Previously, they had only sacrificed outsiders, but now with none left, they started harming their own people. Otherwise, someone like Han Daong, who usually lived contentedly, would never have dared to stand up. Death wasn't horrifying, it was the process of waiting for death that was truly terrifying. For survival, human nature can go mad to extents you could never imagine. As everyone stood solemnly, several cars came into view, precisely the stolen ones they'd been looking for. Tang Jianfeng got out of the car, strode over a few steps, embraced Tang Machi, then nodded toward the group and said, we found the cars. How did you end up here? Struggling out of his embrace, Tang Machi asked, villagers brought us here to look for the car. Where did you find it? At the sacrificial site. Tang Jianfeng glanced at the two unconscious men lying on the ground and added, "We managed to save a child." Ah! Standing nearby, Han Daong suddenly screamed, rushing to the car and hugging a pale-faced boy who looked around 12 or 13 years old. His arms and legs were simply bandaged, yet he was still conscious, staring blankly at his father. By the time they returned to the village, it was already dusk. Many villagers had gathered where they'd camped. Chen Weiliang, who'd remained behind, had already packed up all the tents. There was an unmistakable tension between both sides. Though the old Taoist hadn't shown up, the enraged villagers alone seemed more than enough to deal with them. The elder who'd warned them the day before appeared too, standing aside with his followers observing. Seeing that they had indeed recovered their vehicles, their eyes flickered with shock. They hadn't expected that they would actually succeed in finding them. Blood and guts from the zombies still clung to the vehicles, emitting foul putrid smells. It became evident how dire a place Tang Jianfeng and his team had gone through to retrieve them. "Since you found the vehicles, we demand that the Taoist speaks and clears himself." The old man used to be the village headman, but later, the villagers followed the orders of the old Taoist almost blindly. Thus, his position as village headman became nothing but nominal. Although he disagreed internally with the old Taoist's methods, under such circumstances, who would dare meddle? Being able to keep one's life was blessing enough. Typically, the old headman would lock his doors and mind his own business, turning a blind eye to affairs in the village. Taoist. Taoist. He hasn't come yet. The villagers, having found their leader, requested the Taoist address the situation. Soon, the old Taoist was dragged over. Upon seeing their recovered cars, his eyes flitted momentarily, though he maintained a calm composure and said, "It appears you found your stolen cars, so please leave our village immediately." "Yes, go away quickly. We don't welcome you here." Yi Jin smiled, patted the car, and said, "We found the car all right, but things must be made clear. We promised Han Daong we would rescue his son after retrieving the car. Now, the boy has indeed been saved. You actually dared to interrupt the celestial sacrifice." The old Taoist stared incredulously at them, showing a pained expression. "We'll incur heavenly wrath. We'll incur heavenly wrath." The crowd erupted instantly. "You're endangering the entire village. They can't be allowed to leave today." "Yes. Send them all for sacrifice. Sacrifice. Sacrifice." Shouting, the villagers surged forward, anger flashing across their faces. Tang Machi twitched at the corner of her mouth. Were these people brainwashed? Could they believe such absurdities as heavenly wrath? Is there any hope for their sanity? Chen Jianxi swiftly repelled over a dozen villagers with a sweep of his power, while Zhang Zicheng and Huang Xing unleashed their abilities. Within moments, these frail villagers tumbled down in heaps. "Stop it all!" The old village chief roared angrily. Having served as the chief for decades, he retained some authority, which quickly stabilized the scene. At this moment, Han Daong descended with his son, sobbing loudly while placing his unconscious child before everyone. "All of you, look carefully. Which one of you hasn't watched Han's boy grow up?" The old village chief pointed at the villagers and scolded them outright, "You're all possessed. Sending outsiders was bad enough, but now you dare to sacrifice fellow villagers. Are you planning to send your own daughters, sons, wives, or mothers next?" The villagers dared not respond, their eyes flickering uneasily. This is for all of us, isn't it?" A middle-aged woman finally mustered the courage to mutter. "For all of you. You've got some nerve. Why don't you send your daughter instead?" Zhang Zicheng interjected with disdain from the side. Han Daiyong's wife had finally arrived, collapsing onto the ground when she saw her son. Pointing and shouting, she yelled, "How about you sending your daughter? How dare you keep inciting my son until he almost lost his life? Why should my son's life be exchanged for all of you? Why? Poor my child." Tang Jianfeng didn't want to listen to their bickering any longer. It was getting late, and they still had a journey ahead. So, he reminded them, "Your great immortal has fled." The villagers immediately looked around and realized that the old Taoist was indeed gone. "Why don't you go after him? He tricked you out of so much, yet you let him escape." The old village chief sighed deeply in frustration. When everyone rushed to the old Taoist's residence, it was already deserted. The few subordinates of the old Taoist were also nowhere to be seen. "There's a hidden door here." One villager suddenly shouted loud enough to grab everyone's attention. The wooden hidden door was quickly smashed open, and a putrid stench surged out, nearly knocking everyone unconscious. Someone lit a torch and threw it inside, and by its light, they spotted a zombie chained inside gnawing on an arm. Upon hearing the commotion, it lunged toward the entrance but fell back due to the chains. This old rascal raises monsters, a wicked Taoist, a wicked Taoist. This old rogue was prepared all along. After searching the house, the villagers found not even a grain of rice left. Their faces turned grim. "Hey, just moments ago, he was your grand immortal, and now he's a villain." Yi Jin sniggered and kindly suggested, "Why don't you check the sacrificial site? Perhaps you can recover some grain there." Once again, the mob excitedly rushed off en masse. The old village chief shook his head at them and sighed, "This world truly torments people. Look at them, they've become neither human nor ghost. Yi Jin smiled without responding. People are selfish, especially between life and death. How much better could this old village chief be? After tidying up, the group set off. As for how the old Taoist was eventually hung over the sacrificial pit and died from blood loss, it wasn't their concern anymore. As they said, they were merely outsiders, and doing this much was already an act of utmost benevolence. Whether these people became human or ghosts would ultimately depend on their own choices. Chapter 79, Shelter. Before the sky got dark, they drove south for 2 hours before stopping and setting up camp. Tang Jianfeng quickly erected a simple double tent, and after laying down an air mattress, he dragged Tang Machi inside to rest. Tang Jianfeng had been driving all day without sleep for the whole night, and then went out searching for a car again the next day. He was already completely exhausted. Tang Machi found himself still awake while Tang Jianfeng's breathing became deep and steady. Tang Jianfeng had dark circles under his eyes, and stubble covered his face, making him look very weary. However, his body temperature was warm, with a strong heartbeat. Tang Machi quickly fell asleep in his arms. During the night, Tang Machi woke up due to the heat. Drowsily opening his eyes, he realized that he was drenched in sweat, and Tang Jianfeng had an extremely high fever, red-faced and clearly not in good shape. Tang Machi instantly became alert and discovered that Tang Jianfeng had reached a new stage of evolution at this time. After struggling for a while, Tang Machi managed to free himself from Tang Jianfeng's embrace. Concerned, Tang Machi immediately brought him into the space. The large wooden barrel inside the space was filled with pond water. When Tang Machi supported him into it, the vapor formed from Tang Jianfeng's high temperature was visible. Not taking any chances, Tang Machi immediately added several more buckets of water until the pond water reached Tang Jianfeng's neck, then placed a wet towel soaked in pond water on his forehead. After everything was done, fearing that the people outside would grow suspicious, Tang Machi did not dare to stay too long. Their campsite was under a high-voltage tower. The ground here was paved with cement, and the location was elevated. By the time Tang Machi returned, the sky was just beginning to brighten. A few soldiers on night watch were yawning as they sat together, quietly chatting. Tang Machi hurriedly thought about what excuse he could use. Before Tang Machi could think of any good way, a sudden whistle from the outside watchman rang out, indicating imminent danger. Tang Machi immediately rushed out of the tent, and everyone else followed suit. Wow! Everyone who saw the scene in the distance gasped sharply. Zombies were slowly moving forward towards them along the horizon line, one after another. Zombies! With no time to explain Tang Jianfeng's condition, Tang Machi immediately pulled Xiao Lang, shouting at the stunned crowd, "Get in the car! Everyone get in the car!" The group seemed to suddenly come back to their senses, realizing that in the few seconds since spotting them, the size of the zombie horde had doubled, if not more than 10,000 zombies were approaching, as far as the eye could see. With no time to dismantle the tents, the group quickly rolled the sleeping bags and threw them into the car before leaping onto the vehicle themselves. Tang Machi placed the little wolf on the passenger seat, and Yi Zheyu and Shen Jianqi also jumped on board behind them. "Where is Brother Feng?" Shen Jianqi glanced over, her eyes flickering with concern. "He has something urgent to attend to and will meet us further ahead." Tang Machi gave a vague answer before the vehicle roared off like an arrow released from a bow. 6 cars sped rapidly down the deserted mountain road. Xiao Lang's fur bristled as he hauled repeatedly towards the outside. Yi Ziyue leaned over to hold the young one in her arms. "What's ahead? What is that?" Yi Ziyue exclaimed in fright upon seeing what lay ahead, causing Tang Machi's blood to nearly freeze. There actually appeared the Zombie King. In an instant, Tang Machi turned the steering wheel sharply. Combined with the rough mountain roads and excessive speed, the car immediately lost control, shooting sideways toward the bushes. The 70-degree downhill slope made the car float in the air. Thankfully, just as the car flipped over, Shen Jianqi's vines shot out and wrapped around a big tree, barely righting the vehicle. Nevertheless, the tremendous force snapped 2 of Shen Jianqi's thick arm-like vines, instantly paling her complexion as if she were grievously wounded, cold sweat pouring down her face. "Little you! Little you!" Over the radio came Yi Jin's anxious voice calling. Shen Jianqi picked up the radio and responded, "We're fine, leave first, let's meet up in the J City up ahead." "Little you!" Static. Before Yi Jin could respond further, the signal cut off. At this moment, Tang Machi finally regained control of the car by utilizing the momentum, and amidst brushing past countless trees and grass, the car rushed directly down the valley. "How are you? Are you okay?" Yi Zheyu panicked, her hands radiating a surge of white light that flowed into Shen Jianqi's body. I'm fine." Shen Jianqi visibly improved, but she was still somewhat weak, giving a forced smile to reassure him. As the car continued to fly down, Tang Machi repeatedly pressed the brake, eventually stopping the car with help from a cluster of dense shrubs. To their dismay, the windshield had been completely shattered by the branches. "Are any of you injured?" Tang Machi asked as he unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to them. "We need to leave here quickly. That was a zombie king earlier, he summoned the zombie horde. If we get surrounded, we're all dead." Shen Jianqi and Yi Ziyue's expressions also changed, and they immediately got out of the car. "Which way should we go? Should we look for my brother and the others?" Yizue asked, her tone tinged with unease. The slope they had tumbled down was extremely steep, and they had slid quite a distance, making it impossible to find the main road now. Let's go this way. Following the direction of the zombie horde's movement earlier, we'd better avoid them laterally. Hopefully, we'll meet up with Brother Yi sooner. Tang Machi hoisted his backpack onto his back, distributed the contents of the trunk into 3 backpacks, and the trio set off immediately. The birds in the mountains were startled, countless flocks fluttering into the sky above the forest, screaming in alarm at the approaching danger. Tang Machi took the little wolf from Yizue's arms and fashioned a walking stick from a branch using his dagger. Watch your step, don't fall. Yizue nodded and said, Pray brother, are we really going to walk all the way to J City? Tang Machi first nodded, then shook his head, saying, Once we get on the highway, there will be cars. Don't worry. After half an hour, they found a high-voltage tower. The sun finally came out, and fearing they might get lost, they decided to follow the direction of the power lines. By noon, the 3 of them were utterly exhausted. Tang Machi set down his bag under a high-voltage tower, and they planned to eat something before resting a bit more and continuing. Just as they started the fire, Tang Machi noticed something unusual. What's that sound? The 3 held their breath and listened carefully, indeed hearing faint rumbling and crackling sounds. No good. Shinjinshi reacted first, grabbing Yizue and shouting to Tang Machi, the wires snapped. Tang Machi's face changed instantly, and he ran with Shinjinshi toward the distance. Within seconds, the wires collapsed toward their tower, the massive structure emitting an unbearable screech, followed by a thunderous crash as it toppled toward them. Over here. Shinjinshi wrapped himself around a large tree, scooped Yizue into his arms, and simultaneously lifted Tang Machi, flying them all over 10 meters away to another tree. The massive iron tower barely missed them as it crashed beside them. Drenched in cold sweat, they clutched the trunk and panted heavily. The little wolf had tightly grasped Tang Machi's arm the whole time and now lay limp in his arms, completely drained. Look! Shinjinshi pointed far into the distance. Turning, Tang Machi was deeply shocked by what he saw, tens of thousands of zombies gathered together in eerie order, moving steadily toward their direction. The smell of decay swept over with the changing wind, filling the air with a nauseating bloodlust. Yizue's face went white. What do we do? Will we die here? There's no way these zombies can trap us, Shinjinshi feigned calm while comforting him. Unbeknownst to him, the vines behind him had already tightened dramatically. Tang Machi exhaled deeply. Let's go down. After Shinjinshi lowered them down, he climbed down himself, continuing to run in another direction. But no matter how fast they went, the zombie horde followed from afar. Yizue could no longer hold on. After running all day without eating, his strength was nearly depleted. Just hang on a bit longer. Tang Machi prepared to take them directly into the space if necessary but didn't want too many people to know about it unless absolutely essential. I'll carry you. Shinjinshi lifted Yizue onto his back and staggered forward, with Tang Machi supporting them from behind. They kept walking until nighttime when Shinjinshi finally couldn't bear it anymore, almost collapsing along with Yizue on his back. Luckily, Tang Machi acted quickly and caught them. Go on without us. Don't bother with us. Shinjinshi embraced Yizue who, physically exhausted, had sore legs, unable even to stand, let alone use his powers. Pray brother, go quickly. Find my brother, tell him to stay alive. Yizue began crying, a mix of fear and reluctance in his tears, yet resolutely urging Tang Machi to leave first. Tang Machi sighed, sitting next to them, and chuckled dryly. Then I'll really leave. You should leave. Staying here will just result in you dying with us. While you still have some energy, maybe you can reunite with Brother Yi. Shinjinshi's gaze softened as it rested on Yizue's face, and she lovingly kissed his forehead and his tears. The putrid smell in the air grew stronger, and they could already hear those terrifying howls. Shinjinshi pulled out her handgun and looked resolutely at Tang Machi, saying, My life was saved by all of you in the first place. It's just a pity that Yeye has to die with me. Hurry up and go. Tell Brother Yi I'm sorry for not protecting Yeye well. It's not true. It's me who's dragging you down. Yizue finally couldn't control himself any longer and burst into tears. It's me who's putting you in danger. Tang Machi watched these two switch from tragic determination to something more akin to the melodramatic parting of lovers in a soap opera, feeling utterly exasperated. He coughed lightly and said, None of us need to die. I won't let you die. However, neither of them listened to him. They were still hugging each other, deeply moved. As they saw the zombies already rushing toward them, Tang Machi rolled his eyes, placed the little wolf inside his backpack, grabbed both their arms with one hand each, and in the next second, the 3 of them instantly disappeared from where they stood. Shinjianshi and Yizue felt a flash of white light before they tumbled onto the ground. Before they had time to react, they were dumbfounded by what they saw. No rotting smell, no disgusting zombies, no collapsed power tower. All around was lush greenery, a stream, exquisite wooden houses, scattered cows and sheep, rows of chicken coops and duck pens, rice fields, and vegetable gardens. The surroundings were filled with warmth and vitality. Even more astonishing was the small hill directly in front of them. What was this? If they hadn't seen wrong, all sorts of supplies were stored there. My goodness. There would be more than enough for a lifetime. Tang Machi didn't pay attention to these two being stunned. He directly ran to the pond side where Tang Jianfeng was still soaking in a wooden tub. The steaming water continued to rise, showing just how high his body temperature was. Tang Machi added another bucket of water before collapsing nearby, drinking several gulps of pond water. In fact, he wasn't much better off than Shen Jianxi and Yi Ziyue either. He had also reached his limits. Once they regained awareness, the two came over to support him and, like Tang Machi, immediately started drinking large amounts of water. Yi Ziyue drank too hastily and got choked, prompting Shen Jianxi to quickly pat his back. This is my secret. Tang Machi smiled at the two and released the little wolf, which happily bounced around on the grass, clearly very fond of this place. You can explain later. Get something to eat first, I'm starving. Shen Jianxi completely relaxed, now not caring about curiosity anymore and only wanting to fill his stomach first. Tang Machi rolled his eyes and directly brought over a basket full of fresh fruits and vegetables. Shen Jianxi and Yi Ziyue's eyes practically turned green immediately. This was fresh fruit after all. Since the end times began, they had occasionally managed to eat vegetables, but they hadn't touched fruit in forever. With no hesitation now, the two grabbed handfuls and started eating furiously. Tang Machi also picked up a peach and bit into it, while simultaneously opening a bottle of pure milk for the little wolf to lick. The three people and one wolf sat on the ground, quietly eating away. Isn't that Brother Feng? What happened to him? Didn't you say he would wait for us ahead? Yi Ziyue finally diverted some attention to the surroundings. Could it be? Brother Qi, is your secret instant teleportation? But it's clearly night right now. Tang Machi smiled and said, my brother advanced again. He probably won't wake up until tomorrow morning. Shen Jianxi took a look around and said, this place is very private. This should all belong to your property, right? Tang Machi nodded and said, everything here belongs to me, including every speck of dust here. Yi Ziyue's eyes lit up excitedly. Could this really be the legendary portable space? Brother Qi, is it? God. It must be. Seeing Tang Machi nodding, Yi Ziyue immediately shouted excitedly, his cheeks turning red as he rolled around on the ground a couple of times. Thinking about the dangerous zombies outside, yet knowing they were safe here with food and comfortable wooden houses, he hummed contentedly with happiness. Shen Jianxi couldn't help but feel an itch inside, wanting to pounce and hug him tightly, giving him a good cuddle. However, he restrained himself, feeling quite amazed. Unable to resist, he pulled Yi Ziyue to stand and look around. Though Yi Ziyue was excited, his body soon gave out, and he fell asleep directly on the carpet in the wooden house. Following Tang Machi's directions, Shen Jianxi retrieved a spring mattress and gently placed the child on it, then wrapped his arms around him and promptly fell asleep as well. Tang Machi did not know how long he had slept, only feeling something warm and slippery moving around on his face. He thought it was the little wolf climbing onto the bed, and irritably prepared to grab it down. But as soon as his hand reached out, it was caught and lifted up above his head. Tang Machi immediately opened his eyes and saw Tang Jianfeng's crimson gaze fixed on him, emanating a desire so intense that it could steal one's breath away. Tang Machi inwardly cursed his misfortune, thinking that this guy had actually fallen ill at such a time. There were still two other people outside, and the wooden house wasn't soundproof. Machi, Machi. Tang Jianfeng mindlessly murmured, nibbling on his neck while his other hand tore open his sleeping pants. At this point, Tang Machi knew any attempt to reason would be futile, all he could do was try to relax his body to accommodate him. It had been so long since they last did this, and Tang Jianfeng's entrance proved difficult, causing Tang Machi to break into a cold sweat with pain at first. However, soon after, he started to savor the sensations. Unable to suppress light moans from his throat, and fearing they might be heard by others, he struggled to hold back, tightening his nerves which in turn made his body even more sensitive, thus creating a vicious cycle. With smooth muscles flexing against each other, their skin pressed together as both men couldn't help but groan softly with comfort. As their actions became increasingly passionate, Tang Machi tightly embraced Tang Jianfeng, whispering weakly, "Ah. Brother. Slow down. Machi. Machi." Tang Jianfeng's movements quickened, wanting nothing more than to engulf him completely. After an intense round of thrusts, Tang Machi climaxed first. Yet Tang Jianfeng remained unfazed, continuing relentlessly. With hardly a chance to catch his breath, Tang Machi once again began to stiffen, actively rubbing himself against Tang Jianfeng involuntarily. "You're being such a good boy, my baby. Do you feel good when brother fucks you?" Tang Jianfeng teased, licking his chest while accelerating the tempo below. "Ah. Brother. Please slow down." When Tang Jianfeng finally finished, Tang Machi was utterly exhausted, unable to move even a finger. Held by Tang Jianfeng for a bath, Tang Machi could hardly recover from the scorching sensation of the high temperature inside him. At this moment, Tang Jianfeng adored his soft, dazed state, as if wanting to swallow him whole. After they tidied themselves and came out, Shen Jianxi and Yi Ziyue gave them a look like, "We definitely heard that, you two have no shame." Tang Machi's face turned scarlet, almost burning hot, whereas Tang Jianfeng acted as if nothing had happened, refreshed and ready to make some breakfast for everyone. Fried eggs, chicken soup noodles, and a plate of tangy, spicy pickles. Among the 4 of them, they ate more than 20 fried eggs, and even the little wolf clutched a big piece of chicken to gnaw on. Yizue felt tears welling up while eating, overwhelmed with joy. It was simply too blissful. This simple meal seemed to have taken place in another lifetime, nearly impossible to remember. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 80, Zombie King. After finishing breakfast, the 4 of them sprawled out on the carpet in a small living room, massaging their bellies with looks of contentment. Tang Jianfeng openly embraced Tang Machi, his warm hand slipping under the hem of his shirt to continue the belly massage. Tang Machi closed his eyes in comfort. Shen Jianqi also wanted to pull Yizue into his arms for a rub, but the boy was too shy and lay far away from him, giving him cautious glances. Shen Jianqi could only sigh inwardly. After lying around for a while, the 4 finally got up to get down to business. Tang Machi retrieved a map, and everyone gathered around it to study. According to your descriptions, under the summoning of the Zombie King, the horde came along this route. Tang Machi drew a curved line on the map with a pencil. Yes, we originally thought their direction was straightforward, so we planned to evade horizontally, but in the end, we directly collided head-on. Tang Machi's finger traced the curve bit by bit, and no discernible pattern seemed evident in this line. The Zombie King has evolved to possess intelligence, he wouldn't let the zombies do anything useless. But why did he choose this direction? Tang Machi was thoroughly puzzled. The group studied the map for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so they decided to head out first and meet up with Yi Jin on the road after getting on the highway. Fortunately, the zombie horde had changed direction, and Yi Jin's group had completely avoided their path. After exiting the space, there were no more zombies outside, but the air still smelled heavily of decay. Coming from the fresh air of the space straight into such foulness was truly nauseating. The forest looked not much different from before, only some low shrubs and vegetation showed signs of being trampled. Otherwise, everything was calm, even calmer than before the zombie horde arrived. Following the route on the map, they quickly found the highway. Once on the road, Tang Machi released a car from the space, and the 4 got in and drove towards the designated meeting point. Yizue chewed on an apple in the back seat, holding the map and repeatedly checking it, constantly making notes with a pencil. Yizue finally finished eating the apple, holding the map open with both hands and pointing at a yellow-black circular symbol. What's this? Shen Jianqi took the map, glanced at it for a while, then his expression soured as he said, nuclear power. What nuclear power? Tang Machi asked sensitively, sensing a lingering uneasiness in his heart. Shen Jianqi connected the nuclear power symbol with the zombie horde's route and handed the map to Tang Machi. After staring at the map for a while, Tang Machi suddenly said, "Brother, stop the car." "What's wrong?" Although Tang Jianfeng questioned, he immediately pulled the car over. Tang Machi pointed at the route of the zombie horde and said, "I know what the Zombie King is planning." There was a brief silence in the car. Tang Machi met everyone's concerned gazes and said, "It's searching for energy. This nuclear power plant is its destination." "You mean it wants to use nuclear energy to evolve?" Shen Jianqi stared in disbelief. "Yes, not just itself. It gathered so many zombies and deliberately took a detour because it wanted to create a mutated army." Tang Machi recalled how, in the previous world, all nuclear power plants across the country had been shut down, but later accidents occurred. Many zombies, due to radiation spikes, became major safety hazards for secure zones, almost no psychics dared to confront them. By the time of his death, those zombies hadn't been fully exterminated. Tang Machi had always assumed the nuclear explosion incidents were accidental, never imagining they were the deliberate actions of the zombie horde. Can the Zombie King be this intelligent? Shen Jianqi doubted. No. The Zombie King is just a zombie that has evolved psychic abilities, like that mutated baby zombie in Kyoto. Their own intelligence is very limited, but they can easily control other zombies. Tang Machi also found this strange. Logically speaking, besides attacking humans instinctively, these zombies shouldn't have such strong desires about anything else. Furrowing his brows, Tang Jianfeng reviewed the map again and said, "Shen Jianqi, you go and join up with little Yu and brother Yi. I'll take Machi to check things out." Shen Jianqi shook his head disapprovingly, "We should all go together." "Yes, let's all go," Yizue immediately jumped up. "I discovered the nuclear power plant, so I should go too." Tang Machi lightly tapped Yizue on the head and said, "Going together is fine, but the nuclear power plant may explode anytime. You two need to stay close to me, and if there's any danger, we'll retreat to the space." Tang Jianfeng disagreed and patted Tang Machi's head, but he didn't say anything else. As long as Machi was happy, he would be glad even if Machi were to jump into the nuclear reactor, let alone this small matter. The 4 discussed the route and decided to first turn back and drive on the road, then take a shortcut through the mountain trails, trying to arrive at the nuclear power plant before the zombie horde could destroy it. After the car turned into the mountain path, it became much bumpier, slowing down. The putrid smell in the air grew increasingly strong. With nearly 10,000 zombies, this was an enormous number. The Zombie King's psychic abilities might have already broken through the 3rd level like Tang Jianfeng's. But no matter how high its level was, its intelligence still remained dominated by instincts. Its ability to command so many zombies to charge into nuclear radiation was incomprehensible. This nuclear power station was located deep within the mountains, but the transportation was relatively convenient. When they arrived nearby, the zombie horde was indeed attacking the station. The outer wall, originally impossible to surpass for them, had become stepping stones for other zombies under the control of the Zombie King. Four huge cooling towers stood upright in the valley, resembling lonely giants as dirty ants climbed and gnawed on them. Tang Jianfeng led them to avoid the concentrated area of the zombie horde, entering from another direction's side door. The security of the nuclear power station was quite strict, even the side entrance took Tang Jianfeng over 10 minutes to bypass. By the time they entered, the large zombie crowd had already started smashing into the machine rooms, and the massive iron gates were shaking violently. The Zombie King squatted in the back, continuously growling. With each of his growls, the zombies' attacks grew crazier. What should we do? Yizue subconsciously tightened his grip on Shinjianqi's arm, asking nervously and quietly. Tang Jianfeng squinted his eyes and stared at the four huge cooling towers, saying, the protection around the nuclear reactor is very tight, the zombie horde cannot temporarily break in. We need to divert attention first. How do we divert it? Shinjianqi reached back to grab Yizue's hand, repeatedly squeezing it to play with. I will distract the Zombie King's attention, and you two can lure the zombie horde into the cooling towers. Tang Jianfeng took several guns from Tang Machi and checked them while asking, Machi, how many grenades do you still have? Adding those purchased from Qin Yanwei, there are over 500 in total. Tang Jianfeng nodded, directly picking up a stone to draw on the ground. He said, we'll try our best to lead the zombies into this tower, Shinjianqi and Little Yu will bomb here, throw grenades directly. Machi, stay here, these 3 load-bearing points need to collapse for the entire tower to crumble. One tower at a time, at least half of the zombies can be buried. Tang Machi pulled out an entire box of grenades from the space, and the 3 of them each hung a small bag filled with grenades across their chests. Be careful. Tang Jianfeng stood up, pulling Tang Machi into his arms, lightly kissing his forehead. Tang Machi smiled and nodded, you too, be careful. Tang Jianfeng nodded, turned around, and climbed up the nearby wall towards higher ground. Tang Machi also ran off with Shinjianqi and Yizue towards another direction. As soon as Tang Jianfeng fired the first shot, the entire zombie horde became chaotic. The Zombie King angrily stared at Tang Jianfeng's direction, having no time to control the horde. Taking this opportunity, Tang Machi ran past the front of the zombie horde. The fresh human scent immediately attracted the zombies, causing large numbers to follow them instantly. Tang Machi glanced at the zombie horde that followed, finding that though the quantity was great, it was far from the expected effect. Tang Machi frowned and told Shinjianqi and Yizue, you go ahead first, I'll lure more zombies. The wind elemental ability gathered under his feet, almost not touching the ground, allowing him extraordinary speed. Tang Machi darted near the zombie horde, a dagger appearing in his hand as he quickly sliced open his palm. Blood surged out. The wind carried the blood around Tang Machi's entire body, instantly making him a walking feast for the surrounding zombies, who rushed towards him crazily. With Tang Machi's movement, the zombies headed towards the cooling tower. Detonate. On Tang Machi's command, the other 2 immediately began throwing grenades without restraint. Loud explosions accompanied the trembling earth, and the towering giants slowly tilted. With Tang Machi throwing the last few grenades, the huge tower finally collapsed with a loud boom, crushing thousands of zombies instantly into meat paste. A massive cloud of dust surged forward. Shinjianqi immediately circled around from the other side, the vines on his back simultaneously extended outwards, wrapping around Yizue running towards them. They quickly regrouped with Tang Machi. While the 3 of them were busily engaged, Tang Jianfeng had also gotten into a close-quarters battle with the Zombie King. Tang Jianfeng fired 5 shots in succession, but only one hit, and it was on a non-lethal area, the leg. Of course, this wasn't due to Tang Jianfeng's poor marksmanship, rather, the Zombie King's psychic abilities directly attacked Tang Jianfeng, distorting his vision entirely. Tang Jianfeng simply dropped his gun, and a pale blue flame, almost white, surged around his body, causing the surrounding air to warp from the high temperature. The Zombie King squatted on the ground, pacing back and forth. It neither dared to attack nor was willing to back down, repeatedly roaring as it tried to lunge forward but retreated each time. Chapter 81, Radiation. Tang Jianfeng hadn't used his abilities since entering the 3rd stage of mutation. The color of the flames around him was lighter, but the temperature had increased. Tang Jianfeng formed a light blue fireball with his right hand. It slowly rotated in his palm, massive energy flowing within it, distorting the air around him. The Zombie King leaped behind Tang Jianfeng, watching him with ill intent, but Tang Jianfeng stood there motionless as if he hadn't noticed. The Zombie King edged closer twice then quickly retreated. After about 10 such attempts, Tang Jianfeng still stood there quietly, like a monk deep in meditation. Tang Jianfeng found that his 5 senses had become extraordinarily acute under the stimulation of his powers. Time and space seemed to have flattened into a 2-dimensional image that could be touched, all 3-dimensional perceptions becoming points and lines at his control. He didn't need to turn back to sense the approach and retreat of the Zombie King, nor did he need to look to know when Tang Machi unscrewed the pin of the grenade, or even feel the dust falling from the shaking cooling tower. Tang Jianfeng slowly closed his eyes. This peculiar perception became even stronger with his visual system shut down, time stretching out. Each jump by the zombie king behind him became comically slow, like frames from an inferior slow-motion movie. Tang Jianfeng could feel the difference in energy zones, nuclear areas exploding as dazzling spots of light while his own flame ball felt almost gentle in comparison. Tang Jianfeng could sense the airflow exchange in his breathing. His left hand made a slow movement just as the stealthily approaching zombie king lunged at him and got caught red-handed. With a shriek of terror, its black and sharp claws on another hand immediately swung towards Tang Jianfeng's face. A slight smile curled at the corner of Tang Jianfeng's lips. His eyeballs rolled slightly beneath his eyelids, once again stretching the timeline. Effortlessly, he thrust the fiery ball into the blood-drenched mouth of the zombie king, then bent down and slipped under its arm. In an instant, Tang Jianfeng opened his eyes, the flames around his body vanishing. The vibrant colors of the three-dimensional world flooded back, overwhelming all his senses anew. The zombie king writhed violently, hands reaching forward as the light blue glow seeped out from its eyes, mouth, and ears. Tang Jianfeng swiftly moved towards Tang Machi and 2 seconds later, an explosive roar echoed behind him, scattering the charred remnants of the zombie king to the wind. The huge explosion caused the entire valley to shake. The last cooling tower they were destroying fell over with a resounding crash. Tang Jianfeng rushed over and pulled Tang Machi away, both retreating rapidly. From the other side, Shen Jianqi also grabbed Yi Ziyue using a rebar and swung over. After regrouping, the four let out a sigh of relief. But just at that moment. Boom! An intense sound accompanied by strong vibrations radiated outward from the generator room. A visible shockwave struck them at the speed of light. Incredibly fast, Tang Jianfeng turned around and embraced Tang Machi tightly. Within 0.1 seconds, Tang Machi couldn't react at all, watching helplessly as the pale blue shockwave hit them and flung them backward. Tang Machi felt an immense energy tearing through him. Instinctively, he tried to curl up to brace for the incoming agony. As expected, an instant later, Tang Machi convulsed, each cell seeming to burn. Under this severe pain, Tang Machi became more lucid, turning his head weakly, grabbing hold of a vine belonging to Shen Jianqi amidst their flight through the air. The next second, the four disappeared instantly after being swept high into the sky by the shockwave. They all plunged into the water pool below. As soon as Tang Machi relaxed his nerves, darkness enveloped him. When Tang Machi woke up, he was still submerged in the pond. He lightly moved his head. The other three lay quietly underwater. Trying to move, he sharply sucked in a cold breath of air, only realizing now the full extent of his injuries when he shifted his gaze downward. His heart chilled upon inspection. In the crucial moment, Tang Jianfeng had shielded him, sparing him from direct radiation exposure, yet he was still exposed to a tremendous amount of it. His skin was in a near-melted state, oozing blood as soon as he stirred, contaminating the crystal-clear waters of the pond. Shaking with excruciating pain, Tang Machi dragged himself to Tang Jianfeng's side. Seeing Tang Jianfeng's condition brought tears streaming uncontrollably down Tang Machi's cheeks. Tang Jianfeng's condition was even worse, the skin on his back was almost entirely gone, revealing the white bones beneath. If it weren't for the fact that he was still breathing face up, Tang Machi would have thought he had already passed away. Now all Tang Machi could do was pray that he wouldn't wake up, otherwise, the pain alone might kill him. After wriggling just a few dozen centimeters, the pool water around him had already been stained red with blood. Feeling dizzy and his vision going black, Tang Machi soon lost consciousness again. Yi Jin had been in J City for over 24 hours, but there was still no sign of Tang Machi and the others. The team was growing restless. Yi Go, let me go find them. Chen Weiliang stood up, unable to restrain himself any longer. I'll go too. Zhang Zicheng also stood up anxiously, tossing aside the firewood in his hands. Both of you sit back down. Yi Jin scolded sternly, there are tens of thousands of zombies out there. Do you want to commit suicide? But. No buts. Everyone stays vigilant tonight, tomorrow we'll find somewhere to set up camp. Xia Qi said we'd meet here, and until they show up, we're not leaving. Yi Jin's words left no room for argument, and though doubts lingered in everyone's minds, there wasn't much else to do except wait patiently. When Tang Machi woke up again, he felt the water flow around him. Opening his eyes, he saw Yi Ziyue had awakened and was struggling to crawl toward Shen Jianqi, who was still unconscious. Tang Machi noticed that the pain had lessened. Looking at his own hands, he was delighted to find that his skin was automatically healing. Though not fully restored yet, it was far better than before, and at least now every movement didn't cause blood to gush everywhere. Tang Jianfeng was awake now too, his face pale as he struggled to lift the corners of his mouth into a smile but ultimately failed due to the excruciating pain. As Tang Machi moved closer, he realized Tang Jianfeng's recovery rate was faster than his own, muscles on his back were gradually regenerating, with faint blue veins clearly visible beneath the newly formed skin. Pained at the sight of his brother's skin, which was raw and rotten in many places, Tang Machi couldn't suppress the lingering fear and heartache welling within him, feeling each wave crash onto his heart. Sensing Tang Machi's pain, Tang Jianfeng slowly raised his bloody, torn hands to move closer to him. Brother, don't move. Tang Machi dared not touch him, merely lightly kissed him through the pool water, tears brimming in his eyes as he glanced toward Yi Ziyue. Approaching Yi Ziyue, Tang Machi noticed he was recovering the fastest among them, possibly related to his innate healing abilities. By this point, Yizue showed no traces of wounds, although his skin appeared exceptionally tender and white, delicate as if a light touch could puncture it. The white glow radiating from Yizue's hands emanated a pure and sacred aura, coursing through Shinjinshi's entire body. Quickly, her damaged skin began accelerating in its healing process, visibly moving and growing right before their eyes. Remarkably, Yizue stopped without breaking a sweat or showing signs of breathlessness, a feat that given his previous state, should have left him drained after such an enormous energy expenditure. "Chi-gu, let me help you. First treat my brother." Tang Machi shook his head and moved closer to Tang Jianfeng once more. When Yizue turned his gaze to Tang Jianfeng, his eyes involuntarily filled with tears as well. His hands produced a strong white mist that fiercely enveloped Tang Jianfeng's entire body. In no time, Tang Jianfeng's wounds were completely healed, while he gradually slipped into unconsciousness. Subsequently, Yizue proceeded to heal Tang Machi. This was the first time Tang Machi experienced such healing ability. As the white mist spread from Yizue's hands, a warm yet slightly cool energy penetrated his skin, creeping through his pores and spreading throughout his body. This refreshing sensation instantly soothed his pain, making him feel so comfortable that he almost moaned in relief. Tang Machi felt his skin begin to itch intensely. Following a moment of unbearable itching, his previously pink skin had healed, with the blue veins quietly delivering blood beneath the thin layer of skin. A renewed sensation made him feel lighter and revitalized from the inside out. "Chi-gu, let's stay here for now. I feel that this pond contains tremendous energy, similar in some ways to my healing power." Tang Machi nodded. He wasn't sure yet what kind of impact this radiation would have on them, but as far as he could see, besides physical damage, there didn't seem to be other abnormalities. On the contrary, Yizue's powers seemed to have directly advanced to the second stage. Each stage of evolution in powers required extraordinary conditions, and as individual constitutions differed, these conditions varied as well. To this day, Tang Machi still did not know exactly what triggered these evolutions. Tang Machi extended his hands thoughtfully, and with a flicker of intention, a small storm formed in his palms. As he intensified it, the storm quickly grew larger, soon forming an eye of the cyclone as the air spun and circulated at great speed. Tang Machi felt a surge of joy within him, his abnormal ability had also advanced to the second stage. In his past life, it took an entire year to achieve this. Tang Jianfeng and Shinjianshi only awoke 2 days later. Their injuries had been too severe, causing their bodies to automatically enter hibernation as a form of self-protection. Even after Yizue healed them, they remained trapped in this dormant state for a long time. Tang Jianfeng was directly exposed to the largest dose of radiation, which manifested in the fastest advancement of his special abilities. Not only did he break through to the third stage, but he even entered the fourth stage. His flames were now white, so hot that even those standing several meters away could feel the intense heat. Shinjianshi also smoothly progressed to the second stage, and astonishingly, flowers began blooming on his vines. Watching Yizue climb up onto his body with delight to pluck these flowers, Shinjianshi looked at him helplessly. When he closed his eyes, all the flowers on the vines withered rapidly, leaving behind small brown seeds the size of fingernail covers. By the movement of his will, Shinjianshi shot the brown seeds towards the soil in space. Like magic beans encountering water, the seeds sprouted instantly. Within seconds, they grew into immense vines that swayed according to Shinjianshi's thoughts. Chapter 82, Separation. Tang Machi found a large bag of curry seasoning. The group hadn't had a proper meal for many days. Tang Jianfeng killed 2 chickens, and the animals in the space were all growing well, except for the pigs. Most of the animals were free-range, requiring only occasional feeding. These animals grew increasingly fat and strong, with some even reproducing several generations. Tang Machi planned to slaughter a batch when the opportunity arose, but the electricity in the space relied entirely on solar panels, which struggled to power even one fridge. There was nowhere to store the slaughtered meat. Tang Machi planned to build an insulated ice house in the space this winter to store meat, otherwise, the number of animals in the space would continue to increase. Tang Machi and Yizue stewed the chicken together, making 2 large pots of curry chicken chunks. They paired it with rice from the rice produced in the space, so fragrant that it almost made one swallow their own tongue. After eating and drinking to their fill, Tang Machi packed up the remaining pot in a stainless steel large pot. This pot contained several times more potatoes and carrots than what they ate themselves, yet its flavor didn't diminish at all. It was enough for more than a dozen people to share. After preparing, the 4 of them put on radiation protection gear, ready to go out. Although it was still dangerous outside, they must leave as soon as possible, otherwise, Yi Jin's group might have trouble. Through the glass of the protective helmet, the exterior was still gray. The entire valley was in disarray, with nearly all buildings flattened. Black smoke rose from the foothills of the distant mountains, and all plants on the mountain withered overnight. The 4 walked all morning. Despite walking, their speed was fast. In just half a day, they rushed over 100 kilometers. After estimating the wind direction and radiation range, unfortunately, they were still within the radiation area. However, since they had already been exposed to the most severe direct radiation, their fear of radiation diminished. Without hesitation, the group removed their protective suits. Tang Machi retrieved an ordinary off-road vehicle from the space and sped towards J City. According to the agreed marking, Tang Machi's group quickly found Yi Jin's campsite. But now, the camp was empty, left in disarray. Several hastily abandoned tents were still scattered around, long trampled beyond recognition. Zombie corpses, swarmed by flies, lay around. It was clear that they had been attacked by a zombie horde and had left hastily. Tang Jianfeng flipped open a collapsed tent, frowning while examining the bullet holes on it. What's wrong? Is something off? Tang Machi walked over and picked up a shell casing. Tang Jianfeng took the shell casing, looked at it for a moment, and said, it wasn't just a zombie horde. Yi Ji's group doesn't have this type of ammunition. Someone else has been here. You mean someone else attacked them? Tang Machi's expression became serious. We don't know if they're friend or foe. Tang Jianfeng looked around. Chiega, Jianfeng brother, over here. On the other side, Yi Ziyue seemed to have discovered something and called them over. Tang Jianfeng immediately pulled Tang Machi to run over. Our people. Yi Ziyue pointed to two bodies dressed in military uniforms lying on the ground. Tang Jianfeng instantly moved forward to inspect them. Both soldiers had died, with numerous bite marks on their bodies. Their fatal injuries came from gunshots inflicted by another group. It was unclear whether they had become infected before being shot or had been shot before becoming infected. While Tang Jianfeng carefully examined the two bodies, Tang Machi spotted another corpse not far away. This body wasn't much different from the surrounding zombies, but Tang Machi felt a shock upon seeing it. Carefully stepping closer, Tang Machi turned over the person's body. As the fresh red insignia on the arm became fully visible, Tang Machi's pupils shrank sharply, and his breathing suddenly became heavy. He recognized the insignia countless times in his previous life. Back then, Huang Sheng also bore this insignia, critically wounding Tang Jianfeng and forcing him to helplessly watch his brother die in his arms without the ability to save him. Eventually, he chose to perish alongside the Xue family. These people belonged to Xue Shiming. Unbelievable that Xue Shiming, who escaped from the capital, not only survived but followed the same trajectory from the previous life and already had his own forces. Tang Machi tightly clenched his fists, feeling a deep chill inside. At this moment, all the hatred from the previous life surged forth, breaking through the fragile facade he maintained, eroding his entire mind and body, roaring for him to kill that person, making them suffer worse than death. Momo. Momo. Brother. Tang Jianfeng gently touched his cheek, full of concern. What's wrong? What happened with this person? It's nothing, brother. I just thought this person's shoulder insignia was strange and seemed familiar, Tang Machi said as he directly tore off the shoulder insignia. Tang Jianfeng's attention was indeed diverted to the insignia, but after a glance, he had no clue what it meant. Following the tire tracks, they found the direction Yi Jin's group had retreated in. After advancing for some distance, they indeed spotted the markings left by Yi Jin's group. Instead of continuing southward on the planned route, the markers led southwest. By the time they reached their final resting place, they had entered the central region, bypassing the coastal areas with the highest population density. The marked destination was a small central base surrounded by an entire circle of towering protective walls, reaching heights of over 10 meters. The soldiers guarding the city were dressed in uniforms, indicating that the base still retained part of the central armed forces. After inspection, each person handed over 1 kilogram of grain as an entrance fee and was allowed into the holding area. They had to stay there for 6 hours before being permitted to truly enter the city. A makeshift iron fence enclosed a small compartment of only 6 or 7 square meters, where Tang Machi and the 3 others were confined. Surrounding them were several tall watchtowers, with heavily armed soldiers patrolling back and forth. Anyone who showed signs of sickness or caused trouble could be shot on sight. Thus, all the people in the holding area behaved very obediently, sitting or squatting motionlessly, lost in thought. Tang Jianfeng took off his jacket and used it as padding for Tang Machi, leaning against him while they spoke softly. Shen Jianqi also held Yi Ziyue in her arms to make him comfortable while lying down. Brother, how will we find Yigu once we get inside the city? Initially, their radio communication was working when their car fell down the slope, but later during their escape, they had lost it somewhere along the way. This small base had at least 100,000 people, finding a few individuals wouldn't be impossible but would certainly waste time. Tang Jianfeng stroked the hair at the nape of his neck and smiled, saying, don't worry. Bases of this scale usually have a place similar to a mercenary center. All you need is food. Tang Machi nodded. Compared to being trapped in the secure zone of the capital, this small base felt more vibrant, and people here demonstrated stronger resilience. Though it was still the apocalypse, at least these people hadn't lost all hope. Hope was the sole warmth reflecting humanity amidst the despair. Without it, living was akin to wandering through hell on earth. As they quietly waited for time to pass, suddenly a figure ran toward them, shouting, Feng Gu. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a woman dressed in combat gear. Chapter 83, Acquaintance. Tang Machi and the others were let out after staying in the quarantine area for half an hour. They directly followed the woman onto a car. Feng, I never expected to see you here. The woman's eyes shone with excitement and joy, and even Yi Ziyue, who was usually oblivious, could tell that this woman felt something special for Tang Jianfeng. Tang Jianfeng nodded, pulled Tang Machi into a half-embrace, and said, thank you for your help. This is my younger brother, Tang Machi, and these two are my friends Shen Jianqi and Yi Ziyue. Nice to meet you, my name is Luo Wei. I was once Feng's comrade in arms. Luo Wei had a very outgoing personality and greeted them warmly, her attitude appropriately enthusiastic but not overbearing, displaying the poised demeanor of a military woman. How's Kyoto? We lost contact with the outside world since the virus outbreak, Luo Wei asked with furrowed brows. The safe zone is fine for now, but it's located in the center of Kyoto, so evacuation will take time, Tang Jianfeng said while grabbing the restless neck of Tang Machi and pulling him close. Upon seeing their intimate interaction, Luo Wei's expression flickered briefly but quickly returned to normal as she turned her gaze toward the window and said, after retreating here, we started building walls. A lot of people died last winter. Now there are less than 10,000 survivors left. After a few minutes of light conversation between Tang Jianfeng and Luo Wei, the car stopped. Luo Wei finally smiled a little and said, let's go, I'll take you to meet my father. He was just complaining about you the other day. Never would have thought you'd actually come. Tang Jianfeng got out of the car holding Tang Machi's hand and his eyes reflected a trace of reminiscence. It's been a long time since I've seen Commander Luo. Luo Wei led them straight into an unremarkable-looking small villa. The villa looked old but unlike its aged charm, it was surrounded by heavily guarded patrols and guard posts. Luo Wei entered the gate with them and rushed upstairs, calling out loudly, Dad, come see who's here. Tang Jianfeng sat down on the couch in the living room. After a short while, they heard Luo Wei urging her father, go check yourself, come on. Soon, a middle-aged man descended the stairs accompanied by Luo Wei. Tang Jianfeng immediately stood up and gave a salute, General Luo. The general was startled for a moment, then burst out laughing, good lad. It's actually you. The general quickly came down the stairs and slapped Tang Jianfeng's shoulders twice with force. I was just thinking about how you all were doing the other day. Who would have thought you'd turn up like this? Sit, let's chat. Tang Jianfeng smiled and relaxed, gesturing, Commander Luo, please sit. Then he introduced everyone around him, this is my younger brother Tang Machi, and these two are my life and death companions, Shin Jianxi and Yi Siyue. Good, good. You're all good kids, surviving through all this means you're strong. The general nodded repeatedly and said to his daughter, tell the kitchen to prepare more dishes today. I want to have a proper chat with Jianfeng. Luo Wei laughed and agreed before leaving quickly. Tang Jianfeng exchanged a few words with the general. This base had been established when General Luo brought his troops here during the retreat, making him the de facto head of the base. Though he commanded the armed forces, he didn't personally get involved in daily management and only held veto power over significant decisions. After chatting with him for a bit, Tang Jianfeng understood the base's management model. However, how the various factions behind the scenes intertwined wasn't within his concern. As the other three began to drift mentally, letting their eyes wander, Tang Jianfeng patiently listened to General Luo's worries and questions. After some time, the general finally paused his incessant talk and instead smiled saying, you seem distracted. Is there something troubling you? Initially, Tang Jianfeng didn't want to complicate things too much, but Yi Siyue, worried about his brother, seized the opportunity upon recognizing this base leader and said, we had a group that arrived at the base earlier. We don't know where they are, and we want to contact them as soon as possible. Seeing Tang Machi also looking earnestly serious, Tang Jianfeng refrained from offering polite refusals. No problem. I'll immediately ask my security officer to send the notification. General Luo summoned 2 soldiers, and Yi Siyue and Shin Jianxi went over to provide detailed instructions. Glancing at Tang Machi who was leaning against Tang Jianfeng, the general said, is this your brother? How is Mr. Tang faring? And your family? Tang Jianfeng affectionately ruffled Tang Machi's hair and smiled, saying, Grandpa is fine, everything at home is good too. General Luo noticed Tang Jianfeng's reluctance to say more and didn't push further. Just then, Luo Wei came over to notify them for dinner, and everyone immediately stood up and headed toward the dining hall. As the head of the base, the food was naturally well prepared, balanced between meat and vegetables, looking no different from an ordinary family dinner before the apocalypse. After dinner, General Luo, of course, invited them to stay, but Tang Jianfeng politely declined. Luo Wei feigned annoyance and said, Feng Gu, why are you acting so distant with us? Tang Machi, who had been playing the role of a good younger brother, slightly smiled and said, General Luo, Wei's sister, we're worried about our companions. Staying here would only make us anxious, it'd be better if we could wander around and look for them ourselves. Thank you for your hospitality. Luo Wei tried to protest, but was stopped by General Luo who chuckled and said, since that's the case, I'll have the duty soldier take you to a place to rest where you can move around freely. Tang Jianfeng nodded and saluted, saying, thank you, Commander Luo. Initially, Tang Machi thought it would take some effort to find out Yi Jin's whereabouts, but unexpectedly, as soon as they followed the duty soldier to the guest house, someone from General Luo's team arrived with matching information. Everyone quickly followed them to the car heading directly towards the location. Based on the indication, they stopped their vehicle in front of a large courtyard, peering through the iron gates and spotting Yi Jin's car along with several others inside. Tang Jianfeng knocked on the iron gate, and soon a little soldier ran out excitedly exclaiming, you're alive. During the time the soldier opened the gate, Tang Jianfeng asked a few questions and obtained all the information he needed. A group attacked us, but Big Brother Zheng timely appeared and saved us, we came straight here. This soldier was one of Ding Hao's people, and seeing their return made him extremely glad, eagerly recounting all the events. Big brother Zeng. Ah. It's Zeng Shishu. He heard we were coming out afterward and decided to see the south as well. Big brother, Yi Jin and he all went out, leaving just a few of us. Is everyone alright? The soldier hesitated for a moment, his face dropping, as he said, 2 people from our team died, Zhang Zicheng is missing. Missing? Tang Machi's heart skipped a beat, how did he go missing? At the time, things were chaotic. He alone climbed onto a truck at the bottom, and by the time everyone realized, both he and the truck were gone. The attackers took him away. A chill ran down Tang Machi's spine, and he grew anxious. Tang Jianfeng squeezed his hand reassuringly, don't worry, let's wait until Yi Jin comes back to talk about it. They waited till evening when Yi Jin returned. Seeing each other, naturally they were filled with excitement and joy. Zeng Shishu coldly watched them from the side, staying silent and leading his men upstairs without uttering a word. Yi Jin looked at Tang Machi's expression and immediately pulled out a map, saying, we followed that group here, and if everything goes well, Zicheng should be somewhere in the city. But we searched for 2 whole days, and found absolutely no clues. In addition, Chen Weiliang frowned and pointed at the marked area on the map belonging to the base. This base frequently has psychics mysteriously disappearing, but no one has come forward to deal with it. All the disappeared ones are those with no background, only noticed among the lower-level population. Disappeared? Tang Machi almost confirmed at this point that Xue Shiming had already reached out here. Yes, completely disappeared, no sign of life or death. Does this base have any connection to the south? Tang Machi wasn't sure where Xue Shiming was now, or even if he was within this base. The south? Chen Weiliang shook his head, no news. We will continue investigating tomorrow, prioritizing finding long-term convoy routes to and from the south. Tang Machi's tone left no room for negotiation, yet both Tang Jianfeng and Yi Jin nodded in agreement first, dismissing any doubts and all gave a nod. After their discussion and decision, they realized they hadn't eaten yet. Tang Machi signaled to Yi Ziyue, and the 2 sneaked out of the yard under mysterious pretenses, returning from the rear cargo section with a pot of curry and a bag of rice. It had been almost a day, the curry was completely cooled, but everyone still gathered with excitement, closing the windows and doors. Chen Weiliang used his psychic abilities to directly heat up the pot, while Yi Jin washed the rice and began steaming it. In a short while, the bold aroma of curry filled the entire house, even drawing the high and mighty Zeng Shishu and his team down. In the end, 20-odd people shared the pot of curry, each receiving a large spoonful. A big spoonful of curry poured over the fragrant rice, even without a few pieces of meat, everyone ate as if they were about to swallow their tongues, with tears welling up in their eyes. Even Zeng Shishu set aside his prejudice. Except for Yi Jin, everyone thought it was the supplies they had gathered outside, and they were all filled with gratitude. Not everyone was willing to share the food they had gathered. At this moment, keeping a little bit meant more chances of survival, especially with such delicious food. The next morning, everyone got up early to prepare. Zeng Shishu left directly with his people, Yi Jin continued to look for clues at the base gate, Chen Weiliang went to the black market for information, while Tang Jianfeng's group headed straight to the reward hall. This reward hall is similar to a mercenary center, where as long as your price is high enough, there will always be someone daring enough to take on the job. Everyone immediately began maneuvering. Just as Tang Jianfeng's group was about to set off in the car, Luo Wei arrived with a team. Chapter 84, Enemy. Brother Feng. Luo Wei took off her sunglasses and waved at them. Oh, Brother Qi, your rival in love. Yi Ziyue didn't finish his sentence before being shoved down by Shin Jianxi, who covered his mouth. Meanwhile, Tang Machi's face had darkened. Seeing this, Tang Jianfeng smiled and pinched his cheek, then glanced at Shin Jianxi sitting in the back seat and said, keep your people under control. Shin Jianxi. Luo Wei hopped out of her car and stood next to Tang Jianfeng's driver's side. Do you have any plans? Tang Jianfeng wasn't sure whether Luo Wei had special feelings for him, but he was very clear that he could not possibly have feelings for anyone other than Tang Machi. Luo Wei was the only female he came into contact with after enlisting, yet his feelings towards her were no different from how he felt about all his comrades. Furthermore, because of her current special status within this base, Tang Jianfeng did not wish to get too entangled with her. Seeing that he frowned slightly without answering, Luo Wei felt a bit awkward. Brother Feng. Tang Jianfeng cast her a faint glance and said, one of our companions went missing halfway through. We plan to go check out the bounty hall. Luo Wei's eyes lit up as she grinned, saying, I'll take you there. With that, without even waiting for Tang Jianfeng's objection, she jumped back into her own car. Tang Machi threw a sideways glance at Tang Jianfeng, while the latter chuckled helplessly and looked at him, saying, Momo, don't be mad. How could Tang Machi get angry over such a small matter? He just wanted to play this little charade, saving himself from Yi Ziyue's incessant teasing. Moreover, if someone could help rescue Zhang Zicheng sooner, he would gladly accept it. It took merely 10 minutes following Luo Wei's car to arrive at their destination. A bright red banner hung crookedly, written in bold black letters reading, Bounty Hall. People came and went, bustling with more activity than elsewhere. Luo Wei held a special position in the base due to her father's influence, so most people gave her some face. She quickly led them to the supervisor and directly pinned a task notice on the prominent bulletin board in the hall. How shall we calculate the reward? The supervisor didn't ask them but turned directly to Luo Wei. 20 jin of cornmeal, Tang Machi spoke lightly. The supervisor paused in surprise. 20 jin of food grains here might well be considered a fortune. While it wasn't overly extravagant to use it for finding someone, it was still enough to attract a large number of people rushing toward it. Sure enough, after the task was posted, countless people immediately flocked to it, queuing up in long lines to claim the bounty. Standing on the second floor watching the excited crowd below, Tang Jianfeng pondered for a moment and said to the supervisor, if one can provide definitive clues which later prove accurate, we will offer 1 jin of cornmeal. The supervisor looked astonished at this statement, about to open his mouth when Luo Wei stopped him with just a single glare. Then, she issued the orders, upon which an announcement followed leading to immediate excitement among the crowd. Very soon afterward, Tang Jianfeng received dozens of verbal reports containing clues. The supervisor arranged a room for them where Tang Jianfeng and his team meticulously sifted through these dozens of clues along with Yi Jin's descriptions from last night to find useful information. Upon seeing them busy, Luo Wei took her group outside. The four of them quickly reviewed all the clues and picked out several that were useful. Look at this one. Tang Machi slapped one clue on the table, there really are convoys secretly heading southward. This clue suggested that the informant once inadvertently discovered that 3 or 4 vehicles exited the city during curfew hours, driving straight southward. According to their given timeline, convoys had departed just 2 nights prior. 2 nights ago. Shen Jianqi marked the time points and said, then Zhang Zicheng should still be within the city limits. They cannot be operating so frequently. Tang Jianfeng nodded, we need to act swiftly. They identified several suspicious locations from other leads, deciding to investigate further. After they left, the supervisor of the bounty hall immediately summoned someone and whispered orders into their ear. Soon, that person nodded repeatedly and ran off. Despite Tang Machi and his team searching 2 places previously to no avail, the third location was a clinic. Situated in a remote area but with significant space, the premises enclosed into a large yard ensuring excellent privacy. Tang Machi's group couldn't observe anything unusual from the exterior. The windows of the clinic were nailed shut with wooden bars. On the outside, there seemed to be no signs of human activity, but according to the informant, vehicles appeared around here at regular intervals, extremely mysteriously. The 4 of them circled the clinic but found no abnormalities. Just as they were about to leave, Tang Machi suddenly spotted a severely damaged uniform on the ground. The garment was dirty and torn, mixed in with the surrounding trash. If it weren't for Tang Machi's extraordinary senses, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. Tang Machi picked up the uniform, and a red shoulder badge prominently appeared before everyone's eyes. Tang Jianfeng's eyes squinted slightly, his expression suddenly changing. Be careful. Tang Machi immediately reacted, rolling sideways to evade several consecutive bullets. Shen Jianqi immediately wrapped Yizue with vines while simultaneously using a tendril to pull Tang Machi back swiftly. They used the car as cover and hid on the other side. Upon seeing that they were safe, Tang Jianfeng no longer held back and threw a fireball. Instantly, there was a loud bang, and intense flames quickly spread across the entire wall. Faint screams could be heard, but they disappeared shortly after. Flames enveloped Tang Jianfeng's body as an extraordinary sense of perception emerged again, this time even clearer than before. All objects abstracted into points and lines, illusory yet real. Time seemed automatically stretched into a palpable line, infinitely extending itself, enabling a clear visualization of the molecular patterns of dust particles floating in the air. Closing his eyes, Tang Jianfeng clearly perceived the vehicles within the compound had already been started, their orange-red light points flickering. With a gentle mental touch upon those light points, a series of loud explosions resounded from the clinic compound, thick smoke soon rising high into the sky. Tang Jianfeng opened his eyes and faintly smiled. This was how it should be used. Tang Machi took out several guns, utilizing the explosion to shift attention. Under Tang Jianfeng's lead, they quickly broke open the large iron gate of the clinic. After the gunfire ceased inside, Tang Jianfeng tossed another fireball, resulting in another explosion. Chaos erupted inside the clinic. Tang Machi rapidly fired shots and instantly leapt onto the second floor with wind-based abilities. A small storm was thrown out, sweeping a few people hiding behind pillars downstairs. Shen Jianqi's vines danced, quickly pulling out those lurking in the shadows, throwing them into the smoke-filled central courtyard. Here. While everyone engaged in fierce battle, Yizue had sneaked into several rooms and finally found the unconscious Zhang Zicheng in a dimly lit room. However, before he could exit, a cold gun barrel pressed against the back of his head. Don't move. The hoarse voice froze Yizue instantly. The man holding the gun stepped from behind him to face him. Upon recognizing his face, Yizue widened his eyes in shock. It's you. The man grinned smugly. Yes, it's me. I've been waiting for you for a long time, ha ha ha. The man hid behind Yizue, one hand gripping his neck tightly, the other pointing the gun at him as he walked out. Seeing this, Shen Jianqi's expression darkened immediately. Shen Jianlin, let him go. Shen Jianlin laughed madly from behind, his grip on Yizue tightening wildly. Yizue's face immediately turned pale. What? Didn't expect I'm still alive, did you? I knew that one day everything I lost will be taken back from you, starting with your little lover. I'll rip you apart if you dare harm a single hair on him. Shen Jianxi remained expressionless, but the vines behind him were violently whipping around. Ho ho, do you think I dare? Shen Jianlin saw his tension and became even more arrogant, cruelly firing a shot toward Shen Jianxi's direction. He then turned around and fired another shot into Yi Ziyue's calf. Shen Jianxi's vines blocked the bullets, but upon witnessing the scene, his eyes blazed furiously. He moved forward immediately but was stopped by Tang Jianfeng. Don't go over, he's insane. Yi Ziyue's face turned even paler due to the excruciating pain. His eyes filled with saline from the intense hurt. Since they were too close to each other, others' abilities were useless in such proximity, leaving them to quietly wait for Shen Jianlin to expose himself. Shen Jianlin retreated backward, dragging Yi Ziyue along. You destroyed my place, so capturing him is just interest. Meanwhile, Tang Machi had quietly infiltrated the room where Zhang Zicheng lay unconscious, bringing him into a space and concealing himself in the corner, patiently awaiting the right moment. Shen Jianlin fired several more shots toward Shen Jianxi's direction. Blocked by his vines, Shen Jianxi grew increasingly frustrated. Suddenly, he stopped retreating and menacingly whispered into Yi Ziyue's ear, "Want to know whether your paramour actually loves you? Let me test it for you, shall I?" Yi Ziyue struggled painfully under Shen Jianlin's iron grasp, but to no avail. Shen Jianlin grinned smugly and shouted loudly, "Shen Jianxi, if you kneel down and let me take a shot at you, I'll consider giving your little lover a quick death. But if you dare to dodge, this bullet will go straight into his body instead. What do you think of that?" Shen Jianxi's entire body trembled as he glared at him, his eyes filled with an intensity that seemed ready to devour him alive. Shen Jianlin chuckled coldly and said, "I'll count to 3. 1. 2. Before he could finish counting to 3, Shen Jianxi had already dropped to his knees. Shen Jianlin aimed the gun at him, his eyes brimming with a crazed and twisted sense of vengeance. Without hesitation, he fired directly at Shen Jianxi's chest. Seeing that he indeed hadn't dodged, Shen Jianlin burst into a fit of malicious laughter. At that very moment, Yi Ziyue suddenly smashed the back of his head hard against Shen Jianlin, while reaching out to grab Tang Machi who had been waiting for just the right opportunity to pounce. In an instant, the two disappeared from where they had been. Before Shen Jianlin could react, Tang Jianfeng's fireball was already hurtling toward him. His hand gripping the gun instantly turned to ashes in a scream of agony. Tang Jianfeng turned around and held up Shen Jianxi, who was falling backward, laying him gently on the ground. He reached out and covered the wound in Shen Jianxi's chest that was continuously gushing blood. Chapter 85, The South. A few seconds later, Tang Machi came out with Yi Ziyue. Ignoring his leg wound, Yi Ziyue limped over to Shen Jianxi under the support of Tang Machi. Shen Jianlin, kneeling there, had endured the initial excruciating pain and, seeing Shen Jianxi lying on the ground, laughed loudly, "Shen Jianxi, you're going to die with me." Seeing Shen Jianxi covered in blood, Yi Ziyue almost fainted, shaking her hands, releasing white fog desperately that dispersed around and rushed into Shen Jianxi's body. Tang Jianfeng removed his hands, and sure enough, the blood stopped gushing, a bullet the size of a small fingernail cover was squeezed out of the wound, then Shen Jianxi's wound began healing visibly before their eyes. Soon Shen Jianxi's wound healed, but due to excessive blood loss, he still felt very weak. Tang Jianfeng tried to help him rest in the car, but Shen Jianxi refused, leaning on Yi Ziyue while pointing at the wound on his leg. Yi Ziyue, who had just completely focused her spirit on him, had even forgotten to treat her own injury, but her body's self-healing ability was very strong. Her penetrating wound was already half-healed, and after focusing on it for several seconds, it completely healed. Meanwhile, Shen Jianlin, who had just managed to get up, could no longer laugh. His face turned ashen gray as he stared at them. "You." Shen Jianxi wobbled to his feet, but due to heavy blood loss, he couldn't release his special ability anymore, and all the vines on his body retracted. However, at this moment, he seemed more intimidating than with his abilities enhanced. Holding a gun in his hand, Shen Jianxi walked toward Shen Jianlin as he saw him retreat a few steps and fall back, staring up at him in fear, muttering, "Impossible, impossible, how are you not dead? How is it possible for you to still stand?" Shen Jianxi stepped on his chest with one foot, and a slight crack was heard. Shen Jianlin screamed, his ribs unknown how many were broken. "If you can survive, what's impossible?" Shen Jianxi slowly lowered his head and looked mockingly into his eyes where a terrifying storm was brewing. "I've said, I want to make you feel worse than death." With 2 consecutive shots, Shen Jianxi shot through both his calves, making Shen Jianlin look at him with hatred and say, "Ah. You kill me. There will be someone who avenges me. Avenges me." Shen Jianxi silenced his yelling with another kick and raised his gun to give him the final blow when Tang Machi approached and held his gun down. Squatting down, he patted Shen Jianlin, who had lost consciousness, asking clearly after waiting until his eyes returned focus, "Who will avenge you? If you tell us, we'll end your suffering quickly." Shen Jianlin looked at him for a while, gave a strange smile, "You know who it is, or else why would you ask me? Don't worry, you will soon meet his hospitality." Tang Machi looked at him and then asked quietly, "What exactly is Xue Ximing doing? Is the disappearance of these psychic individuals related to you?" Shen Jianlin curled his lips and remained silent. Tang Machi licked his lips, stood up, nodded to Shin Jianxi, and walked away, after which an unhesitant gunshot followed. Do you suspect that these things are related to Xue Shiming? Shin Jianxi, supported by Yi Ziyue, asked furrowed brows. Tang Machi nodded. Possibly upper echelons in this base are all connected to Xue Shiming, otherwise, with such a commotion, how come no one has come to investigate yet? Machi, are all these people wearing shoulder badges members of Xue Shiming's team? Tang Jianfeng was astonished, not expecting that Xue Shiming, who had fled like a stray dog initially, had such vast influence. Tang Machi nodded, thinking of the energy within him causing occasional losses of control, feeling some underlying worries. He's a brainpower psychic individual, extremely rare. Seeing his concerned eyes, Tang Jianfeng touched his cheek gently and smiled. Don't worry, given our strength, adding a few more Xue Shimings wouldn't make a difference. Tang Machi nodded, calming down in heart. Subsequently, he brought out Zhang Zicheng, who was still unconscious from the space. When they returned to their resting place, they learned that Yi Jin and others were in trouble. Yi Ziyue immediately rushed into Yi Jin's room. Yi Jin was heavily injured, but fortunately, Zheng Shushu arrived in time to block 2 bullets for him, otherwise, Yi Ziyue might not have been able to bring him back to life even if she had returned on time. What happened? Tang Jianfeng asked Chen Weiliang, who was bandaging himself on the side. Chen Weiliang was investigating information at the black market and heard about unrest at the city gate, so he rushed there. Unexpectedly, Yi Jin and others were the source of the commotion and were surrounded by a group of soldiers, resulting in a conflict. It was chaotic back then. I led a few brothers to try and pull them apart, but someone threw a grenade. Brother Yi got injured the worst. Everyone got blown away. If Zheng Shushu hadn't arrived with his team in time to cover us, we would all have died there, Chen Weiliang recounted, still feeling uneasy about it. He had been on the outskirts and only suffered grazes from stray bullets, but Yi Jin and those at the center of the blast were thrown down unconscious. Had Zheng Shushu not rushed in and shielded him while carrying him back bodily, Yi Jin might not be here today. Tang Jianfeng frowned deeply. Right then, the courtyard outside became noisy as Luo Wei arrived with her entourage. Tang Jianfeng caught her glance flicker for just a moment before she composed herself again. Fortunately, Yi Ziyu's abilities had already entered the second stage, otherwise, his energy expenditure after today's fight would surely have left him depleted. Yi Jin was severely wounded all over, especially with a shrapnel piercing his lung, extremely perilous. Had Yi Ziyu taken any longer to return, it might have been too late. Using psychic powers, the shrapnel was forced out and the wounds healed quickly without leaving a single scar. Within minutes, Yi Jin's injuries were completely mended, though he remained unconscious. Tang Machi rewrapped his bandages carefully to keep up appearances. Yi Ziyu turned to treat Zheng Shushu, who stared at them, eyes wide in astonishment. Zheng Shushu's injuries were also serious, yet he managed to stay conscious and continued watching Yi Jin intently, fearing that the next breath Yi Jin took could be his last. Tang Machi intended to transfer Zheng Shushu elsewhere, but Yi Ziyu stopped him, instead openly revealing his powers right under their noses. While you've saved my brother twice, today I'll repay you once, Yi Ziyu said while treating him. As for what my brother really feels, I don't know, nor will I interfere. I only hope you won't take matters into your own hands like before, which may hurt him. Zheng Shushu's expression grew solemn as he gave a solemn nod. I understand. I did wrong in the past. I don't need your assurances. If you have anything to say it directly to my brother. Yi Ziyu quickly healed his wounds, cutting him coldly. If he forgives you, I will not say another word. Zheng Shushu nodded gratefully, looking at the pale face of Yi Jin lying in bed, pain and regret finally consuming him, allowing him to drop his cold exterior entirely. By the time Tang Machi and others left, Tang Jianfeng had already begun talking with Luo Wei. Seeing Luo Wei's radiant smile, Tang Machi couldn't help but feel somewhat uncomfortable. He moved silently toward them, drawing Tang Jianfeng's attention instantly as he pulled Tang Machi to sit down. Luo Wei's expression softened slightly as she gave Tang Machi a gentle smile. Speaking of which, I've heard you are quite protective of your younger brother. Did mother and grandfather allow you two to come out? Of course, Tang Machi understood Luo Wei's intention, mistakenly referring him as Tang Qingshu. Thinking about how clingy and lovable Tang Qingshu had become in Kyoto lately, Tang Machi couldn't help but smile slightly. On the contrary, Tang Jianfeng's complexion darkened when he saw this rare smile, whispering warningly in his ear, "Whom are you smiling so charmingly at?" Tang Machi glanced sideways at him, nudging him lightly with his elbow. Watching the intimate exchange between them without a trace of awkwardness, Luo Wei's face soured visibly. After being nudged, Tang Jianfeng maintained a calm demeanor as he addressed Luo Wei ahead. Having me protect him is enough. Dissatisfied with his evasion, Luo Wei persisted in asking, "Brother Feng." "Little Wei." Tang Jianfeng interrupted her sternly, his gaze devoid of warmth. "I've always regarded you as a comrade. Don't put me in a difficult situation." Luo Wei couldn't help but shed tears at hearing the long-absent term of endearment, yet Tang Jianfeng's words filled her with immense disappointment. "Why? Brother Feng, you don't have a girlfriend either. Why can't we? We've been together for so long." Tang Jianfeng fixed his gaze on her for 2 seconds before suddenly grabbing the back of Tang Machi's head and kissing him fiercely, plunging deeply with an intense and possessive kiss that stunned the entire room into silence. This French deep kiss lasted no more than 30 seconds before Tang Jianfeng abruptly ended it. Luo Wei leapt to her feet, pointing at them both, speechless. Calmly, Tang Jianfeng wiped away the drool at Tang Machi's corner of his mouth with his thumb and asked quietly, "Is this reason enough for you?" Tang Machi caught the baffled looks of Chen Weiliang, Huang Sheng, and the others all dumbfoundedly staring at them. His cheeks flared red instantly, glaring at Tang Jianfeng similarly speechless as Luo Wei. "You're shameless." Luo Wei finally choked out a phrase. Tang Jianfeng spared her a glance and shook his head, saying, "When life itself is in peril, what use is face?" Ultimately, furious and frustrated, Luo Wei stormed off with her people. Everyone immediately returned to their business, as if what just happened never did. Zhang Zicheng woke up that night. Other than a slight headache, he showed no other symptoms. Tang Machi finally relaxed. Although they managed to get the person back, because too many in the team were seriously injured, Tang Jianfeng decided to rest for 2 days before setting off again while also investigating how long Shen Jianlin had been in contact with Xue Shiming. However, the next morning General Luo sent someone over to find them, specifically asking for Tang Jianfeng alone. Tang Jianfeng didn't return until noon. Seeing Tang Machi staring at him all the time, he couldn't help but held him and kissed his earlobe gently, chuckling softly, "What are you looking at, little fool?" Tang Machi mentally retorted, "You're the fool. Don't scold me inside your mind." Tang Jianfeng nibbled lightly on his earlobe. "General Luo apologized to me. The trouble caused by Yi Jin yesterday was deliberately stirred up by Luo Wei. Did she want to keep you?" Tang Machi figured out Luo Wei's calculations after just a moment of thought. "She knows my character. If it weren't for Xiao Yu's special ability, we would have been delayed here for at least a week at minimum." Tang Jianfeng's voice turned colder, his eyes filled with impatience. "Besides, she treated human lives as trifles. Brother Yi almost lost his life because of her recklessness." Chen Weiliang and Huang Sheng spent the whole day searching around a small clinic but only found a ledger. However, they unexpectedly captured a homing pigeon carrying a message. There were only 2 lines written on the small piece of paper: "Bring goods quickly back, urgent need." Tang Machi examined the note twice but couldn't make much sense of it, though it confirmed that Shen Jianlin indeed engaged in trade with people outside the base. "We've also found several bodies. Some of the missing special ability users have already been handed over to the army for processing," reported Chen Weiliang. This information reconfirmed their suspicion that this group was possibly smuggling those with special abilities. If the person involved was Xue Shiming, it wouldn't be hard to understand, as the madman had always used live humans for experiments, especially those with special abilities. 2 days later, fully prepared, they reinitiated their southern journey. No one knew what Zheng Shishu said to Yi Jin after he woke up, but it was evident that their relationship improved significantly. Zheng Shishu decided to continue traveling with them. Since the team expanded once again, Tang Jianfeng's crew had to abandon 2 more vehicles. Hence, on the eve of departure, Tang Jianfeng took Chen Weiliang to the black market to buy 2 additional vehicles. Both teams set off in the dark before dawn. Heading south, and moving forward smoothly, Luo Wei was confined at home by General Luo and did not cause any further disruptions. With the temperature rising, and as they approached the south, an increasing number of safe overwinter insects began to wake up, particularly after crossing the Yangtze River. The Yangtze River, which was a natural barrier last lifetime, was smoothly crossed this time within just 1 day thanks to everyone's cooperation. The temperature in Jiangnan was obviously higher. Even in May, it felt slightly suffocating. Tang Machi lay at the back seat, leaning against Tang Jianfeng pretending to nap. Afraid of highway congestion, they opted for provincial roads. But since provincial roads frequently passed through numerous towns and counties, they had to take detours to avoid zombies. Fortunately, after a few days, they hadn't encountered large-scale zombie clusters. They directly ran over any sporadic ones they came across. They smoothly entered southern H province. To the south of H province is G province, where D city lies. Tang Machi firmly resolved that this time he would definitely go to D city again, even if it was solely for verifying Xue Shiming's whereabouts. Images of Tang Jianfeng lying in his arms from his previous life kept flashing in front of him, warning him that the enemy could very well be lurking nearby. Tang Machi clenched his fists tightly. This time, he absolutely won't let Xue Shiming slip away. Only by thoroughly eliminating Xue Shiming could Tang Machi completely escape the shadow of his previous life. Chapter 86, Intimidation. The southern part of H province was mostly mountainous, with winding mountain roads slowing their progress. Tang Machi and Yizue were asleep, leaning against each other in the back seat. Tang Jianfeng and Shen Jianxi took turns driving, while Yi Jin led the way up front. By the end of May, the temperature had shot up sharply, making it easy to work up a sweat in short sleeves. The entire convoy reeked of men's sweat. Tang Machi didn't wake up until 3 in the afternoon. He pulled out some fresh tomatoes from his space and distributed them for everyone to eat. He also filled all the water bottles with spring water from within his space. Outside, the sky was dark and gloomy, indicating that a heavy rain was brewing. The young wolf was released by Tang Machi from his space. After being carefree in the space for so long, it had grown quite strong, and its sharp little teeth had grown in as well. Tang Machi tore off a piece of dried meat for it to gnaw on. By 4 in the afternoon, it had already become completely dark. The convoy stopped at an indentation in the half-mountain slope sheltered from the wind, preparing to wait out the rain before continuing down the mountain to find a place to set up camp. Lightning and thunder accompanied torrential rain and fierce winds that quickly came pouring down. Visibility outside the car window was very low, the sudden raindrops hammered against the car window glass with a loud noise. The sound of the wind whistled through the mountain gaps in a high-pitched and stirring tone. Everyone sat silently inside the cars, headlights turned on as they stared at the curtain of rain, vigilant against any accidents. Soon, the sky darkened, and the rumbling of thunder shook the air tremulously. Occasional flashes of lightning cut through the rainy night only to fade again. The rain did not let up until complete darkness enveloped everything, gradually ceasing afterward. The stifling heat in the air dissipated, and the convoy once again slowly moved forward, quickly reaching the foot of the mountain. With the car windows wide open, the cool mountain breeze blew toward everyone's face, reviving their spirits. Tang Machi leaned against the window holding a beer can, while Tang Jianfeng, who had to drive, abstained from alcohol but smoked a cigarette instead. The rich tobacco flavor was extremely invigorating, making him comfortably close his eyes. Yizue enthusiastically held the infrared telescope, biting into an apple almost as big as his face. "Hey, Brother Qi, what is that over there?" Yizue patted Tang Machi, passing him the telescope. When Tang Machi shifted closer, the pitch-black mountain road showed no signs of life. Abandoned vehicles scattered along the road had been ransacked countless times. In the infrared vision of green hues, a few red dots were particularly prominent. Tang Machi handed the telescope to Tang Jianfeng. "Stay alert." Tang Jianfeng warned the entire convoy through the radio. "Brother Yi, slow down and raise your guard." "Understood." Yi Jin followed instructions without asking why, quickly slowing down the speed of the entire fleet. The red points gradually approached, growing larger and soon revealing people hiding in the dark. Tang Machi finished the beer in one go and drew out his gun immediately. Once they got out of this range of mountains, it would be Ji province, meaning they were already fully in the south. From the dense vegetation, this mountain range hadn't undergone a prolonged freezing period. Flora and fauna thrived here, implying that, apart from the threat of zombies, the climate posed less danger compared to the north. This also indicated that more people had survived. As the convoy continued moving forward slowly, even after passing those lurking figures hidden in the dark by hundreds of meters, there was still no sign of movement. Then Tang Jianfeng opened the car door and effortlessly climbed onto the roof without making a sound. Before Tang Machi could move to the passenger seat, Shen Jianxi cursed softly and swerved abruptly, causing the whole car to collide with a tree on the roadside with a bang. Tang Machi clung tightly to the seat, his forehead slamming into the car door, instantly bleeding profusely. His whole body became wedged between the car seat and the dashboard. Shen Jianxi kicked open the car door, pulled out a gun, fired 2 shots outside, and shouted to Tang Machi and Yizue in the back seat. Tang Machi wiped a bloody hand across his forehead, where blood dripped and blurred his eyes. He pulled up his shirt to clear his vision. Finally, Yizue struggled to rise from behind and rushed over when he saw Tang Machi injured, clutching both his wrists. After being helped up, Tang Machi discovered that the wound on his forehead had already healed. "Stay put and don't move." Pushing Yizue back into the car, Tang Machi drew his gun and rushed out. Behind Shen Jianxi, the vines had already spread extensively, and seeds the size of fingernails matured and fell off silently rolling into the grass, soon followed by a few muffled groans. The enemies were hidden and clearly prepared. Tang Machi's senses were extraordinary. With a single gunshot aimed at a blurry shadow in the grass, that shadow immediately lay motionless. Lying prone on the car top, Tang Jianfeng started shooting. Amidst the dense gunfire, a scream pierced through the haze. "Brother Yi." The gunfire paused momentarily as Tang Machi dashed towards the scream, pulling someone out and throwing them before everyone. Su Shiqing. Yi Jin was also greatly surprised when he saw who was on the ground. "It's me, Brother Yi. How did you end up here?" Su Shiqing let out a bitter laugh. It was quite an embarrassment. "How did you end up here?" "Robbery." Before Yi Jin could finish his sentence, several fully armed men rushed out from the grass. "Don't move." Su Shiqing immediately went over and held down their gun muzzles. "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. We grabbed the wrong people." After Su Shiqing explained for half a day, the other side finally put down their guns, but Tang Machi and his group didn't lower their guard. Seeing this, Su Shiqing could only sigh in helplessness, saying, "Our target isn't you guys, and we aren't here to rob. We're saving people." "Who are you saving?" Tang Jianfeng stood behind Tang Machi, frowning at Su Shiqing while putting away the gun in his hand. "Abnormals." Su Shiqing glanced at the people behind him and said, "They are all abnormals that we've saved." "You mean, you rescue the abnormals sent to Ji province here?" Tang Machi's eyes lit up. "Yes. Every so often, convoys come from the north, escorting a batch of abnormals. Do you know who is behind this manipulation? Where are they transported to?" Tang Machi asked quickly. Su Shiqing shook his head first, then nodded and said, "We once tracked the convoy. They were sent to D City, as for who is pulling the strings, we have no idea." Tang Machi followed Su Shiqing back to their base. Passing through a natural barrier ravine, their base was located in a narrow valley. Because it had just rained, the water flowed noisily in the mountain gullies, and the dark valley was filled with firelight everywhere. Following Su Shiqing into a cave, there were many tents of various sizes squeezed inside, and some spaces carved into the cave walls also housed a lot of people. It seemed this base had existed for quite a long time. Tang Jianfeng pulled Tang Machi aside, half hugging him in his arms, softly speaking into his ear, "Most people here are abnormals." Tang Machi nodded, rubbing against his chest. Tang Jianfeng patted his head, lightly kissing his forehead that was injured earlier, supporting him to continue moving forward. The cave was deep. The further inside they went, the fewer people there were. Su Shiqing led them into an artificially excavated space. This place was clearly much more comfortable and spacious than the others. "How many guests did Shiqing bring back today?" A booming voice came from the inner room even before the person did, and soon a tall man lifted the curtain and walked out. "Brother Lei, these are my old friends. We mistook them for enemies tonight, it was an error." After explaining, Su Shiqing introduced both sides, so now they considered each other acquainted. Su Shiqing didn't mention that they were from the capital, and the others pretended to be unaware and vague about it. "You take these friends to rest first. We can talk privately later." The man called Brother Lei, who was the leader here, didn't bother to greet them and quickly returned to the inner room. Su Shiqing awkwardly smiled at them and led them to a simple stone cave to rest. Su Shiqing recounted a lot about his journey thus far. When he talked about this base, his expression stiffened for a moment. Brother Lei originally escaped from D-City. His son was captured, and he has always wanted to go back to save him, but he's been short on manpower. Su Shiqing bitterly smiled. "I was also rescued by him. On my way here, I kept hiding in the zombie clusters, afraid of being discovered by anyone. Later, I still exposed myself and was caught by a group of people. It was Brother Lei who saved me here." Tang Machi took out a red shoulder badge, and upon seeing the badge, Su Shiqing immediately stood up. "How did you get one of their things?" "They." Tang Machi coldly laughed, "Because they attacked us too." Su Shiqing hesitated for a moment, wiped his face, and said, "Brother Lei's son is his biggest pain. But everyone knows going back means certain death. Have you heard? Now, an abnormal is worth 500 caddies, jeans, of food. A lot of people sell their relatives or lovers for food to devils," Su Shiqing sighed, "in this world." Tang Jianfeng picked up the shoulder badge handed to him by Tang Machi and slowly stroked it while staring at him and said, "Tell Brother Lei that we plan to go to D-City, ask him if he'd like to join us." "Jianfeng?" Yi Jin shook his head disapprovingly, "Don't cause any unnecessary trouble." Tang Jianfeng slightly smirked and said, "Maybe it's really Xue Shiming messing around behind the scenes. If it's him, having another ally wouldn't hurt." Early the next morning, Brother Lei came with an anxious expression on his face. Upon seeing Tang Jianfeng, he immediately rushed forward and grabbed his hands, excitedly saying, "If you can save my son, old Lei will be your servant for life." Tang Jianfeng indifferently pulled his hands away and said lightly, "We neither need cattle nor horses, and we certainly won't promise to save your son. We'll take you into the city, and after that, what you do is entirely up to you." Brother Lei awkwardly suppressed his smile, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Tang Machi stood quietly behind Tang Jianfeng, catching the ripples in Brother Lei's eyes. He smirked coldly inside. Tang Jianfeng didn't look at him again and said, "You have limited time to prepare. We're leaving soon." Brother Lei nodded repeatedly, and the arrogant expression from last night was completely gone. Tang Jianfeng paid no heed to his attitude. He embraced Tang Machi and kissed the corner of his lips, saying, "Mo, relax a bit. You've been too tense these past few days." Tang Machi looked up at him. Although he had been quietly waiting these days, only he knew the tension inside him. Unexpectedly, Tang Jianfeng also noticed it. Tang Machi obediently hugged him and buried his face in his neck, feeling like all his strength melted as he leaned against him. Tang Jianfeng softly chuckled twice, and a vibration came from his chest as he carried him. Just as they were affectionate, Xing Shixiu walked by with a large bag in his arms, pretending to bump into Tang Jianfeng, then coldly muttered, "Sorry." Tang Jianfeng glared at him, speaking in a voice not too loud or soft, "Lonely single dogs are scary when they don't get enough." Yejin, who caught up from behind, shot a glance at all of them, "Hurry up and get on the car. Are you planning to stay here forever?" Brother Lei brought just one truckload of people, all of whom volunteered to go with him to D-City, including Su Shiqing. The convoy became even more formidable, setting out towards D-City with great pomp. This time, it was Tang Jianfeng's group leading the charge, Zhang Zicheng and Huang Xing following in the back seat. It seemed that after some negotiation between Xing Shixiu and Yi Jin got on their vehicle. At the border of H province and D province, in a small county, they encountered a small pack of zombies. Tang Jianfeng stood alone on a rooftop, unleashing a pale blue dragon of fire. The colossal fire dragon emitted terrifying heat, instantly reducing the concrete in its path to grey ashes. The zombie swarm made up of over 1,000 zombies was ignited in an instant. Their corpse oil burst into flames upon contact with the sparks, turning each into fiery balls that disappeared within moments, dissolving completely with just a breeze. Everyone except Tang Machi and his team stared in shock at Tang Jianfeng. As soon as he used his powers, an intangible pressure radiated out, instantly making everyone break into a cold sweat. This was their innate sense of danger responding to the threat of a superior being. All were deeply shaken inside, especially Brother Lei and his crew who had looked down on them the day before. Now they were full of regret and relief, fortunate not to have acted rashly or they wouldn't have known how they'd died. In the blink of an eye, Tang Jianfeng easily dealt with the zombie pack, stunning everyone. Yi Jin knew that their abilities had reached another level, but she hadn't expected Tang Jianfeng to be this powerful. Tang Jianfeng leaped off the rooftop, took Tang Machi's hand, and said, "Get in the car." Without hesitation, everyone obeyed his command as though soldiers hearing an order from their superior, instantly reacting without dragging their feet, following Tang Jianfeng's lead vehicle speeding off. By the time everyone realized it, they had already driven quite far away instinctively. "Big Brother Feng, you're amazing." Zhang Zicheng and Huang Sheng were still overwhelmed with awe and excitement, looking at Tang Jianfeng with starry eyes. Even Zhang Zicheng, who had always harbored resentment towards Tang Jianfeng, now wore a look of admiration. Tang Jianfeng smirked, glanced sideways at the emotionless Tang Machi, and asked, "What about you, Mo?" Tang Machi turned his head and looked at him, smiling brilliantly and saying, "Brother is the best." Tang Jianfeng's smile froze slightly, his gaze deepening, looking at Tang Machi as if wanting to devour him. Tang Machi provocatively licked his lips, his eyes full of mischief. Chapter 87, Arrival. On the evening of that day, they reached the safe zone of City D without any hindrance. The tall walls extended endlessly, encircling the entire safe zone. When the convoy approached, a group of people quickly opened the city gates and surrounded them. After handing over the food supplies and undergoing inspection, they were smoothly allowed in. As before, they had to enter the quarantine area for 6 hours. However, this time there wouldn't be someone like Luo Wei casually bringing them out. Everyone in the small isolation room could only squat on the ground, enduring 6 long hours before being released. Compared to the smaller central base where Luo Wei was from, the base in City D was vast and rigorously disciplined. The streets were orderly, with everyone moving hurriedly, their faces grim. It didn't feel like a safe zone, but more like a strictly disciplined military camp. Both the elderly and children were expressionless, quietly doing their own tasks, without saying an extra word or meddling in others' affairs. By the time they received their car back, anything that could have been taken had already been thoroughly swept away. They searched for a long time before finding the registration place for outsiders, marked by a broken wooden sign written in black carbon ash that read, "Registration Office." The broken board leaned against an old shack, with only one window open, but no one inside. Yejin knocked on the window for quite some time before a woman finally yawned her way to the window. "Half a caddy of grain per person." The woman lazily opened the register and stared coldly at them. Tang Machi took out a bag of cornmeal from his backpack, which was about 7 or 8 caddies. Zheng Xishu and Lei Gu added a little more, just enough to meet the required amount, then handed it through the window. After receiving the grain, the woman's attitude improved slightly. She asked their names and told them to wait a bit. Half an hour later, she returned with a bunch of metal plaques bearing only names and dates. "You'd better carry these around while in the base. If you leave the city, make sure to take them too. In the future, having this will exempt you from entry fees when you come back into the city," she kindly reminded them. After receiving the plaques, several people immediately emerged from the corner, all offering to introduce accommodations, clearly opportunists who thrived in every era. "You, come over here." Tang Machi pointed at a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Seeing himself selected, the boy eagerly ran over. "Do you need housing? I can show you, just half a caddy of grain needed." The boy, dirty and with a sickly yellow complexion, had sharp eyes nonetheless, eager but not greedy. "Get on the car and lead the way." Tang Jianfeng gave him a meaningful look, and the boy quickly jumped onto the car. "I know of a big courtyard that's still empty. Your many vehicles would fit perfectly. It's just, the price." The boy, sitting on the car, cleverly disclosed his property offer. "Price isn't an issue as long as it's safe." Tang Machi glanced at him with interest. Younger than himself, yet able to survive in the apocalypse, he was clearly a smart kid. The boy nodded cheerfully right away. "My name is Song Yu. You can call me Little Yu. How should I address the seniors?" "You can just call me Brother Chi." Tang Machi looked outside absently, responding indifferently. "Are you from outside the city? Where from? The north or the west?" The boy excitedly asked questions. He was good at reading people, seeing immediately that Tang Machi's group was influential, generous, composed, and non-violent. They were rare, big clients, and completing this deal would earn him some grain from the property owner, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry for the next week. This made him quite elated. While driving, Tang Jianfeng casually glanced at him in the rearview mirror, silencing the boy, who now sat cautiously, only speaking during navigation. Upon arrival, the boy sprinted off to fetch the landlord, an old man dressed simply, though with a rosy complexion, showing signs of vitality, clearly someone with connections behind the scenes. The yard was indeed large, easily accommodating 7 or 8 vehicles. Though the rooms were simple, they featured a solar water heater, satisfying everyone's desire to finally bathe properly and sleep in a bed. Tang Machi gave the boy another half caddy of grain. Come at noon tomorrow, we're unfamiliar with the place, so you'll help guide us. The boy happily nodded repeatedly, expressing his gratitude with countless good words, then left astutely, disappearing in a flash. The group naturally divided up the rooms. After dragging Tang Mochi back to the room, Tang Jianfeng locked the door instantly, pressing him roughly against the wall for a fierce kiss. Tang Mochi willingly relaxed his jaw, extending his arms to tightly embrace him, then fiercely kissed back without any weakness. Tang Jianfeng was completely set ablaze by his indulgence, supporting his hips while moving toward the bathroom and kissing him all the way. Clothes were soon discarded in the heat of passion. Warm water cascaded down from above, the two naked bodies exuding a heavy dose of male pheromones, intertwined with collisions and bites accompanied by stifled groans and uncontrollable moans. It seemed like the air around them was ignited by their desires, each breath filled with intense pleasure. No more. Big brother. Neither did they know how many times they had gone through this already, as Tang Mochi was utterly exhausted, yet Tang Jianfeng continued to possess him tirelessly, sucking on every part of his body. Baby, one last time, let's do it together. While continuing to thrust, Tang Jianfeng also worked on his already somewhat subdued little one until both reached their peak. Tang Jianfeng cradled Tang Mochi onto himself, soothing his lover after their climax. Kissing him while lifting him up, he carried him to the bathroom to clean up. By the time both were ready to sleep, it was already the early hours of the morning. The next day, everyone slept in late, relishing the feeling of waking up in a stable bed. Tang Mochi didn't wake up until noon. Stretching lazily, he discovered that his whole body ached, and his once pale skin now bore various purple bruises from kisses. The moment Tang Jianfeng saw him awake, he immediately leaned over to kiss him. Did you sleep well? You were so alluring last night, my love. Tang Mochi rolled his eyes at him, then suddenly the scenery before them changed, they found themselves on the big bed within the space. Tang Jianfeng smiled as he hugged him and took him to soak in the hot spring water before rummaging through things to prepare lunch for both of them. By the time both were ready to leave, the others had already finished eating lunch. Their gazes carried hints of concealed innuendos, though both parties were quite calm about it. The boy from yesterday had already come over. Tang Mochi made a plan. Ding Hao would sell the things they brought along to exchange for goods only available here, while Tang Mochi's group also planned to purchase some local specialties. Zheng Xishu wouldn't join them, and Lei Gu went out to gather information. Finally, Tang Mochi's group brought the boy to the market in the safe zone. Chapter 88, Odd Stone. The D-City Safe Zone is the largest safe zone in the entire southern region. Every day, survivors from all over the southern area arrive here with high expectations, and the market of the safe zone might be the liveliest place within it. Bartering is the only way people can transact in this special era. Tang Mochi and his group found a special plant fruit in the market. These fruits contain a particularly high salt content once they mature, 2 fruits being enough to make a big pot of salty soup. Tang Mochi exchanged 1 pound of grain for a large handful of seeds, eliminating future worries about table salt no matter where they traveled. Ding Hao's group was under the orders of Chen Yangwei. Besides exchanging supplies, there were many other tasks to carry out. They parted ways with the others upon entering the market. With the awakening of psionic powers among certain individuals, the living conditions for ordinary people have become increasingly challenging. Psionically empowered warriors have come to control most of the survival resources, while regular people face the brutal natural classification system, being reduced by nature to a second-class population. Tang Mochi's group had wandered through the entire market, trading for numerous items. What they offered were genuine cornmeal and even white flour, which were the most popular goods across the entire base. Old sir, what is this black stuff? Yi Zheyu stopped in front of a stall. An old man sat behind it dozing off. His stall was very simple, a plastic sheet spread carelessly on the ground, covered with dark stone blocks that, at first glance, resembled a pile of coal. However, upon closer inspection, it became clear that these weren't so ordinary. There wasn't even a speck of coal dust falling off, and they shimmered with a lustrous sheen under the sunlight, carrying faint red glimmers. Are you newcomers from outside the city? The old man straightened his body, taking them in. Yes, we just arrived yesterday. Yi Zheyu reached out to grab a piece, but as soon as his hand touched the surface of a black stone, an intense sting surged through his fingertips. In pain, he immediately withdrew his hand. Shen Jianxi anxiously pulled him up and embraced him into her arms. What's wrong? Tang Mochi saw his pale complexion and wondered if anything serious happened. Yet, his fingers appeared intact without any visible wounds. The old man stared wide-eyed, snatching a stone himself and yelling at them, Hey, are you here to swindle me? Don't fake it here, I'm not easily fooled. After taking several deep breaths, Yi Zheiyu's color returned somewhat, but his gaze towards the stones remained uneasy. Curious, Tang Mochi squatted down and slowly extended his hand toward the stones on the ground. When he paused about 2 centimeters above them, he felt nothing. It seemed like ordinary stones to him. As Tang Mochi prepared to pick one up, Tang Jianfeng pulled him up and stood protectively in front of him, squatting down and directly picking up a stone to weigh it in his hand. Do you see? Nothing to worry about. The old man chuckled when he saw this. This is some good stuff. You newcomers wouldn't know, but even locals find it hard to buy. Hard to buy? Could this trashy-looking stone possibly have magical properties? Tang Jianfeng, holding the stone, noticed it was light. He could tell by its texture that this was far from a real stone. That's what you don't know. This is called an abnormality stone, and it enhances psi abilities. The old man sounded quite mysterious. I only trade half a caddy of energy stones for a caddy of food grains. If you're interested, I'll give you a discount. Tang Jianfeng put the stone in his hand aside, giving the old man a wry smile, expressionless. Is it really that magical? Then why hasn't anyone bought one of your stones after all this time? This, you haven't tried yet, have you? There must be a psi-powered individual among you, give it a try and you'll understand. The old man blinked mischievously, shoving a stone right into Tang Jianfeng's hands. Little Song Yu kept gesturing warnings to them from behind. Of course, Tang Jianfeng couldn't fall for such a simple trick. He dropped the stone again and pulled Tang Machi, preparing to leave. But Tang Machi did not comply with his intentions and instead stayed, pulling out a pound of grain from his backpack, selecting a stone, and saying to the old man, this one, non-negotiable. Happy as pie, the old man took the grain. Though his face didn't betray much joy, he eyed Tang Machi pitifully, muttering, that's already more than half a caddy. That's nearly a full caddy. Tang Machi made as if to toss the stone aside. Instantly, the old man's attitude changed drastically, smiling fawningly and shaking his head repeatedly, all right, take it, give you a discount. Do come back often. Once Tang Machi's group walked far away, Little Song Yu quickly rushed over and started to explain anxiously. Q Gu, don't listen to that old man's nonsense, this stone isn't a good thing. Little Song Yu was not a psi energy wielder, but there were many in the base. The abnormality stone had once caused quite a stir until problems arose, causing psi energy wielders to discard them. How? Is there something wrong with this stone? Yi Jin arrived at the moment carrying a pile of items she just traded for. She noticed the stone in their hands and took it to examine, finding it lustrous and smooth. Aside from being unusually light, it seemed no different from an ordinary stone. Little Song Yu nodded seriously, saying with wide eyes, there are big problems with these stones. Everyone felt a wave of unease after hearing Song Yu's explanation. It turned out that these stones called abnormality stones really did have some connection to psionic powers. Rumor had it they were first brought back by teams searching for supplies outside. Later, one psi-empowered individual accidentally purchased one. During his next use of psionic abilities, he accidentally touched one of these stones, only for his abilities to skyrocket drastically due to the stone's enhancement, several times stronger than before. Once word spread, abnormality stones quickly became highly sought-after treasures. Teams sent out to search would often bring some back from the wilds, which immediately became fiercely contested upon their return. Countless psi-empowered individuals carried abnormality stones at all times, finding that using their abilities became effortlessly powerful when aided by them. But the good times didn't last long. Psi-empowered people who carried large amounts of these stones and frequently used them started experiencing deadly abnormalities, intermittent numbness, dizziness, sleepiness, organ damage, and eventually the weakening or loss of their psi abilities altogether. Yet despite this deterioration, they remained obsessively attached to these stones, refusing to be separated from them even as they were tormented into skeletal figures before finally dying, either devoured by zombies or perishing alone on their beds. Are you saying this is a kind of drug? Yi Jin tossed the stone aside, wiping her hands disdainfully. One could say so, but it only takes effect when psionically empowered people use their abilities. Otherwise, it's no different from any other rock, it can't even be used for starting fires. Little Song Yu nodded and continued, these stones have mostly gone unsold for some time now and have disappeared from the market. Tang Machi furrowed his brow, staring intently at the stone. What exactly was this thing, and where had it come from? In the previous life, he had never heard of such a thing. Could it somehow be related to Shui Shiming? MOMO. MOMO. Brother? What's wrong? Tang Machi looked bewilderedly at Jiafeng. What are you thinking about? I've been calling your name several times. Tang Jianfeng worriedly touched his forehead. Nothing. I'm just wondering how sinister this stone is. We haven't encountered anything like it on our journey. How strange that we found it here in D City. Upon hearing Tang Machi's words, Little Song Yu picked up the stone off the ground and contradicted him. This stone actually isn't that sinister, it only affects psionic warriors because it has too many impurities. I've heard that the auction house recently released a refined version of the abnormality stone, far more effective than these and without side effects. Many psionic users are saving up resources to buy them. Auction house. Yi Jin caught the keyword and immediately asked curiously. Yes, the auction house within the safe zone. Only psi-powered warriors and regular people with invitation letters can enter. I've heard that they sell only the best stuff. Little Song Yu's face brimmed with anticipation. Glancing at each other, the group harbored various thoughts, developing an interest in this auction house. After learning more details about the auction house from Little Song Yu, they let him go. Tang Machi gave him extra rations today, causing the boy to repeatedly express his gratitude. However, shortly after Song Yu left, he was seized and dragged into a corner by two towering men with cold, menacing eyes. One of them gripped Song Yu by the neck, coldly asking, "What did they ask you?" Not a single word must be withheld. Unaware of Song Yu's plight, Tang Machi's group returned to their yard. Yi Jin began preparing dinner, pulling out all the fresh vegetables Tang Machi had bartered for earlier in the day. With some cured pork added, Yi Jin steamed a pot of cured pork vegetable rice and boiled a soup with pickled vegetables. Everyone ate heartily. In these days, forget about white rice, many couldn't even access a sip of rice gruel. Insects were abundant in the south, so Tang Machi rummaged through his spatial storage and pulled out several bottles of insect repellent and anti-itch cream, giving them to Yi Jin to distribute, claiming it was what they had traded for at the market. After refreshing himself with a shower, Tang Machi lay down on the bed. The soreness in his body vanished after soaking in the spring water, not a single bruise remained. Afterward, Tang Jianfeng emerged from the bathroom, his body wrapped only in a towel. He pounced onto the bed, pinning Tang Machi underneath him as he softly kissed the corner of his mouth. His large hands affectionately caressed every inch of Tang Machi's smooth skin. "Stop teasing." Tang Machi lazily stroked the back of Tang Jianfeng's head. "Mo, what are you worried about?" Tang Jianfeng rolled over and held him in his arms. Tang Machi nestled contentedly into his embrace, feeling the strong rhythm of his heartbeat and the warmth of his body. "I'm not worried, it's just that I..." Tang Machi couldn't bring himself to recount those dark memories, for the pain was seared deeply into his soul, yet to others, it would all feel unreal and distant. "Brother, I want to protect you." After some time, Tang Machi managed to blurt out this sentence, causing Tang Jianfeng to sigh heavily as he tightened his grip around him. "Do you know how often I am thankful for this disaster? If having you meant the entire world had to end, then so be it." Tang Jianfeng then fiercely kissed him, ruthlessly invading, forcing the person in his arms to repeat his name again and again. The passionate night had only just begun. Chapter 89, Inquiring. When Tang Machi woke up, Tang Jianfeng was already not in the room. Tang Machi flashed into the space, soaked for a while in the pond water, and then picked all the mature fruits and vegetables. He picked up those that fell on the ground and fed them to the chickens and pigs. Anyway, there was no waste at all. He planted a few of the salt fruits exchanged yesterday, ate something casually, and then flashed out of the space. Tang Jianfeng had already returned. Seeing him coming out with a basket of fruits and vegetables, he smiled, held him, and kissed his eyes and the corner of his lips. "Baby is very obedient." Tang Machi rolled his eyes, pushed him away, threw the basket into his arms, and said, "Pass it to Brother Yi later." Little Song Yu still arrived early as usual, following his instructions, and everyone went directly to the auction house. The entry standard of the auction house was very strict. Everyone must undergo a psychic ability check, confirming as a psychic to enter. Everyone was invited separately into a closed small room, where staff would inspect and register them. After confirming their psychic abilities, they would issue a small badge which could serve as an invitation card. After accepting the test, Tang Machi was directly led to the auction venue by someone, and Tang Jianfeng and the others were already there. The auction hadn't started yet, but the hall was already full of people, each face filled with excitement and anticipation. Tang Jianfeng pulled Tang Machi down to sit and whispered softly in his ear, "This is Xue family's property." Tang Machi stiffened for a moment, then relaxed and leaned back against the chair back, looking around and asking him, "Is anyone from the Xue family here?" Tang Jianfeng nodded. "Xue Shiming's older cousin, Xue Kai. The current leader of the Xue family is Xue Gaolei, the uncle of Xue Shiming and Xue Qin, who has a firm grip on all the Xue family's businesses. Otherwise, Xue Shiming wouldn't have abandoned the D City ancestral estate and run to the capital to seek refuge under his eldest sister last time. In the previous life, the entire Xue family secretly supported Xue Shiming's research. In this life, if Xue Shiming really returns to D City, the Xue family couldn't possibly distance themselves cleanly from such a huge temptation without taking risks. As Tang Jianfeng and Tang Machi were whispering to each other, suddenly the lights on the auction podium in front flickered. Electricity was a very precious resource these days, mostly relying on diesel generators, and as the audience settled down from the buzz of conversation, their gazes focused on the illuminated stage. The host came up and spoke a few sentences, and a woman dressed in a cheongsam appeared holding a plate. On a white porcelain dish about 1 foot long lay only a simple photo, its contents projected onto a large screen. It was obviously a batch of military weapons. This batch of weapons includes 5 guns, 5,000 bullets, and 30 grenades. The starting bid price is 500 caddies of grain. The host wasted no words. Firearms were basically in short supply now, so no matter how high the opening bid price was, it wouldn't be considered excessive. 600. 650. 1,000. 1,002. 2,000. A stout middle-aged man stood up, holding up his sign. This bid sparked a buzz of discussions throughout the auction house. 2,000 caddies of grain for so many firearms wasn't exactly outrageous, since such a quantity of firearms might not even be able to exchange back that much grain. The investment versus return didn't balance well, thus carrying too much risk. Unless for large organizations desperately needing weapons, usually smaller groups wouldn't trade this amount of grain for these firearms. After the auctioneer called out 3 times, the first transaction was made. The following items for auction weren't particularly remarkable, except when a semi-naked girl locked in a cage was pushed up and caused some disturbance. She was eventually bought by a team leader of a small group. Tang Machi and the others blandly completed a deal for gasoline amidst several transactions. The auction ended soon, and as the tale drew closer, the emotions of the psychics on site grew more excited, and the atmosphere of the entire auction house gradually heated up. The most exciting moment has come, once again the highlight of our every auction session, also what we psychic users eagerly anticipate, purified psychic stones. As the announcer's words fell, sure enough, waves of excitement rippled through the crowd. Psychics stood up one after another, greedily staring at the stone block being dragged up by a woman. This stone was unlike the one Tang Machi and the others saw at the market old man's place. This stone wasn't black but blood red, shining brightly under the light and exuding a gentle red glow, turning even the white porcelain tray into blood red. This time's purified psychic stone weighs 2 kilograms, starting bid price 2,000 caddies. 3,000 caddies. Before the auctioneer finished speaking, someone was already too eager to raise the sign. 3,500 caddies. In the midst of the rising auction bids, Tang Machi and his group's silence became the most glaring presence. The appeal of this psychic stone to psychic users was so immense that it nearly drove them mad. Hey, are you guys newcomers from out of town? A man next to Tang Machi suddenly turned around and asked them. Tang Machi nodded and said, we just arrived the day before yesterday. The man looked regretfully at the stone on stage and said, this psychic stone is too big this time, our small team can't afford it, we have no choice but to give up. Don't think this stone looks insignificant, for us psychics, it's a miracle bestowed by the creator. Tang Machi looked indifferently as he asked, how exactly is it miraculous? The man swallowed nervously, filled with longing and eerie excitement in his eyes. We're all psychics, using psychic abilities drains physical energy, and these abilities cannot be used for long periods of time. But things change once you use the purified psychic stones. The man slapped his armrest heavily and continued, using psychic powers while holding these stones not only significantly amplifies your ability, you could use it for as long as you want. And after using it, instead of feeling weakened, your body will feel even stronger and your psychic powers more powerful. Regular usage might even level up your abilities. So magical. Have you tried it yourselves? Tang Machi calmly feigned a little curiosity, his beautiful eyes shining brightly without any sense of threat, winning him immediate favor. Of course, we've tried it. You can't imagine the feeling, being powerful, full of strength, those who haven't tried it can never know how great it feels. Tang Jianfeng pulled Tang Machi close unhappily, grabbing his chin and turning his face toward him, don't look at anyone like that. Tang Machi swatted away his hand. Unbothered, Tang Jianfeng immediately bent down and passionately sealed his lips in a deep kiss, releasing him only after he felt satisfied. Tang Machi, flustered and angry, glanced around, and sure enough, all the people around had conveniently pretended not to see and had turned their heads. Tang should always focus on me regardless of what issues there may be with this stone. Tang Jianfeng touched his rosy cheek, laughter sparkling in his eyes. So you're jealous of a piece of stone? Tang Machi rolled his eyes unenthusiastically. Ultimately, the stone was purchased by a large organization for the high price of 6,000 kilograms of food grains. After the auction ended, one of the auction house staff delivered a barrel of gasoline to their place and collected the deal amount of 200 kilograms of grain. Along the way, Yi Jin kept conversing with the two workers, trying to pry some information. However, these two workers were evidently peripheral personnel, having no access to core information. With a pack of cigarettes, Yi Jin managed to extract just a bit, that the purified psychic stones came from the Shu family's lab, which meant they were exclusive to the Shu family auction house. The monthly production quantity was irregular, with no fixed pattern. Which laboratory? What laboratory is it? Yi Jin feigned curiosity and asked. The Shu family's lab, very mysterious, I heard it was established by the later returning members of the Shu family back in D City, one worker answered brusquely with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. You don't even know where it is? It's clearly very secretive, Yi Jin deliberately let out a hint of disdain. That's the Shu family's money-making secret, it's not so easy for others to know. But I've heard that every time our manager visits the foot of the West Mountain, the next day there's psychic stone transactions at the auction house. Another worker quickly chimed in to butter him up. Taking the opportunity, Yi Jin handed over another cigarette and chatted a little longer, realizing there wasn't much useful information he could pry, so he dismissed them. When Tang Machi and his companions returned to the courtyard, they found little Song Yu still following them. Waving him over, they said, go get today's pay from Brother Yi, and you don't need to come temporarily tomorrow. We'll contact you when necessary. Little Song Yu obediently responded, but his gaze shifted uneasily after lowering his head, filled with anxiety. Zheng Shishu, Lei Gu, and Ding Hao hadn't returned yet. Seeing that there were no outsiders, Yi Jin directly laid out a map of D City on the table, the entire secure area outlined in red. The base of the West Mountain was located at the southeastern corner of the safe zone, with complex terrain. Are you really going? Yi Jin looked up and asked Tang Machi beside him. Tang Machi nodded, if there's any possibility of Shui Shiming existing, I won't let it go. Besides, these psychic stones are highly suspicious and only exist in this D City, they definitely aren't naturally formed. I will accompany Momo there, said Tang Jianfeng, pointing to the region at the foot of the West Mountain. We will go too. Yi Zheyu and Shin Jianqi also stood up. I'm going. I'll follow the leader. Tang Jianfeng waved his hand and said, Momo and I will go to investigate tonight. We'll talk about any abnormalities after we return. Everyone, stay calm and be careful, we're still on someone else's turf. Since Tang Jianfeng had spoken, the others could only nod in agreement. They ultimately decided that only the Tang brothers would go to investigate the laboratory's specific location and situation, while the rest stayed behind. When Brother Lei returned and heard they had found out the lab's address, he was very excited and clamored to follow them to investigate. However, Tang Jianfeng silenced him with a single sentence, "You'd just be deadweight." He, who had witnessed Tang Jianfeng's strength, immediately lost all arguments and sat down awkwardly, no longer insisting. He mumbled, "We've also learned something over these past 2 days. There are indeed some convoys returning to the city late at night from time to time, not belonging to any organization or team. We estimate they're the convoys bringing psychic users here, heading toward the southeast direction." After confirming the direction, the two of them slipped out quietly after curfew that night. Chapter 90, Sudden Change. Tang Jianfeng led Tang Machi to evade the patrol team site, moving freely within the safety zone under the cover of night. After the curfew, the entire safety zone became eerily quiet, with only the occasional gunfire near the city walls piercing through the tranquil night, tearing apart the illusion of peace and tranquility. Their courtyard was located in the southwest direction, while the foot of the west mountain was in the southeast corner of the safety zone. Tang Jianfeng and Tang Machi had to cross half the safety zone to reach their destination. However, this was no problem for Tang Jianfeng, who had been a former special operations soldier. The two of them darted through the darkness, and thanks to Tang Machi's wind elemental abilities, they successfully reached the southeastern corner in less than an hour. This area had originally been an urban scenic spot with a small hill known as the West Mountain. An urban park surrounded the entire West Mountain. After the apocalypse began, when the safety zone was established, most of the West Mountain was bypassed, with only a small corner incorporated into the high walls of the safety zone. The rest served as a natural barrier. Outside the park lay disordered old neighborhoods, run down but somewhat emptied after the apocalypse. A few outsiders who moved into the safety zone later without any place to stay ended up settling there. Quietly navigating through the pitch-black alleys, Tang Jianfeng and Tang Machi soon approached the foot of the West Mountain. Under the cover of buildings, Tang Machi used an infrared telescope from atop a waist-high wall to observe the surroundings. To the naked eye, the foot of the West Mountain appeared dark and calm, showing no signs of abnormality. But through the infrared telescope, it revealed a completely different scene. There was a clear arched entrance leading inside the mountain. 2 guards silently paced around the entrance holding their rifles, occasionally people appearing at or disappearing into the darkness of the cave. Tang Machi observed for half an hour before seizing the moment when no one entered or exited, pulling Tang Jianfeng into a space-time warp and distracting the guards by using her wind elemental powers elsewhere, then quietly sneaking in. They remained hidden within the space-time warp for half an hour to avoid detection by the guards investigating the disturbance. Inside the tunnel, everything remained pitch black. Holding each other close, Tang Jianfeng guided Tang Machi along the cavern wall slowly and carefully. After taking 2 turns, they finally saw a gleam of light. Before them stood a massive iron gate. After observing discreetly from the shadows, Tang Jianfeng noticed that here the pre-apocalypse level of technology persisted, powered by electricity and intelligent control. Entering and exiting required swiping access cards. Tang Jianfeng quickly attacked 2 workers, stealing their clothing and work cards before effortlessly infiltrating. The massive iron door slowly parted open slightly, revealing a bright interior. A white corridor greeted their eyes, bright lights, pristine white walls, seemingly endless passage, creating an unsettling atmosphere. "Hey! You two! Get over here and get to work." Suddenly, a section of the wall cracked open, revealing a concealed door from which a middle-aged man stuck his head out and yelled furiously at them. Both Tang Jianfeng and Tang Machi immediately rushed over. Inside, contrary to the cleanliness shown in the corridor, a putrid smell filled the air. Wrapped corpses were scattered on the ground, some yet unwrapped, obviously victims of unnatural deaths. The bodies appeared shriveled and dried up as if all fluids had been sucked out, giving a chilling impression. "What are you doing dilly-dallying? Hurry up and load them onto the cart and push them out. Another batch is coming soon, we won't be able to store them if we delay. Can you handle the wrath from above?" The man continued to berate them. About 10 individuals including themselves were working frantically, heads down and silent as they loaded the carts with corpses. Once filled, the carts were sent down another corridor. After loading 3 full carts, Tang Jianfeng found a chance to sneak away with Tang Machi. This route was much more dilapidated, with only a few dim lamps and rough stone walls. After walking about 10 minutes, they arrived at what was evidently a crematorium. Jianfeng abandoned the cart and led Machi down the corridor until voices were heard nearby. It seemed the rooms interconnect extensively inside this structure. After avoiding others, they continued further down and found a staircase descending downward. Following it for some distance, they arrived at a storeroom. Exiting the storeroom led them directly to an entirely modernized laboratory. Behind glass partitions were various experimental apparatuses. Transparent glass chambers housed experimental subjects, either humans or animals. The entire lab was deserted as everyone was off-duty resting. Tang Machi moved along the glass wall, with a full view of the laboratory inside. The experimental subjects curled up in the glass boxes were treated like beasts, those emaciated figures unable to die and incapable of living lay on the experiment beds. Tang Machi clenched his fist and smashed it into the glass wall. The reinforced steel glass was undamaged, but Tang Machi's hand rapidly became red and swollen. M.O. Tang Jianfeng suddenly darted over and grabbed his hand. Seeing his bloodshot eyes and labored breathing, he immediately pulled him into an embrace for comfort. M.O., don't do this, calm down. Tang Machi tightly clutched the collar of Tang Jianfeng's shirt, forcing himself to stay calm. A few minutes later, Tang Machi finally ceased trembling. Brother, I'm fine. Tang Jianfeng loosened his grip and kissed the corner of his eye. When he turned back to face this laboratory that resembled hell on earth, his eyes were now icy cold. He placed his hands on the glass and said, there is an alarm device here, damaging the wall will trigger the alarm. Tang Machi took a deep breath and said, alarm or no alarm, I'll kill Xue Shiming with my own hands. Alright, I'll go with you. Tang Jianfeng held him as if Tang Machi had just mentioned what to eat for breakfast rather than vowing to avenge their uncle. A faint blue flame already flickered from Tang Jianfeng's hand, inching closer to the glass walls. As the flames neared, the hardened steel-reinforced glass quickly softened then melted away, eventually vaporizing into the air. With the enlarging hole, the entire laboratory's alarm system was activated, and a shrill alarm instantly blared, reverberating throughout the mountain interior. As Tang Jianfeng led Tang Machi further inside, they witnessed Xue Shiming's cruelty more deeply. This laboratory entirely exhibited the process of how the ability stones were created. These weren't natural purifications of the stones but instead manufactured ones using human corpses as raw material. These captured individuals with special abilities were not immediately killed by Xue Shiming, instead, their blood and bone marrow were completely drained and refined using unique agents, resulting in the much-coveted ability stones seen at the auction. Soon afterward, hurried footsteps echoed outside. However, Tang Machi and Tang Jianfeng were not in a rush, stepping steadily deeper inside. The deeper they went, the more transparent glass rooms they found containing valuable subjects for further study. Some appeared mad, others deflated and dejected, still others suffered uncontrollable powers harming themselves, while only a few remained conscious but numbly watched them pass. They're here. Tang Jianfeng embraced Tang Machi, igniting his flames brightly without any fear toward the armed group rushing forward, all masked faces and wearing red shoulder badges. Before anyone could fire a shot, Tang Machi's wind element wrapped around Tang Jianfeng's flames and surged forward powerfully. Despite having ice element users among them, none could withstand Tang Jianfeng's fiery assault. Several people at the front screamed and rolled on the ground engulfed in flames. Tang Machi immediately sent out another cyclone of wind that swiftly flung several more opponents against the walls, rendering them combat ineffective within moments. Ho ho, quite impressive, came the sudden crackling voice of Xue Shiming through the whole laboratory's public address system. I didn't expect your elemental skills to have improved so much in just a few months. It's simply amazing. Xue Shiming. At the confirmation of Xue Shiming's presence, Tang Machi's anxiety over these days dissolved into firm determination. Ha ha ha, I've waited for you for so long, eagerly anticipating your arrival. Little Feng is my most successful creation, there's still much potential to be developed. And you, offspring of the Tang family, I shall grant you the highest level of research treatment. Xue Shiming's voice carried manic tones, showing that he had lost all traces of humanity and become a terrifying devil. Xue Shiming, I'll kill you myself. Tang Machi said emotionlessly, while Tang Jianfeng silently tightened his hand in support. Ha ha ha, with just the two of you. Do you really think I would allow you to come here without any precautions? Xue Shiming's voice turned chillingly cold. Now, taste a bit of my little trick. With that, there was a sudden hiss of gas ejecting. Simultaneously, numerous vents in the ceiling started spraying thick red gas. Behind Tang Machi, Tang Jianfeng twitched slightly. His brown pupils gradually tinted with a bit of red, which quickly spread across his entire eyeball. Brother. Tang Machi immediately noticed something was wrong, abruptly turning around and grabbing him, intending to pull him into the spatial dimension. In that instant, a shrill sound wave suddenly resonated, causing Tang Machi to scream in agony as he dropped to the ground clutching his head. Intense pain invaded his brain, making it impossible for him to focus on bringing Tang Jianfeng into the safe space. Tang Jianfeng continued to struggle, fiercely battling the drugs invading his body. M.O. Run. Supporting himself, Tang Jianfeng pushed Tang Machi, who fell to the ground while holding his head. Despite his scream of anguish, he struggled to stand up. But before he could steady himself, Tang Jianfeng's eyes had completely turned blood red, as if they were about to overflow with blood. With a vacant expression, Tang Jianfeng approached Tang Machi and lifted him off the ground by the neck with an iron-like grip. Choking, Tang Machi was dragged off the ground. No matter how hard he struggled, Tang Jianfeng's arm remained unshaken. Chapter 91, Battle. Tang Machi, after being thrown away by Tang Jianfeng, indulged in a moment of silent introspection. Why did Tang Jianfeng always enjoy choking his neck like a chick every time he was under drug control? Tang Machi felt his approach and tried to retreat while holding his sore neck and kicking the ground. He didn't want to hurt his brother, nor did he want to hand over Tang Jianfeng to Xue Shiming. Instead, he had to find an opportunity to bring him into the space. However, Xue Shiming was cunning, whenever Tang Machi made physical contact with Tang Jianfeng, an excruciating sound wave would immediately strike, causing him pain to the verge of fainting, completely blocking his connection with the space. Brother. Tang Machi tried to wake him up, but Tang Jianfeng, controlled by drugs, had turned into a killing machine. No sensory information could reach him. Damn it. Due to his untimely evasion, Tang Machi was caught by the ankle by Tang Jianfeng, who threw him out again instantly. Tang Machi's entire body felt as if it was falling apart, painful and sore. A sharp pain in his chest grew increasingly severe with each breath, making his face pale. Tang Jianfeng, you bastard. Tang Machi cursed in agony, then the wind ability lifted him, floating him away from the ground, avoiding another attack from Tang Jianfeng. Tang Machi kept his distance from him, trying to guide him away, preferably out of the range of those sound waves. But Xue Shiming, hidden in the shadows, quickly realized his plan. After a gas-jetting sound, something unknown that Xue Shiming dispersed caused Tang Jianfeng to suddenly turn around and walk off in the opposite direction. Tang Machi swore softly and reluctantly followed back. He couldn't abandon Tang Jianfeng. Yet, if they continued like this, both might eventually exhaust their strength and be captured by Xue Shiming. Thinking about what might happen once captured by Xue Shiming sent chills down Tang Machi's spine. After walking a few steps, Tang Jianfeng stopped, standing still. Tang Machi no longer tried to approach him because doing so would only bring more suffering to himself. Tang Jianfeng stood silently while Tang Machi leaned against the wall panting slightly, coughing as he held his neck which was already bruised. The entire lab seemed quiet except for the gradually increasing small rolling sound, which grew louder and clearer over time. Suddenly realizing, Tang Machi abruptly turned around and saw someone clearly appear in the white corridor under the strong light, sitting on a wheelchair moving towards them. Xue Shiming. When the wheelchair reached the experiment area, Tang Machi recognized who was sitting there. Behind Xue Shiming were two other psychic individuals, their eyes red and expressions numb, following behind him as though they were puppets tied with invisible strings. Tang Machi, truly unexpected, despite all my careful plans, you actually delivered yourselves right to me, said Xue Shiming as he fiddled with a remote control, showing signs of madness. Tang Machi stared at him expressionlessly, his wind power restlessly gathering massive energy. I never thought space power actually existed. I've searched for such a long time. Besides you, I have never encountered space power, and... Xue Shiming revealed a peculiar smile, you're even a dual power. At the exact moment Xue Shiming's eyes landed on Tang Machi, he suddenly surged forward and hurled a wild storm from his hand, retreating rapidly in the opposite direction. As the devastating storm swept toward Xue Shiming, one of the psychics behind him suddenly acted, creating a huge ice wall from nowhere which effortlessly blocked the storm. When the storm collided with the ice wall, they mutually neutralized, leaving nothing but flying ice chunks everywhere. Tang Machi's pupils shrank sharply. Before he could grab Tang Jianfeng, a shrill sound wave struck exactly as expected, and the sensation of his brain being split open and churned filled him with excruciating pain, making him fall to the ground and cry out, clutching his head. Tang Jianfeng watched him expressionlessly, the calm red pupils barely contracting. Slowly adjusting to the intense pain, Tang Machi's stamina was nearly exhausted, his entire body covered in cold sweat. He slowly lifted his head, glaring at Xue Shiming with hatred. Xue Shiming carelessly tilted his head and laughed, little Feng has too much energy, I've never met a test subject as perfect as him. You also surprise me. Rest assured, we will see each other here every day in the future. Tang Machi trembled as he sat semi-reclined against the wall, laughing bitterly, Xue Shiming, I'd rather die than give him to you. Sitting in the wheelchair, Xue Shiming slowly approached him, grabbing his chin and coldly smiled, die. You are too precious, how could I possibly let you die? Tang Machi broke free from his grip, and at the same time, Tang Jianfeng standing behind Xue Shiming suddenly blinked, slowly clenched his fists, yet still maintained an indifferent expression on his face. Xue Shiming turned around to examine Tang Jianfeng, revealing a satisfied smile in his eyes, truly worthy of being my creation. Rest assured, I will make you even more perfect, you will become the most powerful psychic. Xue Shiming took out an elegant box from his chest, opened it, and inside was a vial of light blue serum. Carefully retrieving the serum, he grabbed Tang Jianfeng's arm and was about to inject it. At that exact moment, all the lights in the experimental area suddenly went out, and Tang Jianfeng, who had been motionless, instantly kicked Xue Shiming over, then lunged towards Tang Machi. As soon as Tang Machi was hugged by him, with a flicker of thought, both had vanished from their original spot. After the emergency lighting came back on, Xue Shiming stared at where they had disappeared and angrily cursed, struggling to sit back onto the wheelchair using one foot. Just as Xue Shiming stabilized himself, a group of people abruptly burst into the dimly lit laboratory. Leading them was none other than Xue Kai, the authority of the auction house. Xue Kai glanced at Xue Shiming, whose hand was still gripping the syringe, and coldly snorted, saying, someone has broken in, led by your excellent nephew's team. Arrest them all. I want to personally take care of each one. Xue Shiming roared furiously, and the two psychics behind him immediately rushed out. And what about your two nephews? Didn't you have absolute confidence in capturing them? Now there's no sign of them. Xue Kai kicked the chair lying on the ground aside, creating a sharp grating sound as the metal chair scraped against the floor. Don't worry, they won't be able to escape. Xue Shiming's fiery red eyes emitted a chilling cold gaze so intense that even Xue Kai avoided meeting his eyes directly, afraid to confront this madman. A sudden loud sound resonated through the lab. Xue Shiming turned around to see a brilliant bolt of lightning cut through the dark space, carrying an awe-inspiring aura, instantly splitting apart the two rushing psychics. Shen Jianxi's vines swiftly acted, entwining and binding the two tightly. Sharp wooden thorns grew visibly at an alarming speed on the vines, soon piercing through the psychics and turning them into bleeding messes. Clap, clap, clap. Xue Shiming calmly clapped his hands. Impressive, very well done. Where are Tang Jianfeng and Tang Machi? Yi Jin's electric ball restlessly pulsed in her hand, as if eager to fly off. That, you should ask Tang Machi. It was him who made himself disappear. Yi Jin understood at once that the two must have hidden away in the space, letting out a sigh of relief. But though these two have hidden themselves, you won't be so lucky. Xue Shiming pressed a button on his wheelchair with a snap. The wall at the end cracked open, revealing a door. Within seconds, an army of puppet psychics wearing red shoulder badges with crimson glowing eyes surged out of the door. Everyone immediately sensed something was amiss. Facing the unconscious puppet army, the atmosphere grew tense and fierce. Zhang Zicheng continuously unleashed his ice-based powers, erecting one defense wall after another, but under the fire abilities of the opponents, these walls quickly melted, weakened, and shattered. As the distance between the two sides decreased, Shen Jianxi scattered dozens of seeds toward the enemies, which attached to the ice blocks and puddles on the ground and shot up rapidly. Under Shen Jianxi's mental control, they immediately lashed out, wrapping around anyone who passed nearby. Yi Jin unleashed her thunderous abilities, stunning large groups at a time, and Huang Sheng and Chen Weiliang also quickly engaged. Lei brother, coming in search of his son, also helped by engaging in the fight. Amidst the fierce battle, Tang Machi had already emerged from the pool within the space. His headache gradually faded, and his stamina began to recover bit by bit. Though Tang Jianfeng's eyes were still blood-red, his consciousness had returned. However, due to the lingering effects of the drug, his psychic abilities were somewhat out of control. Let's go help Brother Yi. Sensing the violent energy fluctuations outside, Tang Machi worried about Brother Yi Jin, not knowing what other schemes awaited them from this madman, Xue Shiming. There's no rush, Brother Yi can handle this minor trouble. Tang Jianfeng held him back, give me a few more minutes. I need to suppress the effects of the drug. Tang Machi nodded, gently stroking his cheeks with tender pity for his crimson eyes. Brother, I will definitely avenge you. I trust Momo. Tang Jianfeng smiled slightly, then submerged his entire body into the pond water, allowing the mysterious life force elements to invade his body. These elements began repairing his damaged cells, accelerating the metabolic processes and expelling toxic waste. A few minutes later, Tang Jianfeng suddenly leaped out of the pond water. His crimson eyes had shifted to a deep brown, with only a trace of dark red still lingering. His well-toned, bronze-colored body radiated strength. After casually grabbing a towel to dry off, he quickly put on his clothes and pulled Tang Machi along. All right Momo, let's go out. Chapter 92, Revenge. Yi Jin threw the lightning ball in her hand, which exploded into a large area of twisted purple electric arcs. However, she cursed inwardly. These puppets that were impossible to kill would eventually deplete their psionic energy, and then they'd have no choice but to wait for death. Seeing Xue Shiming and Xue Kai sitting on the side watching the show, Yi Jin could do nothing but grit her teeth. However, Xue Kai sitting there was not as joyful as Yi Jin thought he might be. He was a merchant, the contact person for the exchange between the Xue family and Xue Shiming. Unlike Xue Shiming, who was obsessed with seeking greater power, Xue Kai had to consider the interests of the Xue family. If the things here at the research institute were exposed, it could very likely enrage the psionically gifted, and the Xue family would certainly be implicated. Xue Shiming, you better know what you're doing. Xue Kai glared angrily at the chaos happening nearby. I, of course, know what I'm doing. You can rest assured, they will be cleaned up properly. Xue Shiming smirked and pressed another button on his wheelchair. Suddenly, the lab roof cracked open, dozens of sharp steel bars extended down from the ceiling, hanging in midair. I want to see how Tang Machi and the others will get out. Xue Shiming licked his lips, gleefully patting the armrest of his wheelchair, showing clear signs of madness. Every time Tang Machi entered or exited the space dimension, he would return to the original spot, within 10 meters or so of the entry point. Although inside the dimension, Tang Machi retained some awareness of the external situation and could always detect if danger existed where he planned to exit. In this current situation, Tang Machi and the others could only be trapped inside the space. The number of corpses in the corridor kept increasing, while the psionic puppets continued to rush forward endlessly, like locusts impossible to kill. Everyone began to feel their stamina waning. Yeah. After throwing an electrical ball, Yi Jin caught sight of a puppet rushing towards Yisue out of the corner of her eye. She screamed loudly and rushed over. As soon as she was distracted, the defense line on her side immediately collapsed, and several puppets took advantage of the opportunity to rush forward. Ah! Yi Jin was struck by an ice-type puppet, letting out a painful cry as she clutched her wound and fell onto the ground. Brother! Yisue was pulled back in the nick of time by Shen Jianxi's vines. Helplessly, he watched his brother being hit, his heartbeat nearly stopping in fright. Immediately jumping up to rush over, Shin Jianqi's vine still encircled his waist, dragging him back instantly. Simultaneously, another vine swung out, hitting away the puppet near Yi Jin, then swung back to wrap around Yi Jin and pull him back. Yi Jin endured excruciating pain as he pulled out the ice spike, blood gushing out, and his face quickly paled. Brother! Yi Ziyue quickly jumped forward. The psionic energy in his hands lost control and surged out. Before their eyes, Yi Jin's wounds wriggled, healing instantly until no trace remained. Hold back. Just as they were about to give in, Shin Jianqi roared loudly, retreating rapidly while dragging along Yi Jin and Yi Ziyue. Those psionic puppets came flooding forward like a tidal wave. Healing. Watching from the side, Xue Shiming suddenly stared intently at Yi Ziyue as though he had discovered a miracle, his expression becoming frenzied. Ha ha ha, I finally witnessed this kind of psionic ability. The group quickly retreated backward, soon reaching the experimental zone. By then, Xue Kai had already run off through another passage, leaving behind Xue Shiming who still gripped a vial of medicine, his appearance wild, seated on his wheelchair, shouting crazily, catch them, hurry and catch them. With Xue Shiming's erratic mood causing the puppets behind to become equally mad, these puppets focused mainly on Shin Jianqi. His vines lashed out wildly, making sure no one could approach him. Amidst their fierce battle at its most tense moment, unexpectedly, Zhang Zicheng suddenly turned around and attacked Shin Jianqi. Humph. Shin Jianqi staggered as a sharp and pointed icicle pierced into his forearm. Zhang Zicheng. Yi Jin violently turned around, throwing an electricity ball at him. Zhang Zicheng casually erected an ice wall to block the attack. Upon seeing his crimson eyes, Yi Jin drew in a cold breath of air. Zhang Zicheng now had blood-red eyes, a blank expression, yet acted ruthlessly, just like those controlled puppets. He has been controlled. Huang Xing guided countless pieces of metal furniture materials to barely keep the approaching puppets at bay, but this was only a temporary solution. Soon, they would be overwhelmed by the psionic puppets outside. Meanwhile, several steel pipes were used to fix Zhang Zicheng's limbs and neck to the wall. Upon seeing those upside-down steel bars, Yi Jin lit up her eyes and whispered to Huang Xing, "Can you remove those steel bars?" Huang Xing roughly estimated the distance, then nodded with a serious face, "I'll give it a try." The distance was too far, despite Huang Xing's best efforts, he could only handle 2 of the bars. But these 2 were enough. Once bent, Tang Jianfeng reappeared in the same spot, a faint bluish flame flaring around his body. Soon the steel bars melted into drops of molten iron and dripped down. At the instant Tang Jianfeng appeared, Xue Shiming hit the alarm for the entire experimental zone. The thunderous noise accompanied by vibrations lasted almost a minute. Xue Shiming. Tang Machi followed closely behind Tang Jianfeng and hurled a storm directly at him. Xue Shiming's lips curled up into an eerie smile, and with a bang, he vanished right from where he stood. The group noticed that a secret door had appeared on the floor, and Xue Shiming fell through it. Tang Machi's eyes shifted rapidly before she immediately jumped after him. Machi. Tang Jianfeng tossed a fireball toward the psychic puppet that broke through the metal wall Huang Xing built, then followed Tang Machi down. As Huang Sheng and Chen Weiliang remained dumbfounded, they stared blankly at each other. Hadn't those 2 just appeared out of thin air? It wasn't an illusion or a dream, was it? Yi Jin cleared her throat. Beside her, Yi Ziyue had healed Shin Jianqi's wound already. Only Zhang Zicheng still hung on the wall. Once Xue Shiming had disappeared, everything calmed down. The puppets behind them no longer surged forward, instead wandering about like headless flies. Yi Jin scanned the group and said, "Xue Shiming probably pulled the emergency alarm earlier. Go check the exits to see if we can get out." The group dispersed immediately to look for an exit. Yi Jin knocked out Zhang Zicheng, who was dragged away by Shin Jianqi. Below the hidden passage lay a complex underground tunnel. Tang Machi observed the wheel tracks on the ground and chose a direction to pursue. Behind her, Tang Jianfeng caught up silently following her footsteps. When both reached the end, a heavy iron door blocked their way. Tang Machi kicked the iron door violently and yanked at her hair irritably. "Machi, step back." A pale blue flame approached the iron door on Tang Jianfeng's hand, melting it swiftly. Within minutes, a hole large enough for a person to pass through was formed. After slipping through, they indeed found Xue Shiming's wheelchair abandoned on site while he himself had disappeared. "This way." After observing his surroundings, Tang Jianfeng pointed to a branch tunnel and stepped inside. As they traveled further along the channel, the passageway widened significantly. Before long, they entered a vast underground cave. Pitch black and eerily silent, Tang Machi retrieved 2 high-powered flashlights. As the light illuminated the cave, both froze in astonishment. In the center of the cavern flowed an underground river with barely moving water. On the other side of the river, rather than natural rock walls, there were rows of glass tanks, containing dormant deformed zombies. And at this moment, all the glass tanks had been opened, allowing these zombies to gradually awaken. The Zombie King. Tang Machi created a gust of wind to shatter a zombie that had just opened its eyes. Tang Jianfeng burst into terrifying flames, spraying them toward the glass tanks. Dozens of tanks ignited instantly, causing awakened zombies to let out blood-curdling screams, while those yet to fully awaken were incinerated to ashes. "Let's go." Tang Jianfeng pulled Tang Machi to leave immediately. When they chased to the edge of the cave, they discovered Xue Shiming sitting there waiting for them, alongside 2 zombies. I never imagined your psi energy level would be so high, Xiao Feng. Xue Shiming smirked coldly at him. I never expected you'd come to D City either. Tang Jianfeng tightened his grip on Tang Machi's hand as he cautiously eyed the 2 zombies standing behind Xue Shiming, which upon first glance appeared quite normal, even somewhat obedient. Ho ho, check out the weapons I've created, aren't they well behaved? Xue Shiming proudly gestured to the zombies behind him and continued, all I have to do is control their brain centers, preventing the virus from dominating them. Xiao Feng, if you work with me, we can conquer all the armed forces together. Then, wouldn't you get everything you want? Tang Jianfeng looked at him expressionlessly, responding coolly after hearing his proposition, unfortunately, today, I want nothing but your life. Xue Shiming's face changed abruptly, glaring at Tang Jianfeng with hatred before coldly sneering, then let's see if your psi abilities can match my weapons. The 2 zombie kings were like someone had pressed a switch on them. 1 second they were standing still, the next they were already lunging forward, roaring. Tang Jianfeng hurled a fireball their way. The 2 zombies barely paused and continued rushing towards him unscathed, the high-temperature flames merely ignited their clothes. Ho ho, these 2 zombies are specifically crafted by me to resist all sorts of psionic abilities, psi energy is useless against them. Xue Shiming chuckled arrogantly. Tang Jianfeng's eyes narrowed, quickly evading the pursuit of the 2 zombies alongside Tang Machi. These zombies moved incredibly fast, closing in within seconds. Immediately, Tang Machi conjured 2 guns mid-air, firing 2 bullets directly into their faces. To everyone's horror, the bullets only embedded themselves onto the zombies' faces, failing even to penetrate through their bones. Knife. With a flicker of his eyes, Tang Jianfeng received an alloy steel blade handed by Tang Machi. Jianfeng rolled swiftly upon receiving the knife, dodging the simultaneous chase of both zombies, then leaped suddenly, aiming for the neck of one. But unexpectedly, after a sharp sound akin to metal clashing, his arm was completely shaken numb, the zombie merely suffered a flesh wound. Rubbing his sore arm, Tang Jianfeng stepped back several paces. They attacked repeatedly without avail, unable to counter the close-range attack of the zombies and could only stall for time. Xue Shiming limped closer to Tang Jianfeng while smirking conceitedly, what? Even you can't handle them, right? Tang Jianfeng frowned, suddenly turning and grabbing Xue Shiming, immediately pressing the blade onto his neck. Seeing this, Tang Machi, who was gasping for breath avoiding the chasing zombies, screamed loudly, kill him. With complete disregard, Xue Shiming laughed out loud, killing me won't help, these 2 zombies will keep hunting you until they devour every last bit of you. Tang Jianfeng indeed lowered the blade, scoffed coldly at him, asking, is that so? Before Xue Shiming could respond, Tang Jianfeng suddenly lifted the blade and slashed his own arm, instantly gushing out copious amounts of blood. He then forcibly smeared it all over Xue Shiming's body and face. Realizing what Tang Jianfeng intended to do, Xue Shiming finally lost his cocky demeanor, his complexion pale with panic as he started yelling, what are you doing? Let go of me. Your creation must taste its power, don't you think? Tang Jianfeng coated him from head to toe in blood, then released him. The 2 zombie kings had already sensed the sweetness of fresh blood, halting their charge toward Tang Machi, they sprinted toward them instead. Xue Shiming frantically wiped off the blood, crawling backwards helplessly while the zombies were much faster. Once Tang Jianfeng moved aside swiftly, the zombies immediately pounced on Xue Shiming, tearing a piece of flesh off his face before voraciously gnawing on the wound. Amidst Xue Shiming's screams of pain, the 2 zombies indulged in feasting on their creator's flesh and blood. Tang Machi hastily pulled out 2 grenades, giving one each to Tang Jianfeng and herself. Hand in hand, they tossed the grenades far and quickly retreated. After 2 explosive booms, the 2 zombies were blown to pieces, but the entire cavern trembled violently, countless rocks and stalactites falling down. Quick, run! Tang Jianfeng immediately pulled Tang Machi back toward the original tunnel. As they ran, the whole mountain began shaking. Given the weak soil quality here and the fact that West Mountain had been mostly hollowed out due to the earlier emergency alarm set off by Xue Shiming and the just-ended explosion, the whole mountain became precariously unstable. Just as they dashed amidst falling soil and boulders, a thick vine as large as an arm extended toward them. Tang Jianfeng swiftly scooped up Tang Machi, gripping the vine. Feeling the force, the vine retracted rapidly, pulling them back to the ground where the people waiting by the cave entrance sighed in relief upon recognizing them. However, before anyone could celebrate, the entire mountain violently shook once again. Large chunks of earth and stones fell from the ceiling. Chapter 93, The Xue Family. All the exits are blocked, we can't get out. Yi Jin pulled the 2 of them up and said anxiously as they walked toward the exit. Lei Gu also caught up from behind, holding a boy of about 10 years old. There were more than 10 other, psychic people with clear consciousness, following behind Su Shiqing. Let's check the main gate first. Tang Jianfeng pulled Tang Machi and the others as they all rushed to the exit together. Pieces of rubble and mud kept falling down. Shen Jianxi used vines to weave a net over everyone's heads to catch these continuously falling stones. By the time everyone sprinted to the gate area, the huge iron gate was tightly shut, with countless stones and soil already covering half of the iron gate. As everyone became anxious, there suddenly came a sound of thunder from the huge iron gate. Step back. They're blasting the door outside, everyone step back. Tang Jianfeng quickly pulled Tang Mochi away from the iron gate, and the others immediately stepped back. Sure enough, in the next second, there was an even more intense explosion and vibration at the gate. After several explosions, the huge iron gate was finally blown open with a crack. A person holding a flashlight crawled in. Yi Jin. The person who entered turned out to be Zheng Xishu. I'm here. Yi Jin ran over first as the whole mountain started shaking more violently, so everyone immediately followed and ran over. Seeing Yi Jin standing unharmed in front of him, the big rock in his heart finally landed. With no time for more words, he grabbed Yi Jin and dashed outward. Just a few seconds after everyone ran out, the entire western mountain sounded like thunder. It then began collapsing from the summit, with countless rocks carrying trees rolling down. The whole earth shook as if an earthquake had occurred. When the western mountain completely collapsed, Tang Mochi and the others had already run very far away. Many people had been cut by flying rocks. Everyone was battered and bleeding. Tang Jianfeng's wound on his arm reopened and was bleeding incessantly. Yezhiu's psychic ability had already been exposed, but their current strength could easily protect him. Any fool daring to approach would be eliminated instantly. Yezhiu quickly healed Tang Jianfeng's wound, but did not attend to others' flesh wounds. Shen Jianxi directly wrapped vines around his waist and dragged him back, hugging him tightly. Tang Mochi gave Zhang Zicheng a full bottle of space water. Soon, Zhang Zicheng woke up. The redness in his eyes gradually faded as he held his head and painfully cried out, "Shit, why does my head hurt so much? How did I come out?" Everyone looked silently at him. Seeing that he didn't remember, Tang Mochi kicked him lightly with a smile and handed him another bottle of water, saying, "Drink more water, stop yelling." At the same time, Zheng Xishu, who had blasted open the gate, was now tightly hugging Yi Jin. No matter how Yi Jin struggled, he wouldn't let go. Becoming agitated, Yi Jin coldly said, "Zheng Xishu, what the hell is wrong with you? Let me go." Realizing that Yi Jin was truly angry, Zheng Xishu slowly loosened his arms, looking at him disappointingly and said, "I was just worried about you. You came to such a dangerous place without even giving me a heads up." Looking at Zheng Xishu this way, Yi Jin felt sorry for him. After all, it was him who saved them. It seemed inappropriate to scold one's savior during such times. Cough. Yi Jin cleared his throat uncomfortably, tidied his clothes, and said, "Thank you this time." Zheng Xishu noticed his discomfort and wanted to reach out to pat his head, but his hand ultimately curved midway and landed on Yi Jin's shoulder instead. He said, "We've already decided last time, haven't we? We will start being friends again. In today's world, simply surviving is already very lucky. I consider you a friend, why don't you treat me normally?" Listening to his words, Yi Jin still felt somewhat awkward. Both of them were in their 30s, not 18 or 19-year-old naive teenagers. When Zheng Xishu saved him before, he thought that all past grudges had been erased. But unexpectedly, Zheng Xishu really intended to treat him as a friend. After pondering for a while, Yi Jin didn't show any expression on his face and merely nodded calmly. Seeing his expression, Zheng Xishu knew that he hadn't truly taken his words to heart. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Since he had already decided to no longer treat Yi Jin in the same old way, slow persuasion would eventually make this guy understand. As everyone checked their wounds and rested separately, the security zone's guard team had already arrived. More than 10 fully armed vehicles arrived successively, and the personnel were not only from the guard team but also from Xue Kai and his personally led members of the Xue family. Xue Kai's eyes turned blood red as he looked at the destroyed western mountain. Clearly, this was a severe blow to him. Upon seeing Tang Jianfeng, Yi Jin, and the others standing unharmed before him, he realized that Xue Shiming must have perished. However, the secret of the research institute had to be kept under wraps. If it were exposed, the Xue family would lose everything in D City. The captain of the guard team was named Chu Zheng, who hailed from the Chu family, a major power in D City with a neutral stance among the city's factions. Consequently, all the security forces in the safety zone fell under the Chu family's control. Before Chu Zheng could reach them, Yi Jin had already taken the initiative, leading Lei Guo and the group they saved, consisting of over 10 psychic survivors, straight to Chu Zheng. Nevertheless, there was no way Xue Kai would simply allow Yi Jin to expose the truth about the institute to the world. After all, the reason the Xue family was able to hollow out the Western Mountain and build the research lab was due to the implicit consent of D City's various factions at the time. Otherwise, how could the Xue family carry out so many covert operations without inspection? Implicit consent was one matter, but bearing responsibility when something went wrong was an entirely different story. Xue Kai fully understood the dynamics involved. Since Xue Shiming was already gone, pushing all the blame onto him seemed like the best option. Yet, whether Yi Jin and Tang Jianfeng would allow this plan to proceed smoothly remained uncertain. Captain Chu. Before Yi Jin could even speak 2 words, Xue Kai quickly approached with a grave expression. "Mr. Xue." Chu Jing nodded briefly toward him. Though Xue Kai's auction house wasn't a massive business initially, once it became known for dealing in the soul-refined psychic stones sought by everyone, capable of saving lives during critical moments, it transformed into a subtle yet significant power within the entire safety zone. Thus, Xue Kai became someone whom everyone extended a modicum of respect. May I ask you to step aside for a moment? Xue Kai planned to first separate Chu Jing from the others. Without the Chu family present, his actions would be much easier to implement. Mr. Xue, I'm afraid that's not possible. I need to lead my team to investigate the scene. If zombies infiltrate, the entire safety zone will be in danger. Chu Jing frowned, declining the request. Chu. I need to find your responsible person in charge of this safety zone. Yi Jin didn't want to hear their endless arguments and cut Xue Kai off abruptly. Chu Jing narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized him. Who exactly are you? Yi Jin pulled one of the psychics from behind and revealed her arm, which was covered in countless needle marks and surgical incisions. Our identity is not important, what matters is the atrocious activities carried out beneath this western mountain. Yi Jin shot a cold glance at Xue Kai and continued, the Xue family used live humans for experiments, and worse still, those prized psychic stones everyone longs for are nothing more than refined blood and flesh extracted from countless psychics. You. Enraged, Xue Kai pointed at him but then suppressed his anger, retorting with a sneer instead. What proof do you have that this is our Xue family's doing? The institute was operated by Xue Shiming, he was researching a vaccine for the zombie virus. Instead, you outsiders have ill intentions, not only destroying the institute but also slandering us falsely, Captain Chu. I'll conduct a thorough investigation. Mr. Xue, perhaps it's best if you return for now. Chu Jing gestured toward the more than 10 psychics behind Yi Jin, saying, please come along to give your statements. With the collapse of Western Mountain, many onlookers had gathered, creating a commotion at the site. Forced to act, Chu Jing had to clear the area immediately. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Xue Kai left hastily, returning to the Xue family compound to report the status. Before the apocalypse, the Xue family was one of D City's prominent families, but they lacked military strength. In the post-apocalypse era, they became just another ordinary household in the safety zone until Xue Shiming returned, persuading the various factions to establish an officially Xue-owned but faction-participated research institute. Only then did the Xue family regain significance in D City's safety zone. Now, with the destruction of the institute, Xue Shiming's death, and the exposure of inhumane experiments, the Xue family was undoubtedly destined to be the first one sacrificed. Upon receiving the news, Xue Gaolei immediately called an emergency meeting for the entire Xue family. After Xue Kai reported the situation, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the Xue residents, filling everyone with trepidation. The Chu family refuses to cooperate. Now the information about using live humans in the research has spread throughout the safety zone. What shall we do? Xue Kai looked to his father for guidance. If Xue Shiming is dead, the mess he left behind must be pinned solely on him, and we must adamantly deny any knowledge of it. Another member of the Xue family stood up to speak. That's true, but it's impossible for our family to remain entirely clean of this. An enraged populace needs a scapegoat, Xue Gaolei pondered, sighing. I never expected that Xue Qing's son would show such little mercy, after all, we're still his mother's side. Dad. Xue Kai realized something and called out with fear and shock. Xue Gaolei signaled to his second son, Xue Bo, with a glance, then looked at Xue Kai and said, it was you who insisted on guaranteeing Xue Shiming's actions back then. Now, only you can take the blame for the Xue family. Dad, are you asking me to be the scapegoat? I'm your son. Xue Kai shouted in disbelief. But before he could react, his younger brother, Xue Bo, had already burst in with people to seize him. Don't blame me. You were the one closest to Xue Shiming. The psychic stones from your auction house were provided by him. Putting you forward will be the most convincing. Rest assured, your son and wife will be taken care of by Dad, Xue Gaolei said in a soothing tone, yet his eyes remained icy cold. Chapter 94, The Ocean. Before Chu Jing could announce the final investigation results, public pressure forced the Xue family to push Xue Kai forward. All the psychics in the safe zone learned through various channels about what the so-called research institute of the Xue family had actually been doing in secret. Hatred and anger ignited instantly among countless psychics who were suppressed and had no outlet for their frustration. The Xue family panicked as they angered the masses. Originally, they had slowly gained a foothold in the safe zone through Xue Shiming's research institute. Now not only had Xue Shiming fallen, but the Xue family was also being targeted. Before Chu Jing came to take them away, Xue Kai, who had been tortured to near death, was personally dragged by Xue Bo in broad daylight to the hall of the guard team. The emotionally charged psychics quickly gathered in the hall, while the main culprit Xue Kai had almost lost consciousness, left to be manipulated by Xue Bo. After the verdict, Xue Kai was taken to the execution ground, and the Xue family temporarily let out a sigh of relief but became utterly bitter towards Tang Jianfeng and his group. After leaving Mount Shi, Tang Jianfeng led the group to take a temporary rest. After this great battle, everyone made some progress after their psychic energy was depleted. In particular, Yi Jin's ability directly advanced to the next level. However, considering the current undercurrents among the upper echelons of power in City D, Tang Jianfeng ordered that everyone must stay within the courtyard and must not leave without permission to avoid being used as cannon fodder. Everyone spent each day idle and bored. However, Tang Machi's mental state clearly improved significantly. Every day, besides eating and sleeping, he practiced his psychic powers with the others in the courtyard. Although it was called practice, it might as well have been one-sided oppression. Tang Machi's wind-based abilities had successfully broken through the second tier and entered the third tier domain. In the previous life, Tang Machi had only broken the second tier just before his death. But in this lifetime, within merely a year, he smoothly entered the third tier. In the entire courtyard, except for Tang Jianfeng's monstrous peak fourth-tier psychic abilities, no one could surpass Tang Machi. In fact, most of the psychic army currently remains at the first tier. A small portion of psychics break through the first tier using various methods to reach the second tier. As for the third tier or even higher, there are probably fewer than 100 in the entire world. After removing the thorn from their sides, Shui Shiming, Tang Machi felt as if a boulder that had been pressing down on him was finally lifted. Not only did he become brighter, but Tang Jianfeng also began living comfortably every day. Whatever requirements arose in bed, his dear younger brother could meet them one by one, sometimes even taking the initiative, which frequently caused Tang Jianfeng to lose control. Willpower. That had long been gnawed away by dogs. Their night life was perfectly harmonious. Moreover, with Tang Machi having the space water, an otherworldly existence, no matter how wild they got, they could quickly recover after soaking in water for a while. This directly led to Tang Machi still being full of vitality during the day, grabbing the idling people to keep practicing their abilities in the courtyard. Yi Jin took stock of their assets and realized that although they had been in City D for quite some time, they had only exchanged some dried fruit and cloth, the biggest transaction being the purchase of a barrel of gasoline at the last auction. Half of the supplies they brought remained untouched. Other things aside, the gasoline storage in City D always troubled Yi Jin. Clearly, there were more cars in City D compared to Kyoto, and the price of gasoline was also much cheaper. However, most of the gasoline in City D was controlled by several families within the upper echelon of City D. It was basically impossible for them, these outsiders, to intervene. Nevertheless, Yi Jin planned to pick up some scraps from this situation and paid special attention to this area of gasoline. But due to Tang Jianfeng ordering them to lie low for now, unable to leave and gather information, things kept getting delayed. It was then that Zheng Shushu noticed his focus and revealed a little bit of information he had previously uncovered. Zheng Shushu originally hadn't intended to exchange too many goods back in City D, his primary goal was to openly follow Tang Jianfeng and secretly ensure Yi Jin's safety by staying close to him. Previously, all of Tang Jianfeng's attention was focused on Shui Shiming's institute, but Zheng Shushu had managed to uncover quite a bit of information about City D, including the unusual amount of gasoline stored in City D. Although his time there was short and he was a newcomer, he had learned that the gasoline and diesel reserves were entirely controlled by three families in City D, the Chu family, the Wang family, and the Sun family. These reserves were heavily guarded. The exact quantity remaining wasn't clear yet, but judging by the price and supply levels, there was still a considerable reserve. Additionally, Zheng Shushu found out that the Chu family, Wang family, and Sun family of City D maintained frequent contact with survivors along the coast of Province Ji, often sending convoys from these three families to the coastal areas. Coastal areas? Yi Jin frowned, a light bulb flashing in her mind. Are you saying their oil comes from the sea? Zheng Shushu looked at the bright light of surprise in his eyes, feeling slightly softened inside. He smiled and said, I'm just guessing, but even if there are offshore drilling rigs still in operation, refining would be a big problem. Yi Jin nodded, then thought of something and immediately stood up to run out, shouting, you wait here for me first, I'll go borrow something from little Chi. As Zheng Shushu watched him quickly run off, he sighed and drew a mark on the map with his unstable pencil. Yi Ziz, who had just woken up, saw this scene and coldly snorted. Then Shin Jianxi hugged him from behind and dragged him away. Zheng Shushu scratched his head irritably, thinking to himself that this pair of brothers were truly his nemesis. Tang Machi threw a wind blade, Zhang Zicheng screamed as he tried to dodge but failed, and his entire pants were cut open from top to bottom, revealing his cartoon underwear. Everyone burst into laughter. However, before they could enjoy their schadenfreude enough, Tang Machi threw a powerful tornado from his hand that grew bigger and flew toward them. Everyone immediately cried out in terror and fled. Despite throwing out their own abilities either to resist or escape, Tang Machi's speed was too fast. They were all hit, fell to the ground, rolling around groaning in pain uncontrollably. Satisfied, Tang Machi retracted his ability and slowly descended from the air. Just as he was about to go up and torment them some more, Yi Jin ran over and held him back. Yi Gu, I haven't played enough, Tang Machi complained unhappily after being pulled aside. Shut up, do you have any information on Ji Province's oil refinery? Yi Jin ignored him. Everyone realized that after the Shishan incident, Tang Machi had become somewhat playful, yet incredibly strong. Unfortunately, the one person who could suppress him, Tang Jianfeng, spoiled him immensely and didn't stop his antics, making it very hard for everyone else to voice complaints. Oil refinery? Let me check, what do you need it for? Tang Machi looked at him suspiciously, don't think I didn't see you two sneaking around with Zheng Shushu. I tell you, Ye really dislikes people's surnames Zheng, you can't favor them over your brother. Yi Jin lightly slapped his head and pointed his finger at his forehead, scolding him with impatience, little bastard, you've been getting increasingly reckless lately. Don't think Tang Jianfeng will always protect you so I don't dare to discipline you. Be obedient. Tang Machi didn't care about being disciplined, instead baring his teeth mischievously, saying, I'll prepare lunch, come find me tonight. Go look for it yourself. At this moment, Tang Jianfeng was busy in the dimensional space. Besides harvesting crops and fruits, taking care of poultry and livestock, Tang Jianfeng spent this period exploring the boundaries of the space. But unexpectedly, after riding his motorcycle alone through the entire forest, he faced an endless ocean. Fine white sand, salty moist sea breeze, and crystal clear blue seawater left both Tang Jianfeng and Tang Machi deeply astonished. Most surprisingly, although no living creatures existed within the entire land area of the space before Tang Machi entered, thousands of species thrived in the sea of the space. In recent days, the Tang brothers cooked various seafood dishes according to recipes in the space, eating heartily. The sea in the space remained completely unpolluted, with all the seafood being exquisitely fresh and tender. Even ordinary sashimi made them almost bite off their tongues. In the past few days, Tang Jianfeng had made some crude fishing nets. The fish and shrimp probably had never been caught before, thus they were quite foolish. Every time, there was always a bountiful harvest. Recently, Tang Jianfeng had begun designing a seaside cabin, planning to establish a permanent base by the sea later. Tang Machi once invited Yi Ziz and Shin Jianxi to enter the space to eat seafood. But these two were generally uninterested in seafood, spending the whole day instead crazily playing on surfboards by the sea. Tang Machi thought sharing happiness would be better than keeping it to himself, so he decided to take Yi Jin inside to play. After waiting a day, Yi Jin went to meet Tang Machi as agreed. Tang Machi directly took him to the beach. With the progression of his powers, Tang Machi found that his control over the space was becoming stronger. His point of entering the space was no longer limited to a fixed range. Now, as long as he had reached a place, he could effortlessly descend at the corresponding spot outside the space. Sure enough, Yi Jin was greatly shocked by the vast ocean in front of him, and immediately shouted in excitement and plunged into the sea. It was already mid-July, extremely hot outside, especially in the humid south. As soon as he dove into the cool seawater, Yi Jin completely forgot why he came in the first place. He only remembered when he got exhausted from playing and collapsed on the sandy beach to rest and eat grilled seafood. Tang Machi did not have the ability to teleport within the space, so he could only take Yi Jin out first and then bring him back into the supply area, leaving him to rummage through the piles of books for information alone. Meanwhile, Tang Machi went back and forth to return to the beach to help Tang Jianfeng build the house. Tang Jianfeng used local materials, cutting down some trees from the edge of the forest, grinding them into planks, and using them to construct the house. It already had a rough shape, and with a bit more work on the details, it would become a rustic yet charming seaside cottage. Chapter 95, Forceful Kiss. In the evening, the two of them left the already formed small house and sat on the beach. They lit up the barbecue grill, laid out scallops, crabs, and fish, brushed them with sauce, and each had a can of beer. They ate and chatted for 2 hours straight. In the end, it wasn't clear who initiated it, but both tumbled into an embrace in a daze. Their panting sounds mingled with the gentle waves hitting the shore, lasting long into the night on the beach. By the time Tang Machi thought to pick Yi Jin up, Yi Jin was already fast asleep on the carpet hugging a scroll of maps. When Yi Jin woke up, he wasn't annoyed. Instead, he was extremely excited, pointing at a marked location on the map vigorously. See that? The oil refinery. Yi Jin waved his hand, as if he could already see buried treasure. What about the oil refinery? Is there crude oil now for them to refine? Tang Machi asked in confusion. There is. And not only that, there's an endless supply. Yi Jin pointed at the map, drawing a line horizontally from the refinery through the coastline to a bright red dot offshore. The actual straight line distance between the 2 points wouldn't exceed 100 kilometers. A sea drilling oil platform? Yes. Yi Jin grinned like a fox, and I bet this drilling platform is still operational. That means D City's energy source has a sustainable foundation. No wonder gasoline here can still be traded freely. Tang Machi supported his chin, focusing on the map and then turned to ask Tang Jianfeng, brother, what do you think? Tang Jianfeng casually ruffled his hair and said in a deep voice, this bone's too big for us to bite through completely, but we might be able to get some soup. Yi Jin followed with a laugh, that's exactly what I was thinking. Currently, energy is controlled by the Wang family, Chu family, and Sun family. These three have been the old powers of D City even before the apocalypse. Now they tightly hold the entire safe zone. Taking them down isn't realistic, but the rifts between these families run deep. It's possible for us to take some scraps from the middle. The situation in Kyoto is very bad. If it weren't for all the grain Momo tossed out last winter to help survive the hardest times, many people would have starved to death by now. Tang Jianfeng sat on the table, hugged Tang Machi closer, and kissed the top of his head, continuing, Kyoto's safe zone now faces serious internal and external problems. Outside, we're surrounded by zombies. Inside, resources are scarce. This state will sooner or later cause issues, and... Tang Jianfeng paused midway through his sentence, pinching Tang Machi's neck gently, hinting with a glance. Tang Machi pressed his lips together, then continued his brother's words, I've discussed this with my brother. After we return to Kyoto and handle our business, we plan to go west and settle somewhere safe. Yi Jin widened his eyes in shock, glancing back and forth between the brothers several times before finding his voice to say, you, seriously? Tang Machi nodded with a smile, I hope Yi Gu and your group can leave with us. Of course, if you want to stay in Kyoto or go elsewhere, that's fine too. With the current harsh climate and evolving zombies, the larger and stronger the team, the greater the chance of survival. With a furrowed brow, Yi Jin remained silent, suddenly reminded of Zhang Shishu's face in that moment. If they were to leave, he would certainly leave with the Tang brothers. Not just because of Kyoto's perilous situation, but also because of their bond during this journey, he wouldn't hesitate to follow. Still, Tang Machi noticed Yi Jin's hesitation and didn't press him, merely patting his shoulder and saying, "There's no rush right now. Let's focus on the current situation first." The three avoided continuing the previous topic, shifting their attention entirely to the oil refinery in D City. They discussed it until late at night when Yi Jin finally left the brothers' bedroom. After leaving, Yi Jin was preoccupied with thoughts and didn't notice someone sitting quietly in the dim living room. He nearly unleashed a thunderball in fright when Zhang Shishu suddenly reached out to grab him. Luckily, recognizing who it was in the nick of time, he managed to stop his latent power. "Why are you still here?" Yi Jin steadied himself, slightly uncomfortable. "I've been waiting for you." Zhang Shishu released him, lighting a candle on the table. So what?" Yi Jin momentarily couldn't react. Zhang Shishu gestured toward the map held tightly in Yi Jin's hand. Instantly understanding, Yi Jin approached and spread the map out on the table. Under the flickering candlelight, he explained in detail the connection between the oil refinery and the drilling platform. Zhang Shishu had picked up on the key points and said, "The three families of D City control the oil refinery and the oil wells, which means they are grasping the lifeline of the entire city. However, as far as I know, the Chu family and the Sun family have a deep rift. It's the Wang family that has always been the peacemaker. Without them, the Chu and Sun families would have turned their backs on each other long ago." Hearing this, Yi Jin's eyes immediately lit up, and he urgently asked, "What exactly is the rift between the Chu and Sun families?" Zhang Shishu stared straight into his eyes. The dim candlelight illuminated the face of the person before him, casting a warm and gentle glow, making Yi Jin look much softer overall. His eyes sparkled brightly, giving him an appearance 5 or 6 years younger and showing a rare hint of childishness. Whether it was the gentle candlelight or the irresistible allure of the person in front of him, Zhang Shishu seemed entranced, his heart skipping its usual steady rhythm. Without any control, one hand pressed onto Yi Jin's nape, forcibly pulling him closer until their lips collided abruptly. Yi Jin froze for a moment. Before he could begin to struggle, Zhang Shishu already held him tightly within his arms, his other large hand firmly pinching Yi Jin's jaw, forcing him to open his mouth due to the pain. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Shishu aggressively entered, his warm tongue full of dominance as it uncontrollably intertwined with Yi Jin's dazed tongue. As their tongues touched, Yi Jin softly gasped. A strange tingling sensation spread throughout his body instantly, causing involuntary shivers down his spine, leaving him powerless to resist. Zhang Shishu had originally anticipated fierce resistance, but when the person in his arms only made some token movements, he was elated. He passionately kissed the man in his embrace, his actions almost resembling devouring the other. Silver fluid streamed from the corners of their mouths as Zhang Shishu fervently embraced the figure, worshipping with kisses nearly reverently after such passion, only reluctantly letting go when both struggled to catch their breaths. Leaning against him heavily, Yi Jin panted while Zhang Shishu nuzzled his earlobes and neck, whispering softly, "Do you hate me? Xiao Jing, do you hate me?" Still somewhat dazed, Yi Jin took a moment to regain awareness, bewildered by what had just transpired between him and Zhang Shishu. Waiting in vain for a response, Zhang Shishu felt a pang of disappointment flash across his features, yet he refused to let go. He also avoided meeting his gaze, fearing what he might find that would break his own spirit. With rising temperatures, sweat soaked through their bodies after being pressed together so closely. Uncomfortable, Yi Jin moved slightly before forcefully pushing away from Zhang Shishu. Clutching his fists tightly, Zhang Shishu averted his gaze, unwilling to lock eyes with him. His nostrils flared quickly, and veins throbbed visibly on his forehead as if he were suppressing overwhelming anger and despair. "Sorry," came a soft murmur, followed by Zhang Shishu closing his eyes in despair. "You." Yi Jin opened his mouth and realized how hoarse his voice sounded. After clearing his throat, he managed to speak again. "When did it start?" Keeping his head bowed, Zhang Shishu drew in a deep breath and slowly replied, "Back when we were in the military." Stunned, Yi Jin widened his eyes in disbelief. How was this possible? Yi Jin joined the military at a young age, transferred to the military district as the leader of a small company when he was merely 24 years old, even younger than Zhang Shishu who had been in the service for only 3 years after graduating from the military academy. However, at that time, they were not part of the same squad. Later, various incidents caused Yi Jin to be unable to remain in the military, resulting in an early discharge. When he left, Yi Jin regarded the military as his home, harboring nothing but hatred and fury towards Zhang Shishu. "I was impulsive back then and did many wrong things. I regretted your departure deeply afterward, but I knew you hated me, so I never sought you out." Zhang Shishu covered his face, filled with guilt and self-reproach. "I don't even know what got into me then, I couldn't tear my eyes off you. I even envied Tang Jianfeng for being so close to you." Zhang Shishu spoke with evident discomfort, choking up briefly, saying, "Later, when the virus broke out and I found out you returned to Kyoto, I lost all self-control. I think I must have gone crazy. Sorry." From start to finish, Yi Jin didn't utter a single word. He silently listened, trying to meticulously dissect and digest everything this man had said. Recalling the mutual enmity during those days in the military, his forced departure with a heart shattered like glass, and brimming with hatred and resentment, their cold indifference upon reuniting in Kyoto, the complexities and conflicts when saved by this person, along with the gradually diminishing hatred and occasional displays of gratitude during their journey. He wasn't stupid, he, of course, understood what this man openly showed in his eyes, it was something unmistakable. Yet he never expected that these feelings originated so early on. Zheng Shushu, you're really an asshole. After a long while, Yi Jin finally muttered these words softly. Zheng Shushu stood up, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at Yi Jin and said, I'm sorry. After Zheng Shushu left, Yi Jin was still sitting by the table in a daze, unconsciously touching his own lips. The overbearing body temperature of that person seemed to linger. Thinking about the and disappointment filling Zheng Shushu's red eyes just now, Yi Jin couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. The next morning, everyone was notified to attend a meeting. Except for Huang Sheng, who was out searching for family members, Tang Jianfeng's people, Shen Jianxi, Yi Zheyu, Chen Weiyang, Zhang Zicheng, and Ding Hao were all there with their teams. Zheng Shushu and 2 of his subordinates also sat down, while Lei Ji's people were packing up to leave. Tang Jianfeng and Yi Jin roughly explained the current situation regarding the refinery. What? Are we going to rob it? These days, Zhang Zicheng had been heavily exploited by Tang Machi, so much that he wanted to go out and cause some trouble right now. It wouldn't be more miserable than being cooped up in the yard and bullied by Tang Machi. Without brute force, we can only use our wits. The current breakthrough lies in the Chu family. Yi Jin pretended not to see Zheng Shushu's weary appearance and didn't falter in her gaze at all. While they were discussing this, outside, the talk of the devil himself came knocking. Chu Zheng formally came to visit with his team. However, apart from Chu Zheng's armored vehicle, there was a car with a red cross emblem behind it, an ambulance. Chapter 96, Snake Venom. The little soldier on guard outside hurried in to call for help. When Tang Machi and the others went out, Chu Zheng had already opened the rear door of the ambulance. 2 doctors in white lab coats carried out a stretcher. On the stretcher lay a teenager, his face cyanotic and unconscious, clearly breathing out more than taking in. Chu Zheng rushed in with big strides, his eyes full of worry and almost insane irritation. Captain Chu. Tang Jianfeng waved his hand to signal everyone to move aside, and the stretcher was carried into the small hall. Save him. I know you have healing mutants. Cure him, and Chu Zheng will be yours. Chu Zheng frowned deeply, glaring at Tang Jianfeng. Tang Jianfeng raised his hand slightly, and Shen Jianxi and Zhang Zicheng helped carry the stretcher. Tang Machi and Yi Zheyu followed them into the inner room. The 2 doctors were driven out. The people outside waited anxiously, and the atmosphere inside the room was no less tense. Poisoning, snake venom, Zhang Zicheng announced after examination, looking at the checkup report left by the doctors. His expression wasn't good. They had just had a meeting with Tang Jianfeng, so he knew what this young boy's life meant right now. This kind of venomous snake is quite rare and usually appears in Central Africa. Only a few hospitals in Huagua are equipped with serum. It has been too long since the poisoning occurred, and without injecting the corresponding serum, the brain has been in an oxygen-deprived state for a while. Even if Xiao Yu can clear the poison for him, it will take a great toll to wake him up. Zhang Zicheng had been discussing his healing power and medical principles with Yi Zheyu recently, and he clearly understood what Yi Zheyu could currently achieve. You, do your best. I'll go out and explain the situation first. Tang Machi looked at the youth with weak breathing on the bed, there was 7 or 8 tenths similarity between him and Chu Zheng. How is my brother? Chu Zheng immediately rushed forward upon seeing him come out. We will do our best to save him. Tang Machi didn't say any pleasant words but instead asked him, Captain Chu, if I'm not mistaken, the antitoxin serum is in Sun's family hands. Zhang Zicheng was right. This type of venomous snake generally only appeared in Central Africa, so how exactly did Chu Zheng's younger brother get bitten? Tang Machi remembered that in another life, there was an extraordinary person in City D. Tang Machi hadn't met him, but for a time, the legend of this person spread all over the safe zone of City D. Legend had it that this person could control animals and communicate with them. But this person was very reclusive, and later even moved out of the safe zone, secluding himself in the nearby mountains and forests. Coincidentally, this person surnamed Sun, and he had a black and white striped venomous snake that never left his side. One touch of its poison and death would follow. Now thinking about it, it was probably because they offended the Chu family, forcing them to flee the safe zone. Chu Jing nodded painfully and slowly explained the whole story. After the virus outbreak, the Chu family seized part of the military command and also got a share from the refinery. However, the patriarch of the Chu family had no interest in managing the safe zone, he only wanted to hold on to his power to protect his large family through the apocalypse. Therefore, during the political disputes, they maintained a neutral stance. But while the Chu family wanted to ensure their own survival, others didn't think the same way. The Sun family was one who most envied the resources in their hands. The Sun family had grand ambitions and was most closely linked to the Shui family. Several discussions revealed their desire to emerge as heroes amidst chaos. Chu Zheng's younger brother, Chu Shen, didn't awaken with any special abilities, but the Chu family protected him well. After the end of the world, he was always confined at home. Chu Shen felt suffocated staying indoors, so when things stabilized a bit, he secretly slipped away. By the time Chu Zheng found him, he had already lost consciousness. The Chu family was in a panic, searching everywhere for the antidote serum, but how could such a scarce serum still exist in a safe zone ravaged by the virus? Just as the Chu family members had lost all hope, the Sun family released news that they had the serum. If the Chu family was willing to give up their rights at the oil refinery, they would send the serum immediately. Just as internal conflict raged within the Chu family whether to exchange the oil refinery for Chu Shen's life, the West Mountain incident erupted. The entire research institute of the Shui family was uncovered under everyone's watchful eyes by Tang Jianfeng and his group. And coincidentally, Chu Zheng discovered Yi Ziyu's ability accidentally, causing great joy. Chu Zheng of course realized that asking for their help would come at a cost for his younger brother, but there was nothing he could do about it. His parents died instantly at the time of the virus outbreak. The current head of the Chu family was his grandfather, but his grandfather had more than just these two grandsons. Initially, when his grandfather did not immediately agree to trade with the Sun family for the serum, Chu Zheng fully understood their dire situation. He harbored no resentment towards his grandfather since all the burdens of this large family rested on his shoulders. He could only try his utmost to save Chu Shen, even if it required his own life in return. "Captain Chu, let's not beat around the bush," Yi Jin said straightforwardly after listening to the story. "We came all the way from the capital and of course we don't want to return empty-handed. Our demands aren't big, how about 500 barrels of oil?" After hearing Yi Jin's words, Chu Zheng felt a sense of relief. If Chu Shen could truly be cured by them, he wouldn't hesitate to agree even if they asked for 5,000 barrels. Agreed. Chu Zheng nodded immediately. "I'll discuss this with my grandfather. This amount is something our family can provide. We will try to convince the other two families. As long as Xiaoshen gets better, Chu Zheng will keep my promise." Yi Ziyu spent 2 whole hours and used up all of his powers to extract the toxins that had spread through Chu Shen's organs. However, Chu Shen's body had been severely damaged by the snake venom. Even though the poison was removed, he became more frail and now relied on an oxygen mask to breathe. To ensure safety, Zhang Zicheng strictly prohibited anyone from visiting and placed the room in isolation. Chu Zheng, worried about his brother, warned and dismissed the people who had accompanied him. He sat alone on the living room sofa waiting quietly. 2 days later, Shen Jinshi finally carried a completely exhausted Yi Ziyu out of the room, followed by Zhang Zicheng. After taking off his mask, Zhang Zicheng told the anxious Chu Zheng, "It's fine, but he is still very weak and hasn't woken up yet. You can go inside now." Chu Zheng quickly nodded at him before rushing in. Tang Machi knew Yi Ziyu was exhausted, so she immediately took both Yi Ziyu and Shen Jinshi into her space to soak in the hot spring. The water had been heated by Tang Jianfeng. Shen Jinshi undressed Yi Ziyu and carefully placed him into a large wooden tub. Yi Ziyu moaned softly in comfort. Without hesitation, Shen Jinshi stripped herself and climbed in too. She hugged Yi Ziyu, who was still slightly dazed, and began massaging him. As time passed, their breathing grew heavier. Eventually, rhythmic splashing sounds and increasingly labored breathing echoed throughout the large wooden tub. 2 days later, fully recovered Yi Ziyu once again channeled his power into Chu Shen. Soon, Zhang Zicheng removed the breathing apparatus, and after confirming that his heartbeat and blood pressure were normal, Chu Shen remained unconscious. When will he wake up? Chu Zheng gently wiped Chu Shen's face with a damp towel. Zhang Zicheng shook his head. Hard to say. His bodily functions have returned to normal, but when he wakes up depends entirely on his own subconscious. 2 days later, Chu Zheng took Chu Shen back to the Chu household. When he brought Chu Shen over earlier, it wasn't concealed. Now, returning with Chu Shen still unconscious only confused those who were paying attention. Upon returning home, Chu Zheng proposed Yi Jin's request to his grandfather. Grandfather Chu loved his grandsons dearly, exchanging 500 barrels of oil for the life of his young grandson was more than worth it for the Chu family. Grandfather Chu agreed immediately but also understood the difficulty of obtaining 500 barrels. The entire refinery could produce approximately 300 barrels per month. To secure 500 barrels, the consent of the Sun and Wang families would be required. At the meeting, the patriarch of the Wang family stayed quiet, drinking tea while smiling leisurely. Sun Jipeng, a younger generation leader of the Sun family, had a shrewdness comparable to the elders. With a stern face, Sun Jipeng questioned, "Can you really give 500 barrels just like that? What are people supposed to do in the next 2 months? Are you going to starve everyone if there's a zombie siege? Do you intend to endanger the whole city?" "Calm down, young son," Old Wang slowly sipped his tea and lightly added, "Old Chu, you should reconsider giving away so much without proper negotiation. Didn't they fail to fully cure Xiaoshen? Perhaps you should renegotiate." Grandfather Chu stayed silent, knowing they were close to breaking the deal. He accepted Wang's subtle suggestion and stepped back temporarily. Frustrated and deeply troubled, Grandfather Chu considered perhaps relinquishing some of his control to the Sun and Wang families. However, doing so once could mean twice. He couldn't guarantee they wouldn't become greedy or use underhanded tactics repeatedly, eventually dragging down the entire Chu family. As Grandfather Chu arrived home, a soldier running out bumped straight into him. "What's the rush?" Grandfather Chu roared and kicked the soldier's bottom hard. Unbothered by the kick, the soldier instead lit up upon recognizing him. "General, Chu Shen has awakened. You must come see." Hearing this, the old man gasped sharply before rushing inside. Since every house had spies planted, the news of the healing mutant in Tang Jianfeng's courtyard instantly spread across the high-level circles within the safe zone. The Sun family, who had been acting tough in the morning, came to visit with invitations in the evening. Both the Sun and Wang families immediately changed their tune, claiming that providing 500 barrels of oil would be no problem. Grandfather Chu knew exactly what these two families were up to. After all, Yi Zheyu had truly exposed himself while trying to save his grandson. Filled with guilt, Grandfather Chu quickly instructed Chu Zheng to notify Tang Jianfeng's group to get ready and strengthen their precautions. Chu Zheng understood better than anyone else the incredible combat abilities of Tang Jianfeng's team from the Xishan incident, yet he also realized that even mighty dragons cannot compete with local snakes. He rushed over immediately to warn them earnestly to protect Yi Zheyu well. After discussing with Tang Machi, the Yi brothers, and Shin Jianxi, they decided it was best for Yi Zheyu to stay inside the space for a while. Coincidentally, a new round of fruits had just ripened in the space, so he could go in to help harvest, pickle, and process them. This would also serve as a precaution in case someone really tried to raid them. However, the open robbery never came. The next day, when Yi Jin opened the door, he found numerous sick people or families carrying patients kneeling outside. Seeing him open the door, they began bowing their heads on the ground, crying out desperately for help in voices filled with genuine anguish, one after another without end. Chapter 97, Departure. Yi Jin quickly slammed the heavy iron gate shut just before these people managed to break through it, then turned back with a sullen face to wake everyone up. Tang Machi was woken up in irritation and gave a kick to Tang Jianfeng beside him. Tang Jianfeng caught his calf and pulled him into his arms, kissing him while softly saying, "Baby's awake, something's happened outside." After humming a couple of times, Tang Machi reluctantly opened his eyes, reached for Tang Jianfeng's neck, and hung on his chest like a sloth. Tang Jianfeng wiped his face directly with a wet towel while holding him, waking him up completely after all the fuss. Outside, Yi Jin was explaining the situation to everyone with a dark red face. Seeing Tang Jianfeng hugging still yawning Tang Machi slowly walking out, he rolled his eyes irritably. "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" Tang Machi pulled over a chair, sat backwards, rested his chin on the backrest and looked at Yi Jin perplexedly. Yi Jin had no choice but to re-explain the situation. The sound of bang bang pounding on the door soon came over. "What should we do?" Everyone looked at each other helplessly. All of them were old, weak, sick, and frail. They couldn't argue their way out and certainly couldn't fight. "What can we do? I'm not handing Yaya over." "You guys figure it out," Tang Machi sneered slightly with a cold smile. "Tell Chu Jing to get the oil as soon as possible. Everyone prepare, we'll leave the city tonight." "Leave the city?" Zheng Shishu furrowed his brow. "It's full of zombies outside. Where are we going? And how will you transport 500 barrels of oil back to the capital?" Tang Jianfeng, of course, unconditionally supported his baby, stroking his hair without saying anything. Tang Machi glanced sideways at Zheng Shishu and pointed at Yi Jin, saying, "If we don't leave soon, we might not be able to go. As for how to transport it back, ask Brother Yi. He knows." "Xiao Qi." Yi Jin glared at him irritably. This kid always likes to pass on tasks. After the meeting, everyone got busy. The stuff was packed up and loaded onto the vehicles. Ding Hao's group didn't have many things to switch, mostly mechanical goods such as motor oil, parts, etc. Tang Machi's side, however, had a mix of varied and bulky items that took up space. After packing and repacking, most of the things were secretly tucked into the space by Tang Machi. In the end, a large truck and several off-road vehicles were crammed full. Zheng Shishu somehow managed to get another big truck, even a good car modified and reinforced. By noon, everything was ready. The people outside noticed there was no response from inside, so they calmed down a bit, squatting on the cement road under the blazing sun. Even if they weren't sick, they'd be sunstroke victims. However, at this time, one moment of softness could lead to disaster. The people inside also couldn't sit in peace, anxiously waiting for the burning sunlight to subside so they could leave this place of right and wrong. It wasn't until about 5 p.m. in the evening that the sun was still glaring, and the temperature hadn't dropped, but Tang Machi didn't want to wait any longer. Zombies would become more active outside the city after dark, so they needed to find a safe place to stay for the night within the next 2 hours before it got dark. Is it really going to come down to rushing out? What about the people blocking the door? We can't drive over them, can we? Zhang Zicheng questioned as he sneakily peeked outside through the gap in the door. Before Tang Machi could explain, suddenly there was commotion outside. Various sounds of screeching brakes echoed. "They're here." Tang Machi smirked and said, "I sent someone to notify Chu Jing this morning. Let's go, let's hit the road." Finally setting off on their return journey, everyone felt a subtle excitement deep down as they climbed onto the vehicles with high spirits. The doors were opened, and outside stood Chu Jing indeed. Chu Jing had brought dozens of guards, their vehicles forming barriers, carrying those unwilling to move away, surrounding them on the side. Yi Jin pulled open the car door, and Chu Jing jumped up directly. You've been put in a difficult situation because of us. Chu Jing sincerely apologized. It's not much of a trouble, we were planning to leave anyway. Tang Machi didn't care too much, Huang Sheng just didn't have time to come back yet. They could only take it step by step. The refinery is west of the city, and at the latest, you'll get your supplies by the day after tomorrow. Be careful outside the city for the next few days. Chu Jing saw them off to the city gates, where they parted ways with mutual farewells. If we could get here from the capital, why worry about our safety outside the city? Zhang Zicheng was unconcerned, given that Tang Jianfeng, an incredible killing machine, was part of the team, making danger nearly impossible. Chu Jing got off the car, and all vehicles queued up waiting for clearance. Though they thought everything would go smoothly, reality definitely wouldn't be so simple. The city gate guards refused to grant clearance for a long time, and even Tang Jianfeng lost patience, getting out of the car to negotiate. Mr. Tang. Before Tang Jianfeng received any reasonable explanation, a man leading a group of people approached with a humble attitude. Our master requests Mr. Tang for a brief discussion. Perhaps you could stay another night. You see, the city outside is perilous, it's going to be dark soon, insisting on leaving now isn't a wise move. Tang Jianfeng looked at him expressionlessly. This person was clearly detaining them overtly while threatening covertly, acting as if they had all the leverage. Who is your master? Have him come out and speak with me. Tang Jianfeng didn't give him a second glance, thinking that today, even if the entire D city wanted to stop him, no one could prevent his departure, not without affecting his entire convoy behind him. The master's name is Sun Jipeng, the man replied, inwardly irritated but keeping a calm exterior. Mr. Tang must have heard of Master Sun from the Sun family. Tang Jianfeng nodded but did not take even a single step forward. Master Sun has nothing to do with us. Our conversation will not align, so there's no need to talk. We are in a hurry to leave the city. I'm afraid that won't be possible. The man stiffened, and his men immediately raised their guns, their muzzles shining ominously against them. Humph. Yi Jin also stepped out of the car, sighing coldly with impatience. Tang Machi gave Shen Jianxi a subtle look, and Shen Jianxi nodded. A dozen or so vines spread quietly along the ground to every corner. Tang Jianfeng remained unmoved, his right hand gripping his left wrist as he turned it around in circles, looking at the man coldly. He asked nonchalantly, what's the meaning of this? There's no special meaning. Our master said that if you want to stay, you will stay. If you don't, ho ho. The man stopped mid-sentence, suddenly clutching his own neck, his face turning instantly purplish red, eyes bulging, his mouth wide open, struggling for breath, taking in less air than exhaling. His throat emitted a ho ho sound. Shen Jianxi pulled abruptly, dragging all those choked individuals onto the ground violently, where they thrashed and struggled, trying to rip the vines off their necks. The more they resisted, the tighter the vines became, making the death threat feel real and tangible in front of them. As their last bit of life remained, Shen Jianxi yanked the vines away sharply. Dozens of roots disappeared without a trace. The previously aggressive group dropped to their knees and coughed dramatically, sounding like they were expelling their entire lungs. Their cries shook heaven and earth. Go back and tell your master, if he wants to detain me, let him show a little more sincerity. After speaking, Tang Jianfeng hurled a blazing fireball at the large gate. The pale blue-white fireball burned ferociously upon meeting the iron gates, its heat radiating through tens of meters. Terrified by this energy display, all guarding soldiers retreated promptly. In a matter of minutes, a few decimeters thick iron door melted into a pool of molten iron. Zhang Zicheng's cryo-powered abilities cooled the burning metal with sizzling sounds and rising steam clouds, then Tang Jianfeng led the convoy away from D City's safe zone without looking back. After the hustle, it was almost 6 o'clock, still bright outside. The convoy rolled along the highway, overrunning countless zombies directly towards the direction of the refinery. This route was D City's main traffic artery, kept clean. With their high-speed travel, after an hour, they reached an industrial park. Yi Jin led the convoy to a relatively safe electronic factory compound for overnight rest. This electronic factory was surrounded by intact walls, with only a few scattered zombies roaming inside, attracted by the car sounds, excitedly shouting. All kinds of supernatural powers cleared the yard quickly. Enhance vigilance tonight. They won't let us go easily. Tang Jianfeng arranged the guard shifts and patrols firmly, while Zheng Shushu smoked and stared intently at Yi Jin without words. People hastily ate some dry rations. Those not assigned to watch kept resting, whereas the guards gulped down large cups of instant coffee for alertness. Yi Jin lay atop the security booth roof with binoculars, idly counting stars, feeling perhaps the only thing worth humans' gratitude amidst the apocalypse was how incredibly fresh and clean the air had become. He could observe the bright Milky Way with naked eyes from here. The nuisance, though, was too many mosquitoes, forcing him to wear long sleeves despite the sweltering heat. Soon, sweat soaked his inner garments. Before Yi Jin lay still too long, someone climbed up using a rope. Yi Jin glanced sideways at the visitor but said nothing. Zheng Shushu sat beside him, drenched in sweat mixed with tobacco smell, rasping out hoarsely after finishing his cigarette. Do you have anything to explain to me? Yi Jin turned and asked, what do you want to know? How about your younger brother? Zheng Shushu went straight to the point without beating around the bush. He's hiding. Where is he hiding? Zheng Shushu pressed relentlessly. Yi Jin tilted his head, a smile in his eyes as he said, Zheng Shushu, are you sure you want to know? Once you know, you'll be under our surveillance for life, unless you die. With an impassive face, Zheng Shushu's Adam's apple moved slightly as he slowly nodded. I willingly accept being monitored by you for life, it's more than I could hope for. Yi Jin was caught off guard by the teasing and shot a glare at the man in front of him before springing up with agility. Little Chi has secrets, it's enough that you know this much, don't pry any further. Yi Jin leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, his warm breath grazing against his earlobe. Zheng Shushu barely caught what he murmured but felt a current surge through his entire body, causing his eyes to flare up with an uncontrollable possessive flame. Yi Jin was caught unprepared when Zheng Shushu suddenly pulled him into his arms, hitting his chest painfully. Zheng Shushu stared fiercely at him. Jin, stop teasing me. Zheng Shushu's eyes burned with menace as his searing hand gripped Yi Jin's nape tightly, forcing him to look at him, with less than a centimeter between their lips. Chapter 98, Encounter with Disaster. A mischievous glimmer flashed in Yi Jin's eyes. Zheng Shushu, let's give it a try. In confusion, Zheng Shushu released his grip and stared into Yi Jin's eyes, still unable to comprehend what she meant by trying. Trying? Trying what? Hey, if you don't agree, that's fine. Annoyed, Yi Jin gave him a kick, took 2 steps away from him, grabbed the rope and was about to slide down when suddenly, a powerful tug pulled her back. Zheng Shushu's warm breath brushed against Yi Jin's cheek. His eyes flickered with dangerous light as he hoarsely asked, Xiao Jin, what did you just say? If you didn't hear it, then forget it. Even the perpetually thick-skinned Yi Jin had subconsciously blushed red at her ears, though thanks to the darkness of the night, Zheng Shushu failed to notice this alluring sight. However, this didn't impede the burgeoning joy slowly blooming inside him. Xiao Jin, I love you. Without hesitation, Zheng Shushu claimed the soft, pink lips in front of him, pressing gently, licking tenderly, wandering for a while before gently yet forcefully prying open the other's teeth. They were entangled in kisses, letting streams of silver droplets overflow and fall. Neither could be separated despite the stifling heat and mosquito harassment. It wasn't until much later that Zheng Shushu finally loosened his embrace around her but not before continuing kissing along her nose, eyelids, forehead, missing no part. Yi Jin showed no shyness, slightly panting as she enjoyed Zheng Shushu's affectionate kisses. This feeling of being cherished and nurtured was wonderful, leaving one craving to sink further into it. After they parted, Zheng Shushu hugged her in his arms, still seated on the rooftop where he stayed up all night guarding her, whispering love words that he buried deep within for years. They only broke apart to return to their respective tents once the latter half of the night came for shift changes. Tang Machi directly lit incense coils all over the roof to fend off mosquitoes and sprayed a lot of insecticide before things finally got better. Tang Jianfeng had to drive during the day and originally didn't need to keep watch, but he insisted on accompanying him anyway. Mo, stop fussing and sit here, said Tang Jianfeng as he was adjusting the night vision binoculars. As they drove forward, they would soon enter the mountainous area near D City. This region belonged to the tropics, right in the midst of the rainy season. The trees on the mountain were lush and the grass grew taller than humans, making it an ideal place for concealment. The area they entered now was an entire industrial zone that had been abandoned for over a year, resulting in wild growth, severely obstructing visibility. How is it going? Any discoveries? Tang Machi leaned closer, retrieving a box of assorted fruit platter freshly cut by Yi Zheyu, popping a grape into Tang Jianfeng's mouth. Not yet, replied Tang Jianfeng as he handed over the binoculars to him. After spitting out the grape skin, he flicked his smooth forehead. Holding the binoculars, Tang Machi swung them randomly. These were advanced infrared binoculars that could clearly outline objects even under the cover of darkness. Tang Machi looked again in confusion but saw nothing. What's wrong? Tang Jianfeng offered him a piece of watermelon. I must have mistaken it, shook his head Tang Machi, I thought I saw a leg earlier. Give me the binoculars. Tang Jianfeng reached out to take it. Which direction? 1:30 o'clock. Tang Machi pointed over while munching on the fruits. Before he could pull his hand back, Tang Jianfeng's face drastically changed. He quickly pounced, covering him beneath his body. With a bang, bullets zipped through bricks, grazing Tang Jianfeng's cheek with fragments. Terrified, Tang Machi worked up a cold sweat. Realizing what happened, he blew a whistle hung on his chest. The sharp whistle made everyone immediately vigilant. Under Tang Jianfeng's protection, they both descended from the roof, shouting loudly, retreat. Forget the tent, get in the car immediately. The opponent's gunfire abruptly intensified. In panic, everyone climbed into the cars. Leading the way, Zheng Shushu drove the modified truck, crashing straight through the iron gate, leading others to escape outside. How many are there? Wiped his face Yi Jin, expression solemn. At least 200 people, sharply turning the wheel. Tang Jianfeng dodged several bullets. The rearview mirror was shot off and swung loosely on the outside. 200. Zhang Zicheng cried out in surprise, extending his hand through a gap in the window. A layer of icy blue frost quickly covered the entire car, reducing the impact of the bullets. Zheng Shushu led the convoy deep into the mountains to evade the wave of zombies. However, the pursuers relentlessly followed like rabid dogs determined to never let go without biting them. Watch out! Tang Machi suddenly shouted loudly, and Tang Jianfeng's pupils shrank as he turned the steering wheel by 1.5 full rotations. The tires of the car in front of them had been blown up, causing it to lose control. If not for Tang Jianfeng's timely reaction, both cars would have flipped over by now. Rescue them! Without hesitation, Tang Jianfeng screeched to a stop next to the overturned car. Everyone immediately jumped down to help save those trapped inside. There were 5 people in the car. The driver Chen Weiyang was severely injured, his thigh pierced through by a piece of rebar sticking up from the undercarriage, while his arm was bent at an unnatural angle. A soldier sitting in the passenger seat had already lost consciousness, and another person in the back seat named Ding Hao had minor injuries, while the other 2 soldiers only had surface wounds. After dragging everyone out, the pursuers were almost within reach. Yi Jin and Zhang Zicheng returned fire to cover them as they helped pull the victims free. Tang Jianfeng used high temperature to cut off the piece of rebar that had impaled Chen Weiyang's thigh with precision. Cars from the rear also stopped to pick up the wounded. Brother Chen can't hold on much longer. Zhang Zicheng frantically bandaged the wound, but warm blood still gushed out uncontrollably. The artery is damaged, Xiao Qi. Tang Machi glanced at his brother, who nodded slightly. Immediately, Tang Machi turned around in the co-pilot seat, grabbing Zhang Zicheng with one hand and Chen Weiyang, who was drifting into unconsciousness, with the other. In an instant, the 2 people disappeared from the vehicle. Yi Jin and Shen Jianxi now had space to fight back. One opened the sunroof to throw lightning balls, while the other extended vines from the window outward. Soon enough, the enemy troops began to fall into disarray, and the relentless gunfire finally subsided with a boom when Yi Jin hit a chasing car with her lightning ball. That car veered in place and exploded instantly. Good job. Shen Jianxi unleashed thick vines, each as large as a person's arms and stretching dozens of meters long. From afar, their car looked like a moving plant covered in vine-like structures. Reaching his energy limit, Shen Jianxi started sweating profusely all over. There's no road ahead. Zheng Sheshu's voice came through on the radio. The river has risen due to flooding, and part of the bridge has collapsed. They had already entered the mountain range, where the road originally circled along the hillside. Although the river wasn't wide, its current led to a small waterfall at the end, making it extremely dangerous. Zheng Sheshu didn't dare take the risk. I'll pull you guys across, Yi Gu and Feng Gu, cover me. Shen Jianxi shut his eyes tightly for a second. Staying here to fight head-on with enemies was less favorable than attempting to cross the river. Massive vines shot out from behind Shen Jianxi, latching onto Zheng Sheshu's heavy-duty truck. Meanwhile, Tang Machi utilized her wind-based abilities to grip the car and assist in controlling direction. As Shen Jianxi's vines struggled against the fierce river current, his face turned as white as paper by the time Zheng Sheshu's vehicle successfully made it to the other side. Tang Machi quickly handed him a bottle of space pond water. Of the original convoy, all 6 vehicles had crossed except for theirs. Shen Jianxi was so exhausted that he could barely stand. Tang Machi supported him into the car. Shen Gu, don't push yourself. It's fine, Shen Jianxi wiped the sweat dripping from his forehead. Let's continue. After putting away his gun, Tang Jianfeng launched a combined power attack with Yi Jin, triggering a sudden storm of lightning strikes and fires on the hillside. The cries of agony echoed throughout the mountains. Tang Jianfeng slammed down the accelerator, and the entire car plunged straight into the river water. Ugh. Shen Jianxi groaned painfully. His vines were partially anchored onto trees on the opposite shore while the rest were wrapped tightly around the car body. As the current struck the car, 2 of his vines snapped under the strain. Shen Gu. Tang Machi watched anxiously as Shen Jianxi appeared near unconscious. Relax your grip. Let's retreat into my space. Shen Jianxi shook his head without opening his eyes. Tang Jianfeng pushed the throttle to its maximum. Despite the turbulent water, the car wobbled forward step by step, with Zheng Sheshu and others on the opposite bank anxiously awaiting their arrival, fearing they might be swept away. At this point, the enemy had caught up. Snipers took aim and began firing at the strained vines. Shen Jianxi couldn't maintain the pressure any longer. Retract them. Yi Jin glared angrily as she barked out orders. Tang Jianfeng nodded as well. The sky had grown bright, exposing their location fully under the sun. They had to choose being swept away by the river rather than risking revealing Tang Machi's spatial ability. Shen Gu. Tang Machi screamed as Shen Jianxi suddenly fainted. The supporting vines instantly weakened, snapping thin before retracting back into his body. With no resistance left, the car was instantly swept downstream by the forceful current, regardless of how Tang Machi tried to alter its course. Hold on tight, we're about to go over the edge. Tang Jianfeng decided to let go of the brake completely. Within seconds, the car slid down dozens of meters along the rushing floodwaters. Xiao Jin. Zheng Sheshu on the opposite bank was horrified as Shen Jianxi's vines disappeared, their car losing control in the middle of the river. In panic, he ran alongside the car, screaming in terror. Yi Jin sighed as she watched Shen Jianxi unconscious. Tang Machi reached out to grab the 3 of them, ready to teleport everyone into her space the moment the car fell into the waterfall. As the sound of water grew louder and the current more fierce, within a few seconds they spotted the drop-off point. Shao Qi, remember to enter after we hit the water, the river surface is too wide open, it would expose our space ability, Yi Jin said worriedly to Tang Machi. Her words had barely finished when a sensation of weightlessness mixed with spinning water engulfed them. Before they were flung up and crashed back down, Tang Machi had already teleported them into her space. The off-road vehicle plunged into the pool beneath the waterfall, sending up massive splashes before an explosion resounded with thick smoke rising high into the air. Standing on the riverbank, Zheng Shushu stared at the surging smoke as his whole body trembled, and he fell to his knees with a heart-wrenching scream of, Yi Jin. Chapter 99, Going Home. When the four of them returned to the space, they were all in a sorry state, completely drenched. Not only that, Shen Jianxi had fallen into unconsciousness due to his psychic powers being depleted. Yi Ziyue rushed over upon seeing their return, his hands bloodied. Shen Jianxi. He was terrified when he saw Shen Jianxi lying lifeless in his brother's arms, and his face turned deathly pale. There's nothing wrong with him, Ziyue. He just used too much power and fainted. Yi Jin picked up Shen Jianxi while soothing his frightened younger brother. Ziyue exhaled in relief, and once his brother put Shen Jianxi down, he immediately began transferring his nearly depleted psychic energy to him. That's enough, Ziyue. Let him recover on his own for now, you need rest too. Tang Machi pulled him away when he noticed how strained Ziyue was. With a tight-lipped silence, Ziyue stood after a while, went to wash his hands, then came back with a towel to clean Shen Jianxi. Zhang Zicheng emerged from the inner room holding a pile of blood-soaked bandages and rushed straight to Tang Machi, pinning him down on the carpet and rolling around. Damn it, you've kept such an incredible place a secret from me for so long. Before Tang Machi could react, someone lifted Zhang Zicheng off him. With a blank expression, Tang Jianfeng effortlessly pulled Zhang Zicheng away. Zhang Zicheng rolled his eyes at him, adjusted his clothes, and then grabbed half a watermelon wrapped in ice from the table, with a spoon stuck in it, and happily started eating. Hey, you wouldn't believe how long it's been since I've eaten watermelon. Forget about the melon, I haven't even tasted its peel, it's such happiness, said Zhang Zicheng, munching noisily as he pointed to the door of the inner room. Brother Chen is fine already, he just lost too much blood and needs some time to recuperate. Shao Qi, Yi Jin furrowed his brow distractedly, trying to say something but stopping short. Tang Machi, of course, knew what he was thinking about. After all, he had witnessed firsthand how Zheng Shushu called out his name like a madman before they entered. Tang Machi nodded to him. Brother Yi, I'll send you out first in an hour. We'll meet downstream tonight when Shen Jianxi wakes up. Yi Jin nodded gratefully, though Yi Ziyue, busy tending to Shen Jianxi, looked confused and asked curiously, Brother, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yi Jin ruffled his hair and then pinched his cheek, deflecting the question, take care of yourself first. Look at your pale face. Ziyue pushed his hand away unhappily and moved a few steps farther from his brother. To prevent anyone from waiting by the river to ambush, Tang Machi couldn't send Yi Jin out right away. Since there was still an hour to spare, Yi Jin got busy in the kitchen, firing up the gas stove to cook a meal. Everyone had been eating irregular meals outside, mostly tasteless dry rations, and their mouths had grown incredibly dull. First, Yi Jin used an electric rice cooker powered by 2 batteries to make a big pot of steaming rice. Then he began pulling out various ingredients to prepare a spicy and fragrant hotpot dish. He mixed various seasonings directly with raw ingredients and stir-fried them together into a delicious malaxiangua. Tender pieces of marbled beef, pork belly, fish balls, crab sticks, live shrimps, and other meats were first blanched in boiling water and then stir-fried in heavy oil. Then a whole bag of Tang Machi's high di lao mala spice mix was added, filling the air with irresistible aromas. Everyone became engrossed, repeatedly glancing towards Yi Jin, drooling uncontrollably. Even Tang Jianfeng joined in, sitting on the floor with Tang Machi, watching Yi Jin intently. Finally, Yi Jin added an assortment of vegetables to stir-fry, completing the dish. Meanwhile, on the other burner, he cooked a century egg ham soup. Although there weren't many dishes, they had an abundance of ingredients, and the portion sizes were generous. The ma la xiangguo was fragrantly spicy and mouth-watering, and the century egg ham soup was light and refreshing. Along with the aromatic Thai jasmine rice, the 5 men dug in voraciously without lifting their heads, making slurping noises continuously. Zhang Zicheng ended up hugging his stomach, rolling on the carpet because it was so good, so full but still craving more. By the end, almost the amount suitable for 7 or 8 people had been devoured, except for Yi Ziyue, who thought to save some for Shen Jianxi. He packed a large bowl of food and a big bowl of rice into a thermos box. Once they'd finished eating, the time was about right. Tang Machi wasted no time sending Yi Jin out. Otherwise, their feast here would drive the person outside insane. Yi Jin was transported dozens of meters downstream, where he felt a suffocating sensation deep underwater. Without hesitation, he extended his limbs to swim towards the surface. After surfacing, he took a deep breath and quickly swam towards the shore. Coughing several times, he clung to the tree roots at the water's edge in exhaustion. Zheng Shushu's dim eyes, which had been fixed on the riverbank for a long time without moving, finally flickered. After a while, he slowly focused his gaze in the direction of the voice. His whole body suddenly trembled violently, and he let out a shaky roar, Yi Jin. Yi Jin had just climbed ashore, completely soaked, and nearly fell back into the river from the shock of Zheng Shushu's shout. Waving his hand at Sing Shirshu, the latter immediately scrambled down. The moment Yi Jin was enveloped in Sing Shirshu's arms, he was held tightly without a word. Yi Jin could feel his trembling and rapid heartbeat, feeling somewhat moved as his eyes reddened slightly. "I'm fine, I just swallowed some water." Yi Jin patted his back to comfort him. "Let's go back first, it's too open here." After climbing up the cliff and reuniting with the others, they set off immediately. Sing Shirshu didn't ask what had happened during that hour, and Yi Jin didn't explain either. When it was the right time, he would naturally take him to see it himself. Following the predetermined path down the mountain, they drove until reaching near the refinery before stopping to regroup and rest. This day and night had been extremely perilous, everyone was utterly exhausted, and they fell asleep huddled together. After sunset, Tang Jianfeng arrived with Tang Machi and Shin Jianxi, who was still very weak. Despite their disheveled appearances, their return greatly surprised and uplifted the dispirited group. Everyone seemed rejuvenated as though an injection of energy, lifting their perpetually drooping heads. Even the physical fatigue and soreness felt lessened. "There's no need to wait for the Chu family's people. Ding Hao, gather everyone, we'll leave immediately to head north," Tang Machi said coldly, glancing toward the refinery. "If we don't leave soon, it won't just be oil I'm worried about us being able to take." "So are we giving up the agreed-upon oil?" Ding Hao was extremely reluctant. Those 500 barrels of oil were crucial for the capital city. At least with this trip's worth of oil, winter heating would be secured. Thinking of the bone-chilling cold of winter, Ding Hao involuntarily shivered. "The oil is definitely needed, and not a single drop can be spared." Tang Machi leaned half against Tang Jianfeng, making a reassuring gesture. "I've got a plan, don't worry." Later that night, Tang Machi sneaked into the refinery with Tang Jianfeng. They not only swept away the intended 500 barrels of gasoline but also took another 200 barrels from the refinery's inventory. However, Tang Machi did not take it without compensation. According to D City's market price, equivalent amounts of food were provided as exchange. The operation went smoothly, except for a small mishap when they returned. Huang Xing suddenly appeared from a hidden corner, almost getting scorched by a fireball from Tang Jianfeng. "Hey, I knew you guys would come. I've been hiding here all day waiting for you." Huang Xing was unconcerned and nonchalantly rejoined the group. Neither Tang Machi asked about his family nor did Huang Xing bring it up, it was just how things were now. After Tang Machi returned, the convoy set off directly, starting under the cover of darkness and slowly meandering through the mountains for the entire night before leaving the mountain range, entering H province. They then avoided densely populated areas, detouring through the northwest. Along the way, they killed many zombies. Tang Jianfeng alone handled 2 major zombie tides and eliminated 2 level 3 zombies. The northwest region consisted of plateaus, basins, mountains, deserts, and Gobi deserts, all incredibly barren. Driving across the plateau for a full day, they scarcely encountered any zombies, let alone humans. Qinghai Lake was beautiful, but it attracted too many tourists and consequently many zombies. After killing them for a while, the group decided there was little purpose in staying and chose a lakeside inn to rest before moving on. Once in Mongolia, the stunning vast grasslands brought immense joy, with ownerless herds of sheep and cattle running freely. Wildflowers dotted the lush green meadows, with no signs of humans, zombies, or even traces of civilization, an idyllic earthly paradise. Their vehicle speed slowed significantly, and time passed quickly. The intense summer heat was short-lived. Just as they entered late August, the inner Mongolian temperature clearly dropped. They encountered a herder's tent, but its occupants had fled. Upon waking up, they discovered that the vibrant, lush green prairie from yesterday had been covered overnight by a heavy snowfall. Although the snow melted by noon, restoring the prairie to its deep green, everyone finally realized that winter was approaching. They hastened to rush toward the capital city. When they reached the capital city, it looked no different than when they had left, except perhaps that the wild grass grew more wildly. Zombies roared uncontrollably everywhere, endless to kill, with no sign of living people. They specifically detoured to check Sun Yuelin's base, but within just a few months, it was already abandoned, in complete disarray, and infested with zombies. Tang Machi first located a warehouse to store the 500 barrels of gasoline before everyone headed back to the secure zone. From the initial group led by Ding Hao, only half had returned, and Sing Shirshu's side had also lost 3 subordinates. Nevertheless, they managed to complete the mission. Chen Yangwei personally opened the city gates upon receiving the news and came out to welcome them. Seeing that they hadn't brought much back, he wasn't disappointed. Zhang Yunfei and Linda also showed up, excitedly chatting with their son in English non-stop. Yi Jin declined Chen Yangwei's invitation to a banquet. The group went straight back to the courtyard house where there were plenty of dishes prepared at home, and Linda even showcased all the Chinese cooking skills she'd learned. However, during dinner when everyone was washed up and gathered around the table raising their cups for a joyous reunion, Yizhua noticed that sitting beside his brother was none other than Sing Shirshu, which made him furious. If not for Shin Jinshi pulling him back and soothing him, he would have confronted Sing Shirshu on the spot. Sing Shirshu raised his cup towards Shin Jinshi, his gratitude evident without needing words. Chapter 100, Trivia. That evening, everyone had quite a bit to drink, and even Tang Machi was eventually carried back to the bedroom by Tang Jianfeng. After September, the weather suddenly turned cool. Since the apocalypse, Earth seemed to have only endless winters and scorching summers. The fiery summer came to an abrupt end, and winter approached slowly but surely. The shadow of extreme cold from the last winter still lingered in people's minds as this new winter began its advance. With the constant evolution of zombies in the Kyoto city, the security zone faces ever-increasing threats, gradually resembling fresh meat encircled by a pack of hungry wolves due to geographical reasons. The zombies may not be able to reach it, yet their persistence is undeterred. Fortunately, no highly intelligent zombie king has appeared again so far. The oil brought back by Tang Machi and his team eventually distributed 300 barrels to Qinyangwei, 100 barrels to Xingshirshu, and the remaining 100 barrels traded with various forces in Kyoto, with 200 barrels kept privately unaccounted for. The materials Ding Hao and others swapped back were partly consumed within Qinyangwei's group and partly sent to the market for exchanges. After all, these were transported from the south over long distances. Apart from mechanical items, dried fruits and similar products also enjoyed popularity. The current safety zone has already changed significantly since they left. Nearly all cement areas and rooftops are now covered with soil, growing crops and vegetables. Because of weather conditions, yields are low, but any amount helps. Everyone is busy working hard. And each day, psychics must leave the city to hunt zombies, clearing the surrounding area of accumulated threats outside the safe zone. Smoke from the cremation zones outside the safe zone never dissipates. In summary, the situation in the safe zone is still under human control, although laborious and challenging, there remains hope for survival. Before the arrival of the first cold snap, Qinyangwei gathered all ordinary people still capable of work to renovate the shelter used during the previous winter. Materials were scarce, but many pipes were salvaged from outside the safe zone, allowing rudimentary heating systems to be installed. With hundreds of thousands squeezed into narrow shelters, freezing to death was unlikely, but issues of public order, sanitation, and disease loomed large. Qinyangwei led Earth Element psychics to enlarge the shelter somewhat and use excess soil to construct walls dividing sections. Tang Machi and Tang Jianfeng planned to head out to the northwestern regions before the first wave of cold hit. But they could not just leave things unresolved. From the oil transportation mission this time, Qinyangwei would certainly associate the mysterious appearance of food in the last winter's shelter with them. Early in the morning, Tang Machi went out with Yi Jin. The cold air arrived with heavy rain, drenching the parched land with much-needed rain. However, once drenched, the originally dusty streets quickly became muddy. Before long, Tang Machi's outfit was splattered with mud. Dressed in rain capes, the two boarded a truck at the alley mouth loaded with seeds, excellent varieties of vegetables and grains suitable for subsistence farming that they had brought back from the south. These seeds, selected after enduring the last severe winter, should sprout at much higher rates. There were also seeds carefully reserved from space plants by Tang Machi which were urgently needed by the large greenhouses being constructed in the safe zone. The rain grew heavier. Outside the greenhouse, urgent drainage and water storage measures were organized in full force. The arrival of Tang Machi's group drew many curious eyes, for at such times, besides psychic fighters going out to clear zombies, almost no one could afford gasoline anymore, let alone for a fuel-guzzling big truck like this. Yi Jin dashed through the downpour as soon as the car stopped, and shortly thereafter, the massive door of the greenhouse was pulled open. Tang Machi drove straight into the immense glass-encased greenhouse. Due to the preceding high temperatures, the soil inside the greenhouse had cracked and dried out, with sparse patches of green struggling amid vast expanses of desolate yellow. The height of the greenhouse barely accommodated the vehicle driving in. As soon as the car stopped, the supervisor immediately rushed forward bowing deeply. "You two are truly life-saving bodhisattvas." Yi Jin opened the rear compartment with a blank expression. A whole car filled with seeds dazzled everyone's eyes like magnets, making their pupils nearly stick to the sight. Impatiently, Yi Jin snorted coldly, "This is all we have left. We don't have anywhere to plant them ourselves, so hurry up and get some people to unload it." The supervisor started shouting right away, and very soon more than 10 people taking care of the grains in the corners rushed over. Among them, a bent-over woman was pushed forth. Her shabby clothes barely concealed her body, her dirty head formed matted clumps of hair that partially obscured her equally grimy face. The man climbed onto the truck bed and tossed a sack of seeds towards the woman. The near 100-pound bag almost crushed her, yet she did not dare to utter a single word. After steadying herself, she carefully navigated through the crowd and walked toward the warehouse. "Wait!" Yi Jin suddenly called out, stopping the woman. Tang Machi frowned, giving Yi Jin a questioning glance. "Look up." Yi Jin took 2 steps forward but kept his distance. The woman trembled and took a few steps back, avoiding Yi Jin's gaze. Confused, Tang Machi approached, "What's going on?" Yi Jin chuckled coldly and spat out 3 words, "Zhang Jingxian." Hearing these 3 words, the woman was struck as if by lightning. The sack on her shoulder fell to the ground. She turned around and tried to run, only to be kicked down by the supervisor who had just arrived behind her. "Damn it, you're trying to escape again. Did you steal something?" Tang Machi looked indifferently at the dirty woman sprawled on the ground. The supervisor explained with a smile, "This woman was sent over by Boss Singh months ago to work. We never expected that because she has a small storage space, she's been stealing things here every day. After being caught, she denied it and attempted to escape, so we must discipline her to teach her manners." "Why are you running?" Yi Jin squatted down and grabbed the woman's chin. A face blackened with dirt turned toward him, revealing a pair of eyes filled with hatred and malice that were particularly glaring. Shaking his head unconcernedly, Yi Jin let go of her and said, not satisfied. It's you. I will kill you. I'll seek revenge. Zhang Jingxian's whole body shook, her emaciated fingers gripping the dry grass on the ground tightly. Yi Gu. Tang Machi gave a sign to Yi Jin, who nodded and stood up. You'd better not show up in front of me again, I can't guarantee my temper will always be this good. After saying that, Yi Jin no longer looked at her and prepared to get into the car with Tang Machi. If it weren't for seeing Zhang Jingxian here, Tang Machi had almost forgotten about this woman. Grievances from the previous life and grudges from this one meant nothing in the face of life and death. After Xue Ximing's death, Tang Machi seemed to have suddenly awakened. He no longer clung or pursued anything. All he wanted was to cherish the present day and spend the rest of his long life with Tang Jianfeng. But even though he had let go, it didn't mean others could do the same. Just as he opened the car door, everyone's startled cries erupted. Tang Machi saw them staring fearfully at his back. A wind ability was released, lifting him 3 meters off the ground instantly. After jumping more than 10 meters in front of the car, a loud crackle of lightning sounded from behind. Zhang Jingxian convulsed on the spot where he had just been, barely alive after being hit by Yi Jin's lightning. In her hand, she still clutched a dagger. The supervisor rushed over in panic, apologized repeatedly, then ordered 2 people to drag away Zhang Jingxian. Her dying eyes glared with deep hatred, her breathing labored as she soon lost consciousness. Tang Machi ignored the supervisor's apologies and simply said, make sure I don't see her again. A sinister gleam flashed in the supervisor's eyes, but he kept nodding assuringly. Besides delivering seeds, Tang Jianfeng also led all combat personnel from the courtyard out to clear zombies. Tang Jianfeng specifically targeted the dens of several high-level zombies. With his involvement, the safety situation of the safe zone was greatly alleviated. After doing everything they could for the safe zone, Tang Jianfeng brought Tang Machi back to the Tang family home, possibly for the last time. Grandpa Tang was physically strong, but mentally unwell. Since Tang Qingshu's accident, the entire Tang family had fallen into despair. Xue Qing spent her days looking after Tang Qingshu, indifferent to external affairs. Tang Jinmin was also useless, leaving the once great Tang family on the brink of decline. Tang Machi did not visit the old man, only going to see Tang Qingshu. She remained dim-witted, but protected by her brother Tang Jianfeng. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, as long as Tang Jianfeng lived, the Tang family would not completely fall apart, and Tang Qingshu would not suffer major hardships, allowing her to live in peace. After a confidential discussion in the study between Tang Jianfeng and Grandpa Tang, they left the Tang family home. Tang Jianfeng patted the top of the other's head and exhaled deeply, let's go home. Tang Machi's eyes crinkled with laughter. Hand in hand, they slowly walked out of the shadows cast by the Tang family estate in the sunset. When Tang Jianfeng and Tang Machi returned to the quadrangle courtyard, Zheng Shushu was there too. Since returning to Kyoto, Zheng Shushu had come often, bringing something each time with excuses varied and numerous. However, Yi Jin did not make any comments, much to Yi Zei's frustration with his older brother. While everyone was present, Tang Jianfeng spoke his mind, those who were willing to leave with them would still be treated as family just like before. For those unwilling to go, the quadrangle courtyard would be left for them, and they could visit each other anytime in the future. Northwest. Shaojin. Zheng Shushu furrowed his brows. His business and brothers were all here, and he couldn't just abandon them and leave. Yi Jin patted his hand, signaling him to calm down. Tang Jianfeng's former subordinates unanimously agreed to follow him, while the Zhang family of 3 hesitated. Shen Jianxi followed Yi Zei's decision, and Yi Zei looked at his brother. Yi Jin rubbed Yi Zei's hair and said to Tang Jianfeng, Xiao Yu will go with you, Shen Jianxi, you must protect him well. And what about you? Yi Zei immediately glared at his brother, clearly dissatisfied. Yi Jin turned around and looked at Zheng Shushu whose eyes shimmered with unease, and softly said, I'll stay behind. Chapter 101, Northwest. As soon as Yi Ziyue heard this sentence, he was ignited, standing up abruptly with disbelief, staring at his brother. Shen Jianxi couldn't hold him back. Brother. Why? Yi Ziyue had been worried all this time, and when his brother finally chose Zheng Shushu, the suppressed unease and immediately burst out. Yi Jin sighed, Zheng Shushu's impression score in Yi Ziyue's eyes was too low. He knew his younger brother's temper, but he had decided to give Zheng Shushu a try, he was willing to gamble for his own happiness. Xiao Yu. Being spoiled by Yi Jin since childhood, because of his difficulty in walking due to both legs, Yi Jin's role for him could be said to be more like a father than an older brother. In moments like these, it felt as though he were about to abandon him. Yi Jin also felt extremely reluctant inside. Xiao Yu, Zheng Shushu interrupted his words, pulling his hand and standing up, I know I did a lot of horrible things in the past. I promise you that from now on I will love Yi Jin with all my heart. I don't want your promises. Yi Ziyue glared at him with red eyes. Yeah. Tang Machi patted Yi Ziyue's shoulder, calm down. Yi Jin hugged his younger brother forward, you have grown up, and can run freely now. Shen Jianxi will take care of you instead of me. I no longer have any worries now, trust me, I can protect myself. Yizue choked back tears, saying, but I don't want to leave you, brother. Shin Jianqi pulled him forward and hugged him tightly, don't be like this, don't cry. Your brother has the right to pursue his own life, don't make it hard for him because of you. Although Yizue still felt wronged, he ultimately didn't create more trouble and was pulled back into the room by Shin Jianqi. 3 days later, everyone gathered in the outer courtyard of the quadrangle. The Zhang family of 3 finally decided to stay behind. Little Yi Nan was adopted by Linda and Zhang Yunfei, and continued to live in the quadrangle. Yi Jin remained in the quadrangle. Tang Machi fully entrusted the place to him and Zhang Yunfei. In addition, Tang Machi filled all the empty houses in the quadrangle with supplies, leaving some for Zheng Shishu as well. Brother Yi, once Zheng Shishu cleans up, we will go find us. Tang Machi was still somewhat uneasy. Yi Jin smiled and said, don't worry, I absolutely won't hesitate. Xiao Yu is left in your hands, watch over him for me. Tang Machi nodded and embraced him before getting into the car, whispering softly, I've kept a cache of weapons for you in my room. Hopefully, it won't come to using it. Yi Jin nodded, thanks. In the end, Yizue was taken to the car by Shin Jianqi. Watching the little boy's bloodshot eyes, Yi Jin's heart ached. This time they really parted ways, and whether they would meet again in the future wasn't guaranteed. From now on, listen to Shin Jianqi. If he bullies you, seek help from Xiao Qi. Yi Jin touched his head through the car window, Shin Jianqi, Xiao Yu is really in your hands now. Take good care of him. Shin Jianqi nodded, with determined light in his eyes, brother Yi, rest assured. Zheng Shishu stepped forward and looked at Yizue, Xiao Yu, I'll take your brother to find you, I promise. Remember your promise. Yizue gritted his teeth and wiped away his tears fiercely. The Zhang family and Yi Jin watched as the convoy drove far away. They were full of reluctance and sadness in their hearts. In such uncertain times, parting might truly mean eternal separation. Chen Yangwei sighed deeply after hearing his subordinate's report. There were secrets surrounding the group led by Tang Machi, but since they had decided to leave, Chen Yangwei wouldn't force them to stay. They had already done enough for this safe zone. He didn't have the face to stand on behalf of the survivors and demand anything from them. No one has an obligation to save everyone. Benevolence is voluntary, and cannot be used as leverage to coerce others. He only hoped that if they met again in the future, there would still be a shred of goodwill left. Tang Machi and his 7 companions set off. Soldiers under Tang Jianfeng, Chen Weiyang, Wei Yu, and Lin Sun went with them. A few others who had family in the city decided to stay. Altogether, they drove 3 vehicles. By mid-September, the continuous heavy rain finally stopped, and the temperature dropped quickly. The 3 vehicles cleared the zombies out of the city and headed north. After exiting Kyoto, they traveled northwest into Inner Mongolia and then turned west-southwest. They arrived at Qinghai Lake before the first cold wave of October. After resting and recuperating at Qinghai Lake, they continued on the road. Their destination this time was very clear, the hot spring valley of Z City in Qinghai Province. It was the only thermal spring valley in Qinghai Province below 500 meters in altitude. Due to its location, it had never been developed. Just before the apocalypse, the development plan had just been launched. After the apocalypse, it became a natural shelter against the cold. This was the settlement location determined by Tang Machi after carefully studying the data. It had a special geographical position, surrounded by mountains on all sides, and was sparsely populated. Moreover, the hot spring kept the entire valley warm even in the dead of winter, never allowing it to freeze over. It was truly an ideal place for seclusion and survival. However, plans can change unexpectedly. Just one day after they left Qinghai Lake, a cold front swept in closely behind them. Caught in a blizzard, they were forced to halt their journey and take refuge in a dilapidated gas station by the road. The gas station was a mess, showing signs that more than a few groups had been there before. The drafty house offered only minimal protection from the storm, but with all their own people gathered there, Tang Machi no longer concealed the fact that he possessed a space ability. He revealed his dual powers, wind ability and space, but did not disclose the full extent of the space power. The group set up tents directly and Tang Machi took out some coal to light a fire. With the warmth of the fire, they cooked a pot of porridge and ate quietly, then split into shifts to rest while others kept watch. Yizue lay in a double sleeping bag held in Shin Jianqi's arms, reading through a magazine picked up at the gas station by the faint glow of the fire outside the tent. Shin Jianqi embraced him gently, letting him settle more comfortably as the wind howled fiercely outside. The flames flickered dramatically on the firewood. After a while, Yizue sighed in defeat and put down the magazine. With such heavy snowfall, will we be able to move tomorrow? Yizue asked Shin Jianqi in a muffled voice, burying his face in Shin Jianqi's chest. If we can't go forward, we'll stay here for a few more days. There's so much land and so few people around here that there's not even a single zombie. It's a perfect time to relax. Shin Jianqi said carelessly, as long as he was with Yizue, anywhere felt like home. Yizue threw the magazine aside toward the tent flap, inadvertently catching sight of some handwritten ballpoint pen note scribbled on its cover. It was an address, the gas station's detailed location, likely written hastily onto the magazine by the post office for convenience. However, this particular address caught Yizhua's attention instantly. His eyes lit up, and he squirmed a bit to sit up in the sleeping bag. What is it? Shen Jianqi immediately sat up beside him. Let's check for packages tomorrow. Yizhua pointed excitedly at the address on the magazine. Shen Jianqi couldn't help but laugh, in this heavy snowstorm. Stop joking. But Yizhua wasn't about to listen. In a flash, he slipped out of the sleeping bag, wrapped himself in a thick coat, and dashed out shouting, I'm going to find Brother Qi. Shen Jianqi made no attempt to stop him. Tang Machi was just being kissed deeply by Tang Jianfeng, who had pinned her down. After days of non-stop travel, they hadn't been intimate for several days. Now, finally having some private time together, Tang Jianfeng wasn't about to let this opportunity pass. So when Yizhua suddenly pulled open the zipper of their tent without warning, Tang Machi blinked sleepily, her gaze misty and confused as she looked at Tang Jianfeng, who had stopped abruptly. Following Tang Jianfeng's gaze, she spotted Yizhua's head peeking in and immediately turned red. Yizhua also blushed awkwardly, sticking out his tongue sheepishly. Fortunately, Shen Jianqi arrived just in time and grabbed him, pulling him out of the tent. Sorry, Shen Jianqi chuckled, trying to stifle his laughter as he apologized, finding Tang Jianfeng's frustrated expression quite amusing. Control your kid, Tang Jianfeng growled, burying Tang Machi's face against his chest, clearly upset. Shen Jianqi nodded hastily and quickly zipped the tent back up, carrying Yizhua away. The next morning, the wind had subsided somewhat, but the snow had piled high. While everyone gathered around eating breakfast and discussing their next travel plan, Yizhua quietly tugged Tang Machi to a corner near the fire and retrieved the old magazine from last night. Look, Brother Qi. Yizhua eagerly handed the magazine over to Tang Machi. What? What's so special about this old thing? If you want books, I have plenty in my space. Tang Machi didn't understand what the excitement was about. Hey, look at this address. Yizhua pointed emphatically at the ballpoint pen handwriting. It's just the address for this gas station, right? XX gas station. Tang Machi was puzzled. Brother Qi, do you remember before the apocalypse started when my legs weren't healed yet, and my brother let me shop online at home? Yizhua's eyes shone brighter with anticipation. I remember. Tang Machi nodded immediately. Oh. This is it. Yizhua grabbed Tang Machi's arm in excitement. It's the largest logistics distribution center in the Northwest, located in this county. All the goods I bought in the Northwest would get redirected here. You mean? Tang Machi squinted curiously. We should go search for the package warehouse. Let's dismantle the parcels, right? We're not moving anyway today. Yizhua's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After whispering and discussing for a while, they went to consult Tang Jianfeng. After receiving his approval, Tang Machi also became excited, eagerly preparing to set out. In the end, Shen Jianqi and Tang Jianfeng accompanied Yizhua and Tang Machi on their expedition, while the rest stayed behind to guard the camp. Huang Sheng used his abilities to modify 2 snowmobiles, ensuring their speed across the snow was comparable to regular motorcycles on normal terrain. It only took the 4 of them 2 hours to find the logistics center Yizhua had mentioned. This place wasn't just a courier collection point, it more resembled a comprehensive logistics hub for the Northwest region. Vast in size and rich in resources, its strategic location made it an important transportation hub. However, due to its remoteness, the entire logistics center looked like an abandoned industrial complex, devoid of human presence. Only a few zombies dressed in work uniforms were still howling and charging at them across the snowy ground. Tang Jianfeng unleashed his power, not only wiping out over a dozen zombies but also evaporating the snow on the ground. Coarse cement pavement was revealed beneath, with large red letters painted on it that read, Dangerous. Chapter 102, Invitation. The entire logistics center was covered in snow, with nothing but the howling wind audible. It looked no different from other long-abandoned industrial zones. The 4 silently glanced at each other, and Tang Jianfeng raised an eyebrow before asking, do we still go in? Tang Machi gave a disdainful smirk and pointed to the large expanse of warehouses. Are we going to let so many warehouses go unchecked? Yizhua quickly nodded. The Northwest was a hub for heavy industries, and this logistics center might contain a lot of mechanical supplies, which would be very helpful for future renovations of their settlement. Tang Jianfeng agreed, let's split up. Signal each other by firing a gun if anything happens. He then took Tang Machi and left first. Yizhua sneered at the 2 retreating figures, thinking they were disgustingly clingy. Tang Jianfeng attached a silencer to his gun. It was too quiet here, eerily so, even the slow, shuffling footsteps of zombies on the snowy ground could be heard clearly. Gunshots were too loud, so it would be better not to draw attention unnecessarily. The duo had already taken out dozens of zombies when Tang Machi frowned impatiently, brother, something's off. Tang Jianfeng nodded. He'd certainly noticed the oddity too, these zombies moved much more slowly and were far more unresponsive than those typically found at this stage. They seemed entirely primitive, never having mutated at all. Given that the virus had been rampant for over a year now, such a scenario was extremely abnormal. After eliminating the zombies around one nearby warehouse, Tang Jianfeng directly used his powers to melt the sealed warehouse door. Inside the pitch-black warehouse, even the windows had been completely blocked. Tang Machi fished out some fluorescent sticks from his pocket, cracked them open, and threw them inside. The pale green fluorescence revealed a sea of metallic colors, showing brand new excavators neatly lined up in rows within the warehouse. The orange-yellow giants appeared like silent titans ready to wake from the darkness. Be careful. Tang Jianfeng's pupils contracted sharply as he hurled a fireball. A dark shadow shot straight toward Tang Machi's face from a corner under the machines, its speed leaving only a faint trail. Threatened by the fireball, the shadow let out a scream and was forced to twist mid-air, changing direction. Upon landing, before either could react, it surged again at Tang Jianfeng with tremendous speed. Brother! Tang Machi cried out but didn't move to assist him. Instead, he abruptly turned his gaze to the enormous warehouse. A sense of dangerous agitation spread through the air, followed by a shrill noise that made everyone's scalp crawl, like countless cats scratching against steel plates. Tang Jianfeng's entire body was engulfed in blue-white flames. The dark shadow failed to penetrate and instead screeched painfully, its cries resonating through the entire industrial zone. The dark shadow fell into the snow and slid several meters before coming to a stop. Tang Jianfeng finally saw that it was a mutated zombie black chimpanzee. According to what they knew, animals couldn't become zombies, all animals infected with the zombie virus would die. Brother! Tang Machi cautiously retreated, eyes fixed on the dark warehouse entrance. His instincts for danger kept him tense throughout. Momo, come here. Tang Jianfeng pulled Tang Machi behind him, erecting a wall of flame between themselves and the danger in the warehouse, momentarily cutting off the menacing sight. Look at this chimp. Tang Jianfeng unsheathed his knife from his back and pinned the chimpanzee to the ground. The chimp gnashed its teeth while roaring fiercely at the two men. Its blood-red eyes were cold and ruthless. Seeing the thing beneath him, Tang Machi took a step back in shock. How is this possible? For 2 whole years in the previous lifetime, there had never been mention of any zombie animal, leading to the widespread belief that the virus was synthesized by humans specifically targeting human genes. This zombie chimpanzee baffled Tang Machi. Was this really the same world as before? Don't be afraid, Momo. Misunderstanding that Tang Machi was merely frightened, Tang Jianfeng grasped his chin and locked gazes with him. What's wrong? I'm here. Tang Machi took a deep breath, raised his gun, and aimed at the chimp's eye. After one shot, the struggling chimp immediately stilled, collapsing stiffly onto the snowy ground. I'm fine, brother. We must find out whether this is coincidental or inevitable, Tang Machi said as he pulled out the blade. There was no blood on the knife, only thick, black goo. As they spoke, creatures within the warehouse had begun gathering near the entrance. Finally, Tang Machi could make out what was creating the noise. They were evil and repulsive. To be precise, these were not creatures that could naturally occur in nature, instead, they resembled demons from hell. Their dirty and deformed monkey bodies were covered with all sorts of pus-filled sores. Even more grotesquely, the backs of these small monkeys had sprouted a pair of membranous bone wings of varying sizes. The flesh-colored wings were dripping with mucus. Little Chi Yizuyue, who followed the call of the black chimpanzee, shuddered upon seeing these disgusting creatures, and Shen Jianqi immediately pulled him behind himself protectively. Zombie animals? Yizuyue asked, his face pale. What are these things? Did you notice anything unusual? Tang Jianfeng gently caressed Tang Machi's nape to help him relax gradually. Meanwhile, he enlarged the flame wall slightly, also guarding Shen and Yi together. Most warehouses here have been sealed off. Only the smaller logistics area's warehouses are open. Behind Shen Jianqi, his vines quivered, ready for action. There are far too few zombies in this logistics center. We've walked around a lot but only found over 10 zombies, all of which were primitive ones that haven't mutated. Yizuyue counted on his fingers. And all these warehouses have been sealed, which is rather strange for a logistics center. Tang Machi nodded understandingly, either there's really some secret here, or it was just lucky enough to evacuate on time. But judging by the current situation, it's 8 out of 10 chances for the former. What's that sound? Shen Jianqi's vines instantly stretched longer, sharp thorns emerging from their stems. The rumbling grew louder, quickly drowning out the screeches of the flying monkeys. Look! Yizuyue pointed towards the warehouse entrance, shocked by the light emanating from within. An orange-yellow beam pierced through the darkness and gradually approached. Only then did they realize it came from 2 enormous searchlights mounted on an excavator. As its engine roared, the orange-yellow giant lifted its shovel, and the new track struck the ground with crisp, clink-clink-clink sounds. The monsters gathered at the entrance glared at them fiercely but seemed like they met their natural enemy. They all hunched and wailed as if retreating in a flood before the massive excavator finally exited the warehouse. Everyone saw the old man covered in filth jump down from the driver's seat, smiling warmly at them, seemingly welcoming distant visitors despite being dirty and bearded. Tang Jianfeng took down the flame wall, watching the old man approach them unhurriedly step by step. Welcome, the old man stopped 3 meters away from them, brushing the sticky filth off his clothes like a genuinely ordinary, friendly old man opening his arms wide. It's cold outside. Why don't we go inside and talk? Seeing their caution, the elder showed no resentment, but instead invited them with a warm expression. We haven't had strangers visit in a long time here. Rest assured, it's safe inside. No need, we're leaving soon. Tang Jianfeng frowned and declined. Ha! The elder chuckled for some unknown reason. I have answers you seek. Are you sure you won't come in to take a look? After staring at him for a while, Tang Jianfeng slightly nodded, keeping Tang Machi protected behind him. The four climbed aboard the excavator, entering the pitch-black warehouse gate with loud rumbling sounds. Brother? Confusion crossed Tang Machi's face as Tang Jianfeng held his hand. No worries, I know who he is now. While holding his hand, Tang Jianfeng subtly wrote a character on Tang Machi's palm. Tang Machi's eyes widened with disbelief when he looked at the old man in the driver's seat, and he shot Tang Jianfeng an incredulous glance. Tang Jianfeng faintly nodded and then silently shook his head. Tang Jianfeng quietly observed the elder man. Despite his filthy state, his complexion though pale was energetic. Especially, the aura of superiority still hung over him, showing that his life had not been particularly hard. But why would he stay in this desolate Northwest logistics center? And why would these intimidating zombie monkeys be so frightened and wary of him? Silently, the four followed the old man as he got off the vehicle and led them into a tiny room tucked away in a corner. To their surprise, it contained a functioning elevator with buttons only to go downward. Inside the elevator, there were no buttons for different floors, only a password entry device. After the old man entered the genetic code, the elevator began descending non-stop. It continued for more than half a minute before stopping. With a soft ding, the elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a scene that caused everyone to pause mid-breath, experiencing a disorienting sense of time reversal. The bright and clean hall was bustling with personnel in formal attire or work uniforms, interspersed with researchers in white lab coats. Everyone moved briskly yet orderly. Their arrival didn't cause even the slightest ripple, not a single person spared them a glance, as if their coming was the most normal thing. Tang Machi stared incredulously at every corner of this place, busy, orderly, and because of this busyness, it radiated an aura of civilization, as though they had returned to the pre-apocalyptic world, where this was just an ordinary company lobby. The old man took them to register with a woman. Name and ID number, the woman said coldly, casting them a quick glance before returning her attention to the computer screen. After reporting their identity information, each of the four received a small plastic badge that they pinned onto their chests with a safety pin. Follow me, the woman nodded to the elder and then led them into a disinfection room for inspection. After confirming that they had no wounds on their bodies, she sprayed a layer of green paint onto their badges and subsequently guided them into another room, instructing them to wait. The elderly man who brought them in earlier had already disappeared. The four sat dumbfounded in a bright room that resembled more of a ward, with two immaculate beds laid out, stark and bare. So, where are we? Yizue carefully touched the pristine white bedsheet, still overwhelmed by the shock. Special Zone 1, Tang Jianfeng lightly traced the TS embossed carving on his chest badge, appearing composed. I always thought this was merely a fictional organization. Tang Machi's voice carried a hint of astonishment, but it turns out there really is such an institution. Tang Jianfeng pulled him to sit next to himself. I only encountered it once during a mission. That old man is their external liaison. I'm still unclear, what makes Special Zone 1 so special? Yizue looked questioningly at Tang Jianfeng. Tang Jianfeng glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner and said, it's a shadowy organization, unseen by the light, but it gathers the top experts from all fields across the country. Here, there is no law, no hierarchy, not even moral constraints. Their sole purpose is to complete tasks. Tang Machi smeared some green paint powder on his finger and wiped it off with the bedsheet, continuing, they report directly to the president. You mean? Shen Jianxi gasped in shock, opening his mouth before closing it again. Tang Jianfeng looked at him and nodded. Wait and see. Just as someone opened the door and entered, Tang Jianfeng gently whispered these words to Tang Machi. Chapter 103, Reconnaissance. You're very smart, said the thin man in the white lab coat as he took off his glasses and smiled at Tang Jianfeng. You're from the system. Tang Jianfeng nodded slightly. I didn't expect we'd be so lucky to find the legendary Zone 1. I'm Li Qiuming from the biochemical department. Li Qiuming introduced himself without a direct response. Tang Jianfeng felt the dampness of Tang Machi's palm and silently withdrew his hand, naturally wiping his face with his palm while asking, since Zone 1 is intact, I assume you've already done comprehensive research on the zombie virus. You are humanity's hope. Li Qiuming squinted his eyes but did not respond to Tang Jianfeng. Instead, he fiddled with a pen in his hand and spoke, the entire world is ravaged by the virus, leaving ordinary humans struggling for survival. But you special ability users have become the lucky ones. Isn't that cruel? Tang Machi frowned slightly, wanting to rebut but stopped when Tang Jianfeng squeezed her hand hard. She hesitated before nodding reluctantly. Seeing Yizue and Shen Jianxi also nod, she relaxed slightly, understanding her brother's plan was falling into place. You've undergone rigorous training, you're a real warrior. Your special ability is powerful, something we desperately need. The man in the white coat looked satisfied as the other three gradually became vacant-eyed. He appeared both surprised and greedy seeing Tang Jianfeng still alert and clear-headed. But I've given you the maximum dosage of drugs, and you won't last long if your physical structure remains human. Tang Jianfeng's expression changed dramatically, as his hands erupted into a faint blue flame, instantly evaporating the moisture in the air. The man in the white coat stepped back several paces, looking composed but emitting an eerie, "heh-heh" sound. His eyes glinted greedily as he leaned against the wall farthest from Tang Jianfeng, applauding softly. 2 seconds later, the flames on Tang Jianfeng's hands vanished suddenly, and he collapsed unconscious. The door of the room immediately burst open, revealing a group of workers clad tightly in biohazard suits rushing in with stretchers. They lifted all 4 individuals onto stretchers, strapped them down, and then left one after another. In the dimly lit room, only the piercing light of the operating lamp remained. With his torso bare, Tang Jianfeng was bound to the operating table, surrounded by researchers ready to check and activate various instruments. "Teacher, we must do this. His special abilities are incredibly powerful, more than any we've ever encountered." Li Qiuming's voice was filled with excitement, bordering on shouting. "Teacher. The experiment has reached its most critical phase. Are you sure you can restrain such a powerful ability user?" An old yet icy voice interrupted Li Qiuming's excited declaration. "I'm sure. Look at him now, lying here obediently. Once the reject reaction of the special ability users is confirmed, not only will we be able to eradicate zombies, but also those special ability users." Li Qiuming's voice was laced with venomous hatred, as though he was ready to tear Tang Jianfeng apart at that moment. "But I'm not sure, Qiuming. Don't let hatred cloud your judgment. You know our mission clearly, eliminating special ability users isn't our primary goal," came the elder's weary tone. After a brief pause, he sighed helplessly. "Do what you want with these people. I'll explain internally." "Thank you, teacher. I will succeed. I will avenge." Li Qiuming choked with excitement. With his eyes closed, Tang Jianfeng waited until he was certain the entire operating room had been completely sealed before slowly opening his eyes. Blue flames quietly emerged from his limbs. Without close inspection, no one would notice. Tang Jianfeng had long heard about the modus operandi of Zone 1, it was an organization driven by missions and goals, and they wouldn't rescue civilians without cause. Thus, their sudden act of mercy toward them seemed highly unlikely. So, from the start, Tang Jianfeng had kept extreme caution and subtly hinted for the other 3 to play along. Heavy doses of hypnotic drugs had been placed on their chests' nameplates, the green spray paint mixed with highly volatile drugs that gradually infiltrated their systems through their breathing. As soon as Tang Jianfeng noticed something was wrong, he informed Tang Machi. She quickly retrieved spring water and stimulants from her spatial storage and applied them to her palms, discreetly passing them over to others through subtle handshakes. However, due to the potency of the drugs, Tang Machi and the others eventually lost consciousness. Although affected briefly, Tang Jianfeng only experienced a few minutes of disorientation before regaining focus, thanks to the stimulation provided by the drug-induced pain sensation. The blue inferno quickly burned and melted the steel ropes on his limbs, the scorching molten metal dripping onto the damp floor with a piercing hiss. The entire operating room froze for a moment as everyone abruptly looked up, staring in panic at Tang Jianfeng, who had calmly sat up. "You!" Li Qiuming trembled as he stepped back, disbelief clouding his eyes. Before he could utter another word, Tang Jianfeng grabbed him by the neck. With one hand choking Li Qiuming and the other igniting flames, Tang Jianfeng let out a boom that shattered the focused surgical lamp into fragments under the fierce blaze. Instantly, the operating room plunged into darkness, and it took a few seconds for vision to be restored under the dim green lights of the equipment. However, both Tang Jianfeng and Li Qiuming had vanished from their original spots. "Sound the alarm immediately." Level 2, an assistant screamed, more fear than panic flickering in his eyes. Immediately, the red emergency lights began flashing in the darkness, and the deafening alarms blared throughout the biochemical department. Tang Jianfeng couldn't care less about how much chaos was being created across the entire biochemical department. He indeed found Tang Machi and the others. Unsurprisingly, Tang Machi was already awake while Yi Ziyue and Shin Jianxi had disappeared. Seeing her brother, Tang Machi's eyes brightened immediately, signaling that everything was going smoothly. Tang Jianfeng nodded, striking Li Qiuming unconscious with a palm strike. "What about them too?" Tang Jianfeng tossed Li Qiuming aside, stepping forward and supporting his sister around the waist. "They're fine, still a little disoriented. I let them enter the spatial dimension to rest." Tang Machi sniffed her brother's scent, inhaling deeply, unconsciously leaning her head against his neck. Tang Jianfeng felt his heart melt at her adorable act of affection, knowing she might still be affected by the drugs. Gently hugging her tighter, he carried her toward the exit. "Mo, let's look for any data about the virus." Before leaving, Tang Jianfeng tore off Li Qiuming's work ID, successfully bypassing the security gate. "Alright," following brother's instructions, Tang Machi snuggled softly into his chest, still feeling weak, her eyelids lazily drooping as she seemed extra sweet and pitiful. Tang Jianfeng adoringly kissed her ear, wanting nothing more than to cuddle her close and lavish affection on her, but given the location and time, the incessant alarm reminded him of the urgency. Suppressing his urge, Tang Jianfeng reluctantly hugged his younger sister closer as they moved along, occasionally kissing her forehead and ears. Along the way, Tang Jianfeng destroyed all surveillance cameras, following the office number indicated on Li Qiuming's work ID until they arrived at his office. As expected, the access permissions had been altered, Li Qiuming's ID couldn't open the door anymore. Tang Jianfeng swiftly melted the lock and kicked open the anti-theft door, entering while still carrying Tang Machi. He placed Tang Machi on the couch for her to rest before destroying the 2 surveillance cameras in the office. Then, he used a metallic trophy he melted down to weld the door shut. Turning around, seeing Tang Machi sip some spring water slowly, he finally calmed down to begin searching through Li Qiuming's research materials. Being a direct disciple of the dean of the biochemical department, almost all the department's research projects involved him. Li Qiuming's files were arranged impeccably neat, carefully ordered by time sequence. Tang Jianfeng retrieved all documents after June 2020, piling them all onto the coffee table in front of the sofa. He then brought over the computer host. Tang Machi quietly lay there for a few minutes until the dizziness ceased, and she sat up, scanning all the documents on the sofa into her spatial dimension. In the end, Tang Machi decided that since they were temporarily safe, they should sweep through the entire office. She stored all the data into her spatial dimension. To cover their tracks, Tang Machi even brought out approximately the same amount of paper and an unused computer host from her spatial dimension. Tang Jianfeng set fire to all these, turning them into ash. Content with their work, they both climbed into the ventilation shaft, deciding to hide for a while. Climbing 3 levels up through the air ducts, they stopped as the openings above became too narrow for any adult. Deciding to take refuge in her spatial dimension temporarily, they planned to emerge later. When they entered, Yizhue and Shen Jianxi had fully recovered and were now noisily cooking according to a recipe book. Though neither had particularly skilled hands, Yizhue managed a basic understanding due to what he picked up from his brother, at least distinguishing oil, salt, vinegar, and soy sauce, while Shen Jianxi only caused more trouble. Despite strictly adhering to the steps outlined in the recipe, though the taste of the dishes might not be remarkable, at least there wasn't the visual disaster typical of dark cuisine. Starving from the ordeal, Tang Jianfeng and Tang Machi didn't bother about excessive saltiness or oil, and they eagerly devoured large mouthfuls of rice and the food served. After the meal, the 4 of them sat around on a rug in the living room, with Li Qiuming's research materials piled up on the coffee table. They began reviewing the timeline from the outbreak of the virus, picking out several projects of higher importance. After 2 hours, all 4 of them looked grim. Though most of the professional terms were obscure and difficult to understand, the experiment results and image displays in the projects clearly showed everyone what had happened at a glance. "Brother, look at this," Tang Machi pulled out a red official notice that was tucked within the files. This notice had been issued 2 months ago and someone had forcefully crossed it out with a black marker pen. The force used to pierce through the paper clearly showed how infuriated the person who drew the cross must have been. Chapter 104, Hope. A red file header, with only a few lines of text beneath, the stance was clear. It required minimizing the impact of the toxins on the psychics. But judging from the treatment this document had received, it was obvious that Li Qiuming's attitude was very clear. The 4 individuals gleaned an important piece of information from Li Qiuming's materials. Evidently, Zone 1 had invested in the research of the zombie virus from the very beginning, and one could even sense their awareness of the virus long before its outbreak. With cutting-edge scientific research power and relentless efforts in conjunction with various departments, they finally made some discoveries. Regrettably, however, no biological entity capable of eradicating the virus was discovered, nor had they successfully developed a vaccine targeting the virus. However, one experimental team took an unconventional approach and found an alternative route. If the virus couldn't be killed or its spread stopped, why not directly eliminate its host? Yet, ordinary notions of corpse-dissolving water or drugs were prohibitively expensive, especially in the current state of industrial stagnation and transportation paralysis. It would be impossible to eliminate zombie corpses numbering in the billions, and the amount required even for a larger city might far exceed current capacity. Thus, they could only resort to biological methods, using the self-reproducing nature of biology to achieve the immense quantity needed. This idea was quickly proposed, especially after discovering that a toxin produced by a certain fungal spore greatly impacted the zombie virus. Under normal circumstances, the rate of decay of human corpses infected with the zombie virus was linked to the rank of the zombies. The higher the rank, the slower the decay. For instance, level 1 zombies, according to observations and predictions by Zone 1, would lose mobility after about 5 years. Level 2 zombies were estimated to last between 10 and 15 years, while the time frame for level 3 and above remained undetermined. After nearly half a year of experimentation and optimization, the study was nearing completion. The modified fungal strain could adapt to the harsh climate outside, and its spores could enter dormancy after experiencing low temperatures, rapidly growing and reproducing when exposed to suitable temperatures. The fungus would produce large quantities of spores that spread into the air, attaching to the zombies' bodies upon contact. These spores emitted a special toxin as they rotted, which effectively inhibited the biological energy of the virus, causing the parasitized organisms to rapidly decompose. According to Li Qiuming's research data, level 1 zombies exposed fully to the spore-filled air could last only 1 to 2 months, while level 2 zombies could survive for about a year. Due to the lack of suitable test subjects, the condition for level 3 and above zombies remained uncertain. Originally, the results of this experiment were highly encouraging, particularly given the high survival rate of this fungal strain, making it arguably the most effective solution worldwide to the devastation caused by zombie hordes. However, serious problems arose during the live body simulation experiments. The spore toxin caused irreparable damage to psychics. Perhaps the physical mutation experienced by psychics did indeed share a mysterious connection with the virus. In any case, psychics exposed to the spore-laden air began to experience danger starting with their lungs, followed by other organs. This particular experiment remained at a standstill in Li Qiuming's records, despite the explicit instructions in the Redhead document mandating the reduction of the toxin's impact on psychics. Until this task was completed, this experiment would remain impractical for implementation. However, judging by Li Qiuming's attitude toward them and how the Redhead document was treated, it was evident that he had no intention of completing the assigned task. Tang Jianfeng and his group also found evidence within Li Qiuming's research records. His experiments involving psychics were extremely brutal, with horrifying images displayed. It seems like Li Qiuming isn't just failing to complete the task, he's heading in the opposite direction, Shen Jianqi said, holding Yi Zheyu in her arms. The four people exchanged opinions while munching on fruit. If it weren't for the effects on psychics, this method would currently be the most effective way to suppress the zombie army. Once the number of zombies drastically decreases, the population of high-level zombies can be controlled as well, giving humanity a chance to fight back. Tang Jianfeng frowned, unconsciously pinching the earlobe of Tang Machi, who rested his head on Tang Jianfeng's lap. The biochemical department is under the control of Li Qiuming and his mentor, Chen Jun. Tang Machi absent-mindedly tapped a few words on the first page of a project proposal dated 2018, Biochemical Minister, Chen Jun. He then flipped through to the acknowledgement section at the end, pointing out the words, Mentor Chen Jun, before continuing, I saw their photo together in Li Qiuming's office. Mo, Yi Zheyu, munching on a strawberry, called out lazily with a soft tone. Tang Machi turned to look at him with a smile in his eyes. The child was becoming more and more bold. On the other hand, Yi Zheyu sat up straight, coughed once, and laughed cheekily after being warned by a glance from Tang Jianfeng, Brother Qi, why don't we steal some of the toxic fungus and study it ourselves? Stealing some might not be a problem, but we lack experts. Not only would we fail to conduct any research, we wouldn't even grasp the basics. It's best not to waste our time. Shen Jianqi ruffled his hair, mercilessly destroying the child's wild idea. Tang Machi put down the materials in his hands, knocking off his brother's hand pinching his earlobe, and turned over to face Yi Zheyu and the others. No matter what, we absolutely cannot let Li Qiuming continue his research. If one day he goes insane and directly spreads the toxic fungus, the entire group of psychics will be under mortal threat. But if we could improve the toxic fungus, reducing its harm to psychics, then zombies would decay faster, allowing more survivors to survive. Tang Jianfeng sighed, clearly they were trapped in a vicious circle. The capable Li Qiuming was determined to use the toxic fungus to harm psychics, and despite knowing Li Qiuming's danger, they couldn't harm him because he represented the only possible method to save humanity currently. The four fell silent for a while, then Tang Machi broke the silence first. Let's stay hidden here and gather information before deciding on a countermeasure. We know too little about Zone 1, and have no resources available. Yi Zheyu agreed immediately. Tang Jianfeng nodded, and said, Wei Liang and Huang Sheng aren't aware of our situation yet. I'll go back and inform them to set off. Then meet back up with you guys. After discussing, Tang Jianfeng returned to the gas station first while the three remained hidden in Zone 1 gathering intelligence. Tang Machi packed him a backpack mainly filled with food and tools. After changing clothes, Tang Jianfeng melted an iron plate, climbed out through the elevator shaft. After Tang Jianfeng left, Tang Machi lost all interest in working. Luckily, Yi Zheyu was enthusiastic about this kind of spy-like reconnaissance mission, taking over most of the work along with Shen Jianqi. The temperature had obviously dropped. Though psychics' resistance to low temperatures had significantly improved, the cold still made people instinctively pull their hands closer to their bodies. Fortunately, they were deep underground where it was much warmer, around -5 degrees Celsius compared to the surface which was below -20 degrees Celsius. With Shen Jianqi's help via her vines, their covert investigation proceeded fairly successfully so far without being discovered. The whole biochemical department was still under first-level lockdown with scarce human activity, making it easier for them to move around. At 3 p.m., the three entered a storage room through an exhaust vent. Inside, there were some experimental reagents stored, and they treated this place as their temporary rendezvous point. Yi Zheyu and Shen Jianqi each held one of Tang Machi's hands, and the three disappeared instantly from where they stood. Inside the space, it was warm like springtime. Since they needed to act conveniently, they wore thin clothing, and removing their coats upon entering the space was just right. Ah, the cherries are ripe again. Yi Zheyu joyfully ran towards the cherry tree laden with bright red fruit and tiptoed to pick one with his mouth. So sweet. In this space, various fruit trees grew abundantly. The excess fruits were dehydrated or turned into jams and candied fruits. From their previous trip south, they traded for many items, leaving the leftovers in the courtyard in Kyoto, freeing up quite a few jars and containers. Now Tang Machi planned to process the surplus fruits and preserve them further. Shen Jianqi automatically pushed over 3 supermarket carts and some fruit baskets from the supplies pile. The three began eating and picking while aided by Shen Jianqi's vines, quickly stripping several cherry trees clean. They didn't stop there but continued to harvest the vegetables and fruits that were ripe in the fields. So satisfying. Yi Zheyu lay on the wooden floor of the veranda surrounded by piles of vegetables and fruits waiting to be washed. Little Wolf returned from wandering somewhere, covered in dust with fresh blood stains on its mouth. It smelled around and came close to Yi Zheyu's legs. Get away. Tang Machi watched Shen Jianqi dragging carts of fruit to wash upstream by the stream, and kicked Little Wolf with his foot. Little Wolf had fully grown into an adult wolf. In the space, it enjoyed freedom and abundant prey. Its eyes were sharp, its limbs strong, and its fur glossy and lustrous. When standing upright, it nearly reached the height of a man. After being lightly kicked by Tang Machi, Little Wolf whimpered, hanging its tail low and scampering off. Hey, Mo, let's sort the ingredients first. Today, I found a lot of good stuff. Yi Zheyu propped himself up on one elbow, his face full of mischievous laughter. After washing a cartload of fruits and vegetables, Shen Jianxi felt so hot that he took off his top. Under the bright daylight, his muscular body was well defined with smooth lines, broad shoulders and a narrow waist, exuding explosive strength, and either water droplets or sweat trickled down along the muscles. When Yi Zheyu glanced at him, his eyes immediately lit up greedily, and he even swallowed audibly. But under a glance from Shen Jianxi, he hurriedly ran over to help. Tang Machi, on the other hand, didn't care much. He looked up at the sky and realized that he hadn't noticed when the light in this space had become significantly brighter than when he first discovered it. After the last expansion of the space, Tang Machi hadn't had the chance to fully explore how much the space had grown and where its boundaries were. Chapter 105. The temperature dropped severely, and the blizzard was extremely strong. Turning around the cliff frozen like an icy wall, the view suddenly filled with fresh green, full of vitality and warmth. The whole valley was shrouded in mist, with a pleasant temperature. When Tang Jianfeng reached the valley, the car was parked on the only mountain path, and Huang Sheng was on top of the car holding his gun on alert. Seeing him, Huang Sheng was very happy and jumped down directly. Brother Feng, you're finally back, everyone was so worried. Where are Brother Qi and Yeye? Huang Sheng took over Tang Jianfeng's backpack while whistling. Momo and the others have some temporary matters, they will be back after a while. How about everyone? Are they all okay? Tang Jianfeng patted Huang Sheng's shoulder, feeling relieved that Zone 1 hadn't managed to find them yet. They're all fine. We waited for a day, and the blizzard was about to come down, so Brother Chen brought us here first. Huang Sheng led Tang Jianfeng around a bend, and the wind suddenly disappeared. Huang Sheng removed the snow-covered headgear and took a deep breath. It was warm inside the valley, with the surrounding peaks reducing the wind force. Snowflakes were falling from the sky, but without the wind's intensity, they appeared gentle and friendly. Numerous hot springs emitted steam, and small patches of green grew beside them. Brother Chen and the others are repairing the houses, we just started laying the foundation today. Huang Sheng splashed some warm spring water on his frozen arms. The temperature here is higher than we imagined. Brother Chen plans to clear a patch of land and plant some vegetables first. Let's go take a look. Tang Jianfeng clearly also approved of the climate in the valley, few people around, with mountains as barriers, making it hard for zombies to easily intrude. Huang Sheng led him past a foggy pool, but what lay ahead surprised Tang Jianfeng. Oops, I forgot to mention, there were already people here when we arrived. They fled from a nearby small base which was attacked by zombies. Only 36 people escaped into this valley. Tang Jianfeng nodded in understanding. Chen Weiliang happened to see them at that moment and immediately put down his tools and ran over. Brother Feng. The Xiaki group. Chen Weiliang's worry was interrupted by Tang Jianfeng. They're fine and will come over in some time. I returned mainly to check your safety. Tang Jianfeng didn't elaborate much, but Chen Weiliang had already realized that something significant must have occurred, so he didn't ask further and instead led him to the construction site. A middle-aged man came forward, and Chen Weiliang introduced him rather politely, Uncle Wang, this is our leader, Tang Jianfeng. Uncle Wang didn't look particularly old, but among that group, he was considered a leader, and everyone respectfully called him Uncle Wang. Hello, my name is Wang Jin, welcome. Wang Jin could see that these people were powerful, well-equipped with abundant supplies and ample weapons, indicating they were prepared. Therefore, he never put on airs and only hoped both sides could peacefully coexist. After all, his side was truly the group of refugees. Tang Jianfeng, we rely on your care in the future. Tang Jianfeng gave a brief greeting and then took the surrounding members aside for a meeting. Their temporary residence was a container unloaded from the truck. A few men weren't particular, they laid out quilts to rest. Everyone gathered around the only dining table to listen to Tang Jianfeng's instructions. We will return in less than half a month. You need to be cautious, prioritize safety. If anyone with weapons attempts to forcefully break in, show no mercy. Tang Jianfeng looked serious, with slightly furrowed brows, and everyone understood this wasn't a joke and listened attentively. After Tang Jianfeng explained their recent encounter clearly, Huang Sheng excitedly lowered his voice to say, if we can find a solution this time, won't the zombies be eliminated? Total elimination might not be possible, but the situation will surely improve completely. At least humans will have the possibility of survival, Tang Jianfeng smiled, hoping it always warmed people's souls, even if it's just a spark, it can spread. Don't worry, we'll definitely guard this place well. Chen Weiliang nodded firmly, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Tang Jianfeng set off early the next morning. Though he knew Tang Machi had space at hand and could turn danger into safety, he still couldn't help but worry. The cold northern wind outside the valley cut like a blade, and the body heat quickly dissipated. Tang Jianfeng frowned, this winter was just as cold as the previous one, unsure whether the Kyoto base could hold up. While Tang Jianfeng was still on the way, Tang Machi and the others had already scouted the entire biozone. They measured the area and calculated a structural map to aid their future actions but unexpectedly found a discrepancy. Through repeated measurements and explorations, they ultimately discovered a completely sealed mysterious space, a fully airtight room with no ventilation. This is getting interesting. I thought we were about to run out of things to do, but it seems Li Qiuming is rather cautious, Yizue said excitedly. Let's tidy up first. Starting tomorrow, focus on monitoring this area. Tang Machi's finger lightly tapped the section of the map marked as the point of interest, narrowing her eyes and faintly smiling. After discussing the plan for the next day, there was still plenty of time, so Tang Machi retrieved an off-road vehicle. The three prepared to venture deeper into the zone, which had expanded countless times, turning the original pond into one the size of a small lake. Still, the center of the pool continued to bubble with spring water gurgling up. There wasn't any clear distinction between day and night within the space. It only dimmed periodically, not in sync with the outside world's day and night cycles. The trio drove nearly 5 hours opposite the direction of the shore. Without any roads in the space, they slowly moved along the riverbed. Even so, after 5 hours, they covered at least 200 kilometers, yet the scenery remained unchanged. On one side of the river lay endless grasslands, while on the other stood dense forests, as if strictly demarcated by someone in an orderly and wondrous manner. Within the vast space, there was no sound of insects or birds, the only noise was the rustling of wind through the tree branches and tips of the grass. A fresh, faint fragrance of plants greeted them at every breath, relaxing their bodies. Standing here felt like complete immersion in nature. It was hard to imagine that the outside world had become a living hell filled with zombies and freezing snow. Let's rest for the night. We've got tasks tomorrow morning. Shen Jianxi parked the car, and the three dragged their camping gear out of the car. Yizue was fascinated by these supplies, quickly setting up the fire pit and barbecue rack, eager to cook the ingredients they brought. By the time Shen Jianxi and Tang Machi finished pitching the tent, Yizue had already grilled a full large plate of barbecued meat. The scent of roasted meat ignited everyone's appetites. Tang Machi dropped the tools and hurried over without washing her hands, grabbing a big piece of meat and stuffing it into her mouth. The crispy exterior hid tender strips of pork belly inside. It was hot but delicious, originating from pigs grown inside the space. The meat was exceptionally fresh, and Yizue had seasoned it beforehand. Tang Machi enjoyed it immensely, closing her eyes in delight as she bit down, releasing rich, fragrant oils mixed with the aroma and salty flavors of the sauce. It was almost irresistible enough to make one want to swallow even their tongue. On the other side, Yizue had cooled down a slice of meat to feed to Shen Jianxi after he returned from washing his hands. Is it good? Is it good? Yizue asked expectantly, and Shen Jianxi was also surprised by the exquisite taste of the barbecue. Another piece, yeah. You're incredible, this is too good. Tang Machi couldn't care less about their public display of affection, devouring 5 to 6 pieces before realizing she needed to wash her hands. When Tang Machi came back from washing her hands, Shen Jianxi had taken over the barbecue duties, and Yizue lay sprawled on a folding chair, holding a pair of tongs in each hand, munching away happily. Ah, it's a pity Brother Feng isn't here. When we get back, we have to definitely organize a barbecue so everyone can try this, Yizue grinned, suggesting cheerfully. Once all three were full, they reclined in their chairs, digesting. Such a lifestyle was unimaginable to Tang Machi from her past life. In that life, she initially hadn't awakened her abilities and had been protected daily by Tang Jianfeng. Though she didn't encounter danger, the psychological pain was unbearable. Added to that were the threats of zombies, leading her to live each day in constant fear. Later, after awakening her powers, she was captured for research, making her existence worse than death. Tang Machi sighed. Fate had indeed favored her this time, allowing her to return with the space and find her brother. This time, she would no longer be a burden. This time, she wouldn't let others sacrifice themselves for her. Seeing her sigh, Yizue assumed she was regretting Tang Jianfeng's absence. He laughed and teased, Momo, Brother Feng should be coming back soon. Stop being like a lamenting woman, we need to keep our spirits high for work. Tang Machi rolled her eyes skyward with exasperation, retorting, Shen Jianxi, control your kid. Shen Jianxi chuckled lowly, leaning forward to kiss the corner of Yizue's mouth. Alright, let's all get some early rest. The tent was spacious, with 2 inner rooms and 1 outer room. Yizue and Shen Jianxi shared one room while Tang Machi had the other. She waited until they had gone into their room before extinguishing the fire pit and doing a quick wash before entering hers. At a little past 6 the next morning, the three were already packed and ready to go. This time, their objective was clear, the concealed space they discovered, artfully hidden across several zones in a long, narrow passageway. If it weren't for their multiple explorations during a particularly dull period, they might never have found this place. Since their last raid on Li Qiuming's office, the entire biozone had been under high alert, its defense systems tightly enforced. Tang Machi and the others had relied solely on the space and Shen Jianxi's vines to navigate through various blind spots of surveillance. This time, the three spread out into different corners. Yizue hid inside a ventilation duct, Shen Jianxi positioned himself in a data repository with his vines guiding the cameras through electrical conduits and into light fixtures along the corridor. Tang Machi, however, sat comfortably in an unoccupied office with a great vantage point, observing through the slats of the Venetian blinds. However, after an entire day of monitoring, the trio came up empty-handed. It wasn't until just after 10 o'clock in the evening, as they were about to wrap up their surveillance, that Yisua's urgent voice crackled over the earpieces. Wait, something's off. Before either Tang Machi or Shinjianshi could respond, an ear-splitting screech burst through their headsets, nearly knocking them unconscious. Their heads throbbed painfully as they frantically tore off their earpieces and tried to contact Yisua, only to be met with silence. Chapter 106. Yeah. After a violent ringing in his ears, Tang Machi finally heard Shinjianshi's anxious calls. Tang Machi closed his eyes, and a wind blade emerged from his hand, instantly shattering the Venetian blinds along with the glass. Panting, Tang Machi abruptly opened his eyes, clutching his head and shrinking into the corner. The staccato gunfire and flying debris overwhelmed his senses in an instant. Brother Shen. Tang Machi drew his gun, Shinjianshi's voice disappeared from the earpiece. Frustrated, Tang Machi swore and tore off the earpiece only to find it broken. The wind blade in Tang Machi's hand swiftly slid out the window, eliciting cries of agony outside. However, more footsteps were rushing toward this direction. Worrying about Yisua and Shinjianshi, he was unwilling to just hide away. As the gunfire grew denser outside, Tang Machi gritted his teeth, determination shining in his eyes as he slowly stood against the wall. Go in and check. The gunfire stopped outside, and Li Qiuming's voice faintly came through amidst the dust and gunpowder smoke. Tang Machi held his breath, concealed in a blind spot. The two men who entered quietly to investigate had their throats silently cut by the wind blade. Breathing heavily, Tang Machi gathered a storm in his left hand, spinning madly, sweeping even the surrounding air into its fury. Hee, you can't escape. If you come out now, I will consider giving you some preferential treatment later. Li Qiuming's voice echoed from outside, do you think I don't know you're still hiding here? There are infrared sensors in these walls, not even a rat could escape my eyes. Pale-faced, Tang Machi's storm in his left hand had grown to the thickness of a person's waist, dimly colored, almost ready to drip with ink, brimming with massive energy. Outside, fearing his wind blade, they hesitated to enter for the moment, which gave him ample time. Just as Li Qiuming grew impatient waiting, Tang Machi stepped out slowly. Before the crazed look of disdain and excitement fully unfolded in Li Qiuming's eyes, Tang Machi hurled the storm towards him. Spread out, quick. By the time Li Qiuming saw the storm in Tang Machi's hand, it was already too late. The immense whirlwind went berserk the moment it left Tang Machi's control. Two nearby people were immediately pulverized, swept inside without even a chance to scream. In a swift movement, Tang Machi crouched down and sidestepped, kicking Li Qiuming forcefully back. Cough, painfully curling up his body, Li Qiuming trembled and tried to get up while leaning on the wall. The storm blocked the view of the thugs on that side, and the lights in the corridor couldn't withstand the force and exploded. Tang Machi let out a cold laugh, lifting Li Qiuming with one hand before both disappeared on the spot. Li Qiuming was thrown directly away, landing on the grass over 10 meters away, an arm fractured at an awkward angle beneath him. Ho, Li Qiuming panted roughly, ignoring the pain in his body as he kneeled half up, bewilderedly looking at the surrounding beautiful natural scenery, teleportation. No, space. Ha, Li Qiuming glared fiercely at Tang Machi's eyes, space. Heaven truly favors you. Tang Machi slowly walked over, exhausted from excessive use of abilities, appearing pale, with the wind blade in his hand now thin and weak. However, when he flicked it, it still directly scraped a chunk of flesh from Li Qiuming's face. Ah! Li Qiuming screamed in pain as he fell to the ground. Stepping hard on his shoulder, Tang Machi spoke harshly, how do you like my favor? Where are they? Ho, if you let me go. I'll lead you, to them. Breathing easier, Li Qiuming's face was covered in blood, but his eyes were brighter than ever. Tang Machi stared at him for 2 seconds. If you hesitate, they will be dismembered. Li Qiuming maliciously gloated. Tang Machi grabbed him, and in an instant, they reappeared back in the previously immaculate corridor, which now looked completely ravaged. Emergency lights flickered dimly, the ceiling destroyed and crumbled all over the floor. Broken lamp tubes, glass, copious amounts of blood, and unidentified chunks of meat scattered everywhere. The smell of dust and blood in the air was nauseating. Take me there. Coldly dragging Li Qiuming along, Tang Machi clenched his fists tightly behind his teeth. Cough, your ability surprises me, surpassing all others I've encountered. Li Qiuming showed no concern for the chaos around him, instead casually engaging in conversation. Tang Machi ignored him, secretly gauging their direction forward. Li Qiuming soon stopped before a wall and began tapping it in an irregular rhythm. Vibration control. Li Qiuming explained cheerfully. After dozens of taps, the entire wall trembled slightly and cracked open, revealing a gap large enough for one person to pass through. It was pitch black inside, visibility 0. Please, they're inside. Li Qiuming grinned wickedly, his face covered in blood, looking more terrifying than a zombie. Tang Machi followed him inside. It turned out to be a descending staircase. After a few turns, the lighting gradually increased. There was almost no one below. The passageways on both sides had rooms that stretched endlessly, all with glass walls, allowing a clear view of their contents. Some contained experimental equipment, others resembled hospital wards, and still others were prisons designed for confinement. All the rooms here can only be opened from the outside. You find them yourself, I don't know which room they were taken to. After saying this, Li Qiuming slid down along the glass wall, seeming overwhelmed by the fracture and blood loss. Tang Machi didn't move, but a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. You promised to release me. Li Qiuming flinched. I brought you here, they are here. I promised to release you, but I never promised not to hurt you. Suddenly, a long blade appeared in Tang Machi's hand. Li Qiuming's pupils contracted sharply. He wasn't as weak as he had pretended to be. He nimbly dodged to the side, slipping into an open room and locking the door to block Tang Machi's assassination attempt. Li Qiuming grinned wickedly, taunting Tang Machi, who immediately swapped his long blade for a handgun. After several shots, the glass wall remained undamaged. Tang Machi stared at Li Qiuming for a moment. Li Qiuming couldn't die yet. Tang Machi had only intended to severely injure him, but unexpectedly allowed him to escape. Worried about Shen Jianqi and Yi Ziyue, Tang Machi could do nothing to Li Qiuming for now. These rooms could only be opened from the outside, so it was fine that Li Qiuming was trapped inside and couldn't get out. Tang Machi turned around and began searching for Shen Jianqi and Yi Ziyue. As Tang Machi walked, his heart grew heavier. This space felt more like a multifunctional display room, filled with various nauseating experimental subjects. Some were alive, some only had exposed brains visible, some barely looked human, and others resembled grotesque monsters stitched together from different animals. After making a few turns, Tang Machi didn't walk long because every room had glass walls. The benefit was that even slight movement far away could be noticed easily. Out of the corner of his eye, Tang Machi noticed someone in a white coat being violently slammed against the wall near the ceiling of a room, quickly wrapped up by thick vines. The struggling white coat soon lost its vitality. By the time Tang Machi rushed over, the vines seemed to have used up all their energy and fell limp onto the ground. The white-coated figure that had been wrapped also plop onto the floor. Inside the room, Shen Jianqi had fallen back into unconsciousness, and the other white coats, scared stiff, immediately grabbed tools and rushed forward. Outside the room, two men with guns were guarding, and upon seeing Tang Machi, immediately started firing at him. Tang Machi narrowly avoided the bullets by diving to the ground but still took a shot to his arm. The sharp pain made his whole body tremble, but he endured it and quickly got back up. His supernatural abilities were overused, so at this point, he could only use a gun for counterattack. The gunfire quickly attracted more security guards. Biting his teeth, Tang Machi grabbed a grenade, weapons originally meant for killing zombies but which Tang Machi had always known would eventually be used on people. After the explosion, the gunshots diminished. Strangely, the glass walls of these rooms were completely unbroken. Having dealt with the remaining security personnel, Tang Machi pulled out a bandage from his gear and simply wrapped his injured arm, grateful the bullet had passed through. Otherwise, he'd have suffered even more. The white coats in the room had already been frightened out of their wits. The first-level alarms in the entire area were going off wildly, red lights flashing on Tang Machi's deathly pale face, making him look like a devil straight out of hell. To open the door, Tang Machi dragged a security guard who had half his face blown off and pressed his finger to the fingerprint scanner, successfully unlocking the door. Shen Jianqi had completely lost consciousness, failing even to retract the vines behind him. Various tubes were inserted into his body. Who are you? A young white coat blocked Tang Machi's path. Tang Machi coldly glared at him, move or you'll die. You can't take him away. More security will keep coming. You don't have the vibration code. Even if you save him, you won't be able to get out. The young man tried to stop him despite his fear. Tang Machi tilted his head and looked at Shen Jianqi lying on the bed. 3 seconds later, without warning, he turned and fired a shot. A white coat who was trying to sneak out to lock them inside was struck just before stepping out and collapsed with terror. The young man screamed and fell aside. Ignoring them, Tang Machi walked to the bedside and placed his hands on Shen Jianqi's body. Instantly, Shen Jianqi and the vines disappeared from everyone's sight. Space. The young man was shocked, gaping in disbelief. Tang Machi frowned as he looked at the young man and asked, where is this person you mentioned? I don't know. The youth trembled, his voice a mixture of both fear and the wild excitement of a wolf sensing meat. No. I do know. I can lead the way. Tang Machi cast a cold glance at the calculation flashing in the young man's eyes and motioned for him to take the lead. Do you have space abilities? And can you store living things? The youth seemed highly intrigued by Tang Machi's spatial abilities. We've never encountered such a skill in Zone 1 that could contain living creatures. When did you awaken your power? Shut up. Tang Machi tapped the back of his head with the barrel of his gun, successfully silencing him. Just ahead, he's an extremely precious healer. Dr. Li instructed us to ensure his survival, rest assured. Before the youth could finish, Tang Machi sharply struck the back of his neck with the gun butt, knocking him unconscious and dropping him to the ground. Sure enough, Yi Ziyue was inside the room just ahead, sitting awake. Upon seeing Tang Machi, he immediately rushed to the door, pounding on it in agitation. Though Tang Machi couldn't hear Yi Ziyue's words, he could read his lips clearly, Shen Jianqi. Tang Machi signaled for Yi Ziyue to calm down. Shen Jianqi was fine, and Yi Ziyue gradually settled down. However, there were no security guards stationed outside this particular room. Tang Machi dragged the unconscious youth over to try his fingerprint on the scanner, but it failed. Having no other choice, Tang Machi revived the youth. It's useless, I don't know whose fingerprint works either. Only Dr. Li knows, the youth muttered, shrinking back while casting wary glances at Tang Machi. Chapter 107, Antidote. Tang Machi looked coldly at the young man with blood on his face, raising the gun in his hand. After a gunshot, the young man's eyes widened as he fell to the ground with a thud, and fresh red blood gushed out of the bullet hole on his forehead, carrying warmth. Tang Machi frowned as he walked around the room where Yizue was locked up, finding no flaw. Even after, struggling, for a while using almost depleted psychic abilities, the entire glass wall remained intact. Brother. Yizue watched anxiously as he smashed against the glass, seeing Tang Machi's pale complexion. Exhausted, Tang Machi squatted down, his face drenched in cold sweat as he gave Yizue an helpless bitter smile inside. I'm fine, rest a bit. Yizue also sat on the ground leaning toward him, feeling much relieved knowing Shinjianshi and Tang Machi were both safe. After sitting for a few minutes, Tang Machi dragged up a lab coat who had been feigning death in a corner. What are you doing? I. The lab coat screamed in panic. He had just witnessed Tang Machi execute someone by gun, now fearing as he was being grabbed, trembling all over as he struggled with wide eyes. Tang Machi gave a cold laugh as he dragged the lab coat towards the room where Li Chuming was hiding. The whole corridor was filled with shrill alarms and flashing red lights, oppressing everyone's nerves. Before Tang Machi could drag the lab coat over, a pale green gas suddenly sprayed out from the air holes on the ceiling. Ah! Immediately realizing this, Tang Machi held his breath. However, the lab coat he was holding emitted a terrified scream, suddenly becoming limp as if all bones were pulled out of his body. He collapsed on the ground, his throat emitting trembling heavy breaths, "Save me, save me." The lab coat's eyes filled with despair, weakly reaching out to Tang Machi. But before Tang Machi could pull him up again, the skin exposed on the lab coat instantly turned color as if dyed upon contact with the green gas, which quickly spread over the skin, soon covering the entire face. Tang Machi swiftly retreated as a gentle whirlwind immediately surrounded him, isolating the invasion of the green gas. Tang Machi no longer cared about the nearly lifeless lab coat on the ground and immediately ran toward Yizue. Most rooms along the way were filled with green gas. Tang Machi quickly rushed back to where Yizue was, seeing that Yizue's room was indeed full of green gas. However, Yizue had already enveloped himself with pure white, healing mist, making Tang Machi secretly sigh in relief. Subsequently, his worry intensified. While he could hide in the space dimension, Yizue's powers would eventually deplete, at which point these toxic gases would swiftly engulf and consume him. Anxious within, Yizue instead went to the side and began writing on the wall. End of the passage. Tang Machi silently repeated, looking accordingly. Always preoccupied with Yizue's safety, he hadn't noticed that the end of this passage was actually a circular safety door. A safety door? Tang Machi confirmed with Yizue, who nodded anxiously, signaling for him to hurry. This safety door was peculiar. Without close inspection, it wouldn't catch anyone's attention. Circular and ordinary, even with some rust, yet the joint with the walls smoothly glimmered with metallic sheen, showing that it was frequently opened. Tang Machi placed his hands on it. With his strength, he couldn't drag it, nor did he expect to easily open this door, especially seeing the sardonic smile fading from Li Chuming's lips, confirming that there must be something behind this door, possibly what Li Chuming attempted to hide. Maybe it was the antidote they had been searching for. Just as Tang Machi was about to retrieve a saw from the space dimension to first rescue Yizue back into the space to avoid these green toxic fumes, a faint, crackle, sound came from the ceiling. Soon, a spot on the steel-poured ceiling appeared red, exuding intense heat. Tang Machi rejoiced internally as the molten steel dripped down, burning the surrounding green poison mist with heat. The light blue flames revealed themselves entirely as the opening expanded. MOMO. Tang Jianfeng jumped down from the hole. Enter first. Tang Machi nodded, instantly disappearing from the original location into the space dimension. The moment Tang Jianfeng saw Tang Machi vanish, he extended his hands, the pale blue flames resembling a rushing dragon roaring loudly as they surged outward in all directions from beside Tang Jianfeng. After the flames disappeared, all the green poisonous mist in the corridor was scorched completely clean. As Tang Machi stepped out, before he could even call out, "Brother," he was enveloped in a warm embrace. MOMO. Tang Machi tightly hugged him for a moment before pushing him away. Yu is still trapped, we need to save him. Tang Jianfeng ruffled his hair and pulled him to the glass wall in front of Yizue, signaling him to step back. This glass wall seemed to be made of some unknown material, impervious to blades or bullets, very sturdy indeed. However, it was ultimately made of elements found on Earth. Tang Jianfeng spent several minutes and finally burned a hole about the size of a leg, allowing Yizue to smoothly climb out. You go inside first to rest and take care of Shinjianshi. Yizue had been using his psychic powers to shield against the poison mist and was already a bit weary. Heeding Tang Machi's words, he obediently went into the space dimension. Li Chuming lay in another glass enclosure, curled up but untouched by the poison mist. His eyes were dark and sunken as he watched them nervously clawing at the ground with both hands. The two only glanced at him once and then returned to the heavy safety door. Tang Jianfeng worked with flames for half an hour but still couldn't break through the entrance. This door was more like a steel pillar embedded in the wall than an actual door. Although Tang Jianfeng melted through nearly a meter, the molten steel pooled on the floor, behind it was still just more thick steel walls. "Brother, take a break and eat something." Tang Machi handed over a bottle of spring water and 2 ready-made boxed meals. Having rushed here without stopping, Tang Jianfeng hadn't eaten anything but bread and chocolate for over 24 hours. With his significant psychic energy consumption, upon smelling the aroma of food, he realized how hungry he was. Without much ado, he accepted the meal, and along with Tang Machi, quickly devoured the 2 large boxed lunches. After a half-hour break, Tang Machi felt Yizue calling him within the space dimension and immediately brought him out. "Yu, what's wrong?" "Shen Jianxi is fine, and I've rested enough, so let me come out and help you." Yizue looked serious, gripping a gun in his hand. Tang Machi roughly understood that the earlier series of events had slightly unnerved him, nodded, and agreed to let him stay there. "Alright, you'll be responsible for guarding the area around us and preventing any surprise attacks." Tang Jianfeng continued melting the cavity into the opening, working on and off while resting, until 3 a.m. when he finally broke through the metal door. The room beyond was barely larger than the 2-meter-thick steel cast surrounding it, its entirety coming clearly into sight as soon as they entered. Inside, it was set up like a common hospital ward, with a woman wearing patient attire lying on a bed under a transparent cover, connected to various diagnostic equipment pads and tubes. Beside the bed was even a small incubator, housing a serene baby whose peaceful expression exuded innocence. At first glance, this looked as if it could pass for a quiet, ordinary hospital ward. But the woman's clear face was now full of dark red livor mortis spots, yet her chest still moved up and down. Meanwhile, the exposed arm and forehead of the baby in the incubator were covered with countless pinpricks, looking extremely horrifying. Opposite the bed was a regular workbench and a medicine cabinet stocked with plenty of green and red liquids, their purpose unclear. The 3 searched the entire place thoroughly, not finding even a single piece of paper, leaving them no choice but to refocus their attention on the sole possible lead, the woman. "She looks familiar." Tang Machi furrowed his brows slightly. "Chen Jun, she's Chen Jun's daughter, there's a photo of her and Li Quming together in his office," said Tang Jianfeng as he pinched Tang Machi's earlobe affectionately, subsequently indulgently rubbing the back of his neck. "I'll do it." Yizue softly spoke. Tang Machi looked at him, nodded toward Tang Jianfeng, who reached out and pushed open the glass cover on the bed, simultaneously igniting a flame in readiness. White fog rose from Yizue's hands as he slowly approached the woman's head. Soon, white mist infiltrated her skin, mouth, and nose, causing the data on the monitoring equipment to rapidly rise, and the livor mortis spots on her face faded slightly. Yizue's breathing became increasingly labored, his hands trembling due to excessive use of his powers, and was quickly stopped by Tang Jianfeng. The 3 waited for a while, and finally, the woman on the bed moved her eyelids and woke up. Her blood-red eyes suddenly opened wide, her body convulsing for a few moments, her gaze settling on the baby inside the incubator beside her. The 3 stepped back cautiously observing her. The woman stared at the child for tens of seconds before slowly turning her head to look at them, as if just noticing their presence. "Who are you? Where is Li Quming?" The woman's voice was hoarse and unbearable, as if sandpaper had been crammed into her throat. She looked at them coldly, her entire body still laying there motionless. "He's locked outside by us." Yizue licked his lips, he thought the woman's gaze on the child just now was pitiful. "You guys, are psychics?" The woman noticed the flame in Tang Jianfeng's hand, and a gleam of light finally appeared in her eyes. "Yes. All 3 of us are psychics. We accidentally discovered this place and came to investigate." "Why were you locked here? Are you human or a zombie?" Yizue couldn't help but ask the question on his mind. The woman opened her mouth, then closed it again, spaced out for a while, and finally a flash of pain crossed her eyes. It seemed like she had made a decision, so she croaked, "If you promise to save my child, I'll tell you the cure for the zombie virus." "Cure?" Yizue couldn't help himself and almost lunged forward, only to be pulled back by Tang Jianfeng. "We can promise to save this child and assure you that we will raise him healthily." Tang Jianfeng extinguished the flames in his hands. He had a hunch, perhaps Chen Jun's daughter, who Li Quming had guarded so secretly, might be their last hope. Chapter 108, Rescue. The woman rotated her neck and, looking at the sleeping child, croaked with a hoarse voice, "My father is Chen Jun, the Minister of Biochemical Department in Zone 1. During the apocalypse, I was still in Kyoto. Things were too chaotic back then, so I got separated from the men my father sent to pick me up. Later on, I met the father of my child." The woman's eyes looked sorrowful, dry, and lifeless, her bodily functions having long since deteriorated, even unable to secrete tears. "He was an elemental user, water-type ability. We met and fell in love during our most desperate time, enduring countless dangers until we finally reached this place." The woman turned her face toward them, her face bearing a terrible grimace. "Li Quming designed a trap to catch him, using him as a living research subject. I fled with him, which ultimately caused his death, and I myself was bitten by a zombie." The woman's body suddenly convulsed, the color of her necrotic spots deepening noticeably. "Yizue hurriedly transferred some abilities into her. The woman took a few calm breaths and continued speaking. Before I completely transformed into a zombie, Li Qiuming brought me back. He told me that I was pregnant. I don't know what he did, but unlike other zombies, I never lost my rationality. Even when I was 7 months pregnant, I successfully delivered this child through a cesarean section. He's a healthy child, apart from being a little weak, he hasn't shown any signs of zombification. A trace of comfort flickered in the woman's eyes, followed quickly by profound pain. But Li Qiuming, for his research, has been constantly drawing blood from him. This child hasn't woken up for more than a few days. Rather than let him live here in torment forever, I'd rather place my hope in you all. The woman paused, looking at them. Tang Yamo-chi and the others didn't rush her. Tang Yamo-chi took out a vial of spring water, used a needleless syringe to extract a portion, and slowly fed the infant half a tube. The woman quietly watched him, and after seeing the child's breathing strengthen slightly, she made up her mind to speak. Since you can break in, you should already know about Li Qiuming's research, the toxic spores capable of corroding zombies. Tang Yamo-chi nodded. Yes, and we also know that it is harmful to elemental users. The woman nodded again. If you use my blood serum to cultivate the spores, it won't produce that toxin. Everyone was shocked, but then they heard her continue. However, I've been infected for too long, only the blood from my head remains usable. Li Qiuming, he has always liked me and done everything possible to keep me alive. You mean, after you extract the blood from your head, you will? Yi Zheyu hesitated, unable to bear the thought. Yes, I will fully transform into a corpse, the woman said calmly. As long as you promise to take care of my child, I can die without regrets. An explosion sound came from outside. The woman smiled faintly, saying, in a way, this might be my salvation. Tang Jianfeng looked deeply into her eyes and nodded, rest assured. These 3 simple words caused the woman's eyes to gleam happily for a moment. She then gave them detailed instructions on obtaining the serum and cultivating the spores. As the nearby explosions drew closer, she firmly said, let's start. Yi Zheyu stepped forward. I'll do it, Brother Feng. You block the people outside. Me and Mo can handle it. The woman refused the anesthesia, wanting to spend as much time as possible looking at her child, even if it was just 1 second. As the steel needle pierced in, a tube of fresh red blood was extracted. The woman's complexion grew even more pale, yet her gaze remained fixed unblinking on the baby beside her. Tang Yamo-chi accepted the blood for processing, while Yi Zheyu desperately channeled healing abilities into the woman. However, despite his efforts, the woman gradually closed her eyes and ceased breathing. After Tang Yamo-chi processed the equipment and placed the child in a safe pocket dimension, he stopped Yi Zheyu by gripping his shoulder. You, stop. She's almost transformed. All machine data reset to 0, emitting a shrill, beep sound. Explosions outside became louder. With great care, Tang Yamo-chi collected the serum and spores, mixing them in the correct ratio as instructed before placing them in a portable incubator and solemnly storing them in space. Tang Yamo-chi indicated it was time to go. Yi Zheyu wiped his face, nodded haphazardly, and disappeared by latching onto Tang Yamo-chi's hand. Tang Jianfeng allocated a portion of his elemental power to the woman's corpse, fierce flames quickly consuming her body. After Tang Yamo-chi used a medicine storage bottle to collect a bit of her ashes, both of them exited the enclosed space, climbing up through the tunnel in the ceiling where Tang Jianfeng had created a passage earlier. Half an hour later, the two emerged from the ground. A fierce wind and snowstorm raged outside. Tang Jianfeng released a fire dragon down the tunnel, and shortly thereafter, intense explosion sounds erupted from inside. Then he pulled Tang Yamo-chi away. Tang Yamo-chi glanced around. The large logistics park was eerily quiet, with only the sound of underground explosions occasionally breaking the silence. Brother, let's pick up some supplies. Tang Yamo-chi swiftly moved across the snow-covered ground, while Tang Jianfeng forcibly broke into some sealed warehouses. In one night, the two of them had swept through over 100 warehouses. Apart from large machinery, tool vehicles, and transportation vehicles, most of the items were stored in containers, leaving them unaware of their exact contents. The two did not rush back to the valley, firstly, to avoid possible tracking, and secondly, to ensure the successful cultivation of the spores. They headed towards a nearby small county, where they needed to find suitable equipment at the nearest hospital to observe the spores. 3 days later, the green toxic fungal spores had transformed into a tube of colorless liquid. Shen Jianxi had already awakened. The four of them worked together to cultivate a liter of spores from the single tube. Tang Jianfeng caught 2 level 1 and 2 level 2 zombies and confined them in 4 isolation chambers sprayed with the spores. A month later, the 2 level 1 zombies lost all mobility, while the 2 level 2 zombies became significantly slower. Tang Jianfeng took a tube of spores and locked himself in an isolation chamber. After 24 hours, he emerged unscathed. Subsequently, the other 3 locked themselves into separate chambers filled with spores as well. The experimental results were encouraging. As temperatures dropped even further, apart from spraying part of the spores locally, the 4 hurriedly cultivated 50 tubes of spore liquid. Tang Yamo and I will head north, Yu and Shen Jianxi south. We'll meet back at the valley in a month. Tang Jianfeng quickly assigned their group actions. 50 tubes of spores. Weather conditions were extremely cold now, and if dispersed immediately, the spores might enter dormancy until spring when they could rapidly proliferate. Shen Jianqi's group took 30 tubes since southern climates were more conducive for spore reproduction. By early December, the temperature outside had plummeted to 40 degrees below zero. Tang Yimochi and Tang Jianfeng, wrapped in polar gear, rode two snowmobiles speeding across the northwest landscape. After separating from Shen Jianqi's group, they had traveled nearly 1,000 kilometers northeast, continuously shattering storage vials to release the spores along the way. Harsh weather conditions often forced them to seek refuge within spatial dimensions to evade violent snowstorms. The two snowmobiles were traded for with 100 kilograms of rice in Province A. There, a small military base existed because the mountain had been covered with snow year-round before the apocalypse. Nearby, a newly developed ski resort resulted in these snow transport vehicles being requisitioned back to the base. Though the base was small, its unique geographical location made it a safe haven due to the extremely low population density around it. Many survivors had been sheltered there. Before departing, Tang Yimochi secretly left dozens of bags of rice and flour, along with plenty of coal, for the base canteen. After riding for 3 hours, the two finally stopped and found a secluded small hillside to enter the spatial dimension. Upon entering, they saw a child sitting happily in a walker on a lush, flat green field and running excitedly toward them. Spotting their sudden appearance, the child immediately started squealing in delight. Little treasure. Tang Yimochi removed his helmet and gloves, rushing over to lift the child out of the walker. Meanwhile, Tang Jianfeng had already begun preparing the milk. Little treasure was the child of Chen Jun's daughter, Chen Xiaoxi, whom they had rescued from Zone 1. For over a month, Tang Yimochi had fed him with milk soaked in the spring water, transforming him from being weak and prone to long periods of sleep to regaining full health. His tiny arms resembled soft, white lotus roots, and his body emitted a delicate milky fragrance. He looked strikingly like his mother, his eyes like two shiny black grapes that curved into crescents when he smiled. With twinkling long lashes, Tang Yimochi gave him a kiss before heading toward Shen Jianqi. Tang Jianfeng skillfully prepared the milk at an appropriate temperature and handed it over to Tang Yimochi to feed the child. Little treasure joyfully held onto the bottle and gulped greedily, closing his big eyes blissfully as he savored the milk. Tang Jianfeng brought over 2 servings of food, 2 steaming bowls of rich beef broth noodles seasoned with chili sauce and braised beef. By the time they finished half of it, they were sweating. Having finished his milk, Little treasure eagerly clawed at Tang Yimochi's knees, drawn by the tempting aroma. Tang Yimochi carefully picked out a small piece of soft noodle for him, but the little guy frowned and spat it out after trying it, tears welling up in his eyes as he gasped for breath. "You're such a glutton." Tang Jianfeng shook his head and quickly fetched the child's dedicated water cup to offer him a drink. Ha ha ha. Tang Yimochi couldn't help but laugh at the sight of his flushed face. The little one seemed to know he was being teased, pouting his bottom lip as he crawled toward Tang Jianfeng and sat quietly by his side. "Such a tiny person, yet quite the temper," Tang Jianfeng said after finishing his noodles. He absent-mindedly ruffled the child's hair, who didn't mind at all and instead tilted his head up and smiled. "We'll be there in an hour. You take him to change the diaper, and then we'll set off right after." Tang Jianfeng took Jiaoqi's bowl and chopsticks, then handed him a hot towel to wipe his face. After a brief rest, they lulled Little treasure to sleep and immediately set off again. The snow had lessened slightly, but the temperature was still extremely low. After confirming their direction, the two sped off without delay. 100 miles east behind them, a small convoy of 4 or 5 vehicles struggled forward in their direction. At a little past 3 in the afternoon, Huang Sheng, on guard duty at the sheltered entrance of the valley, greeted the two. The whole valley instantly came alive with noise. Seeing Yizeyu running towards them, Tang Yimochi let out a small sigh of relief. Everyone had returned safely, which was all that mattered. Chapter 109, Reunion. This valley began to be developed just before the apocalypse, and construction had only been going on for 2 months. Only the main road and the shell of a hotel with hot springs were built. However, the hotel was essentially an unfinished house and was unusable without proper repairs. Chen Weiliang and Wang Jin led a group of people to urgently repair this abandoned hotel. Underground pipes were laid in the building for the hot spring water, which they checked and activated to function as natural floor heating. The interior was simply painted white, and the floors were cemented. It was impossible to be picky at such a time, so everyone was already quite satisfied with having a warm and safe place to live. Tang Machi and Tang Jianfeng chose a suite, consisting of 1 bedroom and a living room. The space inside was empty, even the windows lacked glass. Adjacent to their suite was an empty room where a pool was constructed using cement and stones. Hot spring water flowed continuously into and out of the pool. Tang Machi fetched semi-transparent plastic film from his space to cover the drafty windows, laid carpets across the entire room and living area, and moved out a set of furniture including beds, wardrobes, tables, and chairs. In no time, the once barren room gained a homely warmth. Tang Machi went to Huang Sheng's place to pick up Xiao Bao and help them arrange their rooms while he was there. Each of the 4, including Chen Weiliang, occupied a standard room with no bed. They only spread anti-damp pads and blankets on the ground. Luckily, the floor heating from the underground hot springs made sleeping cozy. Windows were rudimentarily sealed with wooden boards and plastic sheets, making the lighting rather dim. Tang Machi rearranged their windows using tools from his space, working with several men to improve many inconvenient features. Yizhou and Shinjianshi also had a suite. Tang Machi reorganized their room according to his own. By the time he returned with Xiao Bao, it was already pitch dark. Chen Weiliang came over to invite them to dinner. Wang Jin's group of 36 people used one kitchen, while Chen Weiliang and his group had their separate one. The makeshift kitchen stove was built by a semi-skilled mason invited from Wang Jin's team, fueled by firewood and coal. This meal marked the first reunion dinner for their group of 8 in the valley, albeit under humble conditions. Thanks to the rich supplies in Tang Machi's space, not only were there ample meats and fruits, but fresh seafood too. After Xiao Bao drank milk and fell asleep, Tang Machi wrapped him in a blanket and let him rest in a reclined stroller beside the dining table. Everyone listened as Yizhou explained about Xiao Bao's mother who had sacrificed herself, thus evoking extra sympathy towards Xiao Bao, making him a beloved presence among everyone. Chen Weiliang's group prepared a full banquet. Tang Machi retrieved a few bottles of alcohol. The meal ended late into the night after much revelry. Tang Jianfeng carried Tang Machi on his back while cradling Xiao Bao in front. The family of 3 slowly headed towards their room. After placing the child comfortably in bed, Tang Machi and Tang Jianfeng entered the adjacent hot spring room. Misty steam filled the room at a pleasant temperature. Holding Tang Machi tightly, Tang Jianfeng gently rubbed his neck with his nose. Since leaving their home in Kyoto, this was the first time in half a year that the couple had engaged physically outside of the space. Passionate emotions surged within Tang Jianfeng, resulting in multiple times before they finally entered the bedroom together. The next day, Tang Machi woke up when Tang Jianfeng wiped his face with a warm towel. Ugh. After last night's activities, both were extremely tired, so they hadn't entered the space to soak in the hot spring waters again. As a result, Tang Machi groaned at the onset of soreness throughout his body upon waking. Good boy, I've heated the hot spring water for you. After soaking, we'll have lunch. Tang Jianfeng handed him a glass of water and helped him into a wooden bathtub. Tang Machi soaked until the water cooled down before wrapping himself in a bathrobe and heading to the living room. Xiao Bao was already dressed neatly in his baby walker drinking milk. Upon seeing Tang Machi come out, he emitted a couple aha sounds as a greeting. Tang Jianfeng cooked him a large bowl of chicken soup noodles. The golden chicken broth drenched soft and delicate handmade noodles, topped with a poached egg and tender chicken chunks, garnished with green onions and cilantro. This immediately sparked Tang Machi's appetite. In a matter of minutes, Tang Machi slurped down the entire large bowl of noodles, sweating slightly on his forehead. After finishing, he pushed away the bowl and went door to door holding the child. Today, Chen Weiliang and Lin San accompanied Wang Jin's people on patrol, while everyone else was busy renovating their respective rooms and requesting supplies from Tang Machi's space. Tang Machi took the child around various rooms, dropping off a lot of things along the way, and eventually stayed with Yizhou and Shinjianshi watching them work. Tang Machi planned to find a time to bring people into the space, open the sealed containers brought from the logistics park, count the materials, and make arrangements for their future life, ensuring efficient use of resources. Xiao Bao is getting cuter, moi, come give uncle a kiss. Yizhou took the child out of the stroller and placed him on the carpet. Haven't you named him yet? Shinjianshi also sat over and touched the baby's soft hair. My brother gave him a nickname, Chen, like Er Dongchen, because his mother's surname is Chen. Tang Machi smiled. He will be my and my brother's child in the future, our real son. For now, his formal name is Tang Chen. This name is good, Xiao Chen. Oh dear, look at this smile, drool is almost coming out. Yizhou kissed the baby's face, eyes full of joy. Tang Machi mentioned to them his plan to sort through the space. Before the apocalypse, they had only used a small part of the supplies they purchased. Added with the things they constantly collected after the apocalypse, Tang Machi's space was already stacked high like a small mountain. This time the sorting mainly involved categorizing and inventorying items that consumed quickly, such as food and daily necessities. From now on, they needed to know which items could be used freely and which ones needed saving, so they could have a clear idea for efficient use. Tang Machi handed over 200 pounds of salted meat and some pickled fruits and vegetables to Chen Weiliang, asking him to deliver it to Wang Jin. Wang Jin and his group could escape here purely based on luck, they didn't bring many supplies. Their group mostly relied on growing potatoes, sweet potatoes, and some vegetables to fill their stomachs. They wouldn't starve but life wasn't easy either. Wang Jin was deeply shocked and grateful for their gifts, more firmly believing this group was extremely powerful. To simply give away so much meat clearly showed how well supplied they were. He directly handed over the items to the person responsible for food distribution and gathered everyone for a meeting, focusing on the need to maintain harmony with neighbors and not provoke them. After Tang Machi delivered the items, he didn't worry about it anymore. But when he met people from Wang Jin's group, he noticed they were visibly more polite and respectful. Even Xiao Qin received many handmade little toys. A month later, Tang Jianfeng took his turn patrolling. They split patrols into daytime and nighttime shifts, each 12 hours long. Outside the hotel, the team assisted Huang Sheng in setting up a circle of metal fences. Shen Jianqi planted thorny vines along the perimeter, winding upwards along the metal fence nearly 2 meters, making the entire wall 4 meters tall and highly secure. Thus, only 2 people were assigned to guard the corners around the hotel. 4 people were assigned to the valley entrance, with 12 people taking turns patrolling throughout the day and night. Once the hotel no longer required extra hands, Wang Jin and Chen Weiliang discussed arranging only one person at the valley entrance for Tang Machi's group. Shift changes were set at 8 o'clock, but this time, Tang Jianfeng came running back at 3 in the afternoon amidst swirling snowflakes. Machi, take Yizu, go to the valley entrance, Tang Jianfeng said with a smile on his face. Someone is coming. A surge of emotion hit Tang Machi as he placed Xiao Chen inside the space and used his ability to run and call Yizu. When everyone gathered at the valley entrance, 2 large trucks had already stopped, and about 9 fully armed individuals were waving at them. Brother! Yizu exclaimed joyfully and ran toward one figure. Yi Jin embraced him, stepping back a few steps before being steadied by someone behind. Brother Yi! Zicheng! Tang Machi was also extremely excited, rushing over and hugging Zhang Zicheng tightly until Tang Jianfeng arrived and separated the two. Uncle Zhang, Auntie, welcome, Tang Jianfeng greeted Zhang Yunfei with a handshake. Brother, you've lost weight, Yizu said, tears brimming in his eyes, unwilling to tear his gaze from his brother. Barely managing to glance at Zheng Shishu standing behind his brother, is he bullying you? Yi Jin couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The journey was arduous and dangerous. If it weren't for Zheng Shishu risking his life several times to protect him, he might not have safely arrived. Don't just stand here, let's go inside. Uncle Zhang and Aunt must be tired, Tang Jianfeng led everyone back as Chen Weiliang and Lin Sen drove their vehicles to park outside the hotel. Shen Jianxi didn't go out to greet them but instead cooked a large pot of bone soup noodles using broth that had been simmering all day. Adding chili oil, slicing a few side dishes, and ensuring there was plenty of soy-marinated beef, she welcomed them with the meal as soon as they returned. Yi Jin's group consisted of 8 people, Zhang Zicheng's family of 3 including little Yi Nan, Yi Jin and Zheng Shishu, who also brought 2 sworn brothers. Cold and starving, having hot and spicy bone soup noodles along with various fresh and sweet side dishes and flavorful soy-marinated beef made even Linda sweat profusely, rubbing her belly as she stuffed herself. We originally planned to find you next spring, but resources in Kyoto are becoming increasingly scarce. Chen Yangwei is struggling to cope, and many people are eyeing the supplies you left behind, constantly causing conflicts with us. After eating their fill, Yi Jin began recounting the situation in Kyoto. The most serious incident was when someone attacked Linda while she was out on a medical visit. That's when we decided to leave, but the weather was terrible at the time, making it impossible for us to travel. Not until we noticed that the zombies surrounding us had become more sluggish, some of them didn't even sense living humans unless they were close. Yi Jin took a cup of milk that Yizu had prepared for him, holding it in his hands as he drank. Yes, have you noticed? On our way here, we observed that an increasing number of zombies have become sluggish. Their speed and agility have all decreased. Zhang Zicheng's face beamed with excitement, they had even witnessed some zombies suddenly collapsing, thereafter only able to crawl. Tang Machi and Tang Jianfeng exchanged glances, then brought out little Chin Chin, smiling as they said, take a look at our savior's son. Chapter 110, The End. Tang Machi recounted Xiao Chenchen's background, his mother Chen Xiaoxi's sacrifice, Zone 1, the toxic fungal spores, and the science-obsessed Li Qiuming in great detail to Yi Jin and the others. After hearing this, they were utterly stunned. So those zombies outside became sluggish because of your doing. Zhang Zicheng grabbed Tang Machi's shoulders, hardly believing it. Tang Machi nodded and said, by next year when the weather warms up, the effects should be more evident. By then, most zombies will have likely lost their ability to move. Regular people can easily fell numerous level 1 zombies without breaking a sweat. With the help of psychics and some military forces hunting down and eliminating high-level zombies, humanity will soon emerge from its current passive predicament. The group felt excited after listening, longing to step outside and fight zombies right away. A flicker of hope rose from deep within them, warming their whole bodies. They had arrived suddenly and no rooms had been prepared beforehand. They had to squeeze together, so Tang Machi pulled out several Simmons mattresses and placed them directly in the living room for them to sleep on the floor. Compared to their usual nights spent sleeping in heated shipping containers on trucks, these warm and comfortable conditions were already quite satisfying. Finally, they could have a peaceful night's sleep without worrying about blocked roads by heavy snow or being surrounded by zombies. Yi Jin and the others quickly adapted to life here. As winter approached, the temperature in the valley dropped close to 0 degrees Celsius. Besides their regular patrols, they had free time to stay at the hotel and learn farming techniques from Wang Jin's people. They built short wooden boxes filled with soil, kept them in warm indoor places facing the sun, and planted simple crops like potatoes, green vegetables, and radishes. Their days passed by leisurely and interestingly. Xiao Chenchens was now able to walk a few steps alone and began calling out one-word shouts. Xiao Yinan, lacking peers to play with, came to him every day. They got along harmoniously despite their endless chatter, talking about different topics each day. Later, Yi Jin spoke privately with Tang Jianfeng, informing him about the situation with the Tang family. When they left, they divided the supplies they couldn't take with them into 3 parts. One part went to Chen Yangwei, another was left for Zheng Shishu's subordinates, and the last part was sent to the Tang family. After learning that the zombies would grow increasingly sluggish, the Tang family decided to head south with Chen Yangwei the following spring. Tang Jianfeng didn't say much, he simply nodded and thanked Yi Jin. 5 years later. Tang Machi stood atop the natural gap in the valley, which was also the only passage leading to it. The fierce cold wind disheveled his hair, covering his beige windbreaker with snowflakes that blew around before sticking again. Despite everything not yet being entirely over, a look of nearly contented calm appeared in Tang Machi's eyes. Hope had spread across the earth as they destroyed the spores. Soon, this absurd planet full of monsters would gradually recover, and humanity, having survived on the brink of extinction, would enter decades of rest and recuperation. It was foreseeable that technology would undergo tremendous development, and through this ordeal, humanity's future would shine even brighter. Life and the universe would have their mysteries unveiled under the efforts of batch after batch of outstanding scientists. The humans and psychics who survived this disaster would carry forward the pain and reflections of the calamity. He himself would continue to live here, in any corner of the earth, hopeful and contented alongside his loved ones and friends until death arrives. The wind and snow grew stronger, but an eerie stillness enveloped the entire valley, feeling as warm as spring. The rising warmth mixing with the falling snow caused dampness everywhere, as if an unending drizzle persisted. Near the hotel, translucent plastic films covered vegetable fields newly planted and protected against the wet weather. Now, vegetables were abundant and grew well due to suitable temperature and humidity, though grains and meat were still scarce. Still, they weren't starving. If anyone faced difficulties, everyone was willing to help each other. Yi Zhe and Shen Jianxi cordoned off a patch of grass, topped it with dry straw, added plastic film for protection against rain, and raised a dozen young chickens underneath. These chickens brought out of the space were healthy and lively initially. However, possibly unable to adapt to the local humidity, only a dozen chickens remained alive after a week, including the old hen that Eugene took away to be killed, boiling a pot of fresh soup. However, the remaining young chickens proved resilient, growing significantly amidst challenges. 3 two-month-old hens were exchanged for vegetables. With high humidity in the valley, many chose to stay indoors around the fire. Homes stayed dry and warm, except when going outside to do farm work. Most of their time was spent crafting items at home during winter. Tang Machi descended swiftly from the mountaintop, summoned 2 piglets from his spatial pocket as if finding them outside, then delivered them to Eugene. He returned home with a basket of green leafy vegetables. As he pushed open the door, warmth enveloped him immediately. Tang Machi removed his damp windbreaker and saw Xiao Chen already asleep on the sofa hugging a small cookie box. Tang Machi covered him with a blanket and took away the cookie box for safekeeping. The little one stirred, opening his eyes hazily, softly calling out, "Dad." Tang Machi sat down on the carpet and patted him, lulling him back to sleep. Tang Jianfeng emerged from the bedroom at this moment, wearing only a bathrobe, towel drying his hair. His face, usually unsmiling, softened when he saw the warm scene of his son on the couch and Tang Machi sitting beside him. He tossed the towel aside, embraced Tang Machi, and buried his face in his neck, deeply inhaling. "Mo," Tang Jianfeng called out gently as a pair of warm dry hands slipped under Tang Machi's shirt. "Brother." Tang Machi couldn't help but sigh lightly. "Let's go back to the room." Tang Jianfeng chuckled softly, kissed the top of Tang Machi's head and his earlobe, then carried him into the bedroom in big strides. In March the following year, sunny weather increased gradually. Although it was still chilly outside, snowy weather diminished, signaling the arrival of spring. Tang Jianfeng took Xiao Chen fishing in the ocean inside the space. The little one struggled to hold the fishing rod steady, so Tang Machi rigged up a support for him, requiring only that he grip it. But Xiao Chen lacked patience, growing restless after just 5 minutes by Tang Jianfeng's side. Failing to see any fish hooked, he squirmed anxiously and finally discarded his fishing rod to crawl onto Tang Jianfeng's lap, hugging his neck and cooing. "Dad, baby wants fruit." Tang Jianfeng ruffled his hair, unwilling to spoil him, setting him down on the chair properly. "You can eat after catching a fish," Tang Jianfeng said firmly, pretending not to see the disappointment in the little one's eyes as he stared fixedly at his own fishing rod. The child knew which father was more lenient and dared not challenge the stricter one, obediently sitting and holding the fishing rod. Soon, he began dozing off. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Jianfeng kept his attention on him all along, quietly extending his arm to guard him from falling over. Finally, Tang Jianfeng pulled out a bucket full of lively sea fish, while the little one tumbled behind carrying an empty bucket, frequently yawning lazily. Yi Zhe and Shen Jianxi also came up from the sea, having dived underwater to gather plenty of shellfish and abalone. In the evening, they had a seafood barbecue together. Another round of rice and wheat had ripened in the space field. Now, what the entire valley was most short of was grains. Previously, Tang Machi had distributed some, but now there was no excuse left to share anymore. With each harvest, the stockpile grew larger and larger. Xiao Chen clutched a ripe mango, half peeled by Tang Machi so he could bite into it himself. Juice dripped all over his face, even soaking the bib around his neck, yet he paid no heed, enjoying every bite as he grinned happily watching Yi Zhe eating watermelon nearby. "Uncle, I'm quick." The little one proudly showed off his hands on his belly, already halfway through the mango in his hands. "Heh, I'm not competing with you. Last time we compared chicken legs, you ate too much and ended up groaning, which got us both scolded by your dad," Yi Zhe teased remembering their last encounter. The little one didn't mind, continuing to chew with relish. In April, the snowstorm completely ceased, and temperatures finally rose above freezing. These few days might be one of the rare good weathers of the year. By May, it would start getting hot. Tang Machi and Tang Jianfeng went hunting with Xiao Chen. With zombies gradually being eliminated, wild animals managed to survive the long winter without human disturbance and bred rapidly. Nearby areas were filled with wild rabbits and boars, exciting the little one beyond measure. He screamed joyfully, running about unsteadily in grass taller than himself. When the trio returned, they not only brought back a pile of game but also a muddy, energetic boy. Tang Jianfeng handed the game to Yi Jin to process while Tang Machi led Xiao Chen, who wanted to play with his uncle, back to take a bath. At night, everyone gathered on an open patch of grass for a barbecue party. After a day of craziness, Xiao Chen finally fell asleep in Tang Machi's arms. Under the orange glow of firelight, Tang Machi caressed the flushed face of his little cherub. The group over there had already eaten until their mouths were greasy, laughter and joy ringing out continuously. Someone even brought a guitar, its music faintly piercing through the darkness and floating across the entire valley. Tang Jianfeng approached, taking the child from Tang Machi's arms. He lowered his head, pressing his forehead against Tang Machi's, their breaths intertwining. Tang Jianfeng gently brushed his lips against his, whispering softly, "Let's go back, Chen will catch a cold sleeping like this." Tang Machi nodded, and together they slowly walked home with the child in their arms. When Chen turned 6, Tang Jianfeng led everyone out of the valley to settle in a seaside town in Hainan. The conditions here were much better than in the valley. There were already several hundred survivors gathered. There were schools, hospitals, and a local government office that didn't meddle too much. Their arrival with dozens of people and 5 trucks fully packed with living supplies was met with warm welcome. After the apocalypse, humanity seemed to have put away the despair and cruelty shown during the disaster, becoming instead, as if those nightmare-like days were truly just a dream. This little town sat on a hillside facing the sea, originally a resort villa area. Around it was a fence, stone at the bottom and wrought iron railings at the top. Now most of the survivors lived inside for easier management and safety. Tang Jianfeng traded 1/5 of their supplies for 5 luxurious villas. With the help of the local survivors, they moved into an exclusive small villa that night. They chose the house themselves. It faced the sea, surrounded by lush artificial forests both up and down the mountain, offering fantastic views and scenery. In the front yard was a medium-sized swimming pool, which had no water but was full of dust and fallen leaves. As the weather quickly heated up, Tang Machi used his ability to clear the debris and dust from the pool, then exchanged some supplies to hire 2 local women to clean it before filling it with water. Chen, wearing a swim ring, floated happily in the water. He refused to leave until he had soaked for a while every day. Tang Jianfeng transplanted many insect and snake-repellent plants from his space, not only surrounding their house with them but also gradually planting them all around the resort village. In July, the outside temperature soared close to 40 degrees Celsius. There hadn't been any outsiders visiting the small town for months, and it remained quiet. Except for a few radios receiving information from across the nation and even the globe, the town seemed completely isolated from the outside world. The serene calmness suited those who had experienced this calamity well as it allowed them to quietly heal their psychological wounds. In early September, as the temperature dropped slightly, Tang Machi and Tang Jianfeng set out with Chen in a SUV for a tour of the island province. Once outside the town, they placed Chen inside the space, letting him play with toy cars. By mid-September, Tang Machi and his companions arrived at the provincial capital Hai City, finding it had returned to normal functioning. Emergency supply factories and part of the pharmaceutical factories had restarted operations, though the city itself was still rather desolate. Few pedestrians or vehicles could be seen on the streets, and the bloodstains in the corners reminded people of the weight of the disaster. After staying a week in Hai City, Tang Machi and Tang Jianfeng continued their journey. By late October, the weather had thoroughly cooled down, yet it was still much better compared to the north where snowstorms were raging by now, highlighting the characteristics of a mini ice age. The Tang family of 3 finally returned to the small town, bringing back some rare supplies which they distributed. Everyone gathered once again, this time no longer as comrades in arms or survivors. They were simply witnesses to this disaster who could finally discuss the future openly and plan for it. It was peaceful and fulfilling. The end.